A decree was issued, casting out Yu Qing from the empire like a dog, as the Southern Palace Empress sought to support her ascent to power, oblivious to the fact that Yu Qing, having destroyed his own dantian, had acquired an invincible system. It was unforeseen that after Yu Qing's departure, the empire would descend into chaos. The sealed demons would once again sweep through the realm, and the fierce barbarians would besiege the city, while the closely allied sacred grounds would shut their doors. Only in the end did they realize that the root cause of all this turmoil was simply the absence of Yu Qing's presence to stabilize the situation in the empire of Fuyao. The Southern Palace Empress finally awakened to her folly, filled with regret, yearning for Yu Qing's return. However, the wandering Yu Qing merely cast her a fleeting glance. When I was part of Fuyao, I could protect everything with affection. But now that I am no longer of Fuyao, what does it matter to me? All I desire now is to roam the world with the heavens as my backdrop. Chapter 1. A farewell, yet a path diverged on the desolate continent of Tianhuang. In the empire of Fuyao, within the dark, damp underground of the imperial capital, countless black chains flickered with a ghostly light. Occasionally swaying to the heart of this tangled web of chains were two colossal, grotesque demons sealed away. Even with the vast imperial capital as a barrier and the sealing chains as assistance, the terrifying aura emanating from the two demons was still enough to instill fear. At that moment, beneath these towering beasts, a dim candle flickered. The candlelight, placed upon a stone table, danced as if it were about to extinguish, contrasting sharply with the ominous presence of the two creatures. At the opposite end of the stone table sat a relaxed young man clad in green. In his hand, he held a makeshift deck of playing cards crafted from coarse paper. A pair of little threes, he declared, placing two cards on the table while his gaze shifted toward the demons. The demon on the right changed color, its fingers tightening around the playing cards, causing its oversized fingernails to pale. I cannot afford this. After a long pause, it stammered, shaking its massive head in terror, its facial muscles twitching in agony. The left demon shivered in response, quickly making a decision. Too much. I cannot afford it either. Both demons then turned their gazes towards Yu Qing, that if you both cannot afford a pair of threes, then I shall release you. Yu Qing smiled, gently spreading the cards before him. He then stood, stretching lazily, and asked, "So, are you willing to wager and accept the consequences?" With that, he produced a dagger that gleamed coldly. The two demons trembled at once. "Fear not. I shall not harm you. I only require half a pound of your essence each to concoct some medicine." Yu Qing chuckled, plunging the knife forward. Under the tearful gaze of the two demons, each was drained of half a pound of blood, after which Yu Qing ceased his actions. Grinning, he collected the essence and casually gathered the stone table before making his way up the dim staircase towards the surface. "I shall return to visit you again," he waved as a farewell. The two demons shuddered once more, internally pleading, but outwardly they could only muster a painful smile as they watched Yu Qing depart. "By the way," Yu Qing paused, turning back to casually remark, "you must behave yourselves in the future, that if I sense even the slightest disturbance from you against the seal while I am on the surface, I guarantee I will stay here for 3 days and nights." With that, he returned to the surface and he arrived in a courtyard located in the southern part of the imperial city. The garden was filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with a small bridge crossing a babbling brook. Beneath the bamboo grove lay an exquisite tea set crafted from fine spiritual wood, alongside Yu Qing's personal reclining chair. The only incongruity was a sheep lying on its back, basking in the warm sunlight. The plump sheep occasionally opened its droopy eyes, lazily chewing on a blade of grass. "Have those barbarians sent someone with gifts again?" Yu Qing mused, playing with a curious trinket. "Not much of significance," he replied. The sheep, hearing this, opened its eyes to chew on the grass before closing them again, seemingly displeased by Yu Qing's chatter. "An imperial decree has arrived." At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air, followed by 3 eunuchs entering the courtyard. Upon seeing Yu Qing, the leading eunuch cast a meaningful glance before proclaiming, "By the decree of the Empress of Fuyao, Yu Qing is summoned to the palace immediately, without delay." Thus it is decreed that Yu Qing frowned slightly. Why has Fuyao suddenly summoned me? With a sense of curiosity, he did not linger, changing into formal attire before making his way to the imperial palace. However, along the way, he encountered numerous civil and military officials. Each one regarded him with strange expressions, murmuring amongst themselves. What a pity for Yu Qing. When the empire was first established, he faced the three great feudal lords alone, displaying such grandeur and achieving remarkable feats. It is unfortunate. While he did indeed defeat the three lords, he also destroyed his own dantian, leaving him with no choice but to languish in a position of idleness. Oof, what of an idle lord? Has the empire treated him poorly? Traitors who eat from both sides. Indeed, this is not the reason he colluded with foreign tribes to plot rebellion. Yu Qing's brow furrowed. He sensed that something was amiss. Upon reaching the gates of Fuyao Palace, he found himself surrounded by a large contingent of Fuyao troops. In front of them stood a chief eunuch holding the imperial decree that Yu Qing, colluding with foreign tribes with intentions of rebellion, should be punished with the annihilation of his clan. However, considering his past merits, we shall show leniency, stripping him of his title and expelling him from the empire of Fuyao. Thus it is decreed. Colluding with foreign tribes to plot rebellion? Despite hearing numerous rumors throughout his journey, Yu Qing remained indifferent to others' opinions. The factional struggles within the court, along with baseless accusations, were far too common. However, when he heard the imperial decree echoing the same claims, he was taken aback. For the decree represented the will of the empress. Perhaps others were unaware, but Southern Palace Fuyao herself was well aware. This emperor was one he had supported to ascend to the throne. After Southern Palace Fuyao ascended, Yu Qing had aided her in eliminating her adversaries and pacifying the three lords, devising strategies for the welfare of the people and governance that it could be said that without him, the prosperous empire of Fuyao would not exist today. Yet, having no interest in power, he retreated to a life of leisure, fishing and tending to flowers, after the stability of Fuyao was achieved. It could be said that while many might conspire for power, he would never do so. Even if you insist on accusing me of colluding with foreign tribes for rebellion, it is not for you to say. It is for Fuyao herself to address me. Presumptuous Yu Qing, how dare you speak the empress's name so casually? The chief eunuch's face flushed with indignation as he pointed a trembling finger at Yu Qing. Let him enter. At that moment, a commanding female voice emanated from within the palace. Imbued with the undeniable authority of an emperor, as the voice fell, the 3,000 Fuyao troops bowed in unison. Humph, clear the way for him. The chief eunuch snorted coldly, begrudgingly parting the crowd for Yu Qing to pass. Ignoring the onlookers, Yu Qing stepped confidently into the Fuyao Palace. Upon the throne of the Fuyao Palace sat a woman clad in red, her beauty captivating and her demeanor exuding an air of authority. She was none other than the Empress Nangong Fuyao. Beside her stood a figure named Yu Qing, the most gifted young talent of the Fuyao Empire, a youth of unparalleled potential. It is worth noting that Yu Qing was once considered a half-apprentice of Yu Qing. However, Yu Qing paid no heed to Yu Qing and instead directed his gaze towards the elevated figure of Nangong Fuyao, his eyes filled with inquiry and confusion. In response to Yu Qing's scrutiny, Nangong Fuyao, from her lofty position, bore an expression of imperial solemnity. There is nothing more to discuss. The evidence is indisputable, she declared. In light of your past contributions, I shall spare your life. You may leave. Her words were delivered with an air of indifference, as if she were dismissing a mere dog. Yu Qing furrowed his brow tightly. Although he had anticipated this moment since the imperial edict was issued, hearing it spoken aloud by Nangong Fuyao was still difficult to bear. Why? Yu Qing inquired, raising his gaze. The empire does not wrong any innocent, Nangong Fuyao replied, her expression unyielding. The evidence is irrefutable. You know I am not asking about that, Yu Qing countered, for they all understood that the so-called charges could not withstand scrutiny. Even the perceptive could discern the truth behind them. Moreover, it was inconceivable that this empress remained oblivious to the machinations at play. Thus, it was evident that these fabricated accusations had her tacit approval and perhaps even bore her design. Are you questioning me? Nangong Fuyao's cold voice resonated with authority, a palpable imperial pressure bearing down upon Yu Qing. I shall reiterate, I only acknowledge evidence. At this juncture, Yu Qing felt a pang of betrayal deep within his heart. He was not of this world. Having traversed from a realm known as Blue Star, on a night fraught with snow and tempest, he had embarked upon the path of cultivation, discovering a small girl huddled in a corner, her complexion a ghastly shade of purple from the cold. From that moment forth, the two of them traversed the path of cultivation together, sharing bowls of porridge and cups of water. The girl called out to him as her brother, and he had steadfastly protected this sister with no blood ties. Eventually, she learned of her true heritage. She was a princess, the lost daughter of the previous emperor. Yu Qing aided her return to the palace, reclaiming her rightful identity and power. Later, she confided in Yu Qing her ambition to ascend to the throne. Without hesitation, he assisted her in eliminating her adversaries, enabling her to ascend to this imperial seat as a woman. Yet, as the years passed, he found it increasingly difficult to reconcile the exalted empress before him with the innocent girl she once was. It seems you no longer require my assistance. Yu Qing sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. A farce. However, these words struck a nerve with the empress, igniting her fury. Her immense power shattered the table before her into splinters. She was the empress of unassailable authority, a ruler above all, no longer a fragile girl in need of protection. The notion that anyone could reminisce about her past vulnerabilities repulsed her to her core. In essence, she resented the reminder of her past weakness and could not tolerate the thought that her successes were in any way attributed to him, especially now that he was rendered powerless. She was determined to erase this dark chapter of her history. Undeniably, Yu Qing had once aided her, but she was an empress. I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me, she declared. Yu Qing, it is undeniable that you played a significant role in the establishment of the empire. However, you overestimate your importance. Do you truly believe I cannot thrive without you? Let me be frank. I am surrounded by talent, and the Fuyo Empire flourishes like never before, she proclaimed. My empire lacks for no one, including you. I advise you to vanish from my sight before I change my mind and choose to end your life, Nangong Fuyo stated with a chilling detachment. Yu Qing regarded the now unfamiliar Empress Fuyo and, for reasons unknown, felt a sense of tranquility settle within him. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he raised his chin slightly. If that is your wish, then so be it. Just as mountains and rivers do not meet, so too shall we part ways. With that, he turned away, glancing at the grand doors, and began to stride forth. His words were unmistakable. The bonds they once shared were severed, and even should they meet again, they would be as strangers. A flicker of guilt crossed Nangong Fuyo's eyes, yet it was swiftly overshadowed by her resolve. Xiao Wuchen was tasked with escorting Yu Qing out of the Fuyo Palace. He cast a complex glance at Yu Qing, offering no farewells before retreating back into the palace. It was undeniable that even though Yu Qing had been rendered incapable during the incident with the Three Kings, his extensive experience in cultivation remained intact. Though he had never formally trained under a master, he had indeed learned much from Yu Qing. Before today, he had held Yu Qing in high regard. Yet, it seemed that Yu Qing had perhaps overvalued his own significance. This vast Fuyo Empire would continue to flourish, regardless of any one individual. He would not allow Yu Qing to hinder his own future. Chapter 2. So what is it to me? Yu Qing has departed, taking with him his courtyard and all that resided within it, including the incongruous sheep. The skies today are overcast, with a gentle drizzle occasionally descending from above. Yet, the imperial city remains as bustling as ever, seemingly untouched by Yu Qing's departure. He lingered at the city gates for a considerable time, extending his hand to feel the fine mist of rain, taking a swig of strong liquor before turning his back. Leaving the city he had called home for 2 decades. He also carried with him the long sword embedded deep within the earth of the imperial capital. This ordinary sword, albeit somewhat rusted, was retrieved by Yu Qing and concealed within his sleeve. No one knew when this sword had been thrust into the ground, nor did anyone realize that it had just been withdrawn. All that was apparent was the sudden, thunderous roar emanating from the depths of the capital, as if an uncontrollable force were on the verge of breaking free. Yu Qing did not cast even a fleeting glance in that direction. He was never a sage. He could cherish and protect this place, but if he were not to remain, then what concern was it of his? The sheep, too, did not receive his attention, instead gazing at Yu Qing with a mournful look, signaling its hunger once more. Yu Qing casually plucked a tuft of foxtail grass and offered it to the creature. The world knew only that he had been stripped of his cultivation base when he defeated the Three Kings. Yet, no one was aware that it was in adversity that he awakened the unique welfare system bestowed upon him as a time traveler. This system proved to be quite reliable, rewarding him with numerous gifts, including the sheep and the sword. In just 20 brief years, he had sipped tea, listened to music, and cultivated to a level unknown to all, even himself. It seemed he was only slightly stronger than before. At this level of cultivation, he found little interest in further advancement. He lingered in this small patch of land, enjoying wine, savoring tea, and indulging in music, occasionally visiting the depths of the capital to amuse himself with the two demons. Yet now, perhaps it was time to fulfill the system's task and enhance his abilities while exploring the world, and perhaps even discover what lay at the end of that path. Oh, to take on a disciple. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Yu Qing's gaze shifted slightly. According to the system, he was to venture south to find a disciple of his own. The south, it appeared, was the southern kingdom. He had long heard tales of its boundless beauty, and now he could finally behold it. Meanwhile, within the imperial capital of Fuyo, chaos reigned. In the grand hall stood Nangong Fuyo, clad in red, her demeanor as ominous as a storm cloud. Who can tell me what has transpired with the seal? She thundered. Ever since the sealing of the two demons in the capital, while there had been occasional tremors in the past, such disturbances had dwindled with time, becoming almost negligible in recent years, let alone a commotion of this magnitude. Such disturbances have not occurred since the sealing. Your Majesty, we have just conducted an inspection and found no issues with the seal. One of the elders approached respectfully. If the seal is intact, why then have we experienced such tremors? Nangong Fuyao inquired sternly. The elder, head bowed and kneeling, flushed with embarrassment, yet he could not articulate a reason. Clearly, the seal posed no problems, yet the cause of the recent subterranean tremors remained elusive. Reinforce the seal and maintain vigilant surveillance of the underground movements. Any anomalies must be reported to me immediately, Nangong Fuyao commanded decisively before returning to the Fuyao Hall. As she sat within, fatigue etched across her visage. An inexplicable unease had plagued her for the past few days. Logically, at her level of cultivation, such disturbances should not arise. Rubbing her forehead, she pondered it might be due to an excess of trivial matters. Days passed, and Yu Qing had embarked on his journey to the southern kingdom. At present, he stood atop a mountain peak, gazing at the distant scenery, the gentle breeze refreshing his spirit. The beauty of the outside world is truly remarkable. You go. What brings you here alone? At that moment, several figures approached, led by a young maiden in a flowing dress, Lu Yi-er. After departing the imperial city, Yu Qing encountered Lu Yi-er and her companions on the road. They found common ground and chose to travel together. You go, be cautious. There are demonic beasts lurking in these mountains. Smaller ones may pose little threat, but if a large beast appears, we may find it challenging to protect you. Lu Yi-er warned, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Very well, let us proceed, Yu Qing replied with a smile. The group traversed the mountain range and reached a small town before nightfall. The night was adorned with twinkling stars, and a gentle breeze rustled outside the window. Yu Qing, with a wine bowl in hand, leaned against the window, intrigued as he listened to Lu Yi-er and her fellow disciples engaging in lively banter. A smile unconsciously graced his face. Though he was considerably older than them, who, before his crossing, was not also a youthful dreamer of chivalry and adventure? Come, you go. We toast to you. The young lads, whom Yu Qing regarded as younger brothers, raised their wine bowls. Cheers. Yu Qing reciprocated with his own bowl. At that moment, Lu Yi-er approached with a hint of regret in her voice. You go. I fear we may part ways tomorrow. Oh, Yu Qing looked up at her. Although our paths ahead are aligned, we intend to forego the official roads for the sake of our training. The unmarked paths are considerably more perilous. Should you accompany us, we might struggle to ensure your safety. Of course, I do not intend to belittle your capabilities, she added. Yu Qing smiled faintly and said, You underestimate me too much. It is also my fault for not informing you that I possess a modicum of cultivation. This statement instantly brightened the eyes of Lu Yi-er and the others, who eagerly inquired, Then, brother Yu, what level of cultivation do you possess? With a chuckle, Yu Qing raised his fist and replied, I could easily defeat any one of you. I would like to spar with you, brother Yu, a nearby youth, who had been drinking, declared as he set down his bowl and swiftly approached Yu Qing with a cunning attack. His hand, infused with profound energy, reached Yu Qing's chest in an instant, revealing that this young man had commendable talent, having already broken through to the innate realm. In the face of the incoming assault, Yu Qing merely smiled, raising his hand to effortlessly pinch the young man's wrist with 2 fingers, rendering his attack utterly ineffective. Hiss, brother Yu is incredibly strong. He is on par with the protectors of our sect. The group of youths gazed at Yu Qing with admiration, exclaiming in astonishment. Only Lu Yi, with her cheeks flushed, stuck out her tongue and remarked, "So, brother Yu is this powerful? How about it? Is it acceptable to journey together with you?" Yu Qing smiled. "With such strength, it is certainly not an issue. However, we shall rely on brother Yu to take care of us along the way," Lu Yi quickly responded. "Of course, it is no problem. We shall help each other." Yu Qing raised his wine bowl. Amidst the laughter and joy of the group of young men and women, only a sheep, lying upside down on a soft couch nearby, cast a disdainful glance at Yu Qing. Chapter 3. Has Yu Qing departed? As time passed, the news of Yu Qing's expulsion from the Fuyao Empire gradually spread. Beyond the distant Fuyao Empire lay an expanse of desert, with yellow sands stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. Yet, on the distant horizon, a grand and magnificent city loomed. Countless heavily armored cavalrymen, riding colossal beasts, patrolled the surroundings. At the heart of the city's fortress sat the leaders of two great barbarian nations. One was Man Shan, the chieftain of the Shaman nation, and the other was Gong Sun Tu, the leader of the Tu Shan nation. Both men were tall, with thick beards and long black hair cascading over their shoulders, devouring meat voraciously. Their every glance and gesture exuded authority and power. What? At that moment, Man Shan smashed his wine bowl down, his face filled with disbelief. "Are you saying that the demon has been expelled from the Fuyao Empire? This is the news just relayed from the imperial capital of Fuyao. It is absolutely true." Gong Sun Tu replied solemnly. "Stop spouting nonsense. I refuse to believe it. Has Nangong Fuyao lost his mind?" Man Shan shook his head in disbelief. "How foolish must one be to do such a thing? It's akin to slashing one's own carotid artery. This is not how one self-destructs their own abilities." However, in the next moment, one of his trusted confidants entered and presented him with a sealed letter. "Emma, it is indeed true." Man Shan opened the letter and was immediately taken aback. Clearly, his spies had also uncovered this information, although their actions had been considerably slower than those of Gong Sun Tu. No, let me sort this out." Man Shan settled onto a couch, scratching his head as his thoughts whirled rapidly, muttering in disbelief. How could this be possible? After a considerable pause, he raised his head, his eyes gleaming with insight, and said, "So, does this mean we need not ally with the Fuyao Empire? If that fiend has truly departed, then indeed, it is so," Gong Sun Tu replied languidly. No, Man Shan shook his head again, saying, "What if this is a deliberate falsehood concocted by that demon to test us? Then, he would come looking for us to share tea once more." Man Shan's words startled Gong Sun Tu, who usually appeared calm and composed. He involuntarily tapped his toes against the ground. It was indeed a painful memory, one that brought tears to the eyes upon recollection. It seems this matter requires careful deliberation. Gong Sun Tu, with a cautious glint in his eyes, after a long silence, proposed, "Let us first devise a plausible excuse to delay the alliance. Simultaneously, we shall continue to investigate the veracity of this information and confirm whether he is indeed absent from the Fuyao Empire before making further plans." "Very well, let it be so." Man Shan clapped his hands in agreement, adding, "The two great barbarian nations of ours are among the most powerful in this southern region. I have never regarded the diminutive Fuyao Empire with any esteem, nor do they dare to aspire to an equal alliance with us, only fearing the threat posed by that demon. If he is truly no longer in the Fuyao Empire, then we need not show them any courtesy henceforth." "Indeed." Gong Sun Tu nodded in agreement. "Then it is settled." Meanwhile, in the Fuyao Empire, deep beneath the pitch-black capital, two sealed demons were gasping heavily in the darkness. In recent days, the pressure had lifted. "If I am correct, he has taken that sword away." The deep, resonant voice echoed through the shadows. "Without that sword, these trivial chains and the formation above cannot confine us for long." "But what does this imply?" Silence enveloped the darkness. After a long while, one of them continued, saying, "If he is above, even without that sword, as long as we make the slightest sound, he will detect us, and we still cannot break free. Yet this remains our opportunity. Without that sword, we can at least gradually wear away the seals above our heads without causing a disturbance, ultimately breaking free in one decisive moment. Although this may take time, it is our only chance." "Very well, then we shall wait a while. Once freed, I shall ensure that these wretched humans pay dearly for their transgressions." At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the stairs leading to the underworld. Gradually, a group of blue-clad cultivators descended, led by an elder and a youth. "Everyone, inspect the seals," commanded the elder, standing beside an altar, his piercing gaze scrutinizing the actions of the blue-clad individuals. "Master Sun, do you believe that Yu Qing, having rendered significant contributions to the empire, has truly been exiled?" The youth whispered, unable to contain his curiosity. Hearing this, Master Sun replied dismissively, "Indeed, Yu Qing was admirable in his prime, but that was then. Now he is but a mere shell of his former self." "Alas," the youth lamented, "it is indeed a pity." However, their conversation was overheard by two formidable beings lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing the words, their eyes widened in disbelief as they exchanged glances in the darkness. "What? Yu Qing has been exiled from the empire?" The two creatures instinctively tugged at their black chains, leaning forward, as if afraid they had misheard. The heavy clanking of the chains failed to attract Master Sun and the youth's attention. A minor disturbance from these beasts was hardly unusual. They merely exchanged a glance before continuing their discourse. "It is of no consequence," Master Sun remarked scornfully, regardless of whether the allegations of treason hold any truth. His lack of self-awareness is undeniable. He is a mere wastrel now, yet still clings to his past glories and fancies himself of importance. His exile from the empire is, in fact, a fitting conclusion. We should take it as a cautionary tale. However, no sooner had Master Sun spoken than a tremendous rumble erupted from the shadows. The entire imperial city reverberated with a deafening noise, akin to an earthquake. Yu Qing has truly been exiled. The two monstrous beings were nearly beside themselves with joy, tears of exhilaration welling in their eyes. "With Yu Qing gone, what of the broken seal? Wait a while. What nonsense! I shall charge forth at once." Chapter 4. The impending storm at the borders, the imperial capital in disarray within the opulent Fuyao Palace. Nangong Fuyao sat upon the dragon throne, her exquisite beauty marred by an expression of utmost distress. The ministers standing below, trembling in fear, dared not utter a word. Just moments ago, two barbarian nations had sent word to postpone the alliance discussions. This was a matter of great significance for the Fuyao Empire, as the southern regions were home to a multitude of states, with the barbarian nations ranking among the most formidable. If an alliance could be forged with the barbarian nation, it would undoubtedly hold monumental significance for the Fuyao Empire. Thus, the Fuyao Empire would firmly establish its presence in the southern borders. However, with the alliance event approaching next month, the recent news of a delay raises numerous speculations. Perhaps, as suggested in the letter, it is due to the illness of the barbarian leader, Man Shan, that the delay has occurred, and therefore, I believe there is no need for excessive concern. One minister comfortingly remarked, "The barbarian nation reveres strength, and the prowess of Man Shan is extraordinary. It is improbable that he is indeed unwell." Nangwa Fuyo quickly deduced, her expression solemn, "I surmise that certain actions from our Fuyao Empire have displeased them, leading to this situation. Prepare 2 grand gifts to be sent to the 2 major barbarian nations." "Your Majesty," a minister interjected with concern, "might this cause the barbarians to underestimate us? The alliance is of paramount importance to the empire. As long as we can successfully form the alliance, minor grievances need not trouble us. Proceed as I have instructed," Nangwa Fuyo asserted with unwavering authority. "Your Majesty is indeed wise," the ministers echoed in praise. Yet, scarcely had the words left their lips when a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the imperial capital, shaking the very foundations of the Fuyao Palace. It resembled an earthquake, as countless ornaments swayed and decorations fell in chaos. "What is happening?" Nangwa Fuyo exclaimed, springing to her feet and swiftly exiting the palace. Outside, the scene was utter disarray. Under the force of the disturbance, the ground cracked open in spiderweb-like fissures, and numerous buildings crumbled. The entire capital was engulfed in panic. At that moment, the previously subterranean Grand Tutor Sun burst forth, appearing before Nangwa Fuyo. "Your Majesty, this is dire news. The 2 monstrous entities are assaulting the seal," Grand Tutor Sun declared gravely. "Moreover, under their violent onslaught, the seal has begun to weaken." "What?" Nangwa Fuyo's countenance shifted dramatically. Hadn't the seal been inspected recently and found to be intact? Why would these 2 monstrous beings suddenly assault it? And even if they did, it should not be possible for them to breach the seal, let alone weaken it. I do not know," Grand Tutor Sun exclaimed, nearly in tears from urgency. "I was conducting the routine inspection when the 2 monsters began their assault." "Useless," Nangwa Fuyo scolded sharply. Yet she understood that this was not the time for assigning blame. She immediately commanded, "Notify the Celestial Academy at once. We must collectively reinforce the seal and ensure that these two monstrous entities are repressed once more." Yes, Grand Tutor Sun and the others did not dare to delay, fully comprehending the gravity of the situation. Should these two monstrous beings escape, great calamity would befall the entire imperial capital. After a series of commands were issued, Nangwa Fuyo returned to the palace, awaiting news of the suppression of the monsters. A solitary figure sat, and for reasons unknown, the visage of Yu Qing surfaced in Nangong Fuyao's mind. Why did misfortune follow so closely upon Yu Qing's departure? Humph. Yet, the thought was fleeting. And with a cold snort, Nangong Fuyao dismissed it. There was no denying that Yu Qing had once possessed remarkable abilities. However, now he was but a mere shell of his former self. And the disturbances caused by the demonic entities and the alliance of the barbarian nations had no connection to Yu Qing whatsoever. At best, it was a mere coincidence. As darkness descended, a venerable elder, leaning heavily on a cane, entered the Fuyao Hall with a grave expression. This was none other than Sun Xuanji, the head of the Heavenly Palace Academy. The academy had been established specifically when Nangong Fuyao ascended to power. It was not only a cradle for the empire's powerful, but also housed many skilled individuals whom Fuyao had gathered over the years. "How goes it, Headmaster Sun?" Nangong Fuyao inquired urgently. With a somber shake of his head, Sun Xuanji replied, "Despite our efforts throughout the day to temporarily subdue the two demonic entities, this is but a fleeting measure. Unless the entire cadre of experts at the Heavenly Palace Academy channels energy into the seals for 12 consecutive hours, we can merely maintain a fragile equilibrium. Otherwise, it will not be long before the two entities break free." Nangong Fuyao's expression shifted dramatically. It was implausible to expect the entire academy to sustain such an endeavor for 12 hours straight. Then what of our training? Can we endure for half a month, let alone 6 months? Headmaster, have we discerned why the seals, which were originally sound, have suddenly been compromised, allowing these two entities to exert pressure upon them? Nangong Fuyao voiced his deepest confusion. Upon hearing this, a look of grave contemplation crossed Sun Xuanji's aged features. With a sigh, he responded, "According to our meticulous investigations, while the seals of the royal city's chain are intact, they have never been sufficient to contain the two formidable entities from the outset." This revelation struck Nangong Fuyao like a thunderclap. How can this be? If the seals were inadequate from the beginning, why did they not attempt to break free until now? Sun Xuanji shook his head with a bittersweet smile. "This perplexes us greatly as well. It defies all logic. However, Your Majesty need not be overly concerned. Though we must currently maintain the seals through continuous energy input for 12 hours, we can still manage to keep them subdued for the time being." Suddenly, a thought struck him. "I recall that within our empire, the ancient Taoist of the Qingyun sect is an expert in array formations and seals, renowned for his peak mastery across several neighboring nations. If we could summon him, he may possess a solution." "Oh, if that is the case, then hasten to call him forth. Should he resolve this predicament, I shall bestow upon him bountiful rewards." Nangong Fuyao spoke with great urgency. Sun Xuanji bowed his head in response, saying, "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." Meanwhile, as chaos ensued in the capital of Fuyao, Yu Qing and Lu Yi, along with their companions, continued their journey southward, honing their skills while experiencing the diverse customs and cultures along the way. Unbeknownst to them, all that was transpiring was of no concern to them. As night fell, the stars twinkled brilliantly in the sky. The group ignited a bonfire, illuminating their jovial faces. After indulging in wine, one of the youngsters exclaimed, "Brother Yu, why not join our Qingyun sect?" Lu Yi, her eyes sparkling, echoed the sentiment. Her words instantly sparked a chorus of agreement from the others, who chimed in, "Yes, Brother Yu, you're only a few years older than us. And with your impressive cultivation, you should definitely join our Qingyun sect. And our sect has considerable renown. Surely you've heard of the green-robed sword immortal, the one who vanquished the 3 kings during the establishment of the Fuyao Empire? He is a figure of great significance, and our ancestor once shared a connection with him. Indeed, our ancestor possesses not only formidable strength, but also unparalleled expertise in formations. If you have any interest in formations, perhaps he could teach you," they continued excitedly. "Is he truly that remarkable?" Yu Qing exclaimed in astonishment. His thoughts drifted back 20 years, recalling the title of the Green Robe Sword Immortal, a name he had not heard in ages. It was surprising to hear it from a group of young ones 2 decades later. As for the ancestor of the Qing sect, upon reflection, it seemed there was indeed some connection. The mastery of formations he possessed was likely something Yu Qing had imparted long ago. Chapter 5. Surely this demonic beast isn't already in the pot? Just then, Lu Yi and the others eagerly remarked, "Our ancestor is also heading south on business and will conveniently bring us back." They pressed on. "So, how about it, brother Yu? Joining the sect is not urgent. I shall consider it when the opportunity arises to meet your ancestor," Yu Qing replied with a gentle smile. "Very well. Our ancestor is quite amiable and cares for us junior disciples. We will certainly introduce you to him when the time comes." These young novices, fresh to the world, were unburdened by ulterior motives. They expressed their likes openly. Yu Qing enjoyed their company, especially since they indulged in merriment without guile. At this moment, the group gathered around the bonfire, preparing dinner. Typically, upon reaching the innate realm, one could sustain themselves for several days through fasting, or at the very least, consume a low-grade fasting pill to avoid food and drink for several days. However, ever since Yu Qing prepared a hot pot for them from his ingredients, the youngsters had forsaken the fasting pills, insisting on when he would prepare another hot pot. Since his arrival in this new world, regardless of his cultivation, he had maintained the delightful habit of enjoying meals, particularly hot pot and barbecues, accompanied by a modest libation. The average cultivator remains blissfully unaware of the exquisite pleasures that lie within. Thus, within the confines of the sleeve of the cosmos, a myriad of culinary instruments and ingredients await. Prepare your pots and pans, for I shall venture forth to procure some ingredients. After gathering the necessary items, Yu Qing set off alone into the forest in search of sustenance. Meanwhile, Lu Yi and the others, brimming with excitement, eagerly commenced their preparations. In the forest, with a single step, Yu Qing found himself traversing from one mountaintop to another. He surveyed his surroundings with a tranquil gaze. At that moment, a soft exclamation escaped his lips. Initially intent on capturing some ordinary beast for culinary purposes, he unexpectedly encountered a demon beast, specifically, a creature of the heavenly wasteland realm. The hierarchy of demon beasts parallels that of humans. Following the postnatal and innate realms, they harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. The stages that follow the innate realm are classified as the human wasteland, earth wasteland, and heavenly wasteland. Demon beasts, absorbing the essence of the cosmos, cultivate their bodies to perfection, rendering their flesh far superior to that of ordinary beasts. While the strength of a heavenly wasteland demon beast is considerable, comparable to that of a small sect's leader, its elevated status serves merely to provide nourishment for these younglings. With a decisive step forward, Yu Qing approached the demon beast. Startled by the sudden appearance of a human, the creature, unable to transform but capable of speech, perceived Yu Qing as a fortuitous offering. "Die!" it roared, opening its cavernous maw to lunge at him. Yet, it met its demise. This beast, resembling a tiger yet not quite, was of modest size. Yu Qing collected it and hurried back to the camp. "Wow, brother Yu, what manner of beast is this? I have never seen its like before," exclaimed Lu Yi, her eyes wide with astonishment at the unusual ingredient. "You rest, brother Yu. I shall handle this," said a young disciple, drawing a long sword and approaching the demon beast. However, his strike merely scraped the surface of the creature's hide. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. The young disciple's face flushed with embarrassment as he stared in confusion at the seemingly formidable ingredient, having exerted considerable effort. "Allow me to assist with this knife," Yu Qing offered, producing a hefty cleaver. For reasons unknown, the moment the blade was drawn, an inexplicable chill swept through Lu Yi and the others, causing their somewhat sentient swords to lose their luster. This fleeting change went unnoticed by the inexperienced group. "Wow, brother Yu, you even have such a knife prepared," remarked the youth, taking the cleaver with a look of surprise. With a single effortless strike, he severed the demon beast's head. Yu Qing smiled. As a semi-professional gourmet, one must possess the appropriate tools. The head was deemed unnecessary, appearing rather unappetizing. The youth casually hung the severed head upon a tree. The moonlight cascaded down, and the air by the bonfire was filled with laughter and merriment. Yu Qing transformed into a chef, adding seasonings to the bubbling pot, and soon, A steaming hot pot was presented before everyone's eyes. Let us raise a toast to Brother Yu. The young men and women produced their wine flasks and collectively toasted to Yu Qing. Afterward, they began to indulge in the feast. Before long, everyone was savoring the meal, their mouths glistening with oil. With each sip of wine and bite of meat, some little ones, unable to withstand the effects of alcohol, began to sway unsteadily. Reminiscing about the past, the sight of this group of underdeveloped youths truly amused Yu Qing. However, amid the revelry, a sudden chill enveloped the atmosphere. Yu Qing, holding the wine flask, paused momentarily but made no move, instead directing his gaze towards Lu Yi and the others. Before long, Lu Yi and her companions also sensed the unusual shift, instantly sobering up. They swiftly drew their swords, forming a defensive stance, their faces etched with vigilance as they scanned the surroundings. Yu Qing found himself instinctively encircled by them. Their alertness was commendable, observing the actions of these young ones. He nodded in satisfaction. Yet, at the moment of his appraisal, a cacophony of rustling emerged from the nearby thicket, accompanied by a mocking voice. "TSK, TSK. A bunch of little rascals, quite alert indeed." Shadows surrounded them from all directions, and the speaker was a bald man, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust, with a vicious scar etched across his face. "Hand over your pills and magical artifacts, and perhaps we might let you live," the bald man growled ominously. Upon hearing his words, the group quickly discerned their identities. In the vast Fuyao Empire, where sects flourished, many practitioners of mediocre cultivation banded together to rob passing cultivators for resources. In essence, they were no different from mountain bandits, merely bandits with some degree of cultivation. "Why should we surrender to you? I warn you, do not act recklessly. We are disciples of Qingyun sect," Lu Yi retorted, unfazed, brandishing her sword and revealing the token exclusive to disciples of Qingyun sect. "Humph," the bald man scoffed disdainfully. "We're thousands of miles from Qingyun sect. Even if you were to seek retribution later, you would be lost to us. Since you choose to drink the penalty wine instead of the celebratory one, do not blame us." With that, he waved his hand, commanding, "Seize them." However, despite his loud commands, those behind him remained utterly still, trembling in fear. Confused, he turned to look back, only to find his companions quaking and shivering. "What are you doing, seizing the opportunity like madmen?" thundered the burly man. However, as soon as his voice faded, one of his subordinates patted him and subtly gestured towards a tree nearby. Puzzled, he turned to look. There, hanging from a branch, was the head of a monstrous beast. A gasp escaped his lips, resembling the squawk of a distressed duck. For those who had long roamed this region, that head was all too familiar. It belonged to a beast of the heavenly wasteland, the sovereign of this territory. They had encountered it once before, and it had nearly annihilated them. The ghastly scar on his face was a testament to that encounter. And now, the head of that beast dangled from the tree. As he shifted his gaze to a bubbling pot nearby, he swallowed hard. Surely, the beast of the heavenly wasteland had not already met its end in that pot. Chapter 6. This formation can only be set by Yu Qing. The mere thought made his legs go weak, and he found himself kneeling on the ground. His eyes swept over to Yu Qing, whose true strength remained an enigma. Ever since their arrival, he had been engrossed in his drink. There was no doubt that this beast had fallen by his hand, marking him as an extraordinary master. The ability to subdue a beast of the heavenly wasteland meant they had stepped onto perilous ground. In a moment of overwhelming fear, the bandits dared not even breathe. Their breaths audible, each inhalation teetering on the edge of suffocation. They did not even dare to move, let alone flee. Suddenly, a voice like thunder resonated in their minds. "Get lost." The moment those words struck their ears, they felt a jolt of pain in their heads, their minds reeling. In a frenzy, they shouted in terror, "Yes, yes. We shall leave at once." Without a moment's hesitation, the bandits fled as if granted a reprieve from death, quickly vanishing from sight. Yu Qing continued to drink, seemingly indifferent. He discerned that these bandits sought only wealth and harbored no intent to kill, which is why he chose not to pursue them further, merely imparting a minor lesson. Meanwhile, the sheep by his side remained obliviously asleep, legs in the air, never once opening its eyes. Only later did they realize they were disciples of the Qingyun sect, prompting their hasty retreat. Lu Yi and the others, their eyes glimmering with naivety, thought little of it, believing they had merely intimidated the bandits with their sect's reputation. They sheathed their swords and resumed their feasting. For those of their age, the recent events had not instilled fear. Rather, they felt a sense of pride. Hey, brother Yu, did you see? Our Qingyun sect is quite formidable, isn't it? With but a single utterance, the band of mountain brigands was sent fleeing. Upon encountering the venerable ancestor, do ensure you join our esteemed Qingyun sect. The little one spoke to Yu Qing with an air of pride and triumph, eliciting a bemused smile from him. A night filled with revelry and libations stretched until the midnight hour, after which the group settled into meditation for rest. At dawn the following day, after a brief respite, they resumed their raucous descent southward. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, a magnificent phoenix-feathered divine eagle soared through the sky, stirring waves of air in its wake. Upon its back stood an elder clad in a Taoist robe, his hands clasped behind him, as he and the majestic creature sped through the heavens. This elder was none other than the founding ancestor of the Qingyun sect, renowned as a master of formations, known as the ancient Taoist. He had been summoned by the Empress Fuyo to journey to the imperial capital. In this southern region, while certain transcendent sects remained aloof from imperial governance, the majority were indeed under the empire's jurisdiction, and the Qingyun sect was no exception. Typically, the empire allowed them a degree of autonomy, intervening only in times of dire crisis. Nevertheless, a summons from the sovereign demanded respect. Upon arriving at the Fuyo imperial capital, the esteemed president of the heavenly palace, Sun Xuanji, awaited his arrival and promptly escorted him to meet the empress. Ancient Taoist, I pay my respects to your majesty, the elder intoned, a sense of astonishment welling within him at the gravity of the situation, especially with the empress herself present. This was his first encounter with the illustrious Fuyo empress, whose regal presence exuded authority despite her gender. Ancient Taoist, there is no need for excessive formality. Please, be seated, she replied, her imperial demeanor softening to reveal a more amiable side. The reason for her summons was the persistent assault of demonic entities beneath the imperial capital, which continued to batter against their seal. Despite the efforts of the Heavenly Palace's experts, who tirelessly reinforced the seal for 12 consecutive hours, the atmosphere remained fraught with anxiety, prompting many to flee the capital. The reinforcement of the seal is of utmost urgency. The Fuyo Empress, beloved by her subjects, was indeed a sight to behold in person, a realization that left the ancient Taoist silently impressed. With a slight bow, he inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of your summons, your majesty? Should my humble abilities be of service, I stand ready to assist." "Indeed, there is a troublesome matter that requires your attention," Sun Xuanji interjected, proceeding to elucidate the situation regarding the demonic entities assaulting the seal beneath the capital in detail. "Is that so?" The ancient Taoist's expression shifted to one of gravity as he acknowledged the existence of the two demonic entities beneath the capital. He then clasped his hands together and stated, "If I am able to resolve this matter, I shall do my utmost. Please, lead me to investigate further. Then I must trouble you, Taoist. Once there are results, report back to me at once." Nangong Fu Yao expressed her distress, clearly overwhelmed by the two malevolent creatures that had disrupted her usual composure and tranquility. After 2 hours, Sun Xuanji and the Taoist priest returned to the Fu Yao palace. "What news do you bring?" Fu Yao inquired immediately upon their arrival. "Your Majesty, the power of these creatures is exceedingly formidable, and the required strength of the formation is extraordinary. Given my proficiency in formations, I fear I am unable to assist." The Taoist priest replied with a regretful countenance. "What? Even you are powerless?" Fu Yao's expression chilled at his words. "Indeed, I am at a loss. This level of formation can only be achieved by one individual," the Taoist priest stated. "Oh, who is that?" Fu Yao's gaze brightened as her earlier frostiness dissipated. "Your Majesty, that person is Prince Qing," the Taoist priest declared. Fu Yao raised an eyebrow. "Prince Qing, Yu Qing?" "Precisely," the Taoist priest affirmed. "Are you not aware that Prince Qing was rendered powerless 20 years ago?" Sun Xuanji interjected meaningfully. "Although his cultivation has been abolished, his understanding of formations and knowledge of array techniques remain intact," the Taoist priest explained. "With Prince Qing's guidance, I would be confident in setting up this formation." As the Taoist priest's words lingered, an eerie silence enveloped the Fu Yao palace. Sun Xuanji remained quietly contemplative, while the Empress's expression momentarily darkened, her grip on the dragon throne tightening to a shade of pale. To be candid, my mastery of formations was honed under Prince Qing's tutelage. The Taoist priest continued with a hint of nostalgia. Prince Qing and I share a bond of both teacher and friend. It has been 20 years since we last met. If possible, I implore you to summon him swiftly. Together, we can surely alleviate your Majesty's concerns. Chapter 7. I refuse to believe we cannot find another. The strange silence persisted, and the atmosphere in the hall turned noticeably cold. The Taoist priest, perplexed, glanced at Sun Xuanji. With a sigh, Sun Xuanji hesitated before softly addressing. Your Majesty, might I suggest upon hearing this? The Empress lifted her gaze, her expression inscrutable. Although Taoist priest, you cannot set the formation. Is there a temporary means of suppression? If it is merely a matter of temporary suppression, I believe I can manage that, the Taoist priest mused, then nodded in agreement. Then please assist me in this temporary suppression, Fu Yao commanded. The Taoist priest replied affirmatively, very well. Now, you may depart. I am weary. Fu Yao waved her hand dismissively. Sun Xuanji nodded and escorted the Taoist priest out of the Fu Yao palace. Director Sun, what of summoning Prince Qing? The Taoist priest inquired, his brow furrowed with curiosity. There is no need for concern. The Empress will make the decision. For now, let us focus on the temporary suppression. Sun Xuanji advised. Very well. The ancient Taoist nodded, harboring no further thoughts, only lamenting the absence of Yu Qing at that moment. He followed Sun Xuanji into the skies above the imperial capital, whereupon his Taoist robe billowed, conjuring 5 small flags that soared into the air, each descending towards the 5 cardinal points of the capital. As the flags settled, the experts from the Celestial Palace maintaining the formation noticeably felt a reduction in pressure. These were the 5 elements formation flags, the treasured guardians of our Qingyan sect. After the flags were deployed, the ancient Taoist explained, their power is limited, capable of sustaining the formation for no more than a month. A month is already quite remarkable. Thank you for your efforts, Taoist, Sun Xuanji replied with a respectful gesture. The elderly Taoist then took his leave, promising to return when King Qing was ready to act. Subsequently, the ancient Taoist summoned the wind feather divine eagle and stepped into the air. Take your time, Taoist, he said. After bidding farewell to the ancient Taoist, Sun Xuanji let out a sigh and turned towards the Fuyao Palace. Your Majesty, the ancient Taoist has summoned the Qingyun sect's treasured flags, which can suppress the demonic entities for a month. Upon arriving at the Fuyao Palace, Sun Xuanji bowed his head to report, contemplating for a moment before adding. While this will temporarily alleviate our pressure, it ultimately addresses only the symptoms, not the root cause. I understand your meaning, but there is no need for further explanation. Nangong Fuyao replied frostily. I have no need for a discarded waste from the Fuyao Empire. I refuse to believe that in this vast empire, we cannot find someone to strengthen this formation. Sun Xuanji's expression grew troubled. After a moment of reflection, he replied, however, the ancient Taoist formation is already at its peak within the Fuyao Empire. Then we shall search the entire southern region. With the strength of our Fuyao Empire, surely we can enlist someone within a month, Nangong Fuyao stated icily. Sun Xuanji, his expression complex, nodded slowly. Very well, I shall go seek out assistance. Days passed swiftly. Within a bustling city, Yu Qing and a group led by Lu Yi'er were seated in the largest tavern. At that moment, Lu Yi'er seemed to sense something and quickly produced a communication jade. The gem shimmered with a gentle glow. Big brother Yu, our ancestor and master have come to fetch us ahead of schedule. Lu Yi'er exclaimed excitedly. They messaged us, saying they are waiting for us outside the city to meet. Have they arrived so soon? Yu Qing glanced out the window and smiled. It has been 20 years since I last saw that old man. All right then, let us go meet your ancestor, Yu Qing replied with a calm smile. The group hurried towards the city outskirts. The arrival of the ancient Taoist filled Lu Yi'er and the others with immense excitement, all the while their thoughts lingered on Yu Qing's potential joining of the Qingyan sect. Big brother Yu, we are about to meet our ancestor. Please do not be nervous. Although he may appear stern, he is truly a kind-hearted person. Moreover, should our esteemed ancestor have any inquiries for you, simply respond truthfully. Given the prowess and character you have demonstrated, brother Yu, when you meet the ancestor, it would be prudent to show a little more courtesy, and I am certain the ancestor will be quite pleased with you. Lu Yi'er and the others earnestly advised Yu Qing, genuinely concerned for him, which elicited a bemused smile from Yu Qing. However, the prospect of reuniting with an old friend excited him. The ancestors were just ahead. Before long, they had arrived outside the city. Lu Yi, the swiftest among them, led the way, and before their eyes stood several figures, with the venerable Gu Dao Ren at the forefront. Disciples, I pay my respects to the ancestor, to the master, and to all esteemed elders. Lu Yi and the others joyfully bowed in greeting. Haha, little Yi, you and your companions are quite audacious after your training. You have ventured so far, remarked a middle-aged man, the current sect leader of Qingyun sect, Xianyuan Tao, who is also Lu Yi's master. He affectionately ruffled Lu Yi's hair, a broad smile adorning his face. The others present were also the masters of various disciples, esteemed elders of Qingyun sect. Upon returning from the royal capital of Fuyao, Gu Daoren had coincidentally led these high-ranking members of Qingyun sect on a mission, also to retrieve these disciples after their training. The long-anticipated reunion filled everyone with warmth and joviality. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Yi recalled Yu Qing, who stood nearby. By the way, esteemed ancestor, master, honored elders, I would like to introduce someone to you. She swiftly dashed to Yu Qing's side and proclaimed, This is Brother Yu Qing. We encountered each other on the road, and he has looked after us throughout our journey. Brother Yu, this is the esteemed ancestor I mentioned to you. Quickly, pay your respects. Lu Yi eagerly tugged at Yu Qing, signaling him. However, Yu Qing remained still, gazing at Gu Daoren with a smile, silent. At that moment, Gu Daoren's attention was fixed upon Yu Qing as well. Initially, there was little recognition, but upon their true meeting, a torrent of memories from 20 years ago surged forth, stirring an unexpected excitement within Gu Daoren. Finally, after a prolonged exchange of glances, Yu Qing spoke first, chuckling softly, Old fellow, it has been quite a while. This remark startled Lu Yi, who immediately displayed a look of anxiety. Internally, she lamented, Oh no, what has happened? How could Brother Yu dare address the ancestor as old fellow? Such audacity is excessive. She even envisioned the ancestor's impending fury. Yet, contrary to her expectations of a thunderous reprimand from Gu Daoren, to her astonishment, he stepped forward and enveloped Yu Qing in a warm embrace. Lu Yi and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. A group of little ones glanced at Yu Qing and then at the ancient Taoist, their expressions brimming with disbelief. The venerable ancestor not only refrained from reprimanding Yu Qing, but also embraced him. At that moment, Xianyuan Tao and the others turned their gazes towards Yu Qing. Upon seeing his demeanor, their faces lit up with joy. Led by Xianyuan Tao, the elders behind him approached Yu Qing, cupping their hands in respect, and said, Ah, it is Mr. Yu. It has been a long time. We pay our respects to you. Master, Yu, Brother Yu. This revelation left Lu Yi and the others utterly speechless. Their mouths agape as if they could fit a quail egg inside. What do you mean, Brother Yu? Little Yi, do not be rude. Quickly pay your respects to Senior Yu, Xianyuan Tao admonished. Mr. Yu has bestowed great kindness upon our Qingyun sect, and he is none other than the renowned green-robed sword immortal of 20 years ago. What? Brother Yu is the green-robed sword immortal? The news struck Lu Yi and the others like a thunderbolt in their minds. The Brother Yu they had been living alongside for so long was, in fact, the legendary green-robed sword immortal spoken of by the sect's elders. We pay our respects to you, Senior Yu, they stammered, their earlier bravado evaporating, leaving their faces pale with fear. Especially recalling their nervousness during the journey, they hurriedly bowed to Yu Qing. Ha ha ha, little Tao, there is no need for such formality. My relationship with them is quite amicable, Yu Qing chuckled, extending his hand to affectionately ruffle the hair of the two closest youths. Before, little Yi and the others sent word that they were traveling with a young hero, and we were quite concerned. It turns out you are that very young hero. Xianyuan Tao felt no discomfort at Yu Qing's familiarity. Rather, he stood beside him, appearing somewhat reserved. In the past, when he was with his ancestor, he had been like a servant, always following closely. He held a genuine respect for the man before him. However, these little ones have been quite bothersome during the journey. I hope you will not take offense, esteemed sir, Xianyuan Tao added. There is no need for such distance between us, Yu Qing replied with a smile. It occurred to him that when he first encountered Lu Yi and the others, he had no idea they belonged to the Qingyun sect. Thus, it truly was fate. Meanwhile, after embracing Yu Qing, the ancient Taoist had yet to exchange a word of pleasantries, producing a jade vial and tossing it towards Yu Qing. You understand me well, Yu Qing said with a smile, catching the vial and bringing it to his nose to inhale its fragrance. Excellent wine. Behind him, Xin Yuan Tao exchanged glances with the others, and they all discreetly withdrew, leaving only Xin Yuan Tao to stand by. Just like 20 years ago, a few days ago, I visited the Fuyao imperial capital, thinking I would see you then. I never expected you to come here, the ancient man chuckled. Yu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, took a sip of wine, and said languidly, "You certainly will not see me in the imperial city of Fuyao. I have already departed from the Fuyao Empire." Departed from the Fuyao Empire? What does that mean? The ancient man furrowed his brow and sat up straight. It means I am no longer a part of the Fuyao Empire, and its affairs no longer concern me, Yu Qing replied flatly. What do you mean? The ancient man suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed on Yu Qing. Observing the lack of any aura emanating from him, he quickly deduced the truth and said solemnly, "Did Nangong Fuyao cast you aside upon discovering your diminished powers?" Perhaps, Yu Qing nodded indifferently after a moment of silence. There may be other reasons as well. Ultimately, in her eyes, I have become worthless, and this worthless person has witnessed her vulnerabilities and weaknesses. For the exalted Empress Nangong, it is only natural to erase her past indiscretions. It may seem absurd and unbelievable that such a trivial reason could lead to the expulsion of a former benefactor. Yet that is the reality. Everything in this world is but a makeshift stage. The darker sides of human nature are omnipresent. Of course, the past is behind me, and I have no desire to dwell on it any longer, just as I expressed upon my departure. Birds and fish travel different paths. Henceforth, we are strangers. I harbor no anger or resentment, only a sense of detachment. However, my indifference does not imply that the ancient man can swallow this indignation. In his fury, he leapt forward and struck, causing the stones ahead to shatter. That despicable Nangong Fuyao, that wretched woman. Does she not realize who enabled her ascent to the throne? You sacrificed your own powers to quell threats on her behalf, yet she repaid you by casting you aside. The most infuriating part is that she has the audacity to have me strengthen the seals against the monstrous beings beneath the imperial city. How can such a shameless woman exist in this world? Ironically, I left the 5 Elements banner behind to assist her. As the ancient man vented his fury, Yu Qing slowly sipped his wine, unable to suppress a smile and a shake of his head. This fellow. 20 years have passed, and his temperament remains unchanged. Yu Qing made no effort to soothe him, allowing him to unleash his frustration. Once he had vented, the ancient man sat down again, grumbling. I shall reclaim my 5 Elements banner and let the seals perish. With that declaration, he stood once more, performing intricate hand seals. Yu Qing, observing the ancient man's actions, regarded them with calm detachment, neither intervening nor stoking the flames of his fury. The choice of the ancient practitioner is his own. As for what will become of the Fengyao Empire, it no longer concerns him. Chapter 9. I go to your 7th uncle within the Fengyao Palace. Nangong Fengyao occupied the high seat, while several ministers stood respectfully below. Your Majesty, the grand gifts have been delivered to the 2 great barbarian nations. Although we have yet to receive a response, the barbarians have not refused the offerings, one minister reported with deference. Indeed, Nangong Fengyao nodded. Their acceptance was a positive sign for them. At that moment, Sun Xuanji emerged, stating, Your Majesty, I have dispatched skilled practitioners from the Heavenly Palace to the southern regions in search of masters of formations. We shall receive news shortly. Furthermore, the 5 element flags arranged by the ancient practitioner in the imperial capital are functioning perfectly. There will be no crisis within the month. Excellent. A satisfied expression graced Nangong Fengyao's face, her mood visibly brightening. Despite some recent troubles and setbacks, it appeared that resolution was imminent, and everything was progressing favorably. Once the alliance matters are settled and the threat of the demon beasts is eliminated, all who contributed will be richly rewarded. As her words echoed, an aura of royal authority radiated from Nangong Fengyao, her presence commanding and proud. We humbly thank your Majesty for your benevolence. However, just as the grand hall basked in a pleasant atmosphere, a sudden, earth-shaking tremor reverberated through the imperial capital. Caught off guard, many struggled to maintain their footing. The smile that had adorned Nangong Fengyao's face vanished, replaced by concern. What is happening? She admonished. Is there an issue with the 5 element flags? Sun Xuanji's expression darkened as he swiftly exited the palace, ascending above the imperial capital. There, he witnessed the 5 element flags. originally anchored in their positions to fortify the formation, now pulsating with an eerie glow, their runes swirling as they trembled violently. In the next moment, realization struck him, and he shouted, "No, the ancient practitioner has retracted the 5-element flags." As his voice echoed, the quaking flags detached from their positions, soaring into the sky and transforming into 5 streaks of light that vanished in an instant. Nangong Fengyao witnessed this scene, her expression darkening as she stepped out of the Fengyao palace. "Damn it, what is the ancient practitioner doing?" she exclaimed. "Immediately contact him and demand an explanation. If I do not receive a satisfactory response, I shall eradicate his Qingyun sect from this world." Anger radiated from her, an icy pressure enveloping the surroundings. "Your Majesty, I implore you to stabilize the seal first. Without the 5-element flags, the seal cannot hold for long. If the 2 demon beasts escape, the entire imperial capital will be plunged into chaos," Sun Xuanji urged, desperation etched on his face. Without further ado, he conjured an array disk from thin air, ascending with determination to exert the power of the formation in order to suppress it. However, as the power of the formation plate descended upon the array, 2 significant shocks resonated from beneath the earth, causing the formation plate to succumb to the force and shatter instantaneously into 2 fragments. At that moment, the many masters of the heavenly palace, who were reinforcing the formation, collectively spat blood. Among them, Sun Xuanji bore the brunt, vomiting blood as he was propelled backward 1,000 feet into the air. It was evident that the subterranean demons had sensed the weakening of the formation and were fiercely assaulting the seal. Sun Xuanji's countenance grew gravely serious, disregarding his injuries. He hastily consumed 2 medicinal pills and unleashed a surge of power to reinforce the seal, simultaneously shouting, "Heavenly Palace, heed my command. At all costs, suppress the 2 demons." The others understood the gravity of the situation and promptly ingested their pills, once again channeling their strength into the seal. However, with some of the masters dispatched to the southern regions in search of formation experts, the absence of the 5-element flags rendered it impossible for Sun Xuanji and the others to maintain the seal. It became painfully evident, as some of the Heavenly Palace's masters succumbed to the overwhelming force of the demons, perishing before their eyes. With bloodshot eyes, Sun Xuanji desperately endeavored to reinforce the seal. Yet, no matter how fervently he tried, the seal was rapidly weakening under the relentless assaults of the subterranean demons. "Your Majesty, there is no other option. I implore you to utilize the imperial seal." Sun Xuanji cried out anxiously from the air. "What do you intend to do?" Nangong Fuyao retorted furiously. "The imperial seal is the foundation of the nation. How can it be misused to suppress these 2 demons?" "But your Majesty, if we do not employ the imperial seal to harness the power of the empire's fortune, these 2 demons will break free within a day, and the capital will surely descend into chaos," Sun Xuanji implored earnestly. "Damn it." Nangong Fuyao's expression turned icy. "You are all worthless." As she spoke, the Empress Fuyao waved her phoenix robe and stepped into the air, the imperial seal appearing in her hand, swiftly descending to suppress the demons below. The imperial seal, embodying the fortune of the nation, instantly subdued the demons that were assaulting the seal. Yet, it was precisely this necessity that made Nangong Fuyao so resistant. The dignified imperial seal being used to suppress demons was a matter that would leave her with no face to show, and in the long run, it would undoubtedly impact the nation's fortune significantly. Yet she had forgotten that it was her own request to seal these 2 demons beneath the capital. The struggle between the monsters of the wasteland and humanity had always been relentless. Sealing such powerful demons beneath the capital could continuously provide the Fuyao Empire with an unending source of fortuitous energy. As time passed and fortune accumulated, the Fuyao Empire would flourish evermore. Witnessing the effects of the imperial seal, Sun Xuanji finally exhaled heavily, returning pale to Nangong Fuyao's side. However, he understood that utilizing the imperial seal to seal the demons was merely a temporary measure, hardly a remedy for the situation. Should the fortunes of the nation be diminished to a certain extent, even the empire of Fuyao would struggle to sustain itself, inevitably leading to a cascade of calamities and ultimately its demise. In such a scenario, it would be preferable to unleash 2 fiendish creatures. The devastation of life would surely be less dire than the fall of the nation. First, I must contact the ancient Taoist and inquire why he dares to toy with me in such a manner. After temporarily stabilizing the seal, Nangong Fuyao's expression turned frigid, resembling a ravenous tiger poised to strike, as she issued a command cold as frost. Yes, Sun Xuanji, not daring to delay, swiftly produced a communication stone to reach out to the ancient Taoist. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the ancient Taoist had just retrieved the five elements banner. Curse it all. Perish, he grumbled. Yu Qing shook his head with a smile, attempting to soothe him. Beside them, Xianyuan Tao, the leader of the Qingyun sect, found himself at a loss for words. In the presence of his own ancestors, he was a figure of imposing authority, yet before Lord Yu Qing, he revealed a more volatile side. At that moment, the irate ancient Taoist sensed a disturbance from the communication stone. Damn it, this wretched harlot dares to contact me. Without hesitation, he infused a surge of energy into the stone and unleashed a torrent of words. Back in the imperial capital of the Fuyao Empire, Sun Xuanji awaited the ancient Taoist's response, while Nangong Fuyao sat in a brooding silence. Finally, the communication stone shimmered with a pulse. Your Majesty, the ancient Taoist has replied. Sun Xuanji announced promptly. Listen, Nangong Fuyao commanded in a deep voice. Sun Xuanji nodded, his fingers moving to activate the stone, and the ancient Taoist's voice echoed forth. The first words were, Nangong Fuyao, you vile harlot. May your ancestors rot in hell. You ungrateful wretch. Do you not realize how much my brother Yu Qing has sacrificed for you? Had he not picked you up from that corner, you would have long since perished. Not even deserving the title of emperor, merely a specter of hunger. Even without his cultivation, he sought to assist you in quelling troubles. Yet you, this venomous woman, not only lack gratitude but have repaid him with betrayal, casting him aside. How dare you ask me to reinforce the seal? What audacity you possess! How can such a shameless woman exist in this world? Upon hearing this, before the ancient Taoist had even finished his tirade, Sun Xuanji could no longer bear to listen and swiftly crushed the communication stone to dust. Yet, even with just these words, Nangong Fuyao's countenance darkened to a terrifying degree, a chilling aura enveloping the entire Fuyao hall. Countless objects around her silently shattered into fragments, splintering upon the ground, a testament to the fury raging within the heart of this empress. Having ascended to the throne for so long, she had never been so openly insulted, especially not with her past transgressions laid bare before Sun Xuanji. Sun Xuanji stood in silence, too afraid to utter a word. He was acutely aware that this was the most sensitive matter for the empress. To defy me openly for the sake of a discarded wretch from the imperial capital. Time seemed to stretch in that frigid space until, at last, Nangong Fuyao's voice emerged, deliberate and resolute. I want the Qingyun sect to vanish from this world. Indeed, Sun Xuanji nodded with a complex expression. The audacity of the ancient figure to berate Nangong Fuyao would inevitably lead to this outcome. In truth, he was not surprised by it. Given the relationship between Yu Qing and the ancient figure, it was inevitable that such a scene would unfold after Yu Qing's expulsion. However, he had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. A sigh escaped him. It was never meant to come to this. Chapter 10. A supreme bone for you. Upon realizing that there was no response from the communication stone, the ancient figure finally stowed it away. Yet he remained unsatisfied. He retrieved another communication stone and sent a directive to the entire Southern Jiang Array Masters Guild, prohibiting any array master within the guild from aiding the Fuyao Empire. After hastily completing these tasks, he turned to Xianyuan Tao and commanded, issue orders to summon all disciples of the Qingyun sect back and activate the mountain ceiling Great Formation to restrict all entrance and exit. Understood, Xianyuan Tao responded promptly. Aware that their ancestors' scathing remarks towards the Empress would undoubtedly provoke retaliation, Yu Qing chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He had some understanding of the ancient figure's mastery of formations. If he activated the mountain ceiling formation and took refuge within, for the time being, no one from the Fuyao Empire could contend with the Qingyun sect. However, when had the Southern Jiang Array Masters Guild emerged, allowing this old man to issue such commands? Xianyuan Tao seemed to sense Yu Qing's confusion and quickly explained, Mr. Yu, the Southern Jiang Array Masters Guild was recently established under our Ancestor S initiative, making him its inaugural president. Ah, I see. Yu Qing nodded, acknowledging that the old man had indeed achieved prominence over the years. He then inquired, your entourage of disciples must have a purpose beyond mere retrieval, correct? Indeed. The ancient figure affirmed. Recently, our people from the Qingyan sect discovered a secret realm nearby. From my investigations, it is highly likely that this realm was left behind by a master alchemist. Isn't it true that with your lifespan dwindling and no breakthroughs in sight, you must seek something to prolong your life? The ancient figure lamented with a wry smile. At this, Yu Qing recalled that the old man was indeed several centuries old. You have a point, he conceded. Mr. Yu, actually. At this moment, Xianyuan Tao interjected, the ancestor is not merely in search of longevity elixirs. Oh. Yu Qing turned his curious gaze towards Xianyuan Tao, intrigued by what more there was to seek. In truth, ever since our ancestor learned of your cultivation being crippled, he has been tirelessly traversing various secret realms for the past 20 years, attempting to find a method to restore your foundational roots. In his pursuit of your cultivation, he has been tirelessly seeking solutions, to the point of self-reproach for not having found an answer, feeling unworthy to face you. Pardon my impertinence, he interjected. Upon hearing this, the ancient Taoist kicked Xianyuan Tao playfully and turned to Yu Qing, saying, do not heed this lad's wild claims. Although I have indeed sought answers in that direction, it is not as outrageous as he suggests. Yet, the speaker's words were careless, while the listener's heart was stirred. Yu Qing could not help but feel a twinge of emotion, even a hint of shame. For the past 2 decades, he had believed the ancient Taoist was engrossed in the study of a particular formation. After all, for someone like him, dedicating 20 years to the study of a formation was not uncommon. Thus, when he saw that the other had not sought him out, he too refrained from making inquiries. He did not intentionally inform him that his cultivation did not necessitate resolution. Little did he know, this old fellow had been tirelessly toiling all this time. If you were to break through to the next realm, would a century suffice? Yu Qing inquired. The ancient Taoist shook his head, clearly not grasping Yu Qing's meaning. Not enough? Then let it be a millennium. As he spoke, Yu Qing produced a jade elixir bottle from his sleeve. Even prior to learning of his impending meeting with the ancient Taoist from Lu Yi, Yu Qing had contemplated gifting the old man something. However, he was at a loss for what to present. Now, inspiration struck him. What is this? The ancient Taoist, somewhat bewildered, took the jade elixir bottle and opened it, his eyes widening in astonishment. Gosh, longevity elixir? And 10 of them. He stared at Yu Qing, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. Before Yu Qing could respond, Xianyuan Tao, equally excited, exclaimed, Ancestor, the efficacy of this medicine. At those words, the ancient Taoist finally registered the implications. The aura emanating from the elixir bottle was exponentially more potent than any longevity elixir he had previously encountered. Recalling Yu Qing's earlier question, he seemed to grasp the significance. Asking in disbelief, does the longevity effect of this elixir extend a century per elixir? Yu Qing nodded with a smile. Upon receiving confirmation, the ancient Taoist inhaled deeply, rendered speechless by his excitement. It is worth noting that a typical longevity elixir could at most extend life by 10 to 20 years. Even so, such elixirs were rare and highly sought after. For many masters, a mere step could lead them to a higher realm, allowing their lifespan to further increase. Yet they often succumbed to the limitations of their mortality. An additional 10 or 20 years became exceedingly significant, let alone a century. The value of such an elixir was immeasurable, and should it be offered, countless high-level experts would flock to acquire it. Moreover, Yu Qing had presented not just 1, but 10, 1,000 years of extended life. The ancient Taoist thought to himself, I never anticipated living this long. How did you come by this? At this moment, the ancient Taoist found his tongue somewhat tangled. There was no need to inquire about its origin. Simply consume it, and if it proves insufficient, there is more. Yu Qing chuckled. As for the origins of the elixir, they naturally stemmed from his system, which had bestowed upon him countless treasures since he began his daily sign-ins years ago. Not enough, you say? Listen, is that even human speech? The ancient Taoist was at a loss for words. Xiao Taozi, this is a gift for you, Yu Qing announced, producing another item. I also have one. Xianyuan Tao was taken aback. Upon receiving it and taking a glance, he was instantly stunned. This is a root bone? Indeed. This item is known as the Supreme Bone. Take it home, absorb and refine it diligently. Once you succeed in refining it, your cultivation will advance at an astonishing pace. Yu Qing explained. Supreme Bone. Xianyuan Tao trembled with excitement. He knew that the young prodigy of the Fuyao Empire, Shao Wuchen, possessed the Supreme Bone. enabling him to progress swiftly. Within just a few years, his cultivation had surpassed many of the older generation. He never imagined he would also grasp the day he would acquire the supreme bone. Lord Yu, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Xian Yuan Tao instinctively attempted to refuse, but a sharp glare from Yu Qing made him retract his words. Having known Yu Qing for so long, he understood his character well and knew that Yu Qing was resolute in his decisions. Overwhelmed with excitement, he prepared to bow in gratitude, but found himself buoyed by an unseen force. Lord Yu, your cultivation? Xian Yuan Tao gazed at Yu Qing in astonishment. The ancient Taoist also turned his attention toward him. Do you think there could be any issue with my cultivation? Yu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing this, the two paused, then realized, indeed, he had just presented 10 longevity pills and had directly offered the supreme bone. What problem could there be with Yu Qing's cultivation? They soon recognized that, much like 20 years prior, Yu Qing always brought surprises and unexpected delights, though this time, the surprises were far grander. Then I shall accept these longevity pills as interest. You should have informed me sooner. I could have spared this old man unnecessary worry. The ancient Taoist cast a resentful glance at Yu Qing and promptly consumed one of the pills before carefully storing the others away like treasures. Yu Qing couldn't help but smile, silently acknowledging the ancient Taoist's resentful gaze. Then, he produced a storage bag filled with numerous cultivation resources. Most were lower-tier items acquired from his system sign-ins, just right for distributing among the members of the Qingyan sect. Yet, even these lower-tier items dazzled Xian Yuan Tao's eyes. Each item he casually presented could serve as a treasured artifact for the Qingyan sect. Xian Yuan Tao was filled with fervor. It was evident that the future of the Qingyan sect would undoubtedly ascend to become a superlative and transcendent power. Chapter 11. Anyone can take advantage of a fall. Except for Yu Qing, accompanied by the ancient Taoist and Xian Yuan Tao, indulged in a drunken revelry. 2 days later, Yu Qing bid farewell to the members of the Qingyan sect and continued his journey to the southern kingdom. Meanwhile, the ancient Taoist, having obtained the longevity pill and freed from concerns regarding Yu Qing's cultivation, devoted himself to the affairs of the Array Master Guild. After all, as the guild was newly established, numerous specific matters required attention, including the decision of which nation would host its headquarters. At this moment, within the imperial domain of Fuyao, Sun Xuanji respectfully reported, Your Majesty, the Heavenly Palace has sought several esteemed array masters from other nations, but they have all expressed their inability to assist. Nangong Fuyao replied in a deep voice, If they are incapable, then continue searching. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. I refuse to believe we cannot find an array master capable of reinforcing the formations. Indeed, Sun Xuanji responded, then continued, additionally. The Xianwei camp has arrived at the Qingyan sect, but the protective array is currently activated, making it unlikely to breach in the short term. A mere Qingyan sect dares to offend imperial authority, scoffed Xiao Wuchen disdainfully. They may evade for a moment, but they cannot escape forever. Under the onslaught of the Xianwei camp, the day will inevitably come when their formations crumble. That will be the end of Qingyan sect. Xiao Wuchen's words resonated deeply with Nangong Fuyao. Remember, the ancient Taoist life is to be claimed later. I wish for him to witness the demise of the Qingyan sect, to feel his heart wrench in despair, and to understand the consequences of daring to offend me, Nangong Fuyao declared coldly. Understood, Sun Xuanji nodded in agreement. After a brief contemplation, he added, according to reports from spies, a few days after the ancient Taoist departed, he encountered Yu Qing 1,000 miles from the southern kingdom's border. Bang! Nangong Fuyao slammed the table in anger, the chill in her expression palpable. I suspected the ancient Taoist's sudden audacity was due to Yu Qing's instigation. Yu Qing, it seems you harbor resentment against me, because I expelled you from the Fuyao Empire. You disregard the safety of the imperial capital. Indeed, Your Majesty. After his cultivation was crippled, the empire, recognizing his past contributions, allowed him to remain a prince for over 20 years, enjoying wealth and glory. Now, merely for being banished from the Fuyao Empire, he bears animosity and encourages the ancient Taoist to withdraw the array flags suppressing the demonic entities. Such a person is truly disloyal and unjust, remarked Xiao Wuchen indignantly. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent, which quickly faded as she reined in her emotions. She understood that it was not yet the right time to act. When the nation was founded, Yu Qing had slain 3 kings, and the impact of his actions still lingered in the court. Although no one openly criticized his expulsion from the Fuyao Empire, many harbored dissent in secret. If, during this period, one were to truly take the life of Yu Qing, idle gossip would likely prove difficult for her to suppress. However, the inability to eliminate Yu Qing does not preclude her from employing alternative methods. Yu Qing, since you show no mercy, do not blame me for lacking righteousness. At this point, her tone turned icy as her gaze fixed upon Sun Xuanji. Sun Xuanji shifted his attention from Xiao Wuchen and promptly bowed, inquiring about the emperor's commands. You mentioned earlier that the ancient Taoist encountered Yu Qing at the southern border, which implies that Yu Qing is making her way southward, preparing to enter the southern kingdom? Sun Xuanji replied, that seems to be the case. He is indeed clever. In the tumultuous and chaotic north, with his frail state, survival is uncertain, which is why he has chosen the southern kingdom, known more for its picturesque scenery than its strength. But should you aspire to the southern kingdom, I shall ensure you do not set foot there. Dispatch a message to the southern kingdom, informing them that Yu Qing is a traitor expelled from the Fuyao Empire. I believe they will know how to respond. Your Majesty is astute. Given the southern kingdom's feeble power, they would dare not oppose our Fuyao Empire, thus ensuring Yu Qing cannot even enter its gates. Xiao Wuchen interjected with timely praise. Your Majesty, such measures may be unnecessary, Sun Xuanji remarked, his expression complex. The meeting between the ancient Taoist and Yu Qing does not necessarily indicate that the withdrawal of the formation flags was at Yu Qing's behest. Their relationship complicates matters, and it is possible that the ancient Taoist, harboring resentment over Yu Qing's expulsion, acted independently. My dear director, that is not the correct perspective. Without Yu Qing's consent, would the ancient Taoist possess the audacity to act? Xiao Wuchen retorted coolly, if he shows no mercy towards your Majesty, must your Majesty reciprocate with a lack of righteousness? Moreover, your Majesty's decision to spare him is already a demonstration of magnanimity. What is your status? When did it become your place to interject in my discourse with His Majesty? Sun Xuanji's demeanor darkened as he reprimanded without mercy. Any individual may take pleasure in another's misfortune, but you alone must refrain. Regardless of Yu Qing's actions, she is still half your mentor. Xiao Wuchen's face fell at the reprimand. Yet due to Sun Xuanji's status, he dared not retort, allowing resentment to brew within as he withdrew. Very well, Director Sun. He acts for my peace of mind. As for the matter of Yu Qing, let it proceed as I have directed. At this moment, Nangong Fuyao raised her head, speaking with authority that brooked no dissent. Very well. Sun Xuanji sighed and accepted the order. Chapter 12. Stepping into the Southern Kingdom. The nation welcomes news from the Fuyao Empire swiftly reached the Southern Kingdom. In the imperial capital of the Southern Kingdom, Shangnan City, within the Grand Hall of the Jinluan Palace, civil and military officials were assembled. The Southern Kingdom, in contrast to the Fuyao Empire, was another nation ruled by a woman in the entire southern region. Her name was Nanxi. Not yet of considerable age, she possessed an exquisite countenance. Skin as fair as snow, delicate and pale, adorned in a resplendent phoenix robe, seated gracefully and dignifiedly upon the dragon throne. In contrast to the imposing presence and authority of Nangong Fuyao, she exuded a certain vivacity and feminine charm, yet her expressive eyes betrayed an undeniable wisdom. Esteemed ministers, you have undoubtedly seen the missive from the Fuyao Empire, began Nangong Shi, her voice resonating through the hall. My counsel is that we should not only extend a warm welcome to the esteemed hero Yu, but also honor him grandly. Her words elicited a wave of incredulity throughout the Golden Luan Hall. Your Majesty, that would be unwise, exclaimed a minister as he stepped forward. The Fuyao Empress's message is clear. If we were to dismiss him, the Fuyao Empire would undoubtedly harbor resentment against us. After all, both their national strength and military prowess far surpass that of our southern kingdom. Indeed, as Minister Fong has pointed out, the Fuyao Empire's rapid ascendance is accompanied by significant ambition. They may very well use this as a pretext to launch hostilities against our kingdom in the future, interjected another minister. In that moment, a chorus of voices arose, echoing similar sentiments, all expressing their bewilderment at the Southern Empress's proposed course of action. Offending the Fuyao Empire, they believed, would be a grave miscalculation. Nangong Shi listened with a serene countenance before slowly rising to her feet. Having heard your opinions, it is now my turn to speak, she began. Do you all recall the malevolent flood dragon that wreaked havoc on our southern kingdom's borders 2 decades ago? At her words, many present were transported back to that tumultuous time. Since its emergence, the dragon had laid waste to 3 cities, resulting in countless casualties. Even General Huangfu had been unable to quell its fury. At that time, the Fuyao Empire had not yet been established and was embroiled in internal strife. It was fortuitous that the hero Yu appeared near the border. In desperation, my father sought his aid, and without hesitation, he single-handedly vanquished the dragon. Despite sustaining injuries, he merely waved and smiled before departing without even partaking in a cup of tea. Surely, this event is well remembered by all of you present, isn't it? Many military generals were witnesses to the dragon's defeat. Nangong Shi's calm voice reverberated through the Golden Luan Hall, reaching the ears of everyone present. Furthermore, do you recall the 3 ambitious kings at the time of the Fuyao Empire's establishment? Their reckless ambitions caused chaos, and our southern kingdom suffered greatly, losing considerable territory to the spirit king among them. After the hero Yu subdued the 3 kings, what did he do? Under his influence, the territories occupied by the spirit king were restored to our southern kingdom in their entirety. I believe, Minister Fong, that your ancestral home lies in that very region. Does it not? Nangong Shi cast her gaze toward the minister who had spoken earlier, inquiring softly. Indeed, the minister replied, bowing his head. At this point, Nangong Shi's voice continued to flow with eloquence. In the southern nation, although our strength may be modest and cannot compare to those mighty empires, we have long been a realm of propriety and righteousness, which is the very foundation of our state. The people of the southern nation have always been discerning, understanding gratitude and the importance of reciprocity. When an individual who once bestowed great kindness upon our country finds himself in dire straits, should we cast him aside and add to his misfortunes? Indeed, we may not rival the soaring empire and may even fear retaliation from it. Yet, if we were to act thus, would the backbone of our southern nation still stand firm? Nanshi's keen gaze swept across the assembly within the Golden Luan Hall. Her words, though calm, resonated with strength, rendering the officials silent and causing them to bow their heads in reflection. After a moment of silence, one minister stepped forward, expressing his shame. Your Majesty's words fill us with remorse, and we are grateful for the reminder of the foundational principles of our southern nation. I have no further objections to your proposal, and I am willing to take responsibility for welcoming the esteemed hero Yu. The minister continued, Your Majesty's eloquence has shamed us. I too have no dissenting opinions. I am also prepared to journey to the borders to greet hero Yu. In an instant, numerous officials echoed their agreement. Excellent. This is the demeanor befitting the people of the southern nation. Seeing this, Nanshi waved her phoenix robe and took her seat again, a smile gracing her face as she declared, As for welcoming hero Yu, I shall personally go forth. We all wish to accompany your Majesty, came the harmonious response, reverberating throughout the Golden Luan Hall and gradually spreading across the entire Upper South City and beyond. Meanwhile, Yu Qing remained oblivious to these developments. At his current pace, he could have reached the southern nation swiftly, but he was captivated by the scenery along the way, often lingering in an inn for an entire afternoon simply to savor a particular melon or staying several days in a quaint town to relish a local delicacy. Finally, on this day, he arrived at the border of the southern nation. He had some connections to this land, having visited before, yet he had never truly seen it. What puzzled him was the emptiness of the broad official road at that moment. Just as he pondered this, a large contingent of soldiers appeared ahead on the official road, their attire suggesting they were no ordinary troops. The soldiers formed a line, creating a path down the road. Following them, local dancers emerged, beating drums and singing joyfully. Most notably, at the far end, a grand dragon carriage, drawn by 6 majestic dragon horses, made its way towards him, flanked by civil and military officials. This scene left Yu Qing utterly bewildered. He glanced left and right, thinking to himself, what significant figure is arriving in the southern nation? It was not until the dragon carriage came to a halt before him that he realized it was approaching him. Having learned that the esteemed hero Yu is arriving in our southern nation, I have come with the ministers to welcome you, proclaimed the monarch. After the dragon carriage came to a halt, the Empress of the Southern Kingdom, Nanshi, gracefully emerged and greeted Yu Qing with a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Yu Qing, it is an honor to meet your Majesty, Yu Qing said. clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. His curious gaze lingered on the woman, feeling both flattered and astonished by the grand welcome orchestrated for him, despite his lack of any significant connection to the Southern Empress. Meanwhile, Nanshi scrutinized Yu Qing with equal astonishment. Having ascended the throne only a few years prior, and being but a child 20 years ago, she had never encountered Yu Qing before. The tales she had heard about him from her father, the late emperor, had only fueled her curiosity about the former sword immortal of the Fuyao Empire. She had envisioned him as a battle-hardened middle-aged man, or perhaps a robust and formidable general. To her surprise, he appeared as a young man exuding a spirit of independence and charm, making it unfathomable that such a figure could single-handedly vanquish the malevolent dragon that had terrorized the entire Southern Kingdom. Chapter 13. Not asking what you can bring us, but simply grateful for your presence. However, Nanshi quickly averted her gaze, aware that such scrutiny was impolite. Hero Yu, please join me in the dragon carriage, she invited. Your Majesty may be unaware, but I am no longer a prince of the Fuyao Empire. I am merely a commoner now, Yu Qing replied. I am aware, Nanshi responded. After a brief contemplation, Yu Qing added, I have also been exiled from the Fuyao Empire. I know that as well, Nanshi acknowledged. Then why? Your Majesty? Yu Qing inquired, initially believing that the Southern Kingdom's gesture was due to his former status as a prince of the Fuyao Empire, and was taken aback to discover that they were already aware of his exile. Perhaps you have forgotten that you once aided my Southern Kingdom in slaying the dragon and returned our lands after vanquishing the three queens. However, we, in the Southern Kingdom, have not forgotten. Thus, when an esteemed benefactor arrives, it is only natural that we extend our warmest welcome, Nanshi articulated with unwavering conviction. Her succinct words clearly conveyed the purpose of her visit. Upon hearing this, even Yu Qing's steadfast heart could not help but feel moved, especially in stark contrast to his recent expulsion from the Fuyao Empire. It seemed that the world was not entirely tainted. While some would burn bridges, there were those who would remember you fondly. In truth, Yu Qing had never considered himself to have any particular debt of gratitude towards the Southern Kingdom. He had merely eliminated the dragon when the opportunity arose and felt returning the land was simply the right thing to do. At that moment, Nanshi continued, in my eyes, the title of hero is rather derogatory. You deserve to be addressed as Sir. With that, she personally descended from the dragon carriage and extended her hand in greeting. Mr. Yu. Please. Very well. Yu Qing was not one to indulge in frivolity. After Yu Qing and Nanshi ascended the dragon carriage, the grand entourage finally made its way back home. The interior of the dragon carriage was opulent, spacious, and comfortable, adorned with vivid dragon and phoenix motifs. On the table within, an array of beverages was neatly arranged, including exclusive delicacies from the Empire of Fuyao. It was evident that considerable thought had been put into this. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yu Qing could not restrain his gratitude. I have heard that you enjoy wine, so I prepared this special peach blossom wine from our southern land. Here, on behalf of the Southern Kingdom, I offer you a toast. The Empress of the Southern Kingdom gracefully lifted her wine cup towards Yu Qing. Thank you. Yu Qing raised his cup and drank it in one go. After finishing, he could not help but exclaim, what a fine wine. I am glad you are satisfied. Nanshi replied with a smile. After Yu Qing set down his cup, he fell into a brief contemplation before speaking. I wonder if Your Majesty is aware that 20 years ago, during my battle with the third prince, my dantian was destroyed. Of course, I am aware, Nanshi said with a smile. Thus, Your Majesty should not act as such, Yu Qing remarked. Upon hearing this, Nanshi was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication of his words. I understand your concerns, and I must confess, the Empire of Fuyao has already sent word, subtly suggesting that I should keep you at bay. I am also aware that such a decision could lead to resentment from Fuyao. The Southern Kingdom is not on par with Fuyao. If we were to incur their ire, the repercussions for our land would be significant. Therefore, Your Majesty's actions may not be wise, Yu Qing stated, shaking his head. Nanshi chuckled softly, but did not respond immediately. Instead, she rose and walked toward the window. At the current pace of travel, they were likely nearing the border town of Fengtian. As she spoke, she gently lifted the curtain, revealing the view outside. Yu Qing instinctively glanced over and noticed that the streets beside the dragon carriage were thronged with people. The crowd was enthusiastically cheering, while the buildings behind them were festooned with lanterns and various welcoming banners. This sight deeply moved Yu Qing. Nanshi explained, some of these people are from Fengtian, which was one of the cities ravaged by the vile dragon. Others have come from areas once occupied by the Spirit King. During his reign, they lived under subjugation. But now that the territory has been reclaimed, they can finally lead normal lives. They have known of your arrival in the Southern Kingdom and began their preparations 3 days ago. With that, Nanshi lowered the curtain and turned to Yu Qing, saying, thus, this sentiment is not solely mine, but reflects the will of the people of the Southern Kingdom. It is natural to discuss benefits and drawbacks. But if everything is reduced to mere calculations, what distinguishes us from beasts? For us, we do not seek anything from you, nor do we concern ourselves with your strength. It is enough that you are here. If you find comfort in the Southern Kingdom, consider it your new home. Should anyone pose a threat to you, we are willing to protect you. In the future, I shall willingly provide for you in your old age. Yu Qing's hand, poised to lift a cup, froze in midair upon hearing Nanshi's words, causing him to tremble involuntarily. An inexplicable emotion surged within him, prompting a bitter smile to escape his lips. It dawned on him that he had underestimated her intentions, judging her through a narrow lens of suspicion. He shook his head in self-mockery before raising his gaze and saying, I have long heard that the scenery of the Southern Kingdom is magnificent. If possible, I would relish the opportunity to behold its beauty and savor its exquisite wines. Nanshi responded with a charming smile, assuring him that the Southern Kingdom would not disappoint him. However, mere days after Yu Qing's arrival in the Southern Kingdom, greeted with great fanfare, the news finally reached the Fuyao Empire. Bang! Nangong Fuyao struck the table in fury while seated in the Fuyao Hall. How audacious! A mere Southern Kingdom dares to oppose my Fuyao Empire. What gives Nanshi the right? She exclaimed. Yu Qing is nothing more than a discarded dog I cast aside. Does she truly think she can reclaim what I no longer desire? Your Majesty, please calm your wrath, Xiao Wuchen interjected, hastily offering comfort. The Southern Kingdom likely believes Yu Qing is the same man he was 2 decades ago, considering him of great use. Humph, what use is a discarded dog? Nangong Fuyao retorted coldly. Send out orders to impose sanctions on the Southern Kingdom and terminate all trade relations. I shall make Nanshi understand the consequences of defying the will of the Fuyao Empire and demonstrate to the world that not every woman is suited for the throne. Xiao Wuchen bowed respectfully, stating, Yes, Your Majesty, I shall see to it immediately, ensuring the Southern Kingdom comprehends the repercussions of disobedience. However, just as Xiao Wuchen departed, Sun Xuanji entered with a grave expression. I have seen Your Majesty, he said. Director Sun, it has been several days. What news do you have regarding the search for the Formation Master? Nangong Fuyao inquired. Every day we delay, the fortune of the Fuyao Empire diminishes. We cannot afford further postponement. Sun Xuanji's face darkened, hesitating to speak. What is the matter? Nangong Fuyao sensed something amiss, her brow furrowing as she demanded an explanation. Reporting to Your Majesty, Sun Xuanji began. The people sent to locate the Formation Master have returned with news. The renowned Formation Masters in the southern frontier have all stated that they are unable to assist. How can this be? Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened as she questioned. With such a vast southern frontier, how can there be no Formation Master to be found? I too sensed something was amiss, and thus I personally traveled to a neighboring country to inquire with a relatively well-connected Formation Master, Sun Xuanji explained, his countenance grim. I discovered that recently a Formation Master's guild has been established in the southern frontier, and nearly all esteemed Formation Masters have joined this guild. The reason we cannot hire a Formation Master is that the guild's president has issued a ban, forbidding any members from assisting the Fuyao Empire. What? Upon receiving this news, Nangong Fuyao was filled with fury and exclaimed, What audacity does this guild leader possess to impose such a decree upon us? When we have done him no wrong. Sun Xuanji, with a complex expression, replied, The leader of the Array Masters Guild is none other than Gu Daoren. What did you say? Gu Daoren? The words of Sun Xuanji struck Nangong Fuyao like a thunderbolt, and she stood in disbelief, demanding, What qualifications does this mere Gu Daoren have to lead the Array Masters Guild? Sun Xuanji explained, Although Gu Daoren's mastery of arrays is not the highest in the southern wilderness, he ranks among the foremost. More importantly, he possesses extensive connections, enabling him to facilitate the establishment of the Array Masters Guild, thus securing his position as its leader. After absorbing this information, Nangong Fuyao was left dumbfounded. The imperious empress, known for her decisive actions, was momentarily at a loss. If she could not enlist the aid of the array masters, the threat posed by the subterranean monsters beneath the imperial capital would necessitate relying on the imperial jade seal for suppression. Over time, this would undoubtedly inflict significant damage to the empire's fortunes, leading to the gradual decline of the Fuyao Empire. Damn it, damn it, damn it. In her fury, Nangong Fuyao lost her composure, wreaking havoc throughout the Fuyao Hall. How could Gu Daoren do this? Is he attempting to undermine the very foundation of our Fuyao Empire? Sun Xuanji, with a complex expression, responded, "It may be because the Xianwei camp is currently besieging the Qingyun sect, and he is aware that your majesty intends to eradicate them. Even so, he has no right to act in such a manner." Nangong Fuyao retorted angrily. Does he think that the trivial Qingyun sect can rival the entirety of my Fuyao Empire? The reason I deployed the Xianwei camp was due to Gu Daoren's initial opposition to me. Were it not for his defiance, I would not have pursued such a ruthless course of action. Sun Xuanji found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally raised his head and said, "Your Majesty, the urgent matter at hand is to resolve the subterranean monster threat swiftly. To enlist the aid of the Southern Array Masters, it seems we must compel Gu Daoren to retract his decree." Are you suggesting we overlook Gu Daoren's transgressions? Nangong Fuyao's expression turned icy as she replied, "He has insulted me and unilaterally removed the 5 elements array flags, nearly causing a calamity in the imperial capital. If I were to let him off the hook, what would become of my authority? Would that not embolden anyone to oppose me? Yet, if we do not take this route, the monster crisis will remain unresolved. As your majesty has stated, relying on the imperial jade seal is not a sustainable solution." Sun Xuanji urged earnestly, "Please reconsider, your majesty." Nangong Fuyao's face turned pale, her chest heaving with rage. After much contemplation, and under Sun Xuanji's sincere persuasion, she reluctantly relented. "Very well, I shall grant Gu Daoren an opportunity. As long as he utilizes the Array Masters Guild to swiftly resolve the monster crisis in my imperial capital, I shall overlook his past offenses." Sun Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief and promptly stated, "Your Majesty is magnanimous. I shall personally visit the Qingyun sect at once." After Sun Xuanji took his leave, he did not linger for a moment and hastened that very night to the Qingyun sect. Early the next morning, Sun Xuanji swiftly withdrew the Xianwei camp and arrived alone at the gates of the Qingyun sect. Standing outside the mountain gate, dressed in simple garb, he clasped his hands and announced, "I am Sun Xuanji from the Heavenly Palace, seeking an audience with the ancient Taoist. I humbly request your presence for a discussion." After a prolonged wait, the ancient Taoist finally emerged, clad in Taoist robes. Upon seeing him, Sun Xuanji quickly performed a respectful bow. "Director Sun, please speak your mind directly." The ancient Taoist replied with an impassive expression. "Very well," Sun Xuanji acknowledged, understanding the necessity of being forthright. "I have come at the behest of His Majesty. The Emperor believes that the Qingyun sect, being a prestigious sect within our Fuyao Empire, has produced countless talented disciples who have greatly contributed to our realm. Therefore, we ought to be united as one family and not let matters escalate to this extent. I come to negotiate peace with you, Taoist." He gestured toward the Xianwei camp's withdrawal as a gesture of sincerity. However, the ancient Taoist merely scoffed, showing no deference. "It seems to me that it is not a matter of the Qingyun sect's prestige, but rather that Nangong Fuyao is unable to summon a formation master and thus seeks negotiations," he retorted. Sun Xuanji's face turned awkward at being so openly called out, and he quickly replied, "This cannot be entirely blamed on His Majesty. After all, he is the sovereign of a nation. Your harsh words towards him are understandable in a moment of anger." "Humph, am I to be blamed for cursing him?" the ancient Taoist coldly exclaimed. "Has he considered how he has betrayed my brother after crossing the river?" Sun Xuanji, feeling the heat of the confrontation, sighed and said, "Taoist, returning hatred for hatred ultimately yields no resolution. His Majesty's willingness to negotiate is, in fact, a good thing for all parties involved." Before Sun Xuanji could finish, he was interrupted by the ancient Taoist. "Director Sun, I know precisely what you intend to say. I can unequivocally inform you that this matter is non-negotiable. If she truly wishes to negotiate, let her come to me with a sincere apology to my brother first." Sun Xuanji's expression darkened, yet he remained undeterred, continuing, "Taoist, prolonging this conflict serves no benefit to anyone. I implore you to reconsider." "Director Sun, there is no need for further words. I believe we have reached the limit of discussion. I must ask you to take your leave, the ancient Taoist stated coldly. The only reason I have emerged today is out of respect for you, Director Sunday. However, if you persist in this entanglement, it will only lead to greater embarrassment for us both. Sighing heavily, Sun Xuanji conceded, knowing that a favorable outcome was unattainable today. The ancient Taoist took his leave, retreating with hands clasped behind his back, while Sun Xuanji turned away in despondence. Chapter 15. A single breath slays a malevolent dragon in our southern kingdom. Truly impressive upon returning to the Fuyao Empire, within the Fuyao Palace. Nangong Fuyao's expression was grim. That ancient Taoist is truly ungrateful for the courtesy extended to him. He must be seeking punishment instead of favor. Your Majesty, I believe the core issue does not lie with the ancient Taoist, was the response. Sun Xuanji spoke with heartfelt seriousness. The reason he imposed a ban within the Array Master Guild was to speak out for Yu Qing. I can see clearly now. This entire scheme must be orchestrated by Yu Qing from behind the scenes, right? Nangong Fuyao scoffed coldly, remarking, he harbors resentment for my expelling him from the empire. Seeking revenge against me. Your Majesty, dwelling on this matter is futile. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Xuanji continued. If we wish for the ancient master to lift the ban, it seems we must bring Yu Qing back. Bring him back? Nangong Fuyao's expression instantly darkened. If I allow him to return, would I not be making a mockery of myself? I personally exiled him from the imperial capital, and now I am to welcome him back? How would the world perceive me? Yet if Yu Qing does not return, the ancient master is unlikely to revoke the Array Master Guild's ban, remarked the ancient master. Your Majesty, please weigh the importance of the situation carefully. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's forehead tightened with veins protruding, his face as cold as frost. Very well, what a clever strategy. He has me thoroughly ensnared. In that case, for the sake of the Fuyao Empire, I can take a step back and offer him a chance to return temporarily. Summon Xiao Wuchen. Soon after, Xiao Wuchen arrived to pay his respects. Xiao Wuchen, I need you to travel to the southern kingdom and locate Yu Qing. Inform him that I can grant him a chance for redemption, provided he resolves the demonic affliction in the imperial capital. I would permit him to remain in the Fuyao Empire. Xiao Wuchen raised his gaze towards Nangong Fuyao, asking meaningfully, what if he is reluctant? Nangong Fuyao's countenance turned icy as he replied, if he refuses to accept kindness, then we shall resort to more forceful measures to bring him back. Xiao Wuchen's pupils constricted. Then he responded, understood, Your Majesty. After receiving his orders, he took his leave. Observing Xiao Wuchen depart, Sun Xuanji sighed. He could not voice any objections. It was imperative to address the demonic affliction. Ultimately, Yu Qing must first return to the Fuyao Empire. In the southern kingdom, at Upper Southern City, Nanxi, at Yu Qing's request, had arranged a waterside pavilion along the banks of the Mi River. Living here, Yu Qing found great contentment. Recently, he had developed a passion for fishing, often sitting in the pavilion, bamboo pole in hand, from dawn till dusk, hoping to catch a rare lotus fish unique to the Mi River. This fish, renowned for its exquisite flavor, combined with the river's pristine waters, made for a wonderfully delightful fish soup. Nanxi frequently donned her robe and visited Yu Qing during her leisure time. As their interactions increased, they became quite familiar with one another. For Nanxi, who had grown up in the palace, the myriad wonders of the world outside intrigued her greatly. She often urged Yu Qing to share the stories he had heard and experienced. Occasionally, she would confide in him about her joys or sorrows. How could that monk be so unreasonable? The great sage sought to protect him, yet he recited scriptures to drive the great sage away, truly a foolish bald donkey. At this point, she paused, turning to Yu Qing, inquiring, Mr. Yu, what was that about a bald donkey? A foolish bald donkey, Yu Qing chuckled. Indeed, what a despicable fellow. Nanxi clenched her fists, secretly seething with indignation. After speaking, she glanced at the sky and then rose to her feet, saying, Alas, it has become this late. I must take my leave, dear sir, as there are pressing matters to attend to in the court. Yu Qing stood up and replied, Your Majesty, please travel safely. Alas, your culinary skills are extraordinary. I wish I could enjoy a meal before departing. Nanxi lamented with a look of regret. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Your Majesty is welcome to visit any time. Yu Qing smiled warmly. After bidding farewell to Nanxi, Yu Qing settled back into his reclining chair, resuming his fishing. As time passed and dusk approached, his countenance grew increasingly grim. He had experienced a series of empty catches for many days, and it seemed today would be no different. The mere thought of it ignited a simmering anger within him. The more he pondered, the more discomfort he felt. In a fit of frustration, he struck the surface of the river with his palm, causing 100-foot radius of water to become still. Countless fish leapt from the water, suspended in midair. Yu Qing squinted, surveying the scene before selecting the plumpest fish. Reaching out to capture it and toss it into his fish basket, he then waved his hand, allowing the other fish to fall back into the water, restoring tranquility to the river's surface. Today, he would not leave empty-handed. Stretching languidly, he wore a satisfied expression. Nearby, a sheep lying on the ground turned over, casting a disdainful glance before lazily drifting back to sleep, seemingly unaffected by the world's tribulations. Time passed, and suddenly, a little head emerged from the river. It was a boy of about 7 or 8, holding aloft a lotus fish weighing around half a pound, shouting, Brother Yu, look, I've caught another one." As he spoke, he stumbled onto the shore, clad only in a pair of shorts, his sun-kissed belly exposed, eagerly sharing his joy of the catch with Yu Qing. "Little Li'er, you're impressive," Yu Qing praised. Hee, little Li'er chuckled, playfully digging at his belly button, revealing a gleaming smile filled with white teeth. Little Li'er lived not far from Yu Qing and had grown up in the river. They had become fast friends since Yu Qing moved there. At that moment, little Li'er exclaimed, "Brother Yu, I bet you're going to leave empty-handed again today. Knowing that you enjoy osmanthus fish, I'm giving you this one." With that, he prepared to toss the fish into Yu Qing's basket. No. Yu Qing quickly interjected, shielding the basket with his hands. "What's the matter, Brother Yu?" Little Li'er asked, puzzled. "Just take a look at my basket," Yu Qing replied with a hint of pride. Little Li'er struggled to lift the basket, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Wow, Brother Yu, this one must weigh several pounds," he exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Keep it low-key, Yu Qing said, pressing down his palm, though a smile nearly escaped him. Subsequently, little Li'er fetched a small stool and sat beside Yu Qing. "Brother Yu, have you heard? A significant figure has recently arrived in the southern lands," Xiao Li earnestly remarked. Yu Qing blinked in curiosity and inquired, "What notable figure?" "I hear he hails from the Fuyo Empire and is known as the Green-Robed Sword Immortal," Xiao Li exclaimed with excitement. "It is said that his sword measures 40 meters in length, towering 3 zhang high, wielding immense power. With a single breath, he vanquished a malevolent dragon that plagued our southern realm. Remarkable, isn't it? Mind your language, little one," Yu Qing admonished, gently rapping the boy's forehead while teaching him. "You shouldn't believe everything you hear. It's likely a fabrication." "It's not a fabrication. It was witnessed by Dan from the neighboring village," Xiao Li insisted earnestly. He claimed he even dined with the green-robed sword immortal, accompanied by his grandfather, who was a soldier in his youth. As he spoke, the young lad's face lit up with admiration. "Ah, if only I could meet him, I would become his disciple and uphold justice." He fidgeted on his seat, his small hands and feet animatedly mimicking heroic deeds, lost in his daydreams. Chapter 16. You don't truly believe that your exceptional talent stems from your royal lineage, do you? Yu Qing couldn't help but scoff at the thought, just as he was about to impart further wisdom to the boy, cautioning him against believing in rumors. He suddenly furrowed his brow. The smile on his face gradually faded. Across the river, a young man clad in black stood, his eyes gleaming with intensity, fixated upon him. "Stay seated, little one," Yu Qing instructed, pressing down on the restless boy's head. Xiao Li looked at him in confusion. In the next moment, his mouth fell agape as he witnessed the black-clad figure striding across the river. With each step, the water beneath him solidified, forming platforms for his passage. Before long, the young man in black stood before them. Xiao Li trembled in fear, perceiving the extraordinary scene as akin to a celestial being. "At last, I have found you, Prince Qing," the young man remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. "I must say, the scenery here is quite splendid. Were it not for pressing matters, I would gladly linger for a few days." The newcomer was none other than Xiao Wuchen, the foremost genius of the Fuyo Empire, bearing the fabled supreme bone. Before Yu Qing could respond, Xiao Wuchen continued, a teasing glint in his eyes. "Tell me, Prince Qing, how does my recent display compare to your feats of yore?" Yu Qing's brow furrowed slightly as he replied coolly, "Speak plainly." "I come at the behest of Her Majesty, the Empress, to escort you back," Xiao Wuchen stated. pausing momentarily before adding with a playful tone, "No, rather, I am here to invite you back. Therefore, I must trouble you to rise and accompany me. Do not make this difficult for me. No need for that. I find my stay here quite agreeable." Yu Qing spoke lightly, continuing to bait the hook. Xiao Wuchen's expression darkened, his tone becoming more severe. "This is the order of the Empress." Yet, Yu Qing remained focused on preparing the bait. Once he had completed the task, he gently cast the fishing rod. Observing that his words were utterly disregarded, a flicker of hostility crossed Xiao Wuchen's eyes as he grasped the fishing rod with great force. "Yu Qing, are you deaf to my words?" Xiao Wuchen stated coldly. And as his hand trembled, the fishing rod abruptly shattered into dust. Yu Qing frowned, reaching out to comfort the frightened little carp nearby, and then turned to say, "Out of respect for our past, I shall grant you 3 breaths to leave." Hearing Yu Qing's words, Xiao Wuchen erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "Yu Qing, look at the state you're in now. Do you still fail to recognize yourself? Do you think you are the Yu Qing of 20 years ago, the green-robed sword immortal who quelled the 3 kings by himself? You presume to lecture me and command me to depart within 3 breaths? You think you are worthy? Let me enlighten you. You are nothing now, merely a complete waste. Even if you were the Yu Qing of 20 years ago, do you believe I am inferior to you? I possess the supreme bone, a rarity among millions. Do you comprehend what that signifies? Not only the current you, but even the Yu Qing of 2 decades past does not warrant my regard." Listening to Xiao Wuchen's incessant ranting about the supreme bone, a trace of mockery flickered in Yu Qing's indifferent gaze, as if he were observing a clown. This demeanor of Yu Qing thoroughly infuriated Xiao Wuchen. "I shall inform you now. It is I who holds the power. You will do as I say, and you will kneel." With that, he clawed toward Yu Qing. However, as his hand was mere 3 feet from Yu Qing, it froze in midair. Xiao Wuchen's expression shifted dramatically. In that moment, he felt an inexplicable force surge from the very fabric of space, infiltrating his every pore and completely immobilizing him. A tempest of fear surged within Xiao Wuchen, and in this state of utter loss of control, cold sweat poured from him. He stared wide-eyed, frantically scanning his surroundings, trying to comprehend the unfolding situation. It was then he noticed Yu Qing regarding him with a mocking gaze, and he was horrified to realize that the source of this predicament was none other than Yu Qing himself. "What have you done to me? Release me," he screamed, a mix of terror and fury in his voice. Desperately, he struggled to break free, but found his efforts futile against this overwhelming force. Akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, Yu Qing regarded him coldly. "Indeed, the supreme bone is quite formidable. Yet, surely you do not believe yourself to be the favored child of destiny, suddenly bestowed with a supreme bone from an otherwise unremarkable existence." The cold glint in Yu Qing's eyes sent a shiver down Xiao Wuchen's spine, prompting him to exclaim in panic, "What do your words mean? In my time within the Fuyao Empire, I was disinterested in the affairs of state, and thus sought to cultivate a formidable talent for the empire. At that opportune moment, you were sufficiently obedient, so I chose you and granted you this supreme bone." Yu Qing said with a face full of derision. "Otherwise, do you truly believe this supreme bone simply materialized for you? What? How can this be?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuchen was struck as if by lightning, his expression one of utter disbelief as he shouted, "No, this cannot be. I refuse to believe it. You, a mere waste yourself, how could you possess a supreme bone?" With a mocking laugh, Yu Qing responded. With a cold smile, he waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying force that surged outward in all directions. In the next moment, a dozen concealed figures surrounding the courtyard erupted violently, transforming into a rain of blood in an instant. Xiao Wuchen's eyes widened in horror, his tongue tied in disbelief. Though his body was bound, his mind remained acutely aware of all that transpired. These individuals were his trusted confidants from the Fuyao Empire, each possessing at least the cultivation of the Tianhuang realm, equivalent to high-ranking generals or sect elders. Yet, they were effortlessly extinguished by Yu Qing's mere gesture. Even with his vast experience, he struggled to fathom the level of cultivation required to achieve such a feat. Your cultivation. Xiao Wuchen trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down his brow, his speech now stuttering. He could hardly conceive that this person, once cast out by the Fuyao Empire, was not only intact, but had reached an unfathomable level of power. He was loath to envision the scene before him, and found it increasingly difficult to accept the truth Yu Qing had just revealed. Not long ago, he had felt a sense of accomplishment in humiliating this former swordsman in green, but now, he was confronted with the revelation that everything he possessed was a gift from Yu Qing. Upon leaving the Fuyao Empire, I sought no further ties with it. So I bestowed the supreme bone upon you without a second thought. But to my surprise, you have dared to flaunt it before me. So what are you? What I can grant, I can also take away. As he spoke, Yu Qing slowly extended his palm toward Xiao Wuchen. What do you intend to do? Xiao Wuchen cried out in alarm. Chapter 17. No. Are you really using a sheep as a hostage? Sensing Yu Qing's intentions, Xiao Wuchen grew increasingly frantic. Eventually, he collapsed in desperation, pleading, I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. I beg you, do not strip me of my supreme bone. But Yu Qing's eyes remained cold and indifferent. His slender hand, as if piercing through water, directly penetrated Xiao Wuchen's body. Xiao Wuchen let out a heart-wrenching scream, helplessly watching as Yu Qing seized his supreme bone. Moments later, Yu Qing withdrew his hand from Xiao Wuchen's body, grasping a segment of golden bone that shimmered with a faint glow, exuding an aura that stirred the soul. As the supreme bone was extracted, Yu Qing waved his hand, lifting the constraints that held Xiao Wuchen captive, causing him to collapse to the ground like a lifeless mass. With the departure of the supreme bone, the once formidable cultivation of the man who had once soared as the foremost figure of the Fuyao Empire ebbed away, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Enduring the excruciating pain of having his bone extracted, he fixated desperately on the supreme bone in Yu Qing's grasp. Please, Lord Yu Qing, I was wrong. I beg you to return my supreme bone. I am willing to serve you as your dog. I will bite whomever you command. As he spoke, he crawled towards Yu Qing on the ground like a dog, repeatedly banging his forehead against the earth, blood streaming down, yet he continued to plead. Without the supreme bone, the Empress would no longer value me. My status and identity would vanish. I cannot live without the supreme bone. However, Yu Qing paid no heed to Xiao Wuchen. Instead, he turned his gaze to the little fish beside him. The small creature, with its prominent eyes beneath thick brows, appeared wide-eyed and astonished. It was evident that the little one was far from foolish. From their exchange, it had discerned that Yu Qing was indeed the legendary sword immortal draped in green. See, the rumors outside are mere fabrications, Yu Qing remarked helplessly, shrugging at the little fish. Suddenly recalling something, he extended the supreme bone towards it, inquiring, What do you say? The little fish fixated on the supreme bone in Yu Qing's hand, its expression tinged with anxiety. It perhaps realized that this moment represented the most significant decision of its life, as well as an extraordinary opportunity. Yes, the little creature replied, its toes digging into the ground, gazing up at Yu Qing with palpable tension. Very well. Yu Qing responded with a gentle smile, enveloping the bone in a soft light before seamlessly integrating it into the little fish's body. Rest now. I will assist you in merging with it, Yu Qing instructed. The little fish nodded, refraining from asking questions, fully obedient to Yu Qing's command as it climbed onto the reclining chair barefoot. Yu Qing gently waved his hand, channeling another wave of gentle energy into the little one's being. Soon, the little fish succumbed to slumber, a light snore escaping its lips as it lay on the chair. No, my supreme bone. That is my supreme bone. Return it to me. Xiao Wuchen, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless mass, erupted into a furious howl upon witnessing the supreme bone being absorbed into the little fish's form. His eyes burned with a crimson rage, brimming with hatred. Suddenly, he drew a dagger from his waist and rolled on the ground, coming to a stop beside the sheep that had been peacefully sleeping nearby. With all his strength, he clasped the sheep tightly, pressing the blade against its throat. Return my supreme bone to me, or I shall slay it, Xiao Wuchen roared, trembling all over as his eyes fixed intently on Yu Qing. Yu Qing, taken aback, stood frozen in place, staring at Xiao Wuchen with a bewildered expression, a multitude of question marks appearing on his forehead. Wait, you can threaten someone with a hostage, but why on earth would you choose a sheep? The sheep, having been roused from its slumber, blinked innocently with its gentle eyes, feeling the tight grip of Xiao Wuchen's limbs around it, its forelegs stiffening in shock. Clearly, it had not anticipated such a calamity. Hurry, return my supreme bone, or I will kill it. Xiao Wuchen continued to scream in a frantic manner, clutching the dagger tightly. His choice of a sheep as a hostage was not born of madness. Rather, it was a final flicker of sanity. Little Li, who who stood beside Yu Qing, could not possibly be taken hostage given Yu Qing's capabilities. This sheep, having followed Yu Qing for many years, had grown plump and healthy, making it, in Xiao Wuchen's eyes, of significant value to Yu Qing, perhaps even more so than Little Li. Did you not hear my words? If you do not return it, I will perish along with it. Xiao Wuchen shouted in desperation. Yet, in response to his threat, Yu Qing merely glanced at him with pity and casually replied, "Do as you wish." The sheep, still groggy from sleep, seemed to grasp only then that it had been taken hostage. With a sudden twist, it kicked out with its hoof. "Get away from me." In an instant, Xiao Wuchen let out a yelp and transformed into a streak of light, soaring away into the sky, disappearing without a trace, leaving only ashes in his wake. That day, many citizens of the South witnessed a brilliant flash and could not help but make countless wishes. Chapter 18, System Rewards. The Sage's Lifelong Insights. Days swiftly passed. Yu Qing's life remained ordinary yet pleasant, the only difference being the presence of Little Li in his waterborne pavilion. Though still young, this little creature had some understanding of what it meant to merge with the Supreme Bone. Each day, before dawn, it would scamper over to Yu Qing's residence, tidying the courtyard and pavilion, and washing the clothes Yu Qing had changed out of the previous day. Once everything was in order, it would prepare a basin of warm water, awaiting Yu Qing's rise. While enjoying breakfast, Yu Qing learned that he would go fishing later. So he prepped the fishing spot and bait in advance. After completing all the trivial tasks, he obediently sat down beside the sheep, entering into a state of cultivation. This little one is indeed diligent. Observing the young carp sitting cross-legged on the ground, immersed in his practice, Yu Qing couldn't help but smile. The little carp was not a disciple appointed by the system's tasks. The Supreme Bone was merely a fortuitous gift, thus Yu Qing only accepted him as a nominal disciple. Of course, despite being a nominal disciple, Yu Qing was not one to withhold knowledge. He first provided him with a set of cultivation techniques suitable for the Supreme Bone, and then implanted in his mind the lifelong insights of a certain sage. Both the techniques and the insights, as well as the Supreme Bone, were acquired by Yu Qing through system sign-ins over the past 20 years. Naturally, what he obtained from sign-ins was not limited to these items. There were many other miscellaneous things as well. With the techniques and the sage's insights at his disposal, the little carp could cultivate independently, much to Yu Qing's relief. As for how far he could progress, that depended on his own fortune. However, it is worth mentioning that when Xiao Wuchen was bestowed with the Supreme Bone, he had not yet received the sage's insights. Had he possessed those insights at that time, perhaps they would have been granted to him as well. Otherwise, Xiao Wuchen would likely have achieved more than his current accomplishments. Nonetheless, this does not alter the final outcome. As for Xiao Wuchen, Yu Qing felt no emotional turbulence. Life, after all, is filled with misjudgments. As long as one lives happily, that is sufficient. Meanwhile, not far from Yu Qing's courtyard, Nanshi, dressed in casual attire, was accompanied by several personal maids and a remarkably poised young man. Chui Wei, Mr. Yu has rendered great kindness to our southern nation. Since he is here, it is only right to ensure his protection. Recently, scouts reported that the Fuyo Empire might send someone to pose a threat to him. I do not trust anyone else, so I need you to stay by Mr. Yu's side and safeguard his safety. Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Chui Wei quickly bowed, his face revealing a look of difficulty. What, are you unwilling? Nanshi inquired. It's not that I am unwilling. As your Majesty said, Mr. Yu has indeed shown great kindness to our southern nation, and it is only just to take care of him. Chui Wei bowed, his tone hesitant. However, your Majesty knows my disposition. I am truly unsuited for such a task. Therefore, I humbly request that you assign someone else. Whether it be stationed in the army to train soldiers or to charge into battle, I would have no objections. But to have me undertake this idle task, I fear I am incapable. Furthermore, the Imperial Guard could easily be dispatched to protect Mr. Yu. Thus, I request your Majesty to reconsider this command. Nanshi smiled as she explained, I am well aware of your temperament, yet even with the Imperial Guard's protection, I remain uneasy. Moreover, your disposition is not one to seek the limelight. You are the most suitable choice for this task. However, Chui Wei wore a troubled expression. All right, enough said. It is settled, Nanshi declared with unwavering authority. Although Mr. Yu has lost his cultivation, his insights are plentiful. You may learn much from him. Reluctantly, Chui Wei nodded in agreement as Nanshi insisted. Come, let me take you to meet him. Before long, They arrived at Yu Qing's courtyard. "Mr. Yu, it has been a while," Nanshi greeted with a smile. "Indeed, it has been quite some time. Please, take a seat," Yu Qing replied, rising with a smile. Nanshi beamed, then turned to the side and said, "Mr. Yu, allow me to introduce this individual. This is Cui Wei. Cui Wei, you should quickly pay your respects to Mr. Yu." Cui Wei promptly bowed, respectfully stating, "Cui Wei pays his respects to you, Mr. Yu." "There's no need for such formality," Yu Qing replied with a warm smile. "Mr. Yu, the reason is as follows," Nanshi continued. "Considering your esteemed identity, I feared that unsavory individuals might disturb you, so I specifically assigned him to accompany you. He can assist you with errands when needed, and during his free time, he will keep to himself and not intrude. How can I accept such an arrangement?" Yu Qing protested. Nanshi chuckled. "If you refuse, it would imply a lack of regard for me, Nanshi." "Very well," Yu Qing conceded with a nod, recognizing that he was in a foreign land and could not refuse for any reason. After all, at present, he was merely a guest. He then turned to Cui Wei and said, "I hope you will not find it too burdensome, young Master Cui." Cui Wei quickly responded, "There is no need for such courtesy, Mr. Yu. Please feel free to command me as you see fit." With that, Cui Wei stepped aside, holding a sheathed sword, his gaze vigilant. After leaving Cui Wei behind, Nanshi engaged in light conversation with Yu Qing before departing due to matters at court. Yu Qing resumed his fishing and, noticing the upright and attentive Cui Wei standing nearby, could not help but chuckle. "Young Master Cui, there is no need to be so formal. Feel free to relax. Please do not mind me, for it is my duty to ensure your safety, and I cannot afford to be negligent," Cui Wei replied earnestly. Very well, Yu Qing laughed, deciding to let it be. Meanwhile, in the empire of Fuyao, Nangong Fuyao sat in the palace, her brow furrowed in concern. "Is there still no news of Xiao Wuchen?" she inquired of Sun Xuanji, who stood below. "I have exhausted all means to reach him, yet there has been no response," Sun Xuanji replied. "However, according to reports from our spies in the south, he entered the territory several days ago." Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's frown deepened, a sense of unease stirring within her, as if the situation harbored some hidden intricacies. Due to her understanding of Xiao Wuchen's character, it was unreasonable for him not to respond to messages. The matter of the demonic affliction was urgent. It was imperative that I contact Xiao Wuchen promptly to ensure he brings Yu Qing back quickly. Understood. Sun Xuanji acknowledged the order and withdrew. After Sun Xuanji departed, Nangong Fuyao could not help but rub her forehead. The thought that the empire's fortune diminished each day in the effort to suppress the demonic entities left her feeling unsettled. Now, with Xiao Wuchen suddenly out of reach, her anxiety only intensified. Chapter 19. Never did I imagine that one day I would need to summon Yu Qing back. Days passed as usual. In the courtyard, Yu Qing observed the little carp beside him and couldn't help but praise, "Little one, you have made remarkable progress." The little carp appeared unchanged on the surface, with no visible cultivation. In reality, however, he had evolved into a formidable practitioner within a mere few weeks in the Southern Kingdom. This was, of course, attributed to the extraordinary nature of the supreme bone, coupled with the advanced techniques Yu Qing provided, along with the insights from a sage's cultivation. All these elements were indispensable. The reason his cultivation was not apparent was due to the nature of the technique Yu Qing imparted, which included a method of concealing one's level of mastery. Yu Qing's intention behind this was to protect the little carp. In the outside world, discretion could prove vital at critical moments. Furthermore, considering his young age, this approach could shield him from various temptations that might lead him astray in the future. "My master teaches well," the little carp smiled innocently, still clad in oversized shorts, with his belly and feet bare. It was hard to imagine that this little fellow had already become an exceptional practitioner. "Very good. Remain humble and composed, maintaining this mindset," Yu Qing commended. "Now, continue your training." "Yes, master," the little carp replied respectfully, then dutifully resumed his practice. A few more days passed, and the little carp continued as usual. Observing the little carp diligently cleaning the table early in the morning, Cui Wei could no longer remain idle. He picked up a broom and began sweeping the courtyard. These past few days had been somewhat torturous for him. It was not that Yu Qing treated him poorly. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Life with Yu Qing was exceedingly leisurely. Yu Qing seldom required his assistance, only sending him to the southern part of the city to fetch some peach blossom wine. Beyond that, He spent his days watching Yu Qing fish, which he could do for an entire day. For Chui Wei, this idleness felt like a waste of time. He would gladly take to the battlefield or undertake challenging missions for the Southern Kingdom. Only this languor proved to be a bit of a torment. Thank you, the little carp said politely upon seeing Chui Wei finish sweeping the courtyard. No need for thanks, Chui Wei replied with a smile. He had grown quite fond of this understanding little boy. After little carp completed his tasks, he sat cross-legged on the ground, entering a meditative state. He couldn't help but shake his head. He was well aware that little carp was engaged in cultivation. However, remaining in a seated meditation for extended periods seemed rather futile. True cultivation requires a solid foundation. The initial step involves strengthening one's muscles and fortifying the body. While it is acceptable to occasionally sit down and reflect on one's gains. Since Chui Wei arrived here, he noticed that little carp was either working or meditating. In his view, this was rather a misplacement of priorities. Little one, sitting idly won't yield any results in your cultivation, Chui Wei kindly remarked. If you truly wish to cultivate, I can teach you. Thank you, but I think I'll pass, little carp replied, opening his eyes. Do you doubt my abilities? Chui Wei asked, somewhat bemused. Perhaps you are unaware of who I am. Allow me to demonstrate what true mastery of cultivation looks like. With that, he moved his sword, and the surrounding environment stirred as if moved by an unseen wind. Watch closely, he commanded. Drawing his sword, a glimmer of cold light emerged. With a swift motion, a blade of energy surged forth like a dragon, shattering a rock several yards away with a thunderous explosion. What do you think? Chui Wei asked casually, smiling at little carp. Yet, the response he received was entirely unexpected. Thank you, but that won't be necessary, little carp said, shaking his head and declining the offer. One reason for his refusal was that he possessed the lifelong insights of a sage and, in many respects, was no longer the inexperienced child he once was. In fact, his knowledge and experience far surpassed that of Chui Wei. Another reason was that he felt capable of performing feats akin to those demonstrated by Chui Wei. Hey, you little rascal, Chui Wei said, his expression shifting to mild annoyance at little carp's attitude. Nevertheless, he did not harbor genuine anger. Recognizing that little carp lacked any innate talent for cultivation, he decided to let the matter rest. He had initially anticipated finding something to occupy his time in the days to come, but it seemed that hope had been dashed. Sir, here is the bait, Chui Wei said casually, taking over little carp's task and handing the prepared bait to Yu Qing, who had just risen and was preparing to fish. Thank you, Yu Qing replied with a smile. He did not harbor any resentment towards the person assigned to him by Nanshi. In fact, he had a rather favorable impression. Chui Wei neither overstepped boundaries nor engaged in unnecessary chatter. While Yu Qing fished, he stood still like a pillar. Only when he could no longer contain himself would he venture into the courtyard to practice his swordplay. On this day, after a long wait for the stars to align, Chui Wei finally awaited the arrival of Nanshi. She was relatively unhurried that day, spending nearly 2 hours with Yu Qing before taking her leave. Chui Wei hastily caught up with the departing Nanshi. What is it? Nanshi turned to look at Chui Wei. Your Majesty. Chui Wei scratched his head awkwardly and said with a troubled expression, how much longer must I remain here? Is it not enjoyable to stay with the master? Nanshi inquired. It's not that being here is unpleasant. It's just far too idle, Chui Wei earnestly responded. During this time, even my cultivation has languished. If I stay any longer, I fear I may become utterly useless. Might I be allowed to return? Nanshi hesitated slightly, but ultimately refused Chui Wei's request, stating, as I have said before, I cannot trust anyone else. I will reconsider once I find a suitable replacement. Very well. Chui Wei could only nod in resignation and return to the courtyard to resume his tranquil life as a guard for Yu Qing. In the Fuyo Empire, despite days of correspondence, there remained no news of Xiao Wuchen. It was evident to all that something must have transpired with him. Could it be that the Southern Kingdom has captured him? Nangong Fuyo said solemnly. Given Xiao Wuchen's prowess, it should not be difficult for him to escape the Southern Kingdom if he wishes to, Sun Xuanji remarked. Then what on earth is happening? Nangong Fuyo asked, her expression fraught with anger. Your Majesty, while the circumstances surrounding Xiao Wuchen's disappearance are indeed suspicious, the foremost concern remains the demonic plague, Sun Xuanji suggested. Perhaps I should personally journey to the Southern Kingdom to retrieve Yu Qing and simultaneously seek any news about Xiao Wuchen. Upon hearing this, a shadow crossed Nangong Fuyo's face. She glanced outside the imperial capital, her clenched fists relaxing after a prolonged moment, before she said, "If that is the case, then you may proceed. However," Sun Xuanji added, "to ensure absolute certainty, it would be best for your majesty to issue a decree to Yu Qing, clarifying your stance." "Impossible." Nangong Fuyo rejected the notion without hesitation. "Allowing you and Xiao Wuchen to go in tandem is already the height of my leniency. Simply inform him that he may return if he wishes. Do you think I am in need of him? Yet, the issue of the demonic plague indeed requires his presence. Only then will the ancient Taoist relent," Sun Xuanji argued, finding himself in a difficult position. "That concerns the ancient Taoist. It is not his affair." Nangong Fuyo replied coldly. "But the ancient Taoist imposed the ban due to him," Sun Xuanji countered. "If Yu Qing does not return, or if he must be forcibly brought back, it is unlikely the ancient Taoist will budge. To persuade him, not only must Yu Qing return, but it would also be beneficial to restore his title as Prince of Qing. Thus, I implore your majesty to issue a decree to demonstrate your intentions clearly." After listening to Sun Xuanji's words, Nangong Fuyo's expression darkened, her clenched fist revealing faint veins beneath her skin. She never anticipated that one day she would truly need to summon Yu Qing back. After a long, contemplative pause, she finally crafted a decree and handed it to Sun Xuanji. "Your Majesty, I shall set off for the Southern Kingdom at once," Sun Xuanji said, his face brightening as he took the decree and hastened towards the Southern Kingdom. Chapter 20. I have long been disassociated from the Fuyo Empire. Soon, Sun Xuanji arrived in the Southern Kingdom. Given that Yu Qing had not made any deliberate effort to conceal his whereabouts, if Xiao Wuchen was able to locate Yu Qing, it was only natural that Sun Xuanji could as well. He then knocked on the door of Yu Qing's courtyard. Yu Qing, who was fishing in the pavilion, heard the sound and replied nonchalantly, "Let him go back." "Understood," Cui Wei responded, turning to the door. "Your Excellency, please return. The gentleman is unable to see you." Sun Xuanji's expression turned sour, as he had not anticipated being met with such a rebuff before even entering. However, having made the journey, he was unwilling to concede so easily. "Prince Qing, I implore you for a brief audience. I will speak just a few words and then take my leave." Causing no further disturbance, Sun Xuanji called out with determination. "Silence." Cui Wei's demeanor darkened, positioning himself firmly at the door, half drawing his sword, an indication that he was prepared to draw steel at the slightest provocation. As the stalemate persisted, Yu Qing's calm voice drifted from within the courtyard. "Let him in." Upon hearing this, Cui Wei's cold expression dissipated as he stepped aside, allowing Sun Xuanji to enter. "Thank you," Sun Xuanji said with a respectful gesture as he walked into the courtyard. "Prince Qing, it has been a long time." "Speak your piece, Director Sun," Yu Qing said, continuing to fish with an indifferent tone. "My purpose in coming here is primarily to convey an apology on behalf of the Fuyo Empire and Her Majesty the Empress," Sun Xuanji stated. "The establishment of the Fuyo Empire owes much to your Highness's contributions. You have always been a great benefactor of our empire, a true hero. Yet you have been unjustly exiled. This was indeed a grievous error on the part of Her Majesty. However, it must be noted that her decision was made in haste, not entirely reflective of her true intent, and she deeply regrets it. Since your Highness's departure, she has missed you greatly." Upon hearing Sun Xuanji's words, Yu Qing could not suppress a sneer. "Before me, Director Sun, there is no need for such insincere platitudes." A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Sun Xuanji's face, but he quickly regained composure and said, "Perhaps Prince Qing does not believe me, but this is Her Majesty's edict, which clearly expresses her stance. You will see for yourself." With that, Sun Xuanji presented the edict from Nangong Fuyo with both hands. "Director Sun, what is done is done. From the moment she expelled me, I have severed all ties with the Fuyo Empire. Thus, her current sentiments hold no significance for me. I am indifferent to them. Therefore, there is no need to read the edict. I ask you to leave." Director Sunday, Yu Qing stated matter-of-factly, not even glancing at the edict. Sun Xuanji's countenance darkened upon hearing this. Seeing Yu Qing's resolute demeanor, he hesitated for a long moment before suddenly kneeling on the ground. Observing this, Yu Qing could not help but shake his head. "Director Sun, you are a person of high esteem in the Fuyo Empire. Why resort to such measures? Please allow King Qing to peruse the imperial edict. After reviewing it, King Qing may deliberate further," Sun Xuanji stated earnestly, presenting the edict with both hands. Observing the sincerity etched on Sun Xuanji's face, Yu Qing set down his fishing rod, rising with a sigh. Director Sun, I respect your loyalty to the nation and understand your obligations as a minister. For your sake, I shall take a look at it. However, I must forewarn you that this will not alter the outcome. With that, Yu Qing extended his hand to accept the edict. Thank you, King Qing, Sun Xuanji replied, his expression brightening. Over the years, he had come to know Yu Qing somewhat and recognized that he was a man of deep feelings. Having lived in the Fuyo Empire for many years, Yu Qing's contributions were indispensable. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the empire was his labor of love. If the edict contained a sincere apology from the Empress and allowed Yu Qing to return, it was likely that King Qing would show leniency. Yet, in the next moment, Yu Qing's sardonic voice resonated. Yu Qing, you conspired with foreign powers and plotted treason. Though I acknowledge your past contributions and spare you the death penalty by merely exiling you from the Fuyo Empire, rather than expressing gratitude, you harbor resentment and incite the ancient practitioners to impose restrictions on the Guild of Formation Masters, causing the Fuyo Empire's fortunes to wane. Considering our past ties, I am still willing to offer you a chance. Should you immediately persuade the ancient practitioners to lift the restrictions and send someone to address the demonic affliction in the imperial capital, I can overlook your previous transgressions and allow you to remain in the Fuyo Empire. With each word, the scorn on Yu Qing's face deepened, while Sun Xuanji's embarrassment grew more pronounced, trembling as if he wished to vanish into the ground. He dared not privately examine the Emperor's edict. He had initially assumed that, regardless of her true thoughts, the Empress of Fuyo would extend a relatively favorable attitude to Yu Qing given the urgency of the demonic plague. He could never have anticipated such sentiments expressed in the edict. So, this reflects the attitude of your Fuyo Empress? Yu Qing asked, his tone laden with meaning. Is this the decree that you, Director Sun, wished for me to see? Chapter 21. Let him contemplate the value of meditation. Yu Qing's words left Sun Xuanji at a loss for response, his face alternating between shades of green and red, struggling to articulate even a single word. His mind had prepared countless phrases to reconcile with Yu Qing, yet at this moment, he could only swallow them down. Feeling too ashamed to utter a sound, Director Sun, please take your leave and do not return, Yu Qing said derisively, shaking his head as he tossed the edict onto the ground. Sun Xuanji's expression grew exceedingly complex. After a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply, picked up the edict from the floor, and departed without uttering a word. The master has spoken, do not return. Should you choose to come again, our southern kingdom will not extend further courtesies, Cui Wei stated coldly at the entrance. Sun Xuanji gazed at the young man with a frigid demeanor at the door, and within, he felt another wave of profound exasperation. The Heavenly Palace Institute, as the cradle of the formidable figures of the Fuyo Empire, not only undertakes various missions but also serves as the intelligence hub of the empire. At this moment, the head of the Heavenly Palace Institute recognized the young man before him. He was one of the top 10 talents of the Southern Kingdom, highly regarded by the Empress of the South. If all goes as expected, this individual will undoubtedly become a pivotal figure in the Southern Kingdom in the future. Previously, he had been aware that the Southern Empress personally welcomed Yu Qing's arrival, yet he never anticipated that she would also send Cui Wei to accompany him. From the moment he entered the palace, Cui Wei had assumed a protective stance. The Southern Kingdom's attitude towards Yu Qing was starkly evident when compared to that of the Fuyo Empire. At this moment, Sun Xuanji truly felt he had lost all face to approach Yu Qing again. Rest assured, my young brother, I shall not return, Sun Xuanji said with a bitter tone. After speaking, he turned away despondently, his gaze drifting toward the direction of the Fuyo Empire, where the spark of ambition in his eyes seemed to have vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of confusion. He had initially intended to inquire about Xiao Wuchen, but now lacked the enthusiasm to pursue it. After seeing off Sun Xuanji, Cui Wei returned to the courtyard, still feeling bored. Glancing at the little carp beside him, who was meditating again, he couldn't help but sigh. This little creature. How many times must I tell you that meditation is futile? Such endeavors are not fit for one of your age. Just as he was preparing to practice his swordplay, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he swiftly turned around, his sharp gaze piercing through the elegant structures, locking onto a figure on a rooftop a mile away. There stood a young man in white. Their eyes met across the distance, igniting an unspoken tension filled with the scent of gunpowder. The young man in white smirked disdainfully, his gaze dripping with provocation. Subsequently, he leaped forth, dashing out of the city. Upon witnessing this, Cui Wei clenched his fists tightly, instinctively ready to rush out. However, just as he exerted force with his legs, he glanced back at Yu Qing, who was leisurely fishing on the balcony, and abruptly halted. With a somber expression, he returned to his post in the pavilion, remaining steadfast as a guardian. Clearly, despite his desire to pursue, he never forgot his mission to protect Yu Qing. On the balcony, Yu Qing shook the wine pot beside him and smiled helplessly. He then turned to Cui Wei and said, "Brother Cui, could you please fetch me a jar of peach blossom wine from Old Lu outside the city? I heard from the neighbor that the peach blossom wine from Old Lu is the most authentic." Upon hearing this, Cui Wei's eyes brightened. "Yes, sir. I shall go at once." With a glance toward the city entrance, Cui Wei stepped out of the courtyard, leaping swiftly toward the outside. Alas, it seems today will once again be a day of fruitless endeavors, he mused as he departed. After Cui Wei left, Yu Qing set down his fishing rod, stretched lazily, suppressing the urge to evaporate the river before him, and approached the little carp. "Have you encountered any difficulties or bottlenecks in your cultivation, master?" Little carp opened her eyes and eagerly exclaimed, "With the insights bestowed upon me by my master, no challenge or obstacle remains insurmountable." "That's splendid," Yu Qing replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. "However, what you currently lack the most is practical experience. How about it? Are you eager to engage in some practice?" Upon hearing this, Little Carp's large eyes sparkled with excitement. She was no longer the same Little Carp, under the guidance of the sage's wisdom. She had not only avoided detours in her cultivation, but also had various combat experiences and techniques etched in her mind. Yet, she had consistently lacked a genuine opportunity to put her recent learnings into action, leaving her restless with anticipation. "Cui Wei treats you well, doesn't he?" Yu Qing inquired. "Indeed, master," Little Carp nodded, scratching her head and expressing her annoyance. "But he always says that my meditation is useless, which bothers me greatly." Yu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. He continued, "Here's what we shall do. If my intuition serves me right, he is currently facing a small predicament. Why don't you go lend him a hand? It will also give him a chance to see whether your meditation has indeed been of any use." Little Carp's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. She promptly stood up, declaring, "Yes, master, I shall go at once." Chapter 22. Where does this little brat come from outside South City? Cui Wei soared through the air with remarkable speed. His first priority was not to seek out the man in white, but rather to heed Yu Qing's instructions and procure a jar of peach blossom wine from Old Lu. With the wine secured, he then made his way to the peach blossom grove outside the city. The grove was a spectacle of blossoms stretching for miles. But the recent light rains had rendered the paths muddy. Cui Wei stepped carefully, making his way toward the peach pavilion nestled within the grove. Inside the pavilion, the man in white stood with a cold sneer, locking eyes with Cui Wei. Their encounter was marked by a palpable tension, as if enemies confronted in a bitter rivalry. The man in white, named Bai Hua, was of similar age to Cui Wei and was one of the 10 most promising youths of the Southern Kingdom. However, their backgrounds were starkly different. Cui Wei hailed from humble beginnings, having clawed his way up from obscurity, while Bai Hua was born into a prestigious family with a long-standing influence in the Southern Kingdom. Despite their differing origins, there was no inherent animosity between them. But the real conflict began when Nanshi placed significant importance on Cui Wei. This perceived threat to Bai Hua's status ignited a sense of crisis within him, as he could not fathom a commoner rising to his level. Consequently, he exerted various forms of oppression upon Cui Wei. The animosity reached a boiling point when Cui Wei witnessed his fiancée emerging from Bai Hua's bed. This incident fueled Cui Wei's hatred. "You worthless wretch of lowly birth. Is your speed so lamentably slow?" Bai Hua mocked. A derisive smile plastered across his face as he regarded Cui Wei. "No wonder Lianer finds you unworthy and chose to climb into my bed. I must admit, Lianer's form is indeed exquisite." Silence. Cui Wei's forehead pulsed with visible veins. His fists clenched tightly, producing a resonant sound. "What is the matter? Are you angry?" Bai Hua scoffed. "It's only natural. After all, Lianer has been with you for so many years, yet has never surrendered herself to you. Meanwhile, after merely half a month of acquaintance with me, she willingly offered herself. It's only expected that you would be consumed by impotent rage." As these words fell, Cui Wei's breath became erratic, his entire being trembling with fury. Bai Hua then languidly proclaimed, "Now, I present you with an opportunity for vengeance. Let us engage in a life-and-death duel, shall we? No sooner had Bai Hua spoken than Cui Wei unsheathed his sword with a sharp clang, transforming into a streak of icy brilliance as he charged at Bai Hua. Observing Cui Wei's fury, a smirk curled at the corner of Bai Hua's lips. This was precisely the outcome he desired. After secretly ingesting a fury pill, he advanced towards Cui Wei. Although the fury pill bore severe side effects, it would enhance his strength by nearly 30%. With Cui Wei already provoked and his breath in disarray, Bai Hua felt assured that he could eliminate Cui Wei in this moment of opportunity. Once Cui Wei was vanquished, no one among the younger generation of the Southern Kingdom could challenge his position. Thus, the minor side effects of the fury pill were inconsequential. Although Cui Wei's demise would surely enrage the Empress, it was a sacrifice worth making. The loss of a remarkable young talent would not lead to the removal of another. Otherwise, the Southern Kingdom would find itself without successors. Hence, for the future of the kingdom, it was highly probable that Nanxi would turn a blind eye. Moreover, it was Cui Wei who had initiated the conflict. As the two prominent young figures of the Southern Kingdom clashed, the sword lights flickered within the peach blossom grove. A tempestuous force surged outward, cleaving countless peach trees in half, sending blossoms swirling through the air before disintegrating into dust. After a fierce exchange of blades, Cui Wei was forced to retreat repeatedly through the air. What's wrong, you worthless fool? Is this all the strength you possess? No wonder Lien looks down on you. Bai Hua continued to taunt, seeking to further provoke Cui Wei. In a duel of masters, even the slightest miscalculation could lead to chaos. Revealing a flaw would result in a cascade of errors. Indeed, at that moment, Cui Wei's eyes burned with rage as he charged at Bai Hua once more. His swordplay, though fierce and relentless, was purely offensive, reflecting a desperate fighting style. Cui Wei had completely fallen into Bai Hua's trap. Before long, Bai Hua pierced Cui Wei's shoulder with his sword. Regrettably, a flicker of cold light flashed in Bai Hua's eyes, lamenting that the strike had not severed Cui Wei's head. However, it mattered little. Cui Wei was now at the end of his rope. The two combatants engaged once more, their battle reaching a fever pitch as the peach grove was ravaged. More than half of it destroyed. Cui Wei was now covered in sword wounds, while Bai Hua remained unperturbed and composed. At last, in the final clash of blades, Bai Hua struck a palm against Cui Wei's chest. Cui Wei was sent hurtling several dozen yards, collapsing into the mire, unable to rise again. A man of humble origins is forever destined to remain in the shadows of the radiant moon. Bai Hua, sword in hand, approached step by step, disdain evident in his voice. As he reached Cui Wei, he looked down upon him from a lofty position. On the ground, Cui Wei coughed blood, his eyes bloodshot, filled with an expression of deep resentment. Die? Bai Hua's expression turned cold as he prepared to plunge his sword into Cui Wei's vital points. Stop! At that moment, a crisp voice rang out. Bai Hua's gaze sharpened as he followed the sound, spotting a small boy, around 7 or 8 years old, trudging through the muddy path. The boy, barefoot and clad in oversized shorts, was covered in dirt. Bai Hua's lips twitched in irritation. He had expected someone formidable, only to find this little brat. He could hardly be bothered to glance at the child again, raising his sword once more to strike Cui Wei, determined to end the matter swiftly. I said to stop. The boy's voice rang out again, innocent yet commanding. Bai Hua's countenance darkened, fury welling within him. How audacious for a mere child to interrupt. Meanwhile, Cui Wei, lying on the ground, caught sight of the boy. Upon recognizing Shao Li, his eyes widened in shock, his body trembling. What was this little rascal doing here at such a time? Just as he was about to shout for Shao Li to leave, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. In an instant, Shao Li, who had been dozens of yards away, suddenly appeared before them. In that moment, all of Cui Wei's resentment and hatred towards Bai Hua was momentarily forgotten, his bloodshot eyes wide with disbelief. Bai Hua was equally taken aback by this display. Did you not hear me tell you to stop? Though Shao Li was only as tall as Bai Hua's waist, his tone was utterly authoritative. The icy demeanor he displayed was far from that of a mere child. He resembled a seasoned warrior. This tone incited Bai Hua's rage further. Indeed, Shao Li's sudden appearance had startled him, but it did not equate to superiority in strength. How formidable could a child truly be? He raised his sword, intent on attacking. However, he would soon pay the price for his rashness. With a resounding thud, Xiao Li's fist struck a certain indefinable part of Bai Hua's anatomy with such force that Bai Hua was launched into the air, soaring 100 feet away. As he flew through the air, he experienced a harrowing sequence of sensations, beginning with numbness, then soreness, and finally an excruciating pain that penetrated to his very bones. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground, his body carving a long trench in the earth before coming to a halt. Chapter 23. Are you really only 8 years old? No. I am 7.5. The injuries from the impact caused Bai Hua to cough up blood in great heaves. Yet, he could hardly care. Curling his body on the ground, rolling in agony with his hands clutched around his abdomen, beads of cold sweat erupting all over him. This scene left Chui Wei, who lay on the ground, utterly stunned. What kind of power is this? He fixed his gaze on Xiao Li, disbelief flooding his eyes, feeling an unfamiliarity. Is this still the same naive child who, aside from household chores, could only meditate? I will kill you. Meanwhile, from a distance, Bai Hua, having endured the initial pain, finally rose unsteadily to his feet. Gazing at his blood-soaked hands, he trembled, screaming madly. Then, wielding his sword, he charged upwards, aiming at Xiao Li. Be careful. Get out of the way. Chui Wei shouted urgently. Although Xiao Li's recent teleportation and displayed strength had astonished him, he did not believe Xiao Li could match Bai Hua in a head-on confrontation. It was understandable. Xiao Li was far too young. Hurry. As Xiao Li remained motionless, Chui Wei shouted again in desperation. But as he yelled, he found his voice dwindling, his throat feeling as though it were clogged. He watched as Xiao Li extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching Bai Hua's sword mid-swing. Chui Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to contain his astonishment. This scene seemed utterly surreal to him. No matter how he looked at it, that tender hand, still caked with dirt under its fingernails, had firmly stopped the incoming blade, preventing it from advancing an inch. Bai Hua was equally astonished, as if he had encountered a ghost, his heart racing with fear even more than Chui Wei's. This was a strike he had unleashed. No one understood its power better than him. To have it caught with just 2 fingers, he could hardly fathom Xiao Li's strength. At that moment, Xiao Li gently bent his fingers, causing Bai Hua's sword to shatter. Not intending to relent, he kicked out his foot, aiming once more at the very spot where Bai Hua had been injured. Once again, Chui Wei instinctively shivered at the sight. Bai Hua, predictably, was sent flying again. Though the impact upon landing was less dramatic than before, he lay on the ground, convulsing, rolling his eyes, and frothing at the mouth. From now on, do not say that my meditation is useless. After collecting himself, Xiao Li looked down at Chui Wei and said earnestly. Chui Wei could only click his tongue, unsure how to respond. After a long silence, he finally managed to gather his thoughts and asked, Are you really 8 years old? No, Xiao Li replied. Upon hearing this, Chui Wei let out a sigh of relief. If the little carp were indeed only 8 years old, then as a self-proclaimed genius of the younger generation from the Southern Kingdom, he might as well find a block of tofu to end his misery. Yet, in the next moment, the little carp's words nearly choked him. I am only 7.5. Observing the little carp's earnest demeanor, he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the child, despite knowing he should be grateful for the life-saving intervention. Seemingly aware of Chui Wei's thoughts, the little carp continued. All that I can do is a gift from my master. Furthermore, I came here at my master's behest, as he is aware of your troubles. Master. Chui Wei's body jolted, his eyes wide with disbelief. After a prolonged silence, it seemed he finally comprehended the implications. He had previously assumed the little carp's displayed prowess was a result of the child's extraordinary talent. It was only when the child mentioned their master that Chui Wei recalled Yu Qing, the great benefactor of the Southern Kingdom, the seemingly idle young man in the green attire who spent his days fishing. He quickly felt for the wine flask tucked within his clothing. The flask was intact, and he suddenly understood why Yu Qing had instructed him to fetch a jar of wine from outside the city at that precise moment. He had been puzzled, considering that the peach blossom wine sold in the city was sourced directly from Old Lu. Why go the extra mile? This line of thought led him to realize that Yu Qing had long anticipated Bai Hua's appearance and had calculated that Chui Wei was no match for him, sending the little carp to assist him. This meant that Yu Qing was not the washed-up figure the rumors suggested, having been discarded 20 years ago. This staggering revelation momentarily left Chui Wei dazed. Stop dawdling. What about that person? The little carp inquired. Chui Wei snapped back to reality, and with the little carp's support, he slowly approached Bai Hua. At that moment, Bai Hua had already succumbed to unconsciousness, though his body still convulsed intermittently. With a series of punches and kicks from the little carp, Bai Hua's vital essence had been forcefully disrupted, causing Cui Wei to involuntarily gasp in shock. He could not fathom why the little carp targeted that specific area. Yet, he silently vowed never to provoke the little rascal again. However, upon gazing at Bai Hua, his expression swiftly turned cold. Although he had previously lost his composure in anger, he was not foolish. Now, having regained his calm, he recalled Bai Hua's various antics and could not help but grasp the latter's intentions. Gritting his teeth, he brought his sword down decisively, putting an end to Bai Hua's suffering. The two soon returned to the Mozhui Pavilion within Shangnan City. Yu Qing still lay languidly in a reclining chair, fishing. Upon seeing Yu Qing again, Cui Wei's feelings had transformed entirely. Previously, he had merely recognized that Yu Qing had once bestowed great kindness upon the southern kingdom, and that, due to the edict of the Empress Nangong, he was obliged to fulfill his duties. Cui Wei, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace, he said, kneeling heavily on both knees and expressing his heartfelt thanks. It is merely a trivial matter. There is no need for such formalities. Yu Qing smiled faintly, extending his hand to assist Cui Wei. He then added, however, your injuries are more severe than anticipated. Under normal circumstances, his strength should not have been sufficient to inflict such harm upon you. Your discernment is truly remarkable, Cui Wei replied, offering an embarrassed, wry smile. He proceeded to recount the grievances between himself and Bai Hua to Yu Qing without reservation. Ah, I see, Yu Qing said, patting Cui Wei's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. It is but a woman, do not dwell on it. I shall take you to enjoy a performance at the brothel another day. I shall heed your advice, my lord, but I must decline the invitation to the brothel. I am simply not interested, Cui Wei quickly responded. You speak too soon. You will understand once we go, Yu Qing chuckled, then turned his gaze to Xiao Li and inquired, how do you feel? Thank you, master. I feel absolutely wonderful, Xiao Li exclaimed, clenching his small fist. Excitement still bubbling within him, especially as it was his first display of prowess following his accomplishments. Oh, pray tell, how did you defeat that fellow? Yu Qing asked with a smile. Thus, Xiao Li began to recount the tale animatedly, with Cui Wei chiming in from the side. As the story unfolded, Yu Qing sensed something amiss. Hold on a moment, let me first examine the specific insights you have gained. He hastily began to scrutinize. When he had imparted the insights to Xiao Li, he had focused solely on whether they were suitable for the growth of the supreme bone, neglecting to pay attention to the precise nature of the sage's cultivation insights. Upon inspection, Yu Qing was momentarily taken aback. The corners of his mouth twitched as he gazed at Xiao Li, his expression growing profound. It seemed he could already envision a future entity that would instill fear and cause legs to tremble. Master, is something amiss? Xiao Li inquired. No, nothing is wrong, Yu Qing stammered, waving his hand awkwardly. He quickly attempted to diffuse the situation, saying, though the methods may appear somewhat unscrupulous, any technique capable of vanquishing an adversary is indeed a good technique. Chapter 24. An unprecedented opportunity in the Southern Kingdom. 2 days passed, and Cui Wei's injuries had nearly healed. Curiously, Yu Qing did not engage in fishing today. Instead, he languidly reclined in a lounge chair, holding the peach blossom wine that Cui Wei had brought back from outside the city a couple of days prior. He also commenced today's system check-in. Oh, yet another sage's insights, Yu Qing remarked with a flat expression. Recently, sage insights had been pouring in like a torrent. He had accumulated no less than 100 in his storage space. One set of insights from a sword sage caught his attention. Just as he was about to stow it away, he glanced at Cui Wei, who was practicing swordplay nearby. After a moment's hesitation, he called Cui Wei over. Greetings, my lord. How may I serve you? Cui Wei inquired respectfully. I have a gift for you. Yu Qing gestured, producing the jade slip that emanated a faint glow, which he placed in Cui Wei's hands. What is this? Cui Wei, perplexed, took the jade slip and upon opening it, was immediately taken aback, hastily kneeling on the ground. My lord, this is far too precious, I cannot accept it. At that moment, Yu Qing had already closed his eyes again, merely waving his hand to signal him to withdraw. Overwhelmed with emotion, Cui Wei swallowed hard, grasping the jade slip tightly, and knelt deeply in reverence before Yu Qing. Cui Wei, I am deeply grateful for your generous gift, my lord. After expressing his gratitude, Chui Wei respectfully retreated to a corner, where he reopened the jade slip. Although he was already aware that it contained the insights of a sage, he was still astonished by its immense value upon closer inspection. Within it were not only the Sword Saint's lifelong experiences in swordsmanship, but also various combat experiences and multifaceted insights. After just a short while of contemplation, many of his previously confounding questions and problems were effortlessly resolved. In essence, with this sage's wisdom in his future cultivation, he would encounter no detours or bottlenecks. He merely needed to follow the prescribed path, and his progress would come naturally. Over the course of the next day, Chui Wei experienced 2 further epiphanies. Each time he gained a breakthrough. If he were to encounter Bai Hua, who had consumed the frenzied pill, he was confident he could defeat him effortlessly with a single strike. From that day forward, beside the sheep, not only Xiao Li was seated in meditation, but Chui Wei had also joined him. Xiao Li shifted slightly to the side, unable to resist glancing at Chui Wei. Didn't you say that meditating is useless? Why are you sitting in meditation now? She inquired. Chui Wei's face flushed with embarrassment at her words, changing colors several times before he stammered. Did I ever say that? You have a poor memory. Hurry up and cultivate. With that, he promptly closed his eyes, avoiding Xiao Li's questioning gaze. However, just as the two had settled into their meditation, a knock sounded from outside. They simultaneously opened their eyes and approached the door. Standing outside was a young man clad in armor, exuding an imposing presence. I have seen General Li. Chui Wei greeted him with a cupped fist and a bow, his face filled with confusion. How did Li Shang come to be here? It must be noted that Li Shang hailed from the Southern National Imperial Guard and was one of Nan Shi's trusted confidants. Li Shang glanced at Xiao Li, noting the absence of others, and then clasped his hands together, saying, Lord Chui, His Majesty, considering your desire to join the military, has specifically dispatched me to relieve you of your duty of protecting Mr. Yu Qing. His Majesty has been preoccupied with state affairs lately, so I kindly ask you to lead me to Mr. Yu Qing to explain the situation. Upon hearing this, Chui Wei's expression changed. Before he could respond, Xiao Li pointed at him and exclaimed, Oh, so you wish to leave? I will go inform Master right away. With that, she dashed towards the courtyard. Upon witnessing the scene, Chui Wei swiftly advanced and grasped the little carp, firmly covering its mouth while exclaiming, Hush, hush, hush. No, Li Yi, I was mistaken. I truly meant no offense. I implore you, spare me. Yet, the look in the little carp's eyes revealed an unwillingness to grant him mercy. 10 skewers of candied hawthorn and an additional 10 portions of osmanthus cake, Chui Wei hastily added. Furthermore, for the next month, I shall take on all household chores, allowing you ample time for meditation and cultivation. At this, the little carp ceased its complaints. Chui Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned back towards the courtyard entrance, cupping his hands in salute to General Li. General Li, I apologize for your unnecessary trip. I find myself quite comfortable here. I also hope you might relay my sentiments to His Majesty. Very well, then, I take my leave. Li replied, scratching his head in bewilderment. It was perplexing that this fellow, who had been so eager to depart, suddenly chose to stay. Once Li had departed, Chui Wei exhaled in relief. Having just received the sage's insights from Yu Qing, leaving would have been unthinkable, especially since Yu Qing had saved his life. Remaining here, he wished only to contribute in any way possible to Yu Qing. Subsequently, he approached Yu Qing to explain and disclose all that had transpired. Yu Qing merely smiled gently and patted his shoulder, assuring him there was no need for concern. This only deepened Chui Wei's respect for Yu Qing while filling him with guilt. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally voiced the question that had weighed on his mind. My lord, I still fail to comprehend why I, Chui Wei, am deserving of such a significant gift. Such an important treasure could surely serve you better or be passed down to your descendants. The little carp, perhaps due to its naivety, lacked such understanding. However, as Chui Wei delved deeper into the sage's insights, he became increasingly astonished. In his view, this wisdom could nurture a formidable sect or even serve as the foundation for an entire nation, fostering a continuous stream of skilled individuals. Thus, alongside his gratitude, he felt a profound sense of trepidation. In response, Yu Qing offered a gentle smile, reassuring him, Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. The fact that I can bestow this upon you signifies that it holds less value in my possession. Chui Wei was taken aback, then struck with astonishment. Could it be that in Yu Qing's eyes, the sage's insights were not of great worth? What, then, was Yu Qing's own realm and stature? One could only wonder how the Empire of Fuyo would react upon learning of this revelation. Yet, Yu Qing bore no resentment towards the Empire, which spoke volumes of his benevolent nature. Nevertheless, even with Yu Qing's reassurances, Cui Wei felt unworthy of such a precious gift. Observing this, Yu Qing merely smiled faintly. Rising to the railing, his hands clasped behind him as he gazed at the verdant waters before him and the twilight casting its golden reflection upon the river's surface. I hail from a distant land, where a crystalline river flows. Though darkness and injustice also linger there, many inhabitants resemble you from the southern region. Hence, my fondness for this place grows, and I find joy in residing here. Yu Qing's words caused Cui Wei's body to tremble involuntarily, as a surge of pride welled within him. Historically, the Southern Kingdom has been a small nation, struggling for survival amidst numerous wars, often on the brink of annihilation. Yet, one constant remains, the integrity of its people. Perhaps, like the entangled grievances shared between him and Bai Hua, there exist many unseen injustices. Nevertheless, the majority steadfastly uphold their principles. It is precisely for this reason that the Southern Kingdom's disinterested actions have garnered Yu Qing's approval. The bestowal of the sage's insights upon him is not merely a gift to Cui Wei as an individual, but rather a gesture of goodwill towards the Southern Kingdom. Grateful for the recognition bestowed upon my homeland, Cui Wei's heart swelled with excitement as he grasped the entirety of this revelation. It seemed that the Southern Kingdom was on the cusp of an unprecedented opportunity. Chapter 25. Sun Xuanji resigns. Life in the Southern Kingdom flows with tranquility and peace. Meanwhile, in the Fuyo Empire, Nangong Fuyo is in a furious rage. How audacious! Moreover, did you imply that Nanshi not only personally welcomed him, made arrangements for his accommodation, and fulfilled all his requests, but even dispatched his trusted confidant as a bodyguard? Indeed, Sun Xuanji nodded in affirmation. I remarked that Yu Qing, a mere invalid, would dare oppose me, only to discover that he is bolstered by the Southern Kingdom. Ah, Southern Kingdom. It appears you wish to stand in outright opposition to my Fuyo Empire. If my predictions hold true, the Southern Kingdom must be aware of the calamity plaguing my imperial capital, deliberately keeping Yu Qing within its borders, waiting for the auspicious fortune of my empire to wane. To plot against us. Such ambition is indeed wolfish. Since a small nation like yours dares to repeatedly defy me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The fertile lands of the Southern Kingdom are precisely what I seek, should I manage to conquer it. The loss of fortune due to the calamity will be of little consequence. As he spoke, Nangong Fuyo's gaze fell upon Sun Xuanji. Are you about to urge me to reconsider? A dignified head of the celestial palace, yet you cower like a feeble wretch. How can you aspire to greatness? Furthermore, if Yu Qing is unwilling to return, are you not capable of abducting him? Must I personally instruct you? In the face of Nangong Fuyo's scorn, Sun Xuanji remained silent, disappointment flickering in his eyes. His revelation regarding the Southern Kingdom's treatment of Yu Qing was not intended to incite Nangong Fuyo to attack the Southern Kingdom, but rather to inspire reflection in this empress. Yu Qing, having merely vanquished a dragon on behalf of the Southern Kingdom, is treated thus, while he is, after all, a founding hero of the Fuyo Empire, now reduced to the status of an adversary. He quietly awaited until Nangong Fuyo had finished her reprimand before kneeling on the ground. Subsequently, he respectfully stated, "As your majesty has observed, this old minister finds himself increasingly incapable of fulfilling the role of the director of the heavenly palace. I humbly request to resign and hope that your majesty will relieve me of this position, allowing me to retire to my hometown." You wish to resign? Nangong Fuyo's expression shifted, and she gazed sternly at Sun Xuanji, asking in a deep voice, "Are you certain?" "I am certain," Sun Xuanji replied with utmost respect. Noticing Sun Xuanji's serious demeanor, Nangong Fuyo's face fluctuated between joy and sorrow. However, the next moment, she suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! She hurriedly approached and assisted Sun Xuanji to his feet, gently saying, "Director Sun, do not speak such words in anger. My previous remarks were indeed somewhat harsh, but I was merely caught up in the heat of the moment. The demonic affliction in the capital remains unresolved, and with Xiao Wuchen's whereabouts unknown. Both Yu Qing and the Southern Kingdom stand against me. In my frustration, I spoke those words. I hope you can understand. Your Majesty, I am not speaking out of anger. I am truly of advanced age and can no longer fulfill the duties of the director of the heavenly palace, Sun Xuanji replied earnestly. After this, he knelt once more, bowing his head to the ground to express his stance. Observing this, Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened, as if she could draw water from it, and she inquired, Director Sun, do you harbor any dissatisfaction with me? Not at all, Sun Xuanji responded. Then do you feel that my treatment of you is insufficient? Nangong Fuyao asked. That is not the case either, Sun Xuanji replied. A long silence enveloped the hall, filled with an icy atmosphere. Finally, after an indeterminate period, Nangong Fuyao elongated her voice and said, Director Sun, you must be certain. Once I give my consent, there is no turning back. I am certain, Sun Xuanji affirmed. Nangong Fuyao took a deep breath, calming the tumult within her chest, and continued, given the recent troubles with the demonic affliction. It is only natural that the director is weary and burdened. I shall grant you a temporary leave to rest, and once you have recuperated, you may return. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave now. Sun Xuanji expressed his gratitude with a bow and exited the palace. You truly allowed this old man to leave. After Sun Xuanji departed, a man clad in white emerged from behind the screen. Perhaps he harbors concerns regarding my intentions to attack the Southern Kingdom. It is wise to let him rest, Nangong Fuyao remarked solemnly. Once I have truly subdued the Southern Kingdom and all settles, he will have little to contest. Then I wish you success, the man in white said nonchalantly as he seated himself. Is this body still agreeable? Nangong Fuyao inquired. This one ranks among the top 3 of the younger generation of the Fuyao Empire. It is manageable, the man in white replied, glancing down at himself before producing a list of materials and placing it on the table. Upon seeing this, Nangong Fuyao furrowed her brow. The man clad in white discerned her apprehension and remarked, having just taken possession of this body, I require a period of adjustment. Once this phase has passed, my true self shall swiftly return to its zenith. In my prime, the entire southern wilderness would appear as mere ants in my eyes. At that time, whatever you wish to accomplish would be but a mere gesture for me. Nangong Fuyao tucked away her list and gazed at the young man in white, her expression visibly softening. I hope you will keep your promise when that time comes. In the ensuing days, within the Fuyao Empire, the military mobilized and troops gathered. Although the Fuyao Empire did not declare war immediately, the Southern Kingdom sensed an impending shift. Several prominent generals and esteemed ministers were summoned to the palace without delay. The atmosphere was thick with the portent of a brewing storm. Meanwhile, in the serene confines of the Moshui Pavilion, the tranquil ambience prevailed. Cui Wei and Xiao Li were still seated beside the sheep, engrossed in meditation and absorbing the insights of the sage. At that moment, Xiao Li emitted a powerful aura, causing Cui Wei to stare in astonishment. This marked the 3rd breakthrough for Xiao Li in just a few days. After Xiao Li had rescued him, Cui Wei had already recognized that Xiao Li's realm surpassed his own. Yet now, despite having also grasped the sage's wisdom, he found himself unable to keep pace. How have you achieved another breakthrough? Cui Wei's voice hinted at envy. Because my master bestowed upon me the supreme bone, Xiao Li replied earnestly. Nanny? Cui Wei sprang up as if propelled by a spring, his face a mask of shock as he regarded Xiao Li. He was acutely aware of the significance of the supreme bone. The renowned figure of the younger generation, Xiao Wuchen, was known for possessing one. With the sage's insights combined with the supreme bone, Xiao Li's future was almost unfathomable. He could almost envision an unparalleled powerhouse standing before him. Though Cui Wei felt a twinge of jealousy, he was genuinely pleased for Xiao Li and optimistic about the future of the Southern Kingdom. After all, Xiao Li was a native son of the South. He couldn't help but cast a reverent glance at Yu Qing, his admiration deepening. With this individual's arrival, the future of the Southern Kingdom was indeed beyond imagination. Chapter 26. Now listen to me, or face death. However, today heralded the arrival of a visitor, the ancient Taoist. He retrieved 2 flasks of fine wine from his storage pouch and sat with Yu Qing in the Moshui Pavilion, engaging in a toast. Is the Fuyao Empire still besieging your Qingyan sect? Yu Qing inquired. Not any longer, the ancient Taoist replied. After all, they are well aware that they cannot even breach my protective mountain formation, and they still rely on me to lift the ban of the Formation Masters Guild. That is good to hear. Yu Qing nodded in agreement. Regarding the prohibition imposed by the ancient practitioner on the formation masters of the Fuyao Empire, he maintained his stance of refraining from commentary. It was of no concern to him, as he had long severed ties with the Fuyo Empire. However, I have heard whispers that the Fuyo Empire seems poised to take action against the Southern Kingdom, the ancient practitioner remarked. Why is that? Yu Qing inquired. If my conjecture is accurate, it is highly likely due to you, the ancient practitioner replied. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility that your sister has had intentions towards the Southern Kingdom all along. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing furrowed his brow. By connecting the two demons lurking beneath the Fuyo Empire, the ancient practitioner's prohibition, and the sequential visits from Xiao Wuchen and Sun Xuanji, he easily unraveled the crux of the matter. A hint of anger surfaced on his usually refined and gentle visage. Thus, I have come to inquire, what do you intend to do? The ancient practitioner asked. Yu Qing's pupils constricted. If the Fuyo Empire truly launched an assault on the Southern Kingdom, he could not ignore his role as a catalyst, if not the sole reason. Emotionally and logically, he should not stand idly by. In truth, with his prowess, should he personally assist the Southern Kingdom in battle, he could easily vanquish the Fuyo Empire. But what of the future? What if he were not present in the Southern Kingdom? Thus, he did not regard the Fuyo Empire with trepidation. Rather, he contemplated a broader horizon. To aid the Southern Kingdom in resolving its predicament, one must address the root of the issue. For he held a fondness for the Southern Kingdom, particularly in its current state. The Misty Water Pavilion was, after all, the home of this otherworldly traveler. Even if he were to venture elsewhere in the future, weary and fatigued, he might find solace in returning here. Could you possibly establish the headquarters of your Formation Master Guild in the Southern Kingdom? Yu Qing asked. I have been contemplating the same. The ancient practitioner's eyes brightened as he replied. To be candid, due to recent events, I am considering relocating my Qingyan sect. I have consulted the stars and divined an omen, which suggests that the new headquarters should be situated in the south. The only feasible location in the south is indeed the Southern Kingdom. Furthermore, since you are currently in the Southern Kingdom, I have resolved to relocate the entire Qingyan sect there. The status of Formation Masters is widely recognized throughout the southern frontier. Often, a single Formation Master can command the allegiance of many, as any individual or sect may find themselves in need of a Formation Master at some point. Thus, it is evident that the location of the Formation Master Guild's headquarters will inevitably become one of the core regions of the southern frontier. Therefore, should my Qingyun sect move to the Southern Kingdom, even out of personal interest, I wish to establish the headquarters of the Formation Master Guild there as well. Given this, I kindly ask you to facilitate this matter, Yu Qing stated, hands clasped behind his back. Once the headquarters of the Formation Master Guild is established in the Southern Kingdom, not to mention the Fuyo Empire, no nation in the southern frontier would dare harbor ill intentions towards the Southern Kingdom. For to attack the Southern Kingdom would be tantamount to declaring enmity with the Formation Master Guild. To be honest, this is somewhat challenging. The ancient man remarked with a furrowed brow. Aside from myself, the president of the Array Masters Guild, there are 3 vice presidents. Their expertise in array formations is not inferior to mine, and due to their extensive experience and high esteem, they tend to offer me, as the president, a degree of respect when there are no conflicting interests at stake. However, when it comes to matters of significant benefit, I fear they may not be so easily swayed. He expressed with evident concern. In response, Yu Qing smiled faintly. I do have a solution to this predicament. Oh, what is your plan? The ancient man inquired. His curiosity piqued. You will understand when the time comes, and you take me to meet them, Yu Qing replied with a grin. Very well. In 2 days, we will be at the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild in the Kingdom of Qing for a meeting. You shall accompany me, the ancient man stated. Agreed. Yu Qing nodded in affirmation. 2 days later, Yu Qing followed the ancient man to the Kingdom of Qing. Within a grand hall, all the notable array masters from the southern region gathered. While the ancient man may not have been the most distinguished in terms of array mastery, his connections and overall abilities were undoubtedly formidable, having earned him the position of president. Upon seeing him, many attendees greeted him warmly. Noticing Yu Qing beside the ancient man, numerous individuals generously praised him. President Gu, is this young man perhaps your recently accepted disciple? He appears quite exceptional, a true gem among men. To earn President Gu's recognition, this lad's future achievements are bound to be limitless. Indeed, it is beneficial for the youth to broaden his horizons, especially at a grand gathering of array masters from the entire southern region. Young man, take this opportunity to observe and learn. Do not squander President Gu's efforts, they encouraged. In response to their remarks, the ancient man hastily clarified that it was not the case. Meanwhile, Yu Qing remained composed, smiling quietly, unperturbed by their words. By the way, you still haven't disclosed your method, the ancient man prompted with a hint of curiosity. You will find out shortly. Let us proceed, as the attendees have gathered. And it is time to commence the meeting, Yu Qing replied with a serene smile. Inside the vast hall, array masters took their seats according to their ranks. Yu Qing casually chose a spot, while the most distinguished figures, aside from the ancient man, were the three elder vice presidents flanking him. After a brief introduction, the ancient man addressed the assembly directly. Esteemed colleagues, let us deliberate on the location for the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild. As soon as he finished speaking, the three vice presidents exchanged glances, and one elder, named Eagle Chong Kong, spoke on behalf of the trio. President Gu, our unanimous decision is to establish the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild in the Kingdom of Qing. Upon hearing this, the ancient man frowned, his tone growing serious. While I respect the esteemed standing of the three vice presidents, making such a decision without my knowledge as the president seems rather dismissive of my position, does it not? The decision to establish the headquarters in Qinghua is undoubtedly the most prudent choice, and I trust that those present harbor no dissenting opinions. Therefore, do any of you possess differing views? As he spoke, the three vice presidents cast their gazes across the assembly. This collective scrutiny silenced the murmurs among the crowd. With so many individuals present, it was inevitable that contrasting opinions would arise, and surely some would wish to align themselves with Gu Daoren. Yet, no one was eager to be the first to voice opposition. The adage, "the nail that sticks out gets hammered down," rang true. Incurring the ire of all three vice presidents would not bode well for anyone. Observing this, the three vice presidents exchanged glances, their faces revealing satisfied smiles. They had deftly capitalized on this dynamic, swiftly securing the headquarters location in Qinghua before Gu Daoren could react. Just as Ing Chongkong contemplated decisively announcing the outcome, a voice finally broke the silence. Yu Qing spoke up. "I oppose," he stated calmly. At his words, the expressions of the three vice presidents darkened, their gazes turning sharply toward him. The other formation masters in attendance also shifted their focus, some expressing admiration, while others were astonished at such boldness. For the three vice presidents, the emergence of any dissenting voice was their greatest fear, for it would likely encourage others to follow suit. "You oppose? And who might you be?" Ing Chongkong's countenance soured, his steely gaze fixated on Yu Qing as he slammed his palm on the table and demanded, "I have never seen you before. Speak swiftly. How did you gain entry here?" At this moment, Gu Daoren finally interjected, his voice grave. He did not intrude. "He arrived with me." "Humph, President Gu. Even if he came with you, what of it?" Ing Chongkong retorted with a disdainful snort, surveying the assembly. "In a meeting of this caliber within our Formation Masters Guild, who among us does not hold a prominent position in southern Jiang? When did a mere child gain admittance?" With that, he directed his imposing aura toward Yu Qing, stating ominously, "You, young one, do not belong in such a place. Out of respect for President Gu, I advise you to leave quietly. I shall not hold this against you." Gu Daoren, incensed by this affront, leapt to his feet, slamming the table in indignation. In his heart, he believed that when it came to mastery of formations, none present could rival Yu Qing. "You, as the esteemed president, dare to hurl such insults? How can you claim to lead?" Ing Chongkong, equally enraged, pointed accusingly at Gu Daoren. As tensions escalated and the atmosphere threatened to erupt into chaos, Yu Qing rose, shaking his head. Initially, he had intended to broker mutual benefit, fostering goodwill between the parties involved. However, given the circumstances, he had no time to engage in fruitless verbal sparring. A broad-bladed long knife was abruptly placed against Ing Chongkong's throat. "Now listen to me, or face death." Chapter 27. Reinforcements arrive, then fled. "What are you doing?" Feeling the chill of the blade against his neck, Ing Chongkong stared incredulously at Yu Qing and exclaimed, "This is the Array Master Guild. Do you dare commit murder in public?" Yu Qing's gaze sharpened at his words. Without hesitation, he swung the long knife with intent. Stop, please." Ing Chongkong's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, cowering and pleading for mercy. Trembling with fear, he realized that had he not submitted, Yu Qing would have unflinchingly severed his head. This man was truly audacious. The sharp edge of the blade hovered mere inches from his forehead. "You're not much better," Yu Qing remarked, looking down at Kong with a mocking tone. This scene plunged the gathering into chaos. No one had anticipated that someone would dare to attack the vice president during a meeting of the Array Master Guild. Beside them, the ancient Taoist widened his eyes in astonishment. Is this the method you spoke of? From now on, I am in charge. The headquarters of the Array Master Guild is situated in the Southern Kingdom. Do any of you have objections? Yu Qing casually surveyed the room, particularly focusing on the three vice presidents. The three vice presidents wore grim expressions and remained silent, but secretly shattered their jade slips to send messages. They could discern Yu Qing's formidable strength from the moment he drew his weapon. While many among them were not weak in terms of cultivation, they lacked practical combat skills, often focusing their thoughts on arrays instead. Of course, their energy was immense, and their strength was reflected through their aids. After all, who did not require an array master at some point? Whether setting up protective formations, exploring secret realms, or even lesser matters concerning disciples' cultivation through gathering formations. The presence of array masters was indispensable. Thus, many major sects would hire capable array masters as guest elders, ensuring they never offended them during idle times. It could be said that a powerful array master could summon respect and obedience with a mere call. However, their subtle maneuvers did not escape Yu Qing's keen perception. He merely stated, "Very well, summon your reinforcements. It may spare us future troubles. But remember, if you do, summon only the strongest. Do not employ the tactic of hitting the father and then calling upon the grandfather. My time is limited." Yu Qing's words infuriated Kong and the others, their teeth grinding in frustration. The audacity of this young man was staggering. "You are indeed bold, but I hope you can still afford to boast like this after a while." One elder scoffed, yet Yu Qing paid him no mind, instead sheathing his long knife and sitting down to await the arrival of their reinforcements. After a few moments, sounds finally emanated from outside. A middle-aged man clad in a long robe descended gracefully from the distance, prompting a wave of astonishment among the gathered crowd. Good heavens, it appears to be Dantian, the esteemed leader of the Fengyun sect. Indeed, apart from a few reclusive sects, most sects in the southern regions are under the dominion of the empire. The Fengyun sect, however, stands as an equal to the Emperor of Qinghua, a testament to its formidable power. The presence of the sect master himself certainly bestows immense prestige upon the three vice presidents. Even he has been invited. Amidst the crowd, numerous array masters engaged in fervent discussions. While array masters can rally support, their influence varies significantly across different tiers. At the very least, these individuals lack the clout to summon Dantian. At that moment, Dantian hovered in the air just outside the grand hall, his voice resonating. "I have heard word that the three array masters have encountered some troubles. May I inquire as to the nature of these difficulties?" Upon hearing this, Kong and the others stepped forward to greet him earnestly. "Sect Master Yi, we truly find ourselves in a predicament. Not only have we been threatened, but we have also faced attempts on our lives. We beseech you to assist us in apprehending the assailants," Kong declared, his expression icy as he recalled the moment when Yu Qing had pressed a knife against his throat, compelling him to kneel, igniting a blaze of hatred within him. "Oh, such matters exist?" Yi Nanshan's countenance darkened as he responded gravely, "Where are these assailants? I shall certainly capture them and present them to you for justice." Meanwhile, Yu Qing remained seated upon his stool. Upon witnessing Yi Nanshan's arrival, a profound smile crept upon his face, recognizing an old acquaintance by sheer serendipity. Without allowing Kong and the others to speak, Yu Qing boldly declared, "Sect Master Yi, I am the so-called assailant." He raised his chin slightly, addressing Yi Nantian. At these words, Yi Nanshan's pupils constricted, his gaze piercing through the crowd to fixate on Yu Qing. The moment he beheld that smiling face, a jolt of terror coursed through him. He instinctively shuddered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He was reminded of a dark chapter from a decade ago, when diplomatic tensions arose between the Qing nation and the Fuyao Empire. On the emperor's behest, he had journeyed to the Fuyao Empire to exert pressure, an endeavor that spiraled into a living nightmare. Upon returning from the Fuyao Empire, this fiend had visited the Fengyun sect under the cover of night, binding him and several esteemed elders, subjecting them to torment until dawn. From that fateful night onward, the Fengyun sect, along with the entire Qing nation, refrained from any association or conflict with the Fuyao Empire. The psychological scars inflicted upon him during that unbearable evening took nearly a decade to heal, nearly culminating in a descent into madness. Only recently had he managed to emerge from that shadow, yet here he stood, confronted once again by this very demon, brandishing the same knife from that harrowing past. The memories of the past flashed through his mind in an instant. Without uttering a word, he stood tall, turned swiftly, and fled. As if fearing his speed was insufficient, he propelled his legs in midair, attempting to harness their strength to hasten his escape. Meanwhile, the trio of Eagle Chong Kong awaited with bated breath for Yi Nantian to subdue Yu Qing, even devising cruel methods to deal with him. To their astonishment, Yi Nantian suddenly vanished from sight, leaving them dumbfounded and bewildered. The other onlookers were similarly stunned, as if a monk in confusion. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally stammered in disbelief. "Why, Yi sect master seems to have run away?" His words ignited a tumultuous uproar. Reinforcements had arrived, only to flee? Chapter 28. Since we have come this far, why run? Yi Nantian continued to sprint desperately through the air, cursing, "You old fools, Eagle Chong Kong, you've led me astray. Damn it." However, in the midst of his flight, he suddenly froze, a sensation akin to a lump lodged in his throat. In that fleeting moment, he became acutely aware that the very space around him had solidified and ensnared him. It felt as though he was frozen midair. Cold sweat poured down his brow. Despite his worldly experience, he found it hard to fathom the power required to achieve such a feat. He had no idea how far he had run in that brief time. This devilish strength seemed even more terrifying than it had a decade ago. At the instant he was ensnared, a voice echoed in his mind. "Since you have come this far, why run? Let us reminisce." As the voice faded, the paralyzing force dissipated. Yet, Yi Nantian no longer had the inclination to flee. With a grim expression, he turned back. As the crowd remained in a state of shock, questioning whether Yi Nantian had truly fled, they were taken aback to see him return. This revival filled the hearts of Eagle Chong Kong and his companions with renewed hope. Clearly, Yi Nantian was not escaping. He must have had pressing matters at hand. Thus, upon witnessing Yi Nantian's return, they eagerly exclaimed, "Yi sect master, we apologize for the disturbance. Please assist us in capturing this rogue." Silence. Upon his return, Yi Nantian was met with this exclamation, his frustration mounting to the point of wishing to slap the three old men into silence. However, he had no time to address their foolishness. Instead, under the astonished gazes of the assembly, he donned a facade of ingratiation and approached Yu Qing. "Elder, I am actually not well acquainted with them." Upon reaching Yu Qing, Yi Nantian's first priority was to distance himself from the trio of array masters. The expression of reverence was unprecedented. However, his words sent ripples through the ears of others. What had they just heard? The leader of the Wind and Cloud sect actually referred to Yu Qingwei as a senior? In the desolate land of Tianhuang, strength reigns supreme. This title of senior surely implied that Yu Qing's prowess surpassed even that of Yi Nantian. Even if the audience had misheard, the immediate disavowal of association by Yi Nantian and his obsequious demeanor before Yu Qing was unmistakable. It became clear that Yi Nantian's earlier urgency was merely a guise for fleeing. The reasons for his return remained a mystery. The most captivating expressions belonged to the trio of Ing Chong Kong, their faces contorted as if they had consumed a dead rat. They had believed they held Yu Qing in high regard when they invited Yi Nantian, wishing to showcase their own influence, which could not be measured by mere strength. Yet, they were taken aback by Yi Nantian's sycophantic behavior in front of Yu Qing. "Leader Yi, you are the savior summoned by these three old men. It is rather unbecoming for you to show me such deference," Yu Qing remarked with a smile, his tone languid. "According to the usual proceedings, you ought to assist them, and then we shall engage in a duel." This statement caused Yi Nantian to shudder. He quickly wiped the sweat from his brow and, with a fawning tone, replied, "Ah, senior, how could you say such a thing? To suggest a duel with you would be to elevate me beyond my station. Moreover, I just stated that I am not well acquainted with them." Yi Nantian's words incited another wave of astonishment among the onlookers. They had witnessed subservience before, but never to such an extent. Was this truly the illustrious leader of the Wind and Cloud sect? "Oh, does that mean you will not intervene in our grievances?" Yu Qing inquired leisurely. "Of course, it is none of my business," Yi Nantian quickly asserted. "If the senior commands it, I can immediately take down the three of them." The trio of Ing Chong Kong nearly spat blood in disbelief. This was supposed to be their ally. They glared at Yi Nantian with eyes filled with hatred and mockery, rendered speechless by their fury. How could the esteemed leader of the Wind and Cloud sect be so debased, with such a feeble backbone? Ignoring their scorn, Dantian remained oblivious to the terror that stood before him. Since you choose not to involve yourself, that is splendid. Do amuse yourself on the sidelines. Yu Qing waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Dantian's face brightened with relief as he hastily retreated to a corner. Yu Qing then turned his gaze toward Kong and the others, inquiring languidly, "Do you have anything further to say? This is the Array Masters Guild, not the outside world. Even if you temporarily coerce us with your strength, the entire Array Masters of Southern Jiang will never acquiesce," shouted an elderly man among the three vice presidents, his face flushed with indignation. His words, in that moment, garnered unanimous agreement from all the Array Masters present. Regardless of their respective positions, he was first and foremost an Array Master. If the Array Master Guild were to bow its head under the threat of force, their hearts would never accept or acknowledge such submission. Indeed, you make a valid point. After all, this is the Array Master Guild, Yu Qing mused thoughtfully. He then gradually rose, stating, "I shall set up an array, and you three may attempt to break it together. Should you succeed, I will leave your fate in your hands." Upon hearing this, the eyes of Kong and the others brightened with excitement. "Are you truly serious?" they inquired eagerly. "Absolutely," Yu Qing replied with confidence. "Very well," Kong responded. "If we manage to dismantle your array, we shall have our way with you. If not, then your words shall stand as they are today." There was an air of confidence in Kong's voice. While they were indeed no match for Yu Qing in terms of sheer strength, when it came to arrays, they believed that together they could face anyone from the southern frontier without fear. "Let us make use of a sword," Yu Qing said, gesturing casually towards the sky. Suddenly, three long swords floated upwards, seemingly drawn from the ether, and then descended from the directions of the three vice presidents, forming the positions of the array. Under the watchful eyes of countless array masters, Yu Qing swiftly formed a series of hand seals. In no time, an array was effortlessly laid out before them. "It is complete. Please proceed to break it," Yu Qing remarked nonchalantly. "Is this it?" Kong and the others gazed at Yu Qing in disbelief. They had anticipated that Yu Qing, in his boldness, must possess some remarkable skill, yet they did not expect such a hasty approach. Even the materials for the array were sourced on the spot, leaving them with a sense of being underestimated. "Let us break it first," Yu Qing said leisurely, then disregarded the gazes of the crowd and sat down to himself. Chapter 29. Senior, we have no further words to exchange. Observing Yu Qing's demeanor, many other array masters felt a pang of discontent. Indeed, Yu Qing was powerful, but this was the realm of arrays. The trio of Kong represented, in many ways, the pinnacle of array masters in the southern frontier. Yu Qing's dismissiveness suggested a complete disregard for their expertise. Not only the other array masters, but even Gu Daoren furrowed his brow, feeling that Yu Qing was being excessively reckless. Was it truly an array to simply insert 3 swords and perform a few hand seals? He could not discern the nature of this formation. It was as if he could not grasp what kind of array it truly was. "Very well. We shall now attempt to break this so-called array of yours. Do remember what you just said?" Kong declared solemnly. "Please, proceed," Yu Qing replied, extending his hand in a casual gesture. As his words fell, the three, led by Kong, exchanged glances and simultaneously stepped forward. Yet, with this single step, the environment before them transformed entirely. Having previously stood within the formation, able to converse with Yu Qing and the other formation masters, it was as if they had been transported to an entirely different realm. The three men, upon witnessing this, displayed expressions of astonishment, swiftly discarding their earlier condescension. "There is indeed something here," remarked one of the elderly men. "Indeed, there is something," Kong concurred, adding, "but it is merely an illusory formation." "Yes," the other two nodded in agreement, fully aware that while the scene before them presented a different world, they were acutely aware of their actual standing within the Grand Hall. "Though it exhibits certain methods, it still underestimates us," one elder stated. "Do they truly believe that such a trivial illusion can impede us? The simplest way to dispel an illusion is to disregard all that transpires within it and maintain a clear and normal mindset." The other two elders nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, they witnessed the three elders stepping forward once more. However, upon taking this step, the previously composed trio suddenly underwent a drastic change in expression. In a short while, A voice filled with terror escaped Eagle Kong's lips. "No, do not come near." With that frantic cry, he dashed about like a headless fly within the confined space surrounding the three swords. The other two elders fared little better. One turned ashen, hastily retrieving a pill from his storage bag and desperately consuming it, as if confronted by some monumental peril. The other, equally pale, brandished his accompanying sword in frantic swings against the surrounding space. This scene naturally captivated the attention of the formation masters present, who found it utterly inconceivable. No longer daring to harbor even the slightest disdain, they cast reverent glances towards Yu Qing, who sat nearby. Simultaneously, the crowd encircling the three swords retreated, fearful of unwittingly stepping into that perilous sphere. Observing the dire straits of the three vice presidents, they recognized that what appeared to be a hasty formation concealed profound mysteries. Moreover, witnessing their disheveled state prompted deep contemplation about what they might have encountered within. They could only continue to watch and see if these three vice presidents would adjust their states and subsequently break the formation. However, events did not unfold as they had hoped. Before long, Eagle Kong appeared as though he had confronted the most terrifying ordeal imaginable. Veins bulged on his forehead. His pupils dilated, and he fled in a manner suggesting his very bones were weak, ultimately collapsing to the ground in abject supplication. Like a possessed being, he repeatedly struck his head against the earth, his forehead swelling, blood visibly seeping. The other two were not faring any better, as they descended into a chaotic fray, seemingly incapable of recognizing one another, lunging at each other like malevolent spirits. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, bewildered by the spectacle before them. What exactly had they encountered within this formation? Given the current state of affairs, it seemed implausible to break the array. One individual tentatively called out to Eagle Kong. Yet despite his proximity, it felt as though two worlds were severed apart, leaving Eagle Kong utterly unresponsive. Should we not release them? At last, one of the formation masters could no longer contain himself. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their questioning gazes toward Yu Qing. At this juncture, if they did not liberate them soon, it was likely that their very beings would be irrevocably damaged. "Perhaps we should let them go," chimed in the ancient figure. Although he and the three vice presidents did not share an amicable rapport, they had no mortal enmity, merely a struggle for interests. Moreover, should they be rendered incapacitated, it would ultimately weaken the power of the Formation Masters Guild. Noticing the ancient figure's stance, Yu Qing waved his hand dismissively, and the three swords embedded in the ground returned to their rightful places. Yet, even though the formation was dismantled, the three individuals remained disoriented, with Eagle Kong curled up on the ground, trembling. The two combatants, still locked in their fray, paused momentarily before resuming their assault on one another, seemingly oblivious to the reality around them. The crowd rushed forward to restrain them, preventing further bloodshed, while others assisted Eagle Kong, informing him that they were no longer trapped within the array. Gradually, the three regained their senses, their expressions a mix of trepidation as they cast bewildered and fearful glances at Yu Qing. "Well then, do I still hold sufficient standing to speak?" Yu Qing inquired with a slight smirk, addressing the three. Their faces exchanged complex glances, devoid of the audacity to retort. For them, today had indeed been a complete debacle. They had summoned reinforcements only to see them flee upon arrival. The formation was of an entirely different caliber. "Senior, we have no further objections," the three declared, clasping their fists and bowing in deference. Despite their utter defeat and loss of face, it must be acknowledged that the formation devised by Yu Qing had thoroughly impressed them. This gesture was one of genuine respect. The change in how they addressed Yu Qing was telling enough. "Very well. Both President Gu and I propose establishing the Formation Masters Guild in the Southern Kingdom. Do any of you dissent?" Yu Qing posed the question. The assembly fell into a contemplative silence, clearly in accord with Yu Qing's proposal. "Since it is settled, then let it be so," he affirmed, nodding in satisfaction before preparing to depart. "Wait, senior." Just as Yu Qing rose, Eagle Kong called him back, stumbling over his words. "What is it that you wish to convey?" Yu Qing prompted. "May I ask, senior, if you could enlighten us as to the nature of this formation?" Eagle Kong inquired, his face flushed, adopting a posture of earnest inquiry, though the terror of that formation still lingers in their hearts. It is precisely this fear that fuels Kong's lifelong aspiration as a seasoned formation master. His desire to unravel the mysteries of that formation intensifies. This matter cannot be elucidated in just a few words, but since I reside in the southern land, I shall share its intricacies with you when the time comes. Yu Qing remarked to Kong, when time permits, we can engage in a mutual exploration of the profundities of formations. Indeed, splendid. The three of them were overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing these words. The earlier discontent seemed to vanish entirely as their eyes gleamed with fervor and enthusiasm directed at Yu Qing. They sensed that should Yu Qing elucidate the subtleties to them, their mastery of formations would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Senior, we will collaborate with President Gu to expedite the establishment of our headquarters in the southern land. Kong promptly proclaimed with a respectful gesture. Observing Yu Qing preparing to depart, the group hurriedly extended their respectful farewells. Chapter 30. The Formation Master Guild aligns with the southern land. Advancing together as Yu Qing departed, Gu Daoren found himself lost in thought. Gazing in the direction Yu Qing had gone, he realized that he had never truly comprehended Yu Qing. The final words of Yu Qing filled him with admiration, revealing a grand demeanor while deftly manipulating this group of ignorant old fools, who were all too eager to venture to the southern land. One could foresee that the future of the Formation Master Guild, with him at its core, would be united and untroubled. This skill in winning hearts is indeed remarkable. Anyone who mistakenly perceives him as a languid and carefree scion will be gravely mistaken. Meanwhile, Dantian, who had been lurking in the shadows, exhaled deeply, relieved. Fortunately, this formidable figure had not regarded him with any concern throughout. His gaze began to shift, realizing that it was time to establish rapport with Emperor Qing and foster a good relationship with the southern land. Dantian departed quietly. Soon, the meeting of the Formation Master Guild resumed, and there was no longer any dissent regarding the headquarters being located in the southern land. The next step was to implement the specifics. Thus, upon Yu Qing's return to the southern land, Kong and the others swiftly arrived in Shangnan City. Within the royal palace, Nanshi furrowed her brow, engaged in discussions with several ministers concerning strategies to counter the Fuyao Empire. The mobilization of troops by the Fuyao Empire pointed directly towards the southern land, making a great conflict unavoidable. The frowns on Nanshi and the ministers' faces indicated a dire situation. After all, the limited territory of the southern land resulted in a sparse population, rendering it unable to compete with the Fuyao Empire either economically or militarily. Your Majesty, there is something I am uncertain whether to voice, one minister hesitantly spoke. You wish to suggest that I should never have welcomed Mr. Yu, nor should I have made a grand display in his honor, correct? Nanshi discerned his thoughts and inquired. Indeed. The minister bowed his head, continuing, if that were not the case, Nangong Fuyao would not use this as an excuse to invade our southern kingdom. No, you are mistaken, Nanshi replied resolutely. Nangong Fuyao has long coveted our southern kingdom. Thus, whether or not Mr. Yu is present, she will inevitably seek an excuse to mobilize her forces. For the sake of peace and the greater good, it is indeed necessary to relinquish certain things. However, if we forsake our very bottom line, our southern kingdom would cease to be the southern kingdom we know. Therefore, those among you who entertain thoughts of handing over Mr. Yu to appease the Fuyao Empire should abandon such notions. Let us not forget that Mr. Yu has rendered great service to our southern kingdom. Do you truly believe that yielding would temper their ambitions? No, it would only embolden them, leading them to perceive us as soft and feeble. What awaits us in the future would be a series of escalating aggressions. Thus, to avoid being infringed upon, we must demonstrate our resolve, allowing them to see that although our southern kingdom may be small, we are not easily subdued. This battle is not merely against the Fuyao Empire. It is also a statement to deter the predatory ambitions of other neighboring nations. Therefore, esteemed colleagues, while this battle may be arduous, it is one we cannot evade. We must fight with confidence and dignity. Nanshi's words resonated powerfully, instilling a sense of shame in those ministers who harbored ulterior motives. Their morale surged, uniting them with a renewed spirit. Just as Nanshi issued a series of commands, a eunuch rushed in with urgent news. Your Majesty, the Formation Masters Kong and 2 others seek an audience. The eunuch reported respectfully. Kong, what could these renowned masters from the southern frontier desire at this time? The ministers exchanged puzzled glances. Nanshi herself felt a wave of confusion. She had indeed heard of their esteemed names, but the southern kingdom had no ties with them. What could prompt their sudden arrival? Please, let them in, she instructed, before returning her focus to the impending war. Time waits for no one, and even a moment of planning could potentially lessen casualties. Moments later, led by Kong, the three formation masters entered the hall. We pay our respects to Her Majesty, the Empress of the Southern Kingdom, they said courteously. You are far too gracious. It is I who should apologize for not welcoming you properly, Nanshi replied, momentarily stepping away from her discussions with the ministers to address them. Since you have come to our Southern Kingdom, I trust you are aware of our current situation. Therefore, I hope for your understanding. Your Majesty is too kind. The three masters responded promptly, their fondness for Nanshi growing. They then revealed their intentions without reservation. Your Majesty, Kong began. We are well aware of the Southern Kingdom's circumstances. To be candid, we have come here precisely for this matter. In the forthcoming confrontation with the Fuyo Empire, our Guild of Array Masters shall align with the Southern Nation, advancing and retreating together. What? The Guild of Array Masters and our Southern Nation standing united? Why? Nanshi gazed incredulously at Kong. Though the news stirred excitement within her, it was overshadowed by confusion and disbelief. The ministers behind her mirrored her perplexity. Observing her reaction, Kong smiled and continued, Of course, Your Majesty. This arrangement is contingent upon Her Majesty the Empress's willingness to permit our Guild of Array Masters to establish our headquarters in Shangnan City of the Southern Nation. The very notion of the Guild's headquarters being situated in Shangnan City left the people of the Southern Nation, including Nanshi, utterly astounded. Recently, they had been aware of the establishment of the Guild of Array Masters in the southern frontier and its search for a headquarters. But it had merely been a matter of passive observation. They had never imagined that the Southern Nation could forge any connection with the Guild, let alone that its headquarters would be located within their borders. They understood the significance represented by the Guild's headquarters and did not believe Shangnan City could ever be worthy of such an honor. Yet now, Kong proclaimed that the headquarters would indeed reside in Shangnan City. This revelation seemed nothing short of a dream to them. Such jesting from Master Ing was not to be taken lightly. After regaining her composure, Nanshi remarked half-jokingly, though her delicate hand hidden beneath her phoenix robe trembled uncontrollably. Her dark pupils fixated intently on Kong. The ministers behind her dared not breathe a word, their gazes fixed on him with rapt attention. As Your Majesty has stated, how could we dare jest in such a manner? It is indeed true that the headquarters of our Guild of Array Masters will be established in Shangnan City, and thus we have come to seek Your Majesty's gracious approval. Kong replied with a smile. Approval. Naturally, approval. Of course, approval. Upon receiving Kong's affirmation, Nanshi responded with fervent excitement, her voice quivering with emotion. The ministers behind her were equally stirred, with some elderly officials' eyes glistening with tears. The two aged men, nearly 2 centuries old combined, embraced each other tightly. Heaven bless our Southern Nation. Heaven bless our Southern Nation. Their exhilaration was entirely justified. They understood profoundly the implications of the Guild of Array Masters establishing itself in Shangnan City. Chapter 31. It appears you are not as everyone perceives you to be. Before the three masters, Nanshi could not help but scold the court officials for their conduct, though her exquisitely crafted visage betrayed a smile. While she had adequately prepared to confront the Fuyo Empire, preparation alone could not bridge the chasm of national strength. Regardless of the outcome, the Southern Nation would undoubtedly pay a grievous price. However, should the Guild of Array Masters set its headquarters in the Southern Nation, it would effectively bind the Southern Nation to the Guild. Three esteemed masters, I hope you will forgive my audacity in asking, why was the headquarters of the Array Master Guild established in the Southern Kingdom? At this moment, Nanshi could no longer contain her curiosity. With her keen intellect, she naturally discerned that there must be some hidden circumstances behind this decision. It was implausible to believe that the Array Master Guild would choose to place its headquarters in the Southern Kingdom without reason. Other ministers also turned their inquisitive gazes toward her. Since Your Majesty has inquired, I shall speak plainly. It was the esteemed you who advocated for the Guild's location in the Southern Kingdom, spoke Kong. Esteemed you? A glimmer of recognition flickered in Nanshi's eyes, and the image of Yu Qing surfaced in her mind. She hurriedly asked, Are you referring to Yu Qing? Indeed, it is the esteemed Yu Qing, Kong affirmed. Once Kong's words were uttered, all present, including Nanshi, exchanged astonished glances. They had never anticipated that the establishment of the Array Master Guild's headquarters in the Southern Kingdom was a consequence of Yu Qing's influence. When they had initially welcomed Yu Qing, they had never considered what he might contribute to the Southern Kingdom. They had merely regarded him as a benefactor. Yet, through their unintentional kindness, they had reaped such significant rewards for the Southern Kingdom. Particularly, the official who had previously argued against accepting Yu Qing now felt a deep flush of shame. Speaking of Mr. Yu, Your Majesty, do you happen to know where he resides now? Chang Kong could not help but inquire. The other two elders also turned their attention toward her, still reminiscing about the discussions they had with Yu Qing regarding the array techniques. I am indeed aware, and I can take the three of you to pay him a visit now, Nenshi replied promptly. No, there is no rush, Chang Kong interjected hastily. Although they yearned to discuss array techniques with Yu Qing, their apprehension toward him remained. They dared not meet him until the matters regarding the headquarters of the Array Master Guild were fully settled. We shall wait until the establishment of the guild's headquarters is completely finalized before paying our respects to the esteemed Yu, Chang Kong stated. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. We will issue the public notice regarding the guild's headquarters in Nanxing today. Once the notice is released, the Array Master Guild and the Southern Kingdom will truly be aligned. If the Fuyo Empire relinquishes its ambitions toward the Southern Kingdom, that would be fortunate, but if they persist in their folly, we shall ensure they witness the strength of the Array Master Guild. Excellent. With your assurance, I am at ease, Nenshi exclaimed with excitement. In that case, we three shall take our leave for now, Chang Kong and the others said. Attendants, please escort these esteemed masters, Nenshi commanded. After bidding farewell to Chang Kong and his companions, Nenshi turned away from the assembly, a tear of joy slipping down her cheek. She felt an immense relief for the decision she had made, which had paved the way for the Southern Kingdom's current prosperity. Wiping away her tears, she resolutely turned to the assembly and declared, "We must still prepare for contingencies. Proceed as previously arranged." Understood, the ministers responded with exhilaration. Everyone is aware of the underlying truth. Their actions merely serve as a precaution. With the binding of the Array Masters Guild, even if conflict arises, the Southern Kingdom no longer fears the Fuyo Empire. Once the crowd dispersed, Nenshi finally took a seat. On the long table lay an unfinished portrait, and as she gazed at it, Nenshi fell into a contemplative reverie. It seems you are not as everyone perceives you to be, she murmured. As a sovereign, her ability to read others had reached its zenith. She noticed the subtle reverence in the way Chang Kong and his companions addressed the elder Yu Qing, as well as the faint undertone of fear that accompanied their mention of him. The stature of the three in the southern border was sufficient to reveal Yu Qing's extraordinary nature. In the Fuyo Empire, within the Fuyo Hall, Nangong Fuyo occupied the high seat, surrounded by numerous military generals arrayed below. General Longhu, I grant you a deadline, 1 month to conquer the Southern Kingdom. Do you possess the confidence to achieve this? Nangong Fuyo inquired, fixing her gaze upon the formidable middle-aged man before her. Your Majesty, with the might of our Fuyo Empire, the mere Southern Kingdom requires no more than 20 days. I assure you, 20 days suffices, he replied robustly. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyo's countenance brightened. Very well, 20 days it shall be. After 20 days, I shall prepare a celebratory feast to welcome your triumphant return. Thank you, Your Majesty. We shall set forth at once, the generals proclaimed, and at the command of General Longhu, they exited the Fuyo Hall, embarking on their southern expedition. Observing the disciplined ranks of generals, Nangong Fuyo could not suppress a cold snort. Yu Qing, you squander your opportunity. Thinking that by allying with Nanshi you can oppose me is a grave miscalculation. In fact, I should be grateful to you for providing me with a reason to mobilize against the Southern Kingdom. Even if you wish to regret it now, the chance has passed. Once the Southern Kingdom falls, the fortune of the Fuyo Empire will undoubtedly surge. The previously lost fortune from subduing the demons will pale in comparison. I may even leverage the fortune plundered from the Southern Kingdom to eradicate the underground demons entirely. With these thoughts, Nangong Fuyo extended her slender hand, lifted the tea beside her, and savored it leisurely. As she envisioned a promising future, a sharp voice pierced the tranquility from outside Fuyo Hall. Report. Urgent news. Your Majesty. Urgent news. A eunuch rushed in, prostrating himself on the ground. What chaos is this? Such fluster over a minor incident? Nangong Fuyao, unhurriedly sipping her tea, remarked, "You disrupt my enjoyment. Pray that the matter is indeed so pressing. Speak, what has transpired?" "Your Majesty, the Array Masters Guild has made an announcement in the southern border. The headquarters of the Array Masters Guild is established in Shangnan City of the Southern Kingdom." The eunuch quivered, his voice piercingly sharp. "What?" The previously composed Nangong Fuyao, upon hearing this, dropped her teacup in shock and sprang to her feet. Her long hand reached out, drawn toward the eunuch. The eunuch was drawn away by a terrifying force, firmly grasped by Nangong Fuyao by the collar. "What did you just say? Repeat that," she inquired with a face etched in frost. "Your Majesty, the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild is established in the southern city of Upper Nan," the eunuch replied, trembling in fear. "Damn it!" Nangong Fuyao hurled the eunuch aside and struck the desk with great force. The entire desk, along with numerous memorials, crumbled to dust under her strike. Chapter 32. The Inebriated Nong Shuri. Why? Have the members of the Array Masters Guild lost their sanity? How could they establish their headquarters in such a place as the Southern Kingdom? Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened ominously. Everything nearby that could be shattered had already been destroyed. At that moment, Sun Taifu rushed in, now temporarily assuming Sun Xuanji's duties, managing various affairs of the Heavenly Palace. Upon witnessing Nangong Fuyao's fury, he hastily knelt on the ground. His expression indicated that he was already aware of the situation. "Tell me, why did the Array Masters Guild choose to establish their headquarters in the Southern Kingdom?" Nangong Fuyao's chest heaved violently as she fixed her gaze on Sun Taifu, demanding answers. "Your Majesty, the information I received indicates that the headquarters was established in the Southern Kingdom due to Yu Qing," Sun Taifu stated, prostrating himself on the ground. "What? Yu Qing?" Nangong Fuyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted, "Are you certain your intelligence is accurate? What qualifications does Yu Qing possess to influence the location of the Array Masters Guild's headquarters? While he may have a good relationship with the ancient Taoist, such decisions are not solely in the hands of the ancient Taoist." "Your Majesty, reports indicate that the Array Masters Guild held a meeting in the kingdom of Qing not long ago. After the meeting, 3 vice presidents of the guild came to the Southern Kingdom to meet with Nong Shuri," Sun Taifu recounted meticulously. "Yu Qing also attended this meeting. Although the specific details are still unknown, it appears that Yu Qing indeed played a significant role in the decision to establish the headquarters in the Southern Kingdom." Upon hearing Sun Taifu's words, Nangong Fuyao staggered back, nearly falling to the ground, her face as pale as death. Her heart was torn between regret and resentment. She had never anticipated that Yu Qing, a man rendered powerless, could influence such a monumental decision. Had she known of his capabilities earlier, she would never have exiled him from the Fuyao Empire. If the headquarters had been established within the Fuyao Empire, it could have ensured the empire's enduring prosperity and positioned it as the core region of the southern frontier, bringing countless benefits. Her hand trembled as she grasped a nearby chair, her heart struggling to accept such an outcome for a long time. "Your Majesty, General Longhu and his men have only just set out." At this moment, the words of Master Sun have drawn her back to reality, exacerbating the already difficult situation for Nangong Fuyao. Not only has she missed such a fortuitous opportunity, but the prospect of attacking the Southern Kingdom must also be abandoned. Although previously the Empire of Fuyao had been subjected to a prohibition by the Array Masters Guild, it was merely a decree and did not signify a true opposition to the guild. However, to launch an assault on the Southern Kingdom would signify a blatant confrontation with the guild. While she harbors no fear of the Array Masters Guild itself, the powerful entities backing them instill a sense of dread. It is undeniable that every nation requires the expertise of Array Masters and has, at some point, owed them a debt of gratitude. Should she stubbornly proceed with the assault on Nangong, it is likely that tomorrow she would find herself besieged by a coalition of nations. "Summon them back." At last, Nangong Fuyao shouted in frustration, her clenched fist trembling. The presence of the Array Masters Guild has thoroughly disrupted her grand scheme, plunging her spirits from the heights of hope to the depths of despair. "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall summon General Longhu back immediately." Master Sun, having risen from the ground, glanced at Nangong Fuyao, hesitated momentarily, and then bowed, saying, "Given the current circumstances, I implore Your Majesty to temper your anger. However, the demonic affliction persists, draining the Empire's fortunes. Thus, Your Majesty must devise a new strategy. How to restore the lost fortunes while simultaneously eradicating the demonic threat. You shall personally journey to the barbarian kingdom tomorrow to expedite the alliance negotiations. Nangong Fuyao replied calmly. Very well. Master Sun sighed, recognizing that this was indeed the only course of action left. The barbarian kingdom, as one of the foremost nations in the southern territories, could indeed bolster the fortunes of the Fuyao Empire if an alliance were to be solidified. Meanwhile, in the upper southern city, by the banks of the Moshui River, an air of tranquility prevailed. To celebrate the absence of aerial forces today, Yu Qing personally took to the kitchen to prepare a roasted fish. Little Li was indulging, her mouth slick with oil. Cui Wei, standing nearby, poured wine for both Yu Qing and Nanshi. With a face full of gratitude, Nanshi gazed at Yu Qing. Given the recent establishment of the Array Masters Guild in Upper Southern City and the latest news of the Fuyao Empire's troop withdrawal, the future of the Southern Kingdom appeared exceedingly bright. Mr. Nanshi raised her cup, on the verge of expressing her thanks, only to be interrupted by Yu Qing's hand gesture. Drinking is permissible, but there is no need for thanks. It is but a small effort on my part, Yu Qing remarked with a smile. Nanshi was momentarily taken aback. She had prepared an abundance of words of gratitude, which she now had to swallow, transforming them into boundless appreciation. Subsequently, she downed the contents of her cup in one go. Perhaps unaccustomed to drinking, she broke into a fit of coughing, her delicate face turning crimson, before collapsing onto the table. Yu Qing, who had just lifted her cup and had yet to take a sip, was left utterly stunned. He stared blankly at Nanshi, then turned to glance at Cui Wei. Cui Wei scratched his head, offering an awkward smile as he said, I apologize, sir. Her Majesty has never consumed alcohol. Well, then, you should assist her to lie down in the room, Yu Qing remarked nonchalantly. Is that appropriate? Cui Wei inquired, casting a glance at the inner chamber. Usually, Shaoli did not reside here, and he himself practiced in the attic at night. Consequently, the attic contained only Yu Qing's bed. Given the circumstances, there was no alternative. Yu Qing sighed resignedly, realizing that it was even more unsuitable for the esteemed Empress to return to the palace in such a disoriented state. Very well. Cui Wei promptly summoned Nanshi's personal maid, helping her to the bed where Yu Qing resided temporarily. Upon returning, Yu Qing addressed him, Join me for a drink. Of course, sir. Cui Wei, eager to please, filled Yu Qing's cup without hesitation. Having learned that the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild was located in Shangnan City, Cui Wei's admiration for Yu Qing had reached a fervent peak. When Yu Qing suggested drinking, he complied readily, offering toast after toast. Although the young man had a commendable tolerance, he was no match for Yu Qing. Before long, he collapsed onto the table, subsequently sliding beneath it like a slippery eel, clutching the table leg, and fell into a deep slumber. Yu Qing shook his head, a smile tugging at his lips, as he rose with the wine jug in hand. He strolled to the railing, gazing at the shimmering river, lost in thought. The setting sun cast a long silhouette. Inside the room, the inebriated Nanshi stirred groggily, the flush still evident on her cheeks. This sensation of awakening from drunkenness and being utterly oblivious was a first for her. Instinctively, she pushed open the window, eager to discern the time, only to catch sight of that silhouette. Though the sunlight behind it was somewhat blinding, her gaze remained fixated, captivated. After a considerable time, she regained her senses. Looking down, she realized she was lying on Yu Qing's bed. For reasons unknown, the delicate figure curled within the blanket could not resist snuggling deeper. A pair of jade-like hands emerged, grasping the blanket and instinctively pulling it upwards, just grazing her prominent nose. The blanket carried a faint, indescribable fragrance, prompting her to inhale it once more. Turning her head back to regard that silhouette, her charming face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. How comfortable. What should I do if I don't wish to rise? She murmured softly to herself. Just then, her personal maid approached, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, you are awake. Allow me to assist you. My head aches terribly, Nanshi exclaimed, placing her palm upon her forehead as if the effects of the alcohol still lingered. Your Majesty, I shall fetch an antidote for you right away, the maid responded promptly. No need. I shall rest a while longer, and do not speak of my awakening to anyone, Nanshi remarked. After uttering these words, she completely buried her head beneath the covers. Chapter 33. You young whippersnapper, aspiring to be an official? Nanshi enjoyed a comfortable slumber on Yu Qing's bed. It was only when night had fully descended that she bid farewell to Yu Qing. Once she departed, Cui Wei promptly followed suit. Your Majesty, is there something you require? Nanshi inquired. I come to report. I have received a great boon from my esteemed teacher. Acquiring a fragment of the sage's insights, Cui Wei replied with utmost respect. Initially, he had hesitated to disclose this information, fearing the revelation of Yu Qing's secret. Though he was a subject, he felt uneasy about causing trouble for another after receiving such a favor. However, as he engaged more with the situation, particularly after the establishment of the Array Masters Guild headquarters in Shangnan City, Cui Wei discovered that such matters seemed inconsequential to Yu Qing. Nanshi was indeed taken aback. The sage's insights, such a precious treasure, she understood the significance it bore. Yet, that was not the most crucial aspect. The paramount concern was Xiao Lier. After a brief moment of contemplation, Cui Wei continued. He has received a rare opportunity from his teacher. In addition to the sage's insights, he also possesses the supreme bone. At this revelation, Nanshi gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Earlier that day, before indulging in wine, she had encountered Xiao Lier, sharing a table with this ordinary child. She had felt no particular sentiment, perhaps due to a sense of affection for the surroundings. However, she never imagined that Xiao Lier bore the supreme bone. I understand now. You may return. Since the sage's insights were bestowed upon you by your teacher, they rightfully belong to you. Strive diligently, and do not disappoint your teacher. Nanshi advised earnestly. Indeed, Your Majesty, I shall certainly do so. Time quietly passed. The establishment of the Array Masters Guild headquarters in Shangnan City proceeded in an orderly manner. It was evident that many unfamiliar faces had arrived in Shangnan City, Array Masters and skilled individuals from other nations drawn by its reputation. Meanwhile, life remained simple for Yu Qing and her companions. One day, after completing his training, Xiao Lier returned home. His family had been fishermen for generations, as were his parents. Although they resided in the capital, Shangnan City, their neighborhood was not prosperous and was relatively remote compared to the heart of the city. This was precisely why Yu Qing had chosen this area initially. Consequently, their lives were modest. Mother, just watch, I will surely become an official in the future. Xiao Lier declared confidently while seated beside a woman, sipping porridge. Once I attain that position, I will ensure your health is well taken care of. You young rascal, do you aspire to become an official? The woman, slender in form and evidently in poor health, could not help but tease the little girl, Xiao Li. Upon hearing her words, my dear, I do not expect you to hold any official position. My greatest joy is simply to see you happy every day. Indeed, little ones should not aim too high. Such roles are not easily attained. Nearby, a man repairing a table lifted his head and remarked, in a year's time, I shall send you to school. If you can study well enough to become a scholar, it will be a blessing for our family. You do not believe in me. Xiao Li retorted, her face flushed. Just the other day, I dined with the Empress. At her proclamation, the couple stood momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. Humph. I shall not speak to you any longer. After finishing her porridge, Xiao Li hastily set down her bowl and stormed out in a fit of indignation. Ha ha ha. The couple shared a knowing smile, then called after Xiao Li, remember to return soon. Do not stray too far. Shortly after her departure, a knock echoed upon the humble courtyard door. I shall answer it, the woman said, rising. Madam, you are still taking your medicine. Allow me to go instead. The man replied, setting down his work, smiling as he made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he stood frozen in astonishment. Before him stood a young woman. Her attire modest, yet her presence striking enough to leave him in awe. Old Zhang, who is she? The woman inquired, approaching and also halting in surprise at the sight of the young lady. She vowed she had never encountered anyone with such an impressive bearing. This must surely be a person of significant stature. May I ask whom you seek? The man instinctively asked. The young woman smiled gently and inquired, is this the home of Xiao Li? Yes, but he is not at home right now. The couple exchanged glances, scarcely able to believe that this woman was searching for their son. Oh, he is not here? The young woman hesitated momentarily before asking, may I come in and sit for a spell? Yes, of course. The couple nodded in astonishment, still struggling to compose themselves. They welcomed her inside and hurriedly prepared water and snacks to offer their guest. Seated at the courtyard table, the young woman surveyed her surroundings with ease, engaging the couple in casual conversation while inquiring about their health. After a full quarter of an hour, she rose and addressed her accompanying female guard. Please contact Physician Liu for Madame Zhang. Yes, the guard nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, the couple, having overheard the mention of Physician Liu, were taken aback. There is no need for that. Miss, we cannot afford Physician Liu, the woman interjected hastily. Do not worry, Madame Zhang. You need not concern yourself with the expense of Physician Liu's treatments. Your only task is to focus on your health. The young woman chuckled softly, issuing a few more instructions before departing. How could they feel at ease? The couple hurriedly escorted her out, their hearts secretly aflame with excitement, realizing their son was indeed fortunate to be noticed by such a prominent figure. The fact that they could engage the esteemed Dr. Liu undoubtedly indicated the involvement of a wealthy family in the southern city, perhaps even an official. As the couple accompanied the woman to the door, they discovered the once lively street outside had been cordoned off by guards, leaving no room for passage. To their astonishment, they noticed the magistrate of Nanjing, hunched in a corner, wiping the sweat from his brow. Upon seeing the woman's visage, the couple suddenly grasped her true identity. Startled, they felt their legs weaken, compelling them to kneel. Chapter 34. The Barbarian Kingdom Refuses Alliance. Was that struggle for naught? After leaving little Liu's home, Nanshi dismissed the crowd, taking only her personal female guard with her, and then knocked on Yu Qing's courtyard door. I have come to see you, sir, Nanshi said with a graceful bow. Your Majesty, what brings you here today? Yu Qing inquired with a smile. I have come to offer my apologies. Nanshi replied with a hint of regret. Yesterday, I intended to join you for a drink, yet instead, I inadvertently dampened your spirits. Thus, I have brought a fine imperial liquor from the palace, hoping it pleases you. As she spoke, Nanshi received an exquisitely crafted wine flask from her guard and presented it to Yu Qing with both hands. Your Majesty is exceedingly gracious. Yu Qing, not one for formalities, accepted the flask and brought it to his nose, savoring the aroma. Indeed, it was fine wine. Unable to resist, he poured a glass and took a sip. Perhaps I should toast you anew, Nanshi suggested, fetching another cup. Upon seeing this, Yu Qing hesitated. Are you certain? At his words, Nanshi felt her cheeks flush inexplicably. Perhaps it's best you refrain from drinking. Your face is already red from merely smelling it, Yu Qing remarked, taking the cup from her hands and setting it aside. Nanshi secretly pouted, her eyes hinting at a trace of reluctance as she said, Very well. If you find this wine to your liking, I shall bring more upon my next visit. But for now, I must take my leave. Are you leaving already? Yu Qing sensed something peculiar about Nanshi today. After exchanging a few polite words, he finally escorted her out of the courtyard. In the Barbarian Kingdom, the two leaders sat upright and solemn. It appears that Fellow has completely severed ties with the Fuyao Empire and now resides in the Southern Kingdom, Manshan remarked. Indeed, I had not anticipated that the Mage Association's headquarters would also be located in the Southern Kingdom, Gong Sun Tu replied. It seems we must cultivate a relationship with the Southern Kingdom. Is that truly necessary? Manshan could not help but question. Geographically, we are not connected to the Southern Kingdom. An alliance holds little significance. This situation differs from our previous considerations for an alliance with the Fuyao Empire, where historical grievances compelled them to seek our company, necessitating our alliance as a show of goodwill. No, your notion is erroneous, Gong Sun Tu remarked. Initially, I merely believed this individual possessed terrifying strength. However, now that the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild is established in the Southern Kingdom, it becomes evident that this person embodies far more than mere formidable prowess. Such a character, by expressing intentions and fostering relationships in advance, brings us nothing but benefits and no detriment. Let us not forget that the true power controlling the southern border does not lie within our nations, but rather behind the scenes. Gong Sun Tu's words were articulated with clarity, delineating the pros and cons distinctly. Manshan could not help but nod in agreement. Previously, due to historical frictions between the barbarian nation and the Fuyao Empire, they were compelled to form an alliance and declare their stance, which was a passive approach. However, the current situation was markedly different. The barbarian nation had no direct ties with the Southern Kingdom, yet sought to ally with them, representing a proactive endeavor to cultivate goodwill. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in with urgent news. Report. Your Majesties, the Grand Tutor son from the Fuyao Empire requests an audience. The Fuyao Empire? Moreover, he comes directly. The two leaders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They subsequently summoned Grand Tutor Sunday. After all, since he had arrived, it was no great matter to meet him. Grand Tutor Sun Li, it is a pleasure to meet the two esteemed leaders. Sun addressed them with a respectful demeanor upon entering. Grand Tutor Sun, your arrival without prior communication raises questions. What brings you to the barbarian nation? Man Shan inquired with a furrowed brow. Grand Tutor Sun offered an awkward smile and clasped his fists in explanation. I indeed approached in haste, and I hope for your understanding. I come on the orders of our Empress, seeking to discuss matters of alliance with the two leaders. Although our three nations have had historical grievances, under the leadership of the two esteemed leaders and our Empress, our relations have gradually improved. If we can facilitate this alliance, it would entirely spare us from the ravages of war between our nations, a tremendous boon for all. Grand Tutor Sun spoke with a measured tone, articulating the benefits of the alliance from the perspective of the three nations. However, Man Shan and Gong Sun too listened with eyes full of derision. Were it not for Yu Qing, the Fuyao Empire would have long been trampled by the two barbarian nations without a trace. At this juncture, Grand Tutor Sun continued, thus, I have come to inquire if the specifics of our alliance can be expedited. Yet, before he could complete his statement, he was interrupted by Man Shan's dismissive gesture. Grand Tutor Sun, after careful consideration, we have concluded that, given the years of conflict between our two nations and the Fuyao Empire, it is best to continue our hostilities. Hence there is no necessity for an alliance. What? Upon hearing Man Shan's words, Grand Tutor Sun was rendered speechless, instinctively asking, why? Wasn't it made clear? Man Shan raised an eyebrow and replied, otherwise, would those preceding years of conflict have been for naught? With this statement, Grand Tutor Sun fell further into bewilderment. What kind of rationale is this? Moreover, does this sound like something a leader of a nation should articulate? He quickly adjusted his demeanor, forcing a smile as he said, leaders, please do not jest with an old man like me. Do you perceive this as jest? Man Shan's expression darkened, a heavy pressure descending upon Sun Taifu. The temperature in the hall plummeted. Sun Taifu's forced smile froze upon his face. Is there any dissatisfaction with the alliance treaty, esteemed leaders? If there are grievances, feel free to voice them. We can discuss further. Contemplating the significance of the alliance with the two great barbarian nations, Sun Taifu endeavored to maintain a dialogue. Yet, he was met with the icy countenances of Gong Sun Tu and his companion. Sun Taifu, please take your leave. Man Shan evidently had no desire to engage in further discourse, waving his hand to usher him out. Sun Taifu swallowed his words, stifled by the eviction order. Any further discussion would be futile. With a sigh, he departed, his spirit heavy with confusion, utterly unaware of where things had gone awry. Just months prior, negotiations with the two barbarian nations had proceeded smoothly. Their attitudes markedly different at that time. They had even shown a stronger desire to advance the alliance, making numerous concessions in the treaty. However, upon sensing an abnormality in the two nations' demeanor, Empress Fuyao had chosen to delay proceedings for several months to guard against deception. Little did she anticipate that months later, the stances of the two nations would shift dramatically. Despite not knowing the cause of this upheaval, Sun Taifu understood the urgency of conveying this information to Nangong Fuyao. Thus, he hastened back to the Fuyao Empire. Chapter 35, Blame Yourself. In the Fuyao Empire, when Nangong Fuyao received the news, it struck her like a thunderclap. She had never expected the barbarian nations to alter their stance at this juncture. For the Fuyao Empire, this was akin to a deluge upon an already leaking roof, an accumulation of misfortunes. But is there any dissatisfaction with the alliance treaty? Nangong Fuyao inquired urgently. Your Majesty, the elder statesman has spoken, yet judging by their demeanor, it appears that is not the issue, Sun Taifu replied hastily. Do they believe my sincerity is lacking? No, I must personally visit the barbarian nations. Determined, Nangong Fuyao declared, I shall go myself to demonstrate my earnestness. Even if they are reluctant, I will ascertain the reason. Make the necessary arrangements at once. I shall depart tomorrow. Understood. Sun Taifu recognized the urgency of the situation and hastened to coordinate her itinerary. After Sun Taifu's departure, a flustered Nangong Fuyao rubbed her forehead in distress. Rising with a worried expression, she made her way to the area afflicted by the demonic plague, where her imperial jade seal continued to exert its suppressive power. Despite the suppression afforded by the imperial seal, the demonic affliction had ceased to create significant disturbances. However, as a sovereign, She could keenly perceive the daily erosion of the national fortune that the seal embodied in its effort to quell the fiends. Why? Why had recent events unfolded so unfavorably? Gazing at the imperial seal, Nangong Fuyao felt a surge of indignation. At this juncture, forming an alliance with the two great barbarian nations appeared to be the sole lifeline to restore the waning national fortune. Yet, it seemed that even this last hope was now fraught with complications. The following morning, Nangong Fuyao, accompanied by a vast retinue, set forth with great determination toward the two great barbarian nations. In her pursuit of the alliance, she had not only taken it upon herself to make the journey, but had also prepared extensively. She was ready to make various concessions within the alliance treaty, provided that her fundamental principles remained intact. Upon her arrival at the outskirts of the two barbarian nations 2 days later, the leaders, Gongsun II and Manshan, were seated in a high chamber. She is still undeterred, Manshan remarked. Her persistence is meaningless, Gongsun II replied dismissively. After all, it is the empress of a nation visiting us. Should we not extend her a proper reception? Manshan inquired. I have dispatched a eunuch, Gongsun II replied nonchalantly. A eunuch? Manshan shot him a glance. She is the empress, for heaven's sake. Sending a eunuch to greet her might not sit well. I did not summon her. If she is displeased, she may return, Gongsun II retorted indifferently. Outside the capital of the barbarian nation, Nangong Fuyao's entourage had set up camp. Accompanying her were not only the esteemed Grand Tutor's son, but also several high-ranking officials, along with vehicles transporting gold, silver, and textiles she had brought from the Fuyao Empire. She had believed her visit demonstrated sincere intentions. However, upon witnessing a eunuch waiting at the city gate to receive her, her countenance darkened, and her fists clenched tightly in rage. Your nation is utterly unreasonable. I, the illustrious empress of the Fuyao Empire, am treated in such a manner? A few officials accompanying her could no longer contain their outrage, their faces flushed with anger. Your Majesty, if this alliance cannot be formed, let us return, several officials declared, their expressions grim. Nangong Fuyao bit her lip, concealing her emotions for a long moment before approaching the eunuch. I appreciate your efforts, esteemed eunuch. I kindly request an audience with the two leaders. Since I have come this far, it is essential that we meet. The eunuch, taken aback by her presence, replied, Only Her Majesty may enter alone. What? The moment those words were spoken, even Grand Tutor's son grew alarmed. Your Majesty, you must not. If you go in alone and encounter any misfortune, what shall we do? Your nation is being excessively oppressive. This is the custom of our barbarian nation. If Her Majesty the Empress is unwilling, please return. The eunuch spoke. Very well, I shall depart. Even with a heart full of anger, Nangong Fuyao suppressed it at that moment. She could not believe that the two great barbarian nations would dare to act against her. On the contrary, she was more eager to understand the current stance of the barbarian nations. Was it a sudden desire to secure greater benefits in the alliance treaty? Or were there other motives at play? Yet, she secretly recorded all the humiliations in her heart. The eunuch bowed and led the way. Nangong Fuyao's carriage followed slowly behind. Soon after, she encountered the two leaders of the barbarian nations. Empress Fuyao, we apologize for the lack of proper welcome. We hope for your understanding. Upon meeting Nangong Fuyao, the two leaders of Barbarian Mountain exchanged indifferent pleasantries. Nangong Fuyao could not discern their true thoughts, maintaining an outward composure. This bold visit is indeed my audacity, and I do not blame the two leaders. She smiled and continued, I have long heard of your exceptional abilities, and indeed, seeing is believing. By the way, I have heard that the barbarian nation is fond of fine wine. Hence, I have brought my Fuyao Empire's precious liquor as a gift for the two esteemed leaders. Additionally, there are some treasures of gold and silver, which I wish to present as tokens of our first meeting. However, due to the customs of the barbarian nation, these gifts are outside the city, so I kindly ask the two leaders to send someone to retrieve them. Nangong Fuyao spoke with poise. In her mind, this was a sharp retort to the barbarian nation's attitude towards her. She arrived with courtesy, only to have her gifts barred outside the city, which insinuated the pettiness of the barbarian nation. Thus, with an intrigued smile, she turned her gaze towards the two barbarian leaders, seemingly eager to witness their reactions. However, to her surprise, the two leaders of the barbarian nations were entirely unfazed by her words. The leader of Barbarian Mountain bluntly stated, Nangong Fuyao, now that you are in our nation, spare us this charade. To be frank, we do not welcome you, and we have no need for your offerings. Please return. Upon hearing Barbarian Mountain's words, Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened, even with her cultivated demeanor. She had not anticipated being dismissed before discussions even commenced. Did the two leaders not wish to ally with my Fuyao Empire? She questioned, word by word. Your inquiries will not alter anything and are utterly meaningless. I have previously communicated this to your Grand Tutor's son, Barbarian Mountain replied gravely. Nangong Fuyao's pupils constricted, rage swirling within her. Yet, as this was indeed foreign territory, she restrained her fury and said, I have traveled a great distance with genuine intentions for the sake of our two nations' citizens, only to find that the two leaders are so fickle. This truly surprises me. Do not employ such ambiguous rhetoric. Manshan abruptly interrupted Nangong Fuyao, then spoke in a solemn tone. If you must place blame, direct it towards yourself. Chapter 36. With Yu Qing departed, what significance does your Fuyao Empire hold? What do you mean by that? Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened as she detected the underlying implication, prompting her to inquire hastily. At this juncture, I see no harm in revealing the truth to you, Manshan retorted with a cold snort. Did you truly believe we sought an alliance with your Fuyao Empire due to its self-proclaimed prosperity? Did you think it was because of your capable leadership or our current struggles that we feared you? Is that not the case? Nangong Fuyao asked with a deepened voice. Her retort nearly brought a laugh from Manshan. You certainly enjoy embellishing your own image. Let me be candid. We have never regarded your Fuyao Empire with any seriousness. The only reason we considered an alliance was due to Yu Qing. Who? You mean Yu Qing? Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao felt as if she had encountered the most absurd of jokes. No, it cannot be. A mere Yu Qing cannot wield such influence. Even if you did not wish for an alliance, there is no need to fabricate such a ludicrous excuse. Nangong Fuyao refused to accept Manshan's words. Yet, she was simultaneously perplexed as to how Manshan had knowledge of Yu Qing. Observing her reaction, the previously mocking expressions on Manshan and his companion transformed into a semblance of pity. It was indeed lamentable for a sovereign to be unaware of the true nature of her own allies. Do you truly believe Yu Qing is as you perceive him? Do you really think he is a mere waste? Manshan scoffed. When he was present, there was no need for you to advocate for an alliance. We would have naturally pursued it. Yet, what we never anticipated was your expulsion of him from the Fuyao Empire. To put it bluntly, when Yu Qing was with you, we could afford to respect you. But now that he has left, what does your Fuyao Empire amount to? Is this not the result of your own folly? Manshan's words struck Nangong Fuyao's mind like a thunderclap, rendering her unable to maintain her composure. No, this cannot be. It is absolutely impossible. I witnessed his dantian being destroyed during the Three Kings' War. I saw it with my own eyes. How could he still possess strength? I refuse to believe any of this. Her eyes locked onto Manshan, as if she sought a denial from him. However, Manshan, with an expression of indifference, issued an order for her departure. Empress Fuyao, I have conveyed all that needs to be said. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. Unless Yu Qing returns, there shall be no possibility of an alliance among our three nations. Hence, you may leave. Nangong Fuyao could scarcely comprehend how she exited the capital of the Man Kingdom. Words spoken by Manshan lingered in her mind. Yu Qing had not been discarded. The reason the Man Kingdom sought an alliance with the Fuyao Empire was solely due to the presence of the Empress Yu Qing. However, it was merely the Man Kingdom. Whether or not they allied was of no consequence. The Fuyao Empire would endure through the ages. The absence of alliance would be a loss for the two great barbarian nations, not for us. On the journey back, noticing Nangong Fuyao's silence, Sun Taifu could not restrain himself from offering comfort. Leave. Yet, he was met with a fierce rebuke from Nangong Fuyao. Sun Taifu exchanged puzzled glances with several high-ranking officials, all perplexed by the Empress's sudden emotional volatility. Upon returning to the Fuyao Empire, Nangong Fuyao hastened to the Fuyao Hall, expelling numerous palace maids and guards in her haste. The hall was left in disarray, with items shattered and scattered. Those delivering medicine and meals were also dismissed. Outside the Fuyao Hall, civil and military ministers gathered, their faces etched with concern. Sun Taifu, you should enter and inquire about Her Majesty. Determine what has transpired, several ministers urged him. Sun Taifu, with a troubled expression, hesitated. Over the past few days, he had been expelled from the hall multiple times. Yet, seeing the earnest expressions of his peers, he reluctantly nodded and prepared to make another attempt. As expected, upon reaching the entrance of the Fuyo Hall, Nangong Fuyo expelled him once more. He sighed and shook his head at the waiting ministers, ready to leave when suddenly, a voice from within called out, "Come back." Startled, Sun Taifu turned and hurried back into the Fuyo Hall. The interior was a chaotic sight, ravaged by Nangong Fuyo's fury. Once a figure of authority, she now appeared worn and haggard, her eyes bloodshot from lack of rest. "I ask you, has Yu Qing's strength already been restored?" Before Sun Taifu could respond, Nangong Fuyo, with piercing eyes, posed the question. "Huh?" The inquiry left Sun Taifu utterly bewildered. "Why does your majesty suddenly ask this? I am posing a question to you." Nangong Fuyo's voice escalated in intensity. Fearful, Sun Taifu immediately knelt, trembling as he replied, "Your majesty, I do not know." Incompetent, leave. Sun Taifu dared not linger, hastily retreating in a flurry. "Yu Qing, why have you deceived me?" Inside the Fuyo Hall, Nangong Fuyo's expression darkened, her heart in turmoil. Ever since Yu Qing's departure, she had wished to avoid his name, for it felt like a scar within her heart. She feared hearing it from others, more so the whispers of her being the empress who cast aside a former hero. Yet, the darker part of her soul insisted that only by banishing Yu Qing would she find satisfaction. Because she feared the mention of others attributing her ascension to the position of empress to Yu Qing's past contributions, Nangong Fuyao, upon realizing that Yu Qing was deemed inconsequential to the Fuyao Empire, unhesitatingly dismissed him, confident in her own ability to stabilize her realm. However, Man Shan's revelation that Yu Qing had not been discarded, and that the Man Kingdom's willingness to ally with the Fuyao Empire stemmed from Yu Qing's influence, left her in turmoil. Was she mistaken? No, that could not be the case. Had you not deceived me, I would not be in this predicament. If you had informed me of your restored powers, would I not have kept you by my side? The more she pondered, the deeper her resentment towards Yu Qing grew. Yet, her thoughts inevitably drifted to recent events. Had Yu Qing remained, the Taoist would not have imposed restrictions on the Fuyao Empire through the Array Masters Guild. Perhaps the magical affliction plaguing the imperial capital could have been resolved sooner. Had Yu Qing not departed, the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild would likely not have been established in Shangnan City, but rather in the Fuyao Imperial City. Had Yu Qing not left, the alliance would not have been forged by her, but by the two great Man Kingdoms. This would not only prevent the decline of the Fuyao Empire's fortunes, but would instead lead to a period of unprecedented prosperity. Yet now, the situation was dire, with the magical affliction unresolved. All these thoughts pointed to one undeniable truth. Without Yu Qing, she seemed incapable of securing the Fuyao Empire's footing, no matter how reluctant she was to accept it. An idea began to take shape in her mind. Should she lower herself to seek an audience with Yu Qing and persuade him to return? With Yu Qing's return, the alliance with the Man Kingdom would be assured. Given Yu Qing's rapport with the Taoist, he could also assist in resolving the magical plague afflicting the imperial capital. Furthermore, the headquarters of the Array Masters had merely issued a public notice and had not yet solidified its relocation. Perhaps there remained an opportunity to shift it to the imperial capital. Chapter 37. Must the Fuyao Empire descend into decline without Yu Qing? Yet, as this thought emerged, Nangong Fuyao shook her head vehemently to extinguish it. No, this is utterly impossible. A sovereign is a sovereign, and a minister is a minister. What sense is there in a ruler lowering themselves before a subject? Moreover, she was even less inclined to believe that, without Yu Qing, she, Nangong Fuyao, would be insufficient. Could it truly be that the Fuyao Empire must inevitably decline without Yu Qing? She reassured herself that difficulties are but temporary. Just then, a voice filled with urgency and excitement broke through from outside the door. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I bear splendid news, truly marvelous news." "Speak directly, what is the news?" Nangong Fuyao responded with a tone tinged with impatience. "It concerns the Immortal Gate. News has arrived from the Immortal Gate." Sun Taifu exclaimed from outside. "The Immortal Gate?" Nangong Fuyao raised an eyebrow, hastily summoning Sun Taifu into her presence. What news has the Immortal Gate conveyed? It is no wonder that Nangong Fuyao reacted thus. The southern frontier appears to be a realm of myriad nations, governed by their respective sovereigns. Yet these rulers are acutely aware that their so-called multitude of nations merely presides over the mundane and certain secular powers. The true wielders of authority are those transcendent sects that exist beyond the confines of the earthly realm. A single disciple emerging from such a sect holds a position of immense significance in the secular world. However, these sects typically refrain from meddling in worldly affairs and seldom involve themselves in the disputes among these nations. The only instance when the Fuyao Empire had any connection with the sect was when Xiao Wuqian first revealed his supreme bone, leading one sect to express interest in taking him as a disciple. Yet the Fuyao Empire, driven by selfish motives and recognizing the potential of this prodigy, diplomatically declined the sect's offer, choosing to retain Xiao Wuqian within their domain. In truth, neither the empire nor the sect grasped the true significance of the supreme bone. Otherwise, the sect would have forcibly taken Xiao Wuqian to cultivate him, as the supreme bone is inherently not of this world. Is it the Yuhua sect? Nangong Fuyao's eyes sparkled with hope as he inquired. Are they here for Xiao Wuqian? It is not the Yuhua sect, but rather the Tai sect. Sun Taifu promptly replied. The Tai sect? This revelation filled Nangong Fuyao with confusion, for they had never established any ties with the Tai sect. Quickly, tell me the details. The Tai sect conveyed that our Fuyao Empire is a rare land of fortune in the entire southern frontier. They have long heard of your Majesty's esteemed reputation and are aware of your adept governance. Thus, the Tai sect wishes to send several disciples to our Fuyao Empire for training, ideally in positions within our empire, allowing them to learn while honing their skills. Sun Taifu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Is this truly what the letter states? Nangong Fuyao could hardly believe his ears. Absolutely, word for word, Sun Taifu affirmed eagerly. Ha! With Sun Taifu's confirmation, Nangong Fuyao threw his head back and laughed heartily. I knew the difficulties were only temporary. Our Fuyao Empire shall surely ascend. Now even the sect acknowledges that our empire is a land of prosperity. Congratulations, Your Majesty. It is a testament to your wise leadership. And even the sect recognizes your brilliance. Sun Taifu beamed, his joy evident. To be honest, when he first encountered this news, he too found it hard to believe that such happiness could arrive so suddenly, needing to verify it multiple times. After all, to him, the sects loomed large and distant. Though I have invested considerable effort into the development of the Fuyao Empire, it still seems insufficient to warrant such praise from the sect, Nangong Fuyao humbly remarked. Yet a subtle air of pride betrayed him amidst his modesty. Let us promptly respond. Nangong Fuyao then swiftly commanded, First, we must express our gratitude for the sect's commendation. Furthermore, I extend a grand welcome to the disciples of the celestial sect to come and hone their skills in my Fuyao Empire. I shall personally arrange suitable positions for them. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall attend to this immediately, replied Master Sun, a look of joy illuminating his face. With that, he hurriedly retreated. Once Master Sun departed, Nangong Fuyao felt a surge of elation. Come forth. I find myself famished and require sustenance. Additionally, ensure that the Fuyao Hall is tidied up, commanded the Emperor. Yes, Your Majesty. The maids waiting outside breathed a sigh of relief and promptly busied themselves. Before long, the Grand Fuyao Hall was rejuvenated. Seated at the table, Nangong Fuyao, with a cheerful demeanor, began his meal. The esteem of the celestial sect rendered all current tribulations trivial by comparison. With the capabilities of the celestial sect's disciples, the impending demonic afflictions would surely be effortlessly resolved. As for the barbarian nation, whether or not they choose to ally with us is inconsequential. Once they realize the attention the Fuyao Empire has garnered from the Tai celestial sect, their regret will be theirs alone. Yu Qing, I truly did not anticipate the restoration of your strength. I must concede that your departure has caused me considerable trouble. However, I wish for you to understand that without you, the Fuyao Empire shall not falter. In the past, the present, and in the future, this remains true. Simultaneously, amidst a mountain range tens of thousands of miles from the Fuyao Empire, clouds and mist enveloped the area, with peaks stretching endlessly. Within the haze, an emerald pavilion appeared, ethereal and elusive. Moreover, celestial cranes and disciples clad in white, soaring atop flying swords, glided by. This was none other than the Tai celestial sect. Within the majestic hall, a middle-aged man sat at the head alongside several elderly individuals with youthful faces and white hair. Though they emitted no discernible aura, they imparted an impression of unfathomable depth. These were none other than Li Wufeng, the current sect master of the Tai celestial sect, and several esteemed elders. Beneath Li Wufeng and the elders stood a few young disciples, both male and female. The women radiated youthful beauty, while the men exuded a bright and righteous aura, each possessing an extraordinary presence. Have these 5 been confirmed? Li Wufeng inquired of the elders. Indeed, they have been meticulously selected. If there are no objections, I shall send them down the mountain tomorrow, one elder replied. Let us not rush. This matter is of great significance, and the ancestor must personally review it. Li Wufeng gestured dismissively. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, silently questioning whether this was overly solemn, to the point where even the ancestor would need to oversee it. Yet they dared not voice their thoughts. After a prolonged wait, an elder dressed in simple garments, bearing a wine gourd and with hands clasped behind his back, sauntered in from outside. Greetings, ancestor. Everyone present rose to pay their respects. The elder waved his hand and then turned his gaze towards the 5 disciples, nodding in satisfaction. With a grave and earnest tone, he instructed, "You must remember this, my dear ones. The so-called trials you are to undergo are not genuine tests of endurance. Instead, they are an opportunity for you to forge a relationship with that individual. If you can cultivate a good rapport and derive some fortune from him, you will have achieved a significant milestone in your lives. However, bear in mind, it is crucial not to be overly deliberate in your approach. Attend to your duties first. Execute them with excellence, and in due course, you shall find opportunities to engage with him. Do you understand?" The elder imparted this wisdom with heartfelt sincerity. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Li Wufeng interjected from the side, unable to contain himself. The other elders expressed their agreement as well. What do you know?" The elder shot them a stern glare. "While I had a brief encounter with that individual a year ago, we were not particularly familiar. It was merely before parting that I mentioned my intention to send a few disciples for secular experience, to see if they could reach his nation. Thus, while it is not entirely unfounded, at the time, he likely perceived it as mere pleasantries. Therefore, approaching him too overtly may lead to misunderstandings, making us appear greedy. This is why I advised you to contact the emperor of the Fuyo Empire beforehand." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the 5 disciples and continued, "Of course, as long as you focus on your tasks and perform them well, even if he discerns your true intentions, he will likely remain discreet and understanding. After all, he is a person of great stature. Ultimately, whether this endeavor succeeds rests upon your shoulders, and indeed, the future of our sect depends on you." "Yes, ancestor, we understand." The 5 disciples responded in unison, filled with anticipation for this journey. A year ago, their once dwindling elder returned from an outing not only revitalized, but having broken through to a new level of cultivation. It was then they realized that he had encountered a person of significance during his travels. The chance to represent the sect in the land of this esteemed figure was a tremendous honor for them, further heightening their eagerness to witness such a remarkable individual in person. The young faces sparkled with excitement. After making all necessary preparations, the following morning, the 5 young disciples were escorted down the mountain by the elder. They swiftly mounted their flying swords, transforming into 5 streaks of light as they hastened towards the Fuyo Empire. Chapter 38. How do you perceive my fortune? Upon learning of the imminent arrival of the disciples from the immortal sect, the Fuyo imperial capital organized a grand welcoming ceremony, with Nangong Fuyo personally overseeing the reception. At long last, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, 5 beams of sword light suddenly appeared in the sky, rapidly approaching the Fuyo imperial capital. These 5 streaks of light shone like brilliant meteors, capturing the attention of all. As they drew nearer, the onlookers realized that they were none other than the 5 disciples of the Tai immortal sect, standing resolutely upon their flying swords, their expressions serene and detached, as if untouched by the mundane world. After a brief moment, the 5 individuals gracefully descended upon the square of the Fuyo imperial city, instantly captivating the attention of all present. The refined demeanor and subtle aura they exuded evoked a sense of reverence among the onlookers. Many marveled. Could these be the disciples of the Tai immortal sect? Truly, they resemble celestial beings. Even Nangong Fuyo could not suppress a fleeting glimmer of longing in her eyes. Surely, these 5 were the paragons of the Tai sect. "I am Nangong Fuyo, the Empress of Fuyo. Having learned of your arrival today, I have come to extend my welcome," she said warmly, stepping forward. "We pay our respects to your majesty," the 5 replied, mindful of their sect's teachings, exhibiting neither subservience nor arrogance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Nangong Fuyo continued, "You esteemed prodigies must be weary from your travels. I have arranged a feast in your honor. Your Majesty is overly gracious. We are merely here for training and would not presume to accept such lavish hospitality," they responded politely. However, despite their reservations, they ultimately acquiesced to Nangong Fuyo's persistent invitations. Inwardly, she marveled at their demeanor. It was rare to encounter disciples of the immortal sects in the mortal realm who were not haughty or disdainful. Their measured conduct and humility stood in stark contrast to the usual arrogance displayed by others, perhaps a testament to the principles upheld by the Tai immortal sect, which in turn reflected positively on her own capabilities. After all, respect from others often hinges upon one's strength. In terms of power, the Fuyo Empire could not dare to compare with the immortal sects, reinforcing the notion, as the Tai sect suggested, that the Fuyo Empire was indeed a land of great fortune with a promising future. It was precisely this reputation that inspired such humility among these disciples. Yet, the five remained oblivious to Nangong Fuyo's contemplations, their minds occupied with the anticipation of meeting a certain individual. The banquet was set in the Tianguang Hall, not far from the Fuyo Palace, with civil and military officials in attendance. Nangong Fuyo personally led the officials in toasting the five disciples. "Senior Wu Qing, this reception is quite grand, welcoming us, hosting a feast, and offering toasts. One might think we have come to exert our influence over the Fuyo Empire," a female disciple remarked to the leading male disciple. Wu Qing nodded in agreement. He then approached Nangong Fuyo and said, "Your Majesty, we five have come to undertake training and service in the Fuyo Empire. We would appreciate it if you could arrange our positions promptly so that we may commence our duties." Nangong Fuyo, however, suspected that their intentions were more profound than mere service. She believed that the Tai sect had foreseen the future of the Fuyo Empire and sent disciples to foster collaboration and strengthen ties. Though she hesitated to assign them positions, there was indeed a matter on which she sought their assistance. After a moment's contemplation, she cautiously inquired, "To be candid, I do have a request for your esteemed selves." Nangong Fuyo merely intended to gauge their willingness, for she did not expect them to offer their aid immediately upon their arrival. Little did they know, the five individuals' eyes brightened with enthusiasm as they eagerly proclaimed, "Your Majesty, the Empress, if there is anything you require, please command us. We shall not disappoint." This straightforwardness left Nangong Fuyo somewhat astonished. "Are the five of you truly sincere?" she inquired. "Indeed, we are," they replied in unison, exchanging a glance with the Grand Tutor's son beside her. Nangong Fuyo chose not to linger on pleasantries and promptly conveyed the matter concerning the demons lurking beneath the imperial capital. What difficulty could this pose? Should we confront the demons directly? It may be troublesome, but merely reinforcing the seal is something I can undertake right away, declared the leader, Wu Qing, as he stepped into the void and sped towards the afflicted area. The crowd hastily followed into the grand hall, looking up to witness Wu Qing conjuring a great seal from thin air, which he then directed towards the realm of the demons. As the seal descended, a wail erupted from beneath the imperial capital, followed by an eerie silence. It was executed with such simplicity and decisiveness. "What a formidable seal," Nangong Fuyo murmured, her expression transforming into one of joy, as the demonic plague that had troubled her for so long was resolved with such ease. The Grand Tutor's son and others also wore expressions of delight. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The demonic threat has been vanquished." "Indeed, it has finally been resolved," Nangong Fuyo declared, filled with vigor. With the collaboration of the Celestial Sect, what significance did the Array Masters Guild hold? What weight did the barbarian nations carry? What did Yu Qing matter now? In that moment, she promptly retrieved the long-lost imperial seal. Just then, Wu Qing, having completed the sealing of the demons, returned. The four disciples hurried to greet him. "How are you, senior brother? Was it taxing?" "Not particularly. I sensed that these two demons were once powerful, but their strength has waned considerably over the years. My power, combined with the Great Seal, was just sufficient," Wu Qing explained. "However, senior brother, I noticed that for the purpose of suppressing these demons, the Empress even employed the imperial seal. That individual is present, isn't that a concern?" One of the junior sisters remarked, hinting at a deeper implication. This statement caused Wu Qing's brow to furrow. After pondering for a while, he could not deduce a satisfactory explanation. Regardless, We must endeavor to accomplish more, ensuring that when that esteemed elder becomes aware of us, they will not find our presence unwelcome, Wu Qin instructed. The group of brothers and sisters nodded in agreement. At that moment, as Nangong Fuyao approached to express her gratitude to Wu Qin, he interjected, "Your Majesty, I noticed several issues within the protective array of the entire imperial capital. While my fellow brothers and I may not be professional array masters, we possess some knowledge in this area. We shall commence repairs on these arrays immediately." Without allowing Nangong Fuyao the chance to respond, Wu Qin, along with the other four, soared into the air, setting forth to mend the arrays of Fuyao's imperial capital. Observing the five in their fervent activity, the onlookers exchanged glances. Grand Tutor Sun could not restrain himself from stepping closer to Nangong Fuyao, whispering, "Your Majesty, what exactly are they up to?" Nangong Fuyao narrowed her eyes slightly. Time passed quietly, and a few days later, within the grand confines of the Fuyao Palace, Nangong Fuyao stood by the window, gazing out at the vast capital of Fuyao. Behind her, Sun Taifu stood respectfully, reporting in a hushed tone, "Your Majesty, according to reports from our scouts, the barbarians have formed an alliance with the Southern Kingdom." Nangong Fuyao's pupils contracted slightly, followed by a sardonic smile. "Yu Qing truly exceeds my expectations. To think he could sway the barbarians this way. Yet, they are but a minor power, and I am unfazed." Sun Taifu nodded in agreement. Indeed, having established ties with the immortal sect, the barbarians now seemed of little consequence. He continued with his report, "Moreover, they have completed the repairs on the array surrounding the capital and have personally visited the Heavenly Palace to guide the younger generation there." Oh, at this, Nangong Fuyao's lips curved into a subtle smile. She then inquired, "Sun Taifu, you are well versed in both celestial phenomena and earthly matters. What, in your opinion, is the essence of luck, and how might one control it?" Sun Taifu's expression turned contemplative, and he shook his head with a wry smile. "Luck is not something an old minister can fully comprehend, let alone control. The common understanding is merely that certain actions can either diminish or enhance one's luck. Even this perceived luck is often superficial, making any notion of control seem implausible. Those from the immortal sect or powerful beings may only possess the ability to foresee and prepare for impending waves of fortune." Nangong Fuyao listened intently, reflecting on her life. Despite the setbacks, she had risen to a position of unparalleled authority, a reality none, including herself, could have anticipated. But what of the future? Would she merely be a ruler of the Fuyao Empire? In Chapter 39, she mused, how could a mere worldly sovereign dare to drive away the esteemed Yu Qing? "What do you think of my fortune?" she asked again. "Your Majesty's fortune is, without question, unmatched," Sun Taifu replied promptly. Hearing this, Nangong Fuyao smiled and instructed, "Inform them that I wish to dig a moat around the city. Ask if they have any suggestions. Your Majesty, they are disciples of the immortal sect. Assigning them such labor might be inappropriate." Sun Taifu hesitated. "Simply follow my instructions," Nangong Fuyao replied, her gaze steady. "Understood." Sun Taifu retreated. A few days later, an astonishing scene unfolded beyond the walls of Fuyao's capital. A true display of swordsmanship manifested before the eyes of many. On the city walls, Nangong Fuyao stood with her hands clasped behind her back, observing the moat taking shape, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. She turned to Wu Qin and the others beside her, expressing her contentment. "Wu Qin, you have worked hard recently. Your Majesty, it is our duty to serve the Fuyao Empire." Wu Qin replied with a smile. "Excellent. I am truly gratified," she declared. Nangong Fuyao gently patted Wu Qin's shoulder in appreciation and then remarked, "How about assisting me with another task in a couple of days? The camaraderie among us brothers shall serve the Emperor well in the days to come." During this time, Wu Qin and his four companions diligently executed various commands from Nangong Fuyao. She truly grasped the essence of real power. If she desired a rare medicinal herb, priceless and elusive, Wu Qin would traverse great distances to procure it for her. Should she wish to savor the unique spiritual beasts from the southern borders, Wu Qin and his companions would hunt them down. Initially, she believed that being the sovereign of a nation rendered one a victor in life. Yet, upon acquiring Wu Qin and his companions, she realized that merely reigning over the Fuyao Empire was insufficient. Observing the five standing respectfully before her, Nangong Fuyao said thoughtfully, "Wu Qin, rest assured, as long as you assist me diligently, I shall undoubtedly fulfill all your future desires. Thank you, your majesty. Please, return and rest well, they replied. After the five departed, one of the female disciples could not help but convey through thought, Senior brother, we have been in the Fuyao Empire for quite some time. Yet I have never heard anyone mention that esteemed figure. Wu Qin furrowed his brow tightly, equally puzzled. They had not dared to hope for an encounter with that venerable personage upon their arrival. However, the complete absence of any mention indeed struck them as peculiar. Someone of such stature should not go unnoticed. Just as they pondered this, they happened upon Grand Tutor Sunday. Through their recent collaboration, Sun had grown more familiar with them. Initially, he regarded the immortal sect as a lofty entity, but now he perceived that these disciples were also subservient to the Empress's commands. Thus, he felt that aside from their superior strength, they were not markedly different. Esteemed ones, as we now work in unison, there is a certain taboo concerning the Empress that you would do well to be aware of, Grand Tutor Sun cautioned. Taboo? The five of Wu Qin responded with curiosity, yet humbly sought clarification. What is this taboo? Before the Empress, there is one individual whose name must never be uttered, regardless of whether you have heard of or known this person before. Sun spoke earnestly. You must not mention them at all. Who is it? Wu Qin inquired. Yu Qing. Sun replied before preparing to take his leave. However, just as he was about to depart, he found Wu Qin and his companions blocking his path, their brows furrowed. Why is it a taboo? Why must we not mention him? Wu Qin asked, his tone grave. You need not concern yourselves with the reasons, but simply understand that you must not speak of him. Furthermore, when serving the Empress, do not question too much, Sun admonished with a hint of reproach. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than a formidable pressure bore down upon him, looming ominously. Even though Master Sun possesses considerable strength, under this overwhelming pressure, he resembles a small boat caught in a tempest. Before he could react, the pale-faced Wu Qin seized his neck with a vice-like grip. I am asking you a question. Wu Qin's voice was frigid, each word deliberate and measured. What are you doing? Master Sun stammered, his complexion ghastly. Release me at once. I am inquiring, Wu Qin reiterated, tightening his grip around Master Sun's throat. The looming specter of death enveloped Master Sun, instilling a profound sense of terror within him. It dawned on him, albeit belatedly, that these five individuals were disciples of the Celestial Gate, capable of easily subduing him. I will speak, Master Sun uttered in a panic, subsequently divulging the circumstances surrounding Yu Qing's expulsion and the enmity with the Empress of Fuyao in meticulous detail. However, the moment he spoke, Wu Qin and his companions erupted in fury. Even upon learning that the taboo referred to Yu Qing, they sensed an underlying secret. Yet, when confronted with the full extent of the revelation, they found it utterly intolerable. They had no inkling of the lengths to which they had prepared for this moment. Each of the five had been meticulously selected by their sect leader, toiling exhaustively in the Fuyao Empire, only to be treated like ants by those they had previously regarded as insignificant. And now, to discover that Yu Qing had been expelled from the Fuyao Empire? Had all their efforts been in vain? With Yu Qing absent, what right did the denizens of the Fuyao Empire have to command them? Are you certain you are not lying? Wu Qin's forehead throbbed with veins as he glared fiercely at Master Sun. No, I wouldn't dare deceive you, Master Sun quavered, paralyzed by the sheer intensity of Wu Qin's presence, trembling and begging for mercy. Upon receiving Master Sun's confirmation once again, Wu Qin's expression hardened, with a sudden, forceful motion. He snapped Master Sun's neck. After discarding the lifeless body, Wu Qin wasted no time and soared into the air, heading towards the area plagued by demonic afflictions, extending his hand. He then retracted the dantian seal he had previously suppressed there. With Yu Qing no longer in the Fuyao Empire, they had no reason to assist it any longer. As the dantian seal was withdrawn, the entire imperial capital suddenly trembled, fissures cracking open as if an earthquake had struck. What is happening? At that moment, Nangong Fuyao, resting within the Fuyao Palace, descended through the air. Upon noticing the dantian seal in Wu Qin's possession, she inquired in a grave tone, Wu Qin, what are you doing? Seeing Nangong Fuyao, Wu Qin's expression darkened. You have arrived just in time. I wish to ask you, how dare you? He questioned. As a mere mundane emperor, an insignificant being, how could you have the audacity to expel Elder Yu Qing? Elder Yu Qing? Yu Qing? Nangong Fuyao's brow furrowed, a heavy sensation settling in her heart. Yu Qing. Once more, it was Yu Qing. Chapter 40. The Emergence of Demons. The regretful Nangong Fuyao Wuchen. Let us converse amicably. First, return the Fantian seal. Nangong Fuyao said anxiously, her gaze fixed on the area afflicted by demonic presence. Clearly, at this moment, she could disregard nothing else, should the demons emerge. The entire imperial capital would be plunged into calamity. Amicably, what qualifications do you possess to converse with me? Wuchen replied coldly. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Nangong Fuyao's voice deepened with authority. What are you? Do you presume to command me? Do you truly believe that your so-called Fuyao Empire is a land of fortune? Do you think yourself, Nangong Fuyao, genuinely the favorite of heaven? You cannot possibly think we have come here for you, Wuchen remarked without an ounce of respect. Wuchen's words struck Nangong Fuyao like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. Her complexion darkened as she inquired, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Wuchen scoffed, his tone grave. Are you truly so oblivious? If it were not for the presence of Elder Yu Qing within your Fuyao Empire, do you think my Tai sect would even be aware of your existence? We came here solely because of Elder Yu Qing, and yet, you audaciously expelled him from your trifling secular realm. How dare you possess such audacity? The impact of Wuchen's declaration rendered Nangong Fuyao frozen in place, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if struck by lightning. In that moment, she appeared utterly bereft of spirit. Though she had harbored an ominous premonition when Wuchen first mentioned Yu Qing, hearing him affirm that they had come for Yu Qing exceeded her wildest expectations. The disciples of the celestial sect had indeed come for Elder Yu Qing. They even referred to him as Elder. At that moment, she realized that the notion of the Fuyao Empire as a land of fortune and her own status as a dragon among men were mere illusions. The deference they had shown her was not due to her perceived greatness, but rather the influence of Yu Qing. But are you not from a celestial sect? Even if Yu Qing possesses extraordinary qualities, how could he inspire such reverence from your sect? Nangong Fuyao still struggled to accept this revelation. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, Humph, the summer insect knows not of ice, and the cicada is oblivious to the passage of seasons. Your narrow understanding and limited perspective cannot fathom the true heights of the heavens. Wuchen dismissed her with disdain. As he spoke, the removal of the Fantian seal, coupled with the absence of other means to suppress the demons, plunged the entire imperial capital into chaos. Buildings crumbled, and fissures in the ground widened alarmingly. Ultimately, amid the shuddering earth, two formidable presences surged into the sky, followed by the emergence of two towering shadows from the depths below. Their immense oppressive force compelled many to prostrate themselves in fear. The two long-sealed demons had finally broken free from their subterranean confinement. Ha ha ha! At long last, freedom has been restored. The two demons uttered exultant roars that echoed throughout the imperial capital. Damn humans, let us collect some interest from you. Without hesitation, the two demons struck down upon the structures of the imperial city. Their formidable power cascaded downwards, reducing numerous edifices to mere rubble. Fortunately, the city had long been plagued by demonic afflictions, prompting ordinary citizens to flee, leaving only the officials of the Fuyao Empire behind. Otherwise, the devastation wrought by their blows would have claimed countless lives. Nevertheless, many soldiers of the Fuyao army perished in the onslaught. In that moment, the two demons seemed to sense a particular aura, and they advanced towards the location of Nangong Fuyao. They hovered menacingly above her. As she surveyed the desolation of the imperial capital, her eyes reddened with fury, and she trembled at the sight of the demons suspended above her. Empress Fuyao, we are familiar with you, one of the demons spoke. In the sunlight, their true forms were unveiled, though their shapes bore resemblance to humans. They were cloaked in thick fur, their musculature and skeletal structure pronounced, standing with limbs slightly bent. In both size and presence, they exuded an aura that rendered humans as mere insects before a prehistoric behemoth. Though we harbor hatred towards you, we must express our gratitude. Had you not banished that fiend Yu Qing, we would likely have never seen the light of day again. However, your life shall be spared for a time. We shall return to exact our vengeance for this seal. The demons spoke with gravitas, casting a glance at the 5 individuals beside Nangong Fuyao. Clearly, in their weakened state, the 5 posed a significant threat to them. Prepare for our retribution, Empress Fuyao, they declared before transforming into streaks of light, vanishing and leaving behind the devastated imperial capital. Yet, even as the demons departed, Nangong Fuyao stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Her body trembled violently. She finally comprehended why the demons had remained sealed for so many years without incident, only to recently show signs of agitation. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. She recalled the words spoken by Yu Qing earlier, unable to suppress a murmured repetition. As she did so, Yu Qing's visage flooded her mind, bringing forth memories of their time together. It was on a night beset by snow and wind, when she, emaciated and on the brink of death, first encountered Yu Qing. He had drawn from his bosom a steaming bun and took her hand in his, transforming her existence from one of hunger and vulnerability to one of nourishment, warmth, and protection from all harm. Subsequently, individuals from the royal palace sought her out. She was, in fact, a princess who had been lost to the world. Driven by an unwavering desire to reclaim her rightful identity, he resolutely protected her as she regained her status. In the wake of the ailing former emperor and amidst the fierce competition among several princes for the throne, Nangong Fuyao harbored her own ambitions. She merely confided her aspirations to him, and he took up his sword to assist her in seizing the imperial seat. Ultimately, her wishes were fulfilled. As the Fuyao Empire flourished and her fortunes soared, she found herself elevated above the masses, her wings fully spread, and realized that she no longer required his presence. Furthermore, she came to perceive him as an encumbrance from her past. She feared that he would divulge the memories of her former fragility. When she had been a gaunt girl struggling to survive, she was anxious about losing face. With her newfound power to determine the fates of countless lives, she felt no need for his feigned concern, akin to that of a guardian, which she now regarded as an immense burden. Gradually, her disdain for him deepened, yet she was struck by the realization that she had always existed under his protective wing. He had been her steadfast guardian all along. Chapter 41. Brother, I was wrong. I truly erred. It turned out to be he who had silently safeguarded the Fuyao Empire, suppressing the malevolent creatures lurking beneath the imperial capital. It was due to his presence that the barbarous nations, which had long coveted the Fuyao Empire, dared not act recklessly, even willingly incurring losses to foster an alliance. He was also the one who compelled the formidable Tai sect to send disciples for training, responding to her commands. Had Yu Qing not departed, all that the southern nation currently enjoyed would undoubtedly belong to his Fuyao Empire. The headquarters of the Array Masters Guild should have been situated within the Fuyao Empire, and the barbarous nations would have long since formed an alliance with them. The so-called menace of demons would never have existed, and these disciples of the celestial sects might truly have been of service to her. At this moment, he seemed to belatedly grasp what he had overlooked. Recognizing the magnitude of his missteps, a profound sense of regret began to envelop his heart, rendering her momentarily speechless, as if she could hardly breathe. I seem to have truly erred. She felt her body weaken, struggling to maintain her footing. This is what you call self-inflicted suffering. The 5 members of Yu Qing observed her coldly, their expressions frosty. Considering you are, after all, a sovereign of the mortal realm, wielding the power to impact countless lives, we, your fellow disciples, shall not hold this against you, and will temporarily grant you mercy. Take heed of your actions. With that, the 5 of them turned away, vanishing like 5 streaks of light in the blink of an eye. After the departure of Yu Qing and his companions, Nangong Fuyao finally collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant as tears streamed down her face, days after the upheaval in the Fuyao imperial capital. The reconstruction of the capital of Fuyao has long since commenced. After all, regardless of the circumstances, a nation must continue to function. As the sovereign, Nangong Fuyao inevitably empathizes with the sentiments of her people. Your Majesty. Upon her arrival in the streets, the populace bowed in reverence. Yet, following these salutations, many no longer harbored the same admiration they once felt for her. On the contrary, a cacophony of murmurs arose among the common folk and within the court. Following the emergence of the malevolent beings, news of their existence spread throughout the capital of Fuyao. Many ordinary citizens, previously unaware of Yu Qing's exile, were now enlightened to the fact that this once lauded hero, who had quelled the 3 kings, had been ousted from the Fuyao Empire by Nangong Fuyao. It became widely known that Yu Qing had been the one suppressing these 2 demonic entities. It was only after Nangong Fuyao's decision to expel him that the demons were able to break free from their seals, leading to the devastation of countless families. Thus, Nangong Fuyao became an indirect perpetrator of this calamity. Although no one dared to voice such accusations, she could perceive the weight of their gazes. seated in her palanquin, she, who ought to have been attuned to her people's plight, found herself too fearful to descend. The silent yet penetrating looks, which seemed to speak volumes, sent shivers down her spine. Even among the Fuyo army, whom she had nurtured, her presence elicited no warmth. A pall of despondence enveloped them. Nangong Fuyo opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. After ordering an increase in the compensation for the wounded soldiers, she retreated to the Fuyo Palace early. Upon her return, news from the Ministry of Personnel reached her. Numerous officials had resigned, including several of significant stature. Clearly, these were the repercussions of Yu Qing's expulsion. As a figure of foundational importance to the Fuyo Empire, many in the court had witnessed his contributions firsthand. When Yu Qing departed, discontent had brewed among the populace, though it had been forcefully suppressed by Nangong Fuyo. The recent upheaval instigated by the demons proved to be the proverbial last straw, igniting the pent-up frustrations of these individuals. Nangong Fuyo, in a fit of despair, pounded her fist upon the table, crying out in anguish, Why? Why must the Fuyo Empire be driven to ruin? Am I not allowed to be wrong? Overwhelmed by her breakdown, she lost track of time until a semblance of calmness returned. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a fragrant sachet hanging beside her desk, where she typically reviewed official documents. Compelled, she reached for the sachet and clutched it tightly in her hand. Memories flooded back to a year prior when Yu Qing had visited her, concerned for her well-being, and had given her this very sachet as a token of care. It was merely a sachet. She had dismissed it at the time, hanging it carelessly nearby, and had not afforded Yu Qing the opportunity for further conversation before hastily sending him away. Since then, she had not thought of the fragrant pouch again. Even after Yu Qing's departure, everything associated with him was systematically cleared away, and this pouch was forgotten entirely. Upon encountering the pouch once more, vivid memories surged within her mind. In the past, she would often visit Yu Qing for food and drink, persistently urging him to prepare a hot pot for her. He would always anticipate her arrival, ensuring her favorite ingredients were ready. She recalled how, when the three kings were deposed, she remained steadfastly by Yu Qing's side, leveraging the might of the Fuyo Empire to summon renowned physicians from across the land for him. Yet, she could not even remember when everything had changed, nor when she last enjoyed a hot pot prepared by him. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip on the pouch, bringing it closer to her nose, as if attempting to numb herself with its fragrance and conjure a sense of Yu Qing's presence within the Fuyo Empire. However, as the scent enveloped her, Nangong Fuyo distinctly felt her own cultivation being stirred, her powers noticeably shifting. She gazed in astonishment at the pouch in her hand, trembling as she unfastened it. Soon, the materials within were revealed before her. Tianxin Dan, Qingtian Bai, Wuchen grass, Tongxua stone, each one exceedingly rare in the entire southern region and virtually priceless. While its most basic effect was to nourish the spirit, the fragrance emanating from this blend possessed the power to cleanse the marrow and enhance cultivation, aiding practitioners in overcoming bottlenecks. Furthermore, it could simply elevate one's cultivation level. Reflecting on the past year, she realized her progress had skyrocketed, seemingly without limits. Especially during her time in the Fuyo Palace, where the effects were even more pronounced. She had attributed her rapid advancement to her innate talent, believing herself to be a favored child of destiny. But now, it was clear that she was no such prodigy, nor a recipient of divine favor. She had merely thrived under Yu Qing's protective wings. Ultimately, she had always been that frail girl, never having left his shelter. This realization deepened her sorrow. As she clutched the pouch tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably, tears cascaded down like beads, and her choked sobs filled the air. If only she had been a bit more patient back then, not hastily dismissing Yu Qing, but rather allowing him to finish his words. If she had valued this pouch, taking it seriously rather than carelessly hanging it in the Fuyo Palace, placing it in a sealed environment within her chamber, perhaps her cultivation would have flourished even more. Within the vast expanse of the Fuyo Palace, where officials and palace maids frequently traverse, the efficacy of the fragrant pouch she bore likely failed to manifest even a fraction of its potential. Now, it is evident that time is no longer on her side. After a full year, even the most miraculous of substances has nearly lost its potency. Brother, I was wrong. I truly erred. Chapter 42. If you wish to summon Prince Qing, it would be best for your majesty to do so personally. At the border of the Fuyo Empire, Nestled within the forested mountains at the juncture of two realms, lies a remote town, oblivious to the affairs of the world. Aside from an occasional hunter from distant lands seeking game, few outsiders ever venture here. At the foot of the mountain, a reservoir, spanning merely 100 paces, sustains the local land with its life-giving waters. On the dam, an elder, holding a bamboo fishing rod, sits upon a bamboo stool, indulging in the serene sport of angling. While behind him, a few barefoot children with braided hair frolic and play. At some point, the playful children are led away by someone. Just as the elder feels a tug on his line, he carefully nets the fish, then rises slowly, bowing politely to the side path. Commoner Sun Xuanji pays his respects to Her Imperial Majesty. For reasons unknown, Sun Xuanji's unremarkable demeanor evokes a wry smile from Nangong Fuyo. Approaching him, she assists him gently, speaking softly. Director Sun, there is no need for such formalities. She then gazes into his net, observing several plump silver carp. Unable to suppress a smile, she adds, "Might I indulge in these fresh carp tonight?" "Your Majesty jest," Sun Xuanji replies. "In this world, what is there that you cannot procure? Surely, you do not genuinely believe I would covet these few humble fish." He continues, "You are still blaming me." Nangong Fuyo looks at him, her expression tinged with bitterness. "A commoner would not dare," Sun Xuanji insists. "In truth, I have come not only to apologize but also to request your return," she says, her countenance reflecting her regret. "Your Majesty owes me nothing, so there is no need for apologies," he replies. Upon hearing this, the bitterness on Nangong Fuyo's face deepens. "Director, the Empire needs you. Xiao Wuchen remains missing, and..." Reluctantly, Nangong Fuyo recounts the recent events to Sun Xuanji in meticulous detail. It appears that much has transpired recently. Upon listening, Sun Xuanji's face mirrors a complex array of emotions, yet he reveals little surprise at the unfolding events. "I realize my mistakes," Nangong Fuyo confesses after a brief moment of contemplation. "In addition to requesting your return, I wish for you to carry my edict to my brother, urging him to come back." Sun Xuanji looks at Nangong Fuyo in astonishment, but soon shakes his head, responding, "Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Director, I truly acknowledge my mistakes this time. I will sincerely apologize to my brother and genuinely wish to invite him back," Nangong Fuyo hastily explained. Sun Xuanji shook his head resolutely and replied, "The commoner has lost all face to seek out King Qing. I had previously expressed my hope that your Majesty would earnestly invite King Qing to return, not only due to the matters concerning the demonic plague, but also considering the merits King Qing has contributed to the Fu Yao Empire. He should indeed be welcomed back. However, at that time, my humble status could not influence your Majesty's decisions. Eventually, your Majesty issued a decree for me to invite King Qing from the south. Yet, it was precisely because of that decree that the last remnants of goodwill between King Qing and myself vanished. Therefore, if your Majesty genuinely wishes to invite King Qing back, it would be best if you were to do so personally, for I lack the face to undertake such a task." Sun Xuanji's words rendered Nangong Fuyo's expression exceedingly grim, a burning sensation coursing through her. "Moreover, there is another matter I must convey to your Majesty," Sun Xuanji continued. "What is it?" Nangong Fuyo inquired anxiously. "Xiao Wuchen is unlikely to return. After I came back from the south, I dispatched someone to investigate, and the last place he was seen was at King Qing's residence. The skilled individuals he brought along have all perished there. Additionally, on the day I arrived in Qingshan town, I had buried information in the south, which my spies, who report only to me, have recently revealed. A supreme bone has surfaced in the south. Considering the recent occurrences in the imperial capital of Fu Yao, as well as the assessment of King Qing's abilities, it can be inferred that Xiao Wuchen's supreme bone likely originated from King Qing himself. This implies that the so-called foremost talent of the younger generation, Xiao Wuchen, was essentially crafted by King Qing. He possesses the power to create, yet can also bring about destruction. Thus, I hope your Majesty comprehends the gravity of this matter." Sun Xuanji's words were evidently profound, shedding light on the underlying truth. Coupled with Xiao Wuchen's prior tutelage under Yu Qing, the fundamental reality is nearly unmistakable. Upon reflecting on Sun Xuanji's words, Nangong Fuyo's delicate form trembled slightly, her face betraying an indescribable expression, leaving her momentarily speechless. It dawned on her that the trusted aide she once had was also a product of Yu Qing's handiwork. The most absurd part was that she had sent Xiao Wuchen, forged by Yu Qing, to forcefully bring Yu Qing back. I have grown old and can no longer fulfill the role of the director of the Heavenly Palace. Furthermore, this is now the era of the youth. So I humbly request your majesty to allow me to enjoy a simple life as a fisherman. At this moment, Sun Xuanji turned to gather his fishing tools and bamboo chair, bowing respectfully to Nangong Fuyao. My wife awaits me at home, so I shall take my leave. Your majesty, please proceed as you wish. With that, Sun Xuanji did not linger, carrying his fishing rod and stool along the mountain path, soon vanishing from sight. Nangong Fuyao gazed in the direction of Sun Xuanji's departure, remaining silent for an extended period. Yet, her desire to invite Yu Qing back grew increasingly fervent. Yet, when he recalls the scenes that transpired, he is bound to blame himself. He is so tender-hearted, yet he has been cast out from the capital of Fuyao, undoubtedly. His heart must be filled with grievance. For a moment, Nangong Fuyao is at a loss on how to confront Yu Qing. Nevertheless, she remains his sister at heart. Although they share no blood ties, the myriad experiences they have weathered together must count for something. If she sincerely admits her faults, he is likely to forgive her. Chapter 43. I am merely a harmless little demon in the vast sky. Two dark silhouettes flashed by. They were the two demons that, having broken free from their seals beneath the capital of Fuyao, had regained their freedom. Oh, the sensation of liberation is indeed exquisite. One of the demons could not contain a shout of joy. Indeed, after being sealed for so many years, we are finally free, echoed the other demon, equally exhilarated. However, third brother, we are still on human territory, and our powers have yet to be restored. It is prudent for us to exercise caution. Fear not, fourth brother. I have devised a plan. Oh, what is this plan? To the south of the Fuyao Empire lies a small nation known as the South Kingdom, a remote land devoid of formidable experts. Even without our restored strength, we could traverse this place with impunity, capturing those wretched humans to siphon their essence and regain our power. This plan is indeed brilliant. What are we waiting for? Let us set forth for the South Kingdom at once. Thus, the two demons reached an accord and transformed into two streaks of light, soaring towards the South Kingdom. In the South Kingdom, atop the misty water pavilion, there lay a fishpole broken into two segments in a nearby corner. Ever since arriving in the South Kingdom, Yu Qing had developed an infatuation with fishing while gazing at the emerald waters. However, human enthusiasm is finite, and he could no longer endure the monotony of fruitless days spent casting lines. Ultimately, 2 days prior, he had exhausted his last vestige of passion for fishing, leading to his frustration and the subsequent breaking of his fishing rod. In truth, fishing was merely a fleeting hobby for him. He had dabbled in various interests throughout his life. Yet, if one were to identify Yu Qing's true passion, it would undoubtedly be in the realms of medicine and alchemy. Despite his somewhat lackluster aptitude in these fields, which had caused him to abandon his pursuits numerous times, his love for the craft proved irresistible, prompting him to persistently return to it. Indeed, he has once again resumed his endeavors. Clad in a white lab coat and donning gloves crafted from sheep intestines, he stood before a long table laden with an array of medical instruments. At the center of the table were several toads, which he had chosen as subjects to enhance his medical skills. Yu Qing gleefully dissected and stitched these toads repeatedly, reveling in his work, until the toads could endure no more. He then produced a few tiny pills, no larger than grains of sand, which he had concocted himself, and fed them into the mouths of the toads. Anticipating their resurrection, he waited patiently for a full half-hour. Under the sun's radiant glow, several toads, now almost emitting a foul odor, remained lifeless. Alas, yet another failure. Yu Qing removed his lambskin gloves and tossed them onto the table in frustration. He felt an inherent discomfort in using toads for experimentation. Employing humans as subjects seemed far too cruel. As he muttered to himself, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the sheep lying nearby. Bah! The sheep, typically lethargic, suddenly sprang to life, seemingly sensing Yu Qing's attention. With a wary demeanor, it cautiously stepped back, retreating to the corner before skirting along the wall to a perceived safe haven. Just as Yu Qing lamented the challenge of finding suitable test subjects, 2 streaks of light appeared in the sky above Shangnan City. They heralded the arrival of 2 formidable demons from the Fuyao Empire. Ah, this place truly is splendid, remarked the elder demon. Look at these humans, they seem quite delicate. We shall regain our strength here. Indeed, the younger demon concurred. The inhabitants of this city are pathetically weak and pose no threat to us. Their laughter echoed, filled with disdain for the frail human race, as they envisioned their dominance over Shangnan City. However, in the next instant, a voice pierced the air, startling them. It seems you two little demons have made it out. What brings you here? Miss me? Upon hearing this, the two massive demons shivered, the one referred to as the third being so overcome with fear that he nearly burst into tears. Without a moment's hesitation, they attempted to flee. But barely had they moved a few paces when an insurmountable force enveloped them, forcibly dragging them back. Suspended in midair, Yu Qing stood with his arms crossed, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Since you've arrived, why attempt to escape? The two demons, trembling like leaves, appeared as diminutive hills before him, their fear palpable. They fought to suppress their discomfort and, in a desperate bid for favor, plastered smiles on their faces. Oh, esteemed sir, what a coincidence. The third whimpered. Yes, truly a coincidence, sir. We knew you were here and came specifically to pay you a visit, chimed in the fourth, nodding vigorously. As they spoke, the demons crawled closer, their diminutive fists, smaller than Yu Qing's own, gently pounding on his thigh in a ludicrous display. Oh, what I just heard doesn't quite align with that. Yu Qing's expression turned icy. At his words, both demons dropped to their knees in midair, their terror evident. Unjustly accused. Oh, how gravely wronged we are. Indeed, we are but two harmless little demons. What could we possibly harbor against humanity? Yes, we are law-abiding citizens. Nay, law-abiding demons. The two demons raised their fingers in earnest protest, tears streaming down their faces, embodying a picture of innocence. They certainly did not wish to escape the dragon's den only to plunge into the tiger's lair once more. If you desire my mercy, accompany me for a while. I require your assistance to forge a great path, spoke Yu Qing. Upon hearing they were to remain by Yu Qing's side, the demons felt a wave of despair wash over them. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of his statement, they exchanged bewildered glances. Forge a great path? They were well aware of Yu Qing's formidable nature. Was he truly considering elevating them? Curiosity mingled with trepidation enveloped the two demons. However, under the coercive gaze of Yu Qing, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Emo San, Emo Shao Si, we pledge our service to you, master. The two demons knelt in earnest, hoping that such loyalty might secure them a more favorable existence. I dislike conversing with you while you keep your heads bowed, Yu Qing remarked. The demons, realizing their error, emitted a series of crackling sounds as they transformed into a size akin to that of a human. After shrinking, their forms resembled that of a gorilla. Satisfaction gleamed in Yu Qing's eyes as he nodded approvingly, casting a spell that concealed their demonic essence. With a flick of his sleeve, he whisked them back to the quaint courtyard of Mosui. You, lie down, Yu Qing commanded, gesturing towards the table. Emo San, bewildered, glanced at the table and then at the neatly arranged, cold instruments nearby, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He squatted beneath the table, pitifully shaking his head at Yu Qing. A mere glance from Yu Qing sent Emo San scrambling out from beneath the table, lying atop it. The awkward position felt decidedly wrong. He quickly closed his legs and shielded himself with his hands. Yu Qing paid no heed to his antics, engrossed in a medical text, before pinpointing his target and thrusting a blade downward. A sound akin to a slaughtered pig echoed through the Mosui courtyard. Emo Shao Si, witnessing this spectacle, was seized by panic and attempted to flee. Yet, from nowhere, Yu Qing conjured another table, yanking him back and tossing him onto it. Do not run. I intend to conduct 2 experiments and make a comparison. Soon, the courtyard was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries, reminiscent of a pig's wail. To avoid disturbing others, Yu Qing cast a soundproof barrier. Time slipped by unnoticed. Quite remarkable. The resilience of demons is indeed formidable. Even now, they remain vigorous, their cries growing ever more piercing. Believing that with the 2 of you, I might become a legendary healer, Yu Qing praised as he meticulously stitched the wounds of the 2 demons. Upon completing the task, he added, I apologize, but the knife has inadvertently fallen into the abdomen. The demons lamented. After toiling for a considerable time, Yu Qing finally finished. Once done, he retrieved a small notebook to document his observations. It became evident that even in this fantastical realm, the principles of surgery remained remarkably effective. For certain injuries, employing surgical techniques yielded more immediate results than relying on fortuitous healing. As a healer, he resolved never to be careless again. The incident of the knife falling into the belly must not recur. After diligently recording his insights, Yu Qing closed the notebook with a sense of satisfaction. Although he possessed extraordinary abilities, the art of healing seemed somewhat trivial to him. However, the sense of achievement and passion was something ordinary mortals could scarcely comprehend. "You two should remain here for the time being," he said, placing them into a small, dark room. "Remember, do not reveal your true identities as demons in front of others. If questioned about who you are, simply state that you are." He paused, realizing that there seemed to be no gorillas in this world, and continued, "Say that you are monkeys, strong monkeys." With that, he shut the door to the small room. As the door closed, a muffled sobbing emerged from within, followed by the sounds of an argument. "Damn you, Mo Sanson. Is this what you meant by there being no humans in the Southern Kingdom that could threaten us? How can you blame me? This demon can hardly be called human." For the next several days, the two demons endured a dismal existence devoid of magic. Finally, on a day when they no longer beheld the table they referred to as the butcher's block, they thought they could finally breathe easy. However, Yu Qing appeared with 2 bowls of medicine, insisting they consume it. This concoction, derived from his own experience, was intended for recovery. Yet, the 2 demons lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth and on the brink of death. After narrowly surviving this ordeal, Yu Qing produced several pills he had crafted himself. In the ensuing time, the demons either succumbed to poison and lapsed into unconsciousness, developed festering sores, or experienced paralysis on one side of their bodies, losing all sensation in their limbs. Throughout this, Yu Qing diligently and patiently recorded every detail. It was proven that every medicine carries a measure of toxicity. Each type of remedy possesses side effects. Furthermore, even among similar types, individuals with comparable physiques may respond differently to the same medication. Sighing, as his study of medicine deepened, he increasingly felt that these 2 demons were insufficient for his purposes. Yet for now, he would make do. In the dim confines of a small, shadowy room, 2 demons leaned against the wall, their eyes brimming with nostalgia. "Ah, old 3. How I yearn for the days when we were sealed within the Fuyao Empire," one lamented. "Indeed, back then we still harbored dreams." Just as those words fell, the door creaked open, and Yu Qing entered, bearing 2 large bowls filled with medicinal concoctions before the 2 demons. Without hesitation, they shut their eyes and, upon reopening them, gulped down the contents of the bowls in one swift motion. Exhausted, they muttered, "Let it all come to an end. Whatever will be, will be." Chapter 44. This apprentice is not necessarily required on this day. The sun shone brilliantly. By the banks of the Mi-Shui River, golden rays cascaded down, dancing upon the water's surface in a shimmering display. The willow trees along the riverbank swayed gently, vibrant with life, while a refreshing breeze carried the scent of distant blossoms, invigorating the spirit. Yet, not far above, a figure plummeted from the sky, unsteadily descending to the ground. Clad in black, this woman had long, jet-black hair cascading down her back, and her delicate features bore a pallid hue. "Damn it," she thought, "though I have temporarily evaded my pursuers, the current situation is far from optimistic." Clutching her chest, she struggled to rise from the ground. In her prime, such a predicament would have been easily resolved. However, now, with her diminished strength and in this obscure locale, she feared there would be no capable healer to aid her. "This could very well become the final straw that breaks my back." At that moment, a wave of sweetness washed over her, prompting her to cough up blood. She cast a glance around her surroundings and, with heavy steps, proceeded onward. "It matters not. I must find a place to recuperate." After a prolonged period, she finally arrived at a small courtyard and knocked on the door. In recent days, Yu Qing had sent Shui Wei and Xiao Li away, seeking solitude to hone his medical skills. Upon hearing the knock, Yu Qing's gaze flickered slightly. He personally approached the door and opened it. As the door swung open, their eyes met. The black-clad woman regarded Yu Qing with mild surprise. Unexpectedly, the individual who answered the door was a young man of distinguished demeanor. Compared to the coarse, foul-smelling men she had encountered, this place seemed relatively clean, and she considered herself fortunate in that regard. Without further ado, she produced a gold ingot from her cloak. "I wish to take my leave of this place. Do not return before my departure." For an ordinary household, a single ingot of gold would suffice for a night's lodging. Yu Qing frowned slightly and replied, "In that case, I fear I shall not be returning." "What do you mean?" The woman's expression darkened. Yu Qing, fully aware of the severity of her injuries, remarked coolly, "Given your current state, unless it is to collect your remains, I doubt there is much that can be done." Her countenance instantly shifted to one of coldness, yet simultaneously, a look of astonishment turned toward Yu Qing. Indeed, Yu Qing spoke wisely. Her injuries were far from optimistic. Even if she were to recuperate at the swiftest pace, survival remained uncertain. Yet, there were no other alternatives now. She could only strive to survive amidst adversity. "Do you possess any cultivation skills?" she inquired in a low voice. "A little," Yu Qing replied, gesturing with her fingers. The woman in black nodded, a bittersweet expression crossing her face. In this battle, she had sustained grave injuries, laboriously carving a path through blood using secret techniques. Yet the repercussions had severely diminished her cultivation level. At this moment, she had plummeted to a state where even an ordinary practitioner could scarcely recognize her realm. "I can save you," Yu Qing stated once more. "You can save me?" The woman raised her gaze to Yu Qing, her eyes brimming with skepticism. Although her predicament could have been easily resolved during her peak, it was not a challenge that just anyone could tackle. If Yu Qing truly possessed the ability, she might have to reconsider her opinion of her. "All right. If you can assist me, I will grant you anything you desire," the woman in black quickly replied. "No, I do not require any material possessions. My sole condition is that you must take me as your master," Yu Qing said calmly. As the woman knocked on the courtyard door, a notification from the system rang out. At that moment, Yu Qing thought to herself that the system had proven trustworthy, bringing her to the south to find a disciple. And indeed, she encountered one there. However, upon hearing Yu Qing's words, the woman's expression darkened abruptly, a surge of anger igniting in her eyes. "Do you know who I am, daring to take me as your disciple? Do you believe yourself worthy?" Although her realm had declined, she was not someone just anyone could claim as a student. Even if a tiger fell from grace, it would not be subjected to such humiliation. "Ah, very well. Then I wish you the best of luck," Yu Qing said flatly, before decisively closing the courtyard door. Though the system had promised rewards for taking on a disciple, she felt no compulsion to do so. After all, she was not without her own means of self-defense. The rewards were not worth the trouble. As for the notion of intervening in others' injustices and playing the role of a benevolent person only to be met with disdain, she had had enough of that. Seeing the door shut with such finality, the severely injured woman in black was momentarily taken aback, her face a mask of frustration. "Humph," with a cold scoff, she prepared to leave. Despite her injuries, the pride of a strong individual remained. Not even a mere youth from this remote area would qualify as her master, let alone anyone in the entire southern region. However, just as she stood to depart, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was dire. Her injuries had reached a critical level, and she could afford no further delay. The woman muttered gravely to herself. Without regard for her surroundings, she promptly sat down before the courtyard door, entering a state of healing and recuperation. As the woman engaged in her meditative breathing, delicate ripples began to rise around her, interspersed with tendrils of black mist. It was evident that in addition to her grievous injuries, she was also afflicted by poison. A brief moment later, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her pallor and condition suggested that rather than improving through her efforts, her situation was deteriorating as time slipped away. This was untenable. In her current state, she was woefully inadequate to address her predicament. Assistance was imperative, otherwise, she feared she might perish here. While a conventional demise did not terrify her, having fought tooth and nail to carve a path to safety, having glimpsed a flicker of hope only to face death, was a bitter pill to swallow. She could not resign herself to such an end. Clenching her teeth, she cast her gaze toward the courtyard. After a moment's hesitation, she rapped on the door once more. However, despite the prolonged knocking, there was no sign of it opening. Damn it, why was it taking so long? Each passing moment exacerbated her injuries. Thus, she knocked again with renewed urgency. At last, the door creaked open, revealing Yu Qing once more. "Is there something you require, young lady?" he asked, observing the woman in black with a detached demeanor. "Whatever you desire, be it techniques, spiritual artifacts, or incantations, I shall endeavor to fulfill your request. You need not concern yourself with healing me, merely assist me as I ask." "What do you say?" The woman immediately proposed an enticing offer, addressing Yu Qing. Yet, he remained unmoved, calmly responding, "So, do you wish to become my disciple?" The woman was momentarily taken aback, nearly incensed by his words. Did he not comprehend human language? "I cannot possibly accept you as a mentor, nor anyone else for that matter," she firmly rejected. "Very well," he replied. "In that case, I suggest you die at a distance. Perishing at someone else's doorstep is rather impolite. It would also bode ill for me." With that, he began to close the door with a creak. The woman felt an overwhelming desire to end Yu Qing's life. What manner of person was he? Stubborn and devoid of any willingness to negotiate. Did he truly understand the significance of the promise she had just made? As the door threatened to shut, recalling her injuries and the deep-seated unwillingness to die here, she wrestled with her thoughts before finally gritting her teeth and reluctantly uttering, "Very well, I agree." Though Yu Qing paused in his motion to close the door, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Seeing this uncertainty, the woman felt a surge of frustration. "I have already agreed to your terms. Why do you still hesitate? Do you comprehend the difficulty of making such a decision? If this matter were to leak, it could indeed stir a commotion throughout the entire southern region." Yu Qing was indeed wavering. If this female disciple were a docile creature, constantly whining sweetly and tenderly to him, massaging his legs and shoulders, it would be a different story. However, the woman before him bore an unsightly countenance, and Yu Qing had an aversion to trouble, no matter how trivial. Nevertheless, he found himself somewhat intrigued by the system's rewards. Moreover, stagnation is not an option. That would reveal a lack of ambition. In the midst of this profound inner turmoil, Yu Qing resolved to accept her, to save her life, and in turn, secure a system reward for himself. As for the future, let it unfold as it may, with no further ties between them. "Speak." Yu Qing's momentary daze nearly brought the woman in black to tears, to the point where she felt like throttling him. "Come inside," Yu Qing said coolly. "Hurry and assist me," the woman in black called out urgently. "Are you the master, or am I?" Yu Qing disregarded her, turning to walk into the courtyard while remarking, "And taking a few more steps won't kill you." "You." The woman in black's chest heaved with anger. Truly, it was a case of the tiger falling into the plains being bullied by dogs. "Fine. Once I recover from my injuries, you shall see." She struggled to move her battered body into the courtyard. However, upon entering, Yu Qing did not immediately attend to her wounds. Instead, he plopped down onto a stool. "Come, let us proceed with the ceremony of apprenticeship," he addressed the woman in black. "You." The woman in black trembled with fury, her gaze filled with resentment fixed on Yu Qing. "I made it clear from the outset that I could save you, with the condition of you becoming my disciple. This is a straightforward and fair exchange. You either agree, or you can find another way to heal your injuries. But if you accept, you must adhere to the terms." Yu Qing stated nonchalantly from his seat. "Thus, there is no need for you to regard me with such disdain." It was not that Yu Qing was devoid of empathy. He could see that this woman had no intention of becoming a disciple. Therefore, he had initially perceived this as a fair transaction, a mutual benefit. If he could not attain what he sought, why should he extend his aid? "Please, this is not a civilized society. After saving someone, they might not only fail to honor their promise of apprenticeship, but could very well turn against you. Acts of misguided benevolence yield nothing but trouble and chaos." Chapter 45. The First Disciple and the Unlocking of New System Rewards. Yu Qing's words left the woman in black speechless. She clenched her teeth, finding it exceedingly difficult for one as proud as herself to kneel and perform the act of apprenticeship for another. Yet, as her injuries worsened and death loomed ever closer, her fear of dying intensified. There were still countless matters she wished to attend to. At long last, after enduring extreme struggles and inner turmoil, the woman clad in black performed a formal bow to Yu Qing as a gesture of apprenticeship. "Will you not address me?" Yu Qing inquired once more. Under the piercing gaze of the woman, who was on the brink of violence, she reluctantly uttered the word master. Yu Qing remained expressionless, not even nodding in acknowledgement. However, the bow had been made, and the title of master had been conferred. It appeared that the conditions for the system to accept a disciple had been fulfilled. Indeed, it was not long before the system communicated its feedback. The task of accepting a disciple was deemed complete. Yet, Yu Qing did not hasten to claim his reward. With the conditions he required now met, it was time for him to render aid. "Please wait here for a moment while I prepare the medicine," he instructed, proceeding towards the small dark room. "You had better be able to save me," the woman replied, her voice heavy with gravity. After uttering those words, compounded by her prior delays, she finally could no longer sustain herself and collapsed to the ground. Although her consciousness remained clear, her body had succumbed to a loss of control. Her expression was one of profound complexity. She had never anticipated that she would one day bow to a master, nor had she expected to place herself under the tutelage of a young man of such modest standing. Even more disconcerting was the realization that her life now lay in another's hands. This feeling of helplessness was indeed unbearable. Within the confines of the small dark room, a flicker of excitement crossed Yu Qing's face. Not only had he completed the task of accepting a disciple, but he would also have the opportunity to personally heal another. This would mark a significant milestone on his journey as a healer. As he perused medical texts and prepared medicinal ingredients, he muttered to himself, "No, no, this is unnecessary. Goodness, I have overdone this ingredient." In a corner of the room, Imo San and Imo Xiao watched Yu Qing as he prepared the medicine. Cowering into the shadows, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. At long last, after a short span of preparation, a concoction resembling a thick paste emerged from Yu Qing's efforts. With the anxious gazes of the two demons upon him, he carried the mixture outside. Kneeling beside the woman, he said, "Here, take this medicine. Consume it. And I assure you, your ailments will be cured." Could this person be an alchemist? Upon hearing Yu Qing's words, the woman's complex emotions lightened somewhat. At least he was an alchemist. Perhaps her injuries could indeed be healed. However, when she saw Yu Qing approach with the thick paste poised to be forced into her mouth, her heart sank once more. As the paste entered her mouth, a foul, fishy taste assaulted her senses, and she gagged, prepared to expel it. Without hesitation, Yu Qing blocked her mouth. The woman struggled desperately, tears nearly spilling from her eyes in urgency. Yet, she could not withstand Yu Qing's relentless efforts. In a matter of moments, he had managed to feed her the entire bowl of the paste. Soon, the effects of the medicine began to manifest. The woman clad in black silently cursed her misfortune, realizing that she had lost her ability to speak. Moreover, her limbs, already immobilized, had grown numb and completely unresponsive. She felt a surge of panic as her lips began to swell visibly. Soon, blood started to trickle from her eyes, nostrils, and ears. "No, no, I refuse to accept this." In her heart, she screamed, desperately shaking her head with the last vestiges of her consciousness. She never imagined that, at the brink of death, she would endure such humiliation, forced to submit as a disciple while suffering inhuman torment. However, as the effects of the drug intensified, her awareness began to fade. And before her consciousness dissipated entirely, she could vaguely see Yu Qing squatting nearby with a small notebook in hand, a pen between his lips as he pondered deeply. Although the resilience of the human body may not rival that of demons, their immunity to substances is not to be underestimated. Yet, the concoction this time was far from perfect, causing paralysis and bleeding from all 7 orifices. This issue needed addressing. In her haze, the woman could hardly discern what Yu Qing was saying. Ultimately, she lost her consciousness completely. Time passed, though she could not tell how many days had gone by. In her mind lingered only hatred, compared to the enemies who had relentlessly pursued her to the brink of despair. She yearned to tear apart that seemingly refined beast at the first opportunity. "I will kill you." At last, a chilling cry escaped her lips as she sat bolt upright in bed. Yet, upon surveying her surroundings, her eyes widened in disbelief. She tentatively touched her body as if in a dream. "I am still alive." She quickly focused her energy to examine her condition within. Discovering that her injuries had healed significantly, the remaining wounds would be no trouble for her to recover fully on her own. The poison within her had long since been expelled. The only lingering discomfort was a slight numbness in her limbs. After a moment, she found herself involuntarily twitching. With great effort, she forced herself to rise from the bed, her movements clumsy. Upon stepping outside, the sunlight enveloped her, imparting a warm sensation. How wonderful it is to be alive. In the attic, Yu Qing sat at a table, diligently taking notes. Upon seeing him, the woman's expression became exceedingly complex. The memory of the foul concoction forced into her mouth remained vivid, even in her muddled state. Yet, she could not deny that she had indeed survived the perilous ordeal. The debt of gratitude for her life weighed heavily upon her. She shuffled over to Yu Qing with her numb steps, hesitated momentarily, and finally uttered a simple yet heartfelt, "Thank you." Yu Qing turned to her, nodding slightly before responding. A bit of numbness in your limbs is normal. It will subside in a couple of days. The woman nodded in acknowledgement. It appears that Yu Qing is indeed an alchemist. However, assessing her proficiency in alchemy is rather challenging. On one hand, she is acutely aware of her own circumstances. It is likely that a typical alchemist would struggle to restore her condition in such a short span of time. On the other hand, the efficacy of the concoction she has produced is difficult to articulate. At the appropriate moment, I shall provide you with a substantial amount of resources as a token of my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. At this juncture, the woman in black spoke again, her expression betraying a hesitance to elaborate further. Nevertheless, regarding the issue of a master-disciple relationship, should you choose not to embrace the role of a disciple, you are free to leave at any time. Yu Qing responded nonchalantly, stating that there was no need for a material reward. The black-clad woman cast a surprised and grateful glance at Yu Qing, perplexed by her sudden amiability. It was rather convenient, sparing her the need for excessive persuasion. However, upon hearing Yu Qing decline her offer of material compensation, she couldn't help but shake her head. It seemed that this individual before her had only perceived her through the lens of her current diminished state, entirely unaware of her true capabilities prior to her decline, and oblivious to the intrinsic value of the reward she had mentioned. Her identity was undeniably sensitive. Uttering even a single word could heighten the risk of attracting enemies. Moreover, refraining from discussion could be seen as a precaution for Yu Qing's sake, as such disputes were beyond the involvement of a mere alchemist like her. Thank you for your understanding. However, it seems I will need to remain here for a while longer, the woman in black remarked. Is that agreeable? Certainly. Yu Qing nodded in affirmation, stating, you may wait until you have recovered before departing. Although a master-disciple relationship may not materialize, it is still a transaction of sorts. The black-clad woman nodded appreciatively. Given her current condition, she could not venture far, and hastily changing locations could likely lead to her being discovered by her enemies. Thus, staying here would, paradoxically, provide greater safety. Rest assured, I promise you the reward. Once I return, I will ensure that someone delivers it to you, the black-clad woman added. Yu Qing chose not to dwell on this matter further. Instead, she gestured towards the table beside them, saying, there is food available, if you wish to eat. Please help yourself. Upon hearing this, the black-clad woman turned her gaze towards the table, where 3 dishes and a soup were arranged. Although her previous cultivation had reached the level of abstaining from food, her state of unconsciousness had effectively halted her progress. Therefore, upon seeing the meal, she realized she was indeed feeling quite hungry. Thank you, the black-clad woman said as she seated herself at the table and began to eat. The moment the food touched her lips, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Once a practitioner reaches a certain level of cultivation, they often transcend the desires of the palate, rendering them indifferent to ordinary fare. Yet, with that first bite, her taste buds awakened, transporting her back to her youth before embarking on the path of cultivation. When she savored home-cooked meals prepared by her parents in her quaint village. Despite her deliberate and leisurely chewing, she finished one bowl only to serve herself another. Throughout her meal, her gaze remained fixed upon Yu Qing. For reasons unknown, this young man always evoked a sense of disconnection within her. Before her unconsciousness, she had harbored a desire to strangle him. However, at present, he seemed far less detestable, even managing to evoke a modicum of surprise within her. As she pondered this, 2 large, furry faces suddenly drew near. Those of Emo San and Emo Xiaoxi. They regarded the woman in black with astonished eyes, having witnessed her consume the medicine prepared by Yu Qing. Yet, astonishingly, she appeared to have recovered. Was it merely a side effect? Although the woman was well-versed in the world, she couldn't help but be taken aback by the sight of these 2 creatures and stood, displaying a wary expression as she inquired, what is this? Yu Qing, noticing her alarm, hastily reassured her, there is no need for concern. These are the 2 monkeys I've raised. Monkeys? The woman in black looked on, her expression one of disbelief. Were there such grotesque monkeys in this world? Such robust creatures? She scrutinized them, but after a prolonged examination, she could discern nothing of significance. If Yu Qing claimed they were monkeys, then they must indeed be so. Yet, she needed to recover swiftly. Though she was temporarily safe here, no one could predict when pursuers might arrive. She whispered to herself, realizing that when that moment came, not only she but also this young man who had rescued her would likely face dire consequences. along with everything in this place. Due to the lingering numbness from the medicine, she returned to her bed, lying down to cultivate her healing. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. It was Nanshi, accompanied by the temporarily absent Shui Wei. Greetings, sir, they both said politely upon entering. What brings your majesty here today? Yu Qing inquired with a smile. Shui Wei had mentioned that she had been busy recently, and thus he did not wish to disturb her. I thought you must have finished your affairs, so I brought you some wine. Nanshi chuckled, and then produced a jug of the exquisite royal jade liquor she had brought last time. I am truly grateful, your majesty. Yu Qing accepted the fine wine and immediately began to drink. Meanwhile, the woman in black, lying on the bed and cultivating her healing, stirred slightly at the sound. She had not anticipated that a worldly empress would visit. Yet, that was the extent of her interest. A mortal monarch held little allure for her. However, she found herself regarding Shui Wei with newfound respect. Though young, his prowess was commendable. She hadn't expected to find such potential in this remote location. Additionally, Yu Qing had surprised her as well, indicating that his status was relatively esteemed within this country. Upon reflection, it is evident that the circumstances surrounding her rescue were rather commonplace for individuals of their status. However, in this small locale, such an occurrence could indeed be deemed extraordinary. The woman clad in black chose not to dwell on these thoughts, but instead continued to meditate, channeling her energy to heal her wounds. Meanwhile, in the elegant pavilion, Yu Qing and Nanshi engaged in light-hearted conversation. Understanding Yu Qing's character, Nanshi refrained from expressing her gratitude verbally, yet the appreciation reflected in her gaze was unmistakable. The headquarters of the Array Master Guild was in the process of establishment, and the alliance treaty with the barbarian nation had recently been signed. Other neighboring countries were also vying for favor with her nation. This was a scenario that, in the past, would have been inconceivable for the entirety of the Southern Kingdom. Had past emperors known of such developments, they would likely have been so elated that they could rise from their coffins. The catalyst for all these changes was simply Yu Qing's presence in the Southern Kingdom. With her prolonged stay and numerous interactions, familiarity had blossomed, and Nanshi no longer felt the initial constraints of her position. She appeared less like a sovereign and more like a spirited young woman. The scenery here is truly magnificent. No wonder you chose this place, Nanshi remarked as she made her way indoors. Sir, where are your fishing baits? I would like to try my hand at fishing as well. Upon entering, her gaze instinctively fell upon the wooden bed where she had once lain. Stealing a glance outside and noticing no one was paying attention, she contemplated lying down for just a moment. However, as her eyes landed on the bed, she was taken aback to find a woman lying there, her features striking. Instantly, Nanshi furrowed her brow, an inexplicable wave of emotion washing over her, extinguishing any desire to fish. All she wanted now was to depart swiftly. Yet, as she reached the door, an unexpected surge of courage compelled her to turn back and inquire about the woman on the bed. May I ask who you are? Though she endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, a hint of urgency escaped her breath. You need not concern yourself with my identity, the woman in black replied, her eyes narrowing as she was disturbed in her healing process. Such audacity, such arrogance. This was the immediate thought that crossed Nanshi's mind. To be so brazen in this setting suggested that the woman's identity, or her connection to Yu Qing, was formidable. Just as she was about to turn away, Yu Qing entered and stated, "She was injured and I rescued her, so she is temporarily resting here." He then looked at the woman in black, adding, "By the way, I haven't asked your name." White Zua, the woman in black hesitated momentarily before responding. After all, a name was merely a name. Many shared the same appellation, and it would not reveal her identity. Ah, so it is Miss White Zua. Please continue to rest well, Yu Qing said before turning to leave. For reasons unknown. His words struck Nanshi as a soothing balm for her own troubled spirit. She even forgot the arrogant indifference with which the woman in black had spoken earlier, becoming instead concerned for her well-being, realizing that the girl was injured and wondering if she had recovered. If there were any medicinal herbs needed, please instruct me, and I shall send someone at once. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. The woman in black nodded in acknowledgement of Nanshi's words, expressing her gratitude, yet insisted it was unnecessary. Very well then, Nanshi nodded, glancing at the wooden bed with an expression that hinted at either jealousy or discontent, and then promptly followed Yu Qing outside. Sir, shall I find someone to help you expand this house? Nanshi offered eagerly. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qing nodded. I will trouble your majesty with that. Although Yu Qing initially deemed such a space unnecessary, considering he now had a little black room and 2 monkeys, it became evident that his courtyard was indeed lacking. All right, I shall make the arrangements immediately. Nan Shi's face brightened, and she bid farewell before departing. The construction of the house, after all, would require significant effort and careful planning. Yu Qing mused that it would likely take some time to finalize. However, he had not anticipated Nan Shi's remarkable efficiency. Within half an hour of her return, a head of the Ministry of Works arrived post-haste. After swiftly finalizing the plans and Yu Qing's requirements, work commenced that very morning and continued through the night. Thus, Yu Qing witnessed the astonishing speed of the Southern Kingdom. By the time night fell, the expanded courtyard was already completed. Even Yu Qing could not help but give a thumbs up. The newly enlarged Mishui Pavilion was considerably more spacious than before, now featuring a dedicated room for Yu Qing to prepare medicine and conduct experiments, as well as a designated area for his experimental subjects, now housing the 2 monkeys. Additionally, a study, kitchen, and several guest rooms were established. Furthermore, a courtyard measuring several dozen feet was designated for Yu Qing to cultivate flowers and plants. With the completion of the construction, Baiduo was moved to the guest room without having to spend the night there. Meanwhile, in the new little black room, the 2 demons were still bickering. Mo San, you owe me my freedom. Mo Shao, you can't blame me entirely. It was you who agreed to come to the Southern Kingdom in the first place. I don't care. I blame you. Thus, the 2 demons continued their quarrel. At that moment, Mo San suddenly exclaimed, "Stop talking. What's wrong? I sense a stirring in the bloodline. It seems like the eldest and the second are here." Yes, I think I sense it too, Mo Shao responded excitedly. After all these years, the eldest and the second have finally come to find us. Quickly, use the secret method to send a message to them and let them come to rescue us. Chapter 47. System S Divine Rewards, a Transcendent Existence. But can the eldest and the second truly contend with such demons? There should be no issue. I can sense the formidable bloodlines of the eldest and second brothers through my own veins, analyzed rationally by Mo San. Indeed, it appears that they have broken through. The aura emanating from them is undeniably powerful. Mo Shao, utilizing the secret arts of demons, also sensed the strength of the bloodline belonging to the eldest and second brothers. Without further ado, the 2 demons communicated with the 2 others who had already ventured into the southern wilderness through their arcane methods. Once the message was successfully conveyed, both Mo San and the other demon were filled with exhilaration. Finally, they would escape the clutches of evil. When the eldest and second brothers arrive, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance for us. Those accursed humans, that detestable Yu Qing. I shall force him to consume every concoction he has so painstakingly crafted, allowing him to truly experience the taste of suffering worse than death. Yes, we shall patiently await the arrival of the eldest and second brothers. Indeed, we shall wait. Night fell, the stars twinkling brilliantly. Yu Qing sat by the banks of the Moshui River, the gentle river breeze refreshing his spirit as he diligently took notes. It must be said, the potion he concocted had cured Baiduo, instilling him with great confidence. Rather than being an unparalleled celestial sovereign, he yearned to become a legendary divine pharmacist renowned across the world. Recently, he made significant progress in the field of medicine. He hoped for even greater breakthroughs in this pursuit, enabling him to attempt experiments he had previously deemed too daunting. However, he currently possessed only 2 test subjects, which were insufficient for accurately discerning the variances arising from different formulations. Thus, acquiring 2 more test subjects was imperative. After finalizing all his notes, Yu Qing rose, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the shimmering waters, murmuring to himself. It then struck him that he had yet to claim the reward for accepting disciples since he took them under his wing. He pondered what this reward could possibly be, and anticipation began to swell within him. Claim the system reward, Yu Qing stated. System reward is being claimed. System reward claimed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine talent, Midas Touch. Midas Touch, cooldown period of 12 hours, meaning the host can use it once daily. Is that all? Upon hearing the system's words, Yu Qing's expression darkened. Is this it? His mood began to falter. He had held high hopes for this system reward, only to find it to be such a lackluster skill. The Midas Touch, what use is that? This is a world of cultivation, What purpose does gold serve? Moreover, gold is only valuable in the mundane realm. At a certain level, it is regarded as no different from mere stones. Sighing deeply, Yu Qing fought against the impulse to immediately dismiss by duo and raised a finger. A lackluster skill it may be, but he might as well test the effects of the Midas touch. He leaned against the railing and made his way to the riverbank, seeking the largest stone to test his newfound skill. However, just as his hand rested on the railing, a voice suddenly emanated from the system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the stone transformation. What? I did not even initiate the stone transformation. I haven't even touched a stone yet. As Yu Qing pondered this bewilderment, he suddenly felt a jolt as his entire house shifted. Initially believing it to be an illusion, he soon witnessed the house move once more. In the next moment, a voice resonated within his mind. Mistwater Courtyard, greetings, master. Simultaneously, he observed the front eaves of the house dip slightly, as if bowing to him. Astonished, Yu Qing was momentarily speechless. Even with his current cultivation and experience, he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. A house coming to life? The transformation of stone into gold was, indeed, of a different nature. As Yu Qing marveled at this revelation, the voice of the house echoed again, reporting to the master. Enemies detected approaching, activating home defense protocol. Yu Qing's gaze sharpened, and his consciousness expanded outward. At that very moment, the sky over South City was shrouded in dense clouds. Visibility reduced to nothing, while a colossal storm vortex loomed above Mistwater Courtyard. A brutal and unnerving aura spread throughout South City, instilling a sense of dread among its inhabitants, who remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Within the tempest, two fur-covered creatures emerged from the vortex, their ominous gazes fixated on the Mistwater Courtyard by the riverbank. According to the clues received through secret methods, the third and fourth had been captured here. It seemed they had been imprisoned by humans. A figure emerged, speaking in a deep voice. These mere humans dare to imprison our kin. They shall face utter annihilation, and this human city shall no longer have reason to exist. Another cold voice echoed in agreement. Then, the two great demons advanced toward Mistwater Courtyard. As they drew closer, they suddenly sensed something approaching rapidly. Upon discerning the source, surprise registered on their faces. A barrier rising from the ground was aimed at them. Humph, mere trifles. One of the demons scoffed, finding the tactic peculiar, yet dismissively scornful. With a destructive swipe, he reached for the barrier. Then, there was nothing more to follow. A cry echoed from the air as he fainted, plummeting into unconsciousness. The other demon furrowed his brow at the sight. Just as he prepared to counter the barrier, he was suddenly confronted by a door panel that came crashing toward him from an unknown origin. The impact was such that the demon's head spun, and in an instant, he too lost the ability to act. Thus, the two great demons, upon their arrival, were swiftly rendered unconscious. As the impending fall approached, the gate of the courtyard suddenly swung open, resembling a gaping maw ready to devour its prey. In an instant, two demons were engulfed within, with two resounding thuds announcing their transformation into figures of human size, lifelessly discarded at Yu Qing's feet. Report to the master. The Mistwater Courtyard has successfully repelled the external threat, and the intruders have been captured for the master's disposal. It was only upon hearing this voice in his mind that Yu Qing emerged from his earlier astonishment. He blinked, gasping in disbelief. What had transpired was not a lengthy affair, but rather a fleeting moment in which the two demons had been rendered unconscious at his feet. Was this the art of alchemy, transforming stone into gold? It seemed almost grotesquely powerful. Yu Qing found it hard to regain his composure. A mere house wielded such formidable strength. What would the world think if this information were to spread? It was crucial to note that these demons possessed considerable power. In his absence, they could have easily obliterated the southern kingdom. And yet, a simple house had subdued them with ease. He couldn't help but raise a finger, excitement radiating from his countenance. This system was no trickster. Chapter 48. But what of the promise that demons would never become slaves? What thrilled him further was that he had just been pondering where to procure two test subjects, and now they had been delivered to him on a silver platter. It was as if a pillow had appeared just as he began to feel drowsy. Recall his research, Yu Qing wasted no time in ushering them into his laboratory, eagerly commencing his experiments. After administering medication to the two newly acquired demons, he prepared 2 bowls of potion to compare their effects. Meanwhile, within the confines of the small dark room, Mo San San and Mo Shao Si were whispering anxiously to one another. Why haven't the boss and the second-in-command returned after all this time? They should be here soon, very soon. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Yu Qing entered with 2 bowls of potion. The 2 demons shivered involuntarily. Why has that accursed human returned? Mo Shao Si communicated telepathically. Stay calm, stay calm. This may very well be our last time, Mo San San replied. Indeed, it shall be the last. After this, we will repay the suffering we've endured over the years 1,000-fold upon this human. The 2 demons felt an unprecedented exhilaration. Upon receiving the potion from Yu Qing, they gulped it down in one go, subsequently collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. When had they become so compliant? Their sudden willingness took Yu Qing by surprise. After squatting down to document the demon's conditions, he finally turned to leave. As dawn broke, Yu Qing, having been busy throughout the night, stretched luxuriously and retreated to his room to prepare for slumber. Meanwhile, within the small dark room, as recorded by Yu Qing, even among kindred spirits, there exist notable disparities concerning substances. Mo Shaoxi was the first to awaken, his gaze vacant and pupils unfocused, bearing an expression of utter desolation. After a considerable interval, Mo San followed suit, awakening with exuberance and exclaiming, "Has big brother and second brother arrived?" In response, Mo Shaoxi, devoid of expression, replied, "They have." "Where are they?" Mo San eagerly inquired. "Over there," Mo Shaoxi indicated. "Over there?" Mo San, bewildered, followed Mo Shaoxi's gaze to discover big brother and second brother suspended from the beams nearby, their condition more pitiful than their own. A gasp escaped Mo San, akin to the sound of a distressed duck, as he collapsed in despair, rushing over to verify their identities in disbelief. "No need to check. I have already confirmed it," Mo Shaoxi lamented. "It is indeed them." Mo San sank to the ground, astonished that big brother and second brother had indeed returned, yet it was a return that brought more misfortune than solace. At that moment, after enduring a night of torment, big brother and second brother slowly regained consciousness. Mo San and Mo Shaoxi hurriedly approached. "Big brother, second brother, how are you?" they inquired anxiously. "What on earth has transpired?" Big brother and second brother, their expressions weary, questioned. With a sigh, Mo San recounted the tribulations endured over the years under the oppressive regime of the Fuyao Empire, detailing their arduous journey from a den of tigers into a dragon's lair. "You have truly suffered," he concluded. Big brother and second brother, upon hearing the tale, were filled with empathy. "What suffering is this?" "It is merely that these humans are far too treacherous," Mo San asserted with righteous indignation. "However, rest assured, big brother and second brother, although we have been suppressed for many years, we have never yielded nor bowed our heads to humanity. Indeed, you are truly commendable sons of our demon kin. We take pride in you," they responded with admiration. "Yet, we have failed you. We could not rescue you," big brother and second brother lamented. "No, it is we who have wronged you," Mo San interjected. "Had it not been for our desperate plea for help through secret methods, you would not have suffered this fate. Why speak of such things among brothers?" They replied, "Though we have fallen into the clutches of these humans, we are reunited as brothers. With our combined efforts, we shall surely escape and exact our vengeance upon them. Yes, united as brothers, we shall prevail and dismantle humanity," shouted the 4 demon brothers in unison. "Demonkind shall never be enslaved," they proclaimed, embracing tightly, their brotherhood as steadfast as iron. In the next moment, the door to the small dark room unexpectedly swung open. Yu Qing stood at the entrance, observing the 4 demons with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "I suddenly recall something. Why did these 2 demons come to kill without any apparent reason?" As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance towards Mo San San and Mo Shaoxi. This profound gaze sent shivers down the spines of the 2 demons, making them tremble with fear, almost collapsing to the ground in terror. "Old 3, think of a way out," Mo Shaoxi urged, kicking Mo San San, his voice trembling with desperation. Having interacted with Yu Qing in the imperial city of Fuyao, he was acutely aware of the dire consequences of a poor response. Mo San San felt equally anxious, noticing Yu Qing's growing impatience. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he quickly began to flatter. "Ah, my lord, you arrived just in time. I was about to discuss this matter with you." "Oh, Yu Qing's lips curled into a smirk, intrigued to hear what Imo-san would say. My lord, are you not seeking to embark on a completely new path? My brother and I understand that you will require various test subjects for this journey. Thus, we thought of these two, believing they would serve your needs well. We lured them here through secret means, intending for them to fall into your hands. The reason we did not inform you beforehand was that we wished to surprise you. As if fearing Yu Qing would doubt his words, Imo-san hastily patted Imo-Xiao-Si. Still dazed, Imo-Xiao-Si snapped back to reality and quickly chimed in. Yes, Old 3 is absolutely right. We merely wish to present you with a surprise. The words of Imo-san and Imo-Xiao-Si left the onlookers. The two older demons, utterly astonished. Bound to the beams of the room, they began to struggle violently. Imo-san, Imo-Xiao-Si, how could you betray us? We agreed to stand united as brothers. We pledged never to be slaves. The elder demons roared, their eyes blazing with fury. However, Imo-san swiftly silenced them. My lord, do not heed their wild claims. My brother and I have always been obedient little demons. It is they who possess great strength and resilience, and they will undoubtedly contribute immensely to your cause. Please, use them for your experiments. Chapter 49, A Foul Discussion, Flowers and Weeds at Odds Indeed. Even Yu Qing was taken aback by Imo-san's audacity in fabricating such a reason. You are quite the silver-tongued charmer. Very well, since that is the case. You shall partake in this concoction. With that, Yu Qing presented a large bowl of paste. Upon seeing this, Imo-san fainted in fright. Thus, time passed slowly. In the empire of Fu Yao, within the Fu Yao Palace, the decline of the empire became increasingly evident in all aspects. Simultaneously, the prestige of Nangong Fu Yao also waned. At this moment, from behind the Fuyo Hall, the young man in white emerged once again. Having utilized so many of your resources, I shall extend my assistance to you, he remarked languidly. What assistance do you intend to offer? Nangong Fuyo inquired eagerly. Moreover, have you made a full recovery? I have indeed regained some strength, though I am not entirely restored. Nonetheless, I can render a small favor, and that should suffice. The young man in white replied with a cold smirk. As for the specifics of my assistance, you shall discover in due course. With that, he vanished from the Fuyo Hall. Meanwhile, in the southern kingdom, for demons continued to endure inhumane torment, subjected daily to a myriad of medicinal trials, ranging from a minimum of 10 to sometimes dozens of concoctions. Due to the expansion of the courtyard, Cui Wei remained by Yu Qing's side, diligently assisting while also training alongside the little carp. Whiteswell was also rapidly recuperating. For Yu Qing, aside from his daily research into medicine, he would not squander the opportunity to employ the transformative technique of turning stone to gold once a day. Through the experiments conducted over the past few days, he had thoroughly grasped the true effects and limitations of this technique. First and foremost, the effect of turning stone to gold is that any successfully targeted object becomes imbued with spirit. Once infused, it not only gains consciousness but also possesses considerable strength, automatically recognizing him as its master. However, the technique has its limitations. It cannot be applied to humans but can be used on animals. For instance, the ducks and geese in the river before his residence were all transformed by Yu Qing. They no longer swam or caught fish. Instead, they sat by the riverside, legs crossed in meditation. Yu Qing had to allow them to maintain their current state, as doing so preserved their previous habits, making them appear indistinguishable from ordinary ducks. Additionally, the technique cannot be applied to excessively large entities. For example, when he attempted to use it on the vast river before him, the effort proved futile. This was understandable, as the entire courtyard could be considered a singular entity subject to turning stone to gold. In a sense, the world itself is a singular existence. Were there no such limitations, if he were to apply it to the world, it would surely recognize him as its master. Having unraveled the intricacies of turning stone to gold, Yu Qing found himself desiring to employ it on everything in sight. Thus, in addition to the ducks, he instructed Cui Wei to procure several chickens, which he also transformed. He even used the technique on a few fish caught from the river, as well as the assorted flora at his entrance. Consequently, the entire courtyard became a cacophony of noise, filled with continuous chatter. For instance, conversations between chickens and ducks, as well as quarrels among the flowers and grasses, became commonplace. Only when Yu Qing commanded them to be silent would they comply. Fortunately, Their exchanges existed on a different plane of reality. Aside from Yu Qing, no one else could hear them. In the courtyard, Cui Wei and the little carp were engaged in their training, while White Zhua observed from the side. In such a small locale, the presence of a talent like Cui Wei took her by surprise. However, it was the little fish, Xiao Lier, who astonished her even more. She could sense that Xiao Lier harbored some hidden secret. Though she could not yet discern it, she was certain that the child was a rare prodigy. Even if she were to depart from this mundane world, such brilliance would be seldom encountered. Knowing that Xiao Lier was a disciple of Yu Qing, Bai Duo had suppressed her inclination to approach her multiple times. Yet today, upon seeing Xiao Lier, she could no longer restrain herself. "How about becoming my disciple?" she ventured, approaching the young girl with a hint of hesitation before expressing her thoughts. Xiao Lier opened her eyes. "I am my master's disciple. My master saved you, and yet you seek to undermine him. If my master were to know." At these words, Bai Duo's expression grew awkward. She was well aware that her actions were somewhat unethical, but she simply could not bear to let such a promising talent slip away. After a brief pause, she continued, "I will speak to your master myself. If you choose to follow me, your potential will be significantly greater. I can offer you the finest techniques, providing you with the most direct path and the most seasoned experience in your cultivation, allowing you to avoid many missteps. Even after you become my disciple, it does not mean you must forsake your master. With your success under my guidance, you will be in a better position to repay him, will you not?" Upon hearing Bai Duo's words, Xiao Lier fixed her gaze upon her. Meeting the child's eyes, Bai Duo felt an inexplicable sensation, as if the child were looking at a fool. Xiao Lier then resolutely replied, "You need not speak to my master. I will not agree to your proposition." With that, she turned her back on her. Bai Duo sighed, surprised by the child's stubbornness. However, she realized it was not the time for further discussion. Patience would be key. The child would eventually understand the significance of her offer. Just as she was about to retreat to her room to cultivate, her expression suddenly shifted, and she looked up at the distant sky. This presence, it belonged to the members of the Five Elements Alliance. She had not anticipated they would locate the Southern Kingdom so swiftly based on their aura. Her delicate features grew grave. Simultaneously, she swiftly entered her abode. After retrieving several treasures and setting up barriers, she concealed her own aura to the utmost degree. She silently prayed for their search to overlook her. With her current cultivation, she was far from capable of confronting the impending threat, and thus had no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. Meanwhile, several men in uniform appeared several miles away from the misty water courtyard. They hovered in midair, their auras swirling, clearly not ordinary individuals. "Humph, Bai Duo. Do you think that by escaping to the mundane realm, we would be unable to find you? While I am aware of your subtle methods of concealment, do you think we lack our own means?" The leading man spoke coldly, subsequently conjuring a compass with both hands. He gestured towards the blood left behind from Bai Duo's previous injury. Another man raised his palm, and a drop of crimson blood coalesced at his fingertip, eventually falling onto the compass. In the next instant, the compass radiated a brilliant light, revealing a guiding direction. "She is in that direction. She cannot escape," the man declared frostily, and then stowed away the compass, leading the group towards the misty water courtyard. Chapter 50. Where on earth did this terrifying duck come from? Meanwhile, at the riverbank opposite the misty water courtyard, a man in white appeared unnoticed. His long hair cascaded around him as he stood with hands clasped behind his back, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he regarded the misty water courtyard across the way. He was none other than the white-clad man who had journeyed from the Fuyao Empire. With his abilities, he had no doubt that the earlier figures, Xiao Wuchen and Sun Xuanji, could locate this place. Hence, he too could find it. Yu Qing, a rather fine name, he mused, his pupils narrowing slightly, a predatory glint in his gaze. To emerge from the mundane world and yet capture the attention of the Tai immortal sect. I am curious to see what makes you extraordinary, but do not disappoint me. With these words, he stepped forward, embodying the essence of a swift approach. However, just as his shoe barely grazed the water's surface, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Turning his head, he sensed several powerful auras swiftly approaching, seemingly aligned with his own target. His brow creased momentarily before relaxing, revealing a glimmer of intrigue. This is rather interesting. A spectator's perspective could prove worthwhile. After a brief hesitation, he withdrew his foot and retreated a few steps, concealing himself in the shadows. At that very moment, The formidable auras reached their destination, belonging to the members of the Five Elements Alliance who had arrived with the compass. On the opposite bank of the river, within the courtyard, the leading man's pupils constricted to pinpoints as he fixed his gaze on the courtyard across the river, issuing a direct command. Kill without mercy. With the command given, several individuals exuded a powerful aura, effectively locking onto the entire courtyard. In the next instant, they traversed the water's surface, drawing nearer and nearer. Yet, in the following moment, an overwhelming sense of danger surged forth, the leader being the first to sense it. "Be cautious," he shouted, simultaneously executing a roll in midair. Just as he did so, a feather-like projectile pierced through the air, akin to a flying sword. The feather barely grazed the man's neck, and despite his quick reflexes, it left a faint trace of blood upon his skin. He touched his neck, a wave of alarm washing over him. Had it not been for his quick reflexes moments ago, he would have undoubtedly found himself a lifeless corpse, sinking into the river to feed the fish. "Who goes there?" "Step forward." The man unsheathed his sword, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Beneath him, the river flowed gently, and all was calm. Yet, as he cast his eyes around, he found no one, only a group of ducks that had mysteriously appeared before him. Just as he contemplated disregarding these ducks, a glimmer of mischief in their eyes alerted the leader to an unsettling anomaly. How could ducks exhibit such an expression? Narrowing his eyes, he focused intently on the peculiar assembly. No, to be precise, it was not entirely a flock of ducks. Among them was a goose. 5 fowls stood in a single file, their quacking filling the air. At first glance, they appeared to be ordinary domestic birds, indistinguishable from regular poultry. Nevertheless, without a second thought, the man raised his sword, ready to strike at the assembly of ducks and the goose. This demonstrated his extreme caution. For a man of his caliber to wield such force against mere poultry was indeed overkill. Yet, his prudence was soon proven warranted. Mid-swing, he found his blade abruptly halted by an unseen force. No matter how he strained, he could not budge it an inch. His expression darkened as disbelief washed over him. One duck had planted a foot on the water's surface, extending its webbed foot to intercept his strike. A tempest of shock surged within him. Though he had not exerted his full strength, his sword was certainly not something a mere duck could withstand, let alone with its foot. The man's astonishment morphed into anger. While those accompanying him wore expressions of incredulity, their gazes warily fixed on the uncanny assembly. Were they beasts of legend? Unlikely. He had never heard of poultry transforming into monsters. Perhaps they were puppets. Some skilled artisans possessed exceptional puppetry techniques. This could be a cadre of cleverly crafted marionettes. However, this explanation, too, fell short of convincing. After years in the cultivation realm, he had never encountered a puppeteer capable of crafting fowl-shaped constructs. At that moment, the duck withdrew its webbed foot and quacked. "Hey, brothers, let us have some fun." The members of the Five Elements Alliance gasped in astonishment. Regardless of their nature, whether they were mere tricksters or something more, they were to be dispatched. With that, the leader commanded, undeterred by his surprise at the fowl. He did not believe that a mere assembly of ducks could obstruct their path. At his command, his companions sprang into action, blades glinting and swords flashing in a swift onslaught. A formidable assault enveloped the flock of geese and ducks. However, upon first contact, the countenance of the Five Elements Alliance swiftly altered. Quack, quack, quack. Among the ducks, a stately white goose, with its robust body, surged forward with a series of resounding calls, flapping its wings as it charged ahead. It collided with a skilled fighter, sending him hurtling through the air. The unfortunate warrior let out a cry of agony, feeling as though his entire being were being rent asunder, akin to being struck by a colossal mountain. Several of his ribs shattered upon impact. With a single thrust, the white goose reached the opposite bank of the river, only to pivot and charge back in the same manner. The others fared little better. The instant they made contact, they were left in disarray by the duck's relentless onslaught. One duck executed a sweeping kick, sending one of the elite tumbling heavily onto the water's surface. Another duck plunged beneath the water, and when it re-emerged with a resounding quack, it shot upwards like a rocket, targeting the lower body of another fighter. The assailed warrior was propelled skyward, soaring 100 feet into the air. Just as the intense pain in his lower half began to register, he noticed a duck rising, its altitude slightly above his own. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold indifference flickered in the duck's eyes as its webbed foot extended, then descended. With a resounding quack, the duck's foot landed squarely on the chest of the elite, sending him plummeting to the ground like a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, the water erupted, sending waves soaring dozens of feet high. Before long, the battle escalated further, with some ducks even employing skills of their own. Amidst the flurry of feathers, one duck turned its posterior towards an individual, declaring, "Taste my duck droppings." Following this proclamation, a barrage of projectiles erupted forth like a machine gun. Despite the individual's formidable prowess and exceptional defenses, the unrelenting barrage rendered him akin to a sieve. In this brief span of time, several members of the Five Elements Alliance had already perished. Do not lose your composure. Gather together. Do not allow them to pick us off one by one, he shouted. His face grave, a vivid imprint of a duck's foot emblazoned across his cheek. Yet, as his words echoed, his expression darkened, as though he had perceived something amiss. The next moment, a flock of hens burst forth from a nearby path, flapping their wings with fervor. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Brother duck, brother goose, leave one for us. In an instant, this cadre of hens joined the fray. To the despair of the Five Elements Alliance, these hens proved even more ferocious than the ducks, attacking with wild abandon, flapping their wings and pecking and scratching indiscriminately. In mere moments, the remaining few were left bloodied and battered by the relentless assault of the hens. Retreat. Quick, retreat immediately. At last, the leading middle-aged man grasped the gravity of their predicament. They were utterly outmatched by this grotesque assembly of fowl. Despite a torrent of bewilderment flooding his mind, how could a mere flock of poultry exude such terrifying and perverse power? The instinct for survival compelled him to disregard his doubts. Upon issuing the command to withdraw, the demoralized group turned and fled. However, as they spun around, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Upon opening their eyes, they discovered several gargantuan maws looming ominously behind them, seemingly appearing from nowhere. These monstrous mouths were adorned with bristly whiskers and possessed large, rolling eyes above their gaping jaws. Fish. It appears to be carp. Such enormous carp. One of the skilled fighters exclaimed in terror. Yet, scarcely had his words escaped his lips when he was unceremoniously swallowed. His voice silenced forever. Damn it. Damn it all. Split up and run. The members of the Five Elements Alliance were now utterly bereft of composure, their voices rising in frantic desperation to escape with their lives. Yet, with aggressive geese and ducks in front and menacing hens behind, alongside the monstrous carp in the water, their escape was far from assured. In mere moments, only a scant few remained. The leader, drenched in cold sweat, scanned his surroundings and, with a decisive blow, propelled his remaining two companions away to shield himself from a lethal strike, seizing a fleeting opportunity. We concede this time, but the Five Elements Alliance shall inevitably seek vengeance, he declared, producing a radiant scroll. As he unfurled it, a grimace of pain crossed his face, yet the urgency of survival overshadowed any hesitation. Upon activation, a rift in space materialized before him, and he hurriedly stepped through. Just as he believed he could escape unscathed, a vine stealthily coiled around his hand. What in the world is this? His expression shifted drastically, but recalling the horror of the fowl and fish, he instinctively raised his sword and severed his own arm. The severed limb fell into the water, and the rift promptly sealed itself. What a pity, one got away, muttered one of the ducks, before the group dispersed, losing interest in the chaos. Soon, the avian and aquatic creatures reverted to their usual demeanor, appearing no different from any other day. The remnants of the battle, having taken place on the surface of the river, vanished with the flowing water, leaving no trace behind. It was as if nothing had ever occurred. Only the elite of the Five Elements Alliance lay buried in this place, having arrived with great fervor, yet only one, grievously wounded, managed to escape in a disheveled flight through the teleportation scroll. However, in the shadows across the river, another figure remained concealed, having witnessed the entire confrontation. I am truly fortunate to be alive, he murmured with a heart full of trepidation and lingering fear, devoid of the calm composure he once possessed. Even as he whispered, his body trembled slightly. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the experts from the Five Elements Alliance, it would not have been them who perished, but he himself. As a witness to the entire ordeal, and due to his observational state, He could comprehend the terrifying nature of these creatures even more than the members of the Five Elements Alliance. Not only was he overwhelmed in that moment, but even if he were to regain his full strength, he feared he would not be able to cross this river. How terrifying! It was truly beyond comprehension. Even with his extensive experience, he could not fathom the means by which these creatures could become so horrifyingly grotesque. Turning his gaze towards the misty water courtyard, his expression shifted to one of deep apprehension and fear. He dared not venture closer, wishing only to retreat as far away as possible. Meanwhile, in the loft of the courtyard, Yu Qing reclined on a lounge chair, gently swaying. A faint smile graced his lips. This group of creatures had indeed exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, observing their methods of attack, it was evident that their abilities were not merely confined to spiritual attachment. They seemed to exhibit their own personalities and even unique means of assault. Additionally, this already enchanted courtyard had far surpassed his anticipations, as it could nearly isolate itself from the outside world. Only he, its master, remained connected. The little carp and Shui Wei, seated in meditation within the courtyard, remained utterly oblivious to the earlier battle. This skill appeared to be remarkably effective. He raised a finger, pondering what to enhance next. Simultaneously, within the room, Bai Zhuo continued her meditation, concealing her presence while employing various methods of stealth. This concealment persisted for several hours before she cautiously withdrew her efforts. Upon sensing that the Five Elements Alliance no longer lingered in the vicinity of Shangnan City, she finally exhaled in relief. However, her actions were undoubtedly a battle of wits against the very air around her. "My dear, if all is well, do try to refrain from venturing outside," she cautioned. The following day, Yu Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the loft, offering a subtle reminder. His courtyard was capable of masking one's aura. Logically, those pursuing Bai Zhuo should not have detected her presence. The only plausible explanation for their arrival was that Bai Zhuo must have stepped outside the courtyard, allowing them to sense her energy. "Oh, why is that?" Bai Zhuo could not help but inquire. "In this courtyard, you are sufficiently safe, should you venture out. Your safety cannot be assured," Yu Qing replied calmly. "Ensure my safety?" Bai Zhuo raised an eyebrow slightly, unable to suppress a smile. She found herself at a loss for words. If her enemies truly came knocking, she did not believe Yu Qing could protect her. Being inside or outside the courtyard seemed inconsequential. Perhaps Yu Qing had set up some defenses within his home, such as traps or formations. However, in the presence of her adversaries, her actions proved to be of little significance. Yet, considering that Yu Qing was unaware of her true identity and strength, and acted out of goodwill, she nodded slightly and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Yu Qing, however, paid her no mind and continued his experiments with the four demons. His regard for Bai Duo was merely a matter of integrity. After all, having successfully completed his system task and acquired such an impressive skill, he felt it his duty to ensure her recovery as best as he could. That was all there was to it. In the afternoon, after a brief transformation of her appearance, Bai Duo departed from the courtyard and made her way to the streets of Shangnan City, intending to procure some medicinal herbs to expedite her recovery. Although she was aware that Yu Qing was an alchemist, she did not wish to owe any favors to so many people. Furthermore, the potions concocted by Yu Qing were rather difficult to articulate. Coincidentally, she possessed some means of her own. Just as she stepped outside the gate, little Li opened her eyes and followed closely behind. "Why are you trailing me?" Bai Duo inquired curiously, glancing back at the diminutive figure. "My master instructed me to accompany you whenever you leave," little Li replied, clutching a sword nearly as tall as herself. "Is this following me?" Bai Duo questioned. "No, it's protection." "Protection?" Chapter 52. "Bring me the owners of that flock of chickens and ducks," Bai Duo said, unable to stifle a chuckle. Particularly amusing was the earnest expression on little Li's face, which only heightened her amusement. "You protecting me? Really?" She bent down, playfully tapping little Li on the forehead with her delicate hand, and added, "You mustn't make me laugh too hard. Go back quickly. I have matters to attend to," she concluded, disregarding little Li and heading toward the largest apothecary. "Humph. If it weren't for my master's orders, I wouldn't want to tag along," little Li huffed, undeterred by Bai Duo's dismissal, and followed her nonetheless. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away from the southern kingdom, amidst towering mountains suffused with spiritual energy, a viewing platform was established on the precipice of the highest peak. Seated within the pavilion of the platform was a strikingly handsome man with flowing white hair. He possessed a tall and slender physique, and despite being male, his bright eyes and radiant smile, combined with his cascading white locks, gave him an ethereal quality, as though he were above the mundane world. As he sat there, butterflies and small birds occasionally approached, fluttering around him. Behind the white-haired man stood a man and a woman, both exuding a restrained aura, resembling stone sculptures, completely motionless. At the foot of the platform, a middle-aged man with a severed arm trembled in fear as he knelt on the ground. This man was none other than the one who had lost an arm in the Mishu courtyard and ultimately escaped via a teleportation scroll. However, the man with the severed arm knelt there for quite a while, yet the elderly gentleman with white hair did not spare him a glance. Instead, he amused himself with a small bird in his hand while gazing at the distant sunset. It was only after the sun had set that the white-haired man lazily reclined in his chair. "Speak, what is the matter?" At this moment, a low voice emerged from a woman accompanying the elderly man. "Respected leader, we utilized the compass to locate the whereabouts of Baizhua, but upon our arrival, we fell into an ambush." The man with the severed arm trembled as he spoke. "All my companions perished there. Even my subordinate lost an arm. We narrowly escaped thanks to the teleportation scroll bestowed by you." "An ambush? What kind of ambush? Could it be that your abilities are lacking, and you are merely fabricating excuses?" The woman replied coldly. "I would never dare deceive the leader." The man with the severed arm quickly bowed his head in fear. "Moreover, we were not only ambushed, but the enemy's tactics were exceedingly bizarre. We were besieged by a flock of chickens, ducks, and geese. Oh, and there were even carp resembling water monsters." He recounted his tale in detail. As his words fell silent, the white-haired man, who had not glanced at the man with the severed arm until now, seemed to finally express a flicker of interest. "Come here. Let me take a look at your arm," he said with a gentle smile. "Thank you, respected leader, thank you." The man with the severed arm bowed his body and approached the white-haired man in trepidation. The white-haired man gently raised his long hand, but instead of touching the man's wound, it descended directly upon his crown. "Ah!" The man with the severed arm emitted a wretched cry, his face contorting as he appeared to endure immense suffering. In a short while, he lay on the ground, his form resembling a mere skeleton, as if all vitality had been drained from him. Chickens, ducks, geese, and man-eating carp. How intriguing, the white-haired man remarked while wiping his hands with a handkerchief. His interest evidently piqued. "Leader, if that is the case, does it mean what he said is true?" The woman exclaimed in surprise. "Though they may be incompetent, their strength is not negligible in the southern frontier. How could mere chickens and ducks be so formidable? Nangong, if my conjecture is correct, we have indeed encountered a worthy opponent," the white-haired man replied languidly. "I fear I must trouble you to make a trip. There is no need for me to elaborate on Baizhua, but the individual assisting him, do not kill him. Bring him back to me. I find his methods with those chickens, ducks, and geese quite fascinating. Just imagine if we could transform these little creatures in such a manner. How amusing that would be." As he spoke, the small birds surrounding him began to chirp excitedly. "Yes, leader, I understand what must be done," the woman, Nangong, declared before leaping off the cliff before her, vanishing into the mist. Meanwhile, in the city of Shangnan, as the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild now resides in Upper South City, the bustling atmosphere of the city is palpably more vibrant than before. Amidst the streets of Upper South City, two elderly gentlemen make their appearance. One of them, disheveled and unkempt, carries a wine gourd at his waist and is tugging at the sleeve of the other elder. This untidy figure is none other than the venerable ancestor of the Tai immortal sect. In contrast, the other elder possesses an air of ethereal grace, with long white eyebrows and a face that, though aged, exudes righteousness. "By May, heed my counsel and accompany me to pay respects to that esteemed elder. It shall bear no detriment," the Tai ancestor implores. Ever since the 5 disciples of the Tai immortal sect returned from the Fuyo Empire, he has been intent on personally visiting Yu Qing. Coincidentally, the ancestor of the Qianquan immortal sect, whom he has not seen for many years, has come to the Tai sect to reminisce, and thus he has brought him along. "Li Bugu, if you insist on going, I shall wait for you at an inn," Bai Mei retorted sharply. "Moreover, as cultivators, we should embody integrity. Flattery is not our way. As the ancestor of the Tai sect, should such behavior be made public, would it not bring disgrace upon you?" "What nonsense are you spouting, Bai Mei? What do you mean by flattery? Li Bugu exclaimed, his irritation flaring. I seek to pay my respects because of the kindness shown to me. Furthermore, it is only out of our long acquaintance that I am willing to take you along. Were it anyone else, I would not even consider it. Humph, even if he is an esteemed elder, I am still the ancestor of a sect. If you choose to go, then go. I shall not accompany you, Bai Mei replied with a disdainful snort. Hey, you stubborn old fool. You are as unyielding as they come, Li Bugu retorted. Meanwhile, amidst the ongoing dispute between the two elders, Bai Duo, as usual, arrived at the largest apothecary in Upper South City to procure medicine. Although the remedies available here could do little to hasten her recovery, any improvement, however slight, would be welcome. However, upon noticing that the little girl, Xiao Li, was once again trailing behind her, her brow furrowed in irritation. What do you want, little one? Why do you insist on following me? Bai Duo inquired, her tone laced with exasperation. I'm here to protect you, Xiao Li declared, clutching her sword. Her voice soft yet resolute. Bai Duo could not help but rub her temples in frustration. This child, still in her formative years, fancied herself as her protector. I presume you're not following me merely hoping for me to buy you something to eat? If that is the case, just say so. And I'll purchase whatever you desire, she suggested, having anticipated such a possibility. However, no sooner had she spoken than her expression shifted. The little girl, still holding her sword, sniffled and adjusted her drooping trousers. The atmosphere around them had inexplicably turned cold, the once gentle breeze now transformed into a sharp, biting wind, as if it were slicing against their skin. Chapter 53. Finally unveiling the true power of Little Carp, something felt amiss. Should we investigate? The two elderly men who had been arguing nearby abruptly ceased their dispute, exchanging a glance before leaping away, vanishing from sight. On the street where Bai Duo stood, an unsettling sensation intensified, causing the leaves on the ground to swirl chaotically in the air. In that moment, even the ordinary passers-by and the vendors peddling their wares sensed the abnormality. Hurry, hurry! The vendors hastily packed their stalls, and pedestrians quickened their pace to leave. In no time, the once bustling street became eerily deserted, leaving only Bai Duo and Little Carp standing alone in the center. Little one, you must leave quickly, Bai Duo urged, her brow furrowed, her expression grave as she scanned the surroundings, her voice tinged with urgency. Yet, Little Carp seemed resolute in staying, inching closer to her instead. Go. As Little Carp drew nearer, Bai Duo instinctively opened her mouth to scold him. However, the moment her voice emerged, she felt as if her throat had been constricted. At the end of the street, a woman clad in red appeared, her icy demeanor fixated on Bai Duo. With her arrival, the already plummeting temperature dropped further still, frost visibly forming upon the ground, sending shivers down spines. Bai Duo returned the woman's gaze with equal intensity, her features etched with concern and defiance. If her instincts were correct, this red-clad woman was one of the two enigmatic reverends of the Five Elements Alliance. During the last pursuit by the Alliance, she had evaded their grasp using her ability to conceal her presence, believing they would not return to this city anytime soon. Yet, to her astonishment, the Five Elements Alliance had indeed returned, even deploying this mysterious reverend. This perplexed her greatly. Previously, the Alliance had not summoned a single reverend during their chase. Why now? The thought of fleeing crossed her mind. But she realized that even the chance to escape seemed increasingly elusive. The red-clad woman cast a cold glance at Bai Duo before speaking languidly. Bring forth the one behind you. Who do you mean by the one behind? Bai Duo asked, her expression one of confusion. The master who controls the chickens, ducks, and geese. The woman replied flatly. Chickens, ducks, and geese? What are you talking about? Bai Duo's confusion reached its peak. She longed to inquire further about the woman's cryptic words. Very well, I shall eliminate you first. Killing you will surely draw out that person behind you, the woman stated indifferently. Wait. Just as the red-clad woman was about to strike, Bai Duo suddenly called out. This child is innocent. He is merely an ordinary boy from a humble family. Can you not let him go? The woman in red remained utterly unmoved, disregarding Bai Duo's words entirely. Her crimson attire left a fleeting shadow in its wake, and a glimmer of cold light emerged, enveloped in a palpable aura of lethal intent, heading straight for Bai Duo. In response, Bai Duo summoned all her strength in an attempt to counterattack. Yet, the speed of the woman's strike was beyond comprehension. Due to the after-effects of a secret technique she had previously employed, her current cultivation had barely returned to 10%, rendering her unable to withstand such an assault. In fact, she could not even discern the direction of the woman's strike. However, even as the woman drew her sword, Bai Zhuo recognized her prowess. She realized that, even at full strength, she would likely not be a match for the woman in red. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Resistance seemed futile, akin to awaiting inevitable death. Just as she resigned herself to her fate, a melodious sound of clashing metal resonated ahead. Clang! It was the sound of blades colliding. Bai Zhuo's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned her head, then lowered it to see the young boy, Shaoli, beside her. He had drawn a blade from its sheath, intercepting the woman's strike. No, it was not a sword but a broadsword, a gift from Yu Qing to Shaoli, which he had since carried closely. This broadsword firmly met the woman's sword, even forcing her to stagger back 2 steps. Bai Zhuo gasped in astonishment. Her lips slightly parted, her eyes nearly bulging, as if witnessing the most incredible sight imaginable. Shaoli did not look at her. Instead, he focused on the woman in red, who now wore a look of surprise. She had not anticipated that the boy she had ignored throughout would prove to be the true master. Anger flickered across her face. Her strike had been thwarted by a mere child, igniting a sense of humiliation within her. Yet, before she could retaliate, she realized that Shaoli was already in motion. The broadsword gleamed as it sliced through the air, aimed directly at her. She did not underestimate him. She raised her sword to parry the blow. However, she was caught off guard when her strike met only empty air. The woman in red cursed inwardly, recognizing that Shaoli had feigned the attack. Indeed, by the time she reacted, Shaoli had somehow positioned himself beneath her, lifting his foot to launch a direct assault on her lower body. Her eyes widened in shock. In a moment of utter disbelief, she never anticipated that the attack would target her lower body. There was no time left to defend herself. With a single kick, she was sent sprawling backward, her legs carving deep grooves into the ground. Who claimed that only men felt pain from such an assault? Women feel it too. The woman in red could no longer maintain her previous composure. She stood there, her body trembling in a distorted manner. Beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Yet, as the saying goes, one must seize the opportunity to strike when the opponent is vulnerable. Almost instantaneously after delivering the kick, Shaoli followed up with an attack, her blade descending vertically upon the anguished woman in red. The red-clad figure stared wide-eyed, yet her body remained frozen, unable to move. In a fleeting moment, a crimson line appeared from her forehead to her chin, blood oozing forth, before she fell limply to the ground. The blade spun in the air, transforming into a fleeting shadow before being sheathed with precision. My master warned me that the outside world is fraught with danger. However, given your earlier remarks, you have become somewhat less intolerable to me. With that, Shaoli cradled her sword and resumed her path toward the apothecary. Chapter 54. Indeed, we may not even be able to withstand that strike. Shaoli had walked a considerable distance, yet Bai Duo remained rooted in place, clearly still in shock. This seemingly simple-minded child had, against all odds, slain one of the esteemed elders of the Five Elements Alliance. It felt as though everything that had transpired was a dream. Yet, the corpse lying a short distance away was a stark reminder that it was all too real. Reflecting on the events, it became evident that Shaoli had not merely killed her, she had executed a swift and decisive elimination. Aside from blocking that one sword strike, Shaoli had employed only 2 moves throughout the ordeal. Although the first move appeared rather unsavory, it did not diminish the fact of her overwhelming victory. Such prowess surpassed even her peak form. Realizing this, Bai Duo's expression shifted from shock to a complex blend of emotions. Having attempted multiple times to take Shaoli as her disciple, she now understood that this potential pupil was far superior to her. Without hesitation, she hurried after Shaoli's retreating figure. Despite her newfound awareness of Shaoli's strength, she was still laden with numerous questions, feeling certain that answers could be found in her. Meanwhile, atop a nearby rooftop, 2 elders stood with hands clasped behind their backs, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. They were Bai Mei and Li Bugu. Reflecting on the earlier events, even Li Bugu set aside his nonchalant demeanor, quickly stroking his small mustache, his beady eyes darting about. That child possesses strength not inferior to ours. In fact, we may not even be able to withstand that strike, Bai Mei remarked. Indeed, There is that woman who was murdered, a figure previously unknown to me. If my conjectures hold true, she must be associated with the enigmatic Five Elements alliance that recently emerged. A sharp glint emanated from Li Bugu's small eyes. The Five Elements alliance, you say? Bai Mei's pupils were shrouded in contemplation, lost in thought. The southern regions, it seems, are on the cusp of a transformation. As the two pondered, Li Bugu abruptly seized Bai Mei's arm and declared, "Given this, we must hasten to pay our respects to that esteemed elder." Come, let us go." "I shall not go," Bai Mei retorted. "What do you take me for? I am Bai Mei." In an instant, the two elders were embroiled in another quarrel, tugging and pulling as they reached the entrance of the Moshui courtyard. Yu Qing, having resided in the southern lands for quite some time, had never taken pains to conceal his whereabouts. Thus, it was not difficult for capable individuals to uncover his dwelling. If I am not mistaken, the elder should reside here. Quickly, let us pay our respects," Li Bugu exclaimed eagerly. "Enough, Li Bugu." Bai Mei forcefully shook off Li Bugu's grasp and admonished. "The sole reason I accompanied you to this southern realm was to ascertain the location of the Array Masters Guild. Now that we are here, you may proceed alone. Do not drag me along. You old rascal, what pride do you possess? Just do not regret it later," Li Bugu scoffed, disregarding Bai Mei as he strode towards the Moshui courtyard. "Humph, what is there for me to regret?" Bai Mei huffed in anger. Rather than visiting the elder Li Bugu spoke of, he was far more intrigued by the young boy he had encountered earlier. Li Bugu entered the courtyard with ease. "Old Li, is that you? It has been quite a while," Yu Qing exclaimed, visibly excited upon seeing Li Bugu. Although their acquaintance was not particularly close, the memory of this elderly gentleman lingered vividly in his mind. "You, esteemed elder, I am surprised you still remember me," Li Bugu replied, taken aback. "How could I forget? What say you to sharing a few drinks?" Yu Qing smiled. "Absolutely. I happen to bring along some fine wine," Li Bugu responded enthusiastically. With that, the seemingly mismatched pair of the elderly and the youthful raised their cups and began to toast. After several rounds, Li Bugu took the initiative to recount the recent episode where he had dispatched 5 disciples to the Fuyao Empire. My intention was for those young ones to gain valuable experience, and if they happened upon an esteemed elder, perhaps they would receive a word of guidance. Little did I know that the elder had long since departed from the Fuyao Empire," Li Bugu candidly shared, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. In response, Yu Qing merely smiled lightly. Such matters carried no disgrace. He recalled his own early days in this world, where he sought out skilled mentors with fervor. Li Bugu's straightforwardness only served to enhance his favorability in Yu Qing's eyes. However, he had not anticipated how his 2 experimental subjects had managed to escape. Certainly, regarding the matters of the Fuyao Empire, he did not take them to heart. Upon witnessing Yu Qing's understanding, Li Bugu displayed a grateful expression and repeatedly toasted Yu Qing. "Master, we are back." At that moment, the sound of the courtyard door being pushed open resonated, revealing Xiao Lier. Following Xiao Lier was Bai Duo. Despite their journey, Bai Duo's heart remained unsettled, particularly upon returning to this courtyard. If Xiao Lier possessed such formidable strength, could Yu Qing, as her master, truly be as extraordinary as she had previously imagined? Especially as she recalled Xiao Lier mentioning that her presence was a safety measure specifically entrusted by Yu Qing. This thought weighed heavily on Bai Duo's mind, making her steps into the courtyard feel increasingly burdensome, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of shyness. Simultaneously, not far from the courtyard, Bai Mei also took notice. Initially languid and inwardly criticizing Li Bugu, his eyes widened upon seeing Xiao Lier and her companion. When he heard Xiao Lier call out for her master at the entrance, his mouth fell agape. Even a fool could predict that the master she called upon was likely the esteemed elder whom Li Bugu intended for him to meet. After all, in the same courtyard, who else could it be? Instantly, Bai Mei's composure unraveled, and a tightening discomfort gripped his heart. Having known Li Bugu for such a long time, he did not doubt his words. On the contrary, he recognized that there must indeed be a remarkable figure present. However, in his view, even an eminent personage should only be slightly more powerful than them, as he himself was an ancestor of a sect. There was no need to adopt such a demeanor of reverence simply for someone marginally stronger. Yet, upon witnessing Xiao Lier, that perception shifted entirely. The prowess of her disciple astonished him, leading him to surmise that the master must be unfathomably profound. Unable to contain himself, he paced back and forth, his eyes frequently darting towards the Moshui courtyard. Why hadn't this old fellow emerged yet? It had been quite some time. What was the delay in a mere greeting? Could he possibly be indulging in drinks within? Thus, he continued to wait, pacing restlessly. After a while, with still no sign of Li Bugue, he could no longer restrain himself and hastily retrieved a communication jade slip. "Oldly, have you come out yet? If you're still insistent, I've come to a resolution. I shall accompany you to meet this esteemed elder you spoke of." Chapter 55. Nonsense. How could the esteemed ancestor of a sect feel envious? Meanwhile, Li Bugue was entirely oblivious to Bai Mei, who awaited outside. Upon seeing Xiao Lier and Bai Duo enter, he too was taken aback. It was evident he had not anticipated that Xiao Lier was, in fact, Yu Qing's disciple. Although he was already aware of Yu Qing's exceptional abilities, this revelation still caught him off guard. Upon the arrival of the young carp, she recounted the recent events to Yu Qing with meticulous detail. After hearing her report, Yu Qing nodded, seemingly unfazed by the revelations. He cast a normal gaze at Bai Zhua, who, for reasons unknown, felt a twinge of embarrassment under the weight of his scrutiny. Internally, she was anything but calm. The placid expression on Yu Qing's face indicated that he had already been aware of the matter at hand, and he had evidently anticipated the outcome. It was clear that Yu Qing was quite composed, which effectively negated her earlier relief, as she had mistakenly believed that Xiao Li's prowess was solely responsible for the situation, rather than Yu Qing's influence. However, it was now apparent that this was not the case. Yu Qing was not merely the somewhat accomplished young man she had presumed him to be, but rather a formidable presence beyond her imagination. At that moment, her emotions were in turmoil. She found herself wondering whether it was sheer luck that led her to seek assistance from a random courtyard, only to encounter such an extraordinary individual. Yet, recalling her previous arrogance in front of Yu Qing, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of absurdity. Bai Zhuo was at a loss for words, her face flushed with heat. "I have guests here. Please excuse me," Yu Qing remarked, noticing her discomfort with a gentle smile. "Thank you," Bai Zhuo nodded, casting a glance at Li Bugu, who stood beside Yu Qing, before retreating into the room. "Oldly, let us continue our drinks," Yu Qing cheerfully suggested. "Of course, senior." "Ha!" Li Bugu responded with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, outside the door, Bai Mei remained in a state of impatience. "This damn Li Bugu, why is he still not out?" he grumbled, noticing that his earlier message had gone unanswered. Bai Mei continued to scan the courtyard, feeling an urge to knock on the door multiple times, only to hesitate and retreat. What would it signify if I merely knocked? It would be impolite, and, worse yet, how would that old man Li Bugu perceive me? It would be an utter embarrassment. With this thought, he straightened his proud posture, though his gaze could not help but drift back toward the courtyard. At that moment, the courtyard door swung open, revealing Yu Qing and Li Bugu, engaged in jovial conversation. "Come, I shall lead you to procure some of the renowned peach blossom wine," Yu Qing exclaimed with a smile. "Excellent. I have heard of the South's famed peach blossom wine. I must taste it today," Li Bugu replied excitedly. As they chatted, Bai Mei, not far off in a building, suddenly erupted in a fit of coughs. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of his coughing caught the attention of Yu Qing and Li Bugu, who turned their gazes toward him. Bai Mei stood tall in his pavilion, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out towards the south of the city, his demeanor both distant and profound. The gentle breeze ruffled his long robe, causing his hair to billow, revealing an ethereal grace. Yet, every so often, his brows would twitch, casting furtive glances in the direction of the two men. "Li Bugu, call me, do call me." Yu Qing glanced at him, just as he was about to pose a question to Li Bugu. Li Bugu swiftly interjected, "Elder, let us hasten to procure some wine." Yu Qing nodded, not pondering further. He then accompanied Li Bugu towards the wine shop. As they prepared to leave, Bai Mei suddenly began to cough. With an increasingly loud crescendo, he even expelled a mouthful of phlegm. Yet, engrossed in their conversation about wine, the two paid him no heed. In desperation, Bai Mei darted about aimlessly, wondering why the old fellow, Li Bugu, did not come to his aid. Observing that they had gone far ahead, he, undeterred, pursued them. He reappeared on the rooftop ahead of Yu Qing and Li Bugu, stroking his beard and coughing once more. "Elder, you may go ahead. I shall be there shortly." Li Bugu, noticing this, darkened his expression. After greeting Yu Qing, he hurriedly approached Bai Mei. "What are you doing?" "Bai Mei," Li Bugu demanded. "I am doing nothing, old man. Is it not permissible for me to cough?" Bai Mei replied earnestly. Coughing, I see, is no trivial matter? Li Bugu furrowed his brow, then smirked. Ah, I understand, you wish to befriend that esteemed elder, do you? Bai Mei's expression shifted between uncertainty and defiance. Yet he feigned bravado, asserting, nonsense, I do not. Suit yourself, do not loiter about. I am enjoying a fine drink with the elder, and we may linger in the southern lands for quite some time. If you wish to leave, do so. With that, Li Bugu attempted to depart. Stay for a while longer? Bai Mei, upon hearing this, grew anxious and quickly obstructed Li Bugu's path. Cough, old man, after much contemplation. Considering our long-standing friendship and your insistence, I suppose I could accompany you. Bai Mei stood firmly in front of Li Bugu, adjusting his graying beard, speaking earnestly. Oh, your willingness brings me solace. It is not in vain that I have known you for so many years. However, prior to our meeting, I felt a tinge of apprehension that prompted me to seek company. Now that I have met him, companionship is unwarranted. With this, Li Bugu attempted to leave again. Bai Mei, truly alarmed, exclaimed, No, do not go. I can genuinely accompany you. Hearing this, Li Bugu finally detected something amiss. Turning back to regard Bai Mei with a knowing look. You are not yourself, not at all. I understand now. You have been waiting outside. Did you not witness that the child who vanquished the Five Elements Alliance is the elder's disciple? Have you changed your mind? Seeing such a formidable elder so close. Are you feeling envious? Do you wish to forge a connection now, regretting your earlier stance? Nonsense. I, Bai Mei, am not that sort of person. Bai Mei straightened his posture, declaring with conviction, I merely fear you might be lonely and kindly intended to accompany you. Why do you fail to appreciate my good intentions? I am not lonely in the least, nor do I require your company. You may return. Li Bugu waved his hand dismissively. You, Li Bugu, halt right there. The white-browed elder, his face flushed, exclaimed, After all these years of acquaintance, who is the elder brother, you or I? I have promised to accompany you. So as the elder brother, I shall take the lead. With that, he unceremoniously seized Li Bugu and began striding towards the direction of Yu Qing. You old rascal. You are clearly envious, yet refuse to admit it. Nonsense. I, the venerable ancestor of the Bai Mei clan, envious of what? Now lead the way. The two old men bickered, but eventually caught up with Yu Qing. Upon meeting Yu Qing, Bai Mei exchanged knowing glances with Li Bugu. Li Bugu glared back in anger. But when it came time to introduce Bai Mei, he graciously gave him the spotlight. Bai Mei was elated by the introduction and quickly saluted Yu Qing, saying, I am unworthy of such praise. It is all thanks to old Li. I have often heard him speak of you, esteemed senior. Bai Mei is honored to meet you. Chapter 56. What face do you have to wish to be master and disciple? Immediately, the two old men joyfully clustered around Yu Qing, and soon they went to drink. After finishing their drinks, the three returned to the Moshui courtyard, raising their glasses and toasts. After a few rounds, Bai Mei revealed a broad grin, exposing his large front teeth, and said, Esteemed senior, I have a splendid gift for you, which I believe you will find quite useful. Oh, what might this gift be? Intrigued by Bai Mei's mysterious tone, Yu Qing couldn't help but inquire. Our Kunlun sect members may not possess overwhelming strength, but we excel in peculiar arts, among which puppet mastery is the most formidable. I happen to have a puppet with me, and today I intend to present it to you. It can assist you with chores in this Moshui courtyard and run errands when needed. Bai Mei explained. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a humanoid puppet appeared before the three. Though called a puppet, its appearance bore no difference from that of a living person, truly lifelike. Yu Qing couldn't help but be astonished. Chang'an, come and pour the wine, Bai Mei commanded, waving his hand towards the puppet. Yes, the puppet replied respectfully, pouring wine for the three of them before standing quietly to the side. In addition to what I just mentioned, this puppet can even learn. If you are inclined to teach, it can absorb knowledge, whether it be music, strategy, calligraphy, or poetry. Most importantly, it can cultivate as well. Admittedly, its cultivation level may not impress you, but it is sufficient to deal with ordinary scoundrels. Having said this, Bai Mei extended his hand. This puppet has been with me for 20 years, and I now choose to gift it to you. You merely need to imprint your spiritual consciousness upon it, and it will obey your commands. Upon hearing Bai Mei's words, Yu Qing was momentarily speechless. This was akin to the artificial intelligence from the world he had traversed, capable of learning and even nurturing. One couldn't deny that this was indeed a remarkable gift. However, How could a gentleman ever usurp another's glory? Though his heart was stirred, he nonetheless declined. No, 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 Bai Mei hastily asserted. Upon meeting the esteemed elder, my admiration flows like the endless torrents of a mighty river, akin to a flood that cannot be contained. You must accept this, should you refuse. It would signify a lack of regard for me, Bai Mei. Seeing Bai Mei's earnestness, Yu Qing found himself quite fond of the item. He nodded, no longer resisting. Since acquiring the system, his interest in mere cultivation had waned somewhat, replaced by a fascination for the peculiar and extraordinary. This puppet indeed held significance for him. It would serve as a useful assistant during his experiments. In that case, I shall accept this item. Of course, as a token of gratitude, should you ever require assistance. Do not hesitate to ask, my dear Bai Mei, Yu Qing remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Mei's expression brightened instantly. Amidst their laughter, he promptly raised his glass in salute to Yu Qing. It was not until the sky darkened that the two reluctantly took their leave. However, ever since Bai Mei had produced the humanoid puppet, Li Bugu had felt a lingering discomfort. Once they exited the courtyard, he could no longer restrain himself. Bai Mei, you truly are full of surprises. If I am not mistaken, that puppet was among your most prized possessions from the Kunlun sect, is it not? It is essentially a treasure of your sect, yet you claim to embody righteousness, disdainful of flattery? How can you reconcile that with presenting your sect's treasure? At this, Bai Mei shot him a sidelong glance, humming a playful tune as he leisurely shook his body. What's the matter? Feeling a bit envious? You're uneasy because I received a promise from an esteemed elder? If you have the means, why not gift something as well? With that, Bai Mei strode forward with an air of pride. What do I have to be envious of? I have known the elder for quite some time. Our relationship is beyond your imagination, Li Bugu retorted, holding his head high. Humph, then why didn't the elder bestow a promise upon you? Bai Mei countered with a sidelong glance. I. Li Bugu was momentarily at a loss for words, then mustered the courage to say, the relationship I share with the elder requires no promises. If ever an issue arises, I am confident the elder would assist without hesitation. Anyone can boast. That is still preferable to your sycophantic ways. In an instant, the two elderly men began bickering once more. In the courtyard, Yu Qing was engrossed in studying the puppet, which had now recognized him as its master and obeyed his commands. Meanwhile, at a distance near the entrance, Bai Duo observed Yu Qing's silhouette with a complex expression. In truth, she had never entered the room. She had witnessed the earlier scene of the two old men drinking with Yu Qing in its entirety. Initially, she had been unable to ascertain the identities of the two elders. It was only when Bai Mei produced the puppet, coupled with their prior conversation, that she formally recognized the identities of the two elderly men. One was an ancestor of the Kunlun immortal sect, and the other an ancestor of the Tai immortal sect. These two figures represented the pinnacle of power in the southern wilderness. However, she observed their deference towards Yu Qing, addressing him as senior and frequently engaging in acts of flattery. Although she had already discerned Yu Qing's exceptional nature upon witnessing Xiao Lier slay the esteemed elder of the Five Elements Alliance and report back, the impact was far more profound than mere hearsay. The recollection of her previous demeanor before him now filled her with a heightened sense of absurdity. Lost in thought, she bit her crimson lip, seemingly having made a momentous decision, and approached Yu Qing, eventually standing beside him. Miss Bai, is there something you need? Yu Qing inquired. His attention divided as he examined the puppet. Bai Zhu's expression was complex, her complexion flushed. She hesitated for quite some time before finally speaking. Thank you for today. Yu Qing nodded in acknowledgement and asked, is there anything else? Bai Zhu hesitated, her hand clenched tightly beneath her sleeve, the pressure turning her fingertips pale. Bai Zhu's gaze was fixed anxiously upon Yu Qing as she stammered. May I ask if the bond of master and disciple can still be considered valid? Upon hearing her words, Yu Qing lifted his gaze to meet hers, withdrawing his thoughts from the puppet. After a brief silence, he rose and walked to the railing, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed over the expanse of azure waters. He then retorted, do you recall that since our first encounter, you have never referred to me as master? You have never regarded me as such. His response left Bai Zhu feeling an unbearable heat, wishing she could simply vanish into the ground. Therefore, miss, once your injuries have healed, you should take your leave, Yu Qing stated with indifference. At this, Bai Zhu was overwhelmed with shame, biting her lip in silence for a long while before finally responding, yes. Of course, There is no need for such distress. As I mentioned earlier, you are welcome to recover fully before departing. Yu Qing continued with a gentle smile. After all, even when business is not concluded, there remains a bond of kindness. With that, he patted her shoulder and returned to the house. Yet, Bai Zhu remained rooted in place, unable to regain her composure for an extended time. Her delicate frame trembled, her eyes reddening as tears cascaded down her cheeks. A tumult of shame and regret enveloped her heart. Since entering this small courtyard, she had consistently underestimated Yu Qing. Whether it was acknowledging him as her master or calling him master, her heart had always been filled with reluctance and even resentment. Even after he had genuinely saved her, she never regarded him as a master. It was only now, witnessing his formidable strength and extraordinary nature, that her perspective began to shift. Upon the prospect of becoming a disciple of Yu Qing, she was filled with the possibility of immense fortune, compelling her to cast aside her obstinate pride and genuinely aspire to be his apprentice. Yet, upon reflection, she questioned her own worthiness. What right did she have? Throughout it all, Yu Qing never laid blame. He first saved her life by alleviating her poison, then sent Xiao Li to vanquish the master, another act of salvation. Even at the end, he suggested she recuperate fully before departing. This realization burdened Bai Zhu's heart with profound sorrow. She understood clearly that once this opportunity slipped away, it would be lost forever. Chapter 57. My brother will not abandon me. At the entrance, Yu Qing paused momentarily to glance at Bai Zhu, shaking his head in silence. Their encounter signified a bond of teacher and disciple. Had he saved her life and she expressed a desire to have him as her mentor, he would have gladly accepted that role. However, fate often unfolds in unpredictable ways. Sometimes, choices made are irrevocable. It remains true. Consider it a transaction. She preserved her life, and he fulfilled a task set by the system. The transaction complete, they would continue on their separate paths. The only distinction being that, should their paths cross in the future, she might invite him for a drink. Meanwhile, in the south, a grand celebration was underway. The headquarters of the Array Masters Guild had been officially completed. A magnificent edifice rose to a height of 9 stories in the heart of South City, instantly becoming a landmark of the nation. To commemorate the completion of the Guild's headquarters, the Empress of the South decreed a grand celebration to take place in 7 days. Attendees would not only include citizens of the South, but also Array Masters from across the southern regions. Additionally, various nations from the South would send envoys bearing gifts, recognizing the universal necessity of Array Masters. Some emperors would even attend in person, both to participate in the festivities and to strengthen diplomatic ties with the South. As such, over 20 sovereigns were confirmed to grace the celebration, including several from prominent nations. Within the Fuyao Empire, Nangong Fuyao sat at the head of the Fuyao Hall. Having received this news, beside her stood a middle-aged man. Following the departure of Sun Xuanji and the death of Sun Taifu, Nangong Fuyao had to appoint a new leader for the Heavenly Palace, a man named Zhao Qian. Director Zhao sent a formal message to the South, declaring his intention to attend the celebration. The Empress spoke, Your Majesty, given our previous plans to attack the South, they may still harbor resentment. Your visit might not be prudent, Zhao Qian cautioned. The South? What is the South? The Southern Kingdom is currently in a position of great power, and it is all due to my brother. Without him, what would the Southern Kingdom amount to? Nangong Fuyao exclaimed with anger. Indeed, the Prince of Qing is the elder brother of His Majesty. Regardless of the circumstances, no one shares a bond as profound as that between His Majesty and the Prince of Qing, Zhao Qian quickly replied. However, while His Majesty may not regard Nanshe highly, the Prince of Qing is still quite displeased with him. Zhao Qian furrowed his brow, revealing his concern. You do not understand, Nangong Fuyao said in a deep voice. You are utterly unaware of the bond between us siblings, nor do you comprehend the trials we have endured together. He is indeed still upset with me, but I bear the responsibility for not properly apologizing to him. Therefore, this visit, ostensibly a congratulatory one, is in truth an endeavor to bring my brother back. I shall bring his favorite wine and cherished gifts, and I will inform him that 2 demonic creatures have issued a warning regarding my life. If he learns of this, he would never forsake me. He will always hold me dear. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian felt somewhat relieved. Although misunderstandings exist between the Prince of Qing and His Majesty, I believe they will soon reconcile. I shall make preparations immediately. We will set forth shortly, Zhao Qian asserted. Nangong Fu Yao nodded in agreement. Once Zhao Qian had departed, her brow furrowed once more. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the back of Fu Yao Palace. That resurrected by exile had claimed he was to attend to some matter for her, yet he had not returned until now. How much time had passed? Where on earth could he be? Surely he hasn't fled? Damn it! Nangong Fu Yao clenched her brow tightly. To aid in his recovery, she had invested considerable resources. If he truly had run away, it would be a tremendous loss for the Fu Yao Empire. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days flew by. As the grand celebration of the Southern Kingdom approached, the entire realm buzzed with excitement. Not far from Shangnan City, atop a mist-shrouded peak, 2 men suddenly appeared. One, with flowing white hair, had a few colorful little birds chirping merrily on his shoulder. The other man, clad in black, followed silently, his expression inscrutable. Nirchong is dead. This situation has become intriguing, the white-haired man remarked, playfully toying with the birds perched upon him. A smile lingering at the corner of his mouth despite the demise of a trusted subordinate. May I take another trip, Alliance leader? The black-clad man inquired, bowing slightly. No need. Since Nirchong has met his demise, your visit would only lead to a similar fate, the white-haired man replied nonchalantly. Let us go? We shall personally visit the masters of that flock of chickens and ducks. With Nirchang's death, I find myself in desperate need of capable individuals. In the Southern Kingdom's grand celebration, how fortuitous it is for me. Since the leader has personally taken charge, it is certain that any presence in the southern regions shall be swept away. The man cloaked in black proclaimed excitedly. There is no need for flattery. Let us depart. As the soft voice of the white-haired man resonated, the 2 vanished in the blink of an eye. When they reappeared, they found themselves in Upper Southern City. Chapter 58. Not a monkey, but a demon? In Upper Southern City, the white-haired man and the black-clad guardian appeared silently. Begone! A sharp command erupted from the guardian's lips, causing the surrounding crowd to buzz with confusion. Instantly, chaos ensued as people scattered in all directions. Before long, the once bustling street was left desolate, with only the white-haired man and his black-clad guardian remaining. This diminutive Upper Southern City truly is a splendid place, its fortunes thriving. From here, it seems a most promising choice. As he mused, the white-haired man flicked his tongue, delicately grasped the small bird perched upon his shoulder, and, like a delectable morsel, slowly brought it to his lips. Swallowing it whole, feathers and all, he revealed a hint of lingering satisfaction in the curve of his lips. Master, what are your next instructions? The black-clad guardian inquired respectfully from behind. Let us divide our efforts. You shall seek out those foolish emperors, while I shall pursue that enigmatic individual. I can hardly wait to claim him as my own, he declared, a fierce aura emanating from him, and a shadow of malice crossing his fair visage. And what of the white-haired woman? The guardian questioned. She has become inconsequential. The white-haired man waved his hand dismissively. Understood. I will act accordingly, the guardian replied with a bow, before vanishing from sight. On the street, it appeared as if no trace of the 2 had ever existed. Even those who had been scattered moments before seemed to have forgotten the presence of such individuals. In the courtyard of the mists, Yu Qing was engrossed in the study of puppetry. The day after parting from the white-browed man, he eagerly employed the art of transmutation on the puppet. While its exterior appeared largely unchanged, it was entirely different from before. Simultaneously, Imo San, one of the 4 great demons, knelt before him. Drink this potion, Yu Qing commanded, looking down upon him. Why must it be me? Imo San lamented, tears welling in his eyes. There are 4 of us, and I am the most obedient, gentle, honest, and cooperative among us. In a desperate bid to avoid being the test subject, Imo San resorted to any plea he could muster. After all, it was a case of may the death of a friend spare me. Precisely because you are the cleverest, you shall be the first to drink, Yu Qing stated. Please no? Imo San implored, his eyes filled with desperation. Yu Qing's expression darkened. Seeing this, Imo San had no choice but to gulp down the potion without further ado. How does it feel? After he finished drinking, Yu Qing anxiously gazed at him. This was the potion he had meticulously formulated after numerous trials. An itch ensued. Imo San writhed as visible red rashes began to sprout across his body. Simultaneously, his lips, which had just come into contact with the potion, became swollen and red, resembling skin scalded by boiling water. What else? Yu Qing inquired with concern. There's more. Mo Sanson intended to mention the numbness in his limbs, but in the next moment, he felt a tremendous force surging through his meridians, enhancing his blood flow. Within mere moments, the cultivation level that had plummeted under the suppression of the Fuyo Empire rapidly restored itself. But that was not all. After regaining his strength, he surged toward the next threshold. In an instant, a terrifying demonic aura permeated the entire courtyard. Had it not been for the courtyard already transformed by the technique of turning stone into gold, this overwhelming demonic presence alone could have thrown the entire Shangnan city into chaos. Demons? How could there be a demonic aura? Bai Zhua, practicing in the courtyard, immediately sensed the energy rushing toward her. She swiftly identified the source of this demonic essence. Was it the monkeys she had been nurturing? To her astonishment, it was not monkeys, it was demons. She was incredulous that she had been harboring demons at home and using them for experimentation. Bai Zhua stared at Mo Sanson in disbelief, then cast a shocked glance at Yu Qing. Having stayed with Yu Qing for so long, she was well aware of his studies in alchemy and how he had forced those 4 test subjects into a daily state of despair. Once, she naively believed they were merely monkeys. Now she realized they were all demons. Reflecting on how they trembled before Yu Qing, her heart swelled with astonishment. Simultaneously, she noticed the demonic aura emanating from Mo Sanson intensifying, making it hard for her to breathe. Nearby, the practicing Xiao Li and Chui Wei also cast their gazes toward the commotion. Is this what demons are like? Chui Wei was equally astonished. The master had been using demons for testing. However, Xiao Li, perhaps due to her youth or innocence, appeared rather unfazed. Not only have I recovered, but I have also broken through. Moments later, Mo Sanson erupted into laughter, and after finishing, he cast a fervent gaze at Yu Qing. Suddenly, he knelt before Yu Qing. Thank you, master, thank you. In that moment, the title he used for Yu Qing changed. Having been suppressed beneath the Fuyo imperial city for so many years, his cultivation had continually declined, highlighting the depth of his excitement. It seemed that this potion had been successfully concocted. Yu Qing smiled, his face radiating satisfaction, observing Mo Sanson, who despite his breakthrough still faced persistent side effects. He remarked, though the side effects are indeed considerable, it matters not. What counts is that it is effective. You may return now. Then summon your little demon 4 to take the medicine as well. However, remember, do not assume that after a breakthrough, there will be no need for further trials. You must obediently continue to endure the tests, Yu Qing stated. Yes, my master. Please feel free to test the medicine on me. Direct all your attention towards me. Do not let my brothers endure such suffering. Allow me to bear it alone. Demon 3 knelt on the ground, speaking earnestly. This sight made Yu Qing chuckle, and he quickly waved his hand, sending him back to the little black room. After the breakthrough, Demon 3's gait had transformed entirely, now strutting with an air of confidence. Such a demeanor was only seen in front of Yu Qing. Were he to venture outside, even a dog would likely give him a slap. Upon returning to the little black room, the eldest and second demons, who had been in a deep slumber from the last medicinal trial, just awoke. Recalling the torment they had endured, their hatred towards Demon 3 and Little Demon 4 intensified. Demon 3, Little Demon 4, may you both meet a wretched end. You traitorous scoundrels. The eldest and second demons cursed furiously. Heaven knows the tribulations they had suffered during this period, especially after Demon 3 proclaimed that one possessed formidable cultivation while the other was robust. Yu Qing truly inundated them with trials. There was not a single day devoid of side effects for them. Previously, whenever faced with the insults from the eldest and second demons, Demon 3 and Little Demon 4 could only bow their heads in silence. However, this time, in response to the curses, Demon 3 merely cast a sidelong glance at them. Foolish. He then slightly puffed out his chest and quietly revealed his cultivation level. Confined within the little black room, due to the isolation from the misty water courtyard, their senses were entirely cut off. They were unaware of Demon 3's breakthrough. Thus, upon witnessing the aura emanating from him, the other 3 demons exclaimed in disbelief. You have regained your cultivation, and not only that, you have advanced further? Demon 3 proudly nodded, then settled into a corner with one leg crossed over the other. How can this be? The other demons were incredulous, but Little Demon 4 quickly deduced the reason, exclaiming, It's the medicine that has elevated you. Indeed, Demon 3 affirmed with a nod. Little Demon 4's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly asked, "Third brother, what is this medicine?" Feeling the aura radiating from Demon 3, he could not help but feel envious. Both had been suppressed in the Fuyao Empire for many years. Now that Demon 3 had recovered and even progressed, he wished for nothing more. Noticing Little Demon 4's anxious demeanor, Demon 3 did not respond immediately. Instead, he summoned Little Demon 4 closer, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said earnestly, "Little 4, let me speak frankly with you. After our escape from the Fuyao Empire, do you know why I chose a southern direction?" Little Demon 4's eyes sparkled with both surprise and disbelief at these words. "Could it be you, my third brother? This was intentional." With these words, Mo Sanson began to reflect. "You must understand, when we emerged from the seal of the Fuyao Empire, our strength was but a shadow of its former self. We found ourselves in the realm of humanity. What should we have done? Return to the demon realm? Yet we were cast out from there, with no path back. Remaining among humans would ultimately lead to our continued sealing or being slaughtered by them. In the end, I calculated and discerned that great fortunes awaited us in the south. And so I resolutely journeyed there." Upon hearing Mo Sanson's words, Mo Xiaoxi's eyes widened in surprise. "Alas," Mo Sanson sighed, continuing, "it's also my fault for not informing you sooner. After all, I foresaw that to witness the blooming of flowers, one must endure numerous trials. I feared that if I told you in advance, you might not withstand such tribulations." As Mo Xiaoxi listened, a profound sense of gratitude and shame washed over his face. "Elder brother, all of this was within your control? You had foreseen so much. How foolish I was to resent you for bringing me to the south, only to fall into the hands of demons. It turns out you did all this for my sake." "All is well now," Mo Sanson said. "It's all in the past. I have already spoken a few kind words on your behalf to our master, and he has agreed to help you restore your strength. You should go now." "Really?" Mo Xiaoxi exclaimed, filled with excitement. "Of course it's true. Go quickly," Mo Sanson urged. With great enthusiasm, Mo Xiaoxi exited the small dark room. As time passed slowly, he returned to the room. Although the side effects had intensified, his aura was evidently restored and even enhanced. "Elder brother, please allow me to pay my respects," Mo Xiaoxi said, his eyes brimming with admiration as he gazed at Mo Sanson. Meanwhile, the elder brothers looked on in astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Over the years, when had the third brother become so formidable? At that moment, Mo Sanson turned his gaze upon them. After a long sigh, he thoughtfully said, "Elder brothers, I know you harbor grievances against me, but now that it has come to this, I shall reveal the truth to you." "The truth? What truth?" the elder brothers inquired. Puzzled, Mo Sanson spoke slowly. "Though you remain unsealed and possess your cultivation, we have nonetheless been expelled from the demon realm, left to wander aimlessly in the territory of humans. But what lies ahead?" This probing of souls indeed stumped the elder brothers. They had not considered the future. "Did you think I lured you here to suffer? Wrong, profoundly wrong. As brothers, I feared you would have nowhere to go, that one day you might be slain or sealed by human cultivators. This is why I devised a plan to bring you here, to seek refuge with a worthy master alongside me. After all, if the two of us can break through, why can't the two of you?" This statement struck a profound chord within the souls of the first and second leaders. Upon careful reflection, it seemed that Mo Sanson's words held a semblance of truth. The demons and humans have always been at odds. Over the years, they have walked perilously on the edge of a blade, narrowly escaping numerous ambushes from humans and managing to survive by the skin of their teeth. Thus, I took the liberty of choosing a wise leader for you, outlining the path that lies ahead. However, I feared that you might reject or refuse it, so I could only. As these thoughts lingered, Mo Sanson covered his face, bowing his head, seemingly burdened by an overwhelming weight. Observing his pitiable demeanor, the first and second leaders felt their hearts soften. "Is what you say true, third brother?" The first leader could not help but inquire. "Do not doubt him." At that moment, Mo Xiaoxi interjected. "Third brother has endured so much for us, and you still question him?" The first and second leaders exchanged glances, then replied, "But third brother, we are aligning ourselves with humans, and we, as demons, are naturally opposed to them." Indeed, Mo Xiaoxi nodded, blinking his eyes in agreement, redirecting his gaze. "What of humanity? Does aligning with them mean returning to the realm of demons?" At this juncture, Mo Sanson lifted his head once more and posed the question. "Do those demons in the realm of demons regard us as their kin?" Do you not desire to return and seek vengeance? As these words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the group. Indeed, who among them did not yearn for revenge? They had been cast out from the realm of demons, and those demons had never treated them as equals. In contrast, these humans were willing to accept them, providing them with shelter and enhancing their powers. How did that compare to the demons? Mo Xiaosen inquired further. I concur with third brother. Mo Xiaosi was the first to rise in agreement. The first and second leaders exchanged glances once again, feeling an innate sense of unease in their small dark room. Yet, Mo Sansan's arguments bore a certain validity, leaving them unable to pinpoint any flaws. They were caught in a haze of confusion, their faces betraying a trace of guilt towards Mo Sansan. Oh, third brother, you have truly borne a heavy burden. It seems we have wronged you. Chapter 60. He is the embodiment of invincibility, capable of sweeping across the southern wilderness with a mere wave of his hand. On that day, Mo Sansan knelt before Yu Qing, recounting the dialogue from the small dark room in its entirety. Master, we have all made the decision to fully devote ourselves to your service, and we hope that you will accept us. Should you command us to go east, we shall not venture west. If you instruct us to slay chickens, we shall not harm dogs. If you require us to test potions, we shall comply. As long as you are willing, we will become your 4 loyal companions and willingly accept the mark of servitude, with no desire for anything extravagant. I simply wish for my master's future success in the realm of medicine, enabling us to ascend to greater heights. Upon finishing this declaration, Mo Sansan earnestly bowed before Yu Qing. Sitting comfortably in a reclining chair, Yu Qing gazed at Mo Sansan with a knowing look. One must admit, this individual is indeed a remarkable talent. However, he is also quite astute. He even recognizes the inconveniences that come with being a demon in the human world, willingly offering himself as a servant and allowing me to plant the mark of servitude within him. Indeed, since ancient times, humans and demons have been at odds. Yet, Yu Qing has never been concerned with such matters. He follows his own heart, and, after a moment's hesitation, consented to Mo Sansan's request. Firstly, he genuinely required some long-term test subjects for his experiments. Secondly, once the mark of servitude was implanted, he was not apprehensive about their potential betrayal, for with the mark, a mere thought from him could render them ash. Thirdly, there are times when demons can be more reliable than humans. Yu Qing extended his hand, hovering it in the air. Upon seeing this, Mo Sansan's expression brightened instantly as he eagerly leaned forward, placing his head beneath Yu Qing's palm. With a gentle pressure, Yu Qing's hand radiated light, imprinting a mark into Mo Sansan's mind. After a brief moment of daze, Mo Sansan knelt heavily on the ground. I pay my respects to my master. Rise, and summon the others, Yu Qing instructed. Yes, my master, I shall do so at once. Mo Sansan, filled with excitement, hurried back to the small dark room, soon returning with Mo Xiaosi and the other 2. Subsequently, Yu Qing also marked each of them with the mark of servitude. Thus, the 4 great demons were collectively brought under Yu Qing's command. You shall come forth to assist in the experiments, and when not required, you may roam freely in the vicinity. Having planted the mark of servitude, Yu Qing granted them certain freedoms, rather than confining them within the small dark room all day. Thank you, master. The 4 demons responded enthusiastically. As time gradually passed, Shangnan City grew increasingly vibrant. Many emperors from various nations had arrived in the city. In anticipation, Nanshi had already designated a piece of land in Shangnan City, embarking on grand constructions to erect a series of interconnected palaces. This palace complex was collectively known as the Palace of Many Emperors. Within the Palace of Many Emperors, there were several dozen great halls, and the visiting emperors from other nations were accommodated in different halls according to their respective countries. Therefore, the Palace of Many Emperors was not only heavily guarded by the Southern Kingdom, but also fortified by the troops brought by the visiting nations, creating a formidable defense that was impenetrable. In the Earth Emperor's Hall, where the Emperor of the Earth Kingdom temporarily resided, the Earth Kingdom, while remote, had a fierce populace known for their martial prowess. Thus those who ascended to the throne there did so through sheer strength. However, at this moment, amidst the stringent defenses of the Earth Emperor's Hall, a figure clad in black appeared silently. Who are you? The Emperor of the Earth Kingdom, Zhao Guang, gazed warily at the sudden appearance of the cloaked figure. Despite his formidable strength, he was utterly perplexed by how the stranger had materialized before him. Fear not, my lord. I come to discuss a collaboration, the enigmatic figure stated forthrightly. Collaboration? I don't even know who you are. What could we possibly collaborate on? The emperor retorted with a cold snort. My identity is of little significance. What truly matters is whether you are willing to alter the existing power dynamics of the southern frontier, subjugating those nations that overshadow the Earth Kingdom. Such as the present-day southern nation, the cloaked figure spoke languidly. Change the dynamics of the southern frontier? The emperor was taken aback by the audacity of his words. But upon hearing the subsequent statements, he could not help but raise an inquisitive brow. Are you out of your mind? The figure merely smiled coldly. Then, for imperial seals manifested in his hands, the emperor was once again startled. As a sovereign himself, he recognized the authenticity of the seals in the stranger's possession. The imperial aura emanating from them was undeniable. This indicated that 4 emperors had previously struck a pact with this cloaked individual and had even willingly surrendered their seals. The emperor swiftly grasped the implications. Narrowing his eyes, he pondered for a considerable time before finally demanding, "Clarify your intentions." Noticing the emperor's evident intrigue, the cloaked figure smiled. It is quite simple. The southern frontier has remained static for far too long. Such a vast expanse of land does not necessitate the existence of so many nations. Thus, it will not be long before the majority of these nations face obliteration, leaving only those that pledge loyalty to us. So, Emperor, will you choose annihilation? Or do you aspire to be one of the few great powers that will remain after the transformation of the southern frontier? The figure's words seemed to resonate with a certain enchantment, greatly unsettling the emperor. Now, make a choice. Will you embrace destruction, or will you choose to ally with us, ultimately becoming a true leader in the southern frontier? Your words are mere seduction. Do not presume that a few imperial seals will intimidate me. The emperor retorted with a scoff, his voice grave. If you do not believe, then I shall assume the emperor has made his choice. The cloaked figure replied coldly before turning to leave. However, just as he took a few steps, the emperor called him back. A smirk appeared at the corners of the figure's mouth as he turned to face the emperor. How am I to trust you? The emperor scrutinized the cloaked figure. Allow me to present you with this. The figure waved his hand, and a radiant orb soared into the emperor's grasp. Upon receiving it, the emperor's expression shifted to one of astonishment. A spiritual artifact. Indeed. Should you agree, this artifact shall be yours. Understand that this is merely the most modest of benefits for those who choose to follow us, the cloaked figure said languidly. At this, the emperor's breath quickened. Despite being a ruler, he knew that even with the might of his kingdom, acquiring a spiritual artifact was no small feat. The true spiritual artifacts are monopolized by the celestial sects, and their circulation beyond these confines is utterly forbidden. The moment this individual made a move, he wielded a spiritual artifact, a fact that was sufficient to astonish the Earth's sovereign. With this artifact in hand, his power could multiply several-fold. However, while the southern wilderness appears to be a realm of myriad nations, the genuine power lies with the celestial sects operating behind the scenes. If you wish to alter the dynamics of the southern wilderness, you must first contend with these sects. Merely controlling a few nations holds little significance. At this juncture, the Earth's sovereign spoke again. Celestial sects? Ha! The man in black scoffed, displaying utter disdain. With our leader present, what do the celestial sects amount to? I dare say, we have already destroyed one of them, and it is merely a matter of time before the likes of the Tai sect and the Qinkuan sect meet the same fate. When that will be depends solely on our leader's mood. Ha! You speak of your leader? The Earth's sovereign inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Who is your leader? Who our leader is, you are not yet qualified to know. Perhaps, when you become one of us, you will have the opportunity to meet him. But until then, you need only understand that with our leader's presence, nothing is beyond our reach. He embodies invincibility itself, capable of sweeping across the entire southern wilderness with a mere gesture. Simultaneously, not far from the Misty Waters courtyard, a white-haired man appeared silently atop a pavilion. Is this the place? The scenery here is indeed quite splendid. What a pity it would be to destroy it. Yet, when dealing with individuals of some strength, I prefer to crush them from the outset, extinguishing their confidence entirely. Therefore, should you manage to survive, you may be worthy to follow me. At that moment, the white-haired man extended his slender hand into the air, which then coalesced above the Misty Waters courtyard into a colossal palm imprint, spanning a full 100 feet. He then brought it crashing down, a cruel smile curving his lips. However, in the next instant, his smile froze, and without uttering another word, he turned to flee. "Oh mother, I was wrong." For in his line of sight, as his palm descended, 6 beams of light surged into the sky, instantaneously neutralizing his attack. Each beam emanated an aura that commanded his caution. Among them, one bore no trace of humanity, akin to a specter, yet the explosive force it unleashed sent shivers down his spine. Another was a young boy wielding a knife, equally inscrutable, but the blade in his hand instilled a sense of terror in the white-haired man. The remaining 4 auras seemed to possess power comparable to his own, yet they evoked a deep-rooted tremor within his soul, a circumstance that could only imply one thing. These 4 possessed an innate bloodline suppression over him. His strike was akin to prodding a hornet's nest, evoking a swarm of lethal hornets that surged forth in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the silver-haired man realized he had stepped on a treacherous ground. Faced with the imminent threat to his life, he lost all semblance of calm and composure. Fleeing with a desperation that felt like a fight for survival, swiftly escaping the confines of Shangnan City. As he ran, he couldn't help but berate his misfortune, lamenting the calamity he had brought upon himself by returning to the fray only to encounter such formidable adversity. Yet, despite his swiftness, the pursuers were even faster, particularly the expressionless entity devoid of any human essence, leading the charge and launching a fist towards him. This blow seemed to encapsulate time and space, sealing off all avenues of escape, and in an instant, it transformed his head into a grotesque pulp. A thunderous crash reverberated, and it seemed the silver-haired man had met his demise. However, with the eruption of a sinister aura, his true form was unveiled, a colossal hydra, stretching over 100 feet long. At this moment, though, the hydra had only 6 heads remaining. One had been obliterated by the puppet Chang'an, while 2 others had long been lost. In legend, the hydra was also known as the immortal zombie worm, reputed to possess 9 lives. Not dead. This was indeed splendid news. "Brothers, hurry up." Among the pursuers, the 4 great demons were evidently present. Upon witnessing the hydra's survival, Emo-san was even more exhilarated. They had only recently joined Yu Qing, eager to make their mark, yet fearing that a single punch from Chang'an might extinguish their chance for glory. Therefore, seeing the scene unfold, the 4 great demons charged towards the hydra without a moment's hesitation. Having lost 1 head, the hydra was already in a weakened state. In a mere moment, each of the 4 demons succeeded in obliterating another head, leaving only 2 remaining. Just then, a glint of a blade flashed. Xiao Lier brandished her sword, severing yet another head from the last 2. "Don't kill it. Capture it to serve as a test subject for our master." At this juncture, as it appeared that Chang'an was about to strike again, Emo-san shouted out. Chang'an tilted his head slightly, a contemplative expression flickering across his features, before a formidable force enveloped the hydra. Under this immense power, the gargantuan hydra was forcibly compressed to a mere 5 feet in size, and he grasped it by the nape, securing it for transport. When the 6 returned, Yu Qing was seated in the courtyard, having not even poured his tea before noticing their arrival. "Master, teacher," they announced. "We've captured a small hydra to serve as a test subject for our master," Emo-san said with a sycophantic grin. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing cast a discerning glance at Emo-san. Indeed, he had previously administered his medicine to Baiduo, and the 4 great demons had not yet tested it on a creature. "Very well, let us use it for our experiments," Yu Qing responded with a smile. At this moment, the hydra, trampled underfoot by Chang'an, flicked its forked tongue, its cold, piercing gaze glinting with malevolence. "Humans, damned humans, release me at once. Do you not know who I am? I, the hydra, am the earthly envoy of the demon tribe, serving our kind. Within my veins flows the blood of demons, marking me as one of them. Should you fail to liberate me, and if my kin were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly lay waste to this place, devouring you whole." "Oh, so you possess demon blood as well?" Hearing this, Yu Qing found the situation increasingly intriguing. The 4 great demons sensed the amusement in the air. Emo-san crouched down, seizing the hydra's head, and remarked with a knowing smirk, "Little reptile, would you care to see what we truly are?" At the moment those words fell, the 4 great demons unleashed their demonic aura. As the malevolent energy surged forth, the hydra's eyes widened, and under the oppressive weight of their bloodline, it felt its very soul tremble. "Why you? Despite having sensed the oppressive aura earlier, the Hydra had not anticipated that the ones capable of obliterating its 4 heads were demons. Enough, you may disperse for now. I have some potions here. Let us conduct a small experiment with him. Once everyone had respectfully retreated, Yu Qing seized the Hydra and poured a large bowl of medicinal liquor down its throat. Before long, the Hydra was left in a state of near death, held in Yu Qing's grasp as he toyed with it. Senior. At that moment, Baiduo approached, hesitating as he observed Yu Qing's busy demeanor. Speak freely, what troubles you? Yu Qing replied, while continuing to manipulate the Hydra in his hands. There is a matter I have contemplated for quite some time, which I believe is imperative to discuss with you. As it pertains to the safety of the entire southern border, Baiduo said, his brow furrowed. Oh, pertaining to the safety of the southern border? Yu Qing raised his head in interest. Baiduo nodded solemnly and explained, though this matter does not directly involve you. I believe it is crucial since you are in the southern border. He then detailed the situation. Upon hearing it, Yu Qing's pupils constricted slightly. You mean to say that a 5 elements alliance has emerged in the southern border? Apart from the 2 great elders, there exists a mysterious leader. This leader is immensely powerful, perhaps even a match for the celestial sects. Indeed, extraordinarily powerful, and their strength may rival your own, Baiduo replied earnestly. While speaking, he noticed that Yu Qing was struggling to administer the medicine and hurriedly assisted by holding the Hydra's head, allowing Yu Qing to continue, adding, if my conjecture is correct, this mysterious entity harbors a grand scheme against the southern border. Chapter 62. Enabling your empire to soar to greatness. How did you come to know all of this? Yu Qing could not help but inquire. As I spoke, Baiduo's expression dimmed slightly, and she instinctively lowered her head. I was originally an elder of the Feiyun sect, which was the very sect he annihilated. I am the last remaining member. Before the sect master passed away, he entrusted me with the sect's treasured artifact, the Gathering Cloud Cauldron, along with the keys to our treasury. The treasury holds the accumulated wealth of Feiyun over countless years, while the Gathering Cloud Cauldron embodies our sect's fortune. The sect master told me that as long as the Gathering Cloud Cauldron and the treasury exist, Feiyun will endure. Even if I am the sole survivor, I can eventually rebuild the Feiyun sect, the 5 Elements Alliance, aiming to eradicate us completely and seize the fortune contained within the Gathering Cloud Cauldron along with the keys to the treasury, pursued me relentlessly. It was during this perilous time, gravely injured, that I encountered the senior. Baiduo recounted in detail. I see, Yu Qing nodded, quickly offering her a few words of comfort. By the way, is this serpent also from the 5 Elements Alliance? He asked, gripping the snake's head. This should not be the case. Baiduo shook her head, as it seemed to her that the 5 Elements Alliance did not possess serpent demons. Oh, then it appears this serpent is not here to trouble you. Yu Qing nodded, having sensed from the moment it attacked that the serpent was clearly targeting him. Let us continue discussing the mysterious figure you mentioned. When he attacked your sect, did you manage to catch a glimpse of his appearance? Yu Qing inquired further. He was far too powerful. His shadow appeared only once, and I could not discern his true form. All I know is that he was a mysterious man. Baiduo replied. Your strength is commendable, yet you could not perceive his true form. It seems this individual indeed possesses formidable abilities, and we must exercise caution. Yu Qing remarked, furrowing his brows. After a brief pause, he fed a large dose of medicine into the serpent's mouth. Baiduo glanced at him and promptly held the serpent's head steady. This person has a deep-seated grudge against me. My sole purpose for existing now is to seek vengeance, to rend him limb from limb. As she spoke, the veins on Baiduo's forehead bulged, and the strength in her hands increased instinctively. Whether it was due to the medication or Baiduo's force, the multi-headed serpent writhed in response. Thank you for sharing this with me, Yu Qing said. I also wish you success in rebuilding the Feiyun sect. However, given the significant commotion caused by the 5 Elements Alliance, I am certain that other sects are already aware and have devised countermeasures. Therefore, I believe that the southern region will not face any major troubles. And I trust that one day you will have your revenge. Thank you for your comforting words, Senior. At the same time, within the imperial palace, several emperors took residence, including Nangong Fuyao, who had arrived from the Fuyao Empire. Although the Fuyao Empire had previously launched military actions against the southern kingdom, in this critical moment, they were still met with courtesy by the southern kingdom upon the arrival of the Fuyao Empire. At least, on the surface, it appears so. The bustling and vibrant atmosphere of Upper South City is truly remarkable. After settling into the palace, the newly appointed head of the heavenly palace, Zhao Qian, couldn't help but express his astonishment. The grandeur along this journey elicited admiration even from someone as worldly as him. Silence. Nangong Fuyao spoke in a hushed tone, her voice tinged with an unmistakable bitterness and jealousy. Upper South City was merely a small place, thriving only because of the Array Masters Guild here. And isn't it all thanks to my brother? All of this, she felt, rightfully belonged to her Fuyao empire. Realizing he had misspoken, Zhao Qian quickly knelt in repentance. Yet, in an instant, the atmosphere within the palace turned icy. A man clad in black appeared unexpectedly. Who goes there? Zhao Qian unsheathed his sword, positioning it protectively before Nangong Fuyao. The black-clad man cast a disdainful glance at him, and with a mere wave of his sleeve, Zhao Qian was sent flying. As he raised his head to look at Nangong Fuyao, he got straight to the point. Empress Fuyao, I am aware of your many uncertainties, but there is no need for you to be alarmed. I have come to discuss a collaboration with you. Observing the prosperity of Upper South City, does it not leave a sour taste in your mouth? This grandeur seems to belong to your Fuyao empire. What do you think? Would you like to see the southern kingdom obliterated from existence? The words of the black-clad man struck a chord within Nangong Fuyao. Is this truly the case? She inquired. Indeed, it is, he replied with a smile. But you have yet to disclose your identity, she pressed. The specifics of my identity are of little consequence to you. What you need to understand is that we are poised to alter the landscape of southern Jiang, leaving only those nations willing to pledge their allegiance to us. And you, Empress Fuyao, are among those we have chosen, he stated languidly. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of excitement and thrill igniting within her. How can I pledge my allegiance to you? She asked. Quite simply. First, present to us the imperial seal. We have use for it. As for the subsequent actions, I shall inform you later, the black-clad man stated candidly. The imperial seal? Nangong Fuyao frowned at the mention. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired. But can you truly contend with the immortal sect? Surely, they will not remain uninvolved. Ha 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 ha, the immortal sect? What do they amount to? This so-called small place, with a few minor sects, dares to be called an immortal sect? To be frank, the Feiyun immortal sect has already been vanquished by us. Behold, this spirit weapon was seized from them. As he spoke, the black-clad man produced a long sword, shimmering faintly as though it possessed a spirit, far surpassing an ordinary sword. If you are willing, I shall gift this spirit weapon to you, he said, effortlessly tossing the item to Nangong Fuyao. Nangong Fuyao accepted the spiritual artifact, her face instantly illuminating with excitement, for it was indeed a genuine spiritual treasure. The artifact was merely a trifle compared to the grander rewards that awaited. Upon the success of our endeavors, you shall rise to become one of the most esteemed emperors in the southern regions. The man in black cast a languid glance at Nangong Fuyao before embellishing his words further. Suppressing her elation, she feigned calm and inquired, I have one final question. Such a monumental undertaking surely involves more than just yourself, does it not? Indeed, it does, the man replied. We are part of a vast alliance, led by a sagacious and formidable chieftain. Chieftain, indeed, our leader possesses unparalleled prowess, with him at the helm. The annihilation of several celestial sects and the subjugation of the southern regions would be accomplished effortlessly. Thus, aligning with us entails no risk whatsoever, the man in black asserted. Such an entity exists. A glimmer of light sparkled in Nangong Fuyao's eyes, her excitement now impossible to conceal. At that moment, she felt her horizons broaden immeasurably. In the presence of such a figure, what were the trifling southern kingdom and the minor guild of Array Masters? Very well, I shall comply, Nangong Fuyao declared, producing the imperial seal with fervor. Your Majesty, you mustn't. The imperial seal is of utmost importance, vital to our Fuyao nation. Do not heed this man's duplicitous words. At that moment, Zhao Qian, grievously injured, struggled to rise from the ground, urgently calling out. However, scarcely had he spoken when a flash of sword light erupted from the man in black, piercing Zhao Qian's heart, and he collapsed lifelessly to the floor. You, Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened as she began to speak, only to be interrupted by the man. What? Do you have objections? What is decided by the emperor is beyond the challenge of a mere subject, he continued, and such a minor character can be disposed of without consequence. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's expression softened. You are correct. The seal is yours. With that, she presented the imperial seal to him. Taking the seal, the man in black smiled. Excellent. You are among the most astute and resolute emperors I have encountered. I hold you in high regard. Once our plan is realized, I shall ensure that the Fuyao Empire becomes the most formidable nation in the southern regions. At his words, Nangong Fuyao was filled with overwhelming excitement, as if she could already envision a future where she stood above countless others, and she hurriedly bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you for your recognition, my lord. Chapter 63. Sen-san, born with a charismatic body? After a considerable time, the man in black finally emerged from the imperial palace. Glancing at the imperial seal he had just acquired from Nangong Fuyao, a slight smile crept upon his lips. The final objective had been successfully accomplished. He had not disgraced the chieftain's mission. Now, he awaited the chieftain's command, and the southern regions would belong to our alliance of 5 elements. With this thought, the man's smile deepened. He then took out a jade tablet, preparing to report to his chieftain. However, after waiting for a long while, he received no response. The leader was supposed to subdue the individual who aided by duo, yet after such a lengthy interval, it is only natural to assume that he would have vanquished his adversary by now. Why, then, has there been an abrupt cessation of news? The man in black wore a perplexed expression. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, nor did he foresee any misfortune befalling his esteemed leader. Instead, he chose a spot in the southern city, quietly awaiting further instructions from his leader. Simultaneously, in the Moshui courtyard, Yu Qing observed the newly stabilized and ascendant Sen-san, sensing an undeniable change. It had become alluring. Indeed, it had transformed into something enchanting. Although he had previously perceived a certain effeminacy in its appearance compared to the other 3 demons, this impression intensified following Sen-san's breakthrough. What is this effeminacy all about? Yu Qing could not help but inquire. Sen-san bashfully scratched its head. Beside them, Shao-si quickly interjected. Reporting to the master, this is the 3rd's heavenly Tao rule talent. Heavenly Tao rule talent? Yu Qing responded, slightly agape. He possessed a modest understanding of this term. It is well known that the realms of humanity are classified into acquired, innate, human desolation, earth desolation, heaven desolation, moon desolation, and sun desolation realms, essentially referring to the sun, moon, earth, and humanity. In the realm of the Fuyao Empire, one could attain the position of sect leader within the heaven desolation realm, while the sun desolation realm represents the pinnacle of mundane society in regions like the southern frontier. 20 years prior, during the conquest of the 3 kings, Yu Qing himself was in the sun desolation realm. Yet even then, he understood that the so-called classifications of sun, moon, earth, and humanity were merely superficial designations of cultivation within the secular world. Practitioners therein possessed only a rudimentary grasp of the art of cultivation. Knowing merely a smattering of absorption techniques, they could only harbor a modicum of spiritual energy within their meridians and acupoints for combat, which hardly qualifies them as true cultivators. Why, then, do celestial sects such as Tai, Yi, and Qian Kuan surpass these worldly nations? How is it that a single disciple can command the reverence of a sovereign? It is because these so-called celestial sects hold the keys to genuine cultivation methods, deserving of the title of true practitioners. The disciples within those sects can effortlessly transcend the limitations of the sun desolation realm, embarking upon the authentic path of cultivation and evolving into genuine practitioners. Their realms are delineated into the stages of perception of spirit, Yuan Dan, opening acupoints, touching heaven, communicating with heaven, divine powers, chaos, sagehood, and supreme realms. Each realm further subdivides into lower, upper, and perfected minor realms. The concept of practitioners in this world diverges significantly from Yu Qing's inherent understanding. While his prior beliefs categorized practitioners as defying the heavens, in this realm, they align themselves with the natural order. Consequently, upon reaching a certain level of attainment, practitioners are bestowed with the blessings of the heavenly Tao, the foremost of which is the blessing of the Yuan Dan realm. The bestowed blessing is, in essence, the innate talent governed by the principles of the celestial order. This celestial endowment signifies that all beings, upon entering the realm of Yuan Dan, can comprehend a specific aptitude pertaining to the laws of nature. However, the talents grasped by individuals vary widely. Some are active while others are passive. Some are potent while others are feeble. For instance, certain celestial talents inherently enhance their possessors' offensive or defensive capabilities, granting them a distinct advantage in combat. Conversely, there are those whose talents are rather trivial, such as the necessity to sleep at night or the notion that taking a life diminishes one's lifespan. Moreover, some talents are exceedingly bizarre, lacking any logical foundation and possessing exceedingly stringent activation conditions. For example, consuming water at 38 degrees Celsius accompanied by 3 dishes and a soup within half an hour could potentially elevate one's comprehension. Alternatively, using unusual fire to roast rice, mixed with millennium-old tongue, wood within a premium alchemical furnace, while mimicking a dog's bark, could lead to self-destruction. In summary, the variety of talents is vast, with differing activation criteria. Yet, a terrifying premise exists. Celestial talents can transcend cultivation levels. When Yu Qing first encountered such concepts, he could not help but recall some peculiar skills he had heard of in his previous life on the Blue Planet's internet, such as the ability to catch a blade with bare hands or to cause anyone to become pregnant merely by staring. This led him to ponder whether there truly existed individuals in this world who had comprehended such celestial talents. Regrettably, Yu Qing did not possess a celestial endowment of his own, as his cultivation was somewhat dissimilar to that of this world. His cultivation system did not recognize the concept of realms. He merely knew that he was somewhat formidable. How formidable he was, and to what realm it corresponded in this world, remained a mystery to him. He only knew that over the past 20 years, none of his adversaries who had clashed with him in life and death struggles had ever withstood a single blow from him. Of course, he did not consider himself invincible. It was possible that his exposure to the world was limited. Even beyond the southern wilderness, his encounters had been minimal. Thus, he could not help but inquire of Mo Shaosan regarding the celestial talent he had comprehended. My lord, my celestial talent is predominantly passive and is referred to as the innate charisma body. The influence of this charisma body increases with the elevation of my cultivation. Due to your influence, I have made a breakthrough, thus enhancing my charisma body as well. Additionally, my charisma can affect individuals regardless of gender. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing furrowed his brow tightly, nearly feeling nauseous. As he gazed upon Mo Shaosan's robust physique, her thick hair, limbs resembling those of a gorilla, and her rather unappealing features, he found it difficult to associate the term charisma body with her. Shouldn't such a trait manifest in a stunning beauty? Moreover, the fact that it could influence individuals regardless of gender left him bewildered. Would it not eventually affect him? After all, celestial talents are said to disregard cultivation levels. Upon contemplating the possibility of harboring affection for Yu Qing in the future, the thought crossed my mind. Should I extinguish this crisis in its infancy and cast this young scoundrel as far away as possible? In Chapter 64, titled The Hydra, A Crumbling Mindset, Yu Qing ultimately resisted the impulse to rid himself of Mo Shaosan. Thus, 2 or 3 days swiftly passed. During this interval, the Hydra underwent 176 experiments. Were it not for the instinct for survival sustaining him, he would have long since succumbed. Following the trials, Yu Qing carelessly discarded the creature into the corner, untroubled by the prospect of its escape or any troublesome antics. I cannot continue like this. It is only a matter of time before I perish here. In the corner, the Hydra flicked its tongue and surveyed its surroundings. It had come to understand its current predicament, knowing that under ordinary circumstances, escape was utterly impossible. Inevitably, its gaze fell upon the young koi practicing nearby. This is the only strategy left. Its eyes glimmered with a flicker of determination as it crawled toward the koi. Just as it neared the koi, a blade flashed, threateningly close to its last head, sending a shiver down its spine. Little hero, spare my life. I mean no harm, the Hydra pleaded urgently. Aware that survival in such circumstances required submission, it knew it had to bow low. What do you want? The koi inquired, her expression stoic. Little hero, it is as follows. I see that at such a tender age, you possess remarkable cultivation. Your future achievements are boundless. A person of your caliber will surely become a dragon among men, claiming a rightful place in this vast world. Upon hearing the Hydra's words, the previously impassive koi's lips subtly curled upwards, and her cheeks appeared faintly flushed. Clearing her throat, she replied, Do not speak to me of such trivialities. It is impossible for me to grant you freedom. Little hero, I do not seek my release. Rather, It is my fervent admiration for you that has ignited my desire to follow you, the Hydra quickly asserted. Follow me. The Koi gazed at it in surprise, then adopted a serious demeanor. I do not believe you. I severed one of your heads, yet you still profess admiration and wish to follow me? You are a deceitful creature, and I shall not take your words to heart. Truly, I am not deceiving you. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to accept a slave mark from you and enter into a beast contract, the Hydra insisted earnestly. A beast contract? The Koi regarded the Hydra, clearly taken aback by its unexpected proposition. She responded with a hint of skepticism. You would be so benevolent as to become my slave? Little hero, consider this. If you inscribe the slave mark upon me and we establish a beast contract, you would wield absolute control over my life and death. Any schemes I may harbor would be extinguished at the mere thought of yours, the Hydra implored once more. Upon hearing this, the Koi displayed a contemplative expression. Wait here, I shall consult my master. Little Carp rose and subsequently sought out Yu Qing, recounting the matter at hand. Oh, a contract spirit beast? Yu Qing furrowed his brow, revealing a contemplative expression. Indeed. Little Carp nodded obediently. Very well, then you may proceed with the contract. Yu Qing understood that many cultivators captured demon beasts for contracts. Such spirit beasts were invaluable allies on the path of cultivation. In the southern region, it would be challenging to find a demon beast more formidable than this nine-headed serpent. Furthermore, even if contracted, it would not hinder the testing of medicines. Yes, master, I shall forge a contract with him. After taking her leave, Little Carp, under the hopeful gaze of the nine-headed serpent, nodded and declared, All right, I accept your offer. The serpent's eyes sparkled with delight as it eagerly responded, Wonderful. Let us hasten to form the contract. I shall become your most steadfast ally. Little Carp, with an innocent demeanor, nodded in agreement. The contract process with the nine-headed serpent was not intricate, requiring merely half an hour. At the moment the contract was solidified, the nine-headed serpent felt a surge of joy, a cunning smile emerging upon its face. Yet, in the next instant, it was suddenly struck by a soul attack. The serpent let out a shriek, feeling as though it had been struck by a tremendous bolt of lightning, its entire form trembling on the ground, experiencing a deep paralysis of the soul. What are you doing? The nine-headed serpent exclaimed incredulously, staring at Little Carp, whose face bore a mischievous grin. It had assumed the child was easily deceived, yet it was utterly unprepared for the soul attack that ensued the moment the contract was established. What is your manner of speaking? Little Carp's expression turned cold, shedding the earlier innocence. With that, he utilized the contract to strike at the depths of the serpent's soul once more. I won't do it again. I was wrong. The nine-headed serpent pleaded, fully aware that its life was now firmly in Little Carp's hands. Oomph, you wretched creature. Did you think that by forging a contract with me, you would be spared from suffering? Naive. Little Carp declared with a sinister gleam in his eyes. You dare to attack my master. Do you believe I would let you off so easily? This contract is merely a means to torment you further. With that, Little Carp unleashed another attack on the serpent's soul through the contract. Being the master of the pact allowed Little Carp to inflict excruciating pain upon the serpent without risking its life. After several rounds of torment, the nine-headed serpent was left gasping for breath. It had assumed that this seemingly naive child would be an easy target for deception, yet it was taken aback by the depths of malice hidden within. You have entangled yourself. Remain in that corner without movement, or I shall end your existence. At this command, the nine-headed serpent complied, trembling with fear, and nestled itself into a corner. Once the serpent had obediently settled down, Little Carp finally sat cross-legged, resuming a state of cultivation. Yet, the Hydra appeared deceptively docile, while a profound and terrifying shadow lingered in its gaze. You insolent wretch, rest assured that I shall avenge this grievance. For now, I shall endure your presence for a few days. Once I escape and fulfill the grand scheme of the southern wilderness, I assure you, all of you shall meet your demise. The Hydra was consumed by resentment. The reason it sought to form a pact with the Little Carp was twofold. Firstly, it served as a safeguard. As long as it feigned compliance, it could enjoy a temporary peace. The second, more significant reason lay in its innate talent for celestial laws. This talent allowed it to autonomously dissolve any contract with a being whose realm did not exceed its own by a considerable margin. Although this ability seemed trivial, it had saved its life on more than one occasion. The Hydra's choice of the little carp was based on its perception of her prowess during their initial encounter. They were evenly matched, both at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, and the only reason it had been able to inflict harm was due to its weaponry. Naturally, breaking a contract required a certain amount of energy. The smaller the disparity in realms between the parties, the less energy was needed. Conversely, a greater difference demanded more. However, since the little carp's cultivation was comparable to its own, even in its weakened state, it possessed sufficient power to dissolve the pact immediately. Thus, it merely needed to bide its time, awaiting an opportunity to accompany the little carp outside, whereupon it could sever the contract and escape, subsequently resuming its plans for the southern wilderness. Ultimately, it would reverse the situation and exact its revenge. A cold smile crept into the Hydra's heart. Yet, in the next moment, its expression froze, disbelief flooding its gaze as it turned to the little carp. At that moment, she sat in tranquil meditation, her body radiating an ethereal glow. Soon after, she broke through. Chapter 65. Look, sister, what a beautiful human girl. The Hydra's mind exploded with expletives, its composure shattered. Originally, it had the ability to dispel the seal at any moment, but now, with the little carp's breakthrough, it found itself utterly outmatched in its weakened state. The situation had spiraled beyond its control. This was a true testament to the saying that one cannot enjoy happiness for more than 3 seconds. No need to panic. This little wretch merely ascended a minor realm. She remains at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. As long as she does not advance to the transcendent realm, and her realm does not surpass mine by a significant margin, I can recuperate enough power to dissolve the contract. Thus, her breakthrough would only delay matters by a few days. The advantage remained with me. There was no cause for alarm. With this thought, the Hydra flicked its tongue. A glimmer of cold light emerging from its shadowy eyes, once again imbued with a sense of clever confidence. The following day would unfold. The entire city of Shangnan is adorned with colorful decorations, as the grand celebration of the Array Masters Guild unfolds today. Many residents of Shangnan have eagerly made their way to the city center to partake in this magnificent event. In order to enrich the festivities, Nanshi had meticulously arranged various performances and dances. All food and drink provided to the guests are complimentary. A few days prior, both Nanshi and Gu Daoren personally approached Yu Qing, inviting him to cut the ribbon for the Array Masters Guild and deliver a speech. Yu Qing, however, detests such formal and ostentatious occasions. Rather than participating in the ribbon cutting, he prefers to immerse himself among the crowd, experiencing the bustling atmosphere, enjoying the performances, and savoring an array of fine wines. Early in the morning, Yu Qing prepared to set out with Xiao Li'er, and even Bai Zhua had donned a simple disguise, ready to join in the revelry of Shangnan. Meanwhile, Cui Wei, as an official of the Southern Kingdom, had requested a temporary leave from Yu Qing days prior in order to maintain order in Shangnan. Master, take us along. At that moment, the 4 mischievous monkeys bounced forward, excitedly calling out. Yu Qing observed their antics with a slight hesitation and replied, "Before we head out, let us ensure you're properly disguised, so as not to frighten anyone." "All right, master." The 4 mischievous spirits seemed to have prepared for this, and quickly donned black robes, complete with hoods that cloaked their entire forms. The design at their necks allowed them to pull it up, concealing their inhuman features save for their 2 pairs of bright, glimmering eyes. "Not bad. But remember, do not cause any trouble," Yu Qing admonished sternly. "Yes, master," the 4 spirits replied, straightening up in salute, eager to depart. From a nearby corner, the Hydra also piped up. Master, take me along too." "Let us go," Xiaolier responded, grasping the Hydra and transforming it to the size of chopsticks, placing it upon her shoulder. "Is this really happening?" The Hydra, perched on Xiaolier's shoulder, felt a tumultuous mix of emotions. It was elated due to their bond, allowing it to accompany her easily. Yet it was also distressed, as it could not break the contract due to its insufficient strength. Had Xiaolier not broken through yesterday, it would have had the chance to escape today. The more it pondered, the angrier it became, aggravating its previously healed wounds. "Calm down, Gu Jiutian, you are destined for greatness. Your first task is to maintain your composure." It desperately reassured itself, which provided a modicum of relief. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance to the city center. Halt. Inspections required. A large contingent of the Imperial Guard was stationed at numerous checkpoints, meticulously examining the throngs entering the city center. As expected, Yu Qing and his companions were also stopped for inspection. What are you doing? Stop right there. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated through the air, prompting the elite guards to bow respectfully. We have the honor of meeting the esteemed officer. As the words echoed, a young martial general, clad in armor and wielding a long spear, approached with an imposing presence. His hair was tied back, exuding an air of righteousness. How dare you question me? You blind fool, the young general bellowed. He then stepped forward to greet Yu Qing and the others, smiling as he clasped his hands in a respectful salute. Greetings, sir. Ah, what a dashing young man, truly formidable, Yu Qing remarked, unable to restrain his admiration as he gave a thumbs up. The young general was none other than Cui Wei. Upon hearing this, Cui Wei felt a slight flush rise to his cheeks, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Could it be that you are Mr. Yu Qing? At that moment, the guards, having regained their composure, excitedly inquired. Indeed, it is Mr. Yu Qing, Cui Wei affirmed with a gesture. Ah, it truly is you, sir. We have the honor of meeting you. The guards echoed as they bowed in unison. Please forgive us. We were blind to your greatness. You have bestowed immense favor upon our southern nation, not to mention 20 years ago. Were it not for you, how could the Mage Guild's headquarters have settled here? The splendor of our southern nation today is all thanks to you. The nearby crowd stirred at these words. We have the honor of meeting you, sir, countless citizens exclaimed, performing their customary gestures of respect towards Yu Qing. Observing this, Yu Qing humbly reciprocated the greeting, raising his hands in the southern nation's traditional manner as he gazed around. You are all too kind. In an instant, Yu Qing's arrival sparked considerable commotion at the city center's entrance. Shall we proceed inside? He suggested with a smile. Cui Wei, responsible for security and order, replied, I must attend to my duties, so I shall not accompany you further. Should you require anything upon entering, feel free to summon the guards. All are under my command and will heed your word at any time. That won't be necessary. I merely wish to join in the festivities and see if there is any fine wine to be had, Yu Qing said, patting Cui Wei on the shoulder before leading the group into the heart of the city. As they entered that area, an enticing aroma enveloped them. Before their eyes lay a myriad of delectable dishes, most of which were crafted by the industrious citizens of Upper South City, freely available for all who wished to partake. The vendors, much like market traders, called out to entice passing guests to savor the culinary delights of their southern nation. Little Lee, shyly clutching a skewer of candied hawthorn, was promptly handed several more by an eager vendor. Take as many as you like, young lad. We have plenty. An elderly gentleman with a warm smile called out. Clutching multiple skewers of candied hawthorn, Little Lee glanced at Yu Qing, his eyes sparkling with innocence. Master, I am already a practitioner. Is it unbecoming of me to indulge in candied hawthorn? You won't scold me, will you? He asked, his gaze hopeful. Ha! Yu Qing could not help but chuckle and remarked, what is the purpose of cultivation? It is to follow one's desires freely, so when one wishes to eat, one should eat. Sanner, look. Such beautiful human maidens. At that moment, one of the four clumsy figures in black robes trailing behind Yu Qing exclaimed excitedly. Where? The other three black-robed figures chimed in unison. Subsequently, the quartet of black robes turned their gazes towards several elegantly dressed women in long skirts who were strolling not far away, adorned gracefully, their faces lightly brushed with blush and their hair styled exquisitely. The enchanting sight left the four black-robed figures drooling. Chapter 66. Leader, I await your arrival here in anticipation. What more could one desire? San sighed wistfully. It was not until the maidens vanished into the crowd that the four demons retracted their longing gazes, revealing a lingering desire. Yu Qing rolled his eyes at them. The group then proceeded towards the center of the city. Along the way, Yu Qing savored a variety of delicacies and sampled numerous fine wines. Another bowl, please. At a tavern, Yu Qing was thoroughly enjoying himself. Beside him, Bai Duo had also indulged in quite a bit, her usual worried demeanor seemingly dissipated with the day's revelry. One bowl is hardly enough. Little brother, since you enjoy my wine, take 2 flasks to go. The tavern owner, a slightly plump man, beamed with delight at Yu Qing's praise and quickly prepared 2 flasks for him to take away. Thank you, good sir. I shall be a regular patron. Yu Qing expressed his gratitude heartily. When he glanced back, he noticed that the 4 monkeys had vanished. After a brief search, he found them bouncing around, drawn to any spectacle they could find, be it cockfighting or acrobatics. Their eagerness to share was evident upon spotting a dance performance featuring scantily clad young maidens. The four insisted on dragging Yu Qing along for a closer look. After rolling his eyes at them, Yu Qing decided to bring little Li along as well. Observing that these rascals were simply enjoying themselves without causing any trouble, he felt a sense of amusement. Senior, by Duo, who had been walking half a step behind Yu Qing, tilted her head to look at him and could not help but call out. Yu Qing leisurely sipped his wine and turned his attention to her. I never understood why, with your strength, you would choose to hide away in such a place. Wouldn't you achieve much more elsewhere on the continent? She continued, a hint of rosy hue gracing her cheeks from the wine. With a slight sway, she spread her arms and remarked, this feeling is truly so relaxing, so wonderfully liberating. In the recesses of my memory, I can no longer recall how long it has been since I last experienced such a sense of relaxation. It seems like only yesterday, in my childhood, when my father would take me to the bustling market in town. The throngs of people and the vibrant atmosphere were much the same, with a gentle breeze caressing my face, compelling me to skip and chase the wind. Each time we visited the market, my father would treat me to my favorite cotton candy. Upon our return, it would be midday, and my mother would have prepared a warm meal, eagerly awaiting our arrival. However, I cannot pinpoint when the vivid images of those market scenes began to blur in my mind, nor when the faces of my parents gradually faded from my memory. In the ensuing years, my world has transformed into one solely focused on cultivation, sect duties, the relentless pursuit of resources, and aspirations for higher status. Yet, I find these years to be profoundly exhausting, especially now that the leaders have departed, leaving me to bear the weight of the future of Feiyun alone. I scarcely dare to contemplate my own demise. As I spoke, I noticed Bai Duo's eyes glistening with unshed tears. In response, Yu Qing raised his gaze to the heavens, a wry smile crossing his lips. He offered no words of comfort, uncertain of how to articulate anything meaningful. After all, in the realm of adulthood, ease is a rarity. Lifting his wine gourd, he gestured toward her. Thank you, senior. Bai Duo grasped the wine gourd that hung around Yu Qing's neck, unscrewed the cap, and clinked it against his. She understood that this gesture represented his utmost consolation. Meanwhile, the four great demons were dragging Xiao Lier through the crowd, eager to witness the festivities. Quick, Xiao Si and Xiao Er, bring the young master to see the maidens. Hurry. If we delay, there may be nothing left to see. Mo San called from a distance. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao Si hoisted Xiao Lier onto his shoulders and plunged into the throng. Not far from the stage, 7 or 8 exquisitely adorned young women clad in midriff-bearing outfits were performing a belly dance. Xiao Lier, with wide eyes, gazed intently at the young ladies. Though he should have remained innocent and naive, he inadvertently recalled certain teachings from the sage's insights, causing a blush to creep to his ears. Yet, he rummaged through his pockets, retrieving a silver coin and, like many other men, tossed it onto the stage. Ah, we thank our young master for his generous tip, exclaimed the brightly dressed host upon noticing the gesture. Shall we invite this young master onto the stage? Amidst the uproar, Xiao Lier was ushered onto the stage, instantly surrounded by a throng of lively young women. Ahem, our young master is so generous. Surely, you must reward him. Mo San shouted from the crowd. Yes, he must be rewarded. Mo Lauda echoed in agreement. As more voices joined in, the young women, delighted by the attention lavished upon the innocent child, surrounded him, each bestowing a kiss upon his cherubic cheeks. Xiao Lier's youthful face blossomed with a flurry of rosy imprints, and he initially felt a rush of embarrassment, squirming awkwardly. In the end, he found himself awkwardly chuckling. In such circumstances, who could concern themselves with the fate of the Hydra, long since trampled to the ground? Its mind swirling in chaos under the weight of the crowd? Cursed humanity, a wretched throng indeed, the Hydra cursed bitterly from its shadowy corner. Yet, its gaze seemed to sense something, drifting towards the outskirts of Upper South City. In an instant, the small serpent transformed into a flicker of light, barely visible, and soared towards the city's edge. Outside Upper South City, amidst the undulating mountains, a man clad in black sat cross-legged in a ravine. He periodically retrieved a communication jade slip, his expression laced with confusion. Why had the leader not yet issued further directives? Just as he pondered this, his face brightened, for he saw a streak of light approach from the heavens, which then materialized into the form of a man not far from him. The white-haired figure was none other than the Hydra. "Subordinate, I greet you." "Leader," the black-clad man said, his face alight with joy as he hastily offered his respects. After the bow, he dared to meet the gaze of the white-haired man. Yet, he could not help but notice that the usually formidable leader appeared somewhat wan and even a bit disheveled today. However, he thought little of it. "Reporting to you, leader. The tasks you assigned have been completed. The seals of the 10 nations are in hand, and the members of the 5 Elements Alliance are on standby, ready to cooperate at the Emperor's command," the black-clad man reported. "Excellent work," the white-haired man nodded in approval. "Today is the grand celebration. Shall we not seize this opportunity?" The black-clad man exclaimed excitedly. Before he could finish, the white-haired man interrupted. "There is no rush today." He gestured dismissively. "Then when shall we proceed?" the black-clad man inquired. Puzzled. "Ahem, I am still concocting a significant plan. Only once this grand scheme is complete shall we take action," the white-haired man explained. "Ah, I see. The momentous plan you are devising must indeed be earth-shattering," the black-clad man replied with fervor. The expression of the white-haired man subtly shifted as he continued. "Remember, do not act impulsively until I give you the next command. We must keep our endeavors confidential. This is imperative. Moreover, if my suspicions are correct, those fellows from outside the southern border have likely arrived. Thus, during this period, you should avoid revealing your whereabouts. The others in the 5 Elements Alliance should also remain hidden as planned, ideally waiting here for my return." "Yes, leader, I shall remember," the black-clad man nodded in agreement. Seeing the unwavering commitment of the black-clad man to his words, the white-haired man felt a surge of reassurance. "Black dust, needing has perished. You are now my most trusted ally. Once our grand plan succeeds, I shall elevate you to a position of unrivaled power beneath me," he declared to the black-clad man. These words struck the black-clad man like a surge of invigorating energy. His expression was one of intense excitement, and the fervor in his eyes for the white-haired man was unmistakable. "Rest assured, leader, I have committed your words to memory. Without your next instructions, I shall not act recklessly. I will wait for you right here." "I shall wait, indefinitely." Chapter 67. The Master states he has no sister. "Allowing your departure indeed, I shall wait." The Hydra nodded in satisfaction. After retrieving 10 imperial seals from the cloaked man, he hastened back to Shangnan City. Upon his return, he found 4 demons still reveling in the city with little Koi, oblivious to his absence. This brought him a sense of relief. After all, despite Koi's seemingly innocent demeanor, he could be relentless in his torment. He often unleashed soul attacks on him without hesitation through their contract. Had Koi discovered his temporary departure, he would surely have faced a severe beating. "Ah, wait. Why do I feel as though I have truly become a slave? One who is afraid." The Hydra's expression darkened. However, after meeting with the cloaked figure, he felt considerably more at ease. It could be said that everything was in readiness, awaiting only the right moment. Once his cultivation was slightly restored, he would be able to sever the contract. Meanwhile, at the grand celebration, numerous emperors gathered, including those who had surrendered their imperial seals. Their gazes interlocked, revealing a depth of meaning. According to the information relayed to them by the cloaked figure, their grand scheme was set to commence today, at this very celebration. At the forefront, amidst the witness of countless citizens, Nanshi and Gu Daoren presided over the grand event, stealing the spotlight. Yet, the contempt from Nangong Fuyao towards them was palpable. Previously, Gu Daoren had imposed a ban on her Fuyao empire, while Nanshi had reaped the fruits that rightfully belonged to her. Thus, witnessing their glory was unbearable for her, as she completely forgot the true purpose of her trip to the Southern Kingdom. "Why hasn't Lord Haichen acted yet? How much longer must we wait?" Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened. Then, she recalled the leader mentioned by Haichen. If her instincts were correct, that leader would indeed make an appearance today. She eagerly anticipated what such a figure would be like in person. Lord Haichen had promised that once their plan succeeded, he would introduce her to the leader. As long as she garnered the leader's favor, her Fuyao empire would undoubtedly rise to become the foremost among these nations. However, due to Haichen's arrival, her original purpose had shifted, yet she still scanned the crowd for Yu Qing. Has he not arrived? She furrowed her brow, yet didn't dwell on it. On stage, Nanshi was delivering a speech that stirred a wave of excitement, further intensifying Nangong Fuyao's impatience. "Let this fleeting moment of glory be yours. As soon as Lord Haichen issues a command." "Ah, the command has arrived." Her beautiful eyes sparkled, receiving instructions through the transmitting jade slip. Yet, in the next instant, her expression shifted. No action today? How infuriating. Nangong Fuyao cast a resentful glance at Nangong Shi, concocted an excuse of feeling unwell, and departed without hesitation. Thus, the great celebration passed uneventfully. 10 individuals, akin to Nangong Fuyao, had cast their lot with the Emperor Haichen and remained in the imperial palace, tacitly awaiting developments. Time swiftly elapsed, and half a month had gone by. The 10 emperors grew increasingly anxious. It had been promised that action would commence around the time of the grand celebration, yet now, half a month after, there was not a whisper of an event. Meanwhile, their imperial seals had been surrendered into Lord Haichen's hands. Within the imperial palace, Nangong Fuyao sat in a position of authority, pondering deeply before rising to leave. Behind her, an elder with a distinctive mustache followed closely. This elder, Chong Wei, had been promoted alongside Zhao Qian to the position of vice president of the Heavenly Palace. And following Zhao Qian's demise, he ascended to the role of the true president of the Heavenly Palace. Ironically, this marked the 4th president in a short span since Sun Shuji had stepped back. Your Majesty, where are you headed? Chong Wei respectfully inquired, trailing behind Nangong Fuyao. I am going to seek Yu Qing, she replied, her pupils constricting slightly as she spoke thoughtfully. Weren't you not planning to find Yu Qing? Chong Wei couldn't help but remark. I have reconsidered. Even after our plans come to fruition, I will still require capable assistance. Although by then, I may regard the so-called immortal sects of southern Jiang with disdain, Yu Qing's prior ability to galvanize the sects indicates he still possesses value. Of course, my decision to seek him is also influenced by my recollection of his past merits, hoping to guide him along a path of prosperity. Nangong Fuyao said with a slight smile. Your Majesty's wisdom is evident. I believe Prince Qing is aware of your intentions and will surely be grateful, Chong Wei replied promptly. Nangong Fuyao chuckled softly, then added, and what of Sun Shuji? Wasn't his resignation a reproach directed at me? He believed my decisions led to the decline of the Fuyao Empire. After I and Lord Haichen execute our grand plan, I am eager to see his expression. Your Majesty speaks truly, Chong Wei nodded in agreement. Nangong Fuyao regarded him for a moment. Rest assured, I shall not allow Sun Shuji to return. He betrayed my trust. And should the Fuyao Empire grow strong, it will not be so simple for him to return. However, I initially overlooked you and did not realize how much you endeared yourself to me, she added. Upon hearing this, Chong Wei's expression brightened. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your recognition. I shall not betray your trust. Let us proceed, she concluded. Nangong Fuyao smiled. And then, accompanied by Chong Wei, they made their way to the misty water courtyard. Shortly thereafter, the two, clad in casual attire, arrived at their destination. I approached to knock on the door, but Chong Wei took the initiative and rapped on it instead. Before long, the courtyard door opened, revealing Xiao Li's head peeking out. Who are you looking for? She inquired. Tell Yu Qing that his sister has come. He will know to see me, Nangong Fuyao replied. Sister of the master? Xiao Li scratched her head, and then went inside to report. In the misty water courtyard, Yu Qing was engrossed in his usual alchemical research. Xiao Li approached him, reporting, Master, 2 people are outside saying they are your sister. I was asked to inform you. Sister? Where did I get a sister? Yu Qing waved his hand, furrowing his brow as he pondered which materials to choose, casually dismissing her with, let them go. Oh, Xiao Li nodded and then returned to the door. The master says he has no sister. You should leave. With that, she decisively closed the courtyard door. This left Nangong Fuyao and Chong Wei's faces pale with rage. As a sovereign, he had lowered himself to come in person, only to be met with a slammed door. Your Majesty, I will break down the door, Chong Wei exclaimed, his face filled with fury, lifting his foot to kick the door. Just then, a cool voice called out from a distance, let us see who dares to kick it. Anyone who disturbs the master's meditation will find their head severed. Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened. Turning to look, she saw Nanshi approaching briskly, accompanied by the middle-ranking general. Chui Wei. Nanshi. Nangong Fuyao's voice nearly escaped through clenched teeth. I respect you as a sovereign, and while you are in my southern kingdom, I will not hold your past actions against you. I shall even treat you with courtesy. However, if you do not know your place today, I will not care whether you are the Empress Fuyao or not. Nanshi's words were sharp, the authority of a sovereign radiating from her as her piercing gaze bore down on Nangong Fuyao. Nanshi, This is a family matter of ours. You have no right to interfere, Nangong Fuyao retorted sharply. So what if I let him kick the door? Family matter? But do not forget, this is the territory of the Southern Kingdom, Nanshi sneered. Therefore, you may try kicking it if you wish. Nanshi's words ignited a fire within Nangong Fuyao. She declared in a deep voice, let him kick it. At her command, Chang Wei lifted his foot once more and forcefully kicked the courtyard door. Kill. At the very moment he acted, Nanshi decisively issued her command. Chapter 68. I wouldn't mind killing you, the Empress Fuyao. Without hesitation, Shui Wei drew his sword, its gleam flashing as he struck at Chang Wei. This was no mere bluff. The blade severed Chang Wei's leg completely. With only half a leg remaining, Chang Wei writhed on the ground, emitting a chilling scream of agony. I commanded you to kill. Nanshi's piercing gaze fixed upon Shui Wei. Stunned, Shui Wei had initially believed that merely demonstrating his authority would suffice, especially considering that Chang Wei was now the head of the Tiangong Academy. To kill him in the presence of the Empress of the Southern Nation would undoubtedly raise concerns about provoking a war between the two nations. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Nanshi took matters into her own hands. Her strength was indeed formidable, and her movements were decisive and swift. Seizing the longsword from Shui Wei's grasp, she swiftly silenced Chang Wei's cries. Thus, the fourth head of the Tiangong Academy of the Fuyao Empire met his demise. You dare! You possess such audacity. Witnessing Chang Wei's death before her eyes, Nangong Fuyao ground her teeth in fury, her vengeful gaze fixed on Nanshi. In response to Nangong Fuyao's stare, Nanshi raised her chin slightly, unabashedly meeting her gaze. Does the Empress of Fuyao wish to continue? I would not hesitate to terminate you, the Empress, should I find it necessary. As she spoke, Nanshi raised her bloodied sword, pointing it directly at Nangong Fuyao. Filled with rage, Nangong Fuyao's chest heaved violently, yet she dared not take any action, fully aware that she was on the territory of the Southern Nation. From Nanshi's eyes, she discerned a resolute determination and murderous intent. If she were to act recklessly, she believed that Nanshi truly would not hesitate to kill her. Nanshi, you are indeed arrogant. Nangong Fuyao articulated each word with precision. What does your insignificant Southern Nation amount to? It is merely my brother who has brought some benefits to your realm, granting you a semblance of confidence. Even if you dare to kill me, have you considered the consequences? Yu Qing is my brother. We have supported each other for years, enduring countless trials, even if we have had our disagreements. Do you think a mere outsider can surpass that bond in such a short time? Do you believe that in his heart, you, the Empress of the Southern Nation, hold a candle to me, his sister? Humph! You, who repay kindness with malice, are fortunate that I do not stoop to your level. Nanshi retorted sharply. You dismissed him when you deemed him useless, yet now that you grasp his true worth, you presume to claim the title of sister, Empress of Fuyao. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Nanshi's words evidently struck a nerve with Nangong Fuyao. You slander me. The reason I dismissed my brother was merely due to the deceitful whispers of treacherous individuals, leading me to make a grave mistake. Yet, he has always cherished me. Despite my errors, I trust that he would forgive me. With that, she called out into the courtyard. Brother, your sister has come to seek you. Are you truly going to stand by while others bully her at your doorstep? This woman is audaciously taking advantage of the confidence you have bestowed upon her to bully your sister. Will you simply stand by and allow her to behave in such a manner? At this moment, Nangong Fuyao is teetering on the brink of madness, exhibiting a near-hysterical demeanor. Finally, after a brief interval, the courtyard door swings open. Yu Qing steps out slowly. Greetings, sir, he acknowledges. Upon seeing Yu Qing, Nanshi and Shui Wei promptly bow. Your Majesty, Yu Qing responds with a gentle smile. I presume your Majesty has come to visit due to the completion of urgent matters. Indeed. I have nearly concluded my affairs and thought to pay a visit, Nanshi replies with a smile. As the two engage in pleasantries, they completely disregard Nangong Fuyao, who stands to the side with a grim expression, directing her inquiries at Yu Qing. Brother, why do you ignore me? Upon hearing this address, an unexpected smirk of mockery crosses Yu Qing's face. Your Majesty Fuyao, do I know you? He gazes at Nangong Fuyao, his expression unwavering. This statement leaves Nangong Fuyao momentarily speechless. She had assumed that, as usual, her charms would earn her Yu Qing's forgiveness. The ineffectiveness of her usual tactics sends her into a state of panic. You, she exclaims in disbelief. I am your sister. I am Nangong Fuyao, the one you cherished most. Have you forgotten? Empress Fuyao, the past is merely that, past. Our bond has long since dissipated. Thus, I kindly request that you refrain from invoking our sisterly connection. Yu Qing seems disinterested in further discourse with her, turning his attention to the side where Nangong stands, stating coolly, how you choose to handle matters between yourselves is your affair. My opinion is unnecessary. Indeed, sir, Nangong nods solemnly. Yu Qing, you are truly heartless. Nangong Fuyao exclaims, her face contorted with resentment. I still cherish the bond we once shared as siblings, which is why I deliberately set aside my status to seek you out. Yet, I did not anticipate that my nostalgia would be met with such callousness. Do you truly believe that my visit today is due to the needs of the Fuyao Empire? Am I the sort of person to act in such a manner? To be frank, the Fuyao Empire is on the brink of transformation, and this southern nation will not endure for long. What do you mean? Nangong's expression turns icy as he fixes his gaze upon her. Nangong Fuyao responds with a cold laugh. Let me clarify. I have long since allied myself with the Five Elements Alliance, which is poised to overturn the entire southern region. Soon, your nations, including your southern kingdom, shall cease to exist, while my Fuyao Empire will ascend to unparalleled supremacy. Perhaps you might argue that the immortal sect stands behind the southern region. Yet the Five Elements Alliance holds no fear of them. Under the leadership of our alliance master, some immortal sects have already been eradicated, and others can be vanquished at will. As the empire of Fuyao approaches unprecedented prosperity, I reminisce about your past kindness, yearning for your return to walk alongside me on the path of fortune. Yet, I never anticipated that this would present an opportunity you failed to cherish. Nangong's gaze shifted, and even Yu Qing's pupils slightly constricted. Unsurprisingly, the most pronounced reaction came from the little carp beside Yu Qing, whose shoulders bore a serpent that startled and leapt in fright. Chapter 69. Where did this incompetent ally come from to blurt such words? He inwardly cursed. Who prompted you to speak thus? Is this person sent by Haichin? Wasn't it agreed that this was to be kept a closely guarded secret? Who is this foolish idiot to reveal it so carelessly? The Hydra almost wished to strangle Nangong Fuyao in frustration. Remember, Yu Qing, I came here to invite you. It is you who lack sentiment. Do not blame me. I assure you, you will regret your decision today. Nangong Fuyao cried out in desperation, unable to accept that she had humbled herself to seek Yu Qing's favor, only to be met with such disdain. Yu Qing regarded her with indifference, as one might regard a jester, devoid of any inclination to respond. Leave, Yu Qing uttered coolly, then turned away, retreating into the house. Stop, I command you to halt. Yet, the more Yu Qing ignored her, the more enraged Nangong Fuyao became, pursuing her obstinately. In the next moment, an unmistakable chill enveloped the air as Yu Qing's hand shot out, grasping her alabaster neck and gradually lifting her off the ground. Nangong Fuyao, do you presume yourself to be something of worth? In my eyes, you are less than a mere fool. Without me, you would be nothing but a lifeless wretch. What you hold in esteem means nothing to me. What right do you have to command me? Empress Fuyao, this so-called ruler, should I desire your demise, it would be no more challenging than crushing an ant. The reason I do not kill you is simply to observe how far you will fall without my support. Yu Qing's eyes brimmed with derision, his grip tightening. As Nangong Fuyao struggled to breathe, her face flushed crimson. It was only when she reached the brink that Yu Qing gently released her, casting her aside like a discarded ragdoll. Nearby, Nangong dared not even exhale. In her mind, Yu Qing had always been a figure of calm, seemingly impervious to the world's tumult. Yet, this was the first time she witnessed his genuine fury. Meanwhile, Nangong Fuyao collapsed to the ground, clutching her neck and gasping for air, her once proud demeanor shattered. In that moment, she felt as though death were imminent. Nangong Fuyao, did you hear what the master said? Gather your people at once and leave the southern kingdom. If you do not leave now, there will be no mercy. After Yu Qing departed, Nangong pointed her sword directly at Nangong Fuyao. Bloodshot eyes fixated on Nangong. Nangong Fuyao seethed. Nangong, I assure you, both you and Yu Qing will regret treating me this way today. You will undoubtedly come to rue this moment. With that, she swiftly fled the scene. Nangong glanced at the corpse at the door and instructed Chui Wei, dispose of this body to feed the dogs and ensure the area is cleaned thoroughly, so as not to offend the eyes of our esteemed guest. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall take care of it at once. Chui Wei responded promptly, and began to attend to the body. Meanwhile, upon returning to the courtyard, Yu Qing resumed her alchemical experiments. Keeping her alive was merely a means to observe how Nangong Fuyao would fare in the absence of Yu Qing. He eagerly anticipated the day when this would unfold. However, this did not imply that Yu Qing harbored any profound resentment toward Nangong Fuyao. Rather, she felt an unperturbed calm. After all, one does not allow their emotions to be swayed by an insignificant ant, even if they have nurtured it for a time. Instead, it was that wretched, darkly cunning mentality that plagued her thoughts. At the entrance, Nanshi gazed at Yu Qing's earnest face, engrossed in her alchemical study, and smiled gently. It was evident that Yu Qing was entirely indifferent to Nangong Fuyao's fate. Indeed, this reflected the true state of mind of their esteemed mentor. Yet, the mention of the Five Elements Alliance by Nangong Fuyao seemed devoid of fabrication, a notion that sparked her concern. At that moment, Yu Qing suddenly spoke. I possess some knowledge about this Five Elements Alliance. There may indeed be a grand conspiracy aimed at the southern frontier. Then, does this mean that what Nangong Fuyao said was true? Could these individuals be lurking within the southern kingdom? Nanshi inquired, her brow furrowed in worry. Contact the ancestor of the Tai Immortal Sect and relay this information to him. He must join forces with the other sects to investigate this matter thoroughly, Yu Qing advised. The Tai Immortal Sect? Nanshi exclaimed in surprise. But surely, the ancestor may not trust me. Simply tell him it was my instruction. He would not disregard your words. Yu Qing replied. Upon hearing this, Nanshi was struck with astonishment. Even the immortal sects dared not disregard the authority of their mentor? Very well. I shall attend to it at once, she affirmed. Wait, I wish to accompany you. At that moment, Bai Zhuo emerged, sword in hand, stepping forward to join them. Your Majesty of the Southern Kingdom, I shall assist you in this endeavor, Bai Zhuo declared. Nanshi, unaware of Bai Zhuo's true identity, turned her gaze toward Yu Qing. Let her accompany you. She possesses the most insight into the Five Elements Alliance, and it is only fitting that she should go, Yu Qing suggested. Very well. Nanshi nodded in agreement. Bai Zhuo then cast a grateful glance toward Yu Qing, subsequently placing his sword aside and kneeling before her. Gratitude flows from my heart, esteemed elder, for your understanding, your life-saving grace, and the shelter you have provided during this time. Your kindness is etched in my memory. And once I fulfill the responsibilities entrusted to me by the sect leader and avenge my kin, I am willing to return and serve you. Though I dare not hope for anything beyond that. With that, I bowed deeply to Yu Qing. Serving you as a beast is unnecessary. Should we meet again in the future, do indulge me with a few fine bottles of wine, Yu Qing replied with a serene demeanor. Additionally, I possess a blade that I can lend you temporarily. Upon hearing this, Bai Duo's gaze shifted to the broad-bladed sword in Yu Qing's hand, and a glimmer of excitement sparked in her eyes. Having once been an elder of the Feiyun sect, her discerning eye was sharp. She recognized at once that this was an extraordinary weapon, far superior to any ordinary spiritual tool, though it bore a resemblance to a butcher's cleaver. Possessing it could significantly enhance her combat prowess. Do remember to return it, Yu Qing said as he extended the blade. Thank you, esteemed sir, Bai Duo replied, cherishing the weapon before turning to leave with Nanshi. Damn it, that pig-headed fool. In a shadowy corner, the Hydra seethed inwardly. Although his Five Elements Alliance roamed the southern wilderness, it was no secret to the sects, especially after the destruction of the Feiyun sect. Other sects were certainly aware of the news. However, they remained oblivious to his schemes against the southern wilderness. They only perceived it as a feud between his alliance and the Feiyun sect, merely exercising caution. While he harbored no fear of these sects, the current situation rendered it unpredictable. Most critically, he had yet to escape danger. Without him, the other members of the Five Elements Alliance were no match for these sects. I must hasten to dissolve the contract. Chapter 70. My serpentine existence seems to dim. His gaze flickered as he stealthily slipped out of the courtyard. The greatest advantage of the contract at present was that, as long as he concealed any ulterior motives, he could at least enjoy the freedom of movement. Once outside the courtyard, he transformed into a streak of light and pursued Nangong Fuyao. Though he yearned to tear apart this clumsy teammate, he could only suppress his fury and seek an opportunity through her. At this moment, Nangong Fuyao had ventured alone beyond the city gates. Her companions had received her message and were hastening from the imperial palace to meet her, preparing to return to the Fuyao Empire. Suddenly, a white-haired man appeared before her. Who are you? Nangong Fu Yao inquired, her guard raised as she scrutinized the stranger. The Hydra stood tall, regarding her with an indifferent demeanor. With a direct approach, he proclaimed, I am the leader of the Five Elements Alliance. I have sustained some injuries while traveling and have no medicine with me. I demand that you swiftly prepare a batch of spiritual herbs to be delivered to me. Soon, I shall alter the balance of power in the southern wilderness. Once my plans succeed, I will grant you 2 shares of the treasures of the celestial sect and elevate you to the greatest emperor of the Southern Empire. After his declaration, the 9-headed serpent gazed haughtily at Nangong Fuyao. Although he was tempted to strangle this foolish ally, he was far more interested in leveraging Nangong Fuyao to procure the spiritual herbs that would hasten his recovery. However, in asserting his dominance as the leader, he disregarded the fact that his own grievous injuries rendered him in a rather pitiable state. Nangong Fuyao, on her part, found it difficult to believe that a leader could emerge so unexpectedly. In her mind, the leader of the Five Elements Alliance ought to be an imposing figure, commanding awe and respect. Who was this imbecile before her? A mere charlatan from the underworld? Away with him. With a stormy countenance, Nangong Fuyao showed no semblance of kindness towards the 9-headed serpent. She brandished her sword, aiming it directly at him. Enraged, the 9-headed serpent could scarcely believe that a subordinate would dare to threaten him thus. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, a cadre of adept warriors, accompanying Nangong Fuyao, arrived, encircling him completely. Kill this charlatan, Nangong Fuyao commanded in a low voice. Yes, the warriors responded in unison, advancing towards the 9-headed serpent. Damn it! Damn it! The 9-headed serpent's face turned a sickly shade of green. Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed this ragtag group without a second thought. Yet, in his current weakened state, he was unwilling to expend any of his remaining strength against them. You wretched woman, once this leader regains his power, you shall be the first to perish. With a furious curse, the 9-headed serpent transformed into a streak of light and fled. Time passed, and half a month slipped away unnoticed. Although the surface appeared tranquil, the southern wilderness was rife with turmoil beneath. Under the alliance of the Tai Celestial Sect and by duo, the hidden masters of the Five Elements Alliance were systematically unearthed. Some perished, while others were captured. In the mountain gorge outside of Upper Southern City, a figure cloaked in black, known as Haichin, sat in meditation, his presence concealed from any who might seek him. Another half-month had passed, yet there was no cause for haste. The leader had significant matters to attend to, and only upon their completion would he issue further instructions. He needed only to wait patiently in this place. Remembering the promises made by the leader, his eyes glimmered with determination. Meanwhile, in the Moshui courtyard, Yu Qing and his companions continued to live their lives, filled with simplicity and joy. Due to the depletion of his medicinal materials from previous trials, Yu Qing recalled the time when the courtyard was expanded, leaving a vast expanse of vacant land. He seized the opportunity to cultivate some relatively ordinary, yet indispensable herbs for alchemy. The task had been delegated. However, the arduous labor fell upon the Hydra. In recent days, he had endured considerable hardship. The esteemed Hydra, the leader of the Five Elements Alliance, was now turning the soil with his serpentine form. After tilling the earth, he was also required to spit water. Not only did he have to perform the task well, but he also faced strict supervision from 4 foremen led by Mo San. Any slight imperfection would result in a whip striking down upon him, even invoking the identity of his contracted beast, Little Carp. To lodge a complaint yielded little more than a psychic assault from the latter, who was now in good standing with the 4 great demons. In the corner, after a day's toil, the Hydra was utterly exhausted. These 4 demons truly did not regard him as a serpent, treating him as if they were intent on driving him to the brink of despair. However, the dreary days would soon come to an end. During this time, the leader had been recovering daily, nearly regaining enough strength to dissolve the contract. In no less than 1 day, and no more than 2, he would finally escape this torment. The suffering inflicted upon him would be repaid 1,000-fold. The Hydra's gaze turned icy, especially towards those 4 demons, whom he deemed unworthy of the title. What is a true demon? It is a being that never submits, flowing with a proud lineage. Not one that bows and scrapes like an obsequious dog. He had already devised a plan for how to deal with these 4 demons once his grand scheme succeeded. Suddenly, he heard a commotion in the courtyard. Instinctively, he turned his head to investigate, discovering that the source of the noise emanated from Little Carp. A breakthrough? He could not help but acknowledge that this little rascal's talent was indeed extraordinary. Just recently, he had made a breakthrough, and now he was on the verge of another. Wait, could it be a breakthrough? In an instant, he sprang up as if propelled by springs, his eyes fixated on Little Carp. He had finally grasped the significance of Little Carp's advancement. At that moment, the Hydra's expression was one of stunned disbelief, his entire body trembling with anticipation and breath quickening. Meanwhile, after receiving the insights of a sage, Little Carp had, in a sense, begun to truly harness the powers of the Supreme Bone. In such a short span of time, he had evolved from an ignorant little creature into one poised to transcend to the celestial realm. In comparison to the previously formidable Xiao Wuchen, Xiao Lier seems rather insignificant, possessing an extraordinary innate ability that remains largely unutilized. With the wisdom gleaned from the saint's heart and the advantage of the Supreme Bone, Xiao Lier's ascension to the celestial realm is hardly surprising. Despite the myriad curses the nine-headed serpent harbors in his heart, wishing for unforeseen missteps or descent into madness, he finds himself slumped despondently on the ground, his visage ashen, overwhelmed by skepticism and despair towards the world. He grapples with the stark reality that while he has merely reached the touching heaven realm, Xiao Lier's recent breakthrough to the celestial realm effectively elevates her beyond him by an entire level. This implies that until he himself ascends to the celestial realm, any thoughts of utilizing the laws of heaven to dissolve their contract are utterly futile. Moreover, it is imperative that Xiao Lier refrains from advancing to the divine power realm before his own breakthrough. Regardless of circumstances, it is undeniably impossible for the nine-headed serpent to escape in the near future. In a fit of despair, he curses vehemently, striking his head against the adjacent wall with considerable force. Chapter 71. That alliance leader seems to have vanished without a trace. The nine-headed serpent's mental state has completely unraveled. He perceives his existence as dim and devoid of hope. Inwardly, he cannot help but lament, questioning the nature of such an extraordinary prodigy. How is it possible that in just a few short days, she has managed to break through not once, but twice? The critical factor he is unaware of is the timeline of Xiao Lier's actual cultivation. Otherwise, he would realize that such a contract would be utterly unattainable. No, I cannot allow myself to succumb to despair. After a moment of discouragement, he steels himself, rekindling his resolve. If I relinquish my aspirations now, I shall be destined to servitude for eternity. I have grand endeavors yet to pursue. Even if this little brat has ascended to the celestial realm, I am not without opportunities, albeit they may require more time to manifest. His thoughts are not without merit. As one's cultivation level rises, breakthroughs become increasingly arduous. Much like many in the cultivation world who may spend a century reaching the touching heaven realm, yet still find the journey to the celestial realm elusive. He recognizes that a significant gap in realms will always exist between himself and Xiao Lier. This presents him with an opportunity. Thus, time meandered on in a rather uneventful manner, and another month slipped by. The nine-headed serpent, retreating into a corner, fell into a stupor, exhausted and weary of life. He muttered despondently. A month prior, when Xiao Lier had first broken through to the celestial realm, he had infused himself with motivation, convinced that he still had a chance. Yet today, the last remnants of hope have been extinguished, for just moments ago, Xiao Lier has ascended yet again, now reaching the upper echelons of the celestial realm. The most frustrating aspect is that he, the nine-headed serpent, has not yet fully recovered from his injuries. How can he possibly pursue someone who is now at such a significant realm gap? He truly wished to express a thought. With such a pace of cultivation, is he still even human? He had surrendered to life, feeling as though it had dulled his edges, leaving him devoid of ambition. Meanwhile, Li Bugu and Bai Mei arrived for a visit. Senior, after a month of diligent effort, we have eradicated all the hidden members of the Five Elements Alliance. The woman previously slain by your disciple was one of their esteemed elders. However, we are puzzled by the fact that the leader of the Five Elements Alliance and another elder seem to have vanished without a trace. Not a whisper of news for nearly 2 months. After exchanging pleasantries with Yu Qing, the two delved into matters concerning the Five Elements Alliance. Oh, has the leader truly vanished? Yu Qing inquired, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Although it did not concern him directly, human nature often harbors a penchant for gossip. Indeed, our sects have dispatched spies throughout the southern region, striving to uncover the whereabouts of that enigmatic leader, Bai Mei continued. Oh, by the way, Bai Mei mentioned, Li Bugu added. According to the Southern Empress, certain nations may be entwined with the Five Elements Alliance, yet we have yet to find any conclusive evidence. This is hardly surprising, considering that the 10 emperors subdued by Haichen are merely his pawns. Other than him, it seems unlikely anyone else is privy to this information, not even that mysterious leader, who remains unaware of the specific nations involved. Naturally, with the elder now missing, solid evidence is elusive. Yu Qing nodded, seemingly indifferent to this discourse, and shifted the subject. I heard from Bai Tuo that the leader of the Five Elements Alliance possesses formidable strength. Even if you locate him, how do you intend to handle the situation? In response, Bai Mei could not suppress a smile, stating, Senior, in truth, we have assistance from beyond our ranks. Oh, this revelation piqued Yu Qing's curiosity. As you may be aware, what we refer to as celestial sects is merely a worldly designation. In essence, we are but an ordinary sect, overshadowed by countless more powerful forces beyond the southern borders. Coincidentally, the leader of the Five Elements Alliance had previously slain the son of an elder from the Hung Tian sword sect outside the southern region. This son was being groomed as a potential prodigy, and his untimely demise has fostered deep-seated enmity. The Hung Tian sword sect has since learned of the Five Elements Alliance's activities in the south and has dispatched formidable experts. Should they uncover the whereabouts of that mysterious leader, the Hung Tian sword sect will undoubtedly intervene. I see, Yu Qing acknowledged, not having anticipated the involvement of forces beyond the southern region. What do you think, Senior? The experts from the Hung Tian sword sect are currently in Shangnan City. Shall we pay them a visit together? Li Bugu suggested. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Qing nodded, since he had nothing else to do. It seemed rather pleasant to observe the masters of the great sects beyond the southern frontier. Within a bustling tavern in the city, Yu Qing followed Li Bugu and Bai Mei upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, his attention was drawn to two individuals seated by the window. Among them was a woman with a somewhat frosty demeanor, her fair hand delicately holding a glass of wine as she savored it while gazing out the window. Opposite her sat a man in his 60s, clad in simple garments, appearing much like any other elder. Indeed, Li Bugu and Bai Mei led Yu Qing toward the two. These are the ones, Li Bugu whispered to Yu Qing. Nodding, Yu Qing acknowledged that these two were indeed distinguished individuals from outside the southern territories, exuding an aura of uniqueness. At that moment, Li Bugu addressed the pair. Miss Ng, Elder Su, this gentleman is none other than the esteemed Yu Qing, whom I previously mentioned to you. Li Bugu enthusiastically introduced Yu Qing. Observing this, Yu Qing maintained his decorum, offering a slight bow to the two. However, in response to his greeting, the two displayed little reaction. The woman continued to gaze out the window, her elegant wrist gently rotating the wine glass, before finally turning her head to glance at Yu Qing. She then directed her gaze toward Li Bugu and inquired, Do you have any leads on that individual? Upon hearing this, Li Bugu exhibited a hint of embarrassment and quickly replied, Not yet. The woman responded in a flat tone, Please expedite your search. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner we can return to report. Li Bugu cast an awkward glance at Yu Qing, who furrowed his brow. Yet, he was disinclined to dwell on it. He had initially thought that mingling with the influential figures from beyond the southern territories could prove beneficial. However, with their apparent lack of interest in forming connections, he found it unwise to persist. Thus, he walked to another window, found an empty table, and sat down, calling out, Waiter, bring the wine. Chapter 72. This person is quite interesting, let them converse, Yu Qing thought. Noticing this, Li Bugu nodded to the two individuals and then proceeded to join Yu Qing at his table. Forgive me, Senior, Li Bugu said, his face filled with embarrassment. Yu Qing waved his hand to interrupt them, smiling as he said, We came out to enjoy some wine. Let us keep it lighthearted. Upon hearing this, Li Bugu looked at Yu Qing with gratitude. Soon, food and drink were served, and the three began to drink. During this time, Li Bugu and Bai Mei raised their glasses and moved toward another table. The woman, however, exhibited little response, merely lifting her glass for a symbolic sip. Oh, one cannot entirely blame her. Li Bugu murmured. In truth, our southern border is a minuscule place on the vast continent, primarily dominated by secular nations, and it pales in comparison to genuine realms of cultivation. Bai Mei, seated nearby, could not help but smile wryly in agreement. However, Yu Qing remained oblivious to such musings. his sole focus on indulging in his drink, dismissing these matters entirely. At that moment, two streaks of light swiftly traversed the sky above Shangnan City, unnoticed even by Bai Mei and Li Bugu. Only the two women sitting by the window noticed the phenomenon, exchanging glances before transforming into two beams of light in pursuit. What is this? Li Bugu questioned, perplexed. Let them be. We shall enjoy our drinks, Yu Qing replied with a calm smile. Nodding, Li Bugu and Bai Mei's gazes remained fixated on the window. Meanwhile, the two women from the Hung Tian sword sect reached the outskirts of Shangnan City, halting their pursuit and instead watching the two streaks of light vanish into the distance. Su Lao, judging by their aura, they seem to be from the Qingmen? One of the women inquired, tilting her head toward the elder. Indeed, it is possible, the elder, referred to as Su Lao, replied, his brow furrowed. Yet, what could the Qingmen want here? Could it be aimed at us? The woman speculated. It is highly likely. The Qingmen have a deeply adversarial relationship with our Hung Tian sword sect, always seeking to eliminate us on sight, Su Lao stated gravely. Moreover, considering their aura, one of them possesses immense strength. Even if we were to join forces, our chances of victory would barely reach 30%. Is that so? The woman's expression grew increasingly somber. Fortunately, our Hung Tian sword sect is not only proficient in sword techniques, but also excels in concealment methods, which all disciples are trained in. If we do not reveal ourselves, they are unlikely to find us, Su Lao advised. Thus, regardless of their intentions for coming here, we should avoid them as much as possible. Understood, the woman nodded, though she felt that the southern border, a seemingly insignificant locale, should not be so bustling. With the Five Elements Alliance's recent activity and now the appearance of the Qingmen, she sensed that the southern border concealed mysteries beyond their comprehension. Meanwhile, countless miles away from the two women of the Hung Tian sword sect, near the edge of the Fuyo Empire, two figures stood atop the highest peak within 1,000 miles, both clad in black garments and appearing youthful. However, the slightly older figure regarded the younger one with utmost respect. They were indeed the individuals from the Qingmen discussed by Su Lao, Chen Danyang, the leader of the Qingmen, and his disciple, Duan Feng. Those unfamiliar with Chen Danyang would be astonished to see him so youthful. Yet this facade was the result of his affinity for maintaining his appearance through a secret technique. Fenger, if I recall correctly, your talent in the Tao of Heaven leans towards aggression, enhancing your offensive capabilities, correct? Chen Danyang inquired, glancing at his companion, Duan Feng. Yes, Master, Duan Feng affirmed. Indeed, this talent is quite remarkable. With diligent cultivation, a promising future lies ahead, Chen Danyang remarked with admiration. Thank you, Master, for your praise. However, compared to the talent for enhancing one's attack, I genuinely yearn for the kind of talent you possess, Master. After all, while one can augment their offensive capabilities through training, a safeguard for survival is not something one encounters frequently, Duan Feng responded. Hearing this, Chen Danyang chuckled softly. Speaking of his innate talent for the laws of the heavenly Tao, he felt immense satisfaction. It was indeed a supreme skill for preserving life. He could withstand any degree of attack while retaining a sliver of vitality, although it could only be employed once every few decades. It was precisely this life-preserving skill that enabled him to become the leader of the Qingmen sect, allowing him to escape death numerous times. Let us not dwell on this and return to the matter at hand, Chen Danyang said, lifting his gaze to survey the surrounding realm, shaking his head as he spoke. I must say, the spiritual energy in this place is rather feeble. Recently, the heavenly mechanism plate came to light, indicating this direction in the southern wilderness. Yet, that useless Gu Jiutian believes this area harbors immense fortune and seeks to exploit the local energies to orchestrate a cross-border scheme. Such a notion is truly foolish. Chen Danyang scoffed. Little does he know that the true fortune lies not within this realm, but rather with a particular individual. By eliminating that person, one could assimilate their fortune. Duan Feng nodded in acknowledgement. A nation possesses its own destiny. When a country's fortune flourishes, its people enjoy peace and prosperity, and exceptional individuals emerge to serve the nation, gradually strengthening it. Similarly, individuals also possess fortune. Those with strong fortune encounter fewer obstacles in their cultivation, experience increased serendipity, and can navigate perilous situations with ease. Just as a nation can absorb the fortunes of others, so too can individuals. By slaying those who wield great fortune, one can significantly transfer that fortune to themselves, thus becoming the new bearer of such fortune. But master, while this realm may be weak, it is still populated. How might we locate that individual of great fortune? Duan Feng inquired respectfully. That is quite simple. A person of great fortune is always the center of attention, regardless of their location. With a bit of investigation, we can discern who has recently garnered the most acclaim in the southern wilderness. And we will be close to identifying them, Chun Danyang replied contemplatively. Earlier, as we passed through a town, although it was small, its vibrancy was extraordinary. If we inquire there, we may uncover valuable leads. Yes, master, let us set off at once, Duan Feng agreed. With a smile, Chun Danyang unfurled his folding fan, transforming into an elegant gentleman as he took Duan Feng alongside him. Before long, they arrived at Shangnan City. Upon entering the city, he casually seized a few lower-level cultivators and commenced a soul search. The Array Master Guild, the Empress of the Southern Kingdom, Nenshi. None of these seemed to fit. As Chun Danyang meticulously sifted through the energies obtained from the soul search, he shook his head, but after a moment, it appeared he had grasped something. The benefactor of the Southern Kingdom, Yu Qing. The reason the Array Masters Guild is located in the Southern Kingdom is due to the prosperity it enjoys today, all thanks to one individual. This person possesses an intriguing essence. Chapter 73, Reciprocity, I shall strike you a blow in return. Through soul-searching, he has gained a clear understanding of Yu Qing's general appearance, as many had seen him during his previous visit to the Southern Kingdom. Thus, recognizing Yu Qing's visage is hardly surprising. Lo and behold, at that moment, Chun Dongyang's eyes sparkled with excitement, for in the very next instant, he beheld a figure resembling Yu Qing emerge from the tavern ahead. His gaze sharpened, and with a mere glance, he confirmed that this was indeed the true Yu Qing. After all, one can often sense the essence of a person, the individual before him, in terms of demeanor and presence, perfectly matched that of the one from the soul-searching. In this small corner of the southern border, there could be no other. Furthermore, he could faintly perceive that immense fortune was concealed within Yu Qing. If such a person were to meet his demise at his hands, that great fortune would undoubtedly transfer to him. Master, who is Yu Qing? Is he the one you referred to as the bearer of great fortune? Where is he? At this moment, Duan Feng inquired. No need to ask, for he is both far and near. Chun Danyang could not help but chuckle. Oh, that statement took even Duan Feng by surprise. That is him, Chun Danyang declared, pointing through the crowd directly at Yu Qing. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, astonished by the stroke of luck he had encountered. It was as though he had effortlessly stumbled upon a treasure after traversing a long and arduous journey. Duan Feng promptly shifted his gaze, his spirit invigorated. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, Duan Feng exclaimed. However, the two individuals accompanying him seemed formidable, likely from the sects of the southern border. Does that not imply this person is indeed extraordinary? In such a mundane locale, those from sects are regarded almost as celestial beings, yet he is flanked by them. Master, your insight is commendable, Duan Feng remarked. Indeed, while these southern border sect members may appear divine in the eyes of ordinary folk, to me, they are no different from mere ants. Chun Danyang replied with a cold smile. In almost an instant, he locked onto Yu Qing's aura without any concealment, laying his cards on the table. Meanwhile, Yu Qing, just emerging from the tavern alongside Bai Mei and Li Bugu, sensed this disturbance and furrowed his brow. Bai Mei and Li Bugu also sensed something amiss, as a chilling atmosphere began to permeate the surroundings. Chun Donyang's body trembled, akin to a predator poised to capture its prey, as an aura silently expanded, seemingly enveloping the entire area. Once upon a time on the bustling streets, the crowd seemed to plunge into a quagmire, enveloped in a state of panic. If you wish to avoid death, be swift in your departure, Chun Danyang uttered with a chilling command. Under normal circumstances, he preferred to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, particularly that of innocents, as it could inadvertently affect his fortunes and give rise to inner demons during his path to transcendence. Perhaps this was a means by which the heavens safeguarded the common folk. As Chun Donyang's voice resonated, the suffocating sensation of the quagmire momentarily eased, prompting the multitude to scatter in a frantic escape. In an instant, the once crowded street lay desolate, leaving only the trio of Yu Qing, Li Bugu, and Bai Mei. Senior, we are under attack, Li Bugu and Bai Mei spoke with grave expressions, their vigilant gazes directed towards Chun Danyang. They sensed a formidable presence approaching, one that instilled considerable pressure upon them. You are Yu Qing? Chen Dongyang's gaze bore down on Yu Qing, his tone frigid. Indeed, and who might you be? Yu Qing's expression remained largely unchanged as he scrutinized Chen Dongyang and inquired. You need not concern yourself with my identity. You must simply understand that I have come for your life today, Chen Dongyang replied with a cold smirk. In the next instant, he made his move, unleashing a terrifying force that enveloped Yu Qing. Clearly, Chen Dongyang had initiated a lethal strike, deploying his utmost strength without reservation. After all, he understood that beings of significant fortune, unlike ordinary individuals, were notably difficult to eliminate. This was evident from the onset, as he had locked onto Yu Qing with his aura to preempt any unforeseen occurrences. As this power erupted, Bai Mei and Li Bugu's expressions shifted dramatically. It was overwhelmingly potent, so much so that they found themselves unable to lift a finger. Instinctively, their gazes turned to Yu Qing, for in that moment, he was their sole reliance. As the formidable strike loomed above the trio, Yu Qing, under the expectant eyes of Li Bugu and Bai Mei, finally took action. With an expression devoid of emotion, he waved his hand, effortlessly neutralizing the tidal wave of deadly intent. Li Bugu and Bai Mei, standing nearby, felt this transformation acutely. In an instant, the surrounding space returned to its original state, the oppressive pressure dissipating in the blink of an eye. They turned their astonished gazes towards Yu Qing, as if two elderly men had witnessed something wondrous through the eyes of a child, mouths agape and filled with fervor. Though they were aware of Yu Qing's unparalleled prowess and had witnessed the skills of his disciple, Xiao Lier, they had never truly comprehended the extent of Yu Qing's capabilities. In that moment, they bore witness to Yu Qing's authentic power for the first time, astounded that such a formidable strike could be so easily dispelled with but a wave of his hand. Certainly, the most astonishing aspect belongs to Chen Dongyang himself. He is acutely aware of the immense power behind his own strike. With a mere wave of his hand, he effortlessly dispels the threat. What does this signify? An unyielding barrier. He does not even pause to ponder why such a formidable defense exists in a remote place like southern Jiang. Instead, he swiftly turns and flees. Fearing that his pace may not be sufficient, his legs, not particularly short, propel him forward in midair, as if attempting to hasten his escape. Even his prized disciple is momentarily disregarded, left behind without a second thought. Attempting to flee? Is it truly that simple? In the spirit of reciprocity, you strike me, and I am obliged to respond in kind, Yu Qing states coolly. Standing still, he observes the slight movement of his opponent's body, then casually extends his fist. With a simple punch, it transforms into a colossal shadow that looms over Chen Dongyang. What? Chen Dongyang, who is in the midst of his escape, is filled with horror at this sight. This punch has enveloped him from all directions, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Realizing the futility of fleeing, he halts his flight, attempting to block the impending strike. Without hesitation, he adorns himself with every defensive talisman he has acquired throughout his life. Yet, this seems insufficient. He unleashes a flurry of punches in midair, hoping to dissipate the force of Yu Qing's blow. In a heartbeat, their attacks collide. Chen Dongyang had believed that his counterattack might mitigate some of Yu Qing's power. However, he was gravely mistaken. Yu Qing's punch effortlessly shatters all of Chen Dongyang's defenses, reaching the protective talismans adorning his body. Chapter 74. A simple punch, annihilation alas. What he deemed his protective talismans crumbled like mere bubbles beneath the weight of that punch, fracturing instantly. Before the attack even made contact, blood erupted from Chen Dongyang's mouth. In the next moment, he is utterly obliterated by the force of that single blow. Meanwhile, in a nearby district of Upper South City, two individuals from the Hengtian sword sect are making their way back. The current southern Jiang seems to conceal matters unknown to us. The strikingly beautiful woman cannot help but remark. The only person capable of uniting us with less than a 30% chance of victory is none other than Chen Dongyang. Indeed, it is true. No one rises early without incentive. The elder soon nods in agreement, adding, given the natures of Gu Jiutian and Chen Dongyang, they would not venture to such a place unless there were absolute benefits to be gained. Well, it appears that Chen Dongyang may be unaware of our arrival. The woman observes. That may be so, yet we should still endeavor to avoid him, she concludes. Old Su remarked from the side. It would be prudent for us to refrain from involving ourselves in other matters. If we can eliminate Gu Jiutian, we can return and report. The woman nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. However, the next moment, a change flickered across his face as he turned to glance at Old Su. Clearly, Old Su had sensed it too. His expression filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, "There are fluctuations of battle energy, and they are exceedingly powerful." After exchanging a glance, the two hastened towards the source of the combat energy, eager to discern what had transpired. After all, apart from their mastery of swordsmanship, the Hungtian sword sect also excelled in stealth techniques, allowing them to retreat unscathed from any peril. Upon their arrival, they witnessed Chen Dongyang delivering a punch towards Yu Qing. It was indeed Chen Dongyang. And the other individual, was it truly him? They stood concealed in the shadows, astonished. They recognized Yu Qing, the same person who had accompanied Li Bugu to curry favor with them. However, they had paid little mind to him, dismissing him as unworthy of their attention. They never anticipated he would be engaged in direct confrontation with Chen Dongyang. "This is disastrous," Old Su muttered. The woman nodded silently, clearly in agreement with his assessment. For even if they joined forces with Chen Dongyang's onslaught, defending themselves would prove arduous, let alone Yu Qing and his companions. Yet, in the next moment, they beheld Yu Qing effortlessly neutralizing Chen Dongyang's attack. Before they could fully register their astonishment, they watched as Yu Qing retaliated with a punch. Observing from the sidelines, they were acutely aware that all of Chen Dongyang's techniques crumbled like mere bubbles beneath that singular blow, reducing him to fragments. The two stared wide-eyed, particularly the woman, who covered her mouth with her hand, fearful of exclaiming in shock. That punch was overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that even from a distance, they felt their hearts race. Had they been on the receiving end of such a strike, their chances of survival would have been virtually non-existent. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the profound shock mirrored in the other's eyes. Reflecting on their earlier encounter in the tavern, they could hardly fathom that the young man they had presumed to be merely flattering them was, in truth, an entity of unfathomable strength. Fortunately, although we did not extend a warm reception in the tavern, we refrained from uttering harsh words. Old Su remarked with a bitter smile. The woman couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, we were fortunate amidst our misfortunes. At that moment, Yu Qing slowly withdrew his fist and shook out his hand, feeling somewhat rusty after a prolonged absence from combat. Yet, Bai Mei and Li Bugu struggled to maintain their composure, having not only effortlessly dispelled Chen Dongyang's attack, but also shattered him with unparalleled force. The overwhelming power evoked a fervent awe among them. The two elderly gentlemen gazed at Yu Qing with eyes that sparkled with admiration. Meanwhile, Duan Feng stood frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably. His mind had yet to catch up, still lingering on the moment his master had identified the target, and then, in the blink of an eye, his master was gone, leaving him utterly alone. Who am I? What am I doing? He stood there in isolation, shivering, unsure of what to do. Should he raise his fists in vengeance for his master, or should he flee? Yet, as he contemplated escape, he found his legs had turned to jelly. Before he could make a decision, Yu Qing fixed his gaze upon him and inquired, "Who are you? Why have you come to kill me?" With a blank expression, Yu Qing spoke to Duan Feng in a low voice. We are from the Qingtian sect." Duan Feng stuttered in a state of sheer terror. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing frowned. The Qingtian sect was unfamiliar to him, evidently not a force from the southern frontier. This struck him as rather unusual. First, there was the inexplicable attack from the Hydra, who claimed to have targeted him out of greed for a treasure he supposedly possessed. Now, another group, the Qingtian sect, had emerged, intent on delivering lethal blows. Of course, the Hydra had only concealed its identity, fabricating a pretext to justify its assault. Yu Qing had been misled into believing he had revealed some treasure. Thus, to avoid complications, he had been particularly cautious regarding such matters. Now, could it be that the Qingtian sect was similarly after a treasure he had supposedly displayed? "Why do you seek to harm me?" Yu Qing pressed Duan Feng further. Duan Feng remained ensnared in his profound fear, stuttering even more, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Observing his state, Yu Qing's face registered a flicker of impatience. Enough. It is no longer significant. He swiftly delivered a slap to Duan Feng, who crumpled to the ground like a pancake, dispatched with efficiency. "Let us return," Yu Qing said to Li Bugu and the others beside him in a nonchalant manner. "Yes," replied Li Bugu and the others, still dazed. The group made their way back to the Mosui courtyard, the atmosphere thick with silence as they remained in shock. However, after taking just a few steps, Yu Qing's brow furrowed. He halted, turning his head to the spot where Chen Danyang had been shattered to pieces. To his astonishment, the figure was not yet dead. Yu Qing swiftly turned back and, amidst the scattered remnants, spotted a heart, alive and pulsating, filled with vitality. Remarkably, it had truly not perished. Almost deceived, Yu Qing, without a moment's hesitation, struck down once more, shattering the last vestige of life within that heart into fragments, thus putting an end to the matter. His perceptiveness truly astounded. As he discerned that the individual had not perished, indeed, it was remarkable. Li Bugue and his companion, witnessing this, lavished praise upon him. Yet, Yu Qing's brow remained furrowed. His mood decidedly bleak, verging on vexation. Over the years, he had considered himself invincible, capable of dispatching anyone with a single blow. Consequently, he had gradually lost interest in enhancing his cultivation. However, he now faced an adversary whom he could not vanquish with his might alone. Particularly disconcerting was the youthfulness of this individual, likely still a member of the younger generation, hardly a figure of significance. The fact that he could not defeat such a person with a single strike instilled in him a profound sense of crisis regarding his own inadequacies. It appeared that he must strive to become even stronger. Chapter 75. Armoring oneself to the teeth. The fear of insufficient firepower seemed to be an innate affliction, one that amplified Yu Qing's sense of peril. The root of this anxiety could be traced back to his cultivation and training system, which, since acquiring the system, had diverged significantly from that of this world. He could only rely on his past experiences and somewhat gauge the essence of the Yuan Dan realm through his aura. Beyond that, due to dimensional disparities, he could not perceive the specific details of his opponents. Indeed, regardless of one's prowess, true insight eludes without actual confrontation. This was the fundamental reason he remained oblivious to the extent of his own strength, lacking a benchmark for evaluation. He could only gauge his power by observing whether his adversary could withstand a punch, or, perhaps, how many strikes they could endure. Now, before him stood Chen Danyang, who appeared so youthful, yet could absorb his blow. Did this not imply that many beyond the southern borders could similarly withstand his strikes without succumbing? The thought was indeed disquieting. Moreover, there was a more significant factor at play. Yu Qing remained unaware that Chen Danyang possessed a life-preserving innate talent, a rule that could not be breached by any being within this realm. It seemed that he could no longer afford to be so lax. Diligent cultivation was imperative, and he must cease rejecting the system's tasks. Yu Qing could not help but reflect upon this, while also contemplating the potential of his own transformative fingers. It appeared he could no longer whimsically summon whatever he desired. It would be prudent to acquire items that could be carried with him, capable of safeguarding him at all times. In the event of encountering a threatening presence, he could cast forth thousands of such objects. Furthermore, his own misty water courtyard ought to be fortified to the hilt, as Yu Qing had to admit he harbored a considerable fear of death. After confirming the inevitable demise of Chen Danyang and his companions, Yu Qing departed with Li Bugue and Bai Mei. With a single decisive blow that felled Chen Danyang, Yu Qing demonstrated remarkable control over his strength, ensuring that no damage was inflicted upon the street. As Yu Qing and his companions prepared to depart, two figures from the hidden Hung Tian sword sect swiftly emerged, landing before them. "We have met the esteemed senior," they bowed to Yu Qing, expressing, "Previously, we were unaware of your prowess and mistakenly assumed you to be one of those who flatter for gain, thus offending you. We humbly seek your forgiveness." Clearly, upon realizing Yu Qing's formidable strength, they were eager to forge a connection. However, Yu Qing merely cast a glance their way, offering no further acknowledgement. He possessed a duality of nature, capable of both generosity and pettiness. Some matters he could easily dismiss, while others lingered in his memory for quite some time, dictated solely by his personal inclinations. In any case, he held his own standards. As for these two, who had previously swaggered with arrogance, their sudden eagerness to befriend him was laughable. Yu Qing chose to ignore them, gliding past with Bai Mei and Li Bugu in tow. Yet, internally, he felt a measure of relief. Initially, he had presumed that the young man he had just dispatched was an ordinary presence beyond the southern frontier. But the actions of the Hung Tian sword sect indicated otherwise. His opponent was indeed formidable, likely possessing strength comparable to that of an elder. This realization slightly alleviated his fears of inadequacy. Nonetheless, it was but a small comfort. Ultimately, the seeds of determination had been sown in Yu Qing's heart, urging him to strive diligently. As they departed, for reasons unknown, Bai Mei and Li Bugu, following closely by Yu Qing's side, began to exude an air of authority. With a quiet huff, they shot sidelong glances at the two men behind them, ignoring them entirely. Observing Yu Qing's indifference, the Hung Tian Sword Sect members exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with bitterness. Although their previous encounter in the tavern had not constituted a direct offense, it had undoubtedly left a negative impression. Su Lao chuckled wryly before speaking, to which the woman beside him nodded in agreement. Who would have thought? In this seemingly insignificant southern territory, a dragon lurks beneath the surface. It was likely that even the illustrious leader of the Qing men could not have anticipated his downfall in such a humble locale. Time passed quietly, and a full month slipped by. During this period, Yu Qing had employed his alchemical abilities extensively. He meticulously transformed numerous items within the Mishui courtyard. From the humble broom, used for sweeping, to the shovel for gathering herbs, even the drying rack for clothes. In essence, he had touched upon every object within his line of sight, for the Mishui courtyard represented his foundation, should peril arise in the future. These various implements might prove invaluable. Due to the insufficient supply of medicinal herbs at hand, even with the assistance of Nanxi, Yu Qing found it challenging to meet the daily demands of potion preparation. Consequently, he temporarily set aside his duties in favor of an unexpected passion for sculpture. With his carving knife, he crafted small figures, albeit imperfectly, yet through his unique touch, they were imbued with a semblance of life. After enchanting them, he stored these creations in his storage ring, ready to unleash them in moments of peril. During this period of transformation, Yu Qing uncovered an intriguing aspect of his ability. Ordinary objects, once touched by his hand, not only recognized him as their master, but also experienced a remarkable enhancement in quality. For instance, a broom, seemingly neglected in the corner of the courtyard, revealed itself to be a high-quality spiritual artifact upon closer inspection. As an individual afflicted with a fear of vitality deficiency, Yu Qing dedicated his time to extensive study of the insights of sages. Although the cultivation systems varied, rendering most of the experiences irrelevant, he gleaned valuable knowledge from their esoteric techniques and life-preserving methods. He learned skills such as the art of subterranean escape, defensive tortoise-shaped shields, and illusions to mislead adversaries. Previously, having been reclusive in the southern regions, Yu Qing had limited interactions. However, given the recent unrest in the south and the influx of skilled individuals, he equipped himself thoroughly. Meanwhile, several nations in the southern territories convened for a unifying meeting, with Nangong prominently among them. These leaders, having been persuaded by Haichen, presented their imperial seals and joined the Five Elements Alliance. Has anyone received news? One inquired. Silence filled the room. Wasn't it agreed that actions would be taken during the grand celebration of the Southern Kingdom? Time has passed, and not only is there no sign of movement, but Haichen has also seemingly vanished. What is happening? My imperial seal remains in his possession. In the sealed hall, emperors expressed their concerns. With each discussion, their unease grew, culminating in a heavy silence. It dawned upon them that they might have fallen prey to deception. Under the guise of persuasive rhetoric and promises of high returns, they had easily surrendered their imperial seals. Although each now possessed a spiritual artifact, nothing could compare to the significance of the imperial seal for a ruler. Chapter 76. This sheep is, in fact, a prehistoric demon. Nangongfio's expression darkened to an extreme. She was unwilling to accept this outcome. She had envisioned leveraging the Five Elements Alliance to ascend to a position of unparalleled supremacy in the southern regions. After all, unlike these emperors before her, Haichen had promised to elevate her to the status of the greatest ruler in the south. She yearned to retaliate against Yu Qing and Nanxi, wishing to make them regret their treatment of her on that fateful day. Particularly, she wanted Yu Qing to realize that despite his considerable strength and his connections with the celestial sects of the southern wilderness, such attributes would ultimately mean little in the grand scheme. She envisioned a scenario where Yu Qing would come to her, acknowledging his mistakes and pleading for her return. With this thought in mind, she finally broke her silence. "Everyone, let us not lose our composure," she encouraged, her voice resonating with determination. Overturning the southern wilderness is a monumental endeavor, not something that can be achieved in a fleeting moment. It necessitates meticulous planning and strategy. Moreover, Lord Haitian has likely informed you that behind our Five Elements Alliance stands an exceedingly mysterious leader, has he not? Her words drew the attention of the gathered assembly. Nangong Fu Yao's inspiring voice continued. According to Lord Haitian, this leader possesses formidable power, capable of extinguishing even the celestial sects of our southern wilderness at will. Therefore, with his presence, we need not harbor unnecessary anxieties. We must simply focus on our respective duties and await the outcome. I concur with Empress Fu Yao, spoke the ruler of the Red Sun Kingdom, Zhen Bin Si Guang, rising to his feet. With the leader and Lord Haitian among us, our plan is bound to succeed, and their immense strength renders deceit unnecessary. Indeed, I too find Empress Fu Yao's reasoning sound. Let us await developments in tranquility, added the ruler of Li Kingdom, stepping forward. As his words settled, the assembled monarchs nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing this sentiment. It is evident that humans often resist accepting unwelcome truths. They tend to concoct justifications and excuses to comfort themselves, rationalizing the discrepancies within their beliefs, steadfastly convinced of the outcomes they desire. Meanwhile, the mighty leader they spoke of languished in the Mishui courtyard, laboring under the scorching sun. He occasionally raised his gaze to the heavens and peered through the crevice of the courtyard gate, observing the world beyond. When will this life come to an end? I long for freedom, he lamented, his face contorted in despair. Noticing the four formidable demons casting menacing glances in his direction, he dared not linger and transformed into a humble farmer, resuming his toil in the soil. Only as night fell did he drag his weary body back to his diminutive corner, a space devoid of a proper roof, which had become his home, appearing to be a domain uniquely his own. Yet, the area was so confined that he could only curl up into the smallest of forms. For even a slight encroachment might invite a crushing step from one of the four demons. Unable to resist, he cast his gaze towards another spacious and pristine corner. Gujiu Tian, he mused, you are of the nine-headed serpent clan. Even in misfortune, how is it that a mere sheep thrives better than you? Unbidden, he raised his body high and swaggered toward the corner opposite him. You, wretched and indolent sheep, relinquish your place for my lord, the Hydra. He held his head aloft, exuding an imposing presence as he looked down upon the languidly sleeping sheep. Upon hearing his words, the sheep blinked open its eyes, making no move except to deliver a swift kick. However, in the eyes of the Hydra, it was not merely a simple kick. It appeared as though countless malevolent spirits were rushing toward him, their gaping maws poised to engulf him entirely. Instantly, he was hurled backwards, crashing against the distant courtyard wall, his bones shattering into fragments before he collapsed to the ground. Wretchedly, he began to spew blood, and when he glanced toward the sheep, terror filled his gaze. In that moment, the sheep was no longer merely a sheep in his eyes. It was unmistakably a primordial demon. How audacious he had been to contend for territory against such a being. After laboring for days to heal his wounds and restore his power to its zenith, he had not anticipated being thrust back to square one. He realized that the kick just delivered had been merciful. Had it not been so, he could only imagine the dire consequences. The impact of that kick reverberated in his soul, leaving him trembling with trepidation. He could not fathom how such an entity could manifest in this realm. Who, then, was this Yu Qing? In an instant, the enigma surrounding Yu Qing deepened in his mind. He foresaw that even should he manage to escape and fulfill the grand scheme of the southern frontier, achieving a significant breakthrough, he would still fall short of being compared to Yu Qing. How could he even entertain notions of vengeance? His previous disdain for the sycophantic behavior exhibited toward the four great demons began to dissipate, gradually giving way to a sense of reluctant understanding. Meanwhile, as days passed, the Five Elements Alliance had vanished without a trace in the southern frontier, the mysterious leader seemingly evaporating from existence. The two members of the Hung Tian sword sect departed from the southern lands, returning to their sect. In the midst of the undulating mountains, vibrant spiritual energy permeated the air, with a series of hidden buildings nestled among the peaks, revealing only a glimpse of their grandeur. Atop the highest summit, disciples clad in the garb of the Hung Tian sword sect occasionally soared through the air, their swords beneath their feet. Having encountered senior sister Ing and elder Su, the two were greeted with respectful bows from their fellow disciples upon their return. Elder Su, Where is the sect master? One disciple inquired. The sect master and the elders are in the council hall discussing matters. It seems something grave has occurred, replied another disciple with a serious expression. Something grave? Elder Su's countenance shifted as he pressed. What has transpired? The disciple was uncertain, only conveying that the matter was urgent. Early that morning, the sect master had summoned many of the elders. If you wish to know more, you should head to the council hall, the disciple added. Elder Su and the woman exchanged a solemn glance, both revealing signs of concern. The sect's development was proceeding normally, and it was rare to see such a gathering of elders outside of the customary decennial assembly. It seemed that something significant was indeed amiss. Chapter 77. What I thought was a matter of great importance turned out to be the Qingtian sect. Elder Su and the woman dared not delay and hurried towards the sect's council hall. Upon their arrival, they found the senior members of the sect already present, each bearing a grave expression. After greeting the sect leader and the esteemed elders, the woman and Elder Su entered and bowed respectfully. Ah, it is you who have returned. How did the mission fare? The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table inquired eagerly upon seeing them. Master, we have indeed eradicated the Five Elements Alliance, but their leader has vanished without a trace. We suspect he may have fled the southern wilderness, hence our temporary return, the woman reported. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow and replied, Let us set aside the matter of the Five Elements Alliance for now. You two take a seat. Master, esteemed elders, what has transpired? The woman could not contain her curiosity and asked before even taking her seat. Particularly, witnessing the elders' agitated demeanor heightened her anxiety, indicating that the situation was far from simple. Alas, holy maiden, it is none other than the Qingtian sect, one elder could not help but explain. They have gone too far, launching a surprise attack on 3 of our spirit veins, resulting in numerous casualties among our disciples. As he spoke, the elders' faces contorted with rage. Their teeth clenched. The Qingtian sect is clearly taking advantage of the disturbances in our sword tomb, seeking to incite chaos in order to provoke an all-out war with us. Should a full-scale conflict arise, given the multitude of skilled fighters within the Qingtian sect, particularly Chen Danyang, we would be compelled to exhaust our own elite forces. Yet, without anyone to suppress the sword tomb, we risk being caught off guard, leading to a disastrous situation that would play directly into the hands of the Qingtian sect. However, if we choose to endure this provocation, the Qingtian sect will only grow more audacious. How can we swallow our pride and allow the forces of the wastelands to look down upon our sect? Thus, the decision of whether to engage in battle was indeed a challenging one. Indeed, it is precisely during this tumultuous period that the sword tomb has stirred. Were it not for this, how could the Qingtian sect be so brazen? In an instant, the elders were embroiled in heated discussions, their voices clashing without resolution. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, who exuded an air of authority despite his silence, remained deeply furrowed in thought, clearly grappling with uncertainty. However, after listening to the elders, the woman's expression relaxed considerably. I had anticipated a grave matter, but it turns out to be merely the Qingtian sect, she remarked light-heartedly. At her words, the gaze of the assembly shifted toward her, some even tinged with reproach. What do you mean, holy maiden? By your words, it seems you perceive this situation as trivial. As if the deaths of our fellow disciples do not warrant concern, one elder challenged her. The middle-aged man at the forefront cast an inquisitive glance in return. Upon hearing this, Ying Xiao promptly clasped her hands in respect and declared, Master, esteemed elders, it is not that I deem the deaths of our fellow disciples insignificant, but rather I wish to convey that the Qingtian sect is no longer a force to be feared. Is the Qingtian sect truly no longer to be feared? After Ying Xiao's proclamation, the assembly exchanged puzzled glances, rife with confusion. A prevailing sense of dissatisfaction began to brew among many. Such significant matters concerning the sect ought not to be entrusted to these ambitious, yet inexperienced juniors. However, Ying Xiao's subsequent words rendered the crowd momentarily speechless. For Chen Danyang has already perished. Her melodic voice reverberated throughout the gathering, akin to a colossal stone plunging into water, creating tumultuous waves. What? The middle-aged man at the helm was the first to rise. Incredulity etched across his features. Chower, this is not a jest to be taken lightly. Indeed, the holy maiden, this is not a matter to be trifled with. How could Chen Danyang, the master of the Qingtian sect, possibly be dead? All eyes turned to Ing Qiao, eager to glean the truth. I would not dare to speak lightly on such matters, for Chun Danyang is truly deceased, having met his end in the southern wilderness. And we witnessed it with our own eyes, Ing Qiao asserted with solemnity. Elder Su can attest to this. The holy maiden speaks the truth. Chun Danyang has indeed passed away, Elder Su rose to affirm, igniting a wave of fervor among the crowd. The middle-aged man exhibited a glimmer of excitement, directing his gaze towards Ing Qiao and inquiring, "Qiao, what transpired? How did Chun Danyang meet his demise in the southern wilderness?" This inquiry mirrored the curiosity of all present, who turned their attention toward her. Ing Qiao, unwilling to withhold the truth, recounted the events as they had unfolded. He was slain in an instant. A collective gasp filled the room. In the southern wilderness, such a formidable predecessor exists. Despite not having witnessed the scene firsthand, the assembly could vividly envision the shocking spectacle from Ing Qiao's succinct description. They were all aware of Chun Donyang's prowess. None present, including the sect leader, would dare confidently claim they could best him in a duel. Thus, to be able to defeat Chun Danyang in such a manner, the assailant must undoubtedly possess strength that commanded their utmost reverence. Truly, it was a fortuitous turn of events for the Hung Tian sword sect. With Chun Danyang gone, a formidable force had been diminished, leaving the Qing Tian sect leaderless. Hence, they were indeed no longer a source of trepidation. Heed my command. Let the Grand Elder take the lead in reclaiming the 3 spiritual veins usurped by the Qing Tian sect, and then we shall formally launch our offensive against them. Of course, to minimize the loss of disciples, our approach must be measured and deliberate, the middle-aged man commanded with decisive authority. Understood. I accept the command, the Grand Elder. A venerable figure exuding gravitas rose with renewed vigor, ready to fulfill his duty. Having harbored a tempest of frustration, he was finally poised to unleash it fully. After issuing a series of commands, the middle-aged man continued, regardless of the circumstances. That esteemed elder who eliminated Chun Danyang is indeed a benefactor of my Hung Tian sword sect. Qiao, you and Elder Su shall accompany me to the southern frontier. I wish to personally express my gratitude. However, at this moment, Ing Qiao's countenance darkened. What is the matter? The middle-aged man inquired, his expression growing solemn. Reporting to Master. It is because Ing Qiao then recounted in detail how, at the tavern, Yu Qing had approached Li Bugu and Bai Mei, only to be disregarded by them. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression turned to one of anger. With a tone of disappointment, he exclaimed, "Foolishness! Qiao, how have I instructed you? When out in the world, one must always maintain a demeanor of humility and never underestimate others. Even those of lesser standing may possess hidden depths or talents governed by the laws of the heavens. Have my teachings simply fallen on deaf ears? Master, I was wrong." As her own master chastised her, Ing Qiao hastily replied, "It was not my intention. It was just that after arriving in the southern frontier, those individuals were so eager to ingratiate themselves that it became quite tiresome. I assure you, it was not deliberate. Yes, sect leader, it was truly unintentional." Elder Su added in an attempt to mediate. "Be silent," the middle-aged man sharply retorted, directing his ire towards Elder Su. "How can you, a dignified elder, not know how to conduct yourself?" Elder Su's face flushed crimson, silencing him instantly. After a lengthy reprimand, the middle-aged man finally waved his hand and said, "Enough. There is no use in dwelling on this. Regardless, since that esteemed elder has assisted us by eliminating Chun Danyang, it is only fitting that we pay a visit to express our gratitude. You two shall accompany me forthwith, and we shall also extend our apologies." Elder Su and Ing Qiao promptly bowed in affirmation. Chapter 78. All I know is that the alliance leader is a 9-headed serpent the following day. Under the guidance of Ing Qiao and Elder Su, the trio arrived at Shangnan City. Given that the location where Yu Qing had slain Chun Danyang was not far from the Mosui courtyard, and considering that Ing Qiao and Elder Su had nearly seen Yu Qing off, locating the courtyard posed no challenge. Li Bugu and Bai Mei had mentioned in the tavern that this esteemed elder was likely named Yu Qing. If my deductions are correct, then this Yu Qing should reside here, Ing Qiao remarked. The middle-aged man nodded, adjusted his robe, and approached the door to knock. Knock, knock, knock. A small head appeared, revealing none other than Xiao Lier. "Whom do you seek?" Xiao Lier inquired, puzzled. Upon seeing Xiao Lier, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted momentarily, yet he maintained his composure. He then politely inclined his body and said, "Young master, we come from the Hung Tian Sword Sect, here to pay our respects to the esteemed elder Yu Qing. We kindly request that you relay our presence." "Oh, wait for my master," Xiaoli said, nodding her head before returning to the courtyard to inform. After her departure, the middle-aged man sighed deeply and then turned to the two individuals beside him, inquiring, "What do you believe is the strength of this esteemed Yu Qing?" "The master is at the pinnacle of the touching heaven realm, and Chen Danyang is equally formidable, also at that peak. The fact that this elder could effortlessly defeat Chen Danyang indicates that he must have ascended to the celestial realm." Elder Su was the first to voice his speculation, stating, "Furthermore, I believe he is not merely an ordinary celestial, but rather one of the higher echelons, possibly even at the pinnacle." The disciple concurred. Yin Xiao also shared her thoughts. However, the middle-aged man sighed again, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Initially, my conjecture aligned with yours, but after encountering that young lad, I realized our perspectives were rather limited." "Limited?" Yin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "Master, could it be that the little child harbors some hidden prowess?" "Little child? Huh." The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. "Xiaoer, you ought not to refer to him in such a manner. In a world where strength is revered, you should perhaps address him as senior." "Senior?" Yin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Are you implying his strength is?" "Indeed, it is formidable," concluded the middle-aged man. "Although there was no discernible fluctuation of cultivation emanating from him, my experience and intuition tell me that young brother is indeed powerful, potentially rivaling my own strength." At this revelation, Yin Xiao covered her mouth in disbelief. But the child is merely a few years old. As a direct disciple of the Hung Tian Sword Sect and its revered holy maiden, she prided herself on her exceptional talent, which was already among the elite in the wasteland. Yet, in comparison, her abilities seemed insignificant. If even a disciple's strength could rival hers, what of his master? The middle-aged man left his thoughts unspoken, yet both Elder Su and Yin Xiao grasped his implication. They had likely underestimated Yu Qing's capabilities by a considerable margin. Thus, it seemed highly probable that Yu Qing was a formidable figure of the divine transformation realm, a pinnacle existence within this desolate region. Seeking an audience with the Hung Tian Sword Sect? In the courtyard, Yu Qing, who was engrossed in his carving, recalled the woman and the elder from the tavern, then waved his hand, saying, "Let them return." "Understood, master." Xiaoli nodded and made her way back to the entrance. "My master has said he will not meet with you, so you may leave." With that, Xiaoli disregarded the expressions of the crowd and firmly closed the courtyard gate. At the entrance, the middle-aged man's face wore a bitter expression, while Yin Xiao and Elder Su appeared particularly disconcerted. "Alas, you all, if it were not for the fact that this esteemed senior merely chose to ignore you, would you even have the chance to converse with me now?" The middle-aged man shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, he placed the token of gratitude he had brought at the entrance. He then clasped his hands in salute and spoke. "Esteemed senior, I am Lu Tianqi, the leader of the Hung Tian Sword Sect. I have come today to extend my apologies for the disrespect shown by my misguided disciple the other day. Additionally, esteemed senior, your slaying of Chen Danyang, who happens to bear a grudge against my Hung Tian Sword Sect, has prompted me to present a modest token of appreciation. Of course, if it is inconvenient for you to meet, I do not dare to insist, but I kindly request that you accept this gift as a humble expression of my sentiments." Having said this, he bowed once more to the courtyard before addressing Yin Xiao and the others. "Let us return to the wilderness." Yin Xiao and the others nodded in agreement. However, just as the three were about to depart, the courtyard door opened again, and Xiaoli emerged, peeking out. "The master has instructed that you may enter and sit for a while." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianqi and his companions were taken aback, and then their expressions brightened with joy. "Thank you, young brother, for the message." With that, Lu Tianqi adjusted his attire and cautiously stepped through the courtyard entrance. Indeed, as a force from beyond the southern frontier and the leader of the Hung Tian Sword Sect, his discerning eye was remarkable. Not only had he previously sensed Xiao Li's extraordinary strength, but upon entering the courtyard, he felt an unusual ambience. It seemed to him that the flowers and plants, even the everyday items placed in the corner, were animated with life. He felt as if countless pairs of eyes were constantly observing them, instilling in him an instinctive awareness that should he entertain any nefarious thoughts, he might meet a most untimely end. Do not touch anything recklessly. Lu Tianqi solemnly advised the two. Ying Qiao nodded in acknowledgement. Inside the courtyard, Yu Qing was seated at a stone table, pouring tea. Upon seeing the newcomers, he extended his hand with a smile and said, "Please, take a seat." The sight of Yu Qing caused Lu Tianqi to be momentarily astonished. Indeed, his demeanor was extraordinary. He quickly cupped his hands in salute. Introducing himself, Lu Tianqi, accompanied by the misguided disciple Ying Qiao and elder Su Feng of the sect, pays his respects to the esteemed senior. "You need not be so formal. Simply call me Yu Qing," he replied with a gentle smile. Yu Qing's approachable demeanor greatly impressed Lu Tianqi, alleviating much of the pressure in his heart, as he had not anticipated such amiability from Yu Qing. "Esteemed senior, regarding the previous incident involving my misguided disciple and elder Su at the tavern," Lu Tianqi was about to express his apologies when Yu Qing gestured to interrupt him. "There is no need to revisit past events. The proper attitude has been established," he stated calmly. Although he had indeed felt some displeasure at the actions of the two earlier, he understood that often, it is the attitude that matters in interactions. With the right attitude established, trivial matters became inconsequential, which was why he had altered his decision to meet Lu Tianqi. Moreover, it was his curiosity about the words Lu Tianqi had spoken outside that compelled him to seek clarification. "Might I inquire about the origins of the person I killed a few days ago?" Yu Qing inquired directly, and Lu Tianqi, unable to conceal the truth, promptly divulged all the details about Qin Danyang. The leader of the Qingmen sect, Yu Qing, nodded in acknowledgement. It appeared that this individual was not merely an insignificant figure. Consequently, the fear of inadequate firepower could be somewhat alleviated. However, I found myself perplexed as to why a sect leader from beyond the southern wilderness would venture here, given that we were complete strangers. Yu Qing continued to inquire. Thus, it was unlikely that he had come specifically to kill me. Clearly, he sought to understand why Qin Danyang had attempted to take his life. While I was unaware of the reasons behind Qin's actions towards my predecessor, perhaps his presence in the southern wilderness was indeed linked to the activities of the Five Elements Alliance in the region. At this juncture, Lu Tianqi elaborated, "To my knowledge, the Qingmen sect has always maintained a close relationship with the Five Elements Alliance, having established prior interactions." Upon hearing this, Yu Qing nodded, and could not help but recall the enigmatic leader of the Five Elements Alliance. "Do you happen to know the true nature of that leader?" Yu Qing inquired. "I am not privy to the specifics, but I do know that the leader is not human. Rather, it is a serpent-like beast with 9 heads, Lu Tianqi replied. As soon as Lu Tianqi finished speaking, something seemed to spring up from a nearby corner. Chapter 79, Anima, Revealed, Revealed. Anima, Revealed, Revealed. The 9-headed serpent had just relished the early conclusion of its tasks for the day, anticipating a comfortable rest in its lair, but now it found itself paralyzed in place. A 9-headed serpent? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing's lips curved into a smile as he shifted his gaze toward the corner, pondering how the leader of the Five Elements Alliance had suddenly vanished from the southern wilderness, only to discover it was hidden right beneath his nose. Under Yu Qing's penetrating gaze, the 9-headed serpent trembled in fear. Before it could react, Yu Qing approached, extending his hand to seize it. Lu Zongzhu. It is quite the coincidence that a 9-headed creature attacked me not long ago, only to be captured by my disciples. Its true form is that of a 9-headed serpent. Could you assist me in verifying this? With that, Yu Qing tossed the 9-headed serpent before several individuals. This aura. Lu Tianqi fixed his gaze on the 9-headed creature, his mind shaken. It is he, without a doubt. Although I had only encountered this 9-headed serpent once, its aura was unmistakable. Lu Tianqi, observing the waning energy of the 9-headed serpent, took a deep breath, astonished to discover that this serpent had long since fallen into Yu Qing's grasp. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Tianqi felt an overwhelming allure emanating from the surroundings, which caused him to overlook the presence of the small serpent. Had he noticed it at first glance, he would have immediately recognized the Hydra. How intriguing! Yu Qing chuckled softly, then gently shifted his foot to rest upon the Hydra. Now speak. What is your connection with Qin Danyang? And why have you come to take my life? Yu Qing inquired in a grave tone. Faced with Yu Qing's interrogation, the Hydra broke into a cold sweat. Deep down, she understood that a single misstep in her response could cost her life. Although her situation was dire, at least her existence was intact. Yet, as Yu Qing applied slight pressure with his foot, She felt a sensation akin to impending suffocation, realizing that she had no choice but to speak the truth. With a heavy heart, she stammered, I never intended to kill you. I merely sought to subdue you." As she spoke, she recounted an encounter from her past, detailing how her subordinates from the soul-seeking sect had pursued Bai Zhua, and how they had stumbled upon an extraordinary flock of chickens and ducks, igniting her intense curiosity about their owner. Naturally, her voice dwindled to a whisper as she concluded her tale. At the time, she had been oblivious to the implications of her actions, but in hindsight, it was laughable, an ant yearning to command an elephant. Yu Qing gazed at her with a contemplative expression, reflecting on the events that had transpired, ultimately convinced that the Hydra was not deceiving him. In truth, he had simply been too indifferent to piece together her identity sooner. Meanwhile, Lu Tianqi and the others, having listened to the Hydra's account, were struck by different sentiments. Particularly when she mentioned the chickens and ducks, their gazes instinctively shifted toward the ducks gliding in the nearby river. If their suspicions were correct, it was this very flock that had once vanquished a group of formidable experts from the Five Elements Alliance. These experts were of at least the Yuan Dan realm. Although the Yuan Dan realm was not particularly noteworthy in their eyes, the sheer astonishment of being defeated by a mere flock of ducks under Yu Qing's command was indescribable. "And what of Chen Dongyang? Why does he seek to take my life?" Yu Qing then pressed on with a serious tone. "I do not know," the Hydra replied. Yu Qing's foot pressed down harder. "I truly do not know." The Hydra was on the verge of tears. Since that fateful day, she had remained a captive, entirely unaware of why Chen Dongyang was so obstinate. Yu Qing furrowed his brow and adjusted his approach. "Allow me to pose another question. What is your purpose in coming to the southern frontier alongside Chen Dongyang? For individuals such as yourselves, dwelling in the wilderness, the southern frontier holds little significance. Setting aside Chen Dongyang, I find it hard to believe that you would bring the Five Elements Alliance here without a reason." Yu Qing had clearly seized upon the crux of the matter, a query that resonated with Lu Tianqi and the others as well. Before we even mention Lu Tianqi, it is worth noting that even Su Lao and Eng Qiao, had it not been for the arrival of the Hydra in the southern frontier, would likely never have set foot in that region in their entire lives. The Hydra understands that concealment is futile, thus, it can only confess candidly. Recently, Chen Dongyang uncovered an ancient secret realm. Given our past connections and the Hydra clan's innate affinity for secret realms, he sought my assistance to jointly unravel its mysteries. After we successfully breached the secret realm, we stumbled upon the fabled Tianji Disc. "Tianji Disc?" Lu Tianqi exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. "May I inquire, what exactly is the Tianji Disc?" Yu Qing asked. "Respectfully, I have merely heard whispers about it," Lu Tianqi patiently elucidated to Yu Qing. "According to legend, the Tianji Disc reveals celestial secrets periodically, offering guidance regarding future events. It is said that a certain sect once acquired it, and, utilizing its insights, attained a status akin to a prophetic entity, swiftly evolving into a sanctified realm. I had thought the Tianji Disc was merely a figment of legend. I never imagined it truly existed," Lu Tianqi reflected with a sense of wonder. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing nodded, having formed a vague understanding of the Tianji Disc. Indeed, it was the very object he had just mentioned, yet when we discovered it, it was already in a fragmented state. The Hydra remarked, although it still offers some guidance, it lacks the precision of its intact form. Thus, the guidance it provided to you pertains to the southern frontier? Yu Qing quickly discerned the crux of the matter. Indeed, the Hydra admitted candidly. The Tianji Disc indicated that the southern frontier is replete with great fortune and immense opportunities. Considering the unique nature of the southern frontier, where secular empires thrive, I surmised that this fortune might reside within these nations. I instructed my subordinates to persuade and deceive certain countries, procuring their national seals to siphon their fortunes. With these nations as a foundation, I intended to appropriate the entire fortune of the southern frontier, using that power to breach barriers and ultimately dominate the region. In this scenario, even if the guidance of the Tianji Disc did not pertain to those nations, by then, the southern frontier would already be under my control. Upon hearing the Hydra's words, Yu Qing was immediately reminded of the day he encountered Nangong Fuyao. At that time, Nangong Fuyao had confidently proclaimed her allegiance to the Five Elements Alliance, vowing to become a unique presence in the southern frontier. In hindsight, It seemed she was merely the first of many pawns in the Hydra-esque scheme to usurp her fortune. Thus, Yu Qing truly found Nangong Fuyao both pitiable and laughable. If I am not mistaken, the Fuyao Empire was among the first nations you convinced, was it not? I remain unaware of the nations my subordinate, Haichen, has successfully persuaded. He has yet to provide me with a detailed report. However, it is evident that his loquacious nature could indeed articulate such matters. As of now, the leader of the Five Elements Alliance harbors a profound disdain for Nangong Fuyao. Even if Little Li fails to achieve a breakthrough, his freedom has been restored, and it is unlikely that Nangong Fuyao will ascend to the status of a singular imperial ruler. Rather, she will likely be the first target of the Hydra. Regardless of how events unfold, Nangong Fuyao's affiliation with the Five Elements Alliance is destined to become a source of ridicule. What is even more absurd is her pride in this association. In Chapter 80, the celestial mechanism directs us to the secret realm of the southern wilderness. At this moment, Chen Danyang, with a furrowed brow, began to ponder. Nearby, Lu Tianqi remarked, "I report to you, esteemed elder, that I have battled Chen Danyang for countless years and have come to understand him somewhat. His innate talent is rather mediocre, and his origins are quite ordinary. Yet, his methods are ruthless. Previously, he orchestrated the assassination of several individuals blessed with good fortune, thereby seizing their luck. Since then, Chen Danyang has encountered continuous opportunities, ultimately becoming the master of the Qingmen sect. Judging by his style, he has likely come to the southern wilderness due to the guidance of the celestial mechanism. During this process, he may have sensed your extraordinary nature and recognized you as a person of great fortune, thus developing a desire to plunder." Upon hearing Lu Tianqi's analysis, Yu Qing nodded in agreement. Lu Tianqi's conjecture seemed largely accurate, providing clarity as to why Chen Danyang unexpectedly targeted him. In this moment, Yu Qing finally comprehended the situation, yet simultaneously found himself intrigued by the guidance of the celestial mechanism. What do you suppose the guidance of the celestial mechanism truly signifies? Yu Qing posed the question. Lu Tianqi fell into contemplation. His visit to Yu Qing today had indeed unveiled a significant secret. As the discussion progressed, they suddenly noticed the clouds over the southern wilderness shifting dramatically, heralding a cosmic phenomenon. The sky glimmered with golden light, stretching for countless miles. At this moment, not only were Yu Qing and the others captivated, but individuals beyond the southern wilderness were equally drawn to this extraordinary spectacle. Everyone set aside their tasks to gaze skyward. As time passed, the shifting clouds gradually coalesced into a vortex, gathering together 1,000 miles away from Yu Qing and the others. This celestial phenomenon suggested the presence of a great legacy, a secret realm, or perhaps the imminent emergence of a significant treasure. Lu Tianqi raised his gaze to the swirling clouds, murmuring in astonishment. That location should be where the clouds converge, transforming into a vortex. Fascinating. If my assumptions are correct, this is indeed the matter indicated by the celestial mechanism. Yu Qing similarly lifted his head, murmuring. The site of that vortex appears to be within the territory of the barbarian nation, not far from the borders of the Fuyao Empire. Lu Tianqi was not well versed in the geography of the southern frontier, yet upon overhearing Yu Qing's soliloquy, he could not help but direct his gaze towards him. In Yu Qing's eyes, he discerned a spark of interest, a genuine one. Indeed, it was clear that Yu Qing had become intrigued. After all, he was no fool. Such an opportunity, akin to arriving at one's doorstep, would naturally captivate anyone. Even though he possessed a system, that system merely served as a source of assistance. Much like the precious opportunities that also provide support, the two were not in conflict. It was apparent that his esteemed predecessor would soon be preoccupied with matters of the secret realm. Thus, Lu Tianqi decided not to intrude further and took his leave. Should you find yourself in the wasteland in the future, esteemed senior, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall extend to you the warmest hospitality. Lu Tianqi remarked with a courteous gesture. Since Master Lu is departing, I shall not impose, Yu Qing replied with a smile. Upon my arrival in the wasteland, I shall surely request a couple of fine cups of wine from Master Lu. Despite a prior bout of unpleasantness with the Hung Tian Sword sect, Yu Qing found his brief interaction with Lu Tianqi to be rather agreeable. Hearing Yu Qing's words, Lu Tianqi felt pleasantly surprised, realizing that this journey had not been in vain. Subsequently, he departed from Shangnan City accompanied by Xiao and Elder Su. For a considerable time, the celestial phenomenon remained unabated. hanging in the sky and intensifying the sense of awe it inspired among onlookers. Master, such a magnitude of celestial phenomena has likely spread beyond the southern frontier. I surmise that the other factions in the wasteland are also feeling its impact, Ingxiao remarked to Lu Tianqi from midair. Unable to contain herself, she continued, "Does Master truly remain unmoved? If we could partake in even a fraction of this, it would be an immense boon for our Hung Tian sword sect." Yet, Lu Tianqi interrupted Ingxiao with a wave of his hand. "My dear Ingxiao, you are still too young. While this celestial phenomenon is indeed grand, some things cannot simply be taken by desire alone. You must have the means to claim them," Lu Tianqi admonished gravely. "Moreover, consider this. We are in the southern frontier, at the doorstep of that esteemed predecessor. While that senior may not have shown interest, I distinctly perceived a profound curiosity in his gaze. Thus, this opportunity is one we dare not entertain, nor can we afford to." Upon hearing this, Ingxiao belatedly nodded, grasping the underlying meaning. At least in the wasteland, there existed an unwritten rule. Any spiritual veins, secret realms, or even talents discovered within the territory of a faction belonged to that faction. To covet such treasures would be tantamount to declaring war on that faction. One would need absolute power to crush the opposition, unless it was a secret realm that did not fall under any faction's jurisdiction, allowing for fair competition. Given that this celestial phenomenon occurred in the southern frontier, it was, in principle, not the concern of the wasteland. However, Master, Ingxiao interjected, even so, it seems rather difficult for the factions in the wasteland to resist being drawn to this celestial phenomenon. The affairs of other forces are not our concern. We must focus solely on the well-being of our own Hung Tian sword sect, Lu Tianqi solemnly instructed. Indeed, Ingxiao nodded, internalizing her master's words. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During this period, the celestial phenomena not only persisted but intensified. The barbarian nation had not anticipated that such a monumental opportunity would fall into their laps. However, intriguingly, Yu Qing, located in Shangnan City, had not yet made his way to the barbarian nation when he received an urgent missive from them. The message was straightforward. Should Yu Qing express interest, this opportunity, belonging to the barbarian nation, would be graciously offered to him, with the sole request that they be allowed to share in its benefits. It had been some time since he last shared tea with these two individuals, and they had grown increasingly astute. Glancing at the urgent missive from the barbarian nation, Yu Qing couldn't help but smile slightly. Chapter 81. I am curious to see what your reliance truly is. Meanwhile, within the barbarian nation, Manshan and Gongsun too sat in the hall. Have you truly contacted that individual? Manshan could not hold back his inquiry. What other choice do we have? This vast secret realm is too much for our two great barbarian nations to consume alone, Gongsun too replied. However, I have heard that there are others beyond the southern frontier who have also set their sights on our secret realm, Manshan said solemnly. That is precisely why I made this decision, Gongsun too stated. The treasures of our southern frontier must remain in the hands of our own people. We cannot allow outsiders to seize them. Indeed, our treasures should naturally belong to us, the people of the southern frontier, Manshan wholeheartedly agreed. Just as the two great barbarian kings were deliberating, a subordinate rushed in urgently. Your Majesties, individuals from the secret realm have arrived and, without hesitation, slain dozens of our barbarian guards. The subordinate exclaimed. What? Who possesses such audacity? Both barbarian kings rose simultaneously, their expressions darkening. They claimed to be from the flying sky gate of the wilderness, possessing formidable strength. General Mengshan, who was stationed to guard the secret realm, was gravely injured by a mere youth with a wave of his hand. The subordinate reported gravely. The faces of the two barbarian kings darkened as they exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity of the situation in the other's eyes. The people from the wilderness truly deliver on their words. Let us go and investigate, the two barbarian kings stated, not daring to delay any further, and they set off towards the secret realm. Upon their arrival, they found the barbarian guards, originally stationed near the secret realm, encircling a group of individuals. At the forefront stood a young man clad in white, flanked by several elders. Despite being surrounded by numerous barbarian guards, they remained unfazed, not even lifting their eyes, and continued to converse among themselves, gazing at the transparent forbidden door that had formed beneath the clouds. Regrettably, the portal is ensnared with intricate formations, and it may require some time to unlock it. Otherwise, we could have already claimed the treasures of the secret realm as our own. One cannot help but wonder what marvels lie within this enigmatic domain. As the celestial phenomena it conjures are unlike anything we have witnessed in our desolate lands. Regardless of what it may be, it shall belong to us. The young man clad in white engaged in conversation with the elderly figures, oblivious to the arrival of the fierce Shan and the formidable Gongsun II, who were instantly inflamed with indignation. Have you all forgotten the might of our barbarian nation? The forthright Shan could not suppress his retort. This secret realm resides within our territory. It has never been yours. His words elicited laughter from the leading young man in white. Barbarian nation? What audacity you possess to speak so brazenly in front of me. With a casual wave of his hand, a surge of energy abruptly assailed Shan. With a resounding thud, Shan was sent sprawling, unable to muster any defense against the onslaught. Witnessing this, the surrounding barbarian guards stirred restlessly, their expressions darkening as they raised their weapons to defend their leader, only to be halted by Gongsun II's urgent command. Gongsun II's face was grave as he regarded the young man in white, astonished by the sheer arrogance displayed in initiating combat without provocation. He restrained the guards, fully aware of the young man's formidable prowess. Although Shan was no weakling, the ease with which the young man had incapacitated him suggested that any attempt by the guards would be futile and suicidal. Are you all right? Gongsun II inquired, assisting Shan to his feet. Cough, cough, it's rather severe, Shan spluttered, blood escaping his lips as he spoke gravely. The newcomer is overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond our control. Gongsun II nodded, his gaze steely as he contemplated their strategy while observing the group led by the young man in white. Humph, a bunch of worthless fools. The young man sneered, looking down upon the barbarian guards who were eager to retaliate after witnessing Shan's injury. He then raised his chin, adopting a haughty demeanor as he addressed Shan and Gongsun Tuesday. I offer you an opportunity. Treat us well until the secret realm officially opens, and perhaps you shall be rewarded with some scraps. At these words, even the usually composed Gongsun II felt a surge of fury. Though your strength is formidable, such remarks are exceedingly insulting, he retorted. This secret realm belongs to our barbarian nation, and it is not for outsiders to dictate its ownership. You two are remarkably audacious. The young man's expression darkened as an overwhelming pressure descended upon Gongsun II and Shan. Under this oppressive force, both men felt as though a great weight bore down upon them, causing them to tremble and sweat profusely. Yet you remain standing. That shows some spirit, the young man remarked coldly, unleashing an even greater wave of pressure. The two individuals felt as though their bones were shattered. Gongsun II fared slightly better, while the heavily injured man Shan was directly forced to kneel on the ground. He gritted his teeth and made several attempts to rise, yet was unable to do so. In the face of absolute power, mere will was insufficient for resistance. Have I reached my limit? The youth in white chuckled coldly, tauntingly proclaiming, I'm afraid not. This is not my limit. As his words fell, the oppressive force intensified. Gongsun II and Man Shan could no longer stand, their bodies pinned to the ground. The youth in white then approached slowly, lifting one foot to press against Man Shan's face, grinding it slightly as he languidly inquired, Now I ask you, from this moment forth, this secret realm belongs to me. Do you have any objections? Being trampled on the face by someone while he, a king, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Gritting his teeth, Man Shan raised his eyes defiantly and declared, Go ahead and kill me, but you are not qualified to claim this realm as yours. Do not presume that the southern border has no one. When Lord Yu Qing arrives, you will be forced to retreat in disgrace. Oh, Lord Yu Qing? The youth in white, intrigued, displayed a hint of amusement and mockingly remarked, I wondered why you ants were so defiant. It turns out you have someone backing you. He turned to those beside him, asking derisively, Have you heard of this Yu Qing elder? Ha! One elder replied, Young master, we have never heard of this Yu Qing. He must be some insignificant character. Another elder scoffed, Indeed, how dare he presume to call himself a lord? The young master, upon hearing this, seemed to change his mind, stating coldly, In fact, I am inclined not to kill you now. I am even willing to give you a chance to summon your so-called Lord Yu Qing. I wish to see how he intends to make us retreat in disgrace. Is that true? Man Shan asked, excitement evident in his voice. Of course it is true. For I delight in witnessing the despair of others, the youth in white replied with a chilling smile. He then removed his foot, addressing the elders behind him. Esteemed elders, as the secret realm has not yet opened, let us take this opportunity for some amusement. The elders nodded in agreement, knowing that in the southern border, it was only fitting for their young master to take the lead. They were pleased to teach this group of naive ants a lesson. In a hurry, Manshan took out a communication jade slip to contact Yu Qing. Just then, a voice resonated from the air nearby. There's no need for such measures. I have already arrived. With the sound, both Manshan and Gongsun Tu's faces lit up with joy. The youth in white narrowed his eyes slightly, looking towards the source of the voice, where he saw 3 figures stepping through the air. Leading them was a young man clad in green, exuding an extraordinary presence. Accompanying him were a child of 7 or 8 years and a seemingly breathless man clad in black. The child was completely disregarded by the young man in white, who immediately discerned that the black-clad figure was merely a puppet. The trio consisted of Yu Qing, along with the little carp and the puppet Chang'an. Aware that the current celestial phenomena did not signify the true awakening of the secret realm, Yu Qing arrived belatedly, only to unexpectedly encounter such a scene upon his arrival. Are you the one they speak of, the one who relies on others? The young man in white scrutinized Yu Qing with keen interest, inquiring. Indeed, that is I. Yu Qing replied, his expression inscrutable, his tone neither warm nor cold. I must say, you have certainly instilled enough confidence in them for these 2 insignificant creatures to dare speak so boldly to me, the young man in white remarked leisurely. To think you could make us of the Flying Heaven sect flee in such disgrace. No, they are mistaken. Yu Qing shook his head, then earnestly added, you shall not have the chance to escape at all. At first, the young man in white believed Yu Qing was intimidated, but upon hearing the latter part, his countenance darkened abruptly. The air around them grew suddenly frigid. You truly possess remarkable audacity, he said, fixing his gaze on Yu Qing, enunciating each word deliberately. Indeed, to prove my conviction, allow me to demonstrate, Yu Qing replied nonchalantly. Before the young man could grasp Yu Qing's intent, he suddenly witnessed an elder accompanying him burst into a gruesome explosion without warning. Bang! In an instant, blood and flesh scattered, splattering the young man in white's face. Elder Bai? How could this be? His expression shifted dramatically, panic overtaking him as he stared fixedly at Yu Qing, unable to comprehend how the elder had perished so swiftly. It was well known that Elder Bai, while not the strongest among them, was certainly not the weakest. He was at least superior to the young man himself. If that attack had been directed at him, he would now his eyes widened, a wave of dread washing over him. It dawned upon him that he was indeed facing a genuine master. Yet, before he could react, Yu Qing seized the saber from the little carp's grasp and pressed it against his neck. Is the secret realm still yours? Yu Qing inquired languidly. Feeling the chill of the blade against his throat, the young man in white dared not respond. Young man, we are from the Flying Heaven sect. The person before you is the young master of our sect. At that moment, another elder behind him regained his composure and shouted at Yu Qing. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yu Qing swung his blade, severing the elder's head from his shoulders. Upon that bloodied head, 2 eyes remained wide open. Seemingly unable to comprehend the reality of death, Yu Qing had not even granted him the chance to speak, delivering a swift strike instead. Afterward, Yu Qing did not even spare a glance at the lifeless form. Instead, he gently tapped the dazed face of the young man in white with the blade, remarking indifferently, "It is now your turn to respond." Stammering, the young man faltered, "Aye." With 2 elders falling before him, fear seized him, rendering his speech incoherent as tremors coursed through his body. His legs gave way, and he knelt before Yu Qing, pleading, "Senior, I was mistaken. I should not have offended you. I was merely jesting." As he spoke, the young man raised his hand, delivering a series of resounding slaps to his own face. Behind him, the remaining 2 quickly knelt as well, begging for mercy. The ferocity displayed by Yu Qing had left them utterly terrified. In an instant, one elder was reduced to shattered bones while another was severed in 2. They understood that if they did not plead for mercy, they would surely meet the same fate. Meanwhile, the injured man Shan and Gongsun Tu observed with immense satisfaction. Did they truly believe these individuals were soft at heart? Did they think the cries of demon were mere jest? Anyone who perceived Yu Qing as a genteel and cultured figure was gravely mistaken. "And what do you think of my authority?" Yu Qing inquired, looking down upon the young man in white. "Indeed, you are immensely powerful, We are the blind ones. The young man hastily affirmed. By the way, did you mention that you are the heir of the Flying Sky Sect? Yu Qing suddenly recalled and asked. Yes. I am the heir of the Flying Sky Sect, the young man replied quickly, thinking that perhaps Yu Qing was finally considering his status. Yet, Yu Qing's next words left him utterly bewildered. Then summon your father. Father? You mean your father? Yu Qing clarified, for even after all these years as a traveler, he still retained some habits from his past life. Bring him here, and I shall spare your life, Yu Qing stated. All right, I shall notify my father immediately. Upon hearing that Yu Qing would not kill him, the young man, disregarding the reasons, hastily took out a communication jade slip to contact his father. After completing the communication, Yu Qing tossed the blade to Shaoli. Since we have embarked on this path, we must practice by taking more lives. Go, take care of them. Yu Qing strolled to the side, speaking nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the young man and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, accusing Yu Qing. You promised to spare me if I contacted my father. You are going back on your word. Fool, it is he who will kill you, not I. Yu Qing replied coolly with a glance. Without further ado, Shaoli struck with precision, delivering a swift and clean blow. Though still in the bloom of youth, he possesses a profound understanding. He recognizes that this is not only a trial imposed by his master, but also a safeguard for his future. Having contemplated the insights of the sages, he embodies the essence of myriad experiences without bearing any psychological burden. The ground is soon adorned with more lifeless bodies. Master, why must you inform my father? After the slaughter, the young carp scratched his head in confusion. Because I have little patience for the old trick of using the young to bait the old. This is another lesson I imparted to you. If you choose to act, ensure you eradicate the root along with the weed. Level the foundation if necessary. Chapter 83. The Annihilation of the Flying Sky Sect. If the root is not eradicated, the spring breeze will bring forth new life. Is that not so, master? I understand, albeit vaguely, replied the young carp. Yu Qing took the horizontal blade from the young carp's hands and affectionately ruffled his hair. Indeed, the child is teachable. At that moment, Manshan and Gongsun too cautiously approached. My lord, they both bowed respectfully, expressing gratitude for the timely rescue. Yu Qing nodded approvingly and cast a look of appreciation at them. You two have displayed commendable cleverness. Once this matter concludes, I shall invite you both for tea. And rest assured, this time it will be genuine tea. Manshan nearly gasped in surprise and quickly nodded, saying, My lord, you flatter us. This secret realm opportunity belongs to the Man Kingdom. It is naturally yours, my lord. Gongsun too, displaying astuteness, added, My lord. It may take some time for the secret realm to open. Allow me to arrange a banquet for you, rather than idling here in anticipation. Yu Qing smiled faintly, saying, Let us postpone that. The ground is soaked in blood, and I lack an appetite. Manshan was about to call for the collection of the bodies, but Yu Qing halted him. No rush. There should be a few more shortly. Let us gather them all together once the affair is concluded. Yu Qing spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet Manshan and Gongsun too exchanged glances, their hearts racing with trepidation. They had anticipated a storm of bloodshed before the secret realm's opening, yet it appeared far more brutal than they had imagined. Indeed, it was not long before an overwhelmingly powerful aura surged from the horizon, accompanied by a furious shout. I am Xiang Tianshi, the master of the Flying Sky Sect. Who dares to lay a hand on my son? A tall, imposing man clad in white, exuding an extraordinary presence, surged forward with a throng of equally formidable figures. They have arrived. Yu Qing smiled slightly and affectionately patted the back of the young carp's head. Disciple, remember this. While it is noble to strive to be a good person, within the realm of cultivation, one often finds oneself at the mercy of circumstance. If you do not take the initiative to strike, you may very well become the victim. Therefore, when faced with such situations, employing the right methods makes it rather simple to eradicate the root, as it will invariably seek you out. As these words fell from his lips, the master of the Flying Sky Sect, Xiang Tianshi, descended before them, his gaze immediately landing upon the corpse of the young man in white. He trembled with fury, letting out a thunderous roar. Your Honor, gazing upon the lifeless form of his son, Xiang Tianshi felt a surge of rage, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. Turning his head, he caught sight of Yu Qing, who still clutched a bloodied blade in his hand, the crimson stains yet to dry. The identity of the murderer was painfully obvious to anyone with sight. You have slain my child. Xiang Tianshur's eyes burned with a fierce light, exuding an aura of terrifying wrath. You dare remain here after killing my son? If I allow you a swift death today, I, Xiang Tianshur, shall never be considered a man again. Driven nearly to madness by the loss of his only son, he raised his hand to strike without a second thought. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he saw a blur, and Yu Qing, who had stood dozens of paces away, now stood before him, his blade raised high. Enough with the pleasantries. In honor of your paternal bond, I shall grant you a reunion. No need for thanks, Yu Qing declared as he swung his knife. Almost simultaneously, Xiang Tianshur's head tumbled to the ground, a fountain of red gushing from his neck, transforming into a macabre rain that drenched his followers behind him. The entire occurrence transpired with such swiftness and shock that those present were left momentarily stunned. When the members of the Flying Sky sect finally regained their senses, their legs weakened in disbelief. Their sect leader, the mightiest among them, Xiang Tianshur, had been decapitated with a single stroke. The act was so effortless it resembled the slaughter of a mere chicken. The astonishment was not confined to the followers of the Flying Sky sect. Shadows cloaked in concealment surrounded the entrance to the secret realm, all bearing witness to the uproar caused by the emergence of this mystical domain. The majority of the local powers were alerted, with the Flying Sky sect being the closest to respond promptly, while other factions dispatched their scouts to assess the situation. The scene of Yu Qing executing the sect leader left many speechless. Yet, this was not the end. Without a glance at the headless body of Xiang Tianshur, Yu Qing pivoted the blade, placing it against the throat of the nearest strongman from the Flying Sky sect. Are all the powerful figures from your sect present? The man, trembling in fear, nodded vigorously. Several elders accompanied the young master here. The sect leader, upon hearing news of the young master's peril, was enraged and brought the remaining elite members with him. Xiang Tianshur was not a fool. He understood that with elders safeguarding his son, his enemies would be formidable. Hence he gathered all the capable fighters within the sect. As a sect leader, he had performed adequately. Unfortunately, he had encountered Yu Qing. Satisfied with the man's response, Yu Qing nodded. Very well, it seems your demise is imminent. With that, he sheathed his blade. The others exhaled in relief, yet soon sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. What did he just say? Was it that he would spare us? As they pondered, their heads seemed to detach from their bodies, quite literally. In that fleeting moment, when Yu Qing sheathed his blade, the heads of over a dozen men simultaneously separated from their necks, rolling grotesquely to the ground. They were oblivious to the exact moment they had been decapitated. The sight of blood gushing forth in columns like a fountain was truly spectacular. Yet, Yu Qing did not spare it a glance. He turned and returned to little Li, tossing the blade to him. His seemingly indifferent gaze swept across the surroundings. Those hidden figures, caught in his line of sight, froze in place, as if their very blood had begun to congeal. Finally, his gaze fell upon the two from the barbarian mountain. It was time to collect the corpses. For the foreseeable future, no one would dare to come forth to meet their demise. The two from Barbarian Mountain, shaken to their core, nodded vigorously. Yes, my lord. The hidden figures, regaining their senses, also bore expressions of terror as they melted back into the shadows. The Flying Sky sect had been annihilated. This news spread like wildfire across the desolate lands. The major factions quickly learned that within the secret realm of the barbarian nation, there resided a formidable and ruthless warrior. The Flying Sky sect, the first to set their sights on the secret realm, had seen every adept from the sect, starting from the sect master, slaughtered, rendering their demise absolute. This revelation stunned many factions in the desolate lands. While the strength of the Flying Sky sect was not overwhelmingly powerful, it was not to be underestimated either. The ability to effortlessly extinguish the Flying Sky sect signified that they could do the same to others. This was precisely Yu Qing's intention. Although his presence had brought about death, the relentless stream of challengers arriving from all directions, akin to bothersome flies, was tiresome to deal with. Of course, greed drives men to their doom, and even in the face of a formidable foe, countless factions still cast their gazes toward this place. Chapter 84. Who truly takes him seriously? After all, the extraordinary phenomena surrounding the emergence of this secret realm clearly indicated its exceptional nature. There was surely great fortune to be found. Few were willing to abandon it so easily. Thus, many remained restless, eager to take action. However, The individual who had eradicated the Flying Sky sect possessed remarkable prowess. And prior to the opening of the secret realm, no one intended to be the first to test the waters on behalf of others. Consequently, for the time being, no other factions dared to approach the entrance of the secret realm brazenly. On the surface, the situation appeared to have calmed. Yet beneath, preparations for the inevitable struggle following the realm's opening were underway. Tensions simmered beneath the surface. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On that particular morning, at the Hung Tian Sword Sect, Sect Master Lu Tianqi was attending to sect affairs when he received word. Sect Master Shun of the Purple Thunder Sword Sect has arrived. Oh, Brother Shun has come? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianqi's eyes flickered, and before he could rise, a hearty laugh echoed from outside. Ha ha ha, Brother Lu, it has been quite a while. How have you been? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Tianqi smiled and rose to welcome his guest. As he stepped outside, he saw a robust man with a bushy beard and a rugged appearance approaching him. Brother Shun, you still look so spirited. Lu Tianqi greeted, and the two exchanged hearty laughter. Both the Zile Sword Sect and the Hungtian Sword Sect were sword sects in the wilderness. Their leaders, Shun Jiotao and Lu Tianqi, had been close friends for many years, sharing a profound bond. They entered the hall together, and after some pleasantries, Lu Tianqi finally inquired, Brother Shun, what brings you to my Hungtian Sword Sect today? Shun Jiotao chuckled heartily. Brother Lu, your words lack wisdom. Why else would I come to find you at this time? Naturally, it is regarding the recently emerged secret realm. Do not tell me that your Hungtian Sword Sect has no interest in it. Upon hearing the term secret realm, Lu Tianqi's expression shifted, and he felt a sudden jolt. However, Shun Jiotao, oblivious to Lu Tianqi's unusual demeanor, continued speaking. Brother Lu, we have both been stagnant at our current realms for some time. If there is an opportunity, we should not let it slip away. I have heard that the Liuhe sect has already allied with the Jinhuang sect. However, if we brothers join forces, what is there to fear? This opportunity in the secret realm rightfully belongs to our two sections. As he finished speaking, Shun Jiotao looked towards Lu Tianqi. The two sects were of similar strength, and their deep friendship suggested that if the Hungtian Sword Sect intended to vie for the secret realm, they would surely choose to ally with the Zile Sword Sect. Shun Jiotao expected Lu Tianqi's response to be without suspense, yet to his surprise, he saw Lu Tianqi shake his head. Brother Shun, my Hungtian Sword Sect does not intend to involve itself in this secret realm. Lu Tianqi stated firmly, moreover, I advise your Zile Sword Sect to refrain from doing so as well. These words left Shun Jiotao momentarily stunned. Brother Lu, why is that? Lu Tianqi paused, his voice grave. This secret realm involves certain matters that are not easily handled. You must have heard that the Fatian sect, which arrived at the secret realm first, has been annihilated. Shun Jiotao raised an eyebrow at this, laughing heartily. Ha ha, Brother Lu, you certainly have a knack for humor. What sort of sect was the Fatian sect? Do I even need to elaborate? Among their ranks, only that Xiangtian stone possessed any true strength, and even that was limited. If we brothers were to take action, who couldn't destroy the Fatian sect? While slaying their members may seem to instill fear, in reality, who truly regards them? You cannot genuinely be intimidated by this, can you? You are not one to shy away from challenges, Brother Lu. Lu Tianqi remained silent, contemplating. In truth, upon hearing the news of the Fatian sect's destruction, he had also learned that it was executed by a single individual. He suspected that it was likely related to Yu Qing. This realization further confirmed his decision to abstain from involvement. At this moment, facing Shun Jiotao, Lu Tianqi found himself at a loss for words. Should he mention the matter concerning Yu Qing, it was uncertain whether the other party would believe him. Furthermore, should that esteemed elder learn of it afterward, blaming him for divulging his affairs without consent, it would surely lead to complications. After pondering for a moment, Lu Tianqi spoke. Brother Shun, after all these years of camaraderie, you must understand my character. I would never deceive you. The depths of this secret realm are unfathomable, becoming entangled within it. Even individuals of our caliber could find our lives and fortunes imperiled. Therefore, I urge you to refrain from involvement in this secret realm. Noticing Lu Tianqi's grave demeanor, Shun Jiotao also quelled his mirth. Lu, you cannot be jesting? Lu Tianqi nodded, certainly not. Did you not mention that the Liuhe sect and the Jinhuang sect have formed an alliance? It will not be long before you realize that my words are not unfounded. After a brief pause, with a contemplative expression, Shun Jiutao departed from the Hengtian sword sect and returned to his own Zile sword sect. At this moment, within the Zile sword sect, numerous powerful figures, including a host of elders, were already prepared. Upon receiving the news, they had begun their preparations, awaiting their sect leader to establish contact with the Hengtian sword sect, ready to set forth as soon as the two sects convened. However, what they received was not an alliance, but an unexpected response. Not going. The Grand Elder of the Zile sword sect displayed a look of astonishment. Sect leader, are you jesting? We have all made our preparations. Shun Jiutao replied solemnly, indeed. Our Zile sword sect shall not participate in this secret realm. I have received intelligence from sect leader Lu of the Hengtian sword sect. This secret realm is extraordinary, shrouded in hidden dangers that we must not take lightly. In an instant, the crowd erupted in uproar. How could we forsake such an exceptional secret realm? Sect leader, if we do not go, shall we allow the Liuhe sect and Jinhuang sect to seize it unopposed? The anticipation for opportunities within the secret realm was not solely Shun Jiutao's. All present harbored hopes of reaping benefits. To declare withdrawal now was hardly convincing. Some even voiced their dissent. Sect leader, have you been deceived by Lu Tianqi of the Hengtian sword sect? How could he possibly know of any hidden truths? It seems he wishes to monopolize the benefits for himself, thus misleading you. Upon hearing this, Shun Jiutao's gaze turned icy. Impudent. His voice reverberated through the hall, imbued with a terrifying aura akin to thunder, instantly subduing the assembly. Shun Jiutao's eyes swept over the crowd as he coldly declared, Sect leader Lu and I are sworn brothers. He would never deceive me in such matters. Moreover, even if we choose not to engage, the Liuhe sect and Jinhuang sect will still vie for the secret realm. What advantage would it serve sect leader Lu to mislead us? Can he alone contend against the two other sects? Such words must cease. Our Zile sword sect will observe from afar in this secret realm. My decision is final. Chapter 85. All must retreat 10 miles, or face death. However, despite Shun Jiutao's efforts to suppress the matter through his authoritative position, whispers and rumors proliferated among the disciples once they dispersed. Not only the elders, but many disciples also voiced their discontent regarding the situation. Observing the widespread opposition within the sect, Shun Jiutao couldn't help but let out a bitter smile while sitting in the hall. Ah, Lu Laodi, I truly trust you. Do not betray my faith. In truth, it was not just others. Even Shun Jiutao had contemplated altering his decision several times. However, recalling Lu Tianqi's words, he ultimately suppressed that thought. Having shared countless years of camaraderie, he knew his brother well. His words were never without merit. Thus, he placed his trust in him. Meanwhile, as Lu Tianqi and Shun Jiutao reached their decision, various factions in the wilds began to stir restlessly. Some sought alliances, while others hoped to observe the chaos from a distance, ultimately hoping to profit as opportunists. In summary, the entire barbaric nation was rife with turmoil, with hidden currents surging beneath the surface. Gongsun, you are indeed astute, remarked the recovering Man Mountain, unable to suppress his admiration as he turned to Gongsun too. Given the current circumstances, not only can our two barbaric nations not safeguard this secret realm, but even if all the countries of the southern frontier were to unite, they would fail to maintain control over it. Indeed, Gongsun too also nodded in agreement, feeling validated in his decision to contact Yu Qing as soon as possible. Had he not acted promptly, they might have already fallen prey to the Flying Sky Gate. Not to mention the myriad masters they had observed around the secret realm, along with those unseen forces whose numbers remained unknown. Meanwhile, on a desolate mountain 10 miles from the secret realm, a middle-aged man stood atop, accompanied by a servant-like attendant. The terrain was barren, yet it offered a commanding view of the secret realm and its surroundings. My lord, perhaps we should depart, said the attendant, unable to contain his thoughts. You have always disliked such inhospitable places. Let us hasten to our next destination. With a gentle smile, the middle-aged man, clad in white, his long hair flowing gracefully, exuded an air of elegance. Shaoman, the world is full of opportunities for cultivation. Though I have little interest in that secret realm, the young friend guarding it possesses a demeanor reminiscent of my younger self. I am curious to see how he will navigate the turbulent tides that await him. Oh, my lord, I believe he is merely a confused fool, intoxicated by the allure of the secret realm. While he possesses some cunning and trivial tricks to intimidate others, The current outcomes suggest he is overestimating his capabilities, the attendant interjected. If he were wise, he would retreat upon realizing his disadvantage. But if he remains obstinate, the consequences will likely be dire. The man in white fell silent for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. Clearly, the words spoken by the attendant showman hold a certain validity. Very well, let us depart. Perhaps there is truly nothing of interest to behold. The man in white nodded, gesturing to leave with his attendant, but seemingly noticing something, he retracted his hand at the last moment. Indeed, Yu Qing appeared before the entrance to the secret realm. Finding a shaded spot, he waved his hand, producing a tea table, and then leisurely seated himself, preparing tea at a relaxed pace. Oh, this young fellow possesses a touch of intrigue. The man in white's pupils shifted as he observed Yu Qing's actions, revealing a hint of curiosity. What initially seemed tedious to him now sparked a semblance of amusement. This secret realm, located in the southern frontier, according to established norms, rightfully belongs to this region. Outsiders possess no qualification to pry. At this moment, after pouring himself a cup of tea and savoring a sip, Yu Qing's voice, laced with a powerful aura, echoed across the surroundings. Hence, I advise all of you to return whence you came. Clearly, those fixated on this scene are not merely the two middle-aged men on the desolate mountain. Numerous factions are covertly observing the secret realm. You arrogant little brat. Your manner of speaking is exceedingly irksome. The instant Yu Qing's words fell, a figure leaped forth, a weathered old man in his 60s, his face clouded with gloom. You vanquished a mere minor sect, and yet you regard yourself as significant? The elder exuded a formidable presence, evidently possessing extraordinary strength, surpassing even the original leader of the Flying Heaven sect. However, Yu Qing merely cast a casual glance his way and resumed savoring his tea. He then raised his voice again, remarking, I've already had 2 cups of tea and have waited quite a while. And this is the only old man who dares to leap forth? You little rascal, I can no longer tolerate you. Indeed, as Yu Qing's words resonated, several more figures surged into the air, subsequently revealing themselves. Elder Een, this young brat is so audacious. He must possess some degree of strength. Why don't we join forces to deal with him? A graceful woman, her figure curvaceous, approached the elder and spoke languidly. Though the Flying Heaven sect is a minor faction, it has developed over time. And surely this young man has acquired some of its essence. After eliminating him, we can divide the resources of the Flying Heaven sect among us, as a means of reaping benefits from this expedition into the maze. What say you? Agreed. The elder nodded first. We concur. The others who had emerged also nodded in agreement, their gazes now fixed upon Yu Qing. They formed a besieging formation, advancing towards him while blocking his escape route. A great battle was imminent. Yet what was anticipated to be a reciprocal confrontation turned out to be a swift annihilation. In mere moments, several individuals were dispatched by Yu Qing, leaving only the woman who had proposed the assault on her knees in terror. Spare me. I can be your servant. I will do whatever my master commands. As the woman desperately pleaded for mercy, she exposed her figure in the hope that Yu Qing would spare her life. However, what awaited her was a fist, one that struck with greater ferocity than had been delivered to others. Even in death, she managed to disgust those present. With her demise, a collective gasp echoed from those lurking in the shadows, their eyes filled with apprehension. It was evident they had not anticipated such a formidable presence emerging from the remote region of Nanjiang. This was precisely the effect Yu Qing sought. From the moment he entered the secret realm, he had no intention of remaining inconspicuous. You have 10 breaths to retreat 10 miles. Otherwise, you shall meet your end. Had he uttered these words earlier, the various factions would have scoffed. After all, those who dared approach him, knowing he had annihilated the Flying Sky sect, were not weaker than that very sect. However, after witnessing Yu Qing's swift execution of several individuals, their perception shifted dramatically. Both the sinister old man and the beautiful matron he had just slain possessed considerable strength, and many present were on par with them. If Yu Qing could dispatch the old man in an instant, he could certainly do the same to them. Almost immediately, countless factions began to withdraw, choosing to avoid provoking Yu Qing. Soon, the surroundings of the secret realm fell into a notable silence. Yet, a few miles away in a makeshift camp, a dozen individuals were stationed, led by a portly middle-aged man of regal bearing. If one were to mistake him for an ordinary wealthy merchant, they would be gravely mistaken. Those familiar with the wild lands would recognize him as Sun Fu, the leader of the Liuhe sect, renowned alongside the Hung Tian sword sect. The earlier scene of Yu Qing's slaughter had not escaped their notice. Upon seeing numerous factions retreat in fear of Yu Qing, an elder of the Liuhe sect could not help but inquire, "Sect leader, is this merely a conflict among the weak?" Sun Fu scoffed derisively. "Those rabble are afraid. Do they think they can intimidate us, the Liuhe sect? What could they possibly do to us?" The elder, taken aback by the response, nodded in acknowledgement. He understood Yu Qing's strength and harbored his own reservations, prompting his question. Yet, he was reminded that he was not alone. Many high-ranking members of the Liuhe sect were present. Indeed, we must remain cautious of the Jin Huang sect and the two sword sects that have yet to reveal themselves. Additionally, the secret realm has not truly opened, so we shall let that boy flounder for now. At this juncture, Sun Fu continued, to put it dramatically, if we of the Liuhe sect were to act, a single spit from each of us could drown that boy. The true contest lies solely among the major sects. As the true commencement of the secret realm approaches, the various sects are poised to engage in fierce competition, rendering that young rascal utterly insignificant. This sentiment was swiftly echoed by the others from the Liuhe sect, for among them, there were hardly any who genuinely regarded Yu Qing with any seriousness. However, just as they were lost in their assumptions, a blinding flash of blade light suddenly surged forth. In its wake, the very earth seemed to be cleaved asunder, akin to a radiant pillar descending from the heavens, casting its ominous shadow over the members of the Liuhe sect. At the forefront, the corpulent leader of the Liuhe sect, Sun Fu, stood unwittingly as the first target. In an instant, he met his demise. The elders behind him were not spared either, as chaos ensued. Several were left injured or lifeless. The few surviving elders gaped in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief, as they beheld their sect leader, now bisected, frozen in his final stance. "The sect leader is gone," someone shouted amidst the panic, their voice laced with palpable fear. In their despair, they soon realized another blade of light bore down upon them. The remaining elders could only watch in horror as the blinding light swelled ever larger in their sight. In the blink of an eye, the entire Liuhe sect was annihilated. Simultaneously, not far from the Liuhe sect's demise, another encampment gathered a dozen individuals, whose auras emanated a formidable presence, rivaling that of the earlier Liuhe sect members. "Sect leader, let the other sects retreat. We, the Jinhuang sect, need not regard such threats." An elder addressed a young man clad in black, who stood resolutely at the forefront. Indeed, the black-clad youth replied with a calm nod. Despite his youthful appearance, he was none other than the illustrious leader of the Jinhuang sect, Shi Wuming. In the next moment, they witnessed two towering blades of light erupting from the direction of the Liuhe sect. Before their minds could fully comprehend the situation, they found themselves facing an identical blade of light hurtling towards them. In the blink of an eye, the destructive force loomed ominously above their heads. Suddenly, Shi Wuming knelt before the oncoming blade. "I am willing to submit on behalf of my sect," he exclaimed, his voice strained yet resolute. At the very moment his words left his lips, the advancing blade of light halted, suspended half a foot above him. Gazing at the cataclysmic energy hovering above, Shi Wuming felt his throat constrict and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The elders behind him, perhaps caught off guard by the urgency of the moment, had yet to grasp the calamity that had befallen the Liuhe sect. Yet, as the leader of the Liuhe sect, he had undeniably witnessed Sun Fu being cleaved in twain. The entirety of the Liuhe sect was obliterated under the two strikes, a sight that left the members of the Jin Huang sect in utter astonishment. For years, the intricate rivalry between the Jin Huang sect and the Liuhe sect had been a well-known tale, and the Jin Huang sect leader was acutely aware of Liuhe's formidable prowess. The ability to slay Sun Fu with a single blow left no doubt that if such a strike were to befall him, his fate would be sealed just as swiftly. Thus, in a moment of instinctive self-preservation, he proclaimed the submission of his sect to the overwhelming force. This was not a matter of lacking courage. Rather, it was the crushing weight of absolute power that rendered him powerless. The so-called bravery he might have displayed would have merely led his sect to share the same grim fate as Liuhe, resulting in total annihilation. Behind him, the elders of the Jin Huang sect slowly began to comprehend the magnitude of their situation, realizing only now the extent of Liuhe's destruction. They gazed upward at the radiant blade of light hovering ominously above their leader's head, a shared sense of dread washing over them. Had their leader not acted decisively in that critical moment, and had that individual chosen them instead of Liuha, they would undoubtedly have met with a similar demise. It was utterly unexpected that Yu Qing, whom they had consistently underestimated, had demonstrated such overwhelming strength. At this juncture, the blade of light above them suddenly retracted, accompanied by a phrase urging mercy. "Come forth and present yourselves." Zai Wuming, with a countenance reflecting a mix of emotions, rose and turned his gaze towards the elders behind him. Though their expressions mirrored his complexity, there was an unmistakable glimmer of understanding in their eyes as they regarded their leader. Zai Wuming's choice not only salvaged his own life, but also spared theirs. The weight of the words "submit to the superior" was profound, yet without them, they would have long since become mere shadows of the past. Thus, the once proud members of the Jinhuang sect, under Zai Wuming's guidance, approached Yu Qing with a sense of humility. This scene did not escape the notice of the sects that had opted to retreat. 10 miles away, a gathering of onlookers exchanged glances, their faces pale as they collectively gasped in disbelief. Chapter 87. The means by which Yu Qing holds dominion over hearts. The eyes of the crowd were filled with palpable fear and trepidation. As fellow forces of the wilderness, they understood better than anyone the might of both the Liuha and Jinhuang sects. They had just witnessed the devastating downfall of one and the retreat of another. Had they hesitated at all, they would likely have found themselves in a similarly dire predicament. With complex expressions, the members of the Jinhuang sect approached Yu Qing. Beneath the shade of the trees, the young man was still savoring his tea. At this juncture, no one would dare regard him as merely a youthful figure. Zai Wuming and his companions appeared tense. This was, in essence, their first interaction with Yu Qing. "We pay our respects, esteemed elder," Zai Wuming declared, leading the Jinhuang sect in a gesture of reverence. "Please, have a seat." Yu Qing lifted his head and gestured to the leader, Shi Wuming, to take a seat. Shi Wuming, feeling a wave of anxiety, cast a hesitant glance at Yu Qing, uncertain of his true intentions. However, knowing that his life was precariously in Yu Qing's hands, he dared not refuse and cautiously sat down opposite him. Yu Qing then raised the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Shi Wuming, leisurely stating, "There is no need for such tension. Drink this tea, and once you vow by the heavenly way, you shall be one of us." Upon hearing this, Shi Wuming felt a lump in his throat. Though Yu Qing's words seemed lighthearted, they carried immense weight for them. After all, a vow by the heavenly way was not to be trifled with in this world. Those who dared to defy it faced divine retribution and the obliteration of their souls. Once the vow was made, they would be bound to obey Yu Qing's commands, under the constraints of the vow, with no one daring to disobey. Even if Yu Qing commanded them to march to their deaths, they would have no choice but to comply. However, it was a promise they themselves had uttered, not a coercion from Yu Qing. Shi Wuming, resolute, glanced at the cup of tea before him, raised it, and drank it down in one gulp. He then stood up, raising his finger. "I, Shi Wuming, hereby make a vow by the heavenly way, willingly surrendering to my senior. Should I go against this, may my soul be extinguished." Observing their leader's decisive action, the other elders did not hesitate to follow suit, each establishing their own vow by the heavenly way. "Greetings, my lord," they all intoned in unison after making their vows. "Excellent," Yu Qing replied with a smile. "Now, let us proceed to fulfill the first task I have assigned to you." "What is your command, my lord?" Shi Wuming anxiously inquired, apprehensive about what Yu Qing would ask of them. "I require you to deal with the Liuha sect," Yu Qing stated, his pupils narrowing. It was evident that Yu Qing wished to eliminate future troubles. He was never a benevolent figure, now that matters had escalated. He intended to eradicate any potential threats completely. At this, Shi Wuming's expression shifted. He understood that this statement effectively pronounced the death sentence for the Liuha sect. In the desolate future, the Liuha sect would cease to exist. Even as a witness to this reality, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Reflecting on the fact that the Liuha sect, once a peer to their own Jinhuang sect, was about to vanish from the world. It truly exemplified the notion that one could never predict what the next moment might bring. Additionally, you may take any remaining resources from the Liuha sect for your needs. I will claim what I require when the time comes, Yu Qing added. These words left Shi Wuming and the members of the Jinhuang sect feeling somewhat astonished, their gazes towards Yu Qing filled with gratitude. It was important to note that the Liuha sect, being one of the largest sects in the wasteland, possessed a foundation that was certainly not inferior to that of the Jinhuang sect. Despite their hesitance to truly act, Yu Qing's words were unmistakable. Even though they had sworn an oath to the heavens, Yu Qing regarded them as equals, not as mere dogs to be commanded at will. This acknowledgement granted them a sense of dignity. "Rest assured, my lord, we shall fulfill our mission," Shi Wuming proclaimed with a respectful gesture. With Sun Fu and the other elders deceased, he would personally lead the charge to eradicate the remaining members of the Liuhe sect with ease. "Very well. I appreciate your assistance," Yu Qing replied with a calm smile. "Once the matters concerning the Liuhe sect are resolved, I would request your return to help maintain order here." Upon hearing this, Shi Wuming glanced around before nodding, clearly understanding Yu Qing's intent. Under Yu Qing's iron-fisted approach, most would refrain from causing disturbances, yet, with the secret realm ahead, none could predict the circumstances when it would truly open. After Shi Wuming and his group departed, tranquility descended upon the vicinity of the secret realm. Meanwhile, several miles away on a desolate mountain, a man in white with his entourage could not help but smirk. "I must admit, I misjudged the situation," the man mused with a leisurely laugh. Turning his gaze toward his attendant, Xiaoman's face flushed, clearly embarrassed by having been proven wrong regarding her earlier statements. "Ha ha, Xiaoman, what do you think of my decision to take him as a disciple?" The man in white inquired with a chuckle. Xiaoman's eyes widened in disbelief. "Surely not, my lord. You have traversed countless realms and encountered innumerable prodigies without ever considering a disciple. How can you suddenly feel such inclination toward this lad?" Shaking her head, her expression was one of confusion and uncertainty. "I realize I misjudged him, but compared to the talents we have seen over the years, he does not even rank among the top. My lord, your legacy is unparalleled. Please think this through." "Not at all." The man in white waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "A person's achievements stem from many factors. Talent and strength are but one aspect, while family background is another. However, whether one can reach the pinnacle ultimately depends on personal methods, actions, style, and fortune. Thus, the future accomplishments of an individual cannot be dictated by merely a couple of factors. A genius may fall short before their time, while a rat in the gutter might still find a way to turn their fortunes around. As for my decision to take on a disciple, I seek to overlook those external factors," the man in white continued, raising a finger thoughtfully. "What matters is simply whether I find him agreeable. This young fellow's style increasingly resembles my own in my youth. I shall observe him for a while longer, when the time is right. You may join me in taking him as a disciple." "Very well, I understand, my lord." Xiaoman was thoroughly convinced by the man's words and dared not voice further objections, only feeling that the young man in the shade was exceptionally fortunate to have caught the eye of her master without having to exert any effort. Chapter 88. This foresight would indeed occupy her entire lifetime for application. Soon, 2 days had passed. The news of the obliteration of the Liuhe sect and the subjugation of the Jinhuang sect at the entrance of the secret realm spread like wildfire across the desolate land, even more swiftly than the earlier tidings of the demise of the Flying Sky sect. In an instant, the entire wasteland erupted in an uproar. After all, the Flying Sky sect was a relatively minor presence among the sects of the desolate land, with many sects of comparable or even superior strength. In contrast, the Liuhe sect and the Jinhuang sect were truly first-rate powers within the wasteland. Few could rival them individually, yet now both had faced such dire fates at the gate of the secret realm. The Jinhuang sect, having surrendered, was not worth mentioning. The leader of the Liuhe sect and the core strongmen who accompanied him had all perished without exception, although there remained a number of lesser members within the sect. They were mere minnows, and it was predictable that their territory would soon be devoured by other forces. Furthermore, it was not only these two sects, numerous renowned powerhouses, like the old man Yin, who were not weak in strength, also met a gruesome end before the secret realm. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. This was indeed a momentous revelation. When the news reached the Zile Sword sect, sect master Xinjiotao was enjoying tea with several elders. Originally a rough man, he had taken to cultivating his demeanor in recent years, learning the art of tea appreciation. During their gathering, the elders, who shared a close rapport with him, expressed their discontent regarding the sect master's decision to refrain from entering the secret realm. Xinjiotao could only force a smile in an effort to placate them, while simultaneously dispatching spies to observe the developments within the secret realm. Indeed, Before their tea could be fully savored, a subordinate hurried in to deliver the news. As they absorbed the information relayed by their underling, the sound of teacups crashing to the ground echoed throughout the room, the elders in shock spilling their tea. The Liuhe sect has been annihilated? The Jinhuang sect surrendered to avoid death? And it was accomplished by a single individual? How can this be possible? The usually composed Grand Elder, now flustered, spilled tea all over his beard, too stunned to wipe it away, and hastily turned to face Shun Jiutao. Calmly, Shun Jiutao appeared undisturbed as he lifted his teacup to savor the brew, exuding an air of confidence as though he had anticipated this all along. Did I not already mention that entering the secret realm would be unwise? In that moment, the elders, now coming to grips with the situation, looked at their sect master with a mix of shock and profound respect. As a first-rate force in the desolate land, both the Liuhe sect and the Jinhuang sect were not significantly different from their Zile sword sect. If these two could be vanquished, so too could they. Had it not been for the sect master's insistence against pursuing this matter, their names too might have been among those whispered in fear across the wasteland. The thought left the elders trembling in apprehension, realizing the gravity of their situation. Meanwhile, the gaze directed towards Shun Jiutao was imbued with both guilt and reverence. Had it not been for Shun Jiutao's resolute stance against the tide of opposition, the consequences would have been dire. The wisdom of our leader is indeed commendable. It is truly shameful that we did not comprehend the leader's foresight earlier. The leader possesses remarkable insight. I, as a subordinate, am in awe. Thanks to our leader, we, the Zile sword sect, would have met the same fate as the Liuhe sect. In that moment, the elders rose in unison, clasping their fists in salute towards Shun Jiutao, their voices resonating with heartfelt sincerity. Shun Jiutao took a sip of tea, his expression tranquil. Without such discernment, how could our sect claim the title of a leader? The elders bowed once more in unison. Our leader is indeed sagacious. Just then, an observant elder caught sight of the teacup in Shun Jiutao's hand, which was already devoid of tea. Their esteemed leader was merely sipping at the air with a serene countenance. Meanwhile, the hand hidden behind his back trembled incessantly, as if it were afflicted by a fit. It appeared that the leader was not as composed as he seemed. The elder opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately decided to keep this revelation to himself. Simultaneously, news reached the Hengtian sword sect. In the grand hall, Lu Tianqi sat at the head, his eyes filled with astonishment. Beside him, his disciple Ying Chao's expression shifted dramatically, although they were already aware of the existence of such a being in the southern frontier, and had even conjectured that the Liuhe sect's attempts to seize the secret realm might be in vain. They had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Even the Liuhe sect and the Jinhuang sect met with fates of annihilation and decline, respectively. The wasteland was on the verge of transformation. The long-standing equilibrium had been dramatically disrupted by the emergence of this secret realm. Master is truly wise. Ying Chao could not help but clasp her hands in admiration, her voice reflecting heartfelt praise. Her master not only resisted temptation, refraining from meddling in the southern secret realm, but also established relations with influential figures early on. Such foresight is indeed worthy of a lifetime of study. She deeply understood her master's teachings about maintaining humility while traversing the world, showing reverence towards others, and recognizing that there are always greater forces beyond one's own understanding. In the subsequent 2 days, yet another piece of news swept across the wasteland. Under the leadership of Shi Wuming, the Jinhuang sect launched an assault on the Liuhe sect. On this day, the Liuhe sect was officially obliterated. Though this outcome had long been anticipated, the reality of the Liuhe sect's demise evoked a whirlwind of emotions. As discussions erupted across the wasteland regarding the fall of the Liuhe sect, the surroundings of the secret realm remained eerily tranquil. Due to the nature of the system, Yu Qing found little allure in external possessions. Normally, a secret realm would not warrant such fervor. Yet, inexplicably, something within this secret realm seemed to beckon him with an unseen force. Beneath the shade of the trees, Yu Qing savored a sip of tea, his gaze inevitably drawn to the portal suspended above his head. The taboo remained intact, and it appeared that the day of its opening was still some time away. In this realm, taboos were akin to formations, merely a more sophisticated nomenclature. Yu Qing possessed a certain proficiency in formations, even 2 decades prior, before obtaining the system. He had delved into their study. Furthermore, after acquiring the system, He had absorbed insights from numerous masters in the realm of formations. Thus, in this context, Yu Qing harbored a notion of forcibly breaking the taboo to enter the secret realm ahead of time. Yet, as always, he was uncertain of his own strength and could not foresee the consequences of such a reckless act, despite the fact that, according to past experiences, he had a 99.98 chance of ensuring his own safety. There remained that 0.02 of uncertainty. It was far too perilous. Perhaps it was wiser to wait, he mused. As he pondered, he could not resist placing his cup down and directing his gaze forward. A man clad in white, accompanied by a servant, was approaching him. In the blink of an eye, what had been a considerable distance away was suddenly within mere 10 zhang. Even from afar, the white-clad man had offered him a benevolent smile. Chapter 89. Are you here to show off? Young friend, might I trouble you for a cup of tea? He inquired amiably. The next moment, the man in white, along with his attendant, arrived within 10 zhang of Yu Qing, chuckling softly. Of course, Yu Qing replied with a smile, extending his hand toward the seat opposite him. He had long sensed the presence of this white-clad figure and noted that he was somewhat different from others vying for the secret realm. The man in white wasted no time with pleasantries, taking a seat across from Yu Qing while his attendant stood beside him. This is excellent tea, the man remarked after taking a sip, pushing the cup forward to signal Yu Qing to refill it. Yu Qing obliged, pouring hot water into the cup once more. Are you not afraid that I have come to contest you for the secret realm? The man in white queried after 2 cups of tea had passed. You are not here to contest for the secret realm, Yu Qing replied, shaking his head. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? The man in white regarded him with keen interest. Because you are here to show off, Yu Qing stated candidly. Though I am unsure of your motives. I can tell that your interest in the secret realm is not as profound as it may seem. The man in white was momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing a hint of embarrassment. The gentle and refined demeanor on his face was slightly marred by Yu Qing's words. Indeed, upon his entrance, he had indeed engaged in some ostentatious behavior, as one would when taking on a disciple. After all, one must exhibit some skill when accepting a pupil with such a distinctive character. One could not simply approach and announce the intent to take on a disciple. Unbeknownst to him, his petty schemes had been completely discerned by Yu Qing, who candidly articulated his insights. The man in white scratched his nose and blinked, momentarily at a loss for words due to Yu Qing's remarks. He opted instead to sip his tea, directing a bemused gaze at Yu Qing. In conversations, the dynamics of dialogue hold great significance. Guiding the other person along one's narrative allows one to seize the reins of the discussion, thereby facilitating an easier manipulation of sentiments. From Yu Qing's perspective, this enigmatic figure, who had suddenly appeared, was shrouded in mystery, his intentions opaque. Shouldn't Yu Qing be intrigued by his identity? Shouldn't he speculate on his motives? If Yu Qing posed a question, he would seize the initiative in the dialogue's commencement. It is akin to introducing oneself. Doing so uninvited might arouse suspicions of ostentation, while a casual revelation following an inquiry transforms the context entirely. To put it plainly, the distinction between proactive and reactive display of prowess is stark. Hence, he remained unhurried, maintaining a half-smile as he regarded Yu Qing. However, Yu Qing seemed engrossed in savoring his tea, refilling his cup after finishing a small portion, leisurely indulging in the experience. It appeared that Yu Qing was even less impatient than he. The atmosphere had suddenly grown tense, enveloped in an odd silence. Aren't you curious about my purpose in seeking you? The man in white could no longer contain himself and inquired. Isn't it you who sought me, rather than the other way around? Yu Qing replied with a smile. Therefore, shouldn't you be the one to state your business? Ah, it seems that is indeed the case. The man in white mused, furrowing his brow. He found no fault in Yu Qing's logic. Yet, he seemed unaware that throughout their interaction, he had unwittingly placed himself in a subordinate position. As for Yu Qing, he merely regarded the man in white as somewhat peculiar. His ostentatious pretense and feigned mystery left him puzzled. What was the purpose of this charade? At that moment, the man in white was evidently uncertain of how to proceed. Should he plainly express his desire to take on a disciple? Given the temperament displayed by this young man, the likelihood of rejection loomed large. He feared that a refusal might jeopardize any future interactions. Thus, this conversation was not one to be entered into lightly. If he were to speak, he must ensure success. This was akin to courting a partner. Contemplating this, he devised a strategy to approach gradually. allowing opportunities to demonstrate his capabilities, thus earning the young man's trust before ultimately broaching the subject, without the need for him to utter a word. The other party might instinctively seek to honor him as a mentor. I am Li Xianbai, and as fate would have it, I happened upon this place just as the secret realm was unveiled. Observing the various methods employed by the young friend, I found them reminiscent of my own past style, thus igniting a desire to forge a connection. Hence, I am here solely to cultivate a bond of goodwill and see if we might become friends. At this moment, the man in white made his self-introduction and continued speaking. His words, though veiled, held a kernel of truth. The pretense of friendship served as a guise for the genuine intention of acquiring a disciple. Nevertheless, Yu Qing perceived no underlying suspicion in him. Although Li Xianbai exhibited some eccentricities, Yu Qing felt no hostility emanating from him. If he were to become an adversary, there would be no mercy. However, should goodwill be extended, he would readily accept it, as he did not shy away from the prospect of forging friendships, firmly believing that more friends lead to more paths. Ah, I see. Yu Qing nodded with a smile and proceeded to refill Li Xianbai's cup. To be candid, I did indeed harbor a desire to show off just a bit. I feared that without displaying some skill, I might not garner your respect. At this, Li Xianbai chuckled, displaying his eloquence and justifying his earlier display. His reasoning was seamlessly articulated, perfectly balanced, and not at all irksome. Haha, my friend, you overestimate me, Yu Qing replied, not dwelling on the matter, for the rationale indeed held water. Since we are to be friends, shall we exchange tea for wine? Would you care to partake? Yu Qing suggested with a grin. Excellent. Today, let us drink until we are inebriated, Li Xianbai responded with equal merriment. In no time, the two produced their treasured wines and filled each other's cups. What a fine wine this is, Li Xianbai exclaimed with delight. Before long, the two had consumed several jars of the exquisite liquor. Although the revelry was enjoyable, Li Xianbai remained mindful of his initial objective. As they clinked their cups together, his gaze inevitably drifted towards the direction of the secret realm. My friend, you seem quite intrigued by this secret realm. I have a thought. Would you care to hear it? Li Xianbai could not help but say. Please, speak freely, Yu Qing encouraged. The celestial phenomena triggered by this secret realm are growing increasingly pronounced. The petty rascals you previously dispatched are of little concern. Yet who can say if true masters might be drawn here? Thus, I contemplate, if you were to gather the treasures within the secret realm before it fully opens, would that not be a more prudent course of action? Li Xianbai mused. By the time the secret realm is truly unveiled, you would have already secured the treasures and made your exit. How delightful that would be. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing chuckled softly and then shook his head, saying, the logic is sound, but the entrance to the secret realm is fraught with numerous prohibitions. Gaining entry prematurely is no simple task. At these words, Li Xianbai smiled broadly. With a subtle lift of his chin, he spoke leisurely. To be candid, I, Li, have delved into the intricacies of formations for many years. Though I cannot claim to be a master, I possess some insights and experiences regarding various formations, including the forbidden ones. Chapter 90. A 60% assurance. Oh, this statement ignited a spark of interest in Yu Qing's eyes, as he gazed at Li Xianbai in astonishment. If the man could assert such confidence, he must surely have substantial assurance. Observing the incredulous expression on Yu Qing's face, Li Xianbai smiled, pleased with the effect he had achieved in front of his future disciple. He continued with a hint of pride. If I can share this with you, it undoubtedly signifies great confidence. He raised a finger, declaring 60%. A full 60% assurance. What do you think? Upon finishing, he turned his gaze towards Yu Qing, eager to witness fervor in his eyes. However, after hearing his words, Yu Qing's previously heightened enthusiasm wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Brother, perhaps we should continue drinking. What do you mean by that? Li Xianbai looked at Yu Qing, bewildered, and queried, does my younger brother find 60% assurance insufficient? It's not that it is insufficient, rather. Yu Qing could not help but swirl the wine in his cup. How to articulate this? 60% assurance, in his view, was akin to having no assurance at all. There was still a considerable 40% chance of something going awry. The risk was too great. Even if he were to act, he would feel more assured than this. And he had not yet decided to proceed. It would be wiser to patiently await the opening of the secret realm. Yet, how could he voice such sentiments? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, the assurance is indeed significant, but it also entails risk. I still believe it would be prudent to wait for the secret realm to open. Li Xianbai pondered for a moment and acknowledged this point. Although he had little interest in the secret realm, having his own path to pursue, he could not predict the consequences of venturing into the secret realm prematurely. All right, if my younger brother feels this way, then so be it, Li Xianbai conceded. I merely worry for you. With such commotion surrounding the secret realm, what if a formidable expert arrives? Would you be able to handle it? At this juncture, he hesitated slightly, then retrieved a jade pendant from his sleeve, placing it upon the tea table. As we have become acquainted, I offer you this jade pendant as a token, Li Xianbai said with a smile. Upon witnessing this, the nearby Xiao man's expression shifted with urgency, eager to speak, but was silenced by a glare from Li Xianbai. How could I accept such a gift? Yu Qing reached out to take the jade pendant, feeling a refreshing chill emanate from it, though he could not discern the material from which it was crafted. Please, my younger brother, do accept it, Li Xianbai urged with a gentle smile. Since you insist so graciously, I shall accept it, Yu Qing replied, tucking the pendant away. He then produced a small sculpture from his sleeve and offered it towards Li Xianbai. In the spirit of reciprocity, my elder brother bestowed upon me a gift, and it is only fitting that I return the favor. Yu Qing chuckled as he remarked, this is a piece I have personally carved. Though my skills may not be exceptional, it is imbued with heartfelt sentiment. With that, I graciously accepted the offering. Li Xianbai cast a cursory glance at the sculpture, noting its ordinary appearance, and thought little of it before tucking it away in his sleeve. Observing Li Xianbai accept the gift, Yu Qing smiled. This was one of the wooden carvings he had carried with him since achieving the alchemical transformation of stone into gold. After the metamorphosis, it had automatically recognized him as its master. At this moment, upon gifting it to Li Xianbai, Yu Qing also issued a command to the wooden sculpture, instructing it to serve as a guardian for Li Xianbai. Although Yu Qing could discern that Li Xianbai possessed considerable strength, he believed that should a crisis arise, this sculpture might prove beneficial. Today brings me immense joy, and I wish my younger brother a triumphant success in the secret realm. I must take my leave for now. May we cross paths again by fate's design. At this juncture, Li Xianbai slowly rose to bid farewell, aware of the importance of discretion. He also reminded Yu Qing to keep the jade pendant close at hand. After exchanging farewells, Li Xianbai departed with Xiao Man. As they journeyed away, Xiao Man's expression was one of confusion. Master, why did you give him the warm heart jade? It can bear a portion of your strength and automatically protect its owner. It is an exceedingly valuable item. Xiao Man could not help but exclaim. You possess only 3 pieces. One has been given to the young lady, and another to the clan leader. He is destined to be my future disciple. Handing it over to him early poses no issue, Li Xianbai replied. Of course, during this phase, I shall also provide him with covert protection, as the disturbances surrounding the secret realm are escalating. It remains uncertain whether he can maintain composure in the face of adversity. Therefore, I shall reserve the warm heart jade for crucial moments in the future. After all, each use will diminish the strength it can sustain. So, keep a vigilant eye on him. With that, the two returned to the desolate mountain. With a wave of his hand, Li Xianbai unleashed a wave of energy around them, seemingly isolating their surroundings. Let us not allow this young man to perceive my hidden guardianship. Only when he encounters genuine peril should I intervene. Ensuring that he appreciates my assistance, Li Xianbai mused, standing atop the barren mountain, gazing distantly towards the secret realm with a contemplative smile. Meanwhile, amidst the desolation, a colossal flying vessel soared through the air, resembling a behemoth that cleaved through the clouds. A large black flag stood prominently upon the vessel, emblazoned with the vivid characters Dueling Souls. As the flying vessel passed, the crowd below was filled with awe and reverence, for it belonged to the true dominant force of the wasteland, the Dueling Souls sect. The standing of the Dueling Souls sect in the wasteland is unparalleled. No other sect can rival its might. While sects such as the Hung Tian Sword sect and the Luha sect are considered first-rate powers in the wasteland, even combined, they do not measure up to the prowess of the Dueling Souls sect. The mere presence of this flying vessel is sufficient to dominate any sect in the barren lands. At this moment, a multitude of individuals emerged before the vessel, all masters from various forces within the wasteland. We pay our respects to the soul of combat, they proclaimed. It is said that fortune favors those with destiny. Yet, the southern wilderness secret realm has been monopolized by a single individual. Numerous factions in the wasteland have suffered casualties, and we beseech the soul of combat to act on our behalf. Indeed, this individual has exceeded all bounds, claiming a realm that is unequivocally unowned, wielding his strength to expel all forces from the wasteland. He has subjugated the Golden Radiance sect, commanding them to obliterate the Six Harmonies sect. This is a blatant act of tyranny against the wasteland, and we implore the soul of combat to intervene and vanquish this tyrant. The obstructing forces are precisely those driven away by Yu Qing. They, fearing Yu Qing's might, dared not contest for the secret realm, yet could not swallow their indignation, leading them to unite in seeking the aid of the soul of combat. As the vessel came to a halt, a young man clad in white appeared on the deck. His countenance was stern, his long hair billowed gently. His eyes revealed no emotion, yet exuded an air of disdain, as if the world held no significance for him. He first cast a dismissive glance at the assembly from the wasteland before speaking in a tone that was both calm and unequivocal. Send a few individuals to bring me the members of the Golden Radiance sect. Chapter 91. A massive house flies through the sky at this moment. The true terror of the soul of combat was unveiled. As the words of the young man echoed, several streaks of light shot forth from the vessel. Merely 2 hours later, the sect leader of the Golden Radiance, Shi Wuming, was brought before the young man. Ho Gongzi, stammered Shi Wuming, visibly anxious under the young man's gaze. There is no need for apprehension, sect leader Shi, the young man replied gently. I have summoned you not for any other reason, but to recount the events that transpired in the secret realm that day. Is that so? Shi Wuming's expression relaxed somewhat. The soul of combat stood as an absolute behemoth in the wasteland, even though the individual before him was merely a junior sect leader. He was keen to avoid opposition if possible. Thus, he recounted the events of that day in the secret realm in full detail. Naturally, he downplayed his descriptions of Yu Qing, glossing over anything that might reveal his true nature. The information he chose not to disclose could easily be uncovered, for the annihilation of the Six Harmonies sect was not witnessed solely by the Golden Radiance sect. This reluctance was not merely due to their subjugation under Yu Qing. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that Yu Qing had afforded them dignity and had not truly reduced them to servitude. Compared to the fate of the Six Harmonies sect, they bore no resentment towards Yu Qing, and perhaps even a hint of gratitude. After concluding his account, Shi Wuming anxiously regarded the young man. Very well, you may leave, the young man finally declared after a prolonged silence, waving his hand dismissively. Shi Wuming's countenance brightened with disbelief at how effortlessly he could depart. Thank you, Ho Gongzi. Subsequently, the enigmatic figure known as Shi Wuming swiftly departed from the flying vessel. Surrounding the craft, a multitude of individuals from the desolate lands displayed expressions of bewilderment. Why has Shi Wuming been released once more? Indeed, this Shi Wuming had already submitted to the individual from the southern frontier and ought to have been eliminated. The crowd, eager for chaos, began to murmur amongst themselves. However, the young man in white maintained an impassive demeanor, dismissively gesturing to silence the cacophony. Behind him, an elder approached. Young master, that Shi Wuming spoke with some reservation, the elder remarked. I am aware, replied the young man in white with a dispassionate tone. We have come for the secret realm. Hence, it is my belief that he should not have been released. Mo Lao, you are mistaken, the young man countered, shaking his head. His concealments bear little significance to me. How much can one recently subdued know? As he spoke, the young man rose languidly to his feet. Although our purpose is to seek the secret realm, neither the individual from the southern frontier nor Shi Wuming is inherently our enemy. Therefore, at this juncture, we have the option to assert our claim to the secret realm through strength, and it is not inconceivable to ally with the individual from the southern frontier. Were we to eliminate Shi Wuming immediately, we would position ourselves directly in opposition to him, effectively severing our path. Furthermore, as the next heir of the Duhan sect, my endeavor to seize the secret realm is, in essence, a trial mandated by the sect leader. It is prudent to consider that many eyes will be observing my actions. Thus, it is best to proceed with caution. Upon hearing this, the elder expressed admiration, unable to restrain a bow of respect. Your considerations are indeed thorough, young master. Therefore, it is wise for us to remain discreet. Let us then temporarily stow away this flying vessel, the young man declared, his form gently rising into the air above the craft. With a flourish of his hand, the grand vessel transformed into a streak of light, and vanished into his sleeve. Huh, let us depart. As for those from the desolate lands, they need not concern us, the young man uttered nonchalantly, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing from the bewildered gazes of the gathered powers. Shortly thereafter, the disciples of the Duhan sect arrived in the southern frontier. This place is indeed impoverished, the young man remarked, extending his hand to sense the space before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Young master, what shall our next step be? Please instruct us, the disciples inquired, bowing respectfully. First, we shall seek a place to rest. As for the secret realm, the corners of the young man's mouth lifted slightly as he turned to the two alluring women behind him. Luer, Jiamian, you shall undertake a reconnaissance mission. Investigate that individual's background and ascertain if there is potential for my use. If he proves unremarkable, bring him back to me. Should there be promise, return to report. Yes, young master, the two women replied, swaying their hips as they stepped forward. The two women are not human. Rather, they are a six-eared cat demon and a masked fox, both of whom have been meticulously nurtured by the young man in white to become formidable generals. Tasks that are inconvenient for him are entrusted to these two, and they invariably yield remarkable results. Indeed, he feels assured with their involvement. The elder beside him nodded in agreement. Being demon beasts, they possess unique abilities and are of considerable cultivation. Thus, ordinary human experts are no match for them. In a place like the southern wilderness, it would not be an exaggeration to say these two could sweep through with ease. After receiving their orders, the two swiftly transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the direction of the barbaric nation. The scenery here is quite pleasant. Not far from the secret realm lies a particularly picturesque location, where a courtyard stands elegantly. This courtyard is none other than the Mishu courtyard of the southern kingdom. Upon receiving a command from Yu Qing, the building traversed mountains and rivers, arriving at its current location by itself. Consequently, many have recently witnessed a remarkable spectacle, a massive structure flying through the sky. Meanwhile, the four demons left behind at home, along with the little carp, were filled with excitement as they flew alongside the house. The only one who truly wished for an end was the Hydra, who found it difficult to comprehend the means by which this was achieved. He secretly lamented whether he had inadvertently ruined an orphanage in a past life to end up in such a predicament. Another reason for his despair was that the little carp had made yet another breakthrough. His desire to dissolve the contract and regain his freedom seemed to drift further away. Of course, upon learning of the Hydra's identity, Yu Qing had no intention of eliminating him. After all, he was now bound to the little carp, with their fates intertwined. Killing him would be less beneficial than putting him to good use. Disciple, you are now a true cultivator and need not remain by my side constantly. If you wish, venture forth and gain experience throughout the southern wilderness, Yu Qing said, administering medicine to the four demons while observing the little carp with warmth. Understood, master, the little carp replied, blinking his eyes. Despite his tender age and limited understanding, even with insights from saints, he remained but a small child. Nevertheless, he comprehended that whatever master said was absolute truth. Before long, he shouldered his pack, with the Hydra perched atop, and set off into the distance. Yu Qing smiled, feeling no concern. After all, with the little carp's current strength, he was more than capable of protecting himself. It would undoubtedly be beneficial for him to gain experience in the southern wilderness. However, shortly after the little carp departed, a jubilant voice echoed from Mo San. I have broken through. I, Mo San, have achieved a breakthrough. Thank you, master. Amidst the envious gazes of the other three demons, Mo San knelt before Yu Qing, brimming with excitement. Yet, his comical appearance, swollen and round due to the side effects of the medicine, was somewhat amusing. Oh, you've broken through, have you? Yu Qing glanced at the list of medicinal concoctions. This elixir, designed to enhance one's cultivation, had indeed been successfully formulated, yet its side effects remained rather significant. He then addressed Mo San, instructing, you should seek a place to break through first, return afterward to continue testing the medicine. All right, thank you, master. Mo San replied excitedly. Subsequently, he turned to the other demons, saying, Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, accompany me to provide protection. The group of demons nodded in agreement and hurried out of the courtyard, also preparing to find a suitable location for the breakthrough. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, two shadows appeared silently. Chapter 92. Mo San's terrifying heavenly talent. He If my assumptions are correct, the person the young master instructed us to investigate resides here. A chilling laughter emanated from the masked fox. As she spoke, her visage morphed in a bizarre manner, shifting from that of a pure young maiden to an elderly crone and then to a captivating matron. Beside her, the six-eared cat demon maintained a quiet demeanor, though the 3 pairs of ears concealed within its hair twitched slightly, as if sensing someone approaching. Someone is coming from there, the six-eared cat demon remarked. Moments later, for shadows leapt from the courtyard. For individuals, could they be subordinates of that person? If so, let us capture them and glean information about their master. The masked fox suggested with a sinister chuckle. Very well, I shall proceed. You stay here and keep watch, she commanded coldly. After receiving a nod from the six-eared cat demon, the masked fox transformed into a streak of light and pursued the 4 little ones. Surrender willingly. As her hand morphed, sharp claws began to emerge from her fingers, and she lunged toward Imo San and the others. However, as she closed the distance, the moment Imo San's visage entered her sight, her mind blanked entirely. The orders from the young master faded from her memory, and her initial intentions slipped away. All that remained in her thoughts was Imo San's face. What a strikingly handsome figure. How could he possess such overwhelming allure? The masked fox struggled to dispel the thought, yet found Imo San's image lingering stubbornly in her mind. At that moment, Imo San also turned his gaze toward her. In truth, they had sensed each other's presence the instant the masked fox arrived. Damn, this is not the most beautiful face. Realizing Imo San's penetrating stare, the masked fox quickly covered her face and retracted her attack. By the time she landed, her appearance had transformed into that of a pure and flawless beauty. So, it was merely a small demon beast. Imo San regarded the masked fox with cold eyes and stated icily, "Speak. What is your purpose in following us?" I have none," she stammered. The masked fox hastily explained, presenting a pitiful demeanor, fearful that Imo San might misunderstand her intentions. I could not help but follow," she stammered. "What shall we do, kill her, or what?" Imo Xiaoxi turned his gaze toward Imo San. "This fox likely possesses a significant background, yet my priority is to break through. After we subdue her, old 4, you shall guard her while I return to interrogate," Imo San declared. "Understood." In response, Imo San led the charge towards the jade-faced fox. The masked fox offered no resistance, effortlessly captured by Imo San. "Old 4, keep an eye on her," Imo San instructed before proceeding with the first and second elders to focus on their breakthrough. "Do not move. Behave yourself," Imo Xiaoxi commanded the jade-faced fox sternly. "When will he return?" The jade-faced fox inquired with hope. "Who?" Imo Xiaoxi asked. You mean the 3rd, Sanlang?" The masked fox blushed as she questioned. "Sanlang." Imo Xiaoxi was taken aback and promptly slapped her, exclaiming, "Do not refer to the 3rd in such a disgusting manner." After receiving the slap, the masked fox appeared forlorn. Yet her thoughts were entirely consumed by Imo San. Her infatuation was not without reason. Not only was Imo San endowed with the talent of the heavenly Tao, but she also hailed from a lineage of demons. In common parlance, demons are a type of mystical beast. However, the bloodline of the demon race is intertwined with that of the demonic lineage, rendering them superior to ordinary mystical beasts. This innate bloodline exerted a natural suppression over mystical beasts. Thus, under the influence of the heavenly Tao talent combined with the bloodline suppression, the masked fox had entirely lost her sense of self. As she waited with eager anticipation, she lost track of time. It was only when Imo San, accompanied by the 1st and 2nd elders after their breakthrough, returned that the last vestige of her rationality was stripped away. In her eyes, only Imo San remained. In her mind, only the profile of Imo San lingered, the swollen, alluring lips, and that unique, endearing visage. Before Imo San could pose any questions, the masked fox divulged her origins and the purpose of her visit in a torrent of words, even betraying the 6-eared cat demon lurking outside the courtyard. Damn it! They were targeting the master. Imo San's expression darkened upon hearing this, as he seized the masked fox and commanded, "Return with me to meet the master." "I would do anything just to see you," the masked fox replied without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, the group returned to the courtyard's periphery. The 6-eared cat demon, who had been lying in wait for so long, was taken aback to see the masked fox mingling with Imo San and the others, his expression darkening. Weren't they supposed to subdue them? How could they be together? The six-eared cat demon pondered in confusion. Suddenly, she noticed the masked fox pointing directly at her. She hid there, beckoning me to follow. The masked fox appeared to seize every opportunity to curry favor before Mo Sanson. Mo Lauda and Mo Lair exchanged glances and rushed towards the six-eared cat demon alongside the masked fox. Damn it, this masked fox has actually betrayed us. The six-eared cat demon's expression darkened, transforming into a streak of light as she attempted to flee. However, Mo Lauda and Mo Lair had already sealed off her escape route, swiftly capturing her. Masked fox, you traitor. Why? The six-eared cat demon glared at the masked fox, harboring resentment. With her hidden abilities, she was confident that if not for the betrayal of the masked fox, no one would have been able to detect her presence. You do not understand, the masked fox retorted dismissively, unfazed by her contemptuous gaze, and instead rushed off to seek approval from Mo Sanson. You despicable wretch. Betraying the young master, the six-eared cat demon started to say, but her words faltered, for the handsome profile of Mo Sanson caught her eye. Aye. She quickly lowered her gaze, as if fearing that her disheveled appearance might diminish her impression. Just a glance, and she found herself utterly captivated by Mo Sanson's allure. When Mo Sanson and the others presented the two demon beasts before Yu Qing, he could only feel speechless. From the testimonies of the two women, it was clear they were no ordinary beings, possessing considerable strength. Yet, at this moment, they seemed utterly devoted to sacrificing their lives for Mo Sanson. Their gazes towards him filled with admiration. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at Mo Sanson's terrifying talent, truly formidable. Chapter 93. A secular emperor not even worthy of being the soul-fighting sect. Yu Qing's expression shifted. He had indeed heard of it, though he hadn't paid it much mind, believing that one should face challenges as they come. As for the two demon beasts, they were like a timely gift to him, especially for his experiments. Indeed, age and gender would affect the results. Just as he pondered how to obtain the two female demon beasts for testing, they had conveniently arrived at his doorstep. Thus, he entrusted the two female demon beasts directly to the care of the four great demons. Upon seeing Yu Qing hand them over, the four great demons were ecstatic, particularly Mo Sanson, who transformed into a domineering figure, commanding the two demon beasts with authority. The two demon beasts, entirely captivated by Mo Sanson's striking beauty, found themselves lost in admiration and reveling in the experience. Meanwhile, near the border of the barbarian nation, close to the Fuyo Empire, there lay a grove of apricot trees. Within this grove, there was a small tavern. Inside, a woman wearing a bamboo hat sat, flanked by numerous hidden experts. The woman removed her hat, revealing a delicate yet shadowy visage. She was none other than. It is indeed the illustrious Empress Nangong Fuyao. One could say that every day since the grand celebration of the Southern Kingdom has been a torment for her. What she initially thought was the pinnacle of her life turned out to be nothing but a complete deception. The dark figure, He Chun, has vanished without a trace. The Five Elements Alliance remains utterly silent, and as for the so-called enigmatic leader of the Five Elements, she is yet to catch even a glimpse of him. Most critically, the Imperial Jade Seal, which embodies the fortune of an entire nation, has been deceitfully taken away. This matter is one she dares not speak of. Should it become known within the Fuyao Empire, not only would she lose her title as Empress Fuyao, but she would likely be drowned in a torrent of scorn. Cursed be the day, for He Chun remains unresponsive. Nangong Fuyao has attempted to reach out to him, yet there has been no sign of life. Thus, she has exhausted every means to alter her predicament. At last, she has encountered an extraordinary phenomenon as a secret realm opens. However, it brings her great discontent that this realm, though close to her Fuyao Empire, has unfortunately landed within the borders of the barbarian kingdom, merely a few dozen miles away. Even though she understands that had it fallen within the Fuyao Empire, she would still not be able to claim it. It could have provided unexpected opportunities for her realm. Despite her limited perspective on the current state surrounding the secret realm, she is aware it has attracted numerous experts from various sects, including those beyond the celestial gates. If she could foster good relations with these individuals, how could the Fuyao Empire not flourish? The loss of a single imperial jade seal would pale in comparison. Thus, in her profound unwillingness to accept defeat, she, accompanied by several skilled individuals from the Heavenly Palace, has ventured into the territory of the Barbarian Kingdom, seeking opportunities. Now that they have entered the Barbarian Kingdom, it is imperative that they conceal their identities and proceed with utmost caution, Nangong Fuyao cautioned her companions. Indeed, they replied, nodding in agreement, their auras subdued as they spread out. Just then, a refreshing breeze swept through the tavern's surroundings, and numerous figures silently appeared before it. Young master, this place is not far from the secret realm, and the environment is relatively pleasant. Shall we take refuge here? An elder suggested to the young man in white who led the group. The white-clad youth nodded and stepped toward the tavern. My master prefers tranquility, all uninvited guests. Begone. The elder's imposing presence emanated a voice infused with spiritual energy that resonated throughout the tavern, instilling a heavy pressure upon all within. The patrons' expressions changed dramatically, and they hastily made their exit. And you lot, the elder's cold gaze fell upon a few who remained. They were none other than the group, led by Nangong Fuyao. How dare you? Do you know who she is? One of the experts beside Empress Fuyao instinctively exclaimed. As soon as the words fell, the old man sent him flying with a single slap. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Fuyao and her companions were instantly alarmed, none daring to act rashly. Nangong Fuyao, in particular, clenched her fists tightly. It was an utter humiliation for a sovereign empress of a nation to be so summarily dismissed. Your Majesty, the strength of these individuals is formidable. They must belong to those sects, one of her subordinates murmured. And what are the sects? I am the empress who governs millions, Nangong Fuyao replied with a chilling demeanor. Nonetheless, we are likely no match for them, especially since we are within the borders of the barbarian nation, another subordinate quickly added. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao fell silent, her expression darkening. Just as she and her entourage prepared to depart, her gaze fell upon a young man clad in white, surrounded by admirers. He struck her as otherworldly, exuding an aura she had never encountered before. Remembering the old man's strength beside him, her eyes gleamed with intrigue. If such power was possessed by one subordinate, then what of this young man in white? She promptly removed her conical hat, revealing a visage she deemed striking, and addressed the young man, esteemed sir. I am Nangong Fuyao, the empress of the Fuyao Empire. Might I have the honor of a conversation with you? However, as she invoked her title, expecting astonishment and subsequent dialogue, the young man did not even cast her a glance, his gaze unwavering. The individuals accompanying him displayed expressions of disdain, as if regarding her as nothing more than an inconsequential sovereign. Nangong Fuyao's countenance darkened to an extreme, a burning embarrassment washing over her. After all, she was an empress. To extend a greeting only to receive such disregard was intolerable. Yet, her refusal to concede grew stronger. The more he ignored her, the more she sensed his exceptional nature. I can assist you in seizing the secret realm, she called out once more. At this, the young man's footsteps faltered momentarily. He glanced at the old man beside him before continuing on. You, come here, the old man commanded, pointing at Nangong Fuyao. She nodded, stepping forward. But an unseen force thrust her companions aside. Only you may approach. Nangong Fuyao complied, following the old man back into the tavern. Beneath the apricot tree, the young man in white sat cross-legged, quietly observing her. Speak, the old man instructed. The location of the secret realm once belonged to the Fuyao Empire many years ago. Although it has since been reclaimed by the barbarian nation, I am intimately familiar with this land. As the empress of the Fuyao Empire, I can leverage my subordinates to gather information and provide you with various conveniences, Nangong Fuyao hastily proposed. Is that all? Chapter 94. Behold the splendor of my blade. The elder accompanying the young man in white scoffed disdainfully, preparing to dismiss Nangong Fuyao. However, at that moment, the young man gestured with his hand. What is it that you desire? He inquired nonchalantly. Nangong Fuyao was taken aback for a moment, then elatedly replied. I wish for the Mangwa to merge with my Fuyao Empire after our endeavor, and additionally, the Nangwa. As you wish. The young man in white responded with a casual air. Nangong Fuyao was utterly astonished that he so effortlessly acquiesced to her request. Since we are to collaborate, may I inquire as to your esteemed identity? She asked once more. The young man remained silent, but the elder spoke languidly. You are not yet worthy to know the young master's identity, but it suffices for you to understand that we are members of the Duhun sect. The Duhun sect? Nangong Fuyao's expression shifted dramatically. In that instant, She paid no heed to the elder's tone, as her mind was consumed by the implications of the Duhan sect. Recently, the mysterious realm had stirred considerable commotion. As an empress, though she was not privy to the specifics surrounding the enigmatic domain, she had gleaned some information. It was akin to the awareness of an ordinary citizen, who might sense a significant upheaval among the elite, but remain oblivious to the details. This was dictated by the social strata. Thus, she recognized that beyond the southern frontier lay greater sects, among which the Duhan sect undoubtedly reigned supreme. She could scarcely believe that she had so casually allied herself with the Duhan sect. "We must discuss matters, so please excuse yourself," the elder stated with a grave tone. "Very well, I shall now gather all pertinent information regarding the mysterious realm. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me," Nangong Fuyao fervently assured, before taking her leave. Yet, her assurances elicited a hint of disdain from the elder. Once she had departed, he remarked, "Young master, she is merely a worldly sovereign. Why give her any thought? We are newcomers, and some information may very well elude these indigenous folk." The young man in white lifted a cup of wine. Savoring a sip before continuing, "It is prudent to be prepared. If she proves useful, what harm is there in indulging her over two mundane nations? Indeed, your foresight is commendable," the elder nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the tavern, Nangong Fuyao shed her previous despondency, her imperial aura now radiating with vigor. The Duhan sect, the mightiest force in the wilderness, surpassed all others. Soon, the grievances she had endured would be redressed. "Yu Qing, you shall ultimately realize that even without you, I, Nangong Fuyao, can thrive. I shall make you regret rejecting my offer to return that day." Subsequently, Nangong Fuyao issued numerous commands, instructing the collection of valuable information for the Duhan sect. Days passed. Nangong Fuyao personally arrived with a confidential letter, eager to meet the young man in white. Yet, she did not even catch a glimpse of him. "Just hand it to me. You may leave," the elder stated expressionlessly. "But this is a confidential letter. It must be delivered by me to young Master Ho," Nangong Fuyao insisted. Do you think you can meet the young master at your whim?" The elder's tone turned gravely serious. Nangong Fuyao's face paled, and she left reluctantly, her demeanor filled with discontent. "Young master, this is the letter sent by Nangong Fuyao," the elder informed, leaning closer to the young man in white. "While this information cannot be deemed entirely useless, it is certainly of no value." The young man nodded in agreement, seemingly unfazed, and replied coolly, "Let her continue her inquiries." The elder then inquired, "Is there still no news of Lu Er and the mask?" The young man frowned and shook his head. "It shouldn't be the case. You possess their life tokens. If they were in peril, the tokens would not remain intact, indicating they have not encountered misfortune," the elder remarked, his brow furrowed. "After all, they are still beasts." "Could it be?" "Impossible," the young man interjected confidently. "Though Lu Er and the mask have not formally pledged allegiance to me, their loyalty remains steadfast. Moreover, without my support, no one else would offer them such favorable treatment." "What shall we do next?" the elder asked. "We shall wait and see. News will eventually arrive," the young man replied. The elder nodded in agreement. At that moment, a chilling aura emanated from afar outside the tavern, followed by powerful waves of combat. The elder and the young man exchanged solemn glances and extended their senses outward, witnessing a frenzied group pursuing a young boy, intent on his demise. "Stop right there. You little wretch. You've ruined my son. You shall pay with your life," shouted a middle-aged man, his hair bristling with rage, as he unleashed a barrage of spiritual artifacts towards the fleeing boy. Following him were 7 or 8 elders and dozens of key members of the sect, their eyes ablaze with fury as they relentlessly chased the child. "We have devoted so much time and effort to cultivate the young lord, only for you to ruin him. You vile brat," they cried. "Not only have you incapacitated the young lord, but you also stripped him of his treasures, displaying them for ridicule atop the city wall. You have brought disgrace upon our Chunling sect. Today you must die? We shall not rest until you are slain." Meanwhile, the young boy wielded a broadsword, running for his life while shouting back, "You lot are spewing nonsense. It was your young lord who first stole my sister and coveted my sword. That I did not kill him is mercy. I merely taught him a lesson. I warn you, cease your pursuit, or I shall render you all powerless." "Oh, you little beast, how dare you argue back? Prepare to pay with your life." The members of Chunling's sect were nearly driven to madness in their fury. The elder of the soul-fighting sect and the young man in white exchanged a glance, both astonished to witness such a spectacle. The Spring Order was known to them, a faction of middling status in the desolate lands, notable for its unique reliance on dual cultivation to enhance strength. The young master of the Spring Order, whom even the young man in white was somewhat familiar with, had indeed shown considerable prowess in the art of dual cultivation. It seemed likely that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he could eventually rise to prominence in the wasteland. However, the present situation indicated that this young master had been rendered incapable, seemingly stripped of the most essential of his abilities. Naturally, the two had no intention of intervening. They merely regarded the unfolding drama with detached curiosity. At that moment, the little boy, seeing that the Spring Order was relentless in their pursuit, finally succumbed to anger. It appeared that the teachings of his master had resonated well with him. If one must confront an enemy, it is imperative to eradicate them thoroughly. "Humph, I shall vanquish you," he declared, brandishing his sword with an air of defiance. With a fierce grunt, the boy pivoted and charged toward the members of the Spring Order. If he had chosen to flee, perhaps he might have had a chance, but facing them head-on was a different matter altogether. The elder beside the young man in white shook his head in disapproval. Yet, before he could finish his thought, he witnessed the boy execute a magnificent strike mid-air. As the blade descended, the very sky transformed, as if the fabric of space had momentarily stilled. The pursuers from the Spring Order, once in motion, found themselves frozen in place. Moments later, their bodies split apart and plummeted to the ground. Chapter 95. Suddenly, I recall. The ancestor's surname appears to be Yu. The elder was rendered speechless by this display. He could not help but ponder the identity of this remarkable child. In the vast expanse of the desolate lands, he had never encountered anyone quite like him. The sheer force of that stroke filled him with profound trepidation. Had he been on the receiving end, he would have felt utterly defenseless. While the boy was indeed young, he was not to be underestimated. "Young master, have you heard of such an individual?" The elder could not refrain from inquiring. Yet, when he turned his head, he found the young man in white staring wide-eyed, trembling, and murmuring to himself, "Ancestor! It is the ancestor!" The young man exclaimed, filled with excitement. "What ancestor?" The elder queried, his gaze at his young master laced with disbelief. Having watched him grow up, he was well aware of his temperament. He had never seen him so flustered before. That strike was the soul-fighting blade technique. The young man cried out again. "What? The soul-fighting blade technique?" The elder gasped in shock. "Young master, are you certain it is the soul-fighting blade technique? There can be no mistake. It cannot be wrong." The young man insisted with fervor. "Though the soul-fighting blade technique within the sect is fragmented, my master and I could only cultivate it to the 3rd volume, yet the essence remains unmistakable. I would never err in recognizing it." The elder, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words, his mind racing with the implications. The Soul Blade technique is a clandestine inheritance of the Soul Blade sect, a privilege denied to its core members. It serves as the very foundation of the sect, the reason for its unassailable position as the preeminent power in the wasteland. "Who, then, is this figure? Our esteemed ancestor?" The elder could not contain his curiosity. Upon hearing this, the young man in white cast a disapproving glance at him and replied, "The ancestor has been absent for 3,000 years. The elder, slightly embarrassed, tapped his forehead and continued, "Then who exactly is he?" Regarding the ancestor's past, the master had once mentioned that he was not a native of the wasteland, but rather a wanderer who inadvertently arrived there and subsequently founded the Soul Blade sect. Shortly after its establishment, the ancestor departed, leaving behind 3 incomplete volumes of the Soul Blade technique. The reason for the limitation to 3 volumes is that this technique is a family legacy, accessible only to those of the ancestor's bloodline. The young boy's display of the Soul Blade technique clearly exceeded the 3rd volume. Therefore, if my conjecture is correct, this boy must belong to the same lineage as the ancestor, the young man in white remarked with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. The elder nodded in agreement. "Come, let us hasten to pay our respects," the young man in white urged. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. If the individual in question is indeed of the ancestor's lineage, then regardless of their age, the ability to wield the soul blade signifies a person of great stature. "Please, hold your steps, honorable sir." At that moment, after having taken the storage ring and erased the evidence of her crime, Little Li was preparing to leave when the young man in white and his companions caught up with her. Ho Wuchang, at your service, esteemed one. We humbly greet you. Following Little Li, with Ho Wuchang at the forefront, they once again bowed respectfully. Who are you? Little Li brandished her weapon, her gaze wary as she scrutinized the young man and his companions. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ho Wuchang, the young master of the Soul Blade sect, and those behind me are also from the sect. We have come specifically to pay our respects to you. Pay your respects to me? For what reason? Little Li asked, bewildered. This question caused Ho Wuchang and his companions to momentarily pause, but they quickly regained their composure. It seemed that the Soul Blade sect, founded by their ancestor, was likely unknown to her. Indeed, our ancestor established the Soul Blade sect and bequeathed the Soul Blade technique, within which lies the very strike you just executed. Ho Wuchang explained, recounting the ancestor's lineage and various tales. If my deductions are accurate, you should be of the same lineage as my ancestor. He once stated that if members of the Soul Blade sect were to encounter his kin in the future, it would be as though they were meeting him. With hands clasped respectfully, Ho Wuchang bowed deeply. Oh, I am not acquainted with your esteemed ancestor. The technique I wield was imparted to me by my master. Little Li did not speak falsely. This martial art is inherently included within the sacred insights bestowed upon him by Yu Qing. Master? Ho Wuchang could not restrain himself from exchanging glances with the elder Mo beside him, and he could not help but inquire, May I ask who your esteemed master is? My master is Yu Qing. Little Li replied directly. Yu Qing? Ho Wuchang furrowed his brow and shifted his gaze towards the elder Mo. Indeed, according to various sources, the individual intent on monopolizing the secret realm, annihilating the Liuhe sect, and subjugating the Jinhuang sect is named Yu Qing. Ho Wuchang's frown deepened. How could this youth's master be that very person? At that moment, the elder Mo unexpectedly exclaimed. What has caused such a sudden outcry? Ho Wuchang inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Pardon me, but I have just recalled that the ancestor also bears the surname Yu, elder Mo stammered. The moment those words fell, Ho Wuchang was taken aback. His mind instantly grasped the truth. The individual from the same lineage as the ancestor was not the youth before him, but rather the Yu Qing standing behind him. It was entirely plausible that Yu Qing transmitted the Duhun blade technique to his disciple. Moreover, Elder Mo could not refrain from conveying, I perceive that this young gentleman's bone age is indeed quite tender. He does not merely appear youthful due to artifice. At such a diminutive age, possessing such extraordinary prowess only serves to corroborate this. Ho Wuchang nodded in agreement. Although the ancestor's era was long past, the remaining records indicated that their ancestor hailed from a significant lineage and was truly of noble descent. Only individuals from such prominent families could nurture a prodigy like Little Li. Thus, every aspect seemed to affirm the truth. We must hasten to pay our respects to Lord Yu, Ho Wuchang exclaimed with fervor. Yet, in an instant, he shook his head. No, I cannot go. I am not yet worthy. This matter must be communicated to my master and the members of the Duhun sect. They must be informed to come personally. Elder Mo nodded in agreement. My lord, I must return to notify my master, allowing him to escort the members of the Duhun sect to pay their respects to your esteemed master. Therefore, I kindly ask you to await my return here for a few days, after which I shall request you to lead the way and make the introduction. At that moment, Ho Wuchang clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Following this, he issued commands to the few individuals trailing behind him. You three, during these days, diligently attend to our lord and ensure his comfort until we return. Among these individuals, aside from a male shadow guard, all were the personal maidservants of Ho Wuchang, trained from a young age by the Duhun sect as his dedicated attendants. As maidservants of the Duhun sect's young master, they were certainly not ordinary women, each possessing enchanting grace and poise. Yes, my lord. Receiving the command from the ever-changing envoy, several individuals accepted it without hesitation. I cannot afford to wait for you. I have my own training to pursue, young Shao Li firmly declared, his youthful countenance reflecting confusion as he was entangled in the complexities spun by the envoy, referring to figures like the ancestor and the master, leaving him utterly bewildered. Yet, before he could finish his protest, the envoy's attendants respectfully bowed to Shao Li and Qian Qian, subsequently standing obediently by Shao Li's side. Hey, Shao Li awkwardly scratched the back of his head, shyly stating, my master has advised that cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. There is no need to rush. Chapter 96. To pay respects with grandeur, then I shall trouble you, my lord, the envoy said, clasping his hands together before turning to Elder Mo. Elder Mo, I would appreciate your company on this journey. Very well, the elder replied, and without further ado, the two transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Once airborne, the envoy waved his hand, summoning a vessel uniquely belonging to the Soul Dual Sect. Though the operational consumption of such a vessel was typically considerable, the envoy, in his urgency to return to the Soul Dual Sect, cast aside such concerns, solely focused on the swift return. The vessel streaked through the air, swiftly exiting the southern border and entering the desolate lands. Standing at the forefront, the envoy appeared pensive, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. My lord, what troubles you? Elder Mo inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. I am pondering the fates of Lu Er and the Masked One, the envoy replied. Given my previous understanding of them, their prolonged silence is perplexing, yet upon reflection, it is not entirely unfathomable. The fact that their life tokens remain intact indicates they are still safe. I do not fear for their safety, the envoy continued, but rather whether they may have inadvertently offended that esteemed individual. Upon hearing this, Elder Mo's expression darkened, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart, as Lu Er and the Masked One were indeed sent by the envoy. My fear is that if they have truly incurred the ire of that esteemed individual, it may lead to repercussions against our Soul Dual Sect, the envoy expressed. Worry etched across his features. That is unlikely. Had they genuinely offended her, their life tokens would have shattered by now. Elder Mo reassured him. Indeed, let us hope so. The envoy nodded. Regardless, when we meet that elder, I shall personally offer my apologies. Elder Mo nodded in agreement. For now, we can only proceed as such. Oh, by the way, once we return to the sect, I will seek out my master. You should take some gifts and pay a visit to the Jinhuang sect. The envoy added. Upon hearing this, Elder Mo nodded, a tinge of apprehension washing over him at the mention. He was relieved that the envoy had not previously put pressure on Shi Wuming of the Jinhuang sect, despite it being merely a minor faction subdued by Yu Qing. After all, one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. Had the Jinhuang sect truly been dealt with back then, it would have amounted to a grievous offense against that esteemed individual. However, from a certain perspective, the Duhan sect and Jinhuang sect can be considered as kin now. It would not be amiss to send a token of goodwill as an apology. Perhaps it might even reach that individual's ears and foster some goodwill. Unavoidably, Elder Mo finds himself increasingly admiring the young sect master. Under the full speed of the flying vessel, the two swiftly returned to the Duhan sect. Unlike other sects in the wilderness, the Duhan sect, established by its founding ancestor, occupies a small pocket of heaven. As the flying vessel made its appearance, it captured the attention of many, including the elders and the sect master, Ling Han. Upon their return, Ho Wuchang promptly stowed away the flying vessel. Standing before the grand hall was Ling Han, a middle-aged man, who gazed at Ho Wuchang with an imposing presence and inquired sternly, Did I not send you to contend for the secrets of the southern wilderness? Why have you returned? At this moment, other elders of the Duhan sect hurried over, their expressions filled with confusion. Respectfully reporting to the sect master and esteemed elders, I have witnessed the latter two forms of the Duhan sword technique, Ho Wuchang declared. What? His words sent ripples of astonishment through the assembly. What transpired? Speak quickly, Ling Han urged, not daring to withhold any information. Ho Wuchang recounted his encounter with the little carp and their conversation in detail. Thus, I speculate that Lord Yu Qing you must be of the same lineage as our ancestor. Hence, I deemed it prudent to return and report to the sect master and esteemed elders. Upon hearing Ho Wuchang's account, Ling Han wasted no time and ascended into the air. Above the Grand Duhan Hall stood an enormous bell known as the Duhan Bell. Since Ho Wuchang could remember, he had never heard the Duhan Bell toll. In that moment, Ling Han struck it with sudden force. Sect master, what is the meaning of this? Ho Wuchang asked in confusion. Inform the esteemed ones of the sect to accompany me in paying respects to that esteemed individual, Ling Han replied solemnly. The esteemed ones of the sect? Ho Wuchang was puzzled. In the next instant, he sensed three profound auras soaring from the back mountain of the Duhan sect. Xiaohan, have you not detected the presence of adversaries? Why have you sounded the Duhan bell? As the voice echoed, three figures with white hair approached. The foremost elder frowning at Ling Han. Ling Han pays his respects to the esteemed elders. Ling Han bowed hastily. However, after Ling Han, many elders, including Hou Wuchang, exchanged bewildered glances. Was it not said that these esteemed elders had attained enlightenment? It is utterly unexpected that they are still alive. Yet, not daring to delay, they quickly bowed in reverence. We pay our respects to the esteemed elders. The three venerable elders paid no heed to them, instead continuing to gaze at Ling Han. Before inquiring solemnly, Ling Han, I am addressing you. In response to the three esteemed elders, the latter two forms of the soul-dueling blade technique have emerged, Ling Han declared. What? Upon hearing this news, even the three elders could not contain their excitement. Are you implying that a member of our ancestral kin has appeared? One of the elders asked eagerly. Indeed, affirmed Ling Han. Where are they? Quickly, take us to meet them, the leading elder urged. They are currently in the southern wilderness. Hou Wuchang interjected, and observing the demeanor of the three elders, it seemed that encountering a member of their ancestral kin was of even greater significance than anticipated. And who might you be? One of the elders turned his gaze toward Hou Wuchang. This is my disciple and the prospective next leader of our sect. He is the one who made the discovery, Ling Han explained. Quite so. The leading elder nodded approvingly and promptly instructed, let us descend the mountain at once to pay our respects. There's no need to rush, interjected the elder on the right, who had remained silent until now, raising his hand. When our ancestor was alive, he relished grandeur. Surely, his kin will expect the same. Ling Han, issue a decree for all members of the soul-dueling sect at the guardian level and above to gather and descend the mountain. Simultaneously, ensure that we present the utmost grandeur. Understood, Ling Han replied eagerly, promptly issuing a flurry of commands. Chapter 97. An apology accompanied by such grandeur? Half a day later, the soul-dueling sect set forth with great fanfare. Within the confines of their small celestial realm, colossal flying vessels emerged. 1, 2, 3, casting a vast shadow upon the ground. These were the three airships of the soul-dueling sect. Such vessels, capable of both offense and defense, were unparalleled. No other sect in the desolate land possessed even a single one, while the soul-dueling sect unveiled three. The depth of their foundation was evident. Upon the foremost airship, Ling Han, the three venerable elders, Hou Wuchang, and other ordinary elders convened. On the subsequent vessels were the various heads managing other affairs of the sect and guardians, alongside the exceptional disciples cultivated by the sect, with the exception of Hou Wuchang. In summary, this assembly represented the current and future backbone of the soul-dueling sect. The late ancestor had a penchant for grandeur and had once remarked that the greater the display, the more respect it conveyed to others. The three venerable elders stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, stroking their beards. These three airships represent the utmost display our soul-dueling sect can muster. We hope that our esteemed elder will be pleased. Rest assured, esteemed uncles, in addition, I have brought 3 sets of our sect's long-preserved rare materials as gifts for our esteemed elder, Ling Han added. That is splendid news, they replied in unison. The 3 venerable elders nodded and instructed, furthermore, ensure that when we arrive, all must maintain a demeanor of utmost respect. Should anyone falter, they shall be expelled from the Duhun sect without any negotiation. After all, the appearance of our ancestor's kin demands our utmost reverence. Thus, after meticulous preparations by the Duhun sect, 3 flying vessels set forth, one after the other, towards the southern wilderness. Their actions were not without reason. Over the years, they had continuously relished the advantages bestowed by the ancestor of the Duhun sect. The reverence for the elder was unparalleled in their hearts. The grand spectacle orchestrated by the Duhun sect stirred considerable excitement among the emperor and the masses. The 3 vessels traversed the skies, prompting onlookers to speculate about a monumental upheaval, believing that the Duhun sect was mobilizing to extinguish a significant power. Look, the Duhun sect is heading towards the southern wilderness, they whispered. The southern wilderness was the location of the secret realm. Recently, the young master of the Duhun sect, Hou Wuchang, had ventured there with formidable experts. Just half a day prior, he had hastily returned aboard a flying vessel, raising suspicions of some unforeseen incident. It was quite plausible that the young master had encountered difficulties at the hands of the formidable Yu Qing, who had single-handedly vanquished numerous factions, obliterated the Liu's sect, and subdued the Jinhuang sect. It would not be surprising if the young master found himself at a disadvantage. Indeed, it seemed he had returned to seek reinforcements after suffering a setback. However, the scale of this mobilization was undeniably vast. Regardless, it promised a spectacle worth witnessing. Swiftly, they followed suit. Under the influence of the Duhan sect, a tempest brewed, drawing countless experts toward the southern wilderness. Meanwhile, in another direction, Shi Wuming led numerous experts of the Jinhuang sect, also making their way to the southern wilderness. Sectmaster. The spoils from the annihilation of the Liuhe sect were exceedingly bountiful, one elder remarked. Indeed, it even surpasses our Jinhuang sect's resources by twofold. We had always believed ourselves to be in a position of dominance over the Liuhe sect, were it not for our master's intervention leading to their downfall. The gap between us and the Liuhe sect would likely have widened significantly. A group of elders discussed animatedly. Let us not linger on that. The task of eliminating the Liuhe sect is complete. As per our master's instructions, we must hasten to the southern wilderness to assist him in safeguarding the perimeter of the secret realm, Shi Wuming asserted. Agreed, the elders nodded in unison. At that moment, a disturbance rippled through the air ahead. Shi Wuming furrowed his brow and gazed into the distance. Shortly thereafter, an elder appeared before them, a member of the Duhan sect. Shi Wuming thought, his brow furrowing deeper. Sect Master Shi, it has been a few days since we last met. I trust you have been well? The newcomer, Elder Mo, greeted. Elder Mo, I have conveyed all that needed to be said previously. What brings you here to obstruct our path? Shi Wuming replied in a low voice. Aware that the Duhan sect had also come for the secret realm, an instinctive aversion towards them welled up within Shi Wuming, as if he subconsciously positioned himself in opposition to Yu Qing. The reputation of the Duhan sect in the wilderness is so formidable that my Jinhuang sect is simply not on the same level, which is why I am maintaining my courtesy and refraining from any outburst. Ha ha ha, the West sect master has misunderstood. I would never dare to trouble your esteemed sect. My purpose here is primarily to extend my apologies for the previous incident. Elder Mo quickly chuckled, then produced a storage ring, presenting it as a modest gift, hoping that the West sect master would not take offense due to the earlier matter. As he spoke, the storage ring found its way into Shi Wuming's hands. This storage ring bore no imprint. A mere thought revealed its contents. Upon sensing the myriad treasures within, ranging from techniques to spiritual artifacts and elixirs, Shi Wuming was rendered incredulous, even somewhat bewildered. While it was true that the Duhan sect had forcibly summoned him last time, it was quite uncharacteristic for the sect, as the overlord of the wilderness, to be so accommodating. An apology post factum was one thing, but to present such a lavish gift? Shi Wuming felt an uncontrollable urge to remark that perhaps they should summon him more often. Elder Mo, what does this truly signify? The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. As I mentioned, I am here to apologize for the previous incident. After all, the Duhan sect and the Jinhuang sect are not enemies, but rather akin to family. Thus, there is no need for the West sect master to overthink it. Simply accept the gift, Elder Mo replied with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. After speaking, he disregarded the bewildered expressions of Shi Wuming and the others and departed. Family. Shi Wuming could not help but scratch his head, feeling even more perplexed. Yet, he could sense that there was something extraordinary about the situation. For now, he decided to return to the southern wilderness to consult his master first. Meanwhile, at another location in the wilderness, within the gates of the Hengtian Sword sect, Ying Xiao hurriedly approached the main hall, her brow furrowed. Inside the hall, Lu Tianqi and Shun Jiutao were engaged in a game of chess. So, how did you come to know that individual? Shun Jiutao inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity as he made his move. It can be considered fate. Lu Tianqi replied with a leisurely smile, recounting the events that transpired after his disciple Ying Xiao witnessed Yu Qing slay the leader of the Qing men. So you have seen that individual with your own eyes? Shun Jiutao asked again. Indeed, Lu Tianqi nodded, still feeling that the individual was unfathomable even upon reflection. In any case, I must thank you. Had it not been for your warning, my Lazy Sword sect might have followed in the footsteps of the Liuhe sect and the Jinhuang sect, Shun Jiutao remarked, unable to suppress his lingering fear as he recalled the incident. Just then, Ying Xiao arrived, her expression grave. Master, Uncle Shun, there is trouble. What has caused such alarm? Lu Tianqi furrowed his brow in concern. We have just received news that the Duhan sect has dispatched 3 flying vessels. With nearly all their high-ranking personnel en route to the southern wilderness secret realm, Ying Qiao reported, her tone serious. What? Lu Tianqi's hand froze as he placed the piece. Chapter 98. If you deem it worthwhile, I shall accompany you. Are you certain there is no mistake? Beside him, Shen Jiutao, devoid of any inclination to continue the game, could not help but lift his head to inquire. This information is absolutely reliable. It was just received moments ago, Ying Qiao remarked. Shen Jiutao and Lu Tianqi exchanged glances involuntarily. What is your perspective on this matter? Shen Jiutao asked, unable to restrain his curiosity. You are likely aware of the news regarding the young master of the soul-fighting sect's recent journey to the southern wilderness. Given that the soul-fighting sect has shown interest in the secret realm, it is inevitable that they will clash with our esteemed elder. Lu Tianqi furrowed his brow and spoke. Therefore, if my conjectures are correct, the soul-fighting sect's considerable efforts must be directed towards our elder. What do you intend to do next? Shen Jiutao inquired further. Lu Tianqi remained silent, his brow tightly knitted. Although we anticipated that Elder Yu Qing might find himself at odds with the soul-fighting sect due to their interest in the secret realm, it is not our place to intervene. After all, when celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer, Lu Tianqi articulated. We cannot afford to offend either party, and there is little we can do. However, the soul-fighting sect has mobilized 3 flying vessels, and such a grand display suggests they will not easily back down. At this point, Lu Tianqi paused momentarily before continuing. Should we assist Elder Yu Qing, it would be beyond our means. To be candid, our presence would be of little consequence before the soul-fighting sect. Nevertheless, what we can do is inform the Elder in advance, enabling him to prepare accordingly. Yet, what if the soul-fighting sect discovers this and seeks retribution against you? Shen Jiutao asked gravely. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? We cannot afford to dwell on such concerns. Elder Yu Qing has eliminated my sworn enemy, the master of the Qingmen sect, and thus is akin to a benefactor to my Hengtian sword sect. I cannot disregard the current situation with the soul-fighting sect's grand display, Lu Tianqi asserted. Old Lu, I never expected you to retain your old character, Shen Jiutao exclaimed as he firmly patted Lu Tianqi's shoulder, solemnly stating. This is precisely why I am willing to stand by your side as a brother. Speak, and I shall accompany you. Lu Tianqi looked at Shen Jiutao with gratitude, saying, I can handle this matter alone. Should the news inadvertently leak, it would not implicate your Zilei sword sect. What nonsense is this? Such words hardly reflect brotherhood. Shen Jiutao retorted, his expression darkening. Very well, Lu Tianqi replied, shaking his head. After years of camaraderie, they both understood each other's nature. However, the 3 flying vessels of the soul-fighting sect are astonishingly swift. Even though Hengtian sword sect is the closest to the southern wilderness, if we set out now, we may not reach them in time. Shen Jiutao expressed his concern. I have already devised a strategy for this situation. As he spoke, Lu Tianqi waved his hand, and a talisman enveloped in a faint glow appeared in his grasp. The 1,000-mile talisman. Upon witnessing the scene, Shen Jiutao could not suppress his astonishment and remarked, I never anticipated that you would resort to utilizing the Wanli talismans of your Hengtian sword sect. This artifact is indeed a supreme treasure. Whether ensnared within a perilous secret realm, an intricate formation, or any moment of crisis, the talisman enables one to teleport to any desired location within 1,000 miles. However, it is a resource that diminishes with each use. To my knowledge, you have scarcely employed this talisman over the years, have you not? To be frank, only one usage remains. Once this is expended, the Wanli talisman will be utterly rendered obsolete, Lu Tianqi replied with a wry smile. Are you certain it is worth it? Shen Jiutao inquired earnestly, uncertain of how to respond. Once a decision has been made, it is indeed worthwhile. Lu Tianqi affirmed. Very well, if you deem it worthy. I shall accompany you. Let us not delay. Let us depart at once, Shen Jiutao declared. Chower, I will be journeying to the southern frontier with your master Shen. Guard this place diligently, allowing no one to enter. Should anyone inquire, inform them that your master and I are engaged in a discourse and have neither emerged nor departed. Lu Tianqi instructed earnestly. Rest assured, master. I know precisely what to do, Ying Qiao assured, nodding solemnly. She understood the underlying significance of Lu Tianqi's words. After receiving his affirmation, Lu Tianqi promptly activated the talisman. A radiant glow enveloped them, countless runes encasing both Lu Tianqi and Shen Jiutao. In an instant, A peculiar force drew them into the fabric of space. Concurrently, the talisman in Lu Tianqi's hand lost its luster, ultimately disintegrating into fine powder with its last use. He cast a lingering glance at the talisman, which had repeatedly rescued him from peril over the years, extricating him from numerous dire situations. As they traversed through the void, the two felt themselves being expelled from the realm of space moments later. Upon looking around, they discovered the surroundings had transformed entirely. They were no longer within the halls of the Hengtian Sword Sect, but rather at the periphery of the secret realm. Lu Tianqi, gazing at the celestial phenomena converging above, quickly urged, "We must locate our esteemed elder and relay the news to him." Without hesitation, the duo moved swiftly, extending their senses outward. Before long, Lu Tianqi spotted the familiar courtyard. "There!" he exclaimed. Shen Jiutao nodded and followed Lu Tianqi as they soared toward the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance. Lu Tianqi, unwilling to delay, rapped upon the door. The door opened to reveal Yu Qing, who greeted Lu Tianqi with a slight smile, somewhat surprised. "Oh, it is the sect leader Lu," he remarked. Then, turning to Shen Jiutao, he inquired, "And who might this be?" "Esteemed elder, I present to you my dear friend, the sect leader of the Purple Thundersword Sect, Shen Jiutao." Lu Tianqi responded promptly, bowing respectfully. "Shen Jiutao pays his respects, esteemed elder." Shen Jiutao similarly bowed, discreetly assessing Yu Qing. The individual in question is the one who annihilated the Six Harmonies sect and subdued the Golden Radiance sect. Indeed, their depth is imperceptible. Moreover, as Lu Tianqi remarked, despite possessing formidable strength, this individual exudes an approachable demeanor, eschewing any airs of superiority. "Ah, it is Master Shen. Please, come in," welcomed Yu Qing with a smile. Yet, the two did not seem inclined to enter. Lu Tianqi, his expression fraught with urgency, interjected, "Esteemed senior, we have come to deliver a warning. We have received credible intelligence indicating that the Soul Combat Sect has assembled 3 flying vessels, bringing a multitude of high-ranking members towards the southern frontier. They are currently en route, and, if our conjectures are accurate, their intentions are directed against you. Thus, we implore you to prepare accordingly." At this juncture, Lu Tianqi's countenance betrayed his discomfort as he continued, "Regrettably, we cannot offer direct assistance, as we represent 2 major sword sects. We hope for your understanding. Furthermore, we kindly request that you do not disclose our visit." With these words, the two offered a formal bow and promptly departed. Chapter 99. Let us hasten to the secret realm to confront the Soul Combat Sect. Watching the two retreat with palpable urgency, as if fearing detection, even Yu Qing felt a stirring within his heart. Setting aside other considerations, their willingness to risk their safety to deliver a warning spoke volumes. He could not help but etch this kindness into his memory. His gaze narrowed with intrigue. The Soul Combat Sect piqued his interest. Was it due to the 2 small beasts, or some other reason? Nevertheless, the specifics were of little consequence. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in a satisfying battle, and the prospect rekindled a long-lost fervor within him. He hoped they would not disappoint. Casting a glance towards the horizon, he returned to the courtyard and retrieved the ordinary longsword that once rested in the depths of the imperial city of Fuyo. He began to hone it with meticulous care. Meanwhile, the 3 flying vessels of the Soul Combat Sect had breached the boundaries of the southern frontier. Such monumental crafts naturally incited a stir and commotion within the region. On another front, not far from the secret realm, Nangong Fuyo employed every conceivable tactic to gather intelligence for the Soul Combat Sect. She understood that allying with such a formidable force would render the loss of the imperial seal inconsequential. However, upon investigation, she unearthed information regarding Yu Qing. What? Yu Qing again? He intends to monopolize the secret realm and has even managed to dismiss various forces from the wilderness with a mere word? The Six Harmonies sect and Golden Radiance sect have been obliterated or subdued. What strength does he possess? Is he not just a prince of my Fuyo Empire? While our southern sect grants him some regard, how is it that the forces of the wilderness are not his match? Why did you not inform me of this sooner? Nangong Fuyo slammed her hand upon the table, her expression brimming with indignation. Though she was reluctant to admit it, the news left her feeling profoundly uneasy. No, it was not my intention to drive you away. It is your latent abilities that you conceal, whether I wish to expel you or not. You would not serve the Empire of Fuyo. Your departure or presence will not alter the course of events. Nangong Fuyo murmured to herself. She attempted to console her heart, yet it only became more constricted with discomfort. Had she known earlier of Yu Qing's capabilities, would the empire of Fuyo have reached such a state? How could the imperial jade seal have been lost? Naturally, she never believed herself to be in the wrong, attributing everything to Yu Qing's failure to disclose his true strength. Your Majesty, urgent news. At that moment, a skilled expert from the Heavenly Palace hurriedly arrived to report. Speak, commanded Nangong Fuyo, her expression stern. 3 massive airships from the Duhan sect have entered the southern frontier, and their high-ranking members are emerging. Their intentions appear hostile. Seemingly concerning the Prince of Qing, the subordinate stated. What? Is this news credible? Nangong Fuyo's eyes brightened, and she quickly rose to her feet to inquire. Absolutely certain. They will likely arrive within the next quarter hour, the subordinate replied. Excellent. Come, let us go to welcome them, Nangong Fuyo promptly declared. However, Your Majesty, the Prince of Qing was once a meritorious figure of our empire. Should we not consider notifying him? The subordinate hesitantly suggested. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyo's expression darkened, and she coldly retorted. When did he become a meritorious figure of the empire of Fuyo? He has long severed ties with us. Are you not aware of this? The subordinate's face revealed a conflict of emotions. There is no however. Should you utter such words again, you shall be expelled from the empire of Fuyo, Nangong Fuyo stated icily. The subordinate dared not speak further. Nonetheless, your words have served as a reminder, Nangong Fuyo mused after a brief contemplation. I am not a cold-hearted individual. As you mentioned, I do not deny that Yu Qing once contributed to the empire of Fuyo. Thus, should he acknowledge his faults and humbly submit to me, I would not be opposed to granting him a chance. At a critical moment, I might even intercede on his behalf before the Duhan sect, perhaps securing his life. The condition remains that he must return to the empire of Fuyo and utilize his strength in our service. Of course, he must not dare to encroach upon the secret realms again. With that, Nangong Fuyo lifted her chin slightly, her eyes shimmering with intelligence. It was evident that despite having witnessed Yu Qing's ability to repel the forces of the wasteland with a mere word, she did not believe he possessed the strength to resist in the face of the Duhan sect's formidable experts. Let us proceed to the secret realm and welcome the Duhan sect, Nangong Fuyo declared without hesitation, leading her entourage toward the secret realm. Within the borders of another nation, she felt no fear of revealing her identity. After all, the Duhan sect has arrived. What significance does the diminutive barbarian nation hold in comparison? In fact, it is more akin to her home ground. When she approached the vicinity of the secret realm, a multitude of individuals had already congregated in this space. Some were remnants of various forces that had lingered in the south border due to the early emergence of the secret realm, while others hailed from the local factions of the south border, all drawn here by the news. The 2 principal leaders of the barbarian nation, Man Shan and Gong Sun Tu, had also gathered, essentially mobilizing all the elite forces of the nation. Even though they understood that sending their strength to confront such a presence was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, they could not simply ignore the invasion into their territory. The barbarian nation had never been characterized by cowardice. Meanwhile, within Yu Qing's courtyard, Li Bugagu and Bai Mei, who had come to witness the excitement of the secret realm in the barbarian nation, also hurried over. Elder, although we 2 old fellows may be of little use, we cannot allow outsiders to bully our south border. If you need us, just say the word, let us fight, they exclaimed, their faces flushed with determination and a sense of defiance. Their fervor stemmed from a sense of territorial pride. The emergence of the secret realm in the south border was, in essence, a matter belonging to the people of the south border. The group from the wasteland had not even regarded their local sects as worthy of consideration, which had left them seething with anger. Recently, when Yu Qing had driven away the crowd and subdued 2 major sects, it had provided them with a much-needed release of frustration. On another note, they were also eager to take a gamble. The south border, after all, was merely a small place with limited resources and perspectives. If no unexpected events occurred, it was likely that these sects would remain confined to the south border for their entire lives. A victory could pave the way for a brighter future, while a loss would leave them with nothing. Yu Qing nodded towards them. Perhaps it is only during times of hardship that one can discern who is sincere and who revels in another's misfortune. At that moment, Man Shan and Gong Sun Tu noticed the sudden appearance of Nangong Fuyao, and their expressions darkened. Nangong Fuyao, this is the territory of the barbarian nation. As the Empress of the Fuyao Empire, what business do you have here uninvited? Man Shan inquired, his face a mask of displeasure. Humph. Nangong Fuyao retorted with a cold snort. Raising her chin with pride, she replied solemnly, I am here, of course, to welcome the Duhun sect. Welcome the Duhun sect? Man Shan's voice was icy. What connection does your Fuyao Empire have with the Duhun sect? Who says my Fuyao Empire has no relations with the Duhun sect? Nangong Fuyao scoffed. Let me be frank. My Fuyao Empire has long established a cooperative relationship with the Duhun sect. Moreover, this partnership was personally negotiated by me and the young master of the Duhun sect, Prince Ho. Therefore, when the Duhun sect arrives at the secret realm, I shall certainly be here to receive them. Nangong Fuyao spoke in a languid tone, her voice rising an octave as she reached this point. Even during her confrontation with the forces of the barbaric mountains, she had garnered considerable attention. Indeed, as her words fell, countless eyes in the vicinity turned toward her, followed by a flurry of whispers. Many gazes were tinged with a mix of reverence and envy. Instinctively, Nangong Fuyao lifted her chin slightly, reveling in this attention. This scrutiny was markedly different from that which she experienced within the realms of the Fuyao Empire. Those who had the privilege to be present around this secret realm were no ordinary individuals. They were either forces from the wildlands, or, at the very least, sects that transcended national boundaries in the southern regions. The expressions of Man Mountain and Gongsun too were ashen, for Nangong Fuyao's demeanor was not one of deception. If it were not genuine, she would not possess such audacity. Thus, for the moment, they dared not take any action against her. Although the Soul Combat sect had yet to arrive, there were speculations that their purpose might be directed at Yu Qing, but the exact intentions remained uncertain. In the absence of clarity, any aggressive move against Nangong Fuyao could lead to unforeseen repercussions. Therefore, as they observed her brazen stance, both Man Mountain and Gongsun too could only endure with grim faces. Nangong Fuyao cast a provocative glance at Man Mountain and Gongsun too before surveying her surroundings. With a graceful gesture, she introduced herself, stating, Allow me to present myself. I am the Empress of the Fuyao Empire. Should any esteemed masters find themselves in the Fuyao Empire in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall ensure you are treated with utmost hospitality. In response to her overtures, numerous factions promptly returned the gesture. We are the Flying Spirit sect of the Wildlands. Once the matters of this secret realm are concluded, we shall certainly pay a visit to the Fuyao Empire. I am a wandering practitioner of the Wildlands, uncertain if the Fuyao Empire is in need of veneration. Should it be possible, I would indeed like to serve the Fuyao Empire. Indeed, if the Empress of Fuyao ever graces our Wildlands, she is welcome to visit our Dantian sect. Most of these individuals represented minor factions from the Wildlands, drawn to the spectacle of the secret realm, eager to seize opportunities amidst the chaos. The favorable responses Nangong Fuyao received were undoubtedly influenced by the looming presence of the Soul Combat sect. Well said, well said. She replied with a smile, graciously acknowledging each remark. At that moment, her vanity was significantly satiated. In the past, these lofty sects would scarcely regard their mundane nations. Yet the current circumstances were entirely different. Moreover, the fiery glares from Man Mountain and Gongsun too filled her with delight. It was fortunate that Nan Shi from the Southern Kingdom had not arrived. Otherwise, she would have been reminded that, despite sharing the title of Empress, disparities existed. Just then, a commotion arose from the distant horizon. Originally, there were merely 3 small black dots, swiftly magnifying in the gaze of the onlookers, transforming into 3 colossal vessels. These were the 3 flying boats of the Duhun sect, racing towards them with great haste. Constructed from specific materials, the boats exuded a weighty presence, hovering in midair and casting vast shadows that enveloped the crowd. As they looked up, a sense of insignificance and reverence washed over them. This was the true essence of a formidable sect. The expressions of Man Shan and Gongsun too were laden with gravity. Should such an existence confront them, the kingdom of man would likely be effortlessly obliterated. One could discern the formations coalescing around the flying boats, their power brimming with latent potential. A single strike could potentially reduce everyone present to mere ashes. In contrast, Nangong Fuyao's eyes shimmered with fervent light. This was the epitome of a great sect, the very power she yearned for and admired. Compared to this, what significance did the southern frontier or Yu Qing hold? Come. Accompany me to welcome the esteemed figures of the Duhan sect, Nangong Fuyao declared passionately, leading her retinue of skilled fighters into the air, advancing towards the flying vessels. Upon the foremost vessel, aside from the sect master Ling Han, the deputy sect master Ho Wu Chang, and the 3 venerable elders, there were a few others present, namely, Xiao Li and several of Ho Wu Chang's personal attendants. The Duhan sect had made a detour to collect Xiao Li, as they required her to facilitate introductions. Otherwise, their abrupt arrival would lack propriety. The 3 venerable elders, upon laying eyes on Xiao Li, were immediately convinced of Yu Qing's identity. For even they could not discern her true strength, sensing instead the depths of her enigma. Junior, we kindly request you to guide us to your esteemed master's current location. Upon arrival, please do not forget to assist us with the introductions, the 3 elders said, surrounding Xiao Li with warm smiles and courteous demeanor. Of course, Xiao Li replied, discarding a grape seed from her mouth before unsteadily making her way to the front of the vessel, gazing ahead. Meanwhile, Ho Wu Chang's attendants quickly followed, offering peeled grapes to Xiao Li. It was evident that within just a few days, Xiao Li had gained some weight, her round visage resembling that of a chubby little tiger. Master is in the courtyard just ahead, Xiao Li stated after her observation, pointing in the direction. Upon hearing this, the 3 venerable elders' eyes sparkled with excitement. Understood, we shall proceed at full speed towards the direction indicated by the junior, to pay our respects to the elder. The elders were eager to meet Yu Qing. As soon as their command was issued, the flying vessel began to approach the courtyard. However, just as they moved forward, Nangong Fuyao, accompanied by several attendants, ascended into the air, blocking their path. Nangong Fuyao greets the esteemed members of the Duhan sect. Knowing that the esteemed members of the Duhan sect would arrive today, Nangong Fuyao specially led the gathering here to extend her warm welcome. She had already prepared a venue for refreshments and hoped that the distinguished guests would graciously accept her invitation. In midair, Nangong Fuyao's expression was one of excitement. Although the situation was rather sudden, she had nonetheless instructed her people to make ample preparations for the reception. She firmly believed that the Duhan sect would be pleased with her sincerity. This, she thought, would be the true opportunity for her ascent to the pinnacle of her life. Chapter 101, Nangong Fuyao? What does she have to do with the Duhan sect? However, the members of the Duhan sect were eagerly anticipating their meeting with Yu Qing. Suddenly, an overly self-important woman emerged. The 3 grand elders exchanged glances, puzzled, and seemed to ask, do we know you? Their gaze turned toward the sect master, Ling Han. Nangong Fuyao, who is she? Ling Han shook his head. At that moment, however, Ho Wu Chang recognized Nangong Fuyao and remarked, Nangong Fuyao is the empress of the Fuyao Empire in the southern wilderness. Before he could finish, the leading grand elder's expression darkened. What business does a mere mortal emperor have here, obstructing our path? What connection do you have with the Duhan sect? This is preposterous. The grand elder was infuriated. He was eager to meet Yu Qing and could hardly tolerate an unknown worldly emperor blocking their vessel. Begone, the grand elder uttered impatiently, waving his sleeve, which sent Nangong Fuyao and her companions flying away. Nangong Fuyao, who had anticipated clinging to the Duhan sect for support, was abruptly cast aside by a mere flick of the sleeve. This spectacle unfolded before the eyes of all present. The Grand Elder's voice had not been concealed and resonated in everyone's ears, causing a stir. Goodness, this woman has no ties to the Duhan sect at all. It seems she was merely embellishing her own significance. The murmurs of disbelief echoed around the area. How shameless can she be? Just moments ago, she was so arrogant. Indeed, many felt deceived by her claims, realizing they had unwittingly become the laughingstock. The expressions of the barbaric countries Man Mountain and Gongsun too were utterly captivating. As the realization dawned that Nangong Fuyao had been deceiving herself, witnessing her now becoming the target of ridicule, they felt a wave of embarrassment on her behalf. At this moment, Nangong Fuyao had fallen to the ground. In truth, the Grand Elder had not struck her with full force, given his status. He would not stoop to harming a mortal. Rather, it was a light reprimand. Thus, while she landed hard, her injuries were not as severe as one might expect. Yet she remained unconscious for an extended period. Concealed beneath the earth, her face flushed with heat, she felt a burning pain. Especially in the face of everyone's pointed fingers and whispers, he truly wished he could find a crack in the ground to burrow into. As the earlier pride she exuded now turned into profound embarrassment, she found herself bewildered. Why had things devolved into this state? Clearly, she had established a collaboration with the Duhan sect, and Ho Wuchang was the young master of that very sect. She had even been aboard the flying vessel moments ago. Yet, truth be told, she had overestimated her own significance. To the Duhan sect, her so-called partnership was hardly more than a trivial transaction. The opportunity granted to her by Ho Wuchang was merely predicated on the hope that Nangong Fuyao might possess insights about this place, potentially uncovering unexpected intelligence for him. The stark reality was that neither the Duhan sect nor Ho Wuchang had any regard for her, the so-called Nangong Empress. Whether she was present or absent was of little consequence. Furthermore, for the current Duhan sect, the secret realm was of secondary importance. The encounter with Yu Qing was the paramount concern. Did one not notice that only Ho Wuchang was dispatched to the secret realm, while all forces were mobilized for the meeting with Yu Qing? Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation about Nangong Fuyao, and the Duhan sect prepared to proceed towards Yu Qing's courtyard, a figure clad in white appeared not far ahead, accompanied by two elderly men on either side. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the white-clad individual. This figure was no stranger to those present. He was the one who had recently quelled the forces of the wasteland, vanquished the Liu sect, and subdued the Jin Huang sect. Yu Qing, the other principal character in today's unfolding drama. As for the two accompanying him, they were Bai Mei and Li Bugu. Upon seeing Yu Qing, the unconscious Nangong Fuyao's countenance darkened further. No matter the outcome of the day, he was undeniably another protagonist, while she was relegated to the shadows. A gesture unnoticed after the arrival of the main character. This stark contrast gnawed at her heart with discomfort. Meanwhile, in another hidden location, the transformed Shin Jiotao and Lu Tianxi observed Yu Qing's arrival. Having arrived through talismans, they were unable to return to the wasteland for the time being, so they chose to conceal themselves among the crowd, watching the events unfold. As they gazed at the transcendent Yu Qing, who appeared formidable yet was seemingly alone against the grand might of the Duhan sect, they exchanged bitter smiles, silently praying for Yu Qing to navigate the perilous situation safely. For themselves, delivering the message to Yu Qing was the extent of their capabilities. After all, they had two major sects behind them, and even if not for their own sake, they had to consider the thousands of disciples relying on them. On the flying vessel, the three esteemed elders of the Duhan sect and Ling Han also sensed Yu Qing's arrival and were puzzled as to who this individual could be. Upon witnessing the small carp aboard the flying vessel, a glimmer of joy illuminated her countenance as she leaped into the air, racing toward Yu Qing. The small carp bowed respectfully to her master. The members of the Duhan sect were taken aback upon hearing her words, realizing that she was indeed the one they were to meet today. Yu Qing, who was observing the Duhan sect, felt the long-dormant fervor awaken within him, igniting a desire for an exhilarating battle. However, to his astonishment, his own disciple emerged from the enemy ranks, leaving him utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? Before he could gather his thoughts, he saw members of the Duhan sect disembarking from their vessels, led by the three esteemed elders, followed by the sect leader, elders, and the young sect master, along with the sect's stewards and protectors, all arranged in an orderly fashion. They simultaneously bowed to Yu Qing, proclaiming, "We, the disciples of the Duhan sect, pay our respects to Senior Yu Qing." But that was not all. Suddenly, from the three flying vessels, banners were unfurled in unison. Duhan sect welcomes Senior Yu Qing. Senior Yu Qing, may you be blessed with great fortune. Senior Yu Qing, may your legacy endure through the ages. As the banners descended, the protective formations originally designed to fend off enemies began to coalesce. Waves of energy surged forth from the vessels, soaring into the sky. There, the energy dispersed, creating ripples that erupted into brilliant fireworks, illuminating the entire firmament. In that moment, the sky reverberated with a deafening roar, a cacophony of sound. Even more astonishingly, within the fireworks formed by the energy shockwaves, two characters gradually took shape: the name Yu Qing. It is no exaggeration to say that the Duhan sect had truly elevated the sense of ceremony to its zenith. Chapter 102. The utterly distressed Nangong Fuyao. Yu Qing stood rooted to the spot, utterly dumbfounded. His expression was one of sheer bewilderment, completely at a loss as to what had transpired. He could only gaze blankly at his disciple. Yet, it was the others present who were even more bewildered. Each one stared in astonishment at the grand spectacle, their eyes wide, nearly popping from their sockets. Weren't they supposed to annihilate this Yu Qing? Why were they instead bowing in deference? Who could explain to them what was unfolding? At that moment, the small carp finally recounted everything to Yu Qing, including her training, her encounter with Ho Wuchang, and how he had hurried back to the Duhan sect, leading to the current events. After listening to her narrative, Yu Qing could finally piece together the occurrences. The ancestor of the Duhan sect bore the surname Yu and hailed from a prominent family beyond the wasteland. By chance, he arrived in the wasteland, founded the Duhan sect, and left behind the first 3 forms of the Duhan blade technique. Upon witnessing the small carp wield the Duhan blade technique, and learning that she too bore the surname Yu, he came to believe that he was a kin of the venerable ancestor of the Duhan sect. Well, this is quite a blunder. Yu Qing couldn't help but scratch his nose. Unfortunately, he was not. The reason why Xiao Lier was adept in the soul fighting blade technique was due to the insights of the saint. If Yu Qing's conjectures were correct, that saint was indeed a kin of the ancestral figure of the soul fighting sect. However, witnessing the reverent and expectant expressions of the soul fighting sect's members as they gazed upon him, Yu Qing felt a twinge of reluctance to reveal the truth. The crux of the matter was that it was simply inexplicable. How could he claim to have acquired the saint's insights from his system? It could undoubtedly provoke unforeseen troubles. Yu Qing pondered. This identity, he had no choice but to accept. Regrettably, the fervor he had mustered, ready to embrace a thrilling battle, was thwarted. Master, they wish for me to speak a few kind words on their behalf and make an introduction. Xiao Lier chimed in again. Very well, summon them over, Yu Qing replied. Resigned. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lier waved them over. The members of the soul fighting sect appeared as if they were eager to be favored. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation upon seeing this. The 3 esteemed elders, Ling Han, Ho Wuchang, and the other elders hurried over with palpable excitement. They first cast a reverent glance at Yu Qing, then proceeded to bow deeply. Hong Tian, Hong Di, Hong Run, along with the members of the soul fighting sect, pay their respects to Senior Yu Qing. Additionally, this is Ling Han, the current leader of the soul fighting sect, and this is my disciple, Ho Wuchang, also the young master of the soul fighting sect. The others are the esteemed elders of our sect. After the formalities, the members of the soul fighting sect introduced themselves in turn. Once introductions were complete, Hong Tian exchanged a knowing glance with Ling Han, who promptly retrieved 3 storage rings and respectfully presented them to Yu Qing. Senior Yu Qing, this is a token of our soul fighting sect, a humble gesture, not meant as a display of formality. As Yu Qing accepted the storage rings and examined them, even with his composure, he was taken aback by this gesture of goodwill. He truly had not anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. However, when a gift is presented, it is only courteous to accept it. Indeed, Yu Qing nodded, putting away the gifts. My disciple has already informed me of the circumstances. You all have shown great consideration. Let us proceed to the courtyard for a discussion. Excellent. We are honored to disturb you. Senior, the members of the soul fighting sect responded with delight, bowing eagerly. Yet this scene left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Initially, when the soul fighting sect had paid their respects to Yu Qing, the crowd was struck dumb. It was only upon witnessing the subservient demeanor of the soul fighting sect before Yu Qing that they realized the sect was not there to confront him, but rather to pay homage. Curiosity about Yu Qing's true identity surged among the crowd. It was well known that the soul fighting sect was the undisputed overlord of the wasteland. However, the existence of such a dominant force compels the upper echelons of the soul fighting sect to exhibit profound deference. Their obsequious demeanor raises doubts. Is this truly the formidable soul fighting sect? Among the crowd, the most incredulous is none other than Nangong Fuyao. No, why? She finds it utterly unfathomable to accept the events of today. The very power she had sought to curry favor with is now bowing and scraping before Yu Qing, leaving her to question her own worth. Moreover, who exactly is Yu Qing? What is the true extent of his strength? Why has she remained oblivious to it all this time? Even more absurdly, prior to her arrival, she had envisioned a scenario where the soul fighting sect would come to eliminate Yu Qing, and she had intended to leverage her connection with the sect to speak favorably on his behalf, provided he could still be of use to her. In hindsight, such thoughts seem utterly ludicrous. She cannot bear the sight before her, nor can she tolerate the spectacle of the soul fighting sect bowing before Yu Qing. This is far more painful than the earlier incident when the sect had brushed her aside with a mere sweep of their sleeve. Rising to her feet, she, along with a few elite warriors from the Fuyao Empire, fled the scene in disgrace. Yet, the expressions of her companions were equally complex as they cast uncertain glances at Nangong Fuyao. The embarrassment of following her today pales in comparison to the fact that the individual in question was once the celebrated king of Qing in their nation. Why has their empress found herself in such a predicament alongside the king? In another part of the crowd, the transformed Xinjiotao and Lu Tianxi were equally dumbfounded. After a long pause, they finally regained their composure. Exchanging a glance, they could not help but chuckle bitterly. It seems we have been overly sentimental and rather superfluous in our actions, Lu Tianxi remarked with a wry smile. Indeed, who could have anticipated that the soul-fighting sect would come to pay their respects to him? Our warning was, in truth, unnecessary and only served to complicate matters. Xinjiotao lamented. He continued, pondering the true identity of this senior figure who could elicit such submission from the soul-fighting sect. Lu Tianxi shook his head. The true dragon is beyond comprehension. Given this, we need not fear or overthink. Let us return to the wasteland. Xinjiotao nodded in agreement. The two then transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from the scene. As countless gazes remained fixated on Yu Qing and the soul-fighting sect, no one noticed their departure. Meanwhile, Bai Mei and Li Bugu, who had accompanied Yu Qing, similarly expressed their astonishment. Although they understood their inability to contribute meaningfully, they chose to remain by Yu Qing's side. Ultimately, this was the outcome. The members of the soul-fighting sect, upon noticing the two beside Yu Qing, showed no signs of disdain. Rather, the seemingly inscrutable three grand elders treated them with utmost courtesy, greeting them warmly and addressing them as brothers, leaving them both astonished and honored. In ordinary times, not to mention these three individuals, even the other members of the Duhan sect would hardly cast them a glance. In short, they had gained tremendous favor by associating with Yu Qing, elevating their status significantly. Upon arriving at Yu Qing's courtyard, only the three esteemed elders and the sect leader, Ling Han, were deemed worthy to enter. Among the younger generation, only Hou Wuchang was permitted to step inside, while the rest were left waiting outside. As they entered the courtyard, they encountered two familiar figures, the masked fox and the six-eared cat demon. Upon seeing the members of the Duhan sect, the two beasts assumed they were the focus of their attention. Tension gripped them as they contemplated rushing forward to kneel and plead, expressing their genuine affection and imploring their master for freedom. However, before they could utter a word, Hou Wuchang was the first to kneel, his face pale with anxiety. Senior Yu Qing, it is all my fault. It has nothing to do with the Duhan sect. Please punish me alone, he said, his voice trembling. What is going on? The three esteemed elders' expressions darkened. Yu Qing, however, quickly discerned the truth. If I am correct, these two female beasts were sent by you, were they not? Indeed, it was the sinner Hou Wuchang. He dared not refute this, bowing his head in acknowledgement. What exactly happened? The three elders, sensing the unusual circumstances, grew increasingly anxious. Ling Han, standing nearby, had already pieced together much of the situation, as Hou Wuchang was dispatched to the southern wilderness under his orders. Suddenly, Ling Han's expression soured, and without a word, he knelt alongside Hou Wuchang. Senior, if blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me. I sent Wuchang to the southern wilderness to contend for a secret realm, seeing as he is still young. Please spare his life, Ling Han implored earnestly. Hearing this, the three elders began to understand the gist of the matter. You two truly are the disgrace of the Duhan sect, Hong Tian exclaimed angrily, pointing at the kneeling duo. This was indeed an unfortunate moment, especially as they sought to establish a relationship with Yu Qing. Both Ling Han and Hou Wuchang knelt in silence, awaiting their fate. The three esteemed elders made their stance clear. Senior, you may do as you wish. We, the Duhan sect, will consider these two individuals non-existent. All members of the Duhan sect awaited Yu Qing's decision. After a prolonged silence, Yu Qing suddenly smiled faintly, walking leisurely into the courtyard before taking a seat. Rise, he commanded. The three elders' eyes brightened. Senior, what does this mean? Those who are unaware cannot be blamed, Yu Qing replied calmly. Moreover, these two beasts merely came to gather information. Let bygones be bygones. In the past, under the veil of ignorance, everyone arrived for the secret realm, each with their own motives. It cannot truly be said that anyone was right or wrong. The true reason why Yu Qing chose not to pursue the matter further lay in their courageous willingness to take responsibility at this moment. Upon hearing this, the three venerable elders of the sect displayed expressions of delight. They promptly admonished Ling Han and his disciple, urging them to express their gratitude towards the magnanimous predecessors. Ling Han and his companion, feeling a sense of relief, bowed repeatedly in thanks before rising. Meanwhile, the masked figure and the one with 6 ears wore looks of incredulity. Their presence here was solely due to Empress San, and their attention remained fixed on him, leaving little curiosity about this human. Yet, the esteemed elders, who were of their own kind, were compelled to show deference before this individual. What brought them joy, however, was the notion that they might remain with Empress San indefinitely. Unavoidably, they inched closer to him, exuding a somewhat affectionate demeanor. "Humph, 2 mundane women. Go fetch some firewood for me," Empress San commanded. Rather than feeling resentment, the 2 women gazed at him with admiration, their eyes sparkling with infatuation for his domineering nature. Meanwhile, Yu Qing engaged in casual conversation with the members of the Dohun sect. Throughout their dialogue, Yu Qing's perception of the Dohun sect shifted. Perhaps due to their long-standing dominance, there was a hint of pride when discussing other factions in the wasteland. Yet it was devoid of arrogance. Although the founding ancestor of the Dohun sect had established their legacy, it appeared that the successors had not merely relied on fortune to maintain their leading position. Initially, Yu Qing had assumed that the Dohun sect's demeanor was merely a facade, but he soon felt a sense of being overly suspicious of their intentions. Their actions were rooted in respect for their ancestor, extending their goodwill towards his family. They even recounted that the founding ancestor had created the Dohun sect for the benefit of the Yu family. Now that the Yu family was present, the entire sect was eager to assist Yu Qing. Without hesitation, the 3 venerable elders produced the highest token of authority from the Dohun sect, the Dohun Ling. Possessing this token allowed one to command any member of the sect. Holding the token in his hands, Yu Qing found himself at a loss for words. He had done nothing to warrant such an immense sect at his command, especially one that was the overlord of the wasteland. Life truly is unpredictable. After becoming acquainted, the members of the Dohun sect showed no intention of departing. Instead, they were willing to aid Yu Qing in seizing the secret realm. With an unexpected influx of manpower, Yu Qing was naturally pleased. Thus, the members of the Dohun sect set up camp around the courtyard, awaiting the opening of the secret realm. In the nearby skies, a man clad in white stood alongside a companion. This man was none other than Li Xianbai, who had previously sought to take Yu Qing as his disciple, accompanied by his attendant, Xiao Man. "This little fellow never ceases to surprise me," Li Xianbai remarked, generously offering his praise. With the arrival of the Dohun sect, I thought the moment to take on a disciple might finally be at hand. Beside him, Xiao Man remained silent for a long while. He had initially presumed that Yu Qing was merely a decent young man from a small town. Yet he never anticipated that the sovereign of the wasteland, the Dohun sect, would come to pay their respects. Though the reason behind this unexpected reverence eluded him, the reality stood undeniable. It seemed that a true master possessed a discerning eye, far more astute than that of mere mortals. "Master, we have received news from the prison domain." Xiao Man could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. "What do they say?" Li Xianbai inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. "They assert that if you do not find a successor within a year, your qualifications will be revoked," Xiao Man replied, his expression filled with indignation. "Humph, respond to them, stating that I have already found my successor and will assuredly bring him back within the year," Li Xianbai declared, his voice grave. Master, do you mean?" Xiao Man questioned, perplexed. "Indeed, my successor is that young man, Yu Qing," Li Xianbai affirmed. "But master, you have yet to accept any disciples," Xiao Man protested. "Moreover, merely asserting this without evidence will likely render them skeptical, and they may persist in their pressure. Then convey my disciples' information to them," Li Xianbai retorted with a cold snort. In that moment, a large brush appeared in his hand, and with a flourish, he conjured a vivid portrait of Yu Qing in midair. Name: Yu Qing. Age: 50. Talent: innate Tao body, great fortune bearer. Heavenly Tao rule talent. Let us state that it enhances spiritual energy absorption tenfold. Chapter 104. The astonished Lu Tianqi. "What? My lord, this fabrication may not be wise." Xiao Man gazed in astonishment at his master. There is nothing amiss. Even if it were true, could I divulge such a secret to those fellows? This is their confidential matter. Ultimately, it suffices for them to know that I have acquired a remarkable disciple. Should they continue to disbelieve? At this juncture, Li Xianbai produced the wooden carving that Yu Qing had gifted him, extracting a trace of the aura left behind by Yu Qing. Very well, I understand now. Xiao Man conceded, collecting the trace of Yu Qing's essence along with the portrait and information, and transmitted it back. Thus, the individuals from the prison domain could be disregarded for the time being. All that remained was to find an opportunity to accept the young man and bring him back within a year. Days passed quietly, one after another. The celestial phenomenon above the secret realm showed no signs of dissipating. The entrance to the secret realm appeared poised to open imminently, yet it still lingered just beyond reach. The members of the Jinhuang sect had also arrived at the secret realm. Initially perplexed by the intentions of the Duhan sect's old MO, they only began to comprehend the situation once they arrived, albeit belatedly. They had not anticipated that, in some respects, the Jinhuang sect and the Duhan sect had indeed become akin to family. This realization left Shi Wuming and the others in a state of surreal disbelief. Reflecting upon it now, they recognized that they had stumbled upon a stroke of luck, turning misfortune into fortune. At this moment, in the desolate expanse of the Hung Tian Sword Sect, Lu Tianqi and Shun Jiutao were once again engrossed in a game of chess. During their strategic contest, thoughts of the secret realm resurfaced in their minds, particularly regarding the subjugation of the soul-fighting sect by Yu Qing, which evoked a sense of reflection. The entire wasteland, including the southern wilderness, was abuzz with speculation, with countless versions circulating. Yet, both Lu Tianqi and Shun Jiutao were unable to pinpoint the precise reasons behind these events. Regardless of the cause, the facts remained clear, indicating that Yu Qing possessed significant influence and formidable strength. Do you regret what transpired that day? Shun Jiutao could not help but inquire. After all, it was your last chance with the talisman, and in the end, it resulted in an unrequited sentiment. That elder likely doesn't even recall the incident. What is there to regret? Lu Tianqi rolled his eyes in response. I never held high hopes for anything. Now that events have unfolded this way, it is perhaps for the best. We need not worry about retaliation from the soul-fighting sect. Indeed, it is good that you can see it so clearly, Shun Jiutao replied with a smile. I merely fear that you may feel discomfort over having squandered your final opportunity with the talisman. Just as the two concluded their conversation, a disciple reported from outside. Master, there is someone at the mountain gate who wishes to see you. To see me? Lu Tianqi asked, puzzled. Did they say who they are? No, they did not specify, and I do not recognize them. However, they mentioned that you would know upon meeting them, the disciple replied. Lu Tianqi's curiosity deepened as he exchanged glances with Shun Jiutao, who also shook his head in confusion. In the current climate, with sects being destroyed or subdued, and the rest of the region preoccupied with the spectacle of the secret realm, who would seek him out at this time? Shall we go and take a look? Lu Tianqi suggested. Shun Jiutao, finding himself unoccupied, nodded in agreement. Under the guidance of the disciple, the two esteemed leaders of the sword sects arrived at the entrance of Hung Tian Sword Sect. At the gate, 4 individuals awaited them. At the forefront stood a young man clad in white, accompanied by 3 elderly men. Upon seeing Lu Tianqi and Shun Jiutao approach, the young man greeted them with a smile. Greetings, esteemed sect leaders. I trust you are well. Lu Tianqi and Shun Jiutao were taken aback, for the visitor was none other than Yu Qing, the very individual they had just been discussing. The 3 elderly men accompanying him were the 3 grand elders of the soul-fighting sect. Lu Tianqi felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Never expecting Yu Qing to arrive at Hung Tian Sword Sect in the company of the 3 grand elders. Lu Tianqi, Shun Jiutao, we pay our respects to you, Elder Yu Qing, and to the 3 esteemed elders of the soul-fighting sect. They both quickly bowed in greeting. Haha, sect leader Lu. On my first visit to your Hung Tian Sword Sect, you leave me waiting at the gate. Will you not invite me in for a seat? Yu Qing chuckled. Of course. Esteemed elders, please, come in, Lu Tianqi exclaimed, finally coming to his senses. Upon hearing the news, the other elders of the Hung Tian Sword Sect gathered together in the grand hall to receive guests. Master Lu, I have come primarily to express my gratitude for your timely warning the other day, Yu Qing remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianqi's eyes widened in surprise. He had never anticipated that Yu Qing's visit was solely to convey thanks for this matter. He quickly rose, a look of humility on his face, and replied, I am unworthy of such praise. I hardly contributed at all. Although I may not have been of assistance, you, will forever cherish this debt of gratitude. Yu Qing responded, glancing towards the side at Shinjiotao. Of course, I must also acknowledge Master Shun, who accompanied you, Master Lu. Shinjiotao, feeling flattered, hastily stood up and said, I am but a companion to old Lu. I had no part in this matter. The two esteemed sect leaders were remarkably taken aback. They had never considered that Yu Qing would remember them, let alone visit in acknowledgement. However, they instinctively turned their gazes toward the three venerable elders of the Duhan sect. Regardless of the circumstances, they were, after all, representing the Duhan sect, which made them feel somewhat uneasy in the presence of the three elders. Sensing their gaze, Hong Tian, seated calmly, stroked his beard and smiled. Masters, I am somewhat aware of the circumstances. Master Lu's gratitude towards the elder for the warning regarding the Qingmin matter is commendable. Although it was indeed a matter concerning our Duhan sect, Master Lu's integrity is truly admirable. Moreover, our Duhan sect is inherently under the elder's banner. So there is no need for either of you to worry about potential retaliation or suppression from us in the future. Accompanying the elder today is also a gesture of goodwill. Our relationship with your two sects has grown rather distant over the years, which is not ideal. Therefore, I wish to inquire if we can maintain a closer relationship moving forward, more frequent communication and interaction, if you would agree. Exchanging glances filled with excitement, Shin Jiotao and Lu Tianqi were overwhelmed. The implications of Hong Tian's words were profound, suggesting not only that they need not fear retribution from the Duhan sect, but also that they could establish amicable relations. This was undoubtedly beneficial for both sections. The two leaders could not help but turn their attention back to Yu Qing, fully aware that this was Yu Qing's way of reciprocating their prior kindness. Old Lu, I must say, I owe you a great deal for this, Shinjiotao remarked, unable to contain his emotions. Such words are unnecessary. You two ventured forth with unwavering resolve alongside me in the past, Lu Tianqi replied. The current landscape of the wasteland is such that a discerning individual would easily discern its underlying dynamics. The once formidable powers that persist in the wasteland now appear to have coalesced into a singular family. In the future, the entire wasteland will undoubtedly become a united front. Faced with challenges, they will no longer be at odds with one another, but rather engage in mutual negotiation and equitable distribution. However, this is merely a conjecture for the future. As Yu Qing was preparing to take his leave alongside Hong Tian and the others, an unexpected disturbance emanated from the rear mountain of the Hong Tian sword sect. A fierce surge of sword energy filled the entire vicinity with an aura of impending doom. The atmosphere felt almost palpable, leaving ordinary disciples of the Hong Tian sword sect feeling as if they were being carved by blades. Ah, this is bad. The sword tomb has erupted once more. Lu Tianqi's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly clasped his hands before Yu Qing. Esteemed senior, I cannot accompany you further. I must hasten to the sword tomb. Lao Shen, please see our esteemed guests off. With urgency etched upon his face, Lu Tianqi entrusted Shin Jiotao with his task and swiftly darted towards the rear mountain. What is happening? Yu Qing could not help but inquire. To be candid, esteemed senior, within the sword tomb at the rear of the Hong Tian sword sect lies a sealed broken sword, Shin Jiotao elucidated. In recent years, that broken sword has exhibited frequent disturbances, attempting to break free from its seal. Old Lu has been deeply troubled by this matter. Such power resides within a mere broken sword? Yu Qing asked, curiosity piqued. This broken sword is indeed extraordinary. At that moment, Hong Tian, who had been accompanying Yu Qing, interjected. It is said to be a demonic sword that entered our wasteland region over 1,000 years ago. This sword seems to have been damaged in a great battle, losing its original master. Yet, it possesses its own consciousness and intelligence, roaming the wasteland, killing and siphoning the life essence of others to restore itself, leaving devastation in its wake. Ultimately, it was the combined efforts of various factions in the wasteland that managed to suppress this sword, sealing it within the sword tomb of the Hong Tian sword sect at a great cost. Due to the long-standing history of the Hong Tian sword sect, which predates even the Duhan sect, it became the most suitable location for the confinement of that demonic sword. Hong Tian sighed with nostalgia at that time. I was still quite young, and neither the Hong clan nor the Hong people had yet joined the Dohun sect. I had thought that with the passage of time, the ferocity of that demonic sword would have diminished, yet I find it still raging today. This is not merely a matter for the Hung Tian sword sect, but for the entirety of the wasteland. The Hung Tian sword sect should have long since made this known to all, so that we may confront it together. Hong Tian lamented. Senior Hong, to speak frankly, Old Liu has sought assistance from various factions in the wasteland for some time now, but unfortunately, they have shown little concern. While my Zile sword sect has offered aid, our strength is ultimately limited. Shun Jiutao could not help but interject. This is utterly absurd, Hong Tian exclaimed in anger. Though he soon shook his head, he surmised that the current generation may simply be unaware of the terror that this demonic sword once wielded. Indeed, among the desolate lands, there are scarcely any elders older than him. During the tumult of the demon's sword, he was still quite young. Those who did not personally experience the events of that year find it challenging to fathom the terror it invoked. Should the demon's sword emerge once more, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for our desolate realm, and we cannot remain passive bystanders. Hong Tian turned to Yu Qing, bowing respectfully. Senior, I humbly request permission for my two brothers and I to venture forth to investigate the sword tomb. His words caused Shin Jiutao to tremble slightly. His gaze towards Hong Tian filled with gratitude and reverence. With the assistance of Hong Tian and his companions, the Hong Tian sword sect would surely devise a means to counter the peril of the demon sword. He could not help but glance at Yu Qing, hoping for his acquiescence. In that case, I shall accompany you, Yu Qing replied. The prospect of the senior joining them was indeed the most favorable outcome, and Hong Tian could not suppress his joy. Shun Jiutao's expression mirrored his elation. Esteemed seniors, please follow me. Shun Jiutao promptly led the way. The path was familiar to him, indicating that this was not his first visit to the sword tomb for assistance. Upon arriving at the entrance of the sword tomb, the oppressive aura of lethal intent intensified, rendering ordinary disciples nearly incapable of maintaining their composure in this space. Furthermore, a profound and indescribable malevolence emanated from the depths of the sword tomb, seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. A moment's carelessness could lead to a shattering of the spirit, resulting in a loss of reason, leaving only brutality and malice. Simultaneously, the Hung Tian sword sect, led by Liu Tianqi, was suspended in midair, forming a formation and channeling their power towards suppressing the sword tomb. Liu Tianqi and his companions wore solemn expressions, and it was evident that even this brief exertion had taken a considerable toll. At that moment, Shun Jiutao called out, "Old Liu, look who has arrived." Liu Tianqi turned his head to glance, and his expression brightened instantly. It is Senior Yu Qing, along with the three esteemed elders from the Dohun sect. What brings you here? Observing the unfolding situation, Hong Tian furrowed his brow and stepped forward decisively. In the past, the various powers of the desolate lands united to suppress this demon sword. The elders of the Hung Tian sword sect willingly undertook the perilous task of sealing this demon sword within the sword tomb, thus alleviating the threat it posed. Now that the demon sword has risen once again, how can we, the people of the desolate lands, turn a blind eye? Hearing Hong Tian's words, Liu Tianqi was nearly moved to tears. Only heaven knows the sacrifices the Hung Tian sword sect has made over the years to contain the demon sword, perpetually assigning two elders of high rank to stand guard. They have forfeited their cultivation time and lifespan solely to prevent the demon sword from wreaking havoc upon the world. Otherwise, given the Hung Tian sword sect's long-standing history and profound heritage, how could they have fallen to a state where they cannot even resolve the minor threat posed by the Qing men? It was only after Yu Qing eliminated the master of the Qing men that the external pressure on the Hung Tian sword sect was alleviated. Especially in recent years, when the demon sword has once again stirred, how many forces in the desolate lands have Liu Tianqi sought assistance from? Yet, these forces have displayed a complete indifference, adopting a stance of detachment, with some, like the previous Qing men, seeking to exploit the situation. As Hong Tian uttered these words, the grievances of the centuries-old sect leader were suddenly unleashed. The other elders participating in the formation also displayed heightened emotions. At last, someone comprehended their plight. Chapter 106. The Triune Formation, Myriad Sword Spirits Boom. At that moment, the force unleashed by Liu Tianqi and his companions, directed towards the sword sect, seemed to encounter a fierce backlash. Upon reaching the sword mound, it soared skyward, turning back towards Lu Tianqi and the others in an overwhelming wave. Witnessing this scene, Lu Tianqi and his companions found themselves ensnared in a tempest, each one being flung away, scattering in all directions. In response to this spectacle, Hong Tian and his two companions instinctively moved. A nearly tangible force surged from their bodies, forming a protective barrier in the space behind Lu Tianqi. This cushion allowed their retreating bodies to land softly, akin to falling onto a bed of cotton, preventing any severe injuries as they touched the ground safely. "Thank you, esteemed seniors," Lu Tianqi expressed, still shaken, as he conveyed his gratitude to the elders. Nevertheless, their faces remained pale, clearly showing the toll of enduring the feedback from their own attack. Hong Tian waved his hand dismissively, casting a grave gaze towards the sword mound. At that moment, within the sword mound, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy erupted, as if a formidable beast had awakened. In the wake of this malevolent force, the countless swords embedded in the sword mound for centuries began to rise, dispersing in all directions. Centered around the mound, they scattered like a meteor shower, descending upon every corner of the Hung Tian sword sect. Wherever the swords landed, buildings collapsed, and the ground was left riddled with gaping wounds. Many disciples of the Hung Tian sword sect suffered grievous injuries or lost their lives. "This is dire," Lu Tianqi spoke solemnly. "From our disciples to the sect leader and elders, before meeting their end, we all enter the sword mound to await our ascension, leaving behind our life swords to solidify the mound's power as sword spirits. For thousands of years, it has been the countless sword spirits left by our immortals that have enabled the sword mound to suppress this demonic sword. Now, it is evident that this demonic sword seeks to sweep away the swords within the mound. If these powers vanish, the sword mound will likely struggle to contain the demonic sword." Lu Tianqi's expression grew increasingly grave as he turned his gaze toward Hong Tian and his companions, who mirrored his concern. Yet, having arrived at this juncture, they had no intention of remaining passive. After exchanging glances, the three soared into the air, each heading towards one of the three directions of the sword mound, taking their positions as guardians. "Heaven, earth, man," they chorused in unison, raising three formation flags simultaneously. At that moment, as the flags were summoned, they transformed into three beams of starlight, shimmering brilliantly, connecting in the void to form an equilateral triangle. It can be observed that within this triangular domain, it appears as though the void itself has been ensnared, the very fabric of space confined. Originally driven forth by the power of the demonic sword, countless sword spirits, upon entering the triangular expanse overhead, seemed to become mired in a quagmire, rendered motionless, trembling incessantly in the void. Is this, indeed, the legendary triad formation? After consuming a medicinal pill, LV Tianqi stood alongside Shen Jiotao, gazing intently at the three banners above, unable to restrain his inquiry. "It seems so," Shen Jiotao, breathing heavily, continued. 5 centuries ago, a mysterious force suddenly emerged in the wilderness, rising to prominence and obliterating all in its path, decimating numerous factions. Just as fear gripped the hearts of the inhabitants of the wilderness, 3 enigmatic masters appeared, who executed the triad formation and, in a single night, annihilated that mysterious power, thereafter vanishing without a trace. Some say these masters hailed from the celestial prison domain, while others believe they were hidden potentates of our wilderness. Various speculations abounded, yet none anticipated that these 3 venerable figures would turn out to be the very ones before us. Old LV, since these venerable individuals are involved, we need not worry about the peril of the demonic sword any longer, Shun Jiotao remarked with a smile of congratulations. "Let us hope so," LV Tianqi nodded, though his eyes betrayed an unmistakable glimmer of joy. In the brief moment of their conversation, the triangular area had already seized control of countless long swords soaring from the sword tomb. Tens of thousands. Press. At that moment, the 3 individuals suspended in the air, Hong Tian and his companions, synchronized their hand seals. Their movements were remarkably swift and in perfect unison, and as the final hand seal was completed, the triangular domain erupted in radiant light, intricate runes emerging to the naked eye. When the brilliance expanded to its zenith, the myriad long swords ensnared within the triangular formation simultaneously plunged back into the sword tomb. The descent of 10,000 blades was an awe-inspiring spectacle, a deluge akin to rain. In that decisive moment, the onlookers beheld that each sword emanated a glow, a peculiar force swirling within them. The luminous auras of these long swords varied in intensity, seemingly imbuing them with a semblance of will. This was to harmonize with the might of the triad formation to suppress the demonic sword housed within the sword tomb. It was evident that these wills were manifestations of the disciples of the celestial sword sect, who had once perished within the sword tomb. Swords possess spirit. Even if their masters have long since faded, the imprints they left behind endure. It seemed they had foreseen the present peril of the celestial sword sect, and at this moment, their lingering wills were awakened. Witnessing this scene, LV Tianchi and countless elders of the celestial sword sect were moved to tears, their bodies trembling violently. Boom. At last, the myriad swords returned to the sword tomb with a resounding crash, as though the very ground of the sword tomb sank by 3 inches. Under the influence of the triangular formation and the myriad intentions left behind by the ancestors of the Hongtian sword sect, the brutal force within the sword tomb suddenly dissipated, being swiftly suppressed. In that moment, Lu Tianchi shuddered, his entire being trembling with overwhelming excitement. In midair, Hong Tian and his companions exchanged glances, revealing a hint of relief in their expressions. However, it seemed that they aged a few years in that instant, their pallid faces clearly indicating that this endeavor had taken a considerable toll on them. After consuming a medicinal pill to recuperate slightly, the trio intended to retract the formation flags. Suddenly, the previously dormant brutal force surged once more, this time with a terrifying intensity far surpassing that of before. Concurrently, the myriad swords that had just descended were propelled skyward again under the impact of this force. Hong Tian's countenance shifted dramatically, ignoring their prior exhaustion. The 3 swiftly executed intricate hand seals once more in an attempt to re-establish control. Yet, as the newly invigorated myriad swords descended upon the triangular formation, they became insurmountable. After a brief struggle, the power within the triangular formation was abruptly pierced. The brilliance of the formation shattered, and the 3 formation flags disintegrated into fragments. Hong Tian and his companions suffered a backlash, spitting blood in unison as they were sent flying in 3 different directions. Chapter 107. Who dares to break the sword? What? The faces of Lu Tianchi and the others paled drastically. It was evident that not only Hong Tian and his companions, but even the fallen myriad swords were cast aside by this sudden resurgence of the brutal force. Sword lights scattered across the sky like torrential rain, enveloping the sword tomb and inadvertently injuring numerous disciples of the Hongtian sword sect. How could this be? Lu Tianchi's complexion turned ashen. Not even the triangular great formation and the power of the myriad swords within the sword tomb could suppress this demonic sword. An elder sighed. How could this happen? After being sealed for so many years, the power of this demonic sword is even stronger than in the past. Even the 3 formidable warriors of the Duhan sect were easily overwhelmed despite utilizing a grand formation. Lu Tianchi could scarcely fathom any means capable of countering this demonic sword. At the same time, the brutal force erupted once more, a frenzied and terrifying aura emanating from the sword tomb, casting a shadow over the surroundings. Disciples of lower cultivation struggled to endure, compelled to retreat step by step. The 3 who had been flung backward crashed through numerous pavilions before finally coming to a halt, each sustaining significant injuries. Yet, they had little time to concern themselves with that, as Hong Tian leapt from the ground, clutching his chest. Elder Yu Qing, we must leave at once. We cannot linger here. This demonic sword is likely to break free. Another's face was equally grim, for some unknown reason. The power of this demonic sword has increased tremendously. Once it breaks free, it may bring devastation to the wasteland. For now, they could only retreat and later rally the various sects within the wasteland to confront this crisis together. Indeed, Elder Yu Qing, we shall ensure your safe departure. Though it is said so, they harbor little hope. After all, the Soul Combat sect is the most formidable force in the wasteland, even collectively. The other sects cannot rival it. Their attempt to subdue the situation with a grand formation had already failed, so what remedy could the other factions possibly offer? When the demon's sword emerges, the entire wasteland shall likely be plunged into chaos. However, those concerns are for another time. For now, Yu Qing is nearby, and should anything go awry, Hong Tian and his companions would be beyond redemption. As they spoke, the fluctuations of power within the sword tomb intensified, and a frenzied aura surged skyward, almost becoming tangible. Those present felt as though they beheld a colossal, broken sword, radiating an overwhelming aura of slaughter, ascending from the sword tomb. Clearly, the demon's sword was on the verge of breaking its seal. In this moment, everyone understood that further suppression was futile, despite their reluctance. They could only turn and flee. A trace of helplessness crossed Lu Tianqi's face. After years of guarding the sword tomb, the Hung Tian sword sect had ultimately failed in their endeavor. At that instant, as everyone turned their backs to escape from the sword tomb, Yu Qing moved. Yet, his direction was opposite to that of the crowd. He swam against the tide, making his way toward the sword tomb. The expressions of Hong Tian and his companions changed dramatically. Senior Yu Qing, do not approach. Although they regarded Yu Qing as a scion of the same lineage as their ancestor, possessing unparalleled inheritance, he appeared to be quite young. Regardless of the strength of his heritage, mastery is a gradual process, no matter how talented he is. He cannot surpass the combined might of the 3 seasoned veterans utilizing their triad formation, given that the demon's sword already exuded such power prior to its emergence. One could only imagine the terror it would unleash once free. Seeing Yu Qing recklessly approach, they could not help but panic. Hong Tian immediately suppressed his injuries, soaring forward despite the oppressive aura of the demon's sword, reaching Yu Qing's side. Senior, this sword is ferocious. Exercise caution. At that moment, however, Yu Qing spoke with a tranquil demeanor. What is there to fret over? It is merely a broken sword. There is no need for such alarm. As he spoke, he casually drew forth a sword, an unremarkable, rusted longsword. Hong Tian and the others were momentarily taken aback. A broken sword? Is this what you consider a broken sword? In the next instant, Yu Qing raised his hand and, with an effortless motion, plunged the rusted sword directly into the ground. His position was precisely at the entrance of the sword tomb. The moment the rusted sword pierced the earth, time seemed to freeze. The myriad swords swirling in the air and the frenzied aura of the demon's sword within the tomb all came to a sudden standstill. Whether it was merely an illusion, Hong Tian and Lu Tianqi could have sworn they heard a mournful wail emanating from within the sword tomb at that very instant. In the next heartbeat, the soaring aura of the demon's sword dissipated into nothingness. What? Hong Tian's mouth gaped open, unable to close. What was happening? The formidable power of the demon's sword, which they had just exerted their utmost effort to suppress with the grand formation, vanished with a mere insertion of this rusted blade. Not only that, but the countless long swords that had originally resided in the sword mound now floated in the air, trembling incessantly. Although the aura of the demon's sword had dissipated, they dared not descend for an extended period. One could even sense a faint wave of fear emanating from the myriad flying swords. What were they afraid of? The rusted, seemingly worthless sword lying on the ground. Hong Tian was utterly speechless. After a considerable time had passed, the sword mound remained eerily silent, with no sign of the demon sword stirring again. In the eyes of Lu Tianqi and the others from the Hongtian sword sect, a look of ecstatic joy emerged. Could it be that the demon's sword had truly been subdued? They cautiously approached Yu Qing, gazing towards the sword mound. Senior, what about this sword? Yu Qing replied indifferently. It's merely a broken sword. The crowd gasped. So, in your eyes, both the terrifying demon sword and this rusted sword capable of suppressing it are mere broken swords? Are there no exquisite or divine swords in the world? Regardless, it seemed that the demon's sword had indeed been thoroughly subdued by this rusted blade. Lu Tianqi and the others heaved a sigh of relief, overwhelmed with joy. If the demon's sword had broken free, while the other sects could flee, they would have nowhere to escape, perhaps marking the day of their annihilation. Yet, Senior, your divine sword remains embedded here, causing even the ancestral swords in our mound to refrain from descending. Lu Tianqi, gazing at the myriad long swords hovering above the mound, swallowed hard. Yu Qing chuckled. What are you thinking? I intend to take this sword with me. How could it remain here indefinitely? Lu Tianqi trembled at the thought. If the senior were to withdraw this sword, would the demon sword not break free once more? As he pondered halfway through, Lu Tianqi realized something and let out a soft sigh. Indeed, this sword belongs to the senior. Such a treasure could not be left behind. The senior's intervention to suppress the demon's sword has already saved all of us in the Hongtian sword sect. I shall issue an order to take this opportunity to relocate our sect. Yu Qing casually remarked, relocate? Why? Isn't this place quite suitable? As his words fell, he extended his finger and lightly flicked the rusted sword's body. A wisp of azure sword energy was released from his gesture. Then, with a flick of his finger, the azure sword energy suddenly soared towards the sky. Despite its minuscule size, the moment it emerged, everyone present shuddered as if they had heard a resounding sword cry reverberating within their hearts. Though it was not directed at them, they could still feel an unparalleled, indescribable sharpness permeating through the heavens and the earth. As Yu Qing pointed, that azure sword energy shot directly into the sky, splendidly transforming into azure clouds. As if ensnared by an immense net, the myriad swords within the sword mound were enveloped under a shroud of azure light. Each sword represented a singular point within this intricate web. In that moment, the essence of countless blades merged into one, exuding a chilling aura that instilled dread. The three most formidable members of the Soul Combat sect, upon encountering this cerulean sword net, could not help but feel a profound sense of astonishment arise within them. It seemed that the brilliance of any single sword could obliterate them in an instant. Simultaneously, Yu Qing raised his hand and withdrew a rusted sword from the earth. As the sword emerged from the ground, the air fell into a hushed stillness for a fleeting breath. The demonic swords within the mound appeared to be waiting, testing whether the terrifying presence that had subdued them had truly vanished. After a moment, seemingly reassured, the brutal force within the mound surged forth, casting a shadow over the heavens. The power of the demonic sword erupted once more, and this time they sensed a jubilant, tempestuous energy, as if it were a liberation following a long suppression. Yet, this exuberance was short-lived. In the next heartbeat, the myriad flying swords, now connected by the azure sword energy and transformed into a sword net, descended once again, like a mountain pressing down. The aura of the demonic sword crumbled before the sword net. As the net landed, the essence of the demonic sword dissipated entirely, only to emit a final, haunting wail filled with fear and resentment. Then, silence reigned. This stillness lingered for an extended period, with the demonic sword showing no sign of movement whatsoever. All right, it's done, Yu Qing remarked casually as he sheathed the rusted sword. It shouldn't stir again. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, and the three from the Soul Combat sect were rendered speechless. Lu Tianqi, his heart still trembling with shock, led a group into the sword mound and emerged moments later, his face a portrait of astonishment. The demonic sword had indeed been subdued, more thoroughly than before, devoid of even the chaotic power it once possessed. It was as if a delicate maiden had been pinned down by a hulking giant, unable to resist. The trio from the Soul Combat sect were equally astounded. Their gazes towards Yu Qing had transformed entirely. If it had merely been the rusted sword that suppressed the demonic sword, one might attribute it to the sword's inherent strength. Yet, Yu Qing had only utilized a wisp of sword energy to empower the flying swords of the mound, achieving the complete subjugation of that terrifying entity. Such prowess was utterly beyond imagination. Initially, the Soul Combat sect held reverence for Yu Qing solely due to his lineage. However, it now appeared that this senior, who shared a bloodline with their venerable ancestor, deserved their respect not only in terms of heritage but also in strength. After conducting several inspections to confirm the demonic sword's absolute suppression, Lu Tianqi, accompanied by a cadre of elders, approached Yu Qing and prostrated themselves before him. "Thank you for your immense kindness, esteemed elder." Their eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with gratitude. The magic sword has been thoroughly suppressed, signifying not merely a narrow escape for them this time, but more importantly, the Hung Tian sword sect has liberated itself from the burdens and responsibilities it has shouldered for many years. Yu Qing smiled faintly. "It matters not. I originally intended to break that wretched sword and reforge it. However, upon reflection, it seems unnecessary. It is better to allow it to serve some purpose. Its malevolent power and deadly aura have been completely subdued, yet its sword intent remains. In the future, as you cultivate in the sword tomb, you may grasp its sword intent, which will be of some assistance to your practice. This can be regarded as compensation for your years of guarding it." Listening to his words, Hong Tian and the others were increasingly astounded. The magic sword that once caused the entire wasteland to tremble seemed to be treated as a mere toy in Yu Qing's hands, disposed of at will. The members of the Hung Tian sword sect were particularly moved. Had it not been for the calamity of the magic sword and the need to suppress the sword tomb, the Hung Tian sword sect would have been exponentially stronger than it is now. What Yu Qing mentioned had already been felt by Lu Tianxi when he entered the sword tomb for inspection. The pure sword intent was of immense benefit to them, the practitioners of the sword sect. Even the sect leader himself, after merely walking through it once, experienced some insights and felt an impending breakthrough, not to mention the disciples. Henceforth, the sword tomb would transform from a burden of the Hung Tian sword sect into a treasure trove. Compared to fleeting gains, this represents a profound benefit that can elevate the entire sect's status. And all of this is thanks to the present Yu Qing. Meanwhile, far beyond the wasteland, across countless mountains and rivers, lies the depths of this continent, the prison sky domain. At the heart of this area is a striking landscape of crimson and obsidian mountains, enveloped within a searing valley of towering volcanoes. Within a palace, bathed in a glow of red light and built atop a lava pool, several figures exuding an unsettling aura were engaged in conversation. Has Li Xianbai still not found a disciple? One spoke gravely. If this continues, in another year, his qualification will be revoked. Do any of you have opinions on this matter? The assembly fell silent for a moment. Then another ventured. There is still a year left. It is uncertain. The first speaker scoffed. A disciple of the prison sky domain is not someone who can be chosen by just anyone. He has failed to find a suitable candidate for so many years. What change can occur in just a year? At that moment, one among them felt a faint radiance emanating from his waist. He raised his hand, retrieving the source of the white light, revealing a jade ornament intricately carved with complex patterns, as if light flowed within it. Holding the jade pendant, he sensed something, and after a brief moment, opened his eyes, his tone shifting dramatically. A message has just arrived. Li Xianbai has found his successor. What? At these words, the assembly was taken aback. With only a year remaining, he truly managed to find one. Another individual spoke with a hint of disbelief. Humph. It seems he is merely seeking a substitute as the time draws near. If that is indeed the case, he must not be allowed to escape unscathed. The one holding the jade pendant shook his head. It is not so. From the messages he has transmitted, it appears that the individual he has found genuinely meets the requirements of our sect's successor. As he spoke, he activated the jade pendant. An luminous curtain unfurled among the group. Upon it, the information regarding Yu Qing materialized, specifically, the version relayed by Li Xianbai. Chapter 108. Observe my master's performance in an instant. The gazes of several figures converged upon it, their expressions transforming into astonishment. An innate Tao body? Possessing great fortune? And only 50 years of age. Indeed, he appears remarkably youthful. Moreover, he possesses a tenfold enhancement in spiritual energy absorption as a Tao rule talent. One individual exclaimed, such a prodigious genius has truly been discovered? Where? In the wilderness? What a jest! How could such an exceptional being arise from such a desolate place? Li Xianbai's discovery of a gifted successor would ordinarily be deemed splendid news. Yet, the countenances of those present were far from favorable. Such talent undoubtedly qualifies him to become a seed successor of our sect. The first to speak was the man seated at the center, his tone grave. Should Li Xianbai bring this person back, we will have no justification to revoke his qualifications. Another voice chimed in coldly. This must not be allowed to transpire. Yet another shook his head. However, this individual's talent is indeed commendable. We cannot deny it. After a moment of silence, one individual suddenly let out a cold laugh. Is it not simple to prevent this? Before the assessment concludes, we cannot act against Li Xianbai. But this young man is a different matter. He remarked indifferently. Before Li Xianbai returns with him, we should eliminate this child. In just 1 year, I find it hard to believe he will uncover another successor of such talent. What an excellent proposal. Upon hearing this, the other individuals displayed expressions of agreement. I shall take a trip, one said, rising to his feet, but was halted by the central figure. No, the old fellows on Li Xianbai's side are still watching us. Should any one of us act, it would surely alert them. Yet his tone remained light. Besides, he is merely a lad in his 50s. Do we truly need to intervene personally? Let Mingge handle it. With his strength and methods, even with Li Xianbai's protection, eliminating that youth should pose no challenge. The others nodded in accord. Let it be so. With merely a year remaining, we must not allow any slip-ups. Once the other individuals departed, only one remained in the hall. He exuded a faint aura, and with a thought, A moment later, a man clad in black silently appeared within the chamber, bowing before the figure. He possessed a tall and slender stature, yet was enveloped in an aura of formidable intensity, his form shrouded in a black robe, reminiscent of a lethal weapon concealed beneath fabric, its brilliance obscured. "Elder, what summons me?" The figure gestured, and amidst the play of light and shadow, Yu Qing's visage and information materialized. A thread of energy drifted towards the cloaked man, who effortlessly caught it with a raised hand. "Within a month, eliminate this individual and return with the body to report." This person was under the protection of Li Xianbai. Be cautious not to expose any vulnerabilities. The man in black merely cast a glance before retracting his gaze. "As you command." After the man vanished, the lone figure in the hall murmured to himself as if in contemplation, a rare innate Dao body, if not utilized, would indeed be a pity. However, Li Xianbai, you are the greater loss. With your talents, you are far more suitable than Zhou Fengtian. Had you consented to the elder's terms, you would not find yourself in this predicament. Thousands of miles away, in the desolate southern expanse, Yu Qing, having resolved matters with the Hengtian sword sect and suppressed the sword tomb, lingered for merely 2 or 3 days, before returning to the entrance of the secret realm alongside Hengtian and others, who expressed their profound gratitude. It had been a considerable time since their last visit. It was indeed approaching the moment for the secret realm to unveil itself. As they beheld Yu Qing, the trio's eyes reflected an added measure of reverence. Initially, they had perceived him merely as a figure of noble lineage, yet they were astonished to discover his unfathomable strength, far surpassing their expectations. The demonic sword, which they had been unable to contend with even in their combined triad formation, was effortlessly subdued by a mere wisp of Yu Qing's sword energy. Truly, he was an existence of the same lineage as their ancestor, his prowess perhaps even eclipsing that of the ancients. However, upon their return to the entrance of the secret realm, Yu Qing frowned. The celestial portal remained unchanged, devoid of any indication that the barriers were poised to yield. Something felt amiss. It has been so long since the anomaly of the secret realm manifested, yet this entrance shows no sign of response. Could there be unforeseen complications? As nearly a month had elapsed, he pondered the situation, likening it to thunder without rain. Hengtian interjected, "Senior Yu Qing, perhaps we should venture forth and investigate." Seeking to breach the barriers directly? Yu Qing shook his head. "There is no need for haste. Let us wait a few more days. In 3 days' time, it will mark a full month since the secret realm's emergence." Though Yu Qing was at leisure, it was unreasonable to remain idly waiting. One might assume he was merely stationed as a guardian. Thus, he resolved that should the entrance remain closed after 3 days, he would take decisive action to force the barriers open. Even if there existed a minuscule chance of trouble, it mattered little. At worst, he would flee from the scene, relinquishing the secret realm entirely. With this determination, Yu Qing waved his sleeve, leading Hengtian and the others back to the Mist Water Courtyard. The Misty Water Courtyard is conveniently nearby, and with the entrance to the secret realm now ajar, they can promptly arrive. Just after the three departed, 2 figures materialized in the air not far away. They were none other than Li Xianbai and his attendant, Xiaoman. Li Xianbai surveyed the entrance to the secret realm, deep in thought. The delay in opening the entrance suggested something was amiss. Xiaoman spoke up, "Master, what should we do? He is not coming to ask for your assistance in opening the door. Shall we simply wait idly alongside him?" Li Xianbai chuckled softly, "Certainly not. If there is no opportunity, we must create one." Observe his demeanor. It is clear that his frustration grows with the continued closure of the entrance. "Tell me, what would his reaction be if I were to act now and break this barrier?" Xiaoman's eyes lit up indeed. "If Yu Qing were to witness your prowess, he would surely be astonished, making it much easier for you to take him on as a disciple." Li Xianbai nodded with a smile. "Precisely." Xiaoman then shifted the subject. "However, Master, did you not mention that you only had a 60% chance of breaking the barrier?" Li Xianbai was momentarily taken aback, responding with irritation. "What do you understand? The formations in this world are ever-changing, and no one dares to claim complete certainty in dismantling an array they have never encountered before. For an ancient barrier of this complexity, possessing a 60% chance of success is already quite remarkable. Frankly, in this desolate expanse, without my intervention, others would be lucky to possess even a 10% chance." Xiaoman nodded, appearing to grasp the concept. Li Xianbai waved his sleeve, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "Now, Watch as I demonstrate." With those words, he soared toward the entrance of the secret realm. Chapter 109. Li Xianbai captured the soul-fighting sect had already positioned individuals to stand guard. However, Li Xianbai and his companion brazenly flew overhead, unnoticed by the disciples stationed at the entrance. Upon reaching the threshold, Li Xianbai bellowed, "Heaven and earth, grant me power. Break the array, 7 styles." As his voice echoed, his fingers danced in intricate patterns, resembling the blossoming of a lotus, mesmerizing to behold. One by one, the seals took form, aligning with the 7-star positions, and struck the barrier of the secret realm entrance. As the seals penetrated the barrier of the secret realm, the previously concealed and semi-transparent door, shrouded in clouds, began to materialize with a tremor in the fabric of space. This was the result of Li Xianbai methodically dismantling the barrier, extracting the physical form of the entrance from the void. The guarding disciples below were startled, gazing upward in astonishment. Although they could not perceive the hidden presence of Li Xianbai and Xiaoman, they could clearly see the transformation of the door. Is the entrance to the secret realm about to open? Hurry and inform the sect leader. In the sky, Li Xianbai displayed a satisfied expression. His earlier claim of possessing only a 60% chance to open the door had been an act of humility. In truth, he had a 70% certainty of breaking this level of barrier. As he prepared to advance further and break through the barrier of the great door, allowing the entrance to open, he suddenly observed that the intricately designed bronze door began to change. Complex patterns transformed, emanating brilliant rays of light that enveloped the entire door, threatening to retreat back into the void. "What?" Li Xianbai exclaimed in astonishment. "This barrier has undergone yet another transformation?" Once again, he unleashed his seals, and with each layer of the barrier he dismantled, a new one promptly emerged, sealing off his progress. His methods for breaking formations were finite, yet the changes in this barrier seemed endless. The ancient restriction possessed such profound intricacies. Li Xianbai felt an ominous foreboding. The disciples of the Duhun sect had already been alerted to report the news, and it was likely that Yu Qing would arrive shortly. He had aimed to exploit Yu Qing's absence to breach the barrier, surprising him while showcasing his own capabilities. Now, if he were to wait for Yu Qing's arrival, he risked a disastrous failure, which would certainly tarnish his reputation. Resolving himself, Li Xianbai clenched his teeth. He could no longer afford to hesitate. In the next moment, he spread his hands, his thoughts coalescing, and a beam of light materialized before him, revealing its true form. A slender, 2-foot-long cone, seemingly composed of brass, inscribed with profound runes, radiating an astonishing aura. The demon-piercing cone. Xiaoman gasped. "Master, the demon-piercing cone is a treasure of the domain. Each use requires years to restore its power. And you intend to utilize it here?" Li Xianbai's lips twitched. He too was reluctant to employ his trump card. But the current situation concerned both his ambitions for a disciple and his own reputation, leaving him no choice. With a firm thought, the demon-piercing cone transformed into a streak of azure light, piercing forth. The ever-shifting barriers appeared as mere illusions before the demon-piercing cone, effortlessly shattered with unstoppable momentum. When the azure light struck the door, the heavens trembled, and the ancient bronze door solidified completely. A resounding hum echoed as the door opened a narrow crack, revealing a swirling, enigmatic vortex behind it, the destination unknown. Li Xianbai exhaled in relief, retracting the demon-piercing cone, which now appeared considerably dimmer than before. A pang of regret shot through him. The demon-piercing cone, crafted from countless precious materials through ancient secret arts, could breach any barrier or formation. Yet each use not only drained time to replenish power, but also inflicted wear upon its wielder. Essentially, each use diminished its availability. Nonetheless, he had successfully opened the entrance to this secret realm. Now, as he awaited Yu Qing's arrival to witness his capabilities, he was certain it would earn him admiration. At that point, when he expressed his intentions to take on disciples, his success would be assured. While contemplating these matters, curiosity towards the secret realm stirred within Li Xianbai. Initially, he had little interest in this realm. Yet, the profound intricacies of the ancient barriers at its entrance indicated that its master was no ordinary figure. To think that in such a desolate and impoverished land, a secret realm of this caliber could exist was truly remarkable. Thus, although he had no intention of seizing anything, his curiosity led him to draw nearer, eager to examine the intricate patterns on the ancient bronze door and discern any potential clues. Simultaneously, the swirling vortex beyond the entrance exuded an enigmatic aura, instinctively beckoning him closer. At the moment he approached, a long shadow suddenly shot out from the crack of the ancient door, ensnaring Li Xianbai around the waist and dragging him inward. Startled, Li Xianbai quickly regained his composure. "Who dares to act so boldly?" he exclaimed. Reacting with remarkable speed, he raised his hand and struck down towards the shadow. Despite the urgency of his response, his formidable strength was such that none in the desolate lands could withstand his blow. Yet, when this thunderous palm struck the shadow, it merely quivered slightly, remaining entirely unscathed. "What?" Li Xianbai was taken aback. Before he could make another move, the shadow yanked him into the secret realm, vanishing within the vortex. Only Xiaoman remained outside, standing in stunned silence for a while before realizing the gravity of the situation, panic immediately setting in. "Master! Master!" he cried out, yearning to rush forward. Yet recalling the harrowing sight of Li Xianbai being pulled in, fear gripped him, rendering his legs weak and preventing him from advancing another step. He could only pace anxiously outside, shouting in desperation. After several calls went unanswered, he found himself in a state of turmoil, unsure of how to proceed. Moments later, surprised voices emerged from below. "Has it truly opened? That seems improbable. There were no signs during the day. Wait, is there someone there?" Xiaoman looked down to find a group of individuals standing below, looking up at him. Who else could it be but Yu Qing, Xiao Li, and Hong Tian? Previously, Li Xianbai had concealed their presence. Now that he had been dragged in, Xiaoman's form was inevitably revealed. However, even without the concealment, Yu Qing's keen eyes would have easily discerned him. After contemplating for a moment, Yu Qing finally recalled, "Aren't you that old brother's attendant? Why are you here alone?" Logically, if even his master, Li Xianbai, had been unable to resist being drawn into the secret realm, a young person like Yu Qing would have been even more helpless. Yet, Xiaoman was thrown into disarray by this sudden turn of events. In his panic, upon seeing Yu Qing and the others, he dashed towards them as if grasping a lifeline. "Help! My master is in danger." Chapter 110. The tentacled monster. Yu Qing glanced at the partially open portal to the secret realm above and then at Xiaoman. "Your master has entered the secret realm?" he inquired, puzzled. Wasn't that Li fellow previously uninterested in the secret realm? Why has he ventured in now? It was true that many coveted the secret realm, with various factions involved. However, Yu Qing could discern that the elder brother genuinely had no desire for it, finding greater amusement in posturing before others. Moreover, based on Yu Qing's previous observations, the barriers at the entrance of this secret realm appeared remarkably steadfast, showing no signs of fluctuation whatsoever. It hardly seemed like a moment when it would open. Thus, he shifted his gaze and inquired, could it be that this entrance was opened by that esteemed brotherly? Xiaoman was about to speak, but the words caught in his throat. How should he articulate this? Should he claim that his master wished to display a semblance of humility before Yu Qing, hoping to earn his reverence? If successful, it would be acceptable, but if the secret realm did open and he was the first to be ensnared, how embarrassing that would be. Should he remain silent, he would struggle to explain why his master, who previously professed disinterest in the secret realm, would later intrude to open the door stealthily. If others perceive this as a covert desire for the secret realm, it would be an unjust accusation. Fortunately, having traveled extensively with his master, Xiaoman managed to calm himself, ponder for a moment, and organize his thoughts. My master holds young master Yu Qing in high regard and wishes to forge a connection. Observing the prolonged closure of the secret realm's entrance, he surmised that you had been waiting for quite some time, perhaps feeling anxious and troubled. Therefore, he resolved to take action, breaking the barriers to unveil the secret realm, thereby surprising you. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing responded with an "oh." So it turned out this was merely a means for his master to show off before him? Xiaoman, steeling himself, continued, just moments ago, after my master broke the barriers, a long shadow emerged from within, dragging him inside. A long shadow? Yu Qing narrowed his eyes and gazed at the entrance to the secret realm above. While he was not particularly adept at discerning others' realms, he could sense that Li Xianbai's strength surpassed that of anyone he had previously encountered. To be so effortlessly pulled into the secret realm indicated that its contents were extraordinary. This, however, only piqued Yu Qing's interest further. He nodded and spoke, "I understand. I appreciate your master's kind intentions, But if this leads to brotherly encountering danger, it would indeed be my fault. Turning back, he instructed, "You all wait here. I shall venture inside to investigate." As his words fell, he casually drew Xiao Li's sword and leaped into the entrance of the secret realm. The others complied and remained in place, their confidence in Yu Qing unwavering, exuding a calm demeanor. Only Xiao Man remained anxious, gazing apprehensively at the entrance to the secret realm. In his eyes, while Yu Qing was formidable, he surely could not match his master's prowess. He feared that if he could not assist his master, he too would become ensnared within, leaving him utterly bewildered. Yet, he had no alternative, and with the year drawing to a close, he could not rely on the prison of heaven before Li Xianbai returned with his disciple. Thus, he could only hope for the best. May both his master and young master Yu Qing emerge unscathed. Yu Qing, of course, was oblivious to Xiao Man's concerns. In his view, the earlier hesitance to break the barriers was merely a fear of provoking unforeseen consequences. Now that the entrance to the secret realm has been unsealed, there is nothing left to fear. At the same moment, within the secret realm, two figures of vastly different sizes are engaged in a fierce battle. Among them is Li Xianbai, whose expression is grave. Surrounding him are two treasure rings, one blue and one gold, radiating with a resplendent light, clearly a pair. His opponent, however, is a colossal creature towering several dozen zhang, resembling a small mountain. This creature is an oddity, neither fully human nor entirely beast, at first glance. It appears to be a mountain of flesh, its body a pale greenish hue, adorned with lush green leaves atop its head. The outline of human-like features is faintly visible on its body, yet it possesses no limbs. Instead, numerous tendrils, resembling strands of hair, flutter about, extending from beneath its form. For massive tendrils, each over 100 zhang long, flank its sides, performing the functions of arms and legs. It was one of these tendrils that had previously ensnared Li Xianbai and drawn him into the secret realm. Although the creature appears to possess some semblance of intelligence, communication proves impossible. Its tendrils drag Li Xianbai towards the myriad of appendages below, and it is clear that being pulled in would mean near certain death. Yet, the creature's tendrils are incredibly resilient and immensely powerful, and Li Xianbai finds himself unable to break free with his own strength. He is left with no choice but to wield his divine weapon, the twin rings of heavenly heart, which finally allows him to sever the tendril binding him and escape. However, for every tendril he cuts, countless more rush toward him, blocking his retreat. With no other options, Li Xianbai must utilize the rings to engage in a fierce struggle against the creature. The more he fights, the greater his alarm grows. Given his current level of power, he had thought himself unmatched save for the ancient masters within the prison of heaven. Yet here in this desolate secret realm, he encounters such a terrifying entity. Among spiritual artifacts, his rings are classified as treasures. Scanning the wilderness, one would be hard-pressed to find a genuine treasure. Yet the twin rings of heavenly heart are bestowed upon him as a divine weapon from the prison of heaven. In the past, wherever these rings were wielded, the earth trembled and mountains crumbled, rendering them nearly indomitable. Yet now, facing this monstrosity, he struggles merely to sever a single tendril. With countless tendrils at its disposal, even the most robust tendrils only bear shallow marks when struck by the twin rings. When one of them lashes out, Li Xianbai can only barely brace himself. And should he falter, he finds himself spitting blood. Even more terrifying, the severed tendrils regrow after only a short while. It becomes evident that this battle cannot be won. Realizing this, Li Xianbai contemplates retreat and begins to search for an opportunity to escape. Just as his gaze traverses the multitude of writhing tendrils, it lands upon the entrance to the secret realm. To his astonishment, he sees a figure emerge from the entrance. As the figure enters and raises its head, their eyes meet. "Is it you?" Li Xianbai exclaims. The newcomer is none other than Yu Qing. "How did you get here?" Li Xianbai was taken aback, but he quickly realized that Yu Qing had most likely come to find him. Under ordinary circumstances, Li Xianbai would have felt elated. After all, it presented him with an opportunity to showcase his prowess before Yu Qing. However, the unfortunate reality was that what he could currently demonstrate was merely the scene of himself being mercilessly beaten by a monster. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Yu Qing's entrance had already drawn the monster's attention. A tentacle shot forth, twisting and writhing as it aimed to ensnare Yu Qing. Chapter 111. This thing can be used for alchemy. Li Xianbai exclaimed in alarm. Be careful. Run. As the tentacle hurtled toward him, Yu Qing was momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by the creature's grotesque appearance. A tentacle monster? He swiftly dodged the incoming appendage, instinctively calling out. Seizing this opportunity, dozens of tentacles began to encircle him from all directions, blocking his escape from behind. This is bad. Li Xianbai gritted his teeth. At that moment, he was consumed by a single thought: regret. Had he known, he would never have provoked this cursed secret realm. Not only was his own safety at stake, but now Yu Qing had been dragged into the fray as well. Initially, he had intended to impress Yu Qing and bring this disciple under his wing. Now, it seemed both master and disciple might meet their demise here before even formalizing their relationship. He yearned to rescue Yu Qing, but just then, one of the monster's thick tentacles swept toward him. Li Xianbai summoned the heavenly heart double rings to resist, only to be thrown aside by the force. Simultaneously, the multitude of tentacles ensnared Yu Qing, enveloping him completely. It's over. This thought flashed through Li Xianbai's mind. Yet in the next instant, a brilliant flash of blade light sliced through the air. The tentacles encasing Yu Qing were severed in unison, disintegrating into countless fragments that rained down. Yu Qing's figure emerged from the chaos, leaving Li Xianbai momentarily stunned. He knew that wielding a treasured weapon, it took all his strength to cleave through a single tentacle. How could Yu Qing possibly have sliced through dozens in the blink of an eye? Before he could process this astonishing feat, he saw Yu Qing wielding a horizontal blade, advancing instead of retreating, and he flew toward the tentacle monster. With a sweeping glance, he uttered in surprise, "Wait, this isn't a tentacle monster. It's ginseng." At his words, Li Xianbai snapped back to reality and followed his gaze. Indeed, the creature sported green leaves atop its head, with its lower half adorned in long tendrils. Observing its outline, it resembled a colossal mountain ginseng. However, its oversized form, combined with a human face and the four robust tentacles moving across the ground, created a horrifying image that had completely eluded Li Xianbai's thoughts prior. This secret realm truly harbors treasures. Yu Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a ginseng essence. Such a large ginseng must have taken countless years to grow, at least several thousand years, perhaps even 10,000. While Yu Qing himself had no immediate need for ginseng, he was currently captivated by the art of alchemy. To this end, Nanshi devoted considerable effort to gather precious herbs from various regions. However, given the limited resources of the Southern Kingdom, the quality of the medicinal materials collected was also constrained. Among them was a ginseng essence, whose age could be measured in thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. Its quality was simply unimaginable. The thought of using such a rare herb for alchemy was staggering. Yu Qing was instantly intrigued. At that moment, the colossal ginseng essence emitted a peculiar low wail. And to his astonishment, the dozens of tendrils that had just been severed by him began to regrow, restoring themselves in the blink of an eye. Li Xianbai, watching from the side, was struck with awe. Indeed, this was a millennium-old ginseng essence, not only formidable in strength, but also possessing a terrifying regenerative capability. Amidst the low howls, four robust tendrils of the ginseng essence reached out simultaneously, winding towards Yu Qing from all directions. Concurrently, countless slender tendrils surged forth, clearly indicating that, enraged by the severing of its numerous appendages, the ginseng essence was now unleashing its full power. Such a massive ginseng, it was inexhaustible, truly boundless. However, as the multitude of tendrils advanced towards him, Yu Qing wore a joyful expression. He then extended his hand and seized one of the ginseng essence's tendrils, swinging it with great force. With a thunderous roar, the enormous body of the ginseng essence soared into the air, only to crash down violently in the direction Yu Qing had exerted his strength. The ground trembled in response, cracking open like ripples on water, sending waves of earthy torrents surging outward. This strike was immensely powerful, leaving the ginseng essence dazed, its bizarre wails echoing through the heavens. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Under Li Xianbai's astonished gaze, Yu Qing remained aloft, gripping the ginseng essence's tendril, and began to swing it wildly, as if wielding a whip. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook repeatedly in a cacophony of thunderous sounds, accompanied by the ginseng essence's cries of distress. Soon, the ground of the secret realm lay in utter disarray. The ginseng essence was grievously injured, its body battered, and countless tendrils severed in the chaos. It struggled desperately to free itself from Yu Qing's grasp, but its massive form was akin to that of a mere chick in his hands. No amount of flailing was of any avail. Ultimately, with another forceful slam, a resounding crack echoed as the stout tendril in Yu Qing's hand snapped clean off. The ginseng essence flew away like a kite with its string cut, crashing into a distant hill with a thunderous impact, rolling several times along the ground and carving out a deep trench before finally coming to a halt. "Oh dear, I might have overdone it," Yu Qing remarked, furrowing his brow. "I hope I haven't killed it." He flew over and, observing the ginseng essence curled up on the ground, gave it a gentle kick. Noticing its body still twitching, he finally felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, it was still alive. Meanwhile, Li Xianbai was left utterly speechless, feeling as though his mind was on the verge of crashing. Is this truly the ginseng essence that had just been ruthlessly subdued? How is it now in Yu Qing's hands, utterly powerless like a mere toy? Having personally experienced the might of that ginseng essence, one can only fathom the sheer terror of the strength Yu Qing is now exhibiting. This youthful figure, seemingly not yet 50, what realm has he attained? Even the elders within the prison of heaven might find themselves incapable of such feats. Reflecting on his previous efforts to recruit Yu Qing as his disciple, at this moment, Li Xianbai felt something within him shatter. After a considerable pause, Yu Qing's voice resonated in his ears. "Brotherly, how are you? Are you all right?" Li Xianbai jolted, snapping back to reality, only to find Yu Qing dragging the ginseng essence back to his side. The ginseng essence, colossal as a mountain yet on the brink of demise, starkly contrasted with Yu Qing's seemingly diminutive figure. Li Xianbai's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing that Li Xianbai's breath remained relatively steady, not indicative of severe injury, Yu Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then turned his attention to the ginseng essence while surveying the surroundings. Even for a millennium-old ginseng essence, its size seemed excessively grand. How could one cultivate such a sizable ginseng? Yu Qing glanced around and observed that the secret realm was a lush valley. Though devoid of birdsong, the air was suffused with floral fragrances. The sky bore no sun or moon, instead emanating a gentle luminescence that illuminated the valley. A gentle breeze carried the scent of medicinal herbs. Could this be a medicinal garden? Chapter 112. If you cannot refine medicine, what use are you? Yu Qing's gaze swept across the valley, abundant with vibrant blooms and verdant foliage. He discerned numerous varieties of spiritual flowers and medicinal herbs among them. The realization that this was a medicinal garden ignited a spark of excitement within him. Even if there were nothing else, the presence of various spiritual herbs would be immensely beneficial. After all, as an alchemist, one cannot function without spiritual herbs. Yet, after scanning the area, a hint of disappointment crept across his visage. He discovered that most of the spiritual herbs were of low grade. The few that appeared precious were largely immature. With some barely having sprouted, they were far from maturity. What utility would these low-tier spiritual herbs serve him? Only the millennium-old ginseng essence, a paragon of high-tier spiritual flora, was what he sought. However, if this medicinal garden could nurture such a ginseng essence, why were there not other high-tier spiritual herbs? Surely, they had all been consumed by it. At that moment, Li Xianbai's voice broke the silence. Yu Qing turned to see Li Xianbai propping himself up from the ground. After some time, he had finally regained his breath, and his emotions had settled somewhat. Yu Qing was about to address him as little brother. But the image of Yu Qing wildly smashing the ancient ginseng essence made him flinch, rendering the term utterly inappropriate. Though appearing youthful, the formidable power he exuded left one to ponder his true age. Perhaps he was merely an old coot masquerading as a young man. Naturally, he dared not voice such thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xianbai opted for a different form of address. "Fellow Taoist Yu, are you perhaps wondering why there are no other high-grade spiritual herbs in this medicinal garden?" After years of wandering, Li Xianbai's wealth of experience allowed him to infer much from Yu Qing's earlier expression. Yu Qing nodded in affirmation. Indeed, logically speaking, the ability to cultivate such an ancient ginseng essence should indicate a high level of this garden. Li Xianbai shook his head. It ought to be high. But once the ginseng attains sentience, the situation changes drastically. Fellow Taoist, you must be aware that ginseng inherently absorbs nutrients from its surroundings. It is its instinct. When rooted in the earth, its capacity to absorb is limited. However, once it gains sentience and can roam freely, All the spiritual flowers and exotic grasses within this garden become its sustenance. Earlier, when it grasped me, it instinctively attempted to drag me toward its roots, presumably intending to consume me as nourishment. Thus, the absence of high-grade spiritual herbs in this garden, or the presence of only tender sprouts, is likely due to its insatiable appetite for them, while it looks down upon the lower-tier herbs. Yu Qing finally understood. No wonder the creature had grown so large. It had been nourished by his entire garden. At that moment, he regarded the ginseng essence with considerable disdain. It had indeed been cultivated at the expense of his entire garden. With this realization, his anger flared. He viewed the ginseng essence as akin to a wild boar that had been feasting on his cornfields. In a fit of rage, he delivered a swift kick. Spit it out. The kick sent the ginseng essence soaring over 100 feet, severing the tendril Yu Qing had been holding. The ginseng essence rolled onto the ground, wailing in agony. The once formidable ginseng essence now appeared as a pitiful creature in Yu Qing's eyes. Li Xianbai, observing the scene, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and attempted to intervene. What has been consumed has become its nourishment. It is likely that it cannot regurgitate it. Yu Qing retorted, then who will compensate for my missing spiritual herbs? He sighed. Well, at least capturing this ginseng isn't without merit. He raised his blade, preparing to dissect the ginseng essence. I shall use this plump ginseng as the main ingredient for my alchemy. Li Xianbai quickly interjected, fellow Taoist Yu, hold on. This ginseng essence may not be suitable for direct use in alchemy. Yu Qing was taken aback. Not usable? Are you jesting? He regarded Li Xianbai with skepticism. After all, he was a professional alchemist and had never heard that ginseng could not be used directly in alchemical processes. Li Xianbai shook his head and remarked, ordinary ginseng is acceptable, but this particular specimen is exceptional. Have you ever pondered that while 10,000-year-old ginseng may be rare, the difference in size between a 1,000-year-old ginseng and one that is merely 10 or 100 years old is not as significant as one might think? Upon hearing this, Yu Qing fell into contemplation. Indeed, even if it were 100,000 years old, it would still be too large for ginseng. Li Xianbai continued, typically, the size of ginseng does not increase with age. Rather, its medicinal properties become more concentrated, which is why it is deemed a treasure. However, this ginseng essence is different. Once it becomes sentient, it often neglects its own well-being and consumes the multitude of spiritual herbs in this medicinal garden. As the saying goes, a medicine is 3 parts poison. Consider the countless impurities that such a vast consumption entails, as well as the potential conflicts in medicinal properties. If we, as human cultivators, were to refine these herbs or consume them directly, we would expel impurities and toxins, harmonizing the medicinal effects. But this creature, in its ignorance, only knows gluttony, incapable of refining or absorbing the medicinal power, leading to its ever-growing, unwieldy form. Despite having suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the ginseng essence previously, Li Xianbai's extensive knowledge and experience allowed him to analyze the situation calmly and astutely. Thus, it remained uncertain how many impurities and toxins were accumulated within this ginseng essence. To use it for alchemy would likely result in a swift demise for anyone who dared to consume it. At this point, for reasons unknown, the 4 demons waiting outside the entrance of the secret realm inexplicably shuddered. Yu Qing's expression darkened further upon realizing this meant that the corpulent ginseng could not be utilized for alchemy. What then was its purpose? It had devoured the entire garden of spiritual herbs, yet it could not be put to use. Was it merely to be kept as a curiosity? Just as Yu Qing was about to obliterate the ginseng essence, a sudden thought struck him, causing him to pause. You just mentioned that it cannot cultivate and refine its medicinal power, which is why it is unusable. Li Xianbai was taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. Yu Qing stroked his chin thoughtfully. What if it could cultivate on its own? Li Xianbai replied, if it were to cultivate, refining its medicinal power and expelling impurities, it would become a true treasure of the world. At that point, even a single root could possess boundless utility. It could potentially resurrect the dead or achieve something nearly as miraculous. However, he soon shook his head, adding, but it appears that its intelligence is quite low, akin to that of a beast. Therefore, it is unlikely to cultivate. Yu Qing's eyes lit up with inspiration. This can be easily remedied. He stepped forward and pointed at the ginseng essence. In the next moment, to Li Xianbai's astonishment, the ginseng essence, which had seemed on the brink of death, suddenly sat upright. Simultaneously, it let out a clear, childlike wail, exclaiming, "It hurts so much." Chapter 113. Once you cultivate successfully, you can refine medicine. A moment later, Li Xianbai, still bearing the shock on his face, followed closely behind Yu Qing. Indeed, there were now two figures before him, one being Yu Qing and the other a child. A child, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old, with a plump physique and a head full of lush, verdant hair, followed closely at Yu Qing's feet, a look of trepidation still etched upon his face. This child was none other than the ginseng spirit who had just awakened to consciousness after Yu Qing's alchemical touch transformed him from a mere root into this present form. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Qing seized the little spirit and gave him a sound thrashing, followed by a set of cultivation insights to guide his training. Train diligently. Do you understand? Once you have perfected your skills, I shall employ you for alchemical purposes. Do not disappoint me. Yu Qing gently patted the round head of the ginseng spirit, contemplating. Yes, you shall have a name. Let's call you Shao Can. Thank you, Master, for the name, Shao Can. The ginseng spirit, no longer just a root, wore a grimace on his chubby face that was more pitiful than a cry. To be used for potion making upon achieving mastery? He wished he had never been granted sentience at all. At that moment, Yu Qing casually plucked a hair from the top of Shao Can's head, regarding it with a twinge of regret. What a shame to waste such fine ginseng whiskers. Shao Can trembled, cradling his head with tearful eyes. This vibrant green hair was a manifestation of his ginseng whiskers. Thus, the act of plucking even one strand was excruciating for him. The green hue was a testament to the impurities and toxins accumulated within. To Li Xianbai, this scene unfolded like a dream. It was one thing to encounter formidable beings, as he hailed from the prison sky domain and had witnessed countless strong practitioners. However, Yu Qing's effortless gesture that catalyzed the millennium-old ginseng spirit into human form was far beyond his comprehension. In that moment, Yu Qing appeared unfathomable to Li Xianbai. The most striking change was that he no longer dared to address Yu Qing as a peer. The thought of having previously considered taking him as a disciple filled Li Xianbai with a sense of absurdity. Fortuitously, he had refrained from voicing such thoughts. Otherwise, he would have faced great humiliation. After enlightening Shao Can, Yu Qing did not depart, but instead invited Li Xianbai to continue exploring deeper into the secret realm. At the valley's end, where the medicinal garden lay, there was a basin encircled by mountains, with a rocky hill in its center. A staircase wound its way up from the foot of the hill, leading to a stone palace visible from afar atop the hill. It was evident that this stone edifice was the very heart of the secret realm. Along the way, Yu Qing inquired of Shao Can about the secrets of the realm. Although Shao Can had previously been somewhat dim-witted and of low intelligence, he retained fragments of memory. Since gaining awareness, he had existed within this medicinal garden. Despite his youthful appearance, his actual age was likely hundreds of times greater than the combined ages of Yu Qing and Li Xianbai. In the earliest memories that lingered, a figure had frequently entered and exited the medicinal garden to care for them, and the flourishing Shao Can had received the most attention. Due to the passage of time, Shao can scarcely recall the exact features of the figure, whether male or female, young or old. The only vivid memory is of that individual frequently accompanied by a fearsome beast, whose presence left a deep impression on Shao Can. It is unknown when the figure ceased to appear. Thereafter, Shao Can continued to grow, eventually acquiring the ability to leave the earth and move by means of its tendrils. Following its instinct, it indulged abundantly in the medicinal garden, thriving as the entire secret realm transformed into its paradise. It meandered through the realm, devouring precious herbs and treasures. Yet the figure remained elusive. Yu Qing and Li Xianbai speculated that this shadow was likely the master of the secret realm, though it was uncertain whether he had departed or perished. Aside from Shao Can, there were originally numerous other beastly entities in this secret realm. Some of these beings were quite powerful, and Shao Can initially stood no chance against them. However, after consuming a portion of Shao Can, they dropped dead on the spot, inadvertently becoming nourishment for it. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. Indeed, it seemed that Li Xianbai was correct. This ginseng spirit had gone awry, transforming into a toxic variant. The master of the secret realm was no insignificant figure, and the creatures he had allowed to remain here were likely formidable as well. Yet they were all poisoned to death by Shao Can years ago. Who could fathom the extent of its toxicity now? As time progressed, Shao Qing grew to such a size that even without its poison, no creature within the realm could rival it, allowing it to roam freely and unchecked. However, there was one particular area that Shao Qing dared not approach, the stone mountain at the center of the secret realm. Shao Qing recounted its earlier attempts to draw near the mountain. Upon reaching its base, it sensed a familiar aura emanating from the grand hall at the peak. This aura belonged to the beast that had frequently accompanied the shadow in the medicinal garden, back when Shao Qing was still rooted in the earth. It found that presence terrifying. Now, although it had not encountered the actual being, the aura emanating from it was infinitely more horrifying than before. Instinctively terrified, Shao Qing fled and never dared to approach again. Not long ago, it sensed a peculiar aura emanating from the direction of its birthplace, the valley's medicinal garden. Driven by instinct, it returned to this place and discovered a swirling entrance in the sky. Intrigued, Shao Qing lingered for a while, attempting to consume the vortex. Yet it was unsuccessful, as its tendrils could not penetrate it. Just moments ago, a life force unexpectedly emerged from the vortex, prompting Shao Qing to instinctively extend its tendril. And this time, it directly seized a person from within. Unsurprisingly, it was Li Xianbai. Upon hearing this, Li Xianbai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. No wonder he had such ill fortune. He had barely opened the door when he was captured. However, through Shao Qing's account, they gained insight into the affairs of the secret realm. The beastly aura it had sensed was likely one that had been tamed by the previous master of the realm. Atop the mountain, the Grand Hall likely served as the residence of the former master of this secret realm. It remains uncertain whether the master departed or perished. Yet the ferocious beasts he once tamed continue to guard the hall. If any treasures lie hidden within this secret realm aside from the precious herb, they must reside within the hall itself. As they spoke, the group arrived at the foot of the stone mountain. Along the way, they sensed numerous obstacles, detecting the presence of several ferocious beasts. However, upon catching a whiff of the precious herb emanating from their companion, these beasts fled in terror. It seems that the herb had long established its dominance in this realm, significantly alleviating their troubles. Gazing at the winding staircase leading to the summit, a hint of trepidation crossed the herb's plump visage. This is the place. The presence of that creature still lingers within. Chapter 114. The Winged Beast of Devouring Darkness. At this moment, the herb awakened its intelligence, exhibiting a heightened awareness compared to before. Yet, upon sensing the ominous presence, its fear intensified. The aura of that creature had grown more formidable over the years. Clearly, the passage of time had allowed not only the herb to flourish, but also its adversary. Li Xianbai's expression shifted. He had personally experienced the herb's prowess. If merely the aura could instill such dread in the herb, one could only imagine the terror of the being within the hall. However, a glance at Yu Qing reassured him. This individual possessed the power to wield the herb like a meteor hammer without a care. A true anomaly. Even now, he could not ascertain Yu Qing's realm. And coupled with the earlier feat of transmuting stone to gold, it left him feeling that Yu Qing was even more inscrutable than the elders of his own prison domain. As anticipated, Yu Qing maintained his composure, leading the herb up the steps. Li Xianbai followed closely behind. The stone mountain was not particularly high, and within half an hour, the trio reached the summit, arriving before the grand hall. Li Xianbai surveyed the hall, uttering a quiet expression of admiration. This hall was extraordinary. Its master must have been an exceptional figure. Yu Qing nodded in agreement. The entire structure of the hall appeared seamless, devoid of any signs of assembly, as if carved from the very mountain itself. While its exterior seemed unremarkable, both were masters of formation and restriction, able to discern that every part of the hall was laden with intricate wards. These wards appeared to be seamlessly integrated with the hall, as if they were naturally endowed. Rather than obstructing intruders, they seemed to serve as guardians of the hall itself. The level of restriction within the hall surpassed even that of the entrance to the outer secret realm. To illustrate the magnitude of this, Yu Qing had a 99.8 probability of perfectly deciphering the wards at the outer entrance, whereas his assurance for the hall's restrictions was merely 99. The chasm between them is all too apparent. A mere 1% risk, what distinguishes it from gambling with one's life? Fortunately, the entrance to this grand hall is not sealed by any prohibitions, sparing him the peril of deciphering it. Nonetheless, he pondered for a moment before giving a swift kick to the little ginseng, urging it to open the door. Although no barriers obstructed the entrance, one could never be certain that opening the door would not trigger some As a centuries-old ginseng spirit, its remarkable regenerative abilities were commendable. Though it could not assist in alchemy at present, it could still serve as a means to probe for traps. Rubbing its rear, the little ginseng hesitated to flee, ultimately approaching the door with a countenance of pure dismay. The towering entrance, several yards high, creaked ominously as it swung open. However, upon opening the door, there was an eerie silence. After a brief wait with no response from any barriers, Yu Qing leisurely strolled inside, hands clasped behind his back. The moment he crossed the threshold, his gaze sharpened. The interior of the hall was vast, reminiscent of a grand plaza. At the far end, several screens enclosed an area. Yet nothing was discernible within. Between the entrance and the screened-off section lay a colossal beast, resembling both a tiger and a leopard, its body shrouded in darkness accented by crimson markings, exuding a fierce and sinister aura. Most striking were the massive, bat-like wings that sprouted from its flanks. In terms of size, the beast was somewhat smaller than the little ginseng, which had yet to awaken its intelligence and assume a humanoid form. However, its menacing presence far surpassed that of the ginseng, as evidenced by the latter's pale visage and trembling form. The beast appeared to have been slumbering until the commotion caused by Yu Qing and his companions disturbed it. With a heavy exhalation from its nostrils, its enormous, serpent-like pupils, as red as lanterns, slowly opened, fixating on the unexpected visitors before it. The little ginseng's legs weakened, nearly causing it to collapse to the ground. It was indeed the same creature. It had grown considerably since their last encounter. Yu Qing gently patted its head, remarking, "You are likewise unchanged." At that moment, a voice filled with dread emanated from behind. The winged demon devourer. Yu Qing turned to see Li Xianbai, his face a mask of shock as he stared at the dark beast, exclaiming in astonishment, "This creature has yet to become extinct?" Yu Qing tilted his head, intrigued. "You recognize this beast?" Li Xianbai shook his head, clarifying, "Not personally, but I have heard of it. Senior, you should be aware that there exists a race of demons in this world." Yu Qing nodded, well aware, as he kept 4 monkeys in his courtyard. Li Xianbai spoke in a somber tone. The winged demon devourer was created in ancient times when the demon race fused their bloodline with a formidable beast. Their intention was to harness this creature as a steed to wage war against other races. Yet, it was unforeseen that, upon their emergence, their ferocity and strength would far exceed expectations, proving to be unmanageable, even turning their fangs against the demon race. Whether human, ferocious beast, or demon, none were spared from their insatiable hunger. Coupled with their pair of ominous wings, which unfurled with the speed of lightning, few could escape their relentless pursuit, thus earning them this name. When they first appeared, they caused considerable devastation, ultimately leading to their extermination through the combined efforts of humanity and the demon race. It is astonishing that one still remains here. The master of this secret realm possesses unimaginable prowess to tame the ferocious winged demon beast. As the conversation unfolded, the beast began to shake its head, gradually rising to its feet. It seemed to have been in slumber for an extended period, momentarily disoriented. However, once it regained its senses and discerned the presence of the 3 individuals, a low growl emanated from its throat, revealing a glimmer of insatiable greed for flesh within its blood-red, slit-like eyes. With its master absent, its ferocity remained untamed. In the next instant, the ferocious winged demon beast lunged forward with unparalleled ferocity, charging towards the trio. Li Xianbai exclaimed in alarm, "Be cautious. This ferocious winged demon beast appears to be of mature age. Such a creature, once grown, is formidable even against the pinnacle of Chaos Realm practitioners." He spoke of the pinnacle of Chaos Realm because he himself was a practitioner of the same level. In a land where even those of the Divine Power Realm were scarce, the cultivation of the Chaos Realm was already sufficient to dominate. Yet unexpectedly, within a single day, he had encountered both a ginseng spirit capable of overpowering him and an ancient monstrosity that could treat Chaos Realm experts as mere fodder. At that moment, Li Xianbai's confidence was severely shaken. However, his tribulations had only just begun. In the next moment, he witnessed Yu Qing leap into the air and deliver a swift kick. The ferocious winged demon beast was sent flying back at a speed even greater than its initial charge. Chapter 115, Aminos. A thunderous roar echoed through the hall. The massive form of the ferocious winged demon beast crashed violently against the wall on the opposite side of the grand hall. Intricate, previously invisible patterns emerged, glowing brightly. The protective array of the hall had been activated. As the array triggered, a violent rebounding force surged forth, sending the ferocious winged demon beast hurtling back. It's back? Just as Yu Qing had kicked the beast away, he noticed it returning with bared fangs and claws, howling as it flew back. Frowning, he lifted his leg for another kick, and once again, the beast was sent flying. Boom! As its colossal frame collided with the palace wall, the array activated once more, and it flew back yet again. Boom! With another kick from Yu Qing, it soared back. Then, under the astonished gaze of Li Xianbai, the ferocious winged demon beast transformed into a massive ball, being kicked back and forth by Yu Qing in the air of the grand hall. There was no room for retaliation. He could only struggle helplessly in the air. Li Xianbai was utterly dumbfounded. As a prominent figure within the prison sky domain, he considered his own knowledge to be extensive. Yet, the events of today repeatedly surpassed his imagination. The fierce winged demon beast was, in ancient times, a nightmarish existence shared by both demons and humans alike. Even when besieging this ferocious creature, former mortal enemies, the humans and demons, had to temporarily set aside their conflicts to unite against it, a testament to its terrifying nature. Within his domain, there was an elder whose innate treasure was crafted from the skull of a young fierce winged demon beast, a fact he took great pride in. Now, however, an adult fierce winged demon beast was being kicked around like a ball before him. Who was this person? How could such formidable beings emerge from a mere wasteland? While Li Xianbai was in a daze, Shaoqin was equally taken aback. Yet, amidst his astonishment, there was a hint of admiration in his gaze directed at Yu Qing. This fierce winged demon beast had cast a shadow over him since he was buried in the earth, and for many years afterward. He had not dared to approach this area, highlighting his fear. Now, however, Yu Qing was effortlessly shattering the very shadow that haunted him. Observing from behind, he even began to clap his chubby hands and cheer aloud. Yu Qing, too, was enjoying the moment. Although he had yet to exert his full strength, the fierce winged demon beast proved to be remarkably resilient, enduring the kicks with surprising tenacity. Encountering such a sturdy opponent, he momentarily indulged in the play. Initially, the creature struggled and roared, but gradually, its roars diminished, and its struggles became increasingly feeble. Eventually, the roars transformed into mournful howls, until it could no longer vocalize at all. Only then did Yu Qing cease his kicks, observing the fierce winged demon beast, which lay heavily on the ground, motionless like a puddle of mud, and furrowed his brow. Oh dear, it seems I may have overdone it. He approached and gave it a gentle kick, shrugging his shoulders. No breath left. It appeared that his earlier excitement had led him to apply a bit more force than intended. What a pity. According to Li Xianbai, such creatures were quite rare, seemingly on the brink of extinction. However, he pondered whether this beast could be utilized for alchemical purposes. If so, even its corpse could prove useful, making the encounter worthwhile. Little did he know, if the fierce winged demon beast were aware of Yu Qing's intentions, it might have unequivocally expressed its sentiments with a single phrase, aminos. Yu Qing stored the lifeless body of the fierce winged demon beast in his storage ring and returned to the still-dazed Li Xianbai, shaking his hand. What are you dawdling for? Come, let us see what treasures the master of this secret realm has left behind. Li Xianbai finally regained his senses, swallowing hard as he gazed at Yu Qing with an expression now dominated by awe. This being was undoubtedly a formidable entity, one who resided above the chaotic realm. Such a being, even in the current confines of the prison sky domain, was singular. The unexpected encounter with such an existence left him astounded, especially considering his earlier presumption of wanting to take this person as his disciple. At this thought, he suddenly stiffened. He had previously acted with undue cleverness, transmitting Yu Qing's information back to the prison sky domain. What to do now? With a complex expression, Li Xianbai followed Yu Qing through the grand hall and arrived at a section encircled by screens. This place appeared to be where the master of the secret realm resided during his lifetime. In the center lay a meditation mat, upon which rested a mirror and a tome. Additionally, there was a table beside it, adorned with a brush and an inkstone. Beyond that, there was nothing else of note. Yu Qing, upon observing the sparse surroundings, felt a tinge of disappointment. Was this all there was? The Secret Realm Master seemed to have lived a rather simple life here. Nevertheless, with the mindset that he had come this far, Yu Qing waved his hand and collected all the items, including the table and the meditation mat, intending to examine them later. Just as he prepared to turn around and search for any other treasure-like locations, the entire hall suddenly trembled. Yu Qing sensed something and lowered his head. Li Xianbai followed suit and gasped in surprise. Was this a formation? Indeed, beneath their feet, intricate and profound patterns of a formation illuminated the ground. It was unmistakably a grand array. However, rather than sensing any danger emanating from it, they instead felt a series of spatial fluctuations, reminiscent of the earlier appearance of the secret realm's entrance from the void. Senior Yu, this is a teleportation array. Li Xianbai, who was also adept in formations, quickly reacted and exclaimed. Yu Qing, having sensed it even earlier, remained composed and nodded slightly. I am aware. Let us see where it will take us. He understood that this secret realm was surely not as simple as it appeared. The absence of the secret realm master's presence suggested that this teleportation array might lead to the master's location. In the next moment, the grand array blazed with light. And amidst the dazzling brilliance, the figures of Yu Qing, Li Xianbai, and Shao Can vanished within the formation. Simultaneously, beyond the endless mountains and rivers. At the center of this realm, on the outskirts of the prison sky domain, at the back mountain of the Zihe sect, several figures observed with solemn expressions. Enveloped in a tense atmosphere, as they gazed at a towering altar, crafted entirely from azure jade and exuding an air of mysterious antiquity. At this moment, around the altar, led by the sect master, a total of 15 elders were arranged according to the 16 directional positions, channeling their life as energy to activate the formation. Under the intense gaze of the onlookers, a brilliant pillar of light suddenly erupted from the center of the formation, soaring into the sky. Chapter 116. Has it come to life? Success. At the moment the pillar ascended, the intricate symbols of the grand array illuminated in tandem. And so did the eyes of the sect master, Zi Changquan. At last, it has been achieved. Not only Zi Changquan, but all the senior members of the Purple River sect were visibly moved, with some even shedding tears of joy. It is real. The legacy left by our ancestor truly exists. This is the salvation for our Purple River sect. With the contingency plan bestowed by our ancestor, we shall surely overcome this calamity. As the crowd watched with bated breath, the silhouettes of three figures gradually emerged from within the pillar of light. The once exuberant Zi Changquan suddenly froze, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Something felt amiss. There were three figures? This did not align with the records. According to the accounts, the ancestral rites performed at this altar should summon the guardian spirit beasts left behind by the ancestor for the Purple River sect. Although these guardian beasts possessed immeasurable power, they were exceedingly difficult to control. Moreover, the summoning ritual required a tremendous cost and posed great challenges. The Purple River sect had attempted this several times in the past, all ending in failure. Over a millennium had passed without a single successful invocation, reducing it to mere legend. However, this time, facing dire straits and the imminent doom of their sect, which had exceeded their coping limits, an elder of considerable age recalled this legend and proposed a trial. Under normal circumstances, Zi Changquan would have vehemently opposed such a notion. Yet, with the Purple River sect at the brink of despair, any semblance of hope was worth grasping. Thus, he resolved to pool the remaining resources of the sect and perform the ritual. Who could have anticipated that it would truly succeed this time? Where were the guardian spirit beasts? Why were there human figures instead? And three of them at that? This was most peculiar. The other members also sensed the anomaly, and the cheers began to dwindle. As the pillar of light gradually dissipated, three figures stepped forth from its glow. They were none other than Yu Qing, Li Xianbai, and Shao Can. No, rather two individuals, and one that appeared to be a mere assistant. Where's this place? Yu Qing, hands clasped behind his back, scanned the surroundings with a calm gaze. He felt no sense of threat. However, the environment clearly did not resemble another secret realm, nor did it seem like the abode of the realm's master. Li Xianbai beside him uttered a soft exclamation, seemingly surprised. What is it? Yu Qing inquired, noticing the unusual expression on his face. Li Xianbai furrowed his brow and remarked, though I am uncertain of our current location, it appears to be in close proximity to the prison sky domain. Prison sky domain. This was the first time Yu Qing had heard this name. Li Xianbai elaborated. The 36 domains of Yundong, including the wasteland, all fall under the jurisdiction of the prison sky domain. I am one of the wanderers beyond its borders. Yu Qing understood that there was more to the wasteland than meets the eye and recognized that Li Xianbai was likely of considerable origin. Now, he grasped the extent of his background. Guardian spirit beast? At that moment, a cautious voice interrupted. The two turned to see a middle-aged man clad in a purple-golden robe, gazing at the trio with uncertainty. His eyes shifted from Yu Qing to Li Xianbai, and then to Shao Kan, whereupon his gaze sharpened. It was not that he had discerned Shao Kan's true form, but rather that compared to Yu Qing and Li Xianbai, Shao Kan's aura was distinctly non-human, suggesting he was something other than a mere mortal. This revelation piqued the interest of Zichang Chuan. If one among them was not human, perhaps the other two were also not. Could it be that the guardian spirit beasts had attained sentience and taken human form? As for the presence of three, it was entirely plausible. The lingering messages had indicated the existence of guardian spirit beasts, without stipulating a solitary entity. Yu Qing frowned and inquired, "Who are you addressing?" The others, too, scrutinized the trio on the altar with astonishment, murmuring among themselves. Zichang Chuan gritted his teeth and raised a token in his hand. "We are the descendants of the purple cloud ancestor, honoring the legacy of our forebear. The decree of the ancestor is upon us. Guardian spirit beasts, heed my command." It was said that guardian spirit beasts were ferocious in nature, which is why the ancestor had left behind a ritual alongside a decree, passed down through generations of the Purple River sect. To witness the decree was akin to witnessing the ancestor himself. With this command, one could exert a measure of control over the guardian spirit beasts, thereby averting self-harm. Then, he noticed Yu Qing looking at him as if he were a fool. "Who are you speaking to?" Zichang Chuan's heart sank. Why was it ineffective? Had he made a mistake? Were these three not guardian spirit beasts? If they were not, how could they have appeared at the altar of the Purple River sect, within the ritual left by the ancestor? This ritual was said to point towards the ancestor's celestial palace. How could it be erroneous? While he was engulfed in uncertainty, Li Xianbai had already come to a realization and communicated telepathically with Yu Qing. "Senior, observe the symbols on this altar. They bear a striking resemblance to those in the grand hall of the previous secret realm, likely crafted by the same hand. This place seems to belong to a certain sect, presumably linked to the master of that secret realm." Yu Qing nodded, having discerned the same. In truth, he had little desire for the treasures of the secret realm, as he lacked for nothing. However, prior to the opening of this secret realm, he had sensed a vague yearning, as if there were something within that he desperately needed. Upon entering the secret realm, aside from acquiring a ginseng essence, having inadvertently slain a ferocious beast while playing ball in the grand hall, and gathering a few mundane items, Yu Qing found himself bereft of the coveted treasure he so earnestly sought. It now appeared that this coveted artifact might indeed reside within these walls, within this sect. Just as he pondered this, a youth clad in disciple robes, his face a mask of panic, stumbled toward him. "Sectmaster, elders, this is dire news. The people from Tianhui sect have arrived." Before he could finish his sentence, his complexion turned pale, and he spat a mouthful of blood, evidently injured by an unseen assailant. Zichang Chuan's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly moved forward to support the youth, his mind scanning the surroundings, anger flashing in his eyes. "How could they have inflicted such harm upon you?" At that moment, a deep, commanding voice resonated from the distant front mountain, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Zichang Chuan, come forth. Today marks your final deadline. If you do not surrender the item and make your choice, today shall witness the downfall of your Zai sect." Instantly, the crowd became agitated, a wave of unease sweeping through them. "It is indeed Tianhui sect that has come to our doorstep. What shall we do? Are those three truly the protective spirit beasts? With our current strength, how can we possibly contend with Tianhui sect?" At this juncture, a look of conflict crossed Zichang Chuan's visage. He cast a glance at Yu Qing and the others on the sacrificial altar, and suddenly stepped forward, kneeling before the altar. Zai sect's junior disciple Zichang Chuan pays homage to the ancestor. His voice echoed throughout the valley. In that moment, all present around the sacrificial altar were rendered speechless. Even Yu Qing was taken aback. "Ancestor, just moments ago, weren't they referring to him as a protective spirit beast? How has he now become an ancestor?" Simultaneously, within the grand hall of Zai sect's front mountain, a group of individuals brazenly intruded. Each emanated a formidable aura, led by a robust, square-jawed middle-aged man exuding an air of menace. Anyone who dared to obstruct their advance was met with merciless blows, leaving them injured or incapacitated. Zichang Chuan, how shameful it is for you, the esteemed sect master, to cower like a turtle, the middle-aged man taunted. At that very moment, Zichang Chuan's voice echoed from the rear mountain. Pay homage to the ancestor. Long live the ancestor. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. Ancestor? Since when did Zai Sect possess an ancestor? Their audacity stemmed from a thorough understanding of Zai Sect's strength, knowing full well there was no room for resistance. Yet now, an unexpected ancestor had emerged. One of his disciples then interjected, Great Protector, don't forget that Zai Sect has indeed mentioned an ancestor, frequently referenced. The middle-aged man finally processed this revelation, furrowing his brow. What nonsense is this? They speak of the founding ancestor of Zai Sect, a figure from millennia ago. How could that ancestor possibly still be alive? The sects capable of establishing roots in the prison sky realm, even those on the periphery, possess remarkable histories. Although the Purple River sect appears to be in decline today, it is, in fact, an ancient sect with a long-standing legacy. It is said that its founding ancestor, the venerable ancestor Ziyun, was an unparalleled powerhouse who once roamed the entirety of the Eastern Cloud's 36 realms, commanding respect even from the reclusive strongmen of the prison sky realm. At its zenith, the Purple River sect was considered the foremost sect in the Eastern Cloud. However, one day, this esteemed ancestor Ziyun, along with several top-tier experts from within the sect, mysteriously vanished. Since that fateful day, the Purple River sect has suffered a precipitous decline, struggling for survival over the past several millennia, to the extent that it barely maintains its presence even on the outskirts of the prison sky realm. Were it not for this, they would not have been overshadowed by the Heavenly Radiance sect. Now, as Purple Changchuan raises a query about the ancestor, a disciple scratches his head in confusion. Did they not always say that the ancestor merely went missing and did not perish, and that one day he would return? The middle-aged man, exasperated, smacks the disciple on the head, nearly laughing in disbelief. This is not merely a matter of a century or two, nor even a millennium or two. From the moment ancestor Ziyun first made his name, over 10,000 years have passed. Even those at the sacred realm cannot live that long. Humph, this is nothing but a charade. Are they trying to deceive us? The middle-aged man casts a cold glance toward the direction of the back mountain. Regardless of the tricks being played, if I do not obtain what I seek today, I will ensure that not a single being remains in the Purple River sect. With a wave of his hand, he commands, let us proceed to the back mountain. No ancestor can save them today, not even the Heavenly King himself. A group of individuals forcefully breaks open the side door of the Great Hall, charging fiercely toward the back mountain. Meanwhile, at the back mountain of the Purple River sect, the crowd remains stunned by Purple Changchuan's actions. What is happening? Who are you referring to as the ancestor? Purple Changchuan raises his head, surveying the crowd before proclaiming aloud, have you all forgotten? The ancestor did not perish, but mysteriously vanished. For thousands of years, a saying has been passed down through generations in our Purple River sect. The ancestor does not die. He merely drifts away with the wind. One day, Ancestor Ziyun shall return like lightning. This proclamation strikes the crowd like a bolt from the blue, echoing above their heads. All disciples of the Purple River sect have heard this saying since childhood. How could they not recognize it? Purple Changchuan continues, this altar is left by the ancestor, leading directly to the ancestor's celestial palace. We, the descendants of the Purple River sect, with our heartfelt intentions, have summoned this presence. It cannot be a guardian spirit beast. Who else could it be but the ancestor? The crowd suddenly comprehends. Indeed, the three individuals do not resemble guardian spirit beasts at all. Could it truly be the ancestor? But which one of the ancestors could it be? There are three people on the platform. Meanwhile, Yu Qing and Li Xianbai on the altar are equally bewildered. As they entered a secret realm, how could they have transformed into the ancestors of others? However, Li Xianbai quickly grasped the situation and spoke up, Senior, could the purple cloud ancestor they mentioned be the master of this secret realm? Yu Qing nodded and, with a flick of his wrist, produced a bronze mirror and a book that he had just acquired within the secret realm. The front of the mirror appeared unblemished, yet the back displayed a distinct relief of the character cloud amidst intricate patterns. Meanwhile, the cover of the book bore the four prominent characters, Purple Cloud Memoir. It was almost certain that the ancestor of this sect was indeed the master of the secret realm. Hence, they had mistaken themselves and their companions, emerging from the secret realm as the master and ancestors of the realm. However, the true master of the secret realm was neither present within it nor in this sect. What, then, was the alluring entity that Yu Qing had sensed earlier? His gaze shifted to the individuals before him, realizing that to uncover the clues, he would need to delve deeper into the affairs of the Purple River sect. Just as he prepared to descend from the altar to inquire, a chilling voice interrupted. So, you are all here. A formidable and aggressive aura emanated from the entrance of the back mountain. A middle-aged man from the Tianhui sect strode in with an air of arrogance, leading a group behind him. Zi Changchuan's gaze fell upon the man. His teeth clenched in anger. It's you, Ho Yinrong. This man was the grand protector of the Tianhui sect, the leader spearheading the oppression of the Purple River sect. He was immensely powerful and notoriously ruthless. In previous conflicts, several strong members of the Purple River sect had suffered injuries or even death at his hands. Even Zi Changchuan had been defeated in combat against him, narrowly escaping severe injury. This is the forbidden area of our Purple River sect. What are your intentions in barging in here? An elder shouted sternly. Ho Yinrong's fierce gaze swept across the surroundings, and with a cold laugh, he suddenly struck out, sending the elder flying with a single palm. Forbidden area? Don't make me laugh. I dare to trespass even on your bed. What can you do to me? Today, if you do not surrender your treasures, the entire Purple River sect shall be reduced to ashes, let alone a mere forbidden area. Zi Changchuan, do you think you can escape by putting on this charade? Zi Changchuan's expression stiffened. Then he angrily retorted, you can forget about it. That treasure was left by our sect's ancestor. Even if the Purple River sect perishes, you shall not lay your hands on it. Besides, with our ancestor present today, who will ultimately meet their end remains uncertain. Chapter 118. The Red Cloud Ancestor. Ancestor? Ho Yinrong turned, his cold gaze fixing upon the three individuals on the platform, ultimately centering on Yu Qing, the apparent leader among them. A mocking expression crept across his face as he burst into laughter. Zi Changchuan, have you truly reached the end of your wits, seeking out this wet-behind-the-ears lad to impersonate an ancestor? Zi Changchuan found himself in a dire predicament. The Zai sect had fallen into a state of severe decline. Throughout the entirety of the sect, few formidable individuals remained worthy of commendation. The disparity with the Tianhui sect was insurmountable. The latter required no full-scale mobilization, sending merely a formidable guardian, Ho Yinrong, who could easily suppress them. Zi Changchuan understood that the threat of annihilation unless they surrendered their treasures was not a mere bluff. The Tianhui sect was notorious for such ruthless tactics. Thus, if he failed to devise a counter-strategy, today would mark the end of the Zai sect's lineage. At this moment, the only glimmer of hope lay with the three individuals upon the altar before him. Though they did not appear to be guardian spirit beasts, they had been summoned from the ancestral altar of the Zai sect, a ritual passed down by their forebears. It was highly likely that they were connected to the ancestors. He decided to take a gamble. If they were indeed related to their progenitor, they would not idly watch the Zai sect perish. Regardless of the potential repercussions that might ensue, he had to navigate this immediate crisis. Otherwise, there would be no future to speak of. With this thought in mind, Zi Changchuan gritted his teeth and proclaimed, audacious. The Zai sect has long upheld the adage that the ancestors shall return like lightning. Undoubtedly, you are the founder of our Zai sect. Ho Yinrong, how dare you, a mere guardian of the Tianhui sect, brazenly utter such words in the presence of our ancestor? What punishment do you deserve? Ho Yinrong paused, momentarily taken aback. Zi Changchuan's vehement tone suggested a surprising level of conviction. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he cast another glance at the three figures on the altar, particularly focusing on the remarkably youthful visage of Yu Qing. Doubts evaporated from his mind. What a jest! This lad appears to be under 50. How could he possibly be the revered ancestor Ziyun? While one's cultivation could alter appearances at will, if ancestor Ziyun were indeed alive, he would be over 10,000 years old. How could he still look like this? Convinced that Zi Changchuan was merely posturing, Ho Yinrong's confidence surged, and he resumed his cold smirk as he advanced toward the altar. So, you are the celebrated ancestor Ziyun? Today, I shall eradicate your descendants and obliterate your sect. Do you have anything to say? At this moment, the three individuals on the altar exchanged glances. Two of them, aside from the newly awakened Shao Kan, who was somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events, had already discerned the situation at hand and comprehended the general circumstances. This is tedious. Sect disputes do not warrant our intervention. Senior Yu Qing, let us depart. I recognize this place. We are at the southeastern outskirts of the prisoning heaven domain. I am grateful for your prior assistance in the secret realm, and now that we are in my domain, I shall ensure you are well entertained. Li Xianbai conveyed telepathically to Yu Qing. The Zai sect had deteriorated into a minor sect, thus Li Xianbai had never heard of it. On this day, the Tianhui sect held a certain degree of renown among the sects surrounding the prison sky domain. Thus Li Xianbai immediately recognized their location. Although he was somewhat astonished that they had been transported from the desolate secret realm to the outskirts of the prison sky domain. His esteemed status within the domain rendered him dismissive of these peripheral sections. He had no intention of entertaining the grandiose ambitions of Zi Changchuan, who sought to leverage the situation for his own gain. However, Yu Qing remained still, observing with keen interest. From their earlier conversation, Yu Qing had gleaned that the Tianhui sect sought a particular treasure belonging to the Zai sect, a relic bequeathed by the founding ancestor, Ancestor Ziyun. It now appeared that the master of the secret realm was indeed Ancestor Ziyun. Thus, the object that resonated with Yu Qing, if it were not within the secret realm, might very well be this treasure from the Zai sect or something related to it. Though he understood Zi Changchuan's intentions, he pondered the implications. Meanwhile, Ho Yinrong of the Tianhui sect approached the altar, intent on humiliating the Zai sect. He taunted, "Tell me, venerable ancestor, if you are afraid. I could spare your life and allow you to witness your disciples meet their demise at our hands. How does that sound?" In the next moment, a smirk appeared on Yu Qing's lips. Ancestor Ziyun was no longer present. At this pronouncement, despair washed over the faces of the Zai sect members. They had never truly believed that the youth on the altar was indeed their ancestor, and seeing Ho Yinrong's demeanor, which lacked any hint of fear, made it evident that he too was unconvinced. It seemed that the Zai sect was doomed today. Zi Changchuan's heart quivered, and he helplessly closed his eyes. Yet, Yu Qing's tone shifted, for Ancestor Ziyun was but a relic of the past. With hands clasped behind his back, he slowly approached the altar's edge, gazing down at the assembly. "I prefer the color red," he declared. "Thus, I shall now be known as Ancestor Hongyun." The crowd fell into stunned silence. Ho Yinrong, furious and humiliated, retorted, "You insolent wretch, are you mocking me?" Yu Qing responded with a calm smile. "Do you not think this place could use a touch of red?" With a gentle flourish, a gleaming blade materialized in his hand. "Allow me to assist." As the words left his lips, he swung the blade with a swift motion. The brilliant yet chilling light of the blade sliced through the air, passing perilously close to Ho Yinrong's left side. It was only a moment later that Ho Yinrong regained his senses, horror dawning upon him as he turned sharply. What he beheld were 7 or 8 severed heads soaring into the sky. In the next instant, a crimson fountain erupted, spraying blood into the air, transforming it into a rain of red. The onlookers, all practitioners, possessed vitality far superior to that of ordinary humans. Thus, the sudden decapitations resulted in a towering spout of blood, akin to several blood trees sprouting from the ground, their branches splayed wide. Concurrently, Yu Qing's voice rang out once more, "A red fountain is indeed a sight to behold, would you not agree?" Ho Yinrong felt a chilling sensation enveloping him. His complexion drastically altered. The strike had been executed with such swiftness and terror that he scarcely had time to react. In that singular moment, he discerned that the prowess of the individual before him was undoubtedly far superior to his own. Could this person truly be the return of the revered Ancestor Ziyun? This fleeting thought flickered through his mind, yet it seemed increasingly irrelevant. His next instinct was to flee. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed towards the entrance of the valley, disregarding the few remaining disciples at his side. However, as he glanced back, he was met with the sight of Yu Qing, who had just been on the altar, now calmly standing behind him, observing him with an untroubled demeanor. Ho Yinrong hadn't even comprehended when Yu Qing had descended. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Yu Qing raised his blade once more. Another strike ensued. This time, the target was not Ho Yinrong, but rather another disciple beside Yu Qing, who had yet to react. With a sickening thud, a head soared into the air, accompanied by a crimson fountain that erupted upward. Under Ho Yinrong's horrified gaze, Yu Qing lifted his blade again, and another fountain burst forth. These disciples were formidable practitioners of the Tianhui sect, capable of commanding respect in any arena. Otherwise, Hou Yinrong would not have brought them along. After all, he had come today with the intent to obliterate the Zai sect, irrespective of whether they intended to negotiate. Yet, with each stroke of Yu Qing's blade, heads flew from their bodies, and not a single person managed to react or escape even a single step, let alone mount a counterattack. The ease with which it was executed was akin to slicing through vegetables, swift and decisive. In truth, Yu Qing relished this sensation, which is why he favored wielding a blade. Given his current strength, the distinction between using a weapon or not was minimal. However, employing a blade ensured a clean and efficient outcome. Otherwise, a mere slap might not suffice to deliver a fatal blow, and should he exert a little more force, it could result in a gruesome mess of blood and entrails. An unpleasant sight that would complicate the aftermath. Of course, he could apply even greater force to reduce his opponents to mere ashes. But that would likely annihilate everything in the vicinity as well. This was not due to a lack of control over his power, but rather a consequence of his inability to discern the true level of his opponent's strength, making it difficult to gauge the appropriate amount of force required. It was akin to confronting a ball. If one could not ascertain whether it was a rubber ball or a balloon, how could one possibly regulate the force to puncture it without causing it to burst? Thus, wielding a blade proved to be more convenient, regardless of strength. A decisive cut would suffice. As if strolling leisurely, the disciples brought by Hou Yinrong were swiftly reduced to a sea of headless corpses. Not only was Hou Yinrong stunned, but even the members of the Zai sect stood in disbelief, a chill creeping into their hearts. Hou Yinrong's visage turned as pale as death, especially when Yu Qing casually dispatched the last of his disciples, creating yet another sanguine fountain, before turning to face him. The swiftness of it all was startling. Hou Yinrong fell to his knees, trembling, and pleaded for mercy. I meant no offense. I was unaware of your esteemed identity. I beg for your forgiveness. At that moment, he had begun to believe that Yu Qing was indeed the revered ancestor. However, whether it was true or not had become inconsequential. What mattered was that the young man before him, wielding a gleaming blade, possessed the power to easily dictate his fate. Unaware of my identity, Yu Qing tilted his head and chuckled. Did you not hear what I just said? Your ignorance stems not from a lack of knowledge, but from disbelief. As his words fell, Yu Qing raised his blade once more. Overwhelmed by fear, Hou Yinrong instinctively cried out, You cannot kill me. I am the grand protector of the Tianhui sect. If you slay me, the Tianhui sect will not let this go unpunished. Before he could finish his desperate plea, a flash of cold steel illuminated the air, and another head soared into the sky, accompanied by the blossoming of blood. This time, the blood tree that emerged was grander and taller than before. Silence enveloped the scene. The members of the Purple River sect gaped in disbelief, scarcely daring to breathe. Just moments ago, that grand protector of the Tianhui sect, a formidable figure known throughout the outskirts of the prison sky domain, along with a dozen other powerful allies, had been effortlessly dispatched by this seemingly unremarkable young man, as if he were merely chopping vegetables. The sheer strength and ruthless decisiveness exhibited by the youth were enough to instill terror in their hearts. And this young man claimed to be the Red Cloud ancestor? Could it truly be that their long-lost ancestor, who had vanished for millennia, had returned? At that moment, a voice broke the stillness. Zhi Changquan, with great resolve, stepped forward and knelt before Yu Qing, pressing his forehead to the ground. Disciple Zhi Changquan pays homage to the ancestor. The ancestor displays great prowess by vanquishing the vile thieves. Your disciple submits. The others, finally regaining their senses, quickly followed suit, kneeling and exclaiming in unison. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Zhi Changquan remained prostrate before Yu Qing, not daring to draw a breath. The blade hovered perilously close, mere feet from his head, its intimidating sharpness palpable. According to legend, their ancestor never wielded a blade. Anxiety coursed through Zhi Changquan's heart, but in the next moment, he saw Yu Qing smile gently and sheath his sword. Rise. At that instant, the weight that had hung over him was finally lifted. Simultaneously, Zhi Changquan made a pivotal decision. After millennia of decline, the Purple River sect had erupted today with astonishing news. The legendary founder, the Purple Cloud ancestor, had re-emerged after thousands of years, now known as the Red Cloud ancestor, and had decisively executed the grand protector of the Tianhui sect along with a host of others. The Tianhui sect, enraged, vowed to make the Purple River sect pay dearly, threatening total annihilation. This news was monumental and quickly spread throughout the southeastern region of the Prison Sky domain, igniting fervent discussions among countless individuals. Have you heard? The revered founder of the Zai sect has emerged. What? The legendary Ziyun ancestor? Surely that is a mere fabrication of their imagination. No, the Ziyun ancestor indeed existed. A formidable force who roamed the earth a millennium ago. A millennium? Surely you jest. How could one from 1,000 years past still be alive today? What cultivation could sustain such existence? It is evidently a deception. Who would believe such a tale? It is difficult to ascertain. Yet rumors suggest that Ho Yinrong of the Tianhui sect has been slain. Is that true? The Ziyun ancestor has been deceased for millennia. It is implausible for him to still exist. Most likely, the Zai sect is merely trying to deceive us. Debates erupted everywhere regarding this matter. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Tianhui sect, a chilling voice echoed. The Ziyun ancestor? The Hanyan ancestor? Absurd. A figure from a millennium ago could not possibly survive to this day. Even a sage could not achieve such a feat. Another voice interjected. While that may be true, the one who could slay the protector, Ho, must possess exceptional capabilities. Unless he is truly a resurrected sage. Anyone who dares to kill a protector of the Tianhui sect shall find no refuge. This time, you and I shall take action personally. The Zai sect, a mere minor sect, has no right to possess such treasures. That item must be acquired. If we fail to obtain it, our fate will not be much better than that of Ho Yinrong. You must comprehend. After a brief silence, the other person replied, understood. Simultaneously, within the Zai sect, in the main hall of the front mountain, Yu Qing sat majestically in the main seat, facing the humble and compliant Ziconquan. Ancestor, now that you have returned, your treasures naturally belong to you once more. Chapter 119, I am the ancestor. As he spoke, Ziconquan presented a brocade box with both hands. Yu Qing did not immediately take it, but instead examined the box with keen interest. If I am not mistaken, this must be the item the Tianhui sect desires, yes? Ziconquan nodded. Indeed, this object is the treasured legacy of our Zai sect. It has long been our greatest secret, yet recently, for reasons unknown, it has come to the attention of the Tianhui sect. Initially, they sent envoys under the guise of negotiation, but when our disciples saw through their ruse and rejected them, they became furious, sending that Ho to wreak havoc within our sect, injuring and killing many disciples and elders, and leaving threats of extermination should we not surrender the treasure. With a bemused smile, Yu Qing remarked, the Tianhui sect desires it, yet you would rather face annihilation than relinquish it, and now you present it to me so readily? Do you truly consider me your ancestor? Yu Qing could not possibly be the Ziyun ancestor. Ziconquan was well aware of this, and Yu Qing knew that Ziconquan was aware. Yet Ziconquan's expression remained unwavering. The ancestor jests, since you have emerged from the altar and have rescued our Zai sect from the brink of ruin. Who else could you possibly be but the ancestor of our sect? This treasure originally belonged to the ancestor, and now that the ancestor has returned, it is only fitting that it be returned. However, the demise of a great protector from the Tianhui sect, coupled with the absence of the treasure, will undoubtedly incite their wrath. As a disciple, I do not dare to harbor excessive hopes. I merely wish that the ancestor might, in light of our filial piety as juniors and the lingering bond of the Dao lineage, grant us a single seed for the preservation of our Zai sect. That would suffice to satisfy my heart. Yu Qing gazed at Zi Changchuan, observing that although his countenance remained composed, his slightly trembling hands and the subtle ripples in his eyes betrayed the turmoil within. He understood Zi Changchuan's intent. Even though he knew Yu Qing was not the ancestor of Ziyun, it mattered little. As long as he could safeguard the Zai sect, he must be regarded as the ancestor. If Yu Qing were to accept this brocade box, it would signify his position as the ancestor of Zai sect. Naturally, Zi Changchuan dared not employ such tactics to entrap Yu Qing, for given Yu Qing's prowess, he could simply take the treasure and depart, leaving the Zai sect without recourse. Thus, he humbly implored that should the Tianhui sect seek vengeance, Yu Qing might, for the sake of the treasure, ensure the preservation of a sliver of their lineage. Yet, even this small request could not be demanded of Yu Qing. Zi Changchuan was, in essence, gambling, left with no other alternative, a choice born of desperation. As the leader of a sect, he had exhausted his efforts. Yu Qing lowered his gaze to the brocade box. although he could not see its contents. The faint sense of longing he had previously felt outside the secret realm returned, indicating its connection to that treasure. His thoughts stirred, a smile gracing his lips, and he reached out to accept the brocade box. You speak truly. This was indeed the possession of the ancestor. It merely returns to its rightful owner now. Yet, do not forget, Ziyun is a thing of the past. Presently, I find myself more inclined towards the crimson. Yu Qing had never been one to engage in underhanded acquisition. If this treasure belonged within the secret realm and its master had perished, it would be a masterless object. Should he take it, it would simply be his. Whether the Zai sect bore any connection to the secret realm's master, alive or dead, was of little consequence to him. However, since this item had become the property of the Zai sect, should he choose to take it, he would not do so without reciprocity. As a transaction, what harm would there be in acting as the ancestor, if only for a moment? Zi Changchuan trembled, a flicker of excitement and joy flashing in his eyes. And without a second thought, he prostrated himself upon the ground. Disciple obeys. From this moment forth, the ancestor shall be known as the Crimson Cloud Ancestor of our Zai sect. In the days that followed, the disciples of Zai sect received clear affirmation from their leader and elders. In that grand hall, the figure before them was indeed the ancestor of Zai sect. As for the transformation from Ziyun to Hanyun, and how the ancestor had survived until now, what did it matter? The ancestor was the ancestor. Why question further? Within the hall, after Zi Changchuan departed, Li Xianbai's figure appeared beside Yu Qing. Senior, have you decided to protect the Zai sect? Yu Qing remarked, in truth. There is no need for you to intervene. They are merely peripheral sections. If you wish to safeguard them, I can convey a few words on your behalf. As a traveler from beyond the realms, he held a status akin to that of a direct heir in the prison sky domain, a position of considerable esteem. Such trifles were hardly worth his attention. Yu Qing smiled slightly and replied, no matter, I find myself idle anyway. By the way, since we have arrived here, it seems we won't be returning to the wilderness anytime soon. Your little attendant and my disciples are still waiting outside the secret realm. We must inform them. Li Xianbai nodded and spoke, of course. I was just about to send word to Xiaoman. I couldn't communicate within the secret realm, but now that we are safe, we should let them know. Senior, would you like me to have them come over? Yu Qing contemplated whether to summon the Moshui courtyard to bring Xiao Li and the others. However, the distance from the prison sky domain to the wilderness was rather vast. Although the Moshui courtyard could fly, its speed was not particularly swift. It would likely take over a month to arrive. He might not even remain here for that long, and the back and forth seemed too troublesome, so he decided against it. Thus, he instructed Li Xianbai to send a message for everyone to return to the courtyard and focus on their cultivation. Once Li Xianbai departed, Yu Qing found himself alone and opened the brocade box before him. To his astonishment, nestled within was a crystal resembling amber, about the size of a human head. Within the translucent yellow crystal, something appeared to be encased, though it was obscured by the crystal itself. The moment he laid eyes on that object, Yu Qing felt a surge of desire, even more pronounced than before. Indeed, was it the contents within this crystal that resonated with me? With renewed vigor, Yu Qing began to examine the crystal. He could not discern the material of the crystal, and even with the application of his spiritual sense, he could not penetrate its surface. Infusing it with power yielded no response. It seemed that to access the contents within, he would have no choice but to break the crystal. Yu Qing drew his broadsword and struck down gently. To his surprise, the sword, which was virtually indestructible and could cleave through anything, left no mark on the crystal. This crystal was remarkably hard. Yu Qing was taken aback. He exerted more force, yet still could not break it. The hardness of this crystal exceeded his expectations. Up until now, he had not encountered an opponent that warranted an increase in his strength. Previously, while in the secret realm, he had not dared to exert too much force when kicking that fierce winged demon beast, yet it had still perished. The very nature of this crystal suggested that the master of the secret realm, namely the venerable Ziyun, was undoubtedly of a high caliber. It was even possible that, as legend had it, he was a sage. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qing reached out to grasp the crystal, channeling strength into his fingers. In an instant, the entire hall trembled faintly, and the crystal stone in hand emitted a series of crackling sounds. Yu Qing's thoughts were quite simple. If it could not be cleaved open, then it should be crushed directly. However, halfway through the process, As he noticed a slight fissure appearing on the surface of the crystal, an instinctive awareness gripped him, prompting him to halt abruptly. He furrowed his brow, not because he lacked the strength to proceed. He sensed that with just a bit more force, he could obliterate the crystal entirely. Yet, he feared that in shattering the crystal, the contained essence within would also be irreparably damaged. Similarly, even if he were to employ his broken sword to forcibly cleave the crystal, it would likely result in collateral harm to whatever lay within. This predicament left Yu Qing somewhat perplexed. He did not detect any prohibitions or restrictions upon the crystal, rendering him at a loss for a method to proceed. It seemed that the esteemed ancestor Ziyun had taken considerable precautions to safeguard this treasure. Nonetheless, there must be some means of unraveling the mystery. Yu Qing stroked his chin thoughtfully. If it could be inserted, then surely there existed a way to extract it. With this thought in mind, he called upon Zichang Chuan for counsel. Yet, Zichang Chuan merely shook his head. The ancestor, he coughed, did not leave behind any instructions on how to unlock this treasure. Over the millennia, the predecessors of the sect have endeavored to decipher its secrets, yet none have succeeded. Of course, it is not without merit. Records indicate that when one breaks through to the chaotic realm while wielding this treasure, it can accelerate their cultivation speed and enhance their comprehension of its power, thereby increasing their chances of advancement, a truly invaluable asset for cultivation. However, since your disappearance a millennium ago, the sect has gradually weakened, suffering grievously in a great battle 4,000 years prior, which claimed the lives of the then sect master and several elders. The loss of such formidable figures has rendered it impossible for any within the sect to break through to the chaotic realm since, thus diminishing the utility of this treasure. At this point, Zichang Chuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, as a once great sect that had produced saints, to find itself, after millennia of inheritance, devoid of anyone able to transcend the chaotic realm was indeed a source of shame. Nevertheless, Yu Qing remained unfazed by these reflections. His sole concern was how to unlock the crystal. Just then, Zichang Chuan recalled something and spoke. Speaking of which, there have been rumors within the sect that several millennia ago, the ancestor concealed his treasures within a secret realm. It is said that within it lies the method to open this treasure. The altar at the back mountain is rumored to lead to the ancestor's celestial palace secret realm. You three have returned from the altar. This could indeed be the reason Zichang Chuan is willing to offer the sect's treasure to Yu Qing as the ancestor. After all, they emerged from the altar. Even if he is not the founding ancestor himself, there must be some connection to him and the lineage of their Zai sect. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing's eyes brightened. Did he not retrieve several items from the secret realm? Among them is a volume known as the Purple Cloud Journal, which may contain crucial clues. After dismissing Zichang Chuan, Yu Qing took out the Purple Cloud Journal to peruse its contents. Indeed, the journal's owner was none other than the revered ancestor of Purple Cloud, the very creator of that secret realm. In his later years, the ancestor spent his time within that enigmatic domain. The journal resembles a casual diary, filled with a myriad of musings. It begins with his reminiscences from youth, recounting his exploits as he roamed the world. Hailing from the prison sky domain, the ancestor had traversed the globe. And while these tales bore little relevance to unlocking the crystal stone, Yu Qing found himself thoroughly engrossed. After all, having crossed into this era, he had spent most of his time in the southern frontier, possessing scant knowledge of the world beyond. Just as he became absorbed in reading, an unexpected commotion arose from outside. Suddenly, a powerful and domineering presence enveloped the entire Purple River sect from the skies above. Accompanying this overwhelming aura was a deep, chilling voice that proclaimed, "I am Qi Yuan Tai, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Radiance sect. How dare the insignificant Purple River sect slay my sect's protector? You have half a stick of incense to present all elders and higher-ups before me to face your demise and offer your apologies. Otherwise, I shall leave not a soul nor a beast of the Purple River sect unscathed." This voice was laced with murderous intent and bore an immense pressure. The members of the Purple River sect turned pale, and some of the weaker disciples collapsed to their knees, unable to withstand the formidable aura of the Grand Elder. At that moment, Zichang Chuan had just exited the main hall when he spotted the figure radiating an overwhelming presence in the sky. Moreover, he quickly received word that the forces of the Heavenly Radiance sect had encircled the entire Purple River sect, the mountains in front and behind, as well as the paths in the air and on the ground, were all sealed off, creating an impenetrable net. It was evident that the death of the protector had truly incited the wrath of the Heavenly Radiance sect. The reputation of Grand Elder Qi Yuan Tai was well known. In the outer regions of the Prison Sky domain, there was hardly anyone unaware of his name. He was a being of chaos, a legendary figure who had once traversed the world, establishing countless tales of grandeur. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the imminent confrontation still weighed heavily on Zichangquan's heart. He glanced back at the main hall, wondering if the venerable Hongyun ancestor within could withstand the impending threat. If he truly was the esteemed ancestor, it would be a trivial matter for him. Yet, he could also discern that Yu Qing was still quite young. To effortlessly slay the protector of the Heavenly Radiance sect marked him as a prodigy. Nevertheless, facing a being of chaos was a different challenge altogether. Just as his heart raced with anxiety, an impatient voice suddenly resonated from within the hall. "Do not disturb this ancestor while I am reading. Begone." The sound reverberated throughout the entirety of the Purple River sect, and the oppressive presence of Qi Yuan Tai dissipated in an instant. In the sky, the Grand Elder of the Tianhui sect, Qi Yuan Tai, was momentarily taken aback before erupting in fury. "What audacity! How dare you show such disdain for me?" Prior to this confrontation, he had conducted an investigation into the so-called Red Cloud ancestor. It was evident that this individual could not possibly be the legendary Purple Cloud ancestor returned. Rather, they were an impostor. Given this, how could they dare to act so arrogantly in his presence? Truly, they were courting death. "Come forth, you audacious fool," he bellowed, unleashing a powerful palm strike aimed directly at the main hall of the Purple River sect. The attack from a Chaos Realm expert was akin to the collapse of heaven and earth. The sky darkened, and ominous clouds gathered as a colossal palm imprint emerged from the clouds, descending upon the hall with overwhelming force. Outside the gates of the Purple River sect, countless formidable figures from the Tianhui sect stood ready. Behind them, atop a hill, a middle-aged man clad in ornate robes, exuding a profound aura, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at the descending palm imprint. As the imprint descended unimpeded toward the hall, threatening to reduce it and its surroundings to rubble, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, devoid of any response. He murmured to himself, "Have I overestimated you?" This middle-aged man was none other than Yu Jianyun, the current leader of the Tianhui sect. While the Tianhui sect appeared brazen, dismissing the Purple River sect with contempt, in reality, such folly could not sustain their vast empire. Since the demise of their grand protector, Yu Jianyun had never underestimated the purported Red Cloud ancestor. No matter how one regarded Ho Yenrong, he was indeed a peak expert in the Divine Passage realm. From Yu Jianyun's understanding, apart from the sect leader, Zichangquan, who was at the initial stage of the Divine Passage realm, the Purple River sect lacked any other experts in that realm. Thus, sending Ho Yenrong alone seemed a certain victory. Yet, the fact that Ho Yenrong had been unable to flee and had instead lost his life within the Purple River sect indicated that the Red Cloud ancestor was likely also a Chaos Realm expert. In the Tianhui sect, only he and the Grand Elder Qi Yuan Tai were at that level. Consequently, without hesitation, he led the sect's powerful members to take action. He first sent the Grand Elder to provoke and gauge the strength of the Red Cloud ancestor. Meanwhile, he concealed himself in the rear, awaiting the emergence of the Red Cloud ancestor to ascertain their true capabilities, at which point he would join forces with the Grand Elder to surround and eliminate them. The outcome of the confrontation was uncertain. Should the Red Cloud ancestor manage to escape with the sect's treasured artifact, it would spell trouble. The disciples and powerful figures encircling the Purple River sect were not there by chance. They were well prepared. Led by 7 elders in the Divine Passage realm, they strategically occupied various positions outside the sect, ready to form the 7 Stars formation to seal off the entire Purple River sect. Given the vastness of the Prison Sky domain, coupled with the 36 outer domains, it would be nearly impossible to locate anyone who managed to escape. However, this preparation appeared to be in vain. The venerable Red Cloud seemed incapable of withstanding even the palm strike from the Grand Elder. With such prowess, he dared to impersonate the esteemed Purple Cloud. Yu Jianyun shook his head. The Grand Elder in the sky wore an expression of assured victory, a faint smile gracing his features. Yet, in the next moment, that smile vanished entirely. A sudden beam of light erupted from within the great hall, piercing through the descending palm imprint. The once formidable palm strike crumbled instantaneously. The light, undiminished in its velocity, struck the face of Grand Elder Qiyuan Tai. In an instant, that self-assured visage, along with his entire head, was obliterated. After shattering the palm imprint and Qiyuan Tai's head, the beam of light continued its ascent, soaring into the heavens, swiftly clearing the clouds that spanned 100 miles. The headless form of the Grand Elder plummeted from the sky, devoid of life, akin to a rag doll. Even though he was a formidable being of the chaotic realm, survival without a head was impossible. Yet, no one paid him any heed. All gazes were fixed skyward, mouths agape, unable to close in astonishment. This included the members of the Purple River sect. Zichang Chuan stared blankly at the sky until he felt a chill on his cheek, as if raindrops were falling upon his left side. He reached up to wipe it away, discovering blood on his hand, speckled with white. Simultaneously, a thud resounded as a headless body fell from the sky, landing several paces before him. Indeed, it was the corpse of Qiyuan Tai. Zichang Chuan immediately understood what had dripped onto his face, and a wave of nausea overwhelmed him. Yet his heart churned with turmoil. He had believed that even if Yu Qing could triumph, it would entail a fierce struggle. After all, the Grand Elder was a being of the chaotic realm. Although merely at the first level of the Tai realm, he was among the most elite in the entire Yundong 36 domains. Even within the confines of the inner domain of the Prison Sky domain, such a powerful figure held considerable status. Yet, he was so easily dispatched, his head shattered beyond recognition. More astonishingly, Yu Jianyun, situated on the outer hillside of the Purple River sect, stood in shock. He gazed at the sky for a considerable time, when suddenly, something fell from above, striking him unexpectedly in the face. The object fell at a leisurely pace, yet having just witnessed the obliteration of his Grand Elder's head, he was too stunned to evade it. Fortunately, the object bore no lethal force. Upon impact, it simply bounced off and landed before him. Instinctively, Yu Jianyun lowered his gaze, only to be taken aback. It was a shoe, a seemingly ordinary cloth shoe, worn and faded. But how could a shoe possibly fall from the sky? After a moment of confusion, a sudden realization jolted through him. The very object that had shattered the Grand Elder's palm imprint and head was this shoe. Instantly, Yu Jianyun's face turned pale, overwhelmed by fear. What kind of entity could possibly shatter the skull of a formidable Chaos Realm expert with nothing more than an ordinary cloth shoe? Moreover, it was fear that gripped him. The shoe had fortuitously fallen right before him. He claimed it was outside the Zai sect, yet it was at least several dozen miles from the summit hall. How could it have landed precisely at his feet? Was this mere coincidence? Strangely enough, it indeed was. At that very moment, while Yu Jianyun stood there, head bowed, gazing in horror at the shoe, a slender, fair hand unexpectedly reached out and grasped it. Simultaneously, Zichang Chuan rushed into the hall, eager to pay his respects to the ancestor, only to find the seat empty. Outside the Zai sect, atop the hill, Yu Qing picked up the shoe, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the Tianhui sect's leader, Yu Jianyun. A shiver ran through Yu Jianyun as his gaze drifted downward, landing on the left foot that was clad only in a sock. In that instant, he comprehended that this shoe belonged to the young man before him. Without uttering a word, Yu Jianyun knelt. "Ancestor, spare my life. I am willing to endure any hardship. I implore you to show mercy." Yu Qing, preoccupied with putting on his shoe, was taken aback by the outburst. He had been entirely focused on reading in the hall when suddenly, a fly had come buzzing in, creating a commotion. Annoyed and reluctant to take action, he had flung the shoe away in frustration. Much like how one might swat flies or cockroaches with a slipper, an instinctive reaction. However, he regretted it immediately after throwing it, realizing he had to retrieve it himself. Thus, he leaped to fetch the shoe, only to find the man before him kneeling. Yu Qing was momentarily stunned, perplexed. "Who are you?" Chapter 122. Zhou Fengtian. Yu Qing frowned as he inquired. Yu Jianyun trembled all over, his forehead pressed to the ground as he proclaimed, "I am but a humble man. Yu Jianyun, though I am the sect leader, the attempt to seize your esteemed sect's treasures was not of my own volition. I was coerced and left with no choice. I beseech the ancestor to discern the truth." Yu Qing paused for a moment, recalling the matter of the Tianhui sect attempting to pilfer the treasures of the Zai sect. He was also somewhat surprised. After all, he had merely tossed a shoe. How could it have fortuitously struck the sect leader? Although it was indeed a coincidence, having inadvertently encountered the mastermind, Yu Qing resolved to take advantage of the situation. As for the claims of coercion, he had little interest in. Regardless of who coveted the treasures, any intruder would be met with annihilation. As Yu Qing raised his hand, Yu Jianyun trembled in terror, utterly lost. Though he was also in the chaos realm, his prowess, while slightly superior to that of the elder Chuantai, paled in comparison to the legendary Han Yun ancestor, who could crush Chuantai's skull with a mere shoo and could easily dispatch him with a single blow. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively cried out, "Senior, spare me. Behind my heavenly radiant sect stands the outer walker of the prison heaven domain." At this, Yu Qing halted in his tracks, his expression slightly peculiar. If memory served him right, Li Xianbai, who accompanied him, was indeed the outer walker of the prison heaven domain. With this thought, he turned, his face impassive, to gaze behind him. A figure descended from the heavens. It was none other than Li Xianbai. The moment Qi Yuantai made his move, he had already alerted Li Xianbai. However, before he could act, the opponent had been struck down by Yu Qing's shoo. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, he found no trace of Yu Qing. Yet with his cultivation, it was effortless to extend his divine sense across dozens of miles, swiftly locating Yu Qing, who was outside the sect, retrieving his shoo. And he hurried after him. Just as he touched down, he happened to overhear the final words of Yu Jianyun. As his feet made contact with the ground, he was met with Yu Qing's expressionless gaze, causing his heart to tremble in fright. Without further ado, he hastily retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I am not what you claim. Who has ever manipulated me?" He then turned to Yu Qing, exclaiming, "Senior, heaven and earth can bear witness. This matter has nothing to do with me. He is slandering me." Yu Qing, in truth, did not believe that Li Xianbai was behind this, as he had spent a considerable time in the wilderness prior and had only entered this secret realm with Yu Qing, entirely unaware of the existence of the Zai sect. How could he orchestrate the heavenly radiant sect's attempt to seize treasures? Li Xianbai then glared at Yu Jianyun, seething with anger. "You clarify this. It is true that I, Li Xianbai, am an outer walker of the prison heaven domain, but I am not acquainted with anyone from your heavenly radiant sect. When did I become your backing?" This left Yu Jianyun bewildered. He scrutinized Li Xianbai, growing increasingly familiar with him until, after a while, he realized with a jolt. "You are the esteemed Li Xianbai of the prison heaven domain." Li Xianbai snorted coldly. "It seems you recognize me. Then explain how I have manipulated you." Yu Jianyun trembled and quickly called out, "Lord Li, there has been a misunderstanding. I was not referring to you, but rather to another esteemed outer walker, Lord Zhou." Li Xianbai was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly comprehended, his expression darkening as he coldly remarked, "I see. It is Zhou Fengtian." At this juncture, Yu Qing had finished putting on his shoes and finally spoke. "Do elaborate on the situation." Li Xianbai promptly began to explain, "Senior, hear me out. There is more than one outer walker in the prison heaven domain. The custom of the prison heaven domain is to select the most outstanding disciples among generations to become outer walkers, ultimately choosing one from these individuals to be a candidate for the next domain master. Currently, there are 3 outer walkers, of which I am one, and the one he mentioned, Zhou Fengtian, is another." Upon mentioning Zhou Fengtian, he snorted disdainfully. "That fellow's character is indeed rather mediocre. I have had several conflicts with him in the past, as we have never seen eye to eye." Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Yu Jianyun was genuinely alarmed. The extraterritorial ventures of the prison sky domain serve as its contemporary facade to the outside world. The Tianhui sect, a prominent sect within this domain, may not be familiar with every figure, yet they are undoubtedly aware of the current representatives who traverse beyond their borders, enabling them to recognize Li Xianbai. This recognition further amplifies their astonishment. The status of these extraterritorial travelers within the prison sky domain is akin to that of revered saints among major sects, holding an extraordinarily elevated position. Any one of them would be an individual that these external sects would strive to please. The Tianhui sect's audacity in its actions stems from their association with the extraterritorial traveler, Zhou Fengtian. Now, before them, another traveler, Li Xianbai, exhibits profound respect towards the venerable Red Cloud ancestor, even referring to himself as a junior. What a jest! In the entire expanse of the prison sky domain, few could achieve such deference. Could it be that the venerable Red Cloud ancestor is indeed the return of the once revered Purple Cloud ancestor? Upon this thought, Yu Jianyun's heart trembled. It is essential to remember that the latter was a being of saintly caliber in the past. Even if not, to command such respect from Li Xianbai suggests that he must at least be in existence of the fourth or fifth realm of chaos, an unimaginable prospect. Who could have anticipated that the long-declined Purple River sect could still give rise to such formidable beings? Seeing that Yu Qing's expression had softened, Li Xianbai finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Yu Jianyun, speaking coldly. So, it is Zhou Fengtian who has sent you to seize the treasures of the Purple River sect? Humph, what use does he have for such treasures? Li Xianbai found himself puzzled. Even if they possessed relics of the saints, the prison sky domain was not lacking in resources. As an extraterritorial traveler, Zhou Fengtian should have no need to covet the possessions of the Purple River sect. Yu Jianyun hastily shook his head. I would not dare to deceive you, esteemed sir. This is entirely Zhou's directive. He did not elaborate on the reasons, only instructing us to procure that heirloom from the Purple River sect at any cost. Of course, had I known that both you and the ancestor were present, even if Tianhui sect had tenfold courage, we would not have dared to offend. Meanwhile, just outside the hill, in the southern expanse of the extraterritorial realm, within a secluded valley, a figure clad in black emerged from the shadows, holding a compass in his hands, his icy gaze fixated intently on the needle. It was evident that the needle had shifted from its original southern position to the southeast, indicating a distance of no more than 10,000 miles from his current location. Has that Yu Qing actually arrived in the prison sky domain? The shadow murmured. Should I return to report to the elders? Striking in the prison sky domain and acting beyond it are two distinct matters. After a moment of silence, a flicker of coldness glinted in his eyes. Very well, since he is not yet a successor of the prison sky domain, it would be fitting to bring back his head. Chapter 123. Within the prison sky domain. Outside the Purple River sect, with a decree from sect master Yu Jianyun, the entire Tianhui sect surrendered unconditionally. In truth, there was no need for his command. Upon witnessing their esteemed elder, the members of the Tianhui sect lost all semblance of fighting spirit, easily vanquished without even a chance to protest. The only reason they managed to hold on was the knowledge that their own sect leader stood behind them. At this moment, with the leader nodding in agreement, the rest naturally rushed forward. For Yu Qing, it would have been far simpler to eliminate these individuals, as it was merely a matter of convenience. However, he contemplated that one should fully commit to rescuing others. Since a transaction had been established, he must ensure the survival of the Zai sect, now under his protection as the revered Red Cloud ancestor. Yet, while he could effortlessly dispatch foes in his presence, he was uncertain of the longevity of his own influence. If he were to depart only to witness the Zai sect's destruction in his absence, his own reputation would suffer. Thus, after careful consideration, Yu Qing resolved to retain Yu Jianyun, compelling him to swear an oath to the heavens, leading the Tianhui sect to merge entirely with the Zai sect. Yu Jianyun did not hesitate in the slightest. Had it been the original Zai sect, he would have scoffed at the idea, but the current iteration held a formidable reputation, boasting a connection to a being traversing the realms beyond, as well as the enigmatic figure resembling the return of the ancient sage, the Red Cloud ancestor. After all, they had previously served another being from beyond. A change in allegiance held little distinction. Thus, within a mere day, the once renowned Tianhui sect, known throughout the prisoning heaven domain, vanished, leaving behind a Zai sect transformed beyond recognition. News of this occurrence sent shockwaves through the realm. While the absorption of the Zai sect by the Tianhui sect was comprehensible, the reverse was unfathomable. Was this not an inversion of the celestial order? Yet, soon after, reports emerged of the Tianhui sect launching an assault on the Zai sect, culminating in the chaos where the formidable elder, Qi Yuan Tai, was publicly obliterated by a single strike from the Red Cloud ancestor. Qi Yuan Tai's reputation far surpassed that of the previous Ho Yinrong. In an instant, the outer realms were abuzz with speculation, proclaiming the return of the Red Cloud ancestor, who was believed to be the long-lost Ziyun ancestor. Despite the passage of millennia, the legend of the Ziyun ancestor persisted, known to all within the prisoning heaven domain. Should this truly be the return of a sage, the entire realm would undoubtedly be transformed. My lord, such rumors circulate outside. Should we consider the implications? Within a palace in the inner domain of the prisoning heaven, a tall, lean man knelt respectfully. Before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted. The return of the Ziyun ancestor? Nonsense. Such absurdity is only believed by the ignorant fools outside. The Ziyun ancestor has long since perished. The speaker was a man clad in luxurious robes, exuding an air of nobility, appearing to be in his 30s. He lounged languidly in an armchair, his handsome features marred by an unmistakable arrogance, as if nothing could capture his interest. The tall, lean man hesitated, responding, "That may be true, but he was a sage. One cannot dismiss the possibility of some secret to prolong life." The man scoffed softly, "Are you questioning me?" The tall and slender man trembled slightly and hurriedly bowed his head, murmuring, "I dare not." In his hand, he idly twirled 2 jade orbs, speaking slowly. "No one understands the sacred ones better than I do in the prison domain. Even the sacred ones cannot live beyond 10,000 years. This is an immutable law of the universe." He continued in a nonchalant tone, "The esteemed ancestor Ziyun is said to have been a figure from 10,000 years ago. But that merely marks his time of renown as a sacred one. His actual rise predates that by far. Although he vanished without a trace back then, he has long since perished. As for that so-called ancestor Hanyun, it goes without saying that he is a counterfeit. Humph. At least he possesses the self-awareness not to misuse the title of Sacred One, opting instead for such an incongruous name as Hanyun." A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. "Yet, the Tianhui sect was foolish enough to be deceived and betray me. They truly deserve their fate. Not a single one shall escape." The tall and slender man lowered his head and asked, "Yes, my lord, shall I take action?" The man shook his head. Although that ancestor Han Yun is but a pretender, he must possess some skill. Otherwise, he could not have subdued Yu Jianyun. He is likely at least at the second realm of chaos. If you engage him, even if you win, you cannot ensure his capture. If he escapes with that item, it would be troublesome." As he uttered the words "that item," a flicker of greed and desire gleamed in his eyes. "The treasure of becoming a sacred one, the sacred heart of Ziyun, shall undoubtedly be mine. Yet, do not rush. This time, I shall act personally." The tall and slender man bowed his head again. "Yes, my lord." This man was none other than Zhou Fengtian, another figure traversing the realms in the prison domain. He seemed to glimpse something and murmured, "Li Xianbai, once I acquire the sacred heart of Ziyun, what qualifications will you possess to contend with me?" At that moment, a voice from outside announced, "My lord, the elders summon you." Zhou Fengtian's expression shifted, restoring his indifferent demeanor as he rose and slowly walked out. Moments later, in the heart of the prison domain, within a pitch-black hall above molten lava, Zhou Fengtian faced 4 shadowy figures seated before him and expressionlessly bowed. "I pay my respects to the second elder, the third elder, the fifth elder, and the seventh elder." In the prison domain, beneath the domain lord, the 10 elders constituted the highest authority. The figures before Zhou Fengtian were 4 among those 10 elders. The elder seated in the middle to the left nodded and spoke, "Rise. There is still a year until the deadline. How are your preparations?" Zhou Fengtian replied, his face devoid of emotion, in response to the second elder. "Fengtian has made all necessary preparations." The elder on the far right spoke in a deep voice. "I have heard that you have been making some moves in the outer realms recently, stirring up a bit of commotion." Zhou Fengtian's heart sank. Yet he maintained an impassive facade, responding, "It is merely a trivial matter. How could I dare trouble the elder with it?" The elder huffed lightly, with the deadline approaching. "It would be best not to create unnecessary complications." The elder on the far right nodded, saying, "Indeed, Li Xianbai has found a candidate for his successor. Although we have made arrangements to prevent his disciple from returning to the prison sky domain, the world is fraught with uncertainties, and we must remain vigilant. Before the deadline, we must avoid any further disturbances. The reputation from the outer realms is also one of the criteria by which the domain master evaluates." Zhou Fengtian's eyes twitched slightly, yet his expression remained impassive. "Yes, Fengtian understands," he replied. After a few more admonitions from the elders, he was finally permitted to leave. As he stepped out of the grand hall, his expression suddenly contorted. "My talent does not compare to Li Xianbai. Ha ha ha." He chuckled lightly, though malice glimmered in his eyes. "Is it true that my only merit lies in my obedience? You old relics are merely seeking a compliant puppet of a domain master. Are you not? Even should I ascend to the position of domain master, I would likely remain under your control." With great difficulty, he had become an elder, wielding the supreme authority over the 36 domains of Yundong. Yet he was constrained by the age-old traditions of the prison sky domain, trapped in this loathsome place. Surely, you too feel discontent, do you not? Thus, you desire an obedient domain master to facilitate your escape. How unfortunate. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Zhou Fengtian's eyes. I shall not become this puppet. Once I obtain the purple cloud sacred heart, whether it be Li Xianbai or you old fellows, just wait and see. Upon returning to his own hall, a tall, lean man had been waiting for some time. Master, you have returned, he said. Zhou Fengtian nodded and coldly instructed, prepare yourself, we shall depart shortly. I must acquire the purple cloud sacred heart with utmost speed. Yes, master. A flicker of hesitation crossed the lean man's eyes, yet he still inquired. However, I am still unclear. The prison sky domain is replete with countless secret treasures, including those left behind by saints. How could the esteemed ancestor of the purple cloud possibly surpass the elders of our prison sky domain from years past? Why is master so fixated on the artifacts he left behind? Zhou Fengtian cast a glance at the lean man and took a seat in the grand chair. Since you are so curious, I shall enlighten you. It is well known that saints are unparalleled beings, and throughout the annals of Yundong's history, they are exceedingly rare. The prison sky domain has risen to become the paramount existence among the 36 domains due to the fact that we have produced more than one saint. The original founder of the prison sky domain, the second ancestor who unified the 36 domains, and the third ancestor who vanquished the demon saint millennia ago. These three ancestors collectively established our domain's prestigious status. Unlike other forces that have birthed saints, the prison sky domain possesses a complete inheritance of the sacred path. However, possessing the sacred path inheritance does not guarantee the attainment of sainthood. Even with the methodologies and insights of saints, achieving such a status remains an arduous endeavor. Do you know why our prison heaven domain has produced 3 revered ancestors? The tall, slender man shook his head. Zhou Fengtian smirked. It is because our prison heaven domain once possessed a complete sacred treasure for attaining sainthood. A sacred treasure for attaining sainthood? The tall man shuddered. Indeed, Zhou Fengtian nodded. The relics left by saints can be referred to as saintly treasures, and our prison heaven domain is not lacking in such artifacts. However, there is a distinction between these and the sacred treasure for attaining sainthood. Each saint possesses their unique path to enlightenment. If a saint, at the moment of their ascendance, imprints their entire path onto an artifact, it transforms into a sacred treasure. This is also known as a sacred heart. If future generations merge with this sacred heart, they can inherit the saint's path in its entirety, significantly increasing their chances of attaining sainthood. Even if they cannot achieve full sainthood, they can at least attain the level of a half-saint. Although the slender man belonged to the prison heaven domain, it was evident that this was the first time he had heard of such matters, and astonishment crept across his features. Such a treasure exists? Then why have other saints not created their own sacred treasures? Would this not allow their paths to endure and flourish like our prison heaven domain? Zhou Fengtian shook his head. Creating a sacred treasure is not a simple feat. It requires a unique method, and it can only be imprinted at the moment of one's ascendance. Even so, the process bears a great toll on oneself. The founding ancestor was fortunate enough to create the sacred heart, but this left him severely weakened, and shortly after establishing the prison heaven domain, he succumbed to the depletion of his vitality. Thus, under normal circumstances, no saint would undertake such a venture. It is thanks to the sacred heart left by our founding ancestor that the prison heaven domain has thrived to this day. Each successive lord of the domain has merged with the founding ancestor's sacred heart, achieving at least the half-saint level. With the second and third ancestors also ascending to sainthood, how could the prison heaven domain not prosper? Regrettably, however, tens of thousands of years ago, the demon saint rose to power, casting shadows across the skies. The third ancestor, alongside several saints, united to suppress him. That battle was cataclysmic. Although they succeeded in slaying the demon saint, the third ancestor suffered grievous injuries, and the founding ancestor's sacred heart was shattered in the process. Since then, our prison heaven domain has lacked a complete sacred treasure for attaining sainthood, and no saints have emerged thereafter. An incomplete treasure can at most yield a half-saint, which is why, during the reign of the Elder Ziyun a millennium ago, we had no choice but to yield. As Zhou Fengtian spoke, the tall man seemed to grasp something, his pupils narrowing. So, your master's obsession with the treasure left by Elder Ziyun is? Zhou Fengtian nodded. Indeed. That treasure is the sacred heart of Elder Ziyun, a genuine sacred treasure for attaining sainthood. The tall man fell silent, clearly overwhelmed by the revelation. Zhou Fengtian's eyes sparkled with intensity. I also stumbled upon the existence of the Sacred Heart of Ziyun by chance. It was over a decade ago, within a hidden realm, where I discovered a fragmented account left by a saint, which mentioned an artifact. This artifact contained the essence of his path to sainthood, precisely describing a sacred treasure. After more than a decade of searching for clues, I have finally determined that the sage who left behind those notes is none other than the venerable ancestor Ziyun. The Zai sect possesses a treasured heirloom, a relic bestowed by ancestor Ziyun. It is said that this treasure cannot be wielded without reaching the chaotic realm. Without a doubt, it is the Sacred Heart of Ziyun. Indeed, one cannot hope to integrate and bear the path of a sage without ascending to the chaotic realm. It is laughable that the Zai sect, which is clearly a lineage of sages, has inherited a treasure of sanctification, yet this group of inept individuals cannot even attain the chaotic realm, possessing a mountain of treasures but unable to claim them. This, too, is the will of heaven, reserving such opportunities for me. The tall, slender man's gaze trembled as he suddenly knelt. The master is indeed destined by fate. Zhou Fengtian laughed heartily. Indeed, once I acquire the Sacred Heart of Ziyun and integrate it with my talent, ascending to the position of sage will be effortless. At that time, whether it be Li Xianbai or the old men behind you, they shall all meet their demise. As his words fell, the tall man was about to offer his congratulations when he noticed something, his entire body shuddering, a look of horror dawning in his eyes. Zhou Fengtian revealed a chilling smile and gazed over. Do you think I would divulge this to you? Such confidential information, even to one as trusted as you, I could never share. Yet you are about to die. What significance does speaking to a corpse hold? Chapter 124. Shadow magic. A glint of coldness flashed in the tall man's eyes, though his face displayed shock as he cried out hastily, Master, what do you mean by this? Zhou Fengtian remained motionless, hands behind his back, a strange smile creeping upon his face. Do not feign innocence. I have long known that you have been sent by those old geezers. However, I do not care. If those old men wish to use me as a puppet, they naturally need to plant spies around me. But this time is different. Even if I do not divulge what I've just said, with your insight, you would inevitably perceive the issue once I acquire the Sacred Heart of Ziyun. After all, integrating the Sacred Heart is not a matter of mere moments. If news were to leak during this period, those old geezers would surely not let it slide. Thus, before I obtain the Sacred Heart of Ziyun, I must first deal with you. What a pity, were it not for this, you, as a trusted aide, would have been quite useful. Zhou Fengtian expressed regret with his words, yet his face bore no hint of sorrow. The tall man's gaze shifted slightly as he began to retreat slowly. Zhou Fengtian grinned. From your expression, it seems you are not attempting to flee, but rather to relay what just transpired to those old geezers. How loyal of you. Even at this moment, your first thought is to send a message rather than safeguard your own life. Do not bother, it is futile. Long before entering, I activated the sealing formation within the Grand Hall. Do you recall? You were the one who set up this formation. However, during the formation of the array, you inadvertently left a small gap, allowing anyone who was aware to circumvent the array and send messages outward. Zhou Fengtian coldly smirked. Thus, I have taken it upon myself to mend this breach. No need for gratitude. At that moment, the tall, thin man's expression shifted. He slowly straightened his posture, fixing his gaze upon Zhou Fengtian. Master, it seems I have misjudged you, as have the elders. Although your cultivation talent does not match that of the other two esteemed gentlemen, in terms of cunning and intellect, you far surpass them. The elders' choice of you was indeed a mistake. Today, allow me to rectify this error on their behalf. With that, he advanced slowly toward Zhou Fengtian. Zhou Fengtian was neither surprised by the tall man's reaction, nor did he falter. A slight smile graced his lips. So, you finally intend to make your move? Indeed. Your cultivation appears to be merely at the second realm, slightly beneath my peak second realm. Yet in truth, you have already reached the third realm, the Taisher level. In a direct confrontation, I would indeed be at a disadvantage. It is quite rare to encounter a third realm expert, even in the prison of heaven. To have one masquerade beside me for so many years is truly extravagant. The tall man's progress halted, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Zhou Fengtian had not only seen through his identity, but also comprehended his cultivation level. If Zhou Fengtian was aware of his prowess, then what accounted for his calm demeanor? As he felt a surge of power within him, he prepared to strike, only to realize that an invisible restraint had emerged in the air, limiting him to the peak of the second realm. "Ah, I see. The Hunyuan Demon Suppression Array." The tall man spoke in a low voice. "You are indeed astute." Sealing the hidden door, I deliberately left, and further enhancing it with the Hunyuan Demon Suppression Array to restrain my abilities. But what of it? I broke through to the third realm hundreds of years ago, and my experience and skill far exceed yours. Even at the peak of the second realm, you will not be my match. A peculiar, sinister smile spread across Zhou Fengtian's face. Is that truly the case? In the next instant, he stepped forward, and as he did, an inky black shadow enveloped him entirely, as if the shadow itself possessed life, rapidly spreading forth to ensnare the unsuspecting tall man. It was only then that the tall man's countenance shifted dramatically. He had no time to retaliate before being utterly consumed. He managed to utter a cry of alarm. "You have actually cultivated demonic arts." Yet before he could finish, a faint scream echoed, and from within the shadow emerged a chilling sound of slithering and scraping, akin to a beast feasting upon its prey. The tall man's final breaths gradually faded away. Moments later, the shadow receded back into Zhou Fengtian's form, leaving no trace of the tall man behind. A chilling smile adorned his face as he muttered to himself. What is the harm in cultivating demonic arts? Is it because it is deemed taboo in the prison sky domain? What a jest! If your masters truly regarded taboos with such gravity, how could we have arrived at this day? Zhou Fengtian slowly turned his gaze towards the direction of the prison sky outer domain. Soon, he would seize the sacred heart of Ziyun. Once he fused with the sacred heart, and combined with the formidable powers of the shadow magic, who could possibly stand against him? Not only in the prison sky domain, but across the entire Yundong region? As he spoke, he remained oblivious to the flicker of a dark shadow that passed through the depths of his eyes. Within the Zai sect, though Yu Qing exhibited no interest in the matter, Li Xianbai sighed and began to recount the affairs of the prison sky domain. According to him, the rules of the prison sky domain dictate that any disciple who achieves the chaos realm before reaching 1,000 years of age may venture beyond the domain. Each of these outer wanderers must complete a series of trials set forth by the prison sky domain. The domain lord and elders, within a specified time frame, assess their performances in these trials to select the most outstanding individual as the heir to the next domain lord. Presently, there remains but a year until the conclusion of the current trials for outer wanderers. The final requirement of the trials is to accept a sufficiently exceptional disciple as a successor. This disciple will be nurtured as a potential future outer wanderer of the prison sky domain. Naturally, other disciples who meet the criteria can also become outer wanderers. However, achieving the chaos realm before reaching 1,000 years is no trivial feat. Even in the talent-rich prison sky domain, few manage to accomplish it. Historically, the number of outer wanderers has never exceeded a mere 10. Having traveled extensively in recent years, Li Xianbai had completed all prior trials, leaving only the final task of accepting a disciple. Only upon completion of the trials can one be judged by the domain lord and elders. Failure to complete them would not only disqualify one from being the domain lord's heir, but also strip away the right to wander freely outside, relegating one to return to the domain and serve as a steward. At this juncture, Yu Qing, who had been engrossed in examining the Ziyun records, suddenly lifted his head and cast a knowing smile at Li Xianbai. "So, your intention was to recruit me as this disciple, was it?" Chapter 125. The Origin of the Secret Realm. Li Xianbai's face flushed with embarrassment, his toes nearly digging into the ground in distress. He had never anticipated that Yu Qing, whom he regarded as merely a talented prodigy, was in fact a formidable being capable of defeating the ferocious winged demon beasts and shattering the heads of those in the chaos realm with a mere shoo. It dawned on him that he had previously relayed his fabricated information about Yu Qing back to the prison sky domain, and he was instantly filled with regret. Had he only known, he would not have been so hasty. What was to be done now? Could he truly bring Yu Qing back? While others returned with disciples, he might be returning with a predecessor. Just as Li Xianbai was mired in his dilemma, Yu Qing casually inquired, "So, do you aspire to become the lord of the prison sky domain?" Li Xianbai shivered and shook his head without a moment's thought. "Certainly not. What is so splendid about being a domain lord? Our domain lord is perpetually occupied, scarcely a shadow to be seen. I harbor no such lofty ambitions to ascend to the position of Domain Lord. After we complete our trials, should we fail to become the heir to the Domain Lord, we may freely choose our assignments within the prison sky domain. In due course, when an elder falls, we may succeed to their position. What I envision is, should I not attain the title of Domain Lord, to serve as a protector, allowing me the freedom to roam and live a leisurely life. What could be better than that? At this juncture, Yu Qing raised an eyebrow. Is it true that positions among the elders of the prison sky domain must be queued? To put it plainly, an elder is merely a venerable figure within a sect, possessing both high qualifications and cultivation. As long as one has sufficient qualifications and capabilities, the more, the merrier. There are no fixed positions, as far as I know. Upon hearing this, Li Xianbai's expression darkened. Indeed, throughout the history of the prison sky domain, there have only ever been 10 elders. The domain lord rarely engages in the minutiae of domain affairs. Thus, the day-to-day governance rests in the hands of these 10 elders, who wield significant power within the domain. However, once one ascends to the rank of elder, they must remain stationed at the magic forging hall, seldom allowed to venture outside. Yu Qing shook his head. If that is the case, then being an elder is hardly enviable. Li Xianbai smiled wryly. Who would disagree? It is undeniably the most exalted position within the prison sky domain, and indeed the entire Yundong region, second only to one individual, yet it is fraught with limitations. Were I in their position, I would not acquiesce. Thus, the current generation of elders seems to harbor certain ambitions. This is precisely why I have no intention of vying for the domain lord's position. Those elders are cunning. Even if I were to become the domain lord, I would likely be unable to outmaneuver them. According to Li Xianbai, during his initial trials in the outer domain, he had demonstrated remarkable prowess, which led to clandestine summons from several elders. Each of the 10 elders of the prison sky domain possesses profound cultivation, all at least at the 4th level of chaos. A formidable presence. It is noteworthy that in the outer domain, figures such as Yu Jianyun of the Tianhui sect, at the pinnacle of the 1st realm, already command respect. Those of the 2nd realm are predominantly dominators, while the 3rd realm is extraordinarily rare. It can be asserted that any one of these elders could effortlessly reign in the outer domain. However, due to the long-standing taboos passed down through millennia within the prison sky domain, the 10 elders must remain in the magic forging hall at all times to maintain the grand formation of heavenly transformation and safeguard the central sacred land. Seldom permitted to stray far. Even should they leave, it is typically no more than 1 or 2 at a time. They have long harbored discontent with this arrangement and have attempted to propose changes, all of which have been rebuffed. The former domain lord, possessing immense strength and high esteem, rendered them helpless, leading them to set their sights on the new domain lord. Should Li Xianbai agree to abolish this taboo upon assuming the domain lordship and grant power back to the elders, they would support him as the heir. While the final decision rests with the domain lord, the opinions of the elders hold considerable weight. Should they express vehement opposition, even if Li Xianbai were to excel, he would likely face exclusion. Li Xianbai, a man of remarkable intellect, is acutely aware of the ambitious nature of these elders. Should he acquiesce, they would undoubtedly employ means to exert control over him. Once he ascends to the position of domain lord, he would likely become a mere puppet of the elders. Naturally, his free-spirited nature renders him unwilling to submit. Consequently, the elders opted to favor another individual, Zhou Fengtian, with whom Li Xianbai shares a poor rapport. And in the ensuing years, they have persistently sabotaged Li Xianbai during his trials. Thus, despite being the most gifted among the current practitioners, his progress has been the slowest. Even in this final year, he is yet to find a suitable successor. Yu Qing harbors little interest in the power struggles within the prison heaven domain. Yet he is intrigued by the Tianhua Daoma Grand Array that Li Xianbai mentioned. This array, which has been sustained for several millennia by leveraging the terrain, requires the constant presence of 10 individuals at or above the 4th level of chaos to maintain it. It is my first encounter with such a prohibition. Do you truly fear incursions into your domain? Li Xianbai shook his head, stating, I am not entirely certain, but it is said that the Tianhua Daoma Grand Array suppresses something. Within the array lies the central Holy Land. Could there be any malevolent entities within? However, the domain lords of successive generations have steadfastly maintained the Tianhua Daoma Array, suggesting there must be a compelling reason. Yu Qing stroked his chin, pondering. It would indeed be worthwhile to witness it at some point. As Yu Qing is just embarking on his journey in alchemy, he is nonetheless a master of formations and harbors a keen interest in various arrays. While conversing with Li Xianbai, he was also perusing the Ziyun journal. As anticipated, the journal contained accounts of treasures within the crystal. According to the journal, the esteemed ancestor Ziyun, possessing extraordinary talent, broke through to the second level of chaos before reaching a millennium in age. However, the cultivation beyond the second level proved increasingly arduous, prompting him to traverse the world, seeking enlightenment from the heavens and earth. During his travels, he fortuitously encountered a meteor shower. He calculated the landing site of the meteor, which was merely a few hundred miles from his location. He journeyed through the night to the meteor's impact site, only to confront a ferocious beast. This beast, originally only capable of reaching the pinnacle of the divine ability realm, had remarkably broken through to the chaos realm and was in a frenzied state, growing stronger with each encounter. As a practitioner of the second level, Ancestor Ziyun expended considerable effort before ultimately slaying it. Afterward, he opened the beast's belly and discovered the fallen meteor within. By this time, the outer shell of the meteor had been nearly digested, revealing the true form of the treasure within. The journal did not explicitly describe the appearance or abilities of the treasure, but noted that Ancestor Ziyun, utilizing this treasure, broke through to the fifth level of chaos in less than a millennium. Ultimately, at the age of 2,500, he attained the sacred position, commanding respect from all directions. Thus, this treasure became the catalyst for his ascension to sanctity. However, in the later entries of the notes, it is mentioned that this treasure attracted formidable enemies coveting its power. To evade these threats, the venerable ancestor Ziyun harnessed the treasure's might to create a hidden realm, retreating into its depths. Upon witnessing this, Yu Qing finally comprehended the origins of the aforementioned secret domain. Chapter 126 elucidates the method to unlock the crystal. The notes reveal that once Ziyun entered the hidden realm, his adversaries indeed lost all trace of him and were compelled to abandon their pursuit. Before his departure, he foresaw that his enemies would be unable to locate him, yet they would undoubtedly remember the lineage he established, now known as the Zai Sect. In those days, it was not referred to as the Zai Sect, but rather as the Ziyun Gate, named after the venerable ancestor Ziyun. Thus, prior to his departure, Ziyun instructed the Ziyun Gate to adopt the new name of Zai Sect and ensured that all belongings associated with him were removed. Naturally, the enemies that instilled trepidation in Ziyun were of the saintly caliber. For such beings, anything beneath the saintly realm was of little interest, and as a saint, he would not deign to contest with a group of ignorant juniors. Thus, the Zai Sect was able to endure through the ages. After secluding himself in the hidden realm for over a millennium, Ziyun felt that, given his innate talents, he had reached his limits. The secrets contained within the treasure eluded further comprehension. Merely possessing the treasure would provoke relentless envy and endless troubles. Consequently, after deep contemplation, Ziyun resolved to seal the treasure away. He employed his entire life as cultivation and some methods gleaned from the treasure to encase it within a celestial crystal. It goes without saying that this celestial crystal is the very layer of crystal enveloping it. This celestial crystal is exceedingly hard, nearly impervious to even saints, and can significantly obscure the treasure's aura. Yet, even a mere whisper of its essence could profoundly benefit beings beneath the saintly realm. Unlocking this celestial crystal requires two specific items. Ziyun left one of these within the hidden realm and took the treasure with him as he exited. He subsequently left the treasure sealed within the Zai Sect, taking with him the other item necessary to unlock the celestial crystal, thereby departing. The notes conclude at this point, indicating that after documenting this, he left the hidden realm for the Zai Sect and has never returned since. What transpired thereafter in Ziyun's journey remains an enigma to all. Yu Qing, however, was not particularly concerned with what happened to the venerable ancestor Ziyun. Yet, the notes indeed recorded the method to unlock the celestial crystal, invigorating his spirit. It states that the celestial crystal is a supreme treasure born from the convergence of yin and yang, and to breach it, one must wield the utmost forces of both extremes simultaneously. However, the powers of extreme yin and extreme yang are inherently incompatible, making their concurrent existence nearly impossible. Therefore, among the two treasures Ziyun left behind, one is the ultimate yin treasure, the extreme cold ice flame. The other is the sacred artifact he crafted through his lifelong cultivation, the Yin-Yang Profound Mirror. The Yin-Yang Mirror encapsulates the profound essence of his life's path, possessing the remarkable ability to transmute the forces of Yin and Yang, reflecting the utmost Yin power into its utmost Yang counterpart. Thus, by refining the celestial crystal with the frigid flames of extreme cold while simultaneously illuminating it with the Yin-Yang Mirror, one can evoke the formidable Yang energy needed to shatter the celestial crystal. Upon reaching this conclusion, Yu Qing found himself in admiration of the skills exhibited by the ancient master Ziyun. Although he was not well versed in the art of crafting, he understood the intricacies involved in both arranging formations and concocting elixirs, where the manipulation of Yin and Yang is indispensable. Therefore, he could comprehend the subtleties at play. The ultimate treasure taken by the ancient master Ziyun was the frigid flames of extreme cold, a rare fire of the heavens and earth, and an immensely powerful weapon for combat. Conversely, the Yin-Yang Mirror had been left behind within the secret realm. Is such an object indeed present within this secret domain? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qing recalled that he had also acquired a copper mirror alongside the notes of the ancient master Ziyun, and he promptly retrieved it. As expected, the surface of the copper mirror revealed the faintly flowing patterns of the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram. It was unmistakably the Yin-Yang Mirror. Yet, at first glance, it appeared rather plain and unadorned. Without thorough examination, its true value would remain undetected. Well, now that he possessed the treasure, the Yin-Yang Mirror, the question remained: where was the frigid flame of extreme cold? Yu Qing stroked his chin in contemplation, perplexed. No one knew where the ancient master Ziyun had ultimately gone, making it challenging to seek out this frigid flame. Alternatively, perhaps he could substitute it with another treasure imbued with extreme Yin and Yang powers. He was not overly troubled by this predicament. If all else failed, he could simply employ his dagger with less force and gradually grind the celestial crystal down. Whether it took 10 days or half a month, or even 3 to 5 months, or a year, he was confident it would eventually yield. After all, he had ample time on his hands. Aside from refining elixirs, he ought to keep himself occupied, shuntihi. However, rather than resorting to such a somewhat underhanded approach, he preferred a more conventional solution. For Yu Qing, the allure of the treasures capable of bestowing saintly power paled in comparison to his curiosity about the object within the celestial crystal that drew him in. To this day, he had yet to ascertain the limits of his own strength, rendering treasures aimed at enhancing power and cultivation somewhat insignificant to him. Consequently, his attitude towards the treasure within the celestial crystal was predominantly one of curiosity. Where then could he find the frigid flame of extreme cold? Just as Yu Qing murmured to himself within the grand hall, at the entrance to the prison sky domain, a figure emerged, respectfully seen off by the guards. It was none other than Zhou Fengtian, a wanderer from beyond the realm. The mission to retrieve the sacred heart of Ziyun was of paramount importance, warranting absolute secrecy. Hence, from the outset, Zhou Fengtian had no intention of bringing anyone from within the prison sky domain along. After all, those from outside the domain had limited understanding of treasures of saintly caliber, unlike those within. Humph, the ancient master Hanyan. Perfect. I too wish to witness his prowess. A smirk played upon Zhou Fengtian's lips. Even in the absence of his tall and slender confidant, he ventured forth with unwavering confidence. He was already at the pinnacle of the second realm, and even without any additional means, he was a formidable opponent among his peers. Moreover, he possessed 2 significant trump cards. One of these was the demonic art he had mastered, the shadow of the devil. This technique was a forbidden sorcery, locked away in the deepest recesses of the prisoning heaven domain's treasury, accessible only to those of his exalted status. In the past, Li Xianbai had distinguished himself among the disciples of his generation, outshining his contemporaries with remarkable prowess. Zhou Fengtian, believing himself to be Li Xianbai's rival, found himself repeatedly outmatched. The elders had chosen Zhou Fengtian primarily due to Li Xianbai's lack of cooperation, leaving them with no alternative. Now, while Zhou Fengtian remained at the peak of the second realm, Li Xianbai had already ascended to the third realm, undoubtedly the foremost disciple of this era. The jealousy that brewed within Zhou Fengtian was palpable. In a bid to compete with Li Xianbai, he audaciously broke taboos and secretly practiced the shadow of the devil. This formidable sorcery, truly deserving of its title as the supreme taboo of the prisoning heaven domain, was indeed eerie and terrifying. It required the life force of the living, even practitioners, as sustenance for its cultivation, yet its power was boundless. Despite being at the pinnacle of the second realm, once he unleashed the shadow of the devil, he could easily contend against those of the third realm. And this was merely one of his hidden strengths. Chapter 127. Was this ancestor truly so audacious? A thought flickered in Zhou Fengtian's mind as he raised his hand. A swirling mass of frigid, ice-blue flames ascended from his palm, emanating an aura of profound coldness. The ethereal blue light illuminated his visage, casting a somewhat sinister grin upon his face. Aside from the handwritten notes detailing the sacred heart of the purple cloud, this extreme cold fire was his most significant acquisition. Such a formidable flame was rivaled only by the ancient melting flame within the prisoning heaven domain. It was likely that the esteemed ancestor of the purple cloud had wielded it to devastating effect, earning a fearsome reputation. Alas, with his current cultivation level, he could not yet unleash its full potential. However, it was still sufficiently powerful. This extreme cold fire was unearthed during his exploration of a secretive relic, found alongside the fragmented notes. Although he had not delved too deeply and failed to uncover any remains, he speculated that the site was likely the place of the purple cloud ancestor's demise. The extreme cold fire was undoubtedly a treasure for confronting foes. Given that such a sacred relic had been left behind, it was almost certain that the purple cloud ancestor was beyond the realm of the living, reinforcing his belief that the current so-called red cloud ancestor of the Zai sect was surely an impostor. With the extreme cold fire in his possession, even if he could not unleash its full might, he could effortlessly eliminate those at the mere second realm. Even beings of the third realm would suffer should they come into contact with its chilling essence. Armed with both the demonic art and the ice flames, he was confident that even Li Xianbai was no longer his equal. The sacred heart of the purple cloud would soon be within his grasp. The greatest challenge lay solely in how to merge the sacred heart without detection thereafter. Upon obtaining the sacred heart, I shall take the opportunity to retreat for a few months. With a shift in thought, Zhou Fengtian revealed a confident smile, leaping into the air and transforming into a streak of blue light, soaring towards the southeast. Meanwhile, within the Zai sect, Yu Qing pondered deeply but could not discern where to seek the extreme cold ice flame. Fortunately, he had already learned how to unlock the heavenly crystal, and seeking other treasures imbued with extreme yin and yang powers would be similarly feasible. After consulting with Li Xianbai, the latter contemplated for a moment before speaking. As for treasures of extreme yin, I am unaware. However, concerning treasures of extreme yang, our Qiutian domain possesses the ancient flowing flame, a true fire of utmost yang. Oh, Yu Qing's eyes brightened. Where might this ancient flowing flame be found? Li Xianbai replied. This flame is a treasured inheritance of the domain masters of Qiutian domain throughout the ages. To borrow it, one must seek the domain master. If you wish to use it, you may accompany me back to Qiutian domain, and with my introduction, it should not pose a problem. This was not mere unwarranted confidence on his part. After all, he had traversed the outer realms. Although he was on the verge of losing his qualifications, that would not occur until a year hence, would it? In his eyes, Yu Qing was profoundly enigmatic. To effortlessly kick an adult fiend-wing devouring beast, such terrifying strength led Li Xianbai to speculate that he might very well be a semi-saint. It is worth noting that even in Qiutian domain, no saints had emerged for tens of thousands of years. One could attain the position of domain master with the peak of the fifth realm, and the highest rank achievable was merely that of a semi-saint. This meant that the esteemed Yu Qing was on par with the domain master. Such a being, with his endorsement, should have no trouble borrowing the ancient flowing flame. Without further ado, let us proceed to Qiutian domain. Just as Yu Qing prepared to set off, he suddenly recalled, I must first attend to matters concerning the Zai sect. Although the recent alliance with the Tianhui sect had significantly bolstered the strength of the Zai sect, it was still insufficient to ensure its stability in the outer domain without Yu Qing's oversight. On the contrary, his presence as the Red Cloud ancestor had attracted considerable attention. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Many were likely focusing on the Zai sect, eager to uncover the truth behind the Red Cloud ancestor. It was likely that the moment he departed, the Zai sect would face adversity. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Qing clapped his hands. Let us unify the surrounding areas for the Zai sect. What? Li Xianbai was taken aback. Recently, the Zai sect, which had been in the limelight, announced momentous news. In 3 days, the Zai sect would hold a grand ceremony at its mountain gate to officially declare the return of its ancestor and the merger with the Tianhui sect. The Red Cloud ancestor extended invitations to dozens of neighboring sects, requesting their presence at the Zai sect for the ceremony. The news took everyone by surprise. The Red Cloud ancestor's approach was indeed ostentatious. In a time when various sects were covertly and overtly attempting to probe the truth behind the Red Cloud ancestor, he had the audacity to personally invite them all to witness the event. Clearly, there exists an unwavering confidence within oneself, unperturbed by the scrutiny of others. Could it be that the legendary ancestor has indeed returned? After careful contemplation, the major sects that received the hero's summons unanimously agreed to attend, pledging their presence within 3 days. This action, in truth, aligns perfectly with their own interests. Following the revelation of Tianhui sect's oppressive maneuvers against Zai sect in their quest for treasures, the tales of the ancestral relics passed down from the esteemed ancestor Yun became widely known. Who does not covet the treasures left by saints? Although Tianhui sect's prior failures have caused many to reconsider, there are certainly other sects within the prison sky outer domain that surpass Tianhui sect in strength. Since the esteemed ancestor Han Yun has displayed such audacity in inviting us, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to assess your true worth. Should you possess genuine prowess, all would be well. However, should your strength prove inadequate, it would be evident that you are an impostor, deserving of severe retribution. If Zai sect cannot safeguard this saintly relic, it is only right that we, the virtuous, take possession of it. Many share such sentiments. Simultaneously, Zhou Fengtian, having just arrived in the outer domain, received this news. The audacity of ancestor Han Yun is indeed remarkable. Zhou Fengtian narrowed his eyes, thinking, this is fortuitous. For I feared you might abscond with the treasures. Let this opportunity reveal who dares to usurp from me under the guise of a saint. With a flicker of determination, he continued his journey towards Zai sect. In another direction, a shadowy figure, with a dark demeanor, learned of the news as well. Zai sect, ancestor Han Yun, he murmured. It seems the direction of Zai sect aligns with the compass's indication of where Yu Qing is. Although somewhat perplexed, he did not connect Yu Qing with the widely spoken of ancestor Han Yun. After all, one is a disciple of Li Xianbai, barely 50 years old, while the other is a renowned figure, rumored to be the returned saint of Zai sect. They appear to have no connection whatsoever. Is it possible that Li Xianbai is escorting him to witness the proceedings at Zai sect? The shadow's gaze shifted, with dozens of sects gathering. It is likely that formidable experts from the chaos realm will be present, making open confrontation rather troublesome. Yet, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Very well, if necessary. I shall simply eliminate them all. What of it? Chapter 128. The grand ceremony commences 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this brief period, the once quiet gates of Zai sect transformed into a scene of unprecedented bustle. All the notable sects in the southeastern region of the prison sky outer domain, having received invitations, hurried to attend. Zai sect welcomed them without hesitation. The venue for the ceremony had long been prepared, set in the expansive square before the grand hall atop Zai sect's mountain. Early in the morning, guests from various factions began to arrive in succession. Surrounding the foot of the mountain were numerous onlookers, including wandering cultivators and local citizens. After all, such a gathering of powerful forces is indeed a rare spectacle. From time to time, prominent figures of great renown ascend the mountain, only to be recognized and incite a wave of excitement. Look, there glides the Celestial Fire Sect's celestial fire airship. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, a vessel adorned with fiery patterns and drenched in a vibrant crimson hue streaks across the sky like a blazing inferno. This is not mere spectacle. Even at an altitude of great heights, the air around the Celestial Fire airship warps and distorts, and those below can feel a searing heat radiating from above. The Celestial Fire Sect stands as one of the most formidable sects in the southeastern region of the Prison Heaven domain. The Celestial Fire airship is their emblem. Not only is this vessel aesthetically striking, but it also possesses formidable combat capabilities. It is said that a single airship can match the strength of a Chaos Realm expert. Only the highest-ranking leaders of the Celestial Fire Sect are permitted to travel aboard the Celestial Fire airship. The airship comes to a halt upon the plaza nestled halfway up the mountain of the Purple River Sect. a designated area for the reception of guests and the docking of airships. From the vessel emerges a towering figure clad in a gold and crimson robe, his fiery red hair billowing like flames. He is the leader of the Celestial Fire Sect, Lien Fenshan, one of the few Chaos Realm's second-stage experts in the southeastern expanse of the Prison Heaven domain. As his gaze sweeps across the surroundings, he notices several smaller sects' airships already docked, causing him to furrow his brow. The Purple River sect truly lacks discernment, allowing my Celestial Fire Sect's airship to be alongside these second- and third-rate sections. Although displeased, he refrains from voicing his thoughts. Traditionally, the Celestial Fire Sect would have flown directly to the mountaintop, descending at the summit plaza, but such an act would undoubtedly convey a sense of disdain towards the Purple River sect. However, this time, they have all come in pursuit of the enigmatic Elder Red Cloud. Despite the fact that few believe this Elder Red Cloud to be the reincarnation of the ancient Elder Purple Cloud and the return of a sage, caution is the mother of safety. Even if there is a 99% probability that it is a falsehood, what if that one chance is indeed true? Should they act with arrogance and offend the Purple River sect, the consequences could prove to be quite dire. Since there are no conflicts of interest at stake, it is unnecessary to dwell on these minor issues. Leader Lien, I did not expect you to be the first to arrive. A voice rang out from above, accompanied by laughter. Lien Fentian looked up to see a flock of imposing white cranes descending from the sky, landing gracefully in the plaza. At the forefront, the largest crane, towering over 10 zhong, bore a figure who floated down effortlessly, clad in white robes, with hair and beard as white as snow, exuding an ethereal aura. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lien Fentian's expression shifted to one of respect, and he clasped his fists in greeting. Ah, it is you, Brother Yundao. I see you have also come. The visitor replied with a smile. Since it is an invitation from Elder Red Cloud, how could I possibly refrain from attending? I too wish to witness what this legendary ancient power looks like. The individual is known as Yun Yin Chun, the ancestor of the Misty Sect. The Piaomiao Sect and the Tianhua Sect stand at an equal prowess, both being among the most formidable sects in the southeastern region of the Prison Sky domain. In this expanse, there exists yet another sect that can rival these two. Now that we are both present, it is likely that the woman is not far behind, remarked Lien Fenshan with a light snort. As expected, no sooner had he spoken than a chorus of gasps arose from below the mountain. From the southwestern sky, amidst swirling purple mist, emerged a radiant purple cloud, suffused with ethereal glimmers, and upon this cloud, several graceful figures could be discerned, exuding an aura of cool detachment. The members of Yunxiao Valley have also arrived. The purple cloud descended onto a plaza halfway up the mountain, dissipating to reveal the visage of an enchanting woman. She was clad in a gown of pale lavender, statuesque and elegant, her hair elegantly tied high, ribbons fluttering, her beauty unparalleled. Yet she bore an air of composure that betrayed no hint of fragility. She appeared to be merely in her 20s. Following her were several young maidens, all possessing exquisite beauty and ethereal grace. The woman cast a cold glance at Lien Fenshan before bowing gracefully to Yun Yinqing, saying, Senior Yun, it has been a long time. Your elegance remains unblemished. Yun Yinqing chuckled in response. Indeed, Sect Master Yu, your radiance is as striking as ever. It has been quite a while since the three of us convened. How fortuitous it is that we gather here today. This elegantly robed woman was Yu Qiluo, the leader of Yunxiao Valley, which ranks alongside the Tianhua Sect and the Piaomiao Sect, collectively known as the three great sects of the southeastern Prison Sky domain. These three sects represent the pinnacle of power within this region. The leaders of these sects possess formidable cultivation at the second level of chaos, commanding great respect and renown throughout the Prison Sky domain. In comparison, the Tianhui sect is relegated to a secondary tier. Nonetheless, today, in addition to the three great sects, more than 10 other second-tier sects, akin to the Tianhui sect, have also gathered, along with several lesser sects that, while not in the same league as the top three, are still noteworthy. Under the guidance of the Purple River sect's representatives, the assembly of individuals made their way slowly toward the mountain's summit. By the time noon approached, the number of chaos-tier cultivators amassed within the Purple River sect had exceeded 20, a truly opulent gathering. It could be said that the strongest forces within the southeastern Prison Sky domain had converged in this very place. In times past, The Purple River sect would not have warranted the attention of such esteemed beings. Yet, even now, the Purple River sect retains its stature. For apart from the recently appointed leader of the Tianhui sect, Yu Qing, it has yet to cultivate anyone of chaos-level prowess. The heads of various great sects and powerful factions took their seats, unperturbed by the presence of Purple River sect members nearby. Engaging in spirited discussions regarding recent events involving the Purple River sect and the Elder Han Yun. While the annexation of the Tianhui sect by the Purple River sect had astonished many, to the assembled company, a single Tianhui sect hardly posed a significant concern. Aside from seeking to test the authenticity of the venerable Han Yun, their primary objective was the so-called saint's relic coveted by the Tianhui sect. Although the Zai sect has waned and the venerable Han Yun is a mere impostor, the original Xin sect leader was indeed genuine. Chapter 129. A discussion on the saint's relic. While the saint's relic may not seem particularly extraordinary within the confines of the prison of heaven's inner domain, in the outer realms, it is enough to stir the hearts of any being. Each saint is a figure immortalized in the annals of history, their legends sung for millennia. If the saint's relic proves authentic, its prudent utilization could elevate a sect to prominence, even the likes of the three great sects, such as the Tianhui sect. Though the three great sects currently appear harmonious, they have been embroiled in conflict for countless years. The balance of power among them remains precarious, with the Yunxiao Valley and Tianhui sect harboring the most animosity, yet remaining wary of the ambiguously positioned Piaomiao sect, which adeptly navigates both sides. Thus, the stalemate persists. The saint's relic might serve as a catalyst to shatter this deadlock. Securing it could enable a sect to rise above the rest, transforming the southeastern three sects into the preeminent sect of the region. As the sun reached its zenith, the prominent leaders and masters had been seated for nearly half an hour, yet the Zai sect leader and venerable Han Yun remained conspicuously absent, inciting impatience among the assembly. Lai Finchen furrowed his brow, declaring, "Humph, what an impostor! Does he truly presume to maintain such airs? We, the three sect leaders, are gathered here, and yet he fails to greet us? Does he genuinely believe himself to be the Ziyun leader, a reincarnation of a saint?" Yun Yinqing chuckled amiably. Lai Zhongzhu, there is no need for such haste. We will inevitably meet him. After all, we are not short on time. Yu Qilua cast a sidelong glance at Lai Finchen, coolly remarking, if some cannot contain their impatience, they are free to depart. Lai Finchen, incensed, retorted, what did you say? The Yunxiao Valley and Tianhui sect have clashed numerous times, with Lai Finchen and Yu Qilua being old adversaries. Their powers are nearly equal. Yet his Tianhui divine technique is countered by Yu Qilua's Yinxia classic, resulting in Lai Finchen suffering defeats at her hands. Their enmity is palpable, and they are nearly always on the brink of conflict whenever they meet. The other masters exchanged anxious glances. Should these two engage in battle, not only would the plaza be devastated, but the entire Zai sect might also fall victim to collateral damage. Though there are many Chaos Realm masters present, only these three have attained the second level of the Chaos Realm. The disparity in strength is stark. Even 10 first-level Chaos beings would not measure up to a single second-level master. This is undoubtedly why the three sects are recognized as the strongest in the southeastern region. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, the grand doors of the Zai sect's main hall suddenly swung open, capturing the attention of all present. As the door slowly creaked open, a middle-aged man clad in purple attire, possessing an extraordinary demeanor, emerged. Lien Finchen furrowed his brow and inquired, is this the venerable Han Yun old ancestor? Yin Yanchen shook his head, replying, this is Ziconquan, the leader of the Zai sect. Ziconquan wore a peculiar expression, seemingly caught in a moment of awkwardness as he clasped his fists in respect towards the assembled guests. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for gracing our humble sect with your presence on this momentous occasion. Our venerable ancestor has been preoccupied with pressing matters, hence his delayed arrival. I hope for your understanding. With that, he stepped aside, bowing deeply in reverence, proclaiming, we humbly await the arrival of our ancestor. At that instant, all gazes converged upon the grand entrance of the hall. A figure gradually emerged, stepping into the sunlight, and the crowd beheld a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s, yawning as he walked. Although whispers about the legendary Han Yun old ancestor had circulated prior, the sight of him still left many in a state of bewilderment. The fabled Han Yun old ancestor turned out to be such a youthful individual? while outward appearance held little significance at their level, where Chaos Realm powerhouses could choose to appear as they wished. The undeniable aura of this young man set him apart. He bore no resemblance to the time-worn elder of centuries past, nor did he embody the sage-like strength of a being from millennia ago. Despite initial skepticism, witnessing him in the flesh led the gathered crowd to a unanimous conclusion. This young man was certainly not the Honyun old ancestor of yore. Consequently, the tension that had lingered in their hearts dissipated, and their gazes shifted, tinged with condescension. Though he appeared youthful, possessing the capability to subdue the Tianshui sect, he was undoubtedly a prodigious talent. However, such youthful arrogance, daring to impersonate a venerable sage, revealed a profound ignorance of the vastness of the world. As for his remarkable strength at such a tender age, how formidable could he truly be? In the next moment, the youth, identified as Yu Qing, approached the assembly, yawning once more before speaking. "Apologies, I just woke up." The crowd collectively gasped. While his earlier yawning had hinted at his demeanor, his bluntness was astonishing. Was he implying that their weight was due to his slumber? Many faces soured at this perceived audacity, deeming Yu Qing excessively arrogant. They were all Chaos Realm powerhouses. Whether one had slept for a night or a century was inconsequential. His attitude seemed to belittle them, especially Lien Fenxian, who had a notoriously fiery temperament. His countenance darkened with displeasure. "What an audacious young man," he declared, striding forward. "I care not whether you are the Honyun old ancestor or something else." Li Fenxian strode before Yu Qing, towering over the young man with an imposing presence. "Surrender the treasures left by the ancestor of Purple Cloud. The relic of a saint is not something you are entitled to possess." Yu Qing rubbed his bleary eyes. Last night, he had not referred to the notes of Purple Cloud, nor had he brought his alchemical tools. With nothing to do, he had opted for a nap. Only just awakening, he recalled that he was to convene a grand ceremony today, prompting him to hastily rise and join the anxious Ji Chanchuan who had been waiting outside. Upon entering the venue, he was confronted by the boisterous figure of this giant. Still groggy from his slumber, Yu Qing felt a surge of irritation and impulsively kicked out. "Have I given you permission to speak?" In an instant, the wrathful leader of the Tianhui sect, Li Fenxian, was sent hurtling like a meteor from the assembly hall. A resounding crash echoed as he shattered the grand doors and soared thousands of feet, colliding with a distant peak. The venue fell into a stunned silence, with every mind momentarily paralyzed by disbelief. What had just transpired? Had Li Fenxian ascended, only to be hurled away? Meanwhile, Yu Qing, who had delivered the kick, calmly approached the front of the hall and seated himself in the main position. "Now, let us deliberate on the matter of your sects joining my Zai sect." Chapter 130. Do we still need to consider? Still reeling from shock and awe, the attendees struggled to comprehend the situation. As clarity returned, their expressions shifted dramatically. Joining the Zai sect? The implication of this statement was far more staggering than Yu Qing's earlier expulsion of Li Fenxian. The ancestor of the Miao Miao sect, Yun Yinchan, who had previously sat alongside Li Fenxian, instinctively wiped his brow and forced a smile. "Did I mishear? Does Senior Honyun imply that you wish for our sects to ally with the Zai sect? If so, there was no need for you to speak. This is something we should have considered ourselves. As fellow sects of the Prison Sky domain, we ought to unite." The others, regaining their senses, eagerly nodded in agreement, like chicks pecking at grains. Indeed, indeed. Senior Yun speaks wisely. I share the same sentiment." Any previous disdain towards the Zai sect and ancestor Honyun had vanished completely. After all, the display had been utterly terrifying. Li Fenxian was a formidable being of the second Chaos Realm. His might not merely a fabrication, but a testament built upon countless formidable victories. In the southeastern regions of the Prison Sky domain, who was unaware of his reputation, and yet, without uttering a word, he had been cast away like a shooting star. If it were merely a matter of speed in delivering that kick, it would be one thing. However, after Li Fenxian was cast aside, even his breath seemed to vanish, hinting that he was either dead or gravely injured. Otherwise, with his fiery temperament, he would have rushed back immediately to engage in a fierce battle with Yu Qing. The effortless resolution of Li Fenxian suggests that the venerable Honyun ancestor before us may not truly be the return of the former Ziyun ancestor, yet he is undoubtedly capable of dealing with them. Therefore, when Yun Yanchen spoke, the others hastily echoed his sentiments without a second thought. Even the usually stoic Yu Qiluo, the leader of Yunxiao Valley, nodded her head in rare agreement, despite remaining silent. However, Yu Qing furrowed his brow. What foolishness are you uttering? I am speaking of joining the Zai sect, yet you misinterpret it as an alliance with me. He lightly tapped the armrest with one hand. The purpose of calling you all here today is simple, to have each of you join the Zai sect. From this point forward, in the southeastern region of the prisoner's domain, having the Zai sect as a singular entity will suffice. Yu Qing's tone was casual, devoid of any sternness, almost as if he were merely engaging in light conversation. Yet, the gravity of his words left no room for levity. Initially, some believed Yu Qing was jesting, even sharing a knowing smile. However, his demeanor, while relaxed, was serious, and the laughter quickly faded. Yun Yanqian's expression darkened, revealing his distress. He had not misheard Yu Qing. As a formidable Chaos Realm expert, how could he possibly misunderstand the words spoken? It was precisely because he had heard correctly that he feigned ignorance. The implications of Yu Qing's declaration were far from trivial. At this moment, as a powerful figure of the Chaos Realm, unflinching even in the face of calamity, sweat began to bead upon his forehead. The other sect leaders shared his unease, fidgeting as if they were perched upon nails. Yet, none dared to voice a response. What a jest! This venerable Han Yun ancestor, issuing an invitation for all sects to participate in the grand ceremony, harbored intentions of outright annexation? Such audacity was unprecedented. To speak frankly, each of the represented powers present could not be compared to the Zai sect. Thus, for Yu Qing to propose that all sects join the Zai sect was a notion more ludicrous than a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. Despite their internal resistance, no one dared to voice their objections. They held disdain for the Zai sect, yet feared the retribution of the Han Yun ancestor. Everyone was apprehensive that a direct refusal could lead them to share the same fate as Lai Fengtian. Many eyes turned toward Yun Yanqian, for among the assembly of formidable experts, he and Yu Qilua stood as the most powerful and prestigious. However, Yu Qilua, being a woman of reserved demeanor, seldom engaged with others, and her prestige paled in comparison to that of Yun Yanqian. In such moments, one can only place hope in the venerable ancestor of the Miao Miao sect. As long as you, esteemed ancestor, give the word, we shall stand by you. Sensing the myriad gazes upon him, Yun Yanqing maintained a facade of calm, yet inwardly he felt an urge to unleash a torrent of invective. How dare they rely on me to be the scapegoat? This red cloud ancestor possesses the power to send the likes of Lai Fengtian hurtling through the cosmos, and he could easily do the same to me. I shall bear the blame while you all sit back and watch, is it? At that moment, Yu Qing raised an eyebrow, surveying the assembly. Why is everyone so silent? He narrowed his eyes slightly, pausing for effect. Could it be that they are unwilling? A sense of foreboding gripped the hearts of the crowd, causing them to break into a sweat, yet they dared not voice their thoughts, instinctively glancing toward Yun Yanqing. Despite silently cursing these reticent sect leaders 1,000 times over, Yun Yanqing found himself compelled to step forward. After all, considering his position at the forefront, should this red cloud ancestor choose to unleash his wrath, he would likely be the first to attract attention, even if he remained silent. With great reluctance, Yun Yanqing forced a smile, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The sentiments expressed by this elder are not without merit. It is true that the outer domain has long been fragmented, with numerous sects locked in relentless strife. It is indeed troubling. It is only natural for the elder to harbor such thoughts. However, the matter of sect consolidation is not something that can be resolved with mere words. This is a significant issue, esteemed elder. In my humble opinion, it would be prudent for us to contemplate this further. Upon hearing this, the assembly of sect leaders seemed to find their voices, chiming in with fervor. Yes, yes. Fellow Taoist Yun speaks wisely. Esteemed Elder Red Cloud. Fellow Taoist Yun's words are most reasonable. Such a monumental decision cannot be made lightly. We must not act in haste. We should deliberate more thoroughly. We cannot afford to be reckless. Observing the cacophony before him, Yu Qing chose not to add to the noise. He slowly raised his hand, at which point a figure approached swiftly, presenting a broadsword to Yu Qing. In the next instant, Yu Qing grasped the sword, delivering a powerful strike forward. A sharp, piercing sound rang out as a brilliant arc of light sliced through the air above the heads of the assembly. Following this, a series of thunderous booms echoed across the southern expanse of the Zai sect, leveling every mountain towering over 1,000 feet within a radius of hundreds of miles. In the wake of this singular blow, the area fell into a profound silence, all eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. Yu Qing casually placed the broadsword at his side and, surveying the crowd, calmly inquired, "Is there still a need for deliberation?" In this moment, the first to respond was none other than Yun Yinqing, who straightened his posture, exuding righteous fervor. "What are you speaking of, esteemed elder? The outer domain is riddled with division and ceaseless conflict. We bear witness to this suffering and feel it deeply. Today, we are fortunate to have the esteemed elder Han Yun leading the initiative, allowing our sect to join the Zai sect. This endeavor aims to unify the southeastern region of the Outer Realms, to eradicate turmoil and restore tranquility to the east. In the face of such righteous undertakings, what is there to deliberate?" The crowd, as if awakening from a dream, fervently nodded in agreement once more. Elder Yun is indeed correct. Yes, Elder Han Yun is a person of great wisdom and vision. How can we lag behind? Such an opportunity is rare and should not be postponed. What further deliberation is needed? I, from the Xinyang sect, shall be the first to join. Even Yu Qilua, usually impassive, nodded in assent. Yu Qing cast a sidelong glance at Yun Yinqing. "There is no need for any compulsion. If you hesitate, simply speak up. It is perfectly fine." Yun Yinqing's gaze was unwavering, radiating righteousness. "There is no compulsion involved. I stand for justice." Yu Qing nodded. "Well then, everyone should take this opportunity to make a vow before the heavens, leading your respective sects to join the Zai sect, pledging never to betray it." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd stiffened. Though they had mentally prepared themselves, they were taken aback by Yu Qing's resoluteness. To demand a vow before the heavens right from the outset left them no room for evasion. Should they indeed swear this oath, there would be no turning back. Yet, the blade at Yu Qing's feet glinted ominously in the sunlight, casting a chilling reflection. Recalling the previous strike, the crowd felt their legs tremble. If the earlier incident with Lai Fentian being sent flying like a meteor had merely instilled a sense of futility, the recent display of power had extinguished any lingering thoughts of resistance. When that blinding blade flashed overhead, death had never felt so imminent. Even though not a single hair had been harmed, the unimaginable ferocity contained within that blade seemed capable of severing the very heavens and earth. They had no doubt that had Yu Qing's strike been a mere fraction lower, they would now be a collection of headless corpses. The ability to execute such a strike could only be described as terrifying. Thus, despite their profound reluctance, the force of circumstance prevailed. All present were elders or leaders of major sects, having dedicated their lives to cultivation, achieving the chaotic realm only to find themselves enjoying it for a brief moment. None wished to perish here. Surely, yielding was no disgrace. One could submit anywhere. Just as everyone gritted their teeth, resolutely preparing to utter their vows before the heavens. A chilling voice suddenly pierced the silence. "Where's Yu Qing?" The abruptness of this voice stood out starkly against the quiet backdrop. The crowd instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. There, in the western sky, stood a figure suspended in the void, hands clasped behind his back, advancing slowly. Clad in black, this tall and slender man appeared to be enveloped in shadows despite the clear blue sky, emanating an aura of coldness that obscured his features. Even in his presence, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth, along with the sunlight, had dimmed. He traversed the void step by step, arriving at the edge of the assembly, and spoke once more. "Where's Yu Qing?" Upon beholding this individual, who exuded an extraordinary aura, the crowd's expressions subtly shifted, revealing a glimmer of confusion in their eyes. They had never heard the name Yu Qing before. After all, what had circulated from the Zai sect was solely the moniker of the Red Cloud ancestor. Not only they, but even the sect leader, Zichan Chuan, was unaware of the true name of the ancestor they had summoned. Meanwhile, Yu Qing himself was momentarily taken aback. It had been quite a while since anyone had addressed him directly by that name, and thus he found himself momentarily at a loss. Regaining his composure, a look of keen interest surfaced upon his face. "I am Yu Qing. Do you seek me for something?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. So the Red Cloud ancestor's true name was indeed Yu Qing? Yet, the former Purple Cloud ancestor had not borne the surname Yu. Observing Yu Qing's calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the revelation, the crowd was left speechless. Was he no longer pretending? His curiosity was piqued. This was not a barren land, nor the southern borders, but the prisoner's domain, He had not anticipated encountering anyone here who recognized him. As Yu Qing spoke, the cold, piercing gaze of the cloaked figure shifted toward him, fixating upon his appearance and aura, identical to what he had known. Confirming that the individual before him was indeed Yu Qing, the cloaked figure's eyes hardened. And with a single step, he stood before Yu Qing, mere paces away. I have come to borrow something from you. Yu Qing tilted his head, intrigued. Oh, what do you wish to borrow? A glimmer of icy malice flickered in the eyes of the cloaked figure. I wish to borrow your head. In an instant, an overwhelming and terrifying aura surged forth from the cloaked figure. The crowd's expressions turned pale as they sensed that the area occupied by the cloaked figure had transformed into a veritable black hole, threatening to consume everything in its vicinity. Even the entire world. What a terrifying presence. Yun Yanqian's countenance shifted dramatically. This must be at least the third realm of chaos. Only beings who have transcended the Taisher level can elevate their existence and power to such an extent that they begin to overshadow the very fabric of reality itself, thereby emanating such an imposing aura. It is noteworthy that throughout the southeastern region of the prisoner's domain, amidst countless sects and powerful individuals, there has not been a single entity of the third realm of chaos. The 5 realms of chaos each represent a distinct echelon. A being of the third realm of chaos is capable of sweeping away all in their path. In the past, such entities existed solely within the inner domain. Yet now, one had suddenly emerged, seemingly targeting the Red Cloud ancestor. A moment of shared glances among the crowd ensued, as if they had glimpsed a flicker of hope. Confronted by the overwhelming presence of the cloaked figure, Yu Qing maintained an unwavering calmness, as if he were merely observing a playful kitten or puppy. He even took a moment to glance back at the crowd, questioning, "What is the matter? Were you not instructed to pledge your oaths to the heavens?" At that moment, Yun Yanqian, observing the terrifying aura and murderous intent emanating from the black-clad man, shifted his gaze and cleared his throat. Well, Senior Hong Yun, upon reflection, the matter of merging does seem rather rash. Indeed, we ought to deliberate further. The onlookers quickly grasped the implication, echoing his sentiment without hesitation. Yes, Daoist Yun is right. Perhaps we should reconsider. We must not be too hasty. Yu Qi Luo remained silent, merely nodding slightly, functioning as a mere automaton of assent, devoid of any desire to voice her thoughts. Meanwhile, the black-clad individual, noticing Yu Qing's nonchalant demeanor as if he were beneath notice, felt a surge of anger. His gaze darkened, cold light flickering in his eyes. Such an arrogant youth. Very well, your time of arrogance is now at an end. With that, he advanced a step, extending his left hand towards Yu Qing's face. At the moment of his strike, a torrent of energy surged from his body. Yet, unexpectedly, a figure behind Yu Qing abruptly raised his head, his expression shifting dramatically. He was the first to act, positioning himself in front of Yu Qing and unleashing a powerful palm strike that collided with the black-clad man's hand. Boom. In an instant, a low rumble echoed between the two combatants. Both were unparalleled warriors, and their casual exchanges contained the terrifying potential to cleave mountains and split peaks. Nevertheless, at the moment of impact, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, causing the esteemed onlookers, including Yun Yanqian, to change countenance in alarm. Under this oppressive force, they felt as if they were pinned to their seats, unable to rise. Only Yu Qing remained unfazed, even yawning in the midst of the chaos. The one who intervened was none other than Li Xianbai, the same individual who had earlier handed Yu Qing a weapon. Previously, this task had been handled by Xiao Li'er, but with her absence, Li Xianbai had readily stepped into the role. Now, however, he fixed a grim gaze upon the black-clad man, his formidable aura surging forth, a mixture of astonishment and indignation evident on his face. The black-clad man, upon seeing Li Xianbai, revealed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. As expected of a traveler from beyond, you have cleverly disguised yourself as a mere attendant. I underestimated you. He hailed from the prisoner of heaven domain and, logically, should have recognized Li Xianbai as an outsider immediately. However, as Yu Qing boldly sat while Li Xianbai stood humbly at the back, the black-clad man instinctively overlooked the attendant. After all, his intelligence indicated that Yu Qing was the disciple of the outworld traveler Li Xianbai. How peculiar it was that the disciple remained seated while the master stood. Even though he was well-versed in many matters, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. For a moment, He believed that Li Xianbai was exercising caution and employing this method to conceal his identity in order to safeguard Yu Qing's safety. Naturally, Li Xianbai was oblivious to the thoughts of the figure before him. However, the instant the dark-clad individual made his move, Li Xianbai recognized that the techniques employed were from the prison sky domain. Moreover, it was one of the core inheritances, accessible only to those of the highest standing within the domain. The use of such profound techniques indicated that this individual was most likely a high-ranking member of the internal domain. However, as someone who traversed the outer realms, Li Xianbai had never encountered him. The apparent intent of this figure to eliminate Yu Qing left Li Xianbai restless. In the blink of an eye, his mind raced with conjectures. "Which elder sent you here?" Li Xianbai demanded. A cold smirk curled at the edges of the dark figure's mouth as he suddenly exerted force, causing Li Xianbai to stagger back several steps. "My identity is of no concern to you, esteemed traveler. However, I assure you that I am here to take the head of this individual." Gritting his teeth, Li Xianbai retorted, "You may certainly try." Although the dark figure did not admit it, he had unexpectedly encountered Yu Qing in the wasteland. Prior to this, Yu Qing was entirely unaware of the existence of the prison sky domain. How could he possibly harbor any grievances with the inner domain? The sole connection was Li Xianbai himself. It seemed likely that he had relayed information about Yu Qing back to the prison sky domain, prompting the elders to resort to such measures to prevent him from bringing back a successor and completing the trial. Filled with indignation at this realization, Li Xianbai felt compelled to act. Had it not been for the earlier display of Yu Qing's capability to effortlessly contend with a chaos fifth realm beast, he would not have worried that the dark figure posed a threat. Nonetheless, since the situation arose due to him, he could not stand idly by. Upon witnessing Li Xianbai's movement, the dark figure showed no sign of trepidation. "Esteemed traveler," he remarked nonchalantly, "you are indeed the foremost among the younger generation of the prison sky domain. However, having recently broken through to the third realm, you are no match for me. It would be wise for you to step aside, otherwise your injury would not fall within the scope of my mission." This statement was undeniably true. Though both were at the third realm, the dark figure had reached the pinnacle of that stage, while Li Xianbai had only recently stabilized his breakthrough. In terms of inherited techniques, as individuals from the prison sky domain, the martial skills practiced by the dark figure were not significantly inferior to those of Li Xianbai. In a true confrontation, Li Xianbai would not stand a chance. Nevertheless, he showed no inclination to yield, glaring fiercely at the dark figure. "If you wish to be disrespectful to Senior Yu Qing, you must first contend with me." This declaration left the dark figure momentarily stunned. "Senior Yu Qing? What is this? Is Yu Qing not your disciple?" Referring to one's own student as a senior, what custom is this? Feeling as though his mind were muddled, the figure clad in black shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. After all, he was here on a mission. Why concern himself with anything else? His sole objective was to eliminate Yu Qing. The young man before him, both in appearance and aura, undoubtedly matched his target. A flicker of resolve coursed through him as the black-clad man coldly declared, "Since it has come to this, do not blame me for my rudeness." With that, he sprang forward once more, his entire being enveloped in a tangible darkness. This was a manifestation of the chaotic essence that one could only attain upon reaching the third realm of chaos, allowing him to influence the very fabric of the world around him. Though it appeared unassuming, it wielded the power to alter the course of destiny itself. He was confident that Li Xianbai would not withstand this strike. Of course, he had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. For Yu Qing was not the inheritor of the prison heaven domain. His life or death held no significance. However, inflicting serious injury upon Li Xianbai would complicate matters considerably. Li Xianbai sensed the formidable power behind his opponent's strike, a grave expression overtaking his features. At that moment, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Yu Qing had appeared behind him, patting him lightly. "It's fine, you need not shield me." With that, Yu Qing gently nudged Li Xianbai aside and aimed a kick at the advancing figure in black. "Begone! Can't you see that I am busy?" In the instant that his foot connected, the black-clad man's pupils constricted. Years of arduous training had brought him to a profound level of mastery, allowing him to touch upon certain esoteric realms. Yet at that moment, he felt an overwhelming aura of death wash over him. Though it was broad daylight, all he perceived was an abyss of darkness. In that instant, the black-clad man halted, terror etched upon his face, yearning to retreat. But it was too late. Yu Qing's kick sent him hurtling backward, reminiscent of the earlier encounter with Lien Fantian. Time rewound to a moment before. In the northwestern expanse beyond the Zai sect, a figure brimming with confidence strolled leisurely towards the sect's entrance, hands clasped behind his back. It was Zhou Fengtian, a wanderer from the outer realms of the prison heaven domain. He was aware that today marked a grand ceremony at the Zai sect, yet it held no significance for him. Zhou Fengtian harbored a singular ambition: to acquire the sacred heart of Ziyun within the sect. Once he obtained it, he intended to eliminate every last soul within the Zai sect to prevent any word of his actions from escaping. After all, if all would be dead, why should he concern himself? As he approached, the gates of the Zai sect gradually came into view. A smile graced Zhou Fengtian's lips, yet a chilling glint began to seep into his gaze. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss, his attention sharpening. What is this? Having approached from the west, he hadn't realized until now that the mountains to the south of the Zai sect had inexplicably transformed into flat-top formations. Moreover, all was aligned on the same horizontal plane, presenting an extraordinarily neat appearance, as if carved by a knife. While this was not particularly remarkable in itself, the vastness of the scene captivated Zhou Fengtian's attention. After all, he was situated outside the Zai sect, which was intimately connected to the sacred treasure he yearned for. Was it the Zai sect that transformed these mountains thus? What could be their intent? With a furrowed brow, Zhou Fengtian soared through the air, eager to uncover the truth. This was not an act of aimless curiosity. He was inherently a cautious individual. His confidence was built upon certainty, and thus, he approached any unexpected circumstances with vigilance. For instance, had he not known of the demise of the ancestor Ziyun, he would have surmised that ancestor Hong Yun was an impostor and would not have so readily approached the Zai sect to seize the sacred heart. What? You assert that even an impostor could be a formidable force? Preposterous. True powerhouses typically possess resounding reputations and hold their identities in high regard. They would never resort to such deceit. With a hint of caution, Zhou Fengtian alighted upon a mountaintop that had been flattened, releasing his divine consciousness to probe further. At that moment, he was suddenly jolted by a piercing explosion, followed by a resounding rumble, as the very air around him seemed to tremble. Instinctively, Zhou Fengtian turned toward the source of the sound, and his expression shifted dramatically. Before him, atop the peak of the Zai sect, a meteor streaked forth at an unparalleled and terrifying velocity, radiating brilliant light as it hurtled through the sky, swiftly approaching his position. The speed and power of this meteor were beyond imagination. As it pierced the air, it ignited into a blazing inferno, tracing a long, luminous trail across the heavens, resembling a bridge of flames, as if an artist wielding a scarlet brush had painted a bold stroke across the celestial canvas. Even from dozens of miles away, the overwhelming sense of pressure rendered Zhou Fengtian nearly breathless. Instinctively, he prepared to defend himself, without a moment's hesitation activating his trump card, the shadow magic. Instantly, a terrifying shadow enveloped him, yet the oppressive force remained formidable, causing him to tremble with an acute sense of threat. Without a second thought, he leapt into the air, fleeing toward the direction from whence he came. However, the meteor's speed was incomprehensibly swift, as he barely took flight. It collided with the mountain beneath him with a thunderous roar. Boom! In that instant, the phrase "the heavens and earth shatter" transcended metaphor, becoming stark reality. The cataclysmic impact, akin to a cosmic collision, unleashed an unfathomable heat, shattering the entire mountain in an instant, with fragments melting in the searing blaze. In place of the obliterated mountain, a vast crimson crater rapidly manifested upon the earth, expanding at an alarming rate. In an instant, the surrounding earth sank dramatically, resulting in the formation of a colossal chasm, or perhaps a small basin, stretching vast distances. The debris that was flung into the air ignited, transforming into a rain of fire that plummeted to the ground. The scene was truly akin to apocalyptic devastation, sending shockwaves across the landscape for miles, leaving countless beings in a state of panic. However, as the meteor fell amidst the mountains, no one was directly affected, save for Zhou Fengtian, who was traversing the outer realms. Despite his swift reflexes, as he launched himself into the air to escape the impending doom, he was caught in the terrifying aftermath just before he could soar 100 feet away. The shadow engulfing him crumbled almost immediately, and Zhou Fengtian, shaken to his core, spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. Yet, he dared not glance back. In that moment, Zhou Fengtian summoned every ounce of strength within him, unleashing the most formidable force of his life as he fled wildly into the distance. Although the shadowy magic had only sustained him for a fleeting breath before collapsing, it had afforded him precious time to escape several thousand feet away. As he distanced himself from the impact site, the residual waves of energy became less menacing, even propelling Zhou Fengtian to accelerate further. Still, he refrained from turning back, his mind consumed by a singular thought: to flee. The terror was overwhelming. What manner of place was this Sect? He had clearly observed that the meteor did not descend from the heavens, but rather erupted from the peak of the Sect. It was evident that some powerful entity had struck. Could it be the ancestor Hanyan? Such an assault could only be executed by someone of the fifth realm of chaos or higher. Was it possible that the legendary ancestor Ziyun had returned? Moreover, did this entity possess foreknowledge of his arrival? Otherwise, how could it be so fortuitous that the meteor was precisely aimed at his location? Zhou Fengtian was baffled, and this confusion only intensified his desire to escape. He propelled himself forward with unparalleled speed, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, at the Sect, atop the summit where the grand ceremony was held, everyone turned to gaze at the immense chasm to the south, their mouths agape in disbelief. Although they had previously witnessed Yu Qing sever countless mountain peaks with a single strike, this exaggerated display of power rendered that feat trivial in comparison. The earlier claim of kicking the blazing sky into a meteor was an exaggeration, but this time, the cloaked figure had indeed been sent hurtling through the sky like a meteor. As for his fate, it scarcely bore contemplation. He would likely leave not even ashes behind. The spectators' jaws nearly dropped to the ground, frantically searching for words. At that moment, someone inquired, "Should we still deliberate?" Yun Yinshin suddenly shuddered, rendered speechless. Chapter 132. No need for consideration in the northwestern region of the Sect. After fleeing for thousands of miles in one breath, Zhou Fengtian finally came to a halt, his heart still racing. Upon stopping, his complexion paled, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, some of which contained dark red fragments. It was evident that although he appeared intact, his internal organs had suffered severe damage. He turned to glance back towards the direction of the Sect, his face etched with profound terror. What could possibly lie within the Sect? Was it the Red Cloud ancestor? He had not even caught a glimpse of the assailant's appearance. The disparity in power was unfathomable. Their encounter had barely begun, and yet he had been struck from afar by a meteor-like attack that hadn't even directly hit him. Merely the residual force had left him gravely injured. As he calmed his mind, Zhou Fengtian's fear only deepened. Just as he was approaching, a strike had been aimed at his direction. Could it be that they were already aware of his presence and his intention to visit the Sect? This made no sense. Aside from the tall, slender man who had been consumed by his shadow magic, no one knew he was personally departing the inner domain to approach the Sect. Did his adversary possess prophetic abilities? To wield such strength and foresight, what realm must they inhabit? As far as he knew, such methods transcended the boundaries of the Chaos realm. At the very least, the elders and domain lords within the prison sky domain lacked such capabilities. If they did, he would not have made it this far. Could the Red Cloud ancestor truly be a returning sage? It was terrifying. After taking only a few steps, he coughed up blood again. Not only had he suffered injuries from the earlier impact, but the hard-earned progress of his shadow magic had also been shattered. He had exerted every ounce of strength to suppress the rapid onset of his injuries and flee thousands of miles, only to worsen his condition. Although he still held the chilling ice flame as a hidden weapon, Zhou Fengtian doubted it would alter his fate. If that strike had indeed come from the Red Cloud ancestor, it signified a terrifying existence of at least half-saint caliber. At this moment, all Zhou Fengtian desired was to distance himself from the Sect, akin to a hapless creature pursued by a monstrous beast in the southeast, roaring with a thunderous growl. Given his injuries, he dared not hesitate any longer. He quickly retrieved several bottles of medicinal pills and swallowed them, barely stabilizing his condition as he raced towards the direction of the prison sky inner domain. The confidence he had upon arrival was now replaced by utter disarray. Meanwhile, within the Sect, Yu Qing calmly retracted his foot, as if the person who had just sent the cloaked figure hurtling through the air like a meteor was not him at all. Behind him, Li Xianbai was left in a state of shock. Although Yu Qing had previously demonstrated his formidable strength on several occasions, such as wielding the small disciple who had been able to overpower Li Xianbai like a meteor hammer, or treating the ancient ferocious beast as a mere ball to be kicked to death, this display of power still left Li Xianbai in disbelief. Yet none can embody the formidable strength of Yu Qing as vividly as this moment. When reality returned to the onlookers, their gazes shifted from mere astonishment to palpable terror. This individual not only possesses unparalleled power, but also exhibits a ruthless decisiveness when engaged in confrontation. Both Life and Tian and the cloaked figure were unceremoniously sent flying like meteors, deprived even of the chance to plead for mercy. The impact of Yu Qing's kicks was nothing short of catastrophic, resulting in untold misfortune for those caught in the aftermath, likely leaving them unrecognizable in death. However, it is a misjudgment to blame Yu Qing for this devastation. While his strikes are executed with remarkable swiftness, they are not indiscriminate. Prior to his actions, he had already sensed that the southern expanse of the Purple River sect was a desolate mountain range, home only to rampaging beasts, frequently utilized by the sect as a testing ground for disciples. Thus, whether it was the kicks that sent Life and Tian and the cloaked man soaring or the intimidating slash he made, they were both directed towards the south. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious to the potential casualties his strikes could have caused, as he was acutely aware of the implications. Though he is not a sage, he is not one to engage in senseless slaughter. The earlier slash merely leveled the mountaintop. Even if there were individuals still present in the mountains, they should have been frightened away by the display. Of course, should there be anyone unfortunate enough to remain wandering the mountains after witnessing that slash, their fate would be self-inflicted. As for the notion that someone might have missed Yu Qing's strike and subsequently ventured into the mountains, such coincidences are hardly conceivable. A rational person, even if they did not witness Yu Qing's action, would surely retreat upon seeing the flattened mountaintop. Who would dare approach the scene out of sheer idleness? This is the reasoning Yu Qing held. Retracting his foot, he patted the shoulder of the stunned Li Xianbai and returned to his seat with a casual demeanor, casting his gaze upon the assembly of sect leaders and elders. So, have you all reached a decision? A tremor coursed through the crowd. The foremost among them, Yun Yanqian, jolted into action, puffing out his chest and displaying an expression of unwavering resolve that was 100-fold more steadfast than before. Senior Han Yun must be jesting. Is there any need for deliberation on this matter? We wholeheartedly support the senior's vision. The fragmented southeastern realm must come to an end. The others fervently nodded in agreement. Indeed, fellow Taoist Yun is absolutely correct. Such eloquence. Who dares to hesitate? Those who do are enemies of our cause. Observing the fervent declarations and impassioned gestures of the sect leaders and elders, Yu Qiluo, the leader of Yunxia Valley, felt a flicker of disdain in her beautiful eyes. Yet she too nodded in acquiescence. Alas, despite her reluctance to align with these opportunistic individuals, what could a frail woman do in the face of overwhelming momentum? All she could do was follow suit with a nod. Silence reigned, her final bastion of dignity. Yu Qiluo continued to embody an unfeeling nodding machine, while Yu Qing revealed a flicker of satisfaction. The incessant buzzing of the flies had been dispelled, and they could proceed. Since there were no objections to consider, it was time for everyone to pledge their oaths to the heavenly Tao. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent, all eyes converging upon Yun Yanqian, the leader. Even Yu Qing turned his gaze toward him. Yun Yanqian trembled, his aged visage twitching under the scrutiny of the crowd. It seemed he was destined to be the scapegoat today. He yearned for an interruption, just as before, but miracles were conspicuously absent. Reluctantly, he began to speak. Elder Hong Yun speaks truly. Our resolve is unwavering, and the heavens bear witness. What significance does a mere oath to the heavenly Tao hold? Here and now, I vow, with the heavenly Tao as my witness, that I, Yun Yanqian, shall lead the entire Piao Miao sect to join the Zihe sect, never to turn back. A cascade of eloquent vows flowed forth, with Yu Qing occasionally interjecting to amend any flaws. Ultimately, a beam of white light emerged from the heavens, enveloping Yun Yanqian, only to vanish within it. This signified the establishment of the heavenly Tao oath, binding and irrevocable. Yu Qing nodded in satisfaction, while Yun Yanqian appeared ashen-faced. It was said that upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one could evade or violate the heavenly Tao oath and still survive. However, Such methods were merely legendary, and none present would ever attain such heights in their lifetimes. Thus, for them, the heavenly Tao oath was absolute. If possible, a cultivator would prefer never to pledge any oaths, as it would bind them with chains. Yet, in this moment, failing to accept this binding meant risking their very lives. Witnessing the ancestor of the Piao Miao sect, one of the three great sects, take the lead in swearing the heavenly Tao oath, the others understood there was no escaping this fate. Reluctantly, they steeled themselves to follow suit. As one by one, the sect leaders and ancestors offered their solemn oaths. They appeared despondent as if mourning a great loss. In stark contrast, Zi Changquan, seated behind Yu Qing, observed this scene in disbelief. These sect leaders and ancestors had once seemed to him like exalted beings, formidable figures he could never hope to provoke. Yet now, these powerful entities were pledging their oaths before him, uniting their sects with the Zihe sect. This signified that from this day forth, the Zihe sect would unify the southeastern regions of the outer domain, becoming one of the few formidable presences in the entire Qiutian outer domain, indeed, throughout the entirety of Yundong. In this moment, Zi Changquan felt with utmost certainty that his decision to bestow the sect's treasured heirloom and to venerate Yu Qing as an ancestor was the wisest choice he had ever made. Though the treasured relic, inherited from the ancestors, holds profound significance for the Zai sect, it remains utterly unusable without reaching the chaos realm, rendering it nearly devoid of practical value in the present day. Indeed, even during the times when the sect still had masters in the chaos realm, no generation of sect leaders has ever managed to unify the lands through this artifact. Zhu Changquan essentially exchanged a relic that possesses only symbolic worth for the Zai sect in return for the sect's swift ascendancy as a dominant force in the outer realms. This transaction cannot be deemed advantageous. It can only be described as a tremendous gain, as numerous sect leaders and ancestors successively pledged their oaths to the heavens. The merger became a foregone conclusion. Once the news spread, it stirred a considerable uproar throughout the entire prison heaven outer realm within mere days. No one anticipated that a grand ceremony hosted by the Zai sect would culminate in such unforeseen consequences. The leader of the Tianhui sect, Lai Fantian, perished, prompting the remaining powerful figures to each lead their respective sects in a declaration to merge with the Zai sect. The resultant upheaval is beyond imagination. However, these are matters for another time. On the night of the ceremony, as darkness enveloped the sky, the desperate Zhou Fengtian finally returned to the inner domain of prison heaven. His injuries were grievous. Despite being in a realm abundant in resources, filled with countless heavenly materials and elixirs, he could only temporarily ease his wounds. Nevertheless, recovering fully would not be an immediate endeavor. Inside the palace, Zhou Fengtian recalled the events of the day, and a flicker of dread passed through his eyes. Yet, as he felt the extent of his injuries, an overwhelming chill gripped his heart. In less than a year, the deadline for the walking assessment would arrive. There was no chance he could heal sufficiently by then, and even the prospect of improvement within that short span seemed uncertain. Burdened by severe injuries, he would stand no chance against the other two candidates, regardless of the elder's support. If he could obtain the Ziyun's sacred heart and fuse it into a sacred treasure, he would be indifferent. At that point, the elder's backing would be inconsequential, as victory would be assured. But presently, he could hardly contemplate approaching the Zai sect again. Should a situation similar to today arise once more, his return would not be guaranteed. Not only for himself, but even the dark shadow he painstakingly cultivated by secretly devouring countless mortals and practitioners as sustenance had also crumbled under the aftermath, suffering even greater harm. In the enveloping silence and darkness, Zhou Fengtian's expression twisted in agony as he emitted low growls. How could this be happening? It should not have come to this. I have sacrificed so much. How could I find myself in such a plight? Years of scheming and effort seemed poised to unravel into naught. Zhou Fengtian could not accept this fate, especially considering the considerable effort the elders had invested to support him. Should he fail and allow Li Xianbai or another to ascend to the position of domain master, it is certain that the elders would be incensed and would not spare him. This morning, he was filled with confidence, as if the path to sanctity lay before him. Yet, in less than a day, all of this has shattered like a fleeting illusion. Not to mention achieving sanctity, it remains uncertain whether he can survive beyond a year. In the blink of an eye, he has plummeted from the heights of hope into the depths of despair. At the moment when Zhou Fengtian found himself in utter hopelessness, a stirring arose within him from the shadow of magic. A voice seemed to whisper gently in his ear, beckoning him, "Come here, to this place. Here lies the power you desire." Zhou Fengtian trembled and raised his head, gazing toward the north. That direction pointed to the innermost depths of the prison sky's inner domain, the center of the sacred land. Indeed, he sensed that within the sacred center resided the essence of heaven and earth. As the supreme taboo of the prison sky domain, the cultivation of the shadow of magic could not be guided by anyone. He could only explore it on his own. Although the shadow of magic possessed boundless power, its cultivation exacted a tremendous cost. It required the devouring of countless beings and the essence of heaven and earth as sustenance, in order to nurture and condense the formidable shadow. Moreover, the shadow itself harbored an insatiable yearning to consume all things. The more potent the treasures and practitioners, the greater their allure to the shadow. After successfully cultivating the shadow, Zhou Fengtian frequently sensed that deep within the innermost region of the prison sky, within the center of the sacred land sealed off by the elders with the heavenly transformation forging array, lay a profound opportunity. The sensation was far more intense than anything he had ever devoured, indicating a particularly potent essence of heaven and earth. Once consumed, his power would undoubtedly ascend to unfathomable heights. Although the sacred center was isolated by the heavenly transformation forging array, he could still vaguely perceive that the shadow could be used to unravel the array and gain entry. However, in the past, Zhou Fengtian hesitated, fearing detection by the elders, and thus never dared to attempt it. Yet now, faced with desperation, he found a glimmer of hope. Chapter 134, The Heavenly Transformation Forging Array. If he could consume the essence of heaven and earth within the sacred land, not only could he fully recover from his injuries, but he could also advance further, directly breaking through the chaotic realms, and so much more. The center of the prison sky's sacred land is the most clandestine and the greatest forbidden zone. Throughout the entirety of the prison sky domain, only the domain master himself can enter and exit the sacred center. Even the 10 elders can only guard and maintain the array from the outside. This is, in fact, one of the reasons for the dissatisfaction of the 10 elders. After all, as elders, they are tasked with the ceaseless duty of guarding the heavenly transformation forging array, yet they lack the qualification to enter the sacred center. One of the conditions, or rather, the purposes for which they agreed to support Zhou Fengtian in becoming the domain master, was to ensure that he would grant them access to the sacred center once he attained the position. It is said that the greatest creation within the vast realm of Qiutian lies at the heart of the sacred land, crafted personally by the 3 ancestors of Qiutian tens of thousands of years ago. How could one not be envious? This is the only path left for me. A sinister and ruthless expression emerged on Zhou Fengtian's face. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow of darkness deep within his eyes began to sharpen, exuding an ominous aura. The voice echoed incessantly in his heart. "Come, come, the true creation lies within the sacred land. In comparison, what is the mere Ziyun sacred heart?" Acquiring the creation of the sacred land would place the entire Qiutian realm, even the 36 domains of Yundong, under your control. In a daze, filled with intense yearning, Zhou Fengtian approached the edge of the central sacred land. The entire sanctum was enveloped by the heavenly transformation demon forging array, which comprised 10 focal points, each manned by one of the 10 elders. Under normal circumstances, even if someone could navigate through the array, they would first have to confront one of the elders. It would be impossible to slip in unnoticed. However, Zhou Fengtian was different. As an esteemed outsider, and having harbored ambitions towards the sacred land for some time, he possessed keen insight into the elders' affairs, recognizing where the vulnerabilities lay. Although the elders were required to maintain the array, it was unnecessary for all 10 to remain at their posts continuously. With just 1 or 2 departing for a short while, the stability of the array would remain unaffected. Thus, the elders would rotate their absences, tending to matters that could only be resolved outside, while also indulging in moments of reprieve. It was, effectively, their day off. Through years of investigation, Zhou Fengtian had already discerned the timing and locations of the elders' rotations, knowing precisely when and where the focal points would be unguarded. For instance, the very spot he now occupied. He strode swiftly into the grand hall. Although guards remained, they would not obstruct him from entering. Given his elevated status as an outsider and his close ties with the elders. Upon reaching the altar at the center of the hall, where the focal point was suppressed, a cold smile curled at the corners of Zhou Fengtian's lips. This demon shadow technique was extraordinarily formidable. Not only did it possess overwhelming combat prowess, but it also granted him an extraordinary perception, allowing him to sense the flow of power within the entire array. By temporarily suppressing one of the focal points with the demon shadow, he could create a momentary gap in the array, thus enabling his entry. Such a powerful technique. Relegated to obscurity merely because it requires living beings as sustenance for cultivation. Zhou Fengtian felt the power of the demon shadow within him stirring eagerly and scoffed. The current Xiutian realm is truly decayed to its very core. Such a realm should be governed by me, Zhou Fengtian. As his words fell, his entire being trembled, and the dark shadow of the demon surged forth from him, enveloping the altar's focal point in its entirety. In the shadows, a chilling creak echoed, as if something was being consumed. The altar, which had originally emitted a faint glow, gradually dimmed. Simultaneously, the immense power of the heavenly transformation demon forging array came to a brief halt. A strong tremor surged, as if the entire sacred center was quaking. In the vicinity of Zhou Fengtian, the array's confinement began to dissolve. Zhou Fengtian sensed all of this, a smile blossoming on his face, filled with longing. He could feel that as the array opened, an irresistible force began to manifest within, stirring his desires fervently. What transpired? The array is in motion. A cacophony arose from outside, as the commotion caused by the anomaly of the heavenly transformation demon forging array startled the guards at the hall's entrance. They rushed in to investigate, and upon seeing Zhou Fengtian at the altar, they were taken aback. "Lord, what are you doing? The altar is reserved for the elders." Yet, before they could finish their words, a terrifying shadow surged forth. Several guards stood no chance against this apparition, being devoured in the blink of an eye. Zhou Fengtian grinned widely. "Now, no one can stop me." With a wave of his hand, a colossal bronze door at the back of the hall rumbled and began to slowly open. The very aura he yearned for began to seep out. Zhou Fengtian's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he prepared to stride forward. At that moment, an enraged voice pierced the air. "Who dares to meddle with the array?" Zhou Fengtian turned to see a figure rushing into the hall. It was Elder 7. Zhou Fengtian grinned. For the newcomer was indeed one of the 10 elders of the prison sky domain. The position he guarded was closest to Zhou Fengtian, allowing him to sense the disturbance immediately and rush over. What he beheld, however, was the rogue Zhou Fengtian, who they had thought they controlled. The shock was palpable, and upon seeing the shadow surrounding Zhou Fengtian, Elder 7's expression shifted dramatically. "Is that a shadow? How dare you cultivate the shadow technique? What are you doing? You dare to trespass upon the altar and disrupt the array? Zhou Fengtian, do you wish to perish?" "Ha!" Zhou Fengtian laughed maniacally. "It is you who will perish. Now, no one can impede me." In that moment, shadows swirled within his eyes, and he appeared utterly deranged. Elder 7 snorted coldly, and without hesitation, launched an attack, striking towards Zhou Fengtian with a single palm. As an elder of the prison sky domain, he was a master at the peak of the 4th chaos realm, while Zhou Fengtian was merely at the pinnacle of the 2nd realm. Even with the shadow technique and the frigid ice flame as trump cards, he was still no match for Elder 7. At this moment, the Grand Hall's bronze doors swung wide open, releasing a wave of inky darkness that merged with the shadowy figures, instantly amplifying their power. The 7th Elder's strike vanished into this abyss as though it had been swallowed by the sea, leaving no trace of its presence. Chapter 135. The Truth of the Shadow Magic. What? The 7th Elder was taken aback. The scene before him was utterly incomprehensible. As one of the 10 elders guarding the heavenly transformation demon forging array, he had never before ventured into the heart of the sacred land. This was the first time he encountered such a phenomenon, leaving him bewildered about the unfolding events. Simultaneously, within the array, at the center of the sacred land, there lay a vast pit occupied by a seething pool of lava, radiating a fiery crimson glow, reminiscent of a volcanic crater. At the core of this molten chaos stood a towering black pillar, extending upwards into the heavens. Atop this pillar sat a distinguished middle-aged man, clad in resplendent purple and gold garments, with a short beard and an extraordinary demeanor. Suddenly, the lava pool erupted violently, churning unpredictably as colossal waves of molten rock surged upwards. reaching heights of over 1,000 feet, evoking a sense of dread. Concurrently, tendrils of black mist began to rise from the lava pool, flowing toward a distant southeastern direction. The middle-aged man abruptly opened his eyes, his expression shifting. This is not good. Someone has activated the array. Who could it be? Without a moment's hesitation, he formed a series of intricate seals with his hands, channeling radiant energy into the dark pillar beneath him. The entire surface of the column illuminated with golden patterns, exuding an overwhelming aura that quelled the tumultuous lava pool. Rising to his feet, the man leaped toward the southeast, soon spotting the open bronze doors, his heart racing. One of the array's focal points has failed? How is that possible? He cast a protective spell around himself and charged through the swirling darkness, emerging to witness the fierce confrontation between Zhou Fengtian and the seventh elder within the hall. The seventh elder, at the pinnacle of the fourth realm, found himself beleaguered by Zhou Fengtian's relentless and inexorable shadow attacks, struggling to maintain his ground. Huh, did you see that? Zhou Fengtian laughed maniacally. This is the true power of the shadow magic. Such divine prowess is destined to aid me in achieving supremacy. You feeble, cowardly old fools, too timid to cultivate it, have unwittingly bestowed this opportunity upon me. Indeed, I am the one fated to be the sovereign. In that moment, a deep voice resonated. The shadow magic has been relegated to obscurity, deemed the highest taboo, and not without reason. As the words fell, a formidable aura erupted, instantly suppressing the previously overwhelming shadows. Zhou Fengtian whirled around, his gaze locking onto the middle-aged man. Despite the peculiar state he was in, his mind clouded, his pupils constricted in shock. Domain Lord. Indeed, the man before him was none other than Yu Qing, the lord of the prison domain. Ancient Qifeng's face was etched with astonishment, tinged with a hint of regret. As a domain lord, he was naturally acquainted with one of his potential successors. However, witnessing the dark phantoms enveloping Zhou Fengtian, his countenance darkened considerably. Did you think that the reason the shadow demon technique is deemed forbidden is merely due to its need to consume living souls, its cruel methods? Within the confines of the prison sky domain, I have amassed countless techniques that devour essence and spirit. Why has none been classified as a supreme taboo like the shadow demon technique? Zhou Fengtian furrowed his brows. Initially, he had taken up the shadow demon technique merely to compete with Li Xianbai, and upon practicing it, he found its power boundless, without any apparent side effects. Thus, he assumed that the domain lord and elders were merely adhering to tradition, resistant to change. Yet it was only at this moment that ancient Qifeng elucidated the truth. This shadow demon technique, created by a formidable demonic figure millennia ago, was not intended for inheritance. It contained the imprint of his grand Tao, and once practiced, it would coalesce into a dark phantom. Have you ever contemplated whose shadow the phantom embodies? Zhou Fengtian shuddered. Only now did he seem to awaken to the gravity of the situation. Just as he was about to speak, the copper door, which had been ajar, suddenly swung wide open as if struck by an unseen force. With a thunderous roar, the entire central Holy Land, indeed the whole prison sky domain, began to tremble. As the copper door fully opened, a violent surge of black mist billowed forth like a raging tide, engulfing Zhou Fengtian entirely. This is bad. Ancient Qifeng's expression changed drastically. He hastily drew forth an ancient sword radiating formidable energy and struck, severing the stream of black mist. Yet, it was too late to save Zhou Fengtian. He was completely shrouded in the dark aura, which surged into his 7 orifices. Zhou Fengtian appeared to be in excruciating pain, letting out a mournful cry. Seeing this, ancient Qifeng gritted his teeth and lunged forward with his sword aimed at Zhou Fengtian. As the lord of the prison sky domain, ancient Qifeng had attained the 5th realm of chaos, reaching the semi-holy state. It was difficult to find a rival throughout the entirety of Yundong. However, in the next moment, a hand emerged, unexpectedly grasping the ancient sword. Ancient Qifeng was taken aback and summoned strength to strike downward, but the sword remained immobile, as if solidified by molten steel. Simultaneously, a chilling laughter emanated from within the black mist. "Little fellow, you wield a sword as well?" Though the voice still bore Zhou Fengtian's essence, it felt utterly different. Ancient Qifeng trembled, a chill running through him. Could it be? Hee hee. Amidst the cold laughter, the hand suddenly unleashed its power, causing the dark phantoms surrounding Zhou Fengtian to swell violently, erupting forth with an unfathomable force that sent ancient Qi Feng hurtling through the air. One of the 7 elders was suddenly engulfed by the erupting dark shadow, struggling in vain to break free. The shadow swiftly enveloped the elder entirely. Amidst the chilling sounds of gnashing, the elder's screams echoed, but they soon subsided. When the shadow dissipated, the elder had vanished without a trace. Although diminished, he served as a suitable supplement. From the shadows emerged the figure of Zhou Fengtian, who appeared unchanged at first glance, yet his eyes had transformed into a dark golden hue. A smile graced his lips, devoid of any emotion, cold as if he were a deity from the heavens. Gu Qifeng slowly rose, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Fengtian, murmuring, "Heh, little one. Judging by the aura surrounding you, you must be a descendant of that old coot, Jidianzi. It seems you have recognized this saint," Zhou Fengtian remarked, a tremor of disbelief flickering in Gu Qifeng's eyes. Only a being of saintly caliber could refer to themselves as this saint. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Gu Qifeng had already deduced the identity of the figure before him. He was no longer the Zhou Fengtian he once knew. "Very well, I shall deal with you later." With a chilling smile, Zhou Fengtian turned and walked towards the door. "Let me first break the remaining array eyes. I must fully unseal myself." Chapter 136. The Demon Saint of Slaughter. In the midst of his words, Zhou Fengtian had already reached the entrance of the Grand Hall. His movement was exceedingly peculiar. Gu Qifeng hardly perceived how he had traversed the distance. Contemplating the true identity of the man before him sent a shiver through Gu Qifeng's heart. Yet, gritting his teeth, he leapt forward, landing squarely in front of the hall's entrance to block Zhou Fengtian's path. "Today, with the domain lord present, you shall not leave this hall." Zhou Fengtian halted, his shadowy eyes fixated on Gu Qifeng, a smirk playing on his lips. "Little one, though you rely on the great formation, you, a mere half-saint, have managed to suppress this saint for several millennia, which is quite an achievement in itself. At the very least, you haven't tarnished the reputation of that old coot, Jidianzi. Should you choose to escape while this saint is breaking the formation, you may yet preserve your life. Why then, do you rush to meet your demise?" Gu Qifeng retorted coldly, "Do not feign innocence. The main body of the array remains intact. You are merely a fragment of a soul that has escaped due to the disruption of an array eye. Having been sealed within the Tianhua refined demon great array for tens of thousands of years, your physical form must have long been reduced to nothing. The vessel you inhabit is merely a peak chaos second realm body. Even a being of your caliber, with just a remnant soul and the body of the chaos second realm, can muster only a fraction of true strength, at most, a half-saint's level." Zhou Fengtian fell silent for a moment before breaking into laughter once more. "Indeed, you live up to the reputation of that old coot's disciple, even in such dire circumstances. You remain remarkably clear-headed. You are indeed correct. Although this young man has cultivated the shadow of demonic arts, effectively transforming himself into a vessel for my essence, his cultivation remains inadequate. Meanwhile, my true form lies beneath the grand formation, and the power I can wield is but a mere fraction. Yet what of it? Do you truly believe that possessing mere semi-saint cultivation can deter me, the demon saint of slaughter?" With arms wide open, he laughed heartily, as the hall was enveloped in swirling shadows and wild demonic energy. "Can you truly obstruct me, the demon saint of slaughter?" Gu Qifeng's expression shifted slightly, yet he stood resolutely at the entrance of the hall. Historically, any powerful being who ascended through the demonic path was revered as a demon saint. In the entirety of Yundong for nearly 100 millennia, there has been but one name synonymous with demon saint. It is none other than the demon saint of slaughter, who, tens of thousands of years ago, rampaged across the 36 domains of Yundong, wielding dominion over the heavens and mercilessly slaughtering countless lives. At the peak of his powers, the demon saint of slaughter had virtually subdued all 36 domains under his rule, leaving only the prison of heaven domain. His notorious name, even after the passage of millennia, continues to echo in the annals of the cultivation world of Yundong. Ultimately, it was the 3 ancestors of the prison of heaven domain, in conjunction with a venerable sage from the northern frost domain and another sage purportedly hailing from the cloud continent, who, after a cataclysmic battle, managed to suppress and eliminate the demon saint of slaughter, thus terminating the era of terror in Yundong. This is how the legends recount the tale. However, only the successive inheritors of the prison of heaven domain are privy to the truth. In reality, the demon saint of slaughter was never truly annihilated. His cultivation is extraordinarily insidious. The more beings he devours, the stronger his life force becomes. It is said he once performed a blood sacrifice, consuming over 10 million lives to forge an unparalleled demonic sword that embodies his dark powers. Should one be wounded by this sword, even a sage would find it difficult to escape the clutches of death. The outcome of that battle saw 3 saints emerge, 1 dead and 2 gravely wounded. The saint from the frost domain sacrificed himself to destroy the demonic sword, which allowed the other 2 to seize the opportunity to defeat and suppress the demon saint. Yet, it was merely suppression. By that time, the demon saint had already consumed countless lives, his vitality bolstered to a point where annihilation was impossible. He could even transcend the lifespan limitations of saints. Were he not a demon saint, he would indeed be an extraordinary prodigy. The 3 ancestors of the prison of heaven and the other sage, having exhausted all methods to kill him, ultimately found themselves with no choice but to collaboratively set up the celestial transformation demonic refinement grand array, imprisoning the demon saint of slaughter within the heart of the fiery world volcano. They hoped that through the array and the boundless, supreme yang energy contained within the volcano, they could spend countless years refining and eradicating the demon saint of slaughter. This is also the reason why, after several millennia, the prison of heaven domain instituted the rule of having 10 elders guard the celestial transformation demonic refinement array, never to leave. For, should the array be unraveled, the demon saint of slaughter would seize the opportunity to break free. Prior to his sealing, the demon saint had condensed his Tao seed and created an unparalleled demonic technique, which is now known as the shadow of demonic arts. After the research conducted by 2 revered saints, it was discovered that the shadow of demonic arts is, in truth, an evolution of the path's imprint left by the slaughtering heaven demon saint. Those who cultivate this technique are destined to become mere puppets of the slaughtering heaven demon saint. The 2 saints endeavored to obliterate the shadow of demonic arts, striving to prevent it from spreading and wreaking havoc upon the world. Yet, regardless of their efforts to destroy the technique, it would quietly re-emerge in a hidden corner of the prisoning heaven domain after a period of time. The saints understood that this was due to the slaughtering heaven demon saint, still suppressed within the celestial transformation demon forging array, remaining alive. As long as the demon saint lives, the demonic arts cannot be extinguished. Since annihilation proved impossible, they resorted to sealing it away. Thus, the shadow of demonic arts was stored within the deepest recesses of the sutra repository, marked as the highest taboo, forbidding anyone from practicing it. The shadow of demonic arts and the celestial transformation demon forging array now stand as the 2 greatest taboos within the prisoning heaven domain. However, today, both of these taboos have simultaneously encountered a crisis. Yu Qing felt a tumult of shock and rage, coupled with deep regret. As the domain lord, he was the only one privy to this inner truth, and the sole individual permitted to enter the celestial transformation demon forging array. This was due to the slaughtering heaven demon saint's ability to manipulate the hearts of men, any being beneath the level of a half-saint. If aware of the demon saint's existence, and drawing too close to the celestial transformation demon forging array, could easily fall under its demonic allure. Only he, as the domain lord and possessing half-saint cultivation, could venture into the array and utilize its focal point to fully suppress the will of the demon saint. Naturally, this also benefited him, for as the array refined the demonic energy of the demon saint, it simultaneously transformed it into pure yang power, allowing him to cultivate within it with remarkable efficacy. Thus, he spent most of his time within the array, seldom attending to matters outside. This was not out of irresponsibility. Rather, he hoped that one day, upon achieving the saint position, he could reinforce the array without needing to maintain constant suppression. However, he never anticipated that his ascension to sainthood would remain distant while the array would falter first. This oversight stemmed from his prolonged absence from the internal affairs of the prisoning heaven domain. Now, regret was futile, and Yu Qing had no choice but to confront the slaughtering heaven demon saint. As a fellow half-saint, he could not be entirely powerless in resistance. In the next moment, he let out a fierce shout, wielding his ancient sword to unleash a radiant sword aura. The slaughtering heaven demon saint, grinning with derision, remarked that drawing a sword before him was akin to displaying one's clumsiness before an expert. In the subsequent instant, the slaughtering heaven demon saint raised a hand. Boundless demonic energy rapidly coalesced within his palm, transforming into a pitch-black long sword, which he did not evade, instead striking directly at Yu Qing's sword. At the moment of their clash, the slaughtering heaven demon saint staggered back half a step, while Yu Qing was sent flying. Steadying himself, the slaughtering heaven demon saint revealed a hint of astonishment. "You actually managed to force me back. That sword of yours must be a relic left by that old fellow. Ji Tianzi. I can sense its aura. Heh, a saintly treasure, is it? Alas, with your cultivation, you can barely unleash a fraction of its power." As the voice faded, the demonic saint of heaven, Yu Qing, stepped forward, his obsidian sword accompanied by a torrent of dark shadows, launching a ferocious assault upon Yu Qing. Armed with a sacred longsword, Yu Qing managed to hold his ground momentarily, yet the struggle proved excruciating. With every clash, he found himself relentlessly pushed back. This was not merely a disparity of strength, but rather a chasm in their mastery of swordsmanship. It is worth noting that the weapon wielded by Yu Qing in his prime was none other than a demonic sword. He was not merely a demonic saint. His prowess in the art of the sword rivaled that of the saints. Were it not for Yu Qing's ancient longsword, had they engaged with equal cultivation levels, he would likely have fallen within 3 exchanges. Was this the might of a demonic saint from tens of thousands of years ago? Yu Qing's heart was filled with terror as he exerted every ounce of his strength, yet he remained outmatched. Ultimately, their confrontation lasted no longer than half a stick of incense. Yu Qing effortlessly deflected Yu Qing's long sword with a single stroke, simultaneously sweeping his dark blade across, leaving a deep gash across Yu Qing's chest. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Qing advanced, delivering a powerful palm strike to Yu Qing's chest. Blood gushed from Yu Qing's mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the great hall's entrance. Yu Qing, however, strode forth without pursuing him, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the sky outside. Was this the scent of freedom? He had not savored it in tens of thousands of years. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Without a glance at the defeated Yu Qing, he proceeded towards the nearest hall. A fragment of his remaining soul and the frail body of Zhou Fengtian could not endure much more. Although he had subdued Yu Qing, the exertion had taken its toll. Thus, he had no desire to linger, intending instead to breach other formations and liberate his true form from the heavenly transformation demon forging array. Suddenly, as he approached the entrance of the next hall, a sharp voice rang out. "Who goes there?" An elder with hair as white as snow flew towards him, his expression one of shock upon seeing Yu Qing. "Zhou Fengtian, what are you doing?" This elder was one of the 10 great elders, drawn by the commotion, and he found himself face to face with the demonic saint. Yu Qing regarded the enraged elder with a peculiar smile, thinking, another source of nourishment has arrived. Perfect. Breaking through the formation is quite laborious. I shall require your assistance. In that instant, a surge of dark shadows erupted forth, enveloping the astonished elder. At the same time, on the outskirts of the prison realm, 3 figures soared through the sky in succession: a youth, a middle-aged man clad in white, and a delicate boy with green hair. They were Yu Qing, Li Xianbua, and Shao Can. Following the ceremony of the Purple River Sect, over 20 minor sects from the outer realms of the prison realm, led by the Misty Sect and the Cloudy Valley, collectively announced their allegiance to the Purple River Sect. On that very day, Yu Qing had taken them all to visit the Heavenly Fire Sect. The Heavenly Fire Sect's strength was originally on par with either the Misty Sect or the Cloudy Valley. However, with their leader having transformed into a shooting star, the current situation was predictable. Faced with the pressure of 2 major sects and over 20 formidable Chaos Realm experts, the outcome was inevitable. The Heavenly Fire Sect became a part of the Purple River Sect. This sect, which boasted a history of 10,000 years, had languished for several millennia, descending into the ranks of a third-rate sect. In just 2 days, it unified the Southeast, emerging as one of the largest sects in the entire Prison Sky outer domain. At this juncture, unless someone from the inner domain of Prison Sky intervened, no external power could threaten the Purple River Sect. Thus, Yu Qing found no reason to linger. However, the Purple River Sect, or rather, he, still faced a threat: Zhou Fengtian, who had previously incited the Heavenly Radiance Sect to seize treasures. Furthermore, Yu Qing sought to utilize the ancient molten flame of the prison sky domain's lord to break through the celestial crystal. Therefore, under Li Xianbai's warm invitation, he resolved to visit the inner domain of prison sky to address both matters at once, sparing himself future complications. Li Xianbai himself was not without concerns. The dark-clad individual who had been sent by the elders within the prison sky domain and had been similarly dispatched by Yu Qing had become a shooting star. Should this issue remain unresolved, it could attract further pursuers after Yu Qing. Although Yu Qing himself was unafraid, Li Xianbai would feel embarrassed facing such a senior. Thus, he contemplated inviting Yu Qing back. This elder was a being comparable to their lord of the prison sky domain, and he believed that, upon witnessing such prowess, the elders would think twice before harboring any ill intentions. Senior, beyond this mountain range lies the inner domain of prison sky. As they spoke, the two crossed a ridge and were met with a vast expanse of dark red earth. Feeling the intense heat that met them, along with the towering volcanoes and barren land, Yu Qing frowned. Why is the inner domain of prison sky in such a desolate state? This was the first time Li Xianbai had heard someone speak so disparagingly of the inner domain. It was known that the inner domain of prison sky was a sacred place in the hearts of countless cultivators across the 36 domains of Yundong. Many would dedicate their lives to tread upon this land and become part of it. Yet here was Yu Qing, expressing such blatant disdain. Li Xianbai's eyes twitched, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, he had to admit that the environment of the inner domain was indeed rather harsh. Well, senior, it can't be helped. There are a total of 27 volcanoes in the inner domain, including the largest in Yundong, the Blazing World volcano. Thus, for miles around, not a single blade of grass grows. Yet, because of this, the spiritual energy here is exceptionally dense, infused with the power of the utmost yang. The old yang generates lesser yin. Through unique secret methods and formations, it can likewise compensate for yin, aiding the cultivation of yin-attributed techniques. Cultivating here yields remarkable results, allowing rapid progress that is not exaggerated. Therefore, despite the less than ideal environmental conditions, it is an unavoidable reality. Yu Qing nodded in understanding. Indeed, this place is quite favorable for practitioners. However, he would never consent to residing here under any circumstances. Chapter 138, Wandering Beyond the Domain. As much as Yu Qing disliked this locale, it was highly sought after by many. The entire Qiutian inner domain is meticulously divided, with strict boundaries separating different strata of individuals, each confined to dwell in accordance with their status. At the very center lies the sacred ground, the region surrounding the Blazing World volcano, accessible solely to the domain lords. Surrounding this sacred area, where the spiritual energy is most concentrated under normal circumstances, reside the elders and several wandering practitioners. Following them are the stewards and protectors, and then the true disciples, continuing in this hierarchical manner. Each layer is fortified with stringent defenses, leaving no room for trespassing. Upon their entry, Yu Qing and Li Xianbai were met with resistance. Who dares approach? This is the Qiutian inner domain. Outsiders are forbidden to intrude. Several guards radiating a formidable aura stood before them. Upon recognizing Li Xianbai, they hesitated momentarily before hastily stepping aside and saluting. It is indeed the Wandering Lord. We welcome your return. As Li Xianbai surveyed the familiar surroundings, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. I have roamed the outer realms for many years. In my early days within the Qiutian domain, I was consumed by the desire to venture forth, finding this place unbearably hot and monotonous. Yet now, upon my return, I find myself somewhat wistful. In the Qiutian domain, arbitrary flight is prohibited, so the two descended to the ground, conversing as they made their way inward. Along their path, they attracted numerous astonished glances. As one of the three eminent wandering practitioners, Li Xianbai held a status only second to that of the domain lord and elders, making him a figure of considerable renown among the disciples. His return after many years naturally stirred quite a commotion. Everywhere they went, people bowed in respect, casting curious looks at Yu Qing, who walked alongside Li Xianbai. Who is this young man? They wondered. He walks with the wandering lord and appears to be slightly ahead. Despite their casual demeanor, it was evident that Li Xianbai treated Yu Qing with great deference, even choosing to walk a half step behind. Trailing behind was a green-haired child peering curiously, further drawing attention. How could one not be intrigued? Li Xianbai, renowned for his exceptional talent among wanderers, commanded respect second only to the domain lord and elders. While most disciples had rarely encountered the elders, Yu Qing's youthful visage clearly indicated he was not one of them. In a flurry of whispers, speculation spread rapidly regarding the two. Jealous voices emerged, proclaiming, "What is there to discuss? He is merely a wandering practitioner for now. I have heard that Li Xianbai has yet to complete his trial. This means that in less than a year, he will be stripped of his position as a wanderer." What? How can this be possible? Li Shixiang was undoubtedly the foremost among the three walkers. How could he possibly fail to complete the trial? Why would I deceive you? This is what I heard from Elder Zhou. Humph. Even if he were to fail the trial, he would at least become a guardian elder in the future, a position far beyond your reach. That remains uncertain. Are you not aware of the deep-seated animosity that Brother Zhou, also a walker, harbors towards him? If Brother Zhou were to become the heir to the domain lord, These words did not entirely escape the ears of Li Xianbai and Yu Qing, yet his expression remained unperturbed, as if he were not the subject of their discourse. However, it was not long before they ventured deeper when, suddenly, a figure flickered forth, accompanied by a brilliant flash of sword light, aimed directly at Li Xianbai's face. Yu Qing raised an eyebrow, but showed no intention of intervening. He sensed that there was no malice in that sword light. Li Xianbai also focused his gaze, swiftly raising his hand to grasp the oncoming sword blade, capturing it effortlessly. Humph, his skills have not diminished. A voice, cool yet melodious, rang out as Li Xianbai released the sword, which withdrew without further aggression. The figure wielding the sword then came into view, a young woman clad in a pale yellow gown, her figure graceful, features exquisite, yet her expression as cold as ice. Upon seeing her, Li Xianbai first revealed a slight smile. "It has been a long time, Sheng Mei." He then introduced her to Yu Qing. "This is the third walker from beyond the domain, apart from myself and Zhou Fengtian, Qing Xingmei. Superior to the mustaches, is it?" Yu Qing raised an eyebrow. What a splendid name. Yet, Qing Xingmei did not even spare Yu Qing a glance. Her sword still pointed at Li Xianbai as she huffed. "Enough with the pleasantries. I must ask you, why do you deliberately delay and fail to complete the trial?" Taken aback by her words, Li Xianbai soon smiled wryly. "You have misunderstood me. I have no intention of delaying." Qing Xingmei retorted coldly, "Do not feign innocence. There are 9 trials in total. You completed the first 8 a full 30 years ahead of us. Yet, since then, a whole century has passed, and you have traversed the various domains of Yundong. Have you not encountered even a single sufficiently gifted successor? In the trials of the walkers from beyond the prison sky domain, the first 8 evaluations assess the innate talent and abilities of the walkers themselves. The final trial, which involves seeking a successor, holds greater symbolic significance. Through these trials, the next generation of walkers should bring fresh blood to the prison sky domain. Even with concentrated resources, the next walker may not necessarily emerge from the last successor. Thus, this trial is the simplest for them. Finding a suitable disciple is ideal. If not, merely locating one with sufficient talent suffices. After all, with the vastness of the 36 domains of Yundong, countless prodigies abound. With diligence, one can always find someone gifted, although other factors rely purely on luck. Yet, Li Xianbai has taken an entire century to reach this final year without completion. Li Xianbai shrugged. "You are aware of my temperament. Talent is not the crux, but rather my disposition. It is indeed rare to find a disciple who aligns with my tastes, even over a century's span." Qing Xingmei gazed at Li Xianbai, her eyes searching for sincerity. Upon finding it, she let out a soft huff and sheathed her long sword. "Even if I surpass you, I would still feel unfulfilled. However, I refuse to be bested by that scoundrel Zhou Fengtian. Once I have triumphed over him, we shall compete again." As she spoke, she glanced at Li Xianbai and remarked, "After several centuries apart, you have matured considerably." Li Xianbai smiled gently in response. "You still exude your former elegance." Yu Qing observed the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere between the two and stroked his chin, realizing their relationship was quite intricate. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden rumble echoed from ahead, and the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. Startled, Li Xianbai exclaimed, "What is happening?" Qing Xingmei furrowed her brow and shook her head. "I do not know. Since early this morning, there have been persistent tremors emanating from the direction of the sacred land. I was preparing to seek an audience with the elder domain master to ascertain the cause." Chapter 139. The demonic sage of heaven breaks free. Li Xianbai added, "Perfect. We too are on our way to see the domain master. Let us go together." Qing Shengmei remained silent, leading the way deeper into the premises. Before turning, her gaze flickered over Yu Qing and seemingly casually remarked, "Is this the disciple you selected? He appears rather unimpressive. What were you thinking?" Li Xianbai stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing. "Goodness, please refrain from such remarks. Who is your elder?" Qing Shengmei's expression turned frosty, yet she noticed Li Xianbai nervously bowing to Yu Qing. "Senior, I hope you do not take offense." She spoke without malice. "Senior?" Qing Shengmei was taken aback. She knew of Li Xianbai's recent discovery of a disciple and had been waiting here. Seeing Yu Qing with Li Xianbai and noting his youth, she naturally assumed he was Li Xianbai's apprentice. As for the junior attendant beside him, being a formidable presence in the chaos realm, she could sense an otherworldly aura and dismissed him as merely a transformed spirit companion. Yet, in an instant, she witnessed Li Xianbai addressing Yu Qing as senior. At that moment, she harbored the same confusion as she did with the enigmatic figures from Zai sect. What is this trend of referring to disciples as seniors? Yu Qing, however, paid little mind to such trivialities, responding with a nonchalant smile. "Isn't that the heavenly transformation demon forging array you mentioned earlier?" "Indeed. That is the heavenly transformation demon forging array. You seem quite intrigued, senior." Yu Qing nodded, his gaze drifting toward the distance, where a colossal volcano towered high, resembling a heavenly pillar, enveloped by an immense formation that shimmered subtly in the air. Beneath their feet, a tremor persisted intermittently. Yu Qing squinted for a moment before speaking. "I am somewhat intrigued, but is this formation truly on the verge of collapse?" Li Xianbai was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Collapse? You jest, esteemed senior." However, upon noticing the absence of mirth on Yu Qing's face, he was struck with disbelief. "What? You cannot be serious, can you?" Qing Shengmei, though somewhat unclear about the dynamics between the two, furrowed her brow and interjected, "Do not speak foolishly. The heavenly transformation demon forging array is the pinnacle creation of our prison sky domain, vastly superior to the outer protective formations. For millennia, not only has it remained unbroken, but it has also shown no signs of even the slightest disturbance." "Is that so?" Yu Qing replied with a dismissive curl of his lip. "Well, is this not a clear indication of its collapse?" Instinctively, both turned to look back. In that instant, they beheld the colossal array enveloping the entire volcano suddenly shatter, disintegrating into countless luminous specks that cascaded from the heavens like a rain of light. Concurrently, a tremendous roar reverberated as the earth trembled. The massive volcano erupted with a cataclysmic explosion. Fiery red magma, accompanied by billowing black smoke, surged skyward with a deafening crash. It resembled a colossal fire tree, black and red intertwined, blossoming at the summit of the mountain. At this moment, both Li Xianbai and Qing Shengmei stood in stunned silence. "It has collapsed? Truly?" Li Xianbai, still engulfed in shock and bewilderment, instinctively turned to Yu Qing. "Esteemed senior, you did not orchestrate this, did you?" Yu Qing frowned and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I am merely standing here, having done nothing. Do not slander me." Li Xianbai murmured, "But this formation has remained undisturbed for thousands of years. How is it that upon your arrival, it has shattered?" Even Yu Qing found himself at a loss for an explanation. It was reminiscent of his previous experience. Upon his arrival at the Hung Tian Sword Sect, the cursed sword tomb had erupted. Now, upon his arrival here, the heavenly transformation demon forging array had also collapsed. Could it be that he possessed a peculiar affinity for breaking seals? That seemed unlikely, as the system had never bestowed such a trait upon him. Yet, it was indeed a pity that he could not study the formation due to its destruction. He casually inquired, "What might be concealed within this array?" Li Xianbai shook his head. "I have not heard of anything specific. It may simply serve to guard the Chishi volcano. It is said that the volcano harbors the legacies of past domain lords. Might the eruption have breached the array?" Yu Qing recalled the previous cursed sword and asked, "Could it be suppressing something?" Li Xianbai shook his head. "There have been tales of such a nature. But given that the heavenly transformation demon forging array has operated for thousands of years, what could possibly require such long-term suppression? It seems rather improbable." In the next moment, from the distance atop the volcano, a maniacal laughter echoed, reverberating throughout the prison sky domain. "Ha ha ha, after millennia, I, the demon saint of slaughtering heaven, have finally broken free. Li Xianbai, Qing Shengmei, and Yu Qing fell into an ominous silence, overwhelmed with astonishment. The demon saint of slaughtering heaven? Li Xianbai's expression changed dramatically. Isn't that the name of the demon saint who was slain by the three ancestors and two great saints tens of thousands of years ago? Is he still alive? Suppressed in the prison sky domain? How could that be possible? Yu Qing cast a sidelong glance at him. You are an outsider in the prison sky domain. Why are you asking me? Li Xianbai and Qing Shengmei exchanged glances, both sensing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. This was a grave matter. They needed to investigate immediately. Li Xianbai, disregarding the need to greet Yu Qing or the rules against flying in the prison sky domain, soared into the air towards the volcano. Yu Qing said nothing and followed suit. At that moment, atop the volcano, amidst the erupting lava and swirling black smoke, a grotesque and enormous visage materialized, emanating maniacal laughter. At last, this saint has emerged. Ji Tianzi, it has been tens of thousands of years. I am still here, but where are you? Simultaneously, at the foot of the mountain, Zhou Fengtian, in the last great hall's core, was also laughing maniacally. However, Zhou Fengtian was still under the influence of the remnant soul of the slaughtering heaven demon saint. Unfortunately, the seal of tens of thousands of years had nearly obliterated the demon saint's corporeal form. Nevertheless, although weakened, the demon shadow had already coalesced. If he could devour all the living beings in this place to restore his foundation, he would still be of some use. In the next moment, Zhou Fengtian leaped into the air, swiftly ascending to the volcano's summit. The immense face within the black smoke and lava surged forth and merged into Zhou Fengtian's body. The aura radiating from Zhou Fengtian rapidly swelled, exceeding the pinnacle of a half-saint in the blink of an eye. This scene was witnessed by Yu Qing, the master of the prison sky domain, who had just managed to suppress his injuries and arrived on the scene. His expression changed drastically as he realized that the slaughtering heaven demon saint had completely broken free from his seal. To think that the demon saint, who required the combined efforts of three great saints to be subdued tens of thousands of years ago, had now resurrected. What terror might this bring? Meanwhile, Qing Shengmei, Li Xianbai, and Yu Qing had also reached the foot of the mountain. Only Shaoqin lingered hesitantly behind. Master, it seems there is something terrifying on the mountain. Yu Qing casually patted his head. Do not worry. No matter how fearsome it is, it cannot consume you. You would perish. Shaoqin considered this and, reassured by the logic, followed along. Though the blazing volcano loomed high, both Li Xianbai and Qing Shengmei were powerful beings above the chaotic realm. With the formation now absent, they reached the summit within a few breaths. This is my first time entering the central Holy Land. I never expected it to be sealing the slaughtering heaven demon saint, Li Xianbai said darkly. As an outsider, he could not fathom such a secret residing within the prison sky domain. Yu Qing remained silent. For some reason, he felt the violent, demonic energy emanating from the mountaintop was oddly familiar. Soon, the volcano's mouth was within sight. There, on the edge, stood a figure, bloodlust radiating from him, his chest heaving rhythmically. Upon encountering the individual, both Li Xianbai and Qing Shengmei exclaimed in unison and rushed forward. My lord of the domain. The figure before them was none other than the domain lord, Yu Qing. At this moment, he was drenched in blood, in a state even worse than before, clearly having just emerged from yet another fierce battle. Now, he was fixated on the volcanic crater, determined not to let the entity escape. The two noticed that the ancient sword in Yu Qing's hand emanated a faint glow. Subtle patterns radiated outward from the sword's body, enveloping the entire volcanic mouth. Simultaneously, a chilling laughter echoed through the air. To their astonishment, the old rascal, Jidianzi, had made additional preparations within this sword. He had inscribed a restriction that could resonate with the power of the heavenly transformation demon forging array. All present turned their heads towards the source of the voice. Upon seeing the speaker, both Li Xianbai and Qing Shengmei were taken aback. Zhou Fengtian, there, hovering above the volcanic crater, shrouded in demonic energy, was none other than Zhou Fengtian, the wanderer from beyond the realm. Yet he was not Zhou Fengtian. Yu Qing managed to speak with great difficulty. Zhou Fengtian has unlawfully breached a taboo and practiced the demon shadow great method, resulting in his body being overtaken. What stands before you now is the slaughtering heavenly demon saint, sealed away by the three ancestors thousands of years ago. It was indeed due to Zhou Fengtian being under the influence of demonic powers that a breach in the array occurred, allowing the slaughtering heavenly demon saint to escape. The 10 elders had likely already been devoured by him. If he were not stopped, the entire Qiutian domain would face annihilation today. This revelation struck Li Xianbai and Qing Xingmei with significant force. As wanderers from beyond the realm, they were on the verge of undergoing an assessment to determine who would inherit the title of Domain Lord. Now, they were informed that a demon saint sealed within Qiutian domain had broken free, and the domain was on the brink of destruction. How could so much transpire during their brief excursion? The influx of information left them both bewildered, unable to process the gravity of the situation. However, Gu Qifeng had no time to spare. He urged, "You two have arrived just in time. Assist your domain lord by activating the restriction within this Jitian sword, resonating with the power of the blazing world volcano to confine the slaughtering heavenly demon saint. If we can buy some time to send a message for those below to repair the array, we can re-establish the heavenly transformation demon forging array and seal this demon once more." Li Xianbai and Qing Shengmei exchanged a resolute glance. Gritting their teeth, they placed their hands upon the sword's body, channeling their entire strength into it. Despite their cultivation being merely at the second and third realms of chaos, facing a legendary demon saint felt akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yet, as disciples of Qiutian domain and future inheritors, retreat was not an option, even if it meant death. As their unreserved power surged into the ancient sword, its radiance intensified, the patterns becoming even more pronounced, firmly sealing the space around Zhou Fengtian. Or rather, the slaughtering heavenly demon saint. The demon saint regarded the trio before him with a chilling smile. Alas, what a pity! The venerable Jidianzi, now left with but a handful of descendants? Aside from one semi-saint, not a single individual of note can be found. Truly, it evokes a sense of lamentation. Though he utters words of regret, not a trace of sorrow can be seen upon his countenance. As the power of the restraints intensifies, the form of the Tian demon saint is gradually being pressed down, seemingly on the brink of being engulfed by the molten lava once more. At that moment, a hint of derision flickers across the Tian demon saint's face, and suddenly, he raises a hand and makes a swift motion. Countless patterns in the air instantaneously shatter, a distinct sound of fragmentation resonating through the void. Gu Qifeng and his companions simultaneously spew forth blood, staggering backward several dozen paces before they manage to steady themselves. In the midst of their despairing gaze, the Tian demon saint slowly rises again from the volcanic mouth. Were 3 unscathed peak semi-saints to activate these restraints, perhaps they could momentarily suppress me. After all, in this form, I am far from wielding the power of my former self. Should I be forced back into the lava, this body would likely not endure being incinerated outright, which would indeed pose a significant dilemma. It is rare to find one who has mastered the demon shadow great technique. Yet, regrettably, with your few numbers, you are woefully inadequate. I fear even Jidianzi could not have anticipated the ineptitude of his own progeny. The words of the Tian demon saint sent a chill through the hearts of the 3. Not to mention 3 semi-saints. Currently, within the entire prisoning heaven domain, there exists but one semi-saint, Gu Qifeng, who is already gravely wounded. Li Xianbai thought of Yu Qing, but even if Elder Yu were a semi-saint, together with Gu Qifeng, they would only number 2. How could they possibly contend with the legendary demon saint? The emergence of the Tian demon saint seems inevitable. Reflecting on the blood-soaked history of tens of thousands of years past, one cannot help but tremble. In those ancient times, when saints presided and countless strong ones thrived, the 36 domains of Yundong were shattered under the fierce might of the demon saint. Ultimately, the sealing of the demon saint was only accomplished with the assistance of a saint from Yunzhou. How, then, can present-day Yundong withstand the return of the demon saint? In this moment of despair, 2 figures, one large and one small, ascend to the volcanic mouth. It is none other than Yu Qing and Shao Kan. The Tian demon saint, of course, takes note of these 2. The weak aura of Yu Qing is dismissed outright, while his gaze fixates on Shao Kan. The Tian demon saint's eyes brighten. What potent vitality! Are you not human? Below, Gu Qifeng also notices the duo behind him, momentarily taken aback. Why does the demon saint resort to insults upon their arrival? Yet, the Tian demon saint is not insulting, for Shao Kan is indeed no ordinary human. So this is the source of that aura. Could it be that a plant has attained sentience? Such formidable essence, nearing the realm of sanctity, is truly a sight I have seldom encountered throughout my life. You must be a transformation of a spiritual herb like ginseng or lingji. The two Tian demon saint bursts into hearty laughter. Truly, heaven has bestowed upon me a boon. Instantly, he fixates his avaricious and fierce gaze upon Shao Kahn. At that moment, Shao Kahn trembled all over and without a second thought, clung to Yu Qing's leg, seeking refuge behind him. Yet, this did nothing to deter the fervent gaze of the demon saint of slaughter. He appeared to have just taken form, still imbued with considerable impurities within. The average person would hardly be able to relish such a fortune. However, encountering this saint is indeed your stroke of luck. The demon saint of slaughter cackled, proclaiming, "The method I practice devours all living beings as sustenance. What care do I have for impurities? Even the most toxic substances of this world are naught but my food." To his astonishment, just as he broke free from his seal, such a treasure presented itself at his doorstep. If he could consume you and assimilate your medicinal power, it would suffice to restore 50% of his former strength. Yu Qing and the others were acutely aware of the decline and depletion of talent in the cultivation realm of Yundong, a fact unknown to the demon saint. Having just broken his seal, he now bore a new form, and after millennia, his power had dwindled significantly, leaving him in a most vulnerable state. Naturally, he was concerned about encountering any formidable saints at this moment. Yet, unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a millennium-old spiritual herb turned sentient. It was akin to finding a pie while dozing off, or a pillow to rest upon when sleepy. Perfect timing indeed. Even if he could only recover half of his strength, he would fear no one among his peers. With unbridled joy, the demon saint of slaughter reached out to Shao Kahn, exclaiming, "Come to me." Simultaneously, an overwhelmingly terrifying force, one that even semi-saints would struggle to resist, surged from the palm of the demon saint, akin to a tidal wave, enveloping Shao Kahn naturally. Yu Qing, clinging to Shao Kahn's leg, was also caught within this sphere of influence. However, the demon saint paid no heed. In his eyes, Shao Kahn was a delectable feast, while Yu Qing was merely the vegetable leaf beneath roasted meat. Yet, amidst this terrifying vortex of attraction, Yu Qing stood firm, seemingly rooted to the ground. Shao Kahn nearly lost grip of Yu Qing's leg, but Yu Qing casually pressed down on his head, preventing him from being dragged away. Gazing up at the demon saint, Yu Qing furrowed his brow and inquired, "What manner of being are you?" The demon saint was taken aback for a moment, then his gaze turned icy. "A mere ant dares to speak to me in such a manner? I am about to indulge in a feast. What concern is it of yours, mere vegetable leaf?" In the next instant, the so-called vegetable leaf retaliated. Confronting the demon saint's towering arrogance, Yu Qing raised his hand and delivered a punch. At first glance, the blow appeared devoid of power, prompting the demon saint to snort dismissively, too lethargic to defend himself. Yet, he was struck squarely, his head exploding in an instant, along with a portion of his upper body. Amidst the muffled thud, flesh and blood erupted into the air, and with the remnants of Zhou Fengtian's body tumbling into the churning lava below, it vanished without a trace, leaving the stunned trio of Yu Qing and others in a state of disbelief. Poor Zhou Fengtian. He would never comprehend the events that transpired until his very end. The ambitious wanderer, who had endured many years of hardship, was transformed into a wisp of smoke amidst the blazing volcanic fire. Time seemed to be suspended, and the air fell into an eerie stillness. Yu Qing and his companions stood there, dazed for a brief moment, before they regained their senses. Their awakening was prompted by Yu Qing's approach, as he playfully kicked them in the back. "Hey, are you alive?" The three of them jolted simultaneously, their bodies trembling as they came to. The look they cast upon Yu Qing resembled that of a ghostly encounter. The abruptness and casualness of it all were astonishing. Even if Yu Qing had displayed remarkable prowess as a sage-level expert, having fought the demon saint of heaven for 300 rounds before ultimately slaying him, they would not have been as shocked. Yet, in just a few moments, with a single punch, Yu Qing had obliterated the demon saint of heaven, leaving one to wonder if it had been nothing more than a balloon popping. Had they not previously experienced the terrifying might of the demon saint of heaven, they would have found it utterly unbelievable. Once they regained their composure, Yu Qing swallowed hard and spoke. "This young friend here is not. This esteemed elder is." Given Yu Qing's youthful appearance and demeanor, which suggested he was not yet 30, Gu Qifeng instinctively referred to him as a young friend, but quickly corrected himself upon realizing the inappropriateness of his initial address. Li Xianbai's eyes were equally filled with astonishment, and he promptly assisted Gu Qifeng to his feet while introducing, "This is Elder Yu Qing, who returned with my disciple." He had previously endeavored to overestimate Yu Qing's capabilities, even believing him to be of the same caliber as their domain lord, a semi-saint level expert. However, this had proven to be an underestimation. The infamous demon saint of heaven, whose malevolence had cast a shadow over the 36 domains for millennia, had been vanquished by Yu Qing's single punch. Although the demon saint had only recently been resurrected and may not have fully regained his strength, it was indisputable that he was no foe for one below the sage level. The very same Yu Qing, whom he had once considered taking as a disciple in that desolate wasteland, was indeed a sage. Li Xianbai found himself swallowing hard in disbelief. What did it mean to be a sage? Each one was a true legend. The notion of transcending to sainthood indicated that, before achieving such status, both practitioners and mortals alike were essentially mundane, with little distinction between them. In the present-day Cloud East's 36 domains, nearly 10,000 years had passed without the birth of a new sage. The last one had been the esteemed ancestor of the Zai sect, Ziyun, who had risen millennia ago, and now, a sage stood before him. This was a task on par with the founding ancestors of the Prison Sky domain. Reflecting on his earlier desire to take Yu Qing as a disciple, Li Xianbai felt as though he were in a dream. Qing Sheng was equally bewildered. She had been closely monitoring matters regarding Li Xianbai, and, upon learning that he had found an heir, had promptly set out to investigate. She discovered that Li Xianbai had taken in a prodigy named Yu Qing, who possessed an innate Dao body. When she had just heard Li Xianbai refer to Yu Qing as an elder, she had initially thought there had been a mistake, that this person was not Yu Qing at all. "Are you telling me that he is indeed Yu Qing? What does that even mean? Have you gone out to recruit a disciple and returned with a saint? Our ancestors were never this remarkable, were they?" While the three atop the mountain stood in shock and bewilderment, none noticed a wisp of dark energy silently slipping away from the other side of the volcano. In the blink of an eye, it descended to the foot of the mountain. At that moment, a steward from the Prison Sky domain, alerted by the commotion at the summit, came to investigate. The dark wisp quietly entered the steward's body. The steward trembled, his gaze shifting, and seeing no one else around. He turned to leave without a moment's hesitation, only pausing once he had exited the Prison Sky inner domain. It was then that a flicker of fear and fury emerged in his eyes. "Damn it, I have just been resurrected, and I have already encountered a saint? Are saints truly so commonplace in present-day Yindong?" Chapter 141. I, the demon saint of heaven's slaughter, shall return. Indeed, this steward was no longer his former self, but had become the demon saint of heaven's slaughter. For an ordinary person, being struck by Yu Qing's punch, which obliterated half of their body, would mean certain death. However, as a demon saint, recognized as one of the most vital beings amongst saints, he had survived being sealed within the blazing world volcano for tens of thousands of years. His current body was merely a vessel he had usurped. Even if it were destroyed, it would not affect his original spirit. Nevertheless, the power contained within Yu Qing's punch had severely weakened his already fragile spirit once more, nearly causing it to dissipate entirely. Under such circumstances, without a physical form to cling to, his lingering soul would likely vanish in no time. Thus, he was compelled to seek out a body temporarily to escape the Prison Sky domain. Initially, upon breaking free from his seal, he had intended to unleash a massacre and annihilate the entire Prison Sky domain to exact revenge for his millennia-long imprisonment. Now, he did not even dare to look back. Damn it, for thousands of years, the one suppressing me was merely a semi-saint, and yet I never anticipated that a saint was lurking behind. That old fox, Jitianzi, is indeed treacherous. The demon saint of heaven's slaughter would not consider Yu Qing's presence there as mere coincidence, but rather as a hidden powerhouse within the Prison Sky domain. Hence, he berated the other for their cunning. Had he known that there was a saint stationed in the Prison Sky domain, he would never have let his guard down. Instead, he would have fled the moment he broke free, seeking a place to conceal himself until he regained his strength to exact his revenge. Damn the Prison Sky domain. And that fellow, the demon saint of heaven's slaughter, recalled Yu Qing's appearance, his eyes flashing with fury. "Once I regain my powers, I shall ensure that you all experience what true terror really is." He acknowledged that Yu Qing's ability to obliterate him with a single punch indicated a strength at the saint level. However, he did not believe himself to be inferior to Yu Qing, nor did he consider Yu Qing to be on par with Ji Tianzi from back in the day. After all, in the end, the three sovereigns of the heavens found themselves powerless, unable to eliminate him. They were left with no choice but to seal him within a volcano, attempting to harness the volcano's and the formation's power to extinguish him. Had Yu Qing been stronger than the sovereigns, there would have been no need for a seal. He could have simply dragged him out of the volcano and resolved the matter once and for all. Thus, the demon saint of heaven slaughtered was filled with confidence, believing that once he fully restored his strength, eliminating Yu Qing would be a mere formality. However, as assured as he was, regaining his power was no trivial endeavor. He had been sealed for tens of thousands of years, his physical form nearly eroded, and much of his power depleted. Even after consuming the spirit of that miraculous child, he could only confidently expect to recover 50% of his strength. Having just suffered a grievous blow from Yu Qing, he now realized that even devouring hundreds of thousands of mortals would barely suffice. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not linger near the prison of heaven domain. The demon saint's gaze flickered. Given his current state, moving about near the prison of heaven was exceedingly perilous. Should he be discovered, the next time he might not even escape. Hence, he had to retreat to a location far from the prison of heaven to conceal himself and restore his strength. Closing his eyes to sense the surroundings, he soon turned his gaze towards a particular direction. It was over there. A smile crept upon his lips. Old friend, it seems you still walk the earth. Once you return to my hands, we shall undoubtedly ascend back to our zenith with utmost swiftness. Without hesitation, he strode towards the southwest of the prison of heaven domain. Yet, after taking only a few steps, his complexion suddenly paled, his body trembled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Observing the blood upon the ground, the demon saint's expression darkened. Indeed, this hastily chosen vessel could hardly withstand my essence. The act of seizing a body and being reborn is no simple feat, even as a demon saint. One cannot merely exchange bodies at will. On one hand, there is the issue of strength. A vessel too weak cannot endure his power. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Strength can always be augmented, especially since he could find ways to restrain and seal his power. Far more critical is the matter of compatibility. Each individual possesses unique innate attributes and physical constitutions. A vessel with low compatibility, even if possessed, would merely be driven forcibly. As long as it is in motion, it is continuously subjected to wear, and before long, it would utterly collapse. Such was the case with the current vessel of the steward in the prison of heaven. Although it bore the strength of the chaotic three realms, surpassing that of Zhou Fengtian, its compatibility with him was woefully inadequate. It was likely that it would not endure long. Of course, the demon saint was once a prodigy of extraordinary talent and had devised a solution, thus creating the art of demon shadows. This art served a dual purpose. First, to be disseminated, enticing others to cultivate it, thereby controlling them as puppets and biding time for his liberation. Second, once a practitioner manifests a demon shadow, that shadow can continuously reshape the practitioner's body, enhancing their compatibility with him. It can be said that it was a flawless plan. Those who practiced the shadow magic would be controlled to unleash themselves, and upon their liberation, they would immediately possess the most suitable physical form to utilize. In this manner, they could, to a certain extent, wield the powers of the sacred realm, possessing the ability to protect themselves and swiftly recover. Thus, although Zhou Fengtian was merely at the second level of chaos, he was able to become the vessel for the demon saint of heaven slaughter. Regrettably, such a perfect scheme was shattered by a single punch from Yu Qing. Contemplating this, a flicker of resentment flashed in the eyes of the demon saint of heaven slaughter. But soon thereafter, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. This body was utterly useless, and he must urgently seek a new form. The demon saint murmured. The shadow magic was not something just anyone could master. Zhou Fengtian had invested many years into it, and finding someone to practice it temporarily was nothing short of a pipe dream. Until he reached his destination, he could only proceed by continuously changing bodies. Taking it step by step, you wait and see. I, the demon saint of heaven slaughter, shall return. Meanwhile, in the prison domain, upon learning of the acquaintance between Li Xianbai and Yu Qing, Gu Qifeng was astounded, promptly inviting Yu Qing to the hall at the foot of the mountain. personally hosting a banquet in gratitude. Although the recent unsealing of the demon saint of heaven slaughter has resulted in the misfortune of several elders, causing significant losses for our prison domain, thanks to the intervention of Senior Yu Qing, who vanquished the demon saint, we are liberated from the burdens of responsibility that have plagued us for millennia. Yu Qing sighed with his wine cup raised in the grand hall. It can be considered a case of misfortune intertwined with fortune. For thousands of years prior, the existence of the demon saint had constrained the most powerful domain masters and elders within the prison domain, forcing them to remain bound within the sacred land, constantly guarding the seals and suppressing the demon saint. Now, with the demise of the demon saint, they too have found their freedom. Sadly, the elders did not live to witness this day. They had long yearned to break this taboo and had cultivated Zhou Fengtian with the hope of attaining their own liberation. Ironically, the very Zhou Fengtian they nurtured practiced the dark arts, breaking the seals and leading to today's events, inadvertently resolving the source of this taboo. Chapter 142, Li Xianbai becomes a disciple. Regarding the actions of the elders, Yu Qing, as the domain master, was not entirely oblivious. However, his focus was on cultivation, spending most of his time within the sacred land, and he paid little attention to external affairs, never anticipating the audacity of the elders. He was even more astonished that the outsiders they had nurtured would practice the shadow magic. Regrettably, Zhou Fengtian, who prided himself on his cunning and schemes, striving to outshine Li Xianbai and refusing to be a puppet of the 10 elders, ultimately became a pawn of the demon saint of heaven slaughter. When the demon saint broke free among the 10 elders, with the exception of the 4th elder who was absent, all 9 others were devoured by the shadow. It was precisely because they were consumed as nourishment that Zhou Fengtian, still merely a remnant soul at the time, gained sufficient power to dismantle the formation. In this sense, they could indeed be considered to have liberated themselves from the constraints of taboo through their own efforts. Regardless of the consequences, one must acknowledge whether the taboo has been breached. Upon understanding the sequence of events, both Li Xianbai and Qing Xingmei could not help but express their astonishment. Initially, they held a dismissive view of Zhou Fengtian, perceiving him as narrow-minded and unfocused on cultivation, believing he was not of their ilk. They never anticipated that he would ultimately reach this point. From this moment forth, the Tianhua demon forging array would cease to exist, and the rules set by the 10 elders would no longer be necessary. Yu Qing sighed, then composed himself and spoke in a solemn tone. Henceforth, anyone whose cultivation level and experience meet the requirements may become an elder within the domain, each responsible for their respective duties and overseeing various affairs within the realm. The regulations for traversing outside the domain would continue, yet the stringent requirement to seek out disciples and successors would be abolished. The victor would become the holy son of the Tian domain and the heir of the domain master, while the others would serve as elders. The scene that the elders had longed for finally materialized, albeit regrettably, they themselves would not partake in its enjoyment. Within the grand hall, everyone bowed their heads in unison. As you command. However, they were somewhat perplexed. While the alterations regarding the elders were understandable, why was the requirement for seeking disciples and successors during external excursions suddenly abolished? Did it relate to previous events? Yet, they quickly grasped the rationale. Yu Qing turned to Li Xianbai and began to speak. Li Xianbai, you too have contributed significantly during this external excursion, and your assistance in bringing back Yu Qing has not gone unnoticed. In light of this, I declare you the first in this external excursion assessment. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Holy Son of the Tian domain. The arm holding the wine cup trembled, nearly spilling its contents. Although he was the most gifted among the trio of external travelers, he had always been the most lethargic, never intending to vie for the position of domain master. How is it that I, who was minding my own business, have suddenly become the Holy Son? Meanwhile, the high-ranking guardians and officials quickly grasped the implications. No wonder the domain master emphasized the abolition of the requirement for seeking successors during external excursions. It was intended for Li Xianbai. Among the 3 external travelers, Zhou Fengtian's contributions were evident, but it was Li Xianbai who had brought back Yu Qing, thus sparing the Tian domain from obliteration. Such merit made it unreasonable for him not to be named Holy Son. However, according to the previous rules, Li Xianbai had not fulfilled the requirement of bringing back a successor. With less than a year remaining, it was evidently too late to search for one. Yet, Since he had already returned with the Holy One, it would be inappropriate to raise the issue again. With a Holy One in hand, who could predict what he might bring back next time? Thus, Yu Qing first abolished this requirement, making Li Xianbai's ascension to Holy Sun quite natural. Indeed, experience proves that age carries wisdom. Upon hearing this, Qing Xingmei exhibited no sign of displeasure. On the contrary, a glimmer of joy seemed to illuminate her eyes. Subsequently, Yu Qing cast his gaze towards Yu Qing, who sat at the head of the table. He rose first and bowed deeply. In the realm of the prison of heaven, we owe a great debt of gratitude to Senior Yu for sparing us from calamity. To repay this immense favor, we are willing to honor you as the sole and everlasting Grand Elder of our domain. The crowd was taken aback, quickly rising to bow in unison. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. At that moment, they comprehended that the esteemed figure before them was a living sage, a powerful entity not seen in the entirety of Yundong for nearly 10,000 years. Such a formidable ally should be embraced without hesitation. Grand Elder? Yu Qing stroked his chin thoughtfully. I never expressed a desire to assume such a title, nor do I intend to linger in the prison of heaven. Yu Qing hastily interjected, Senior, please do not misunderstand. We would never impose any responsibilities upon you. This title is merely honorary. You need not bear any obligations. However, whatever command you may have, all disciples of the prison of heaven are prepared to face any peril. Merely honorary, you say? Yu Qing nodded in agreement. In light of Shaoli, I shall acquiesce. Yu Qing released a sigh of relief, his eyes gleaming with joy. Even if it were just a title, having such a connection to Yu Qing was invaluable. The prison of heaven had not boasted a sage as its backing for thousands of years, leaving it to bow down and evade the brilliance of others, as in the days of the rise of the venerable Ziyun. Beside them, Li Xianbai's lips twitched. He was puzzled as to when he had become Shaoli. Yet, he accepted the title with contentment. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and with a determined glint in his eye, he knelt before Yu Qing. Senior, I have a request. Throughout this journey, witnessing your grandeur has deeply impressed me, and I feel my own immaturity and the vast road ahead. I wish to become your disciple and seek your guidance. At this declaration, while Yu Qing remained unfazed, Yu Qing felt his heart leap into his throat. Goodness, you possess quite the audacity. He had appointed Li Xianbai as the saint's son primarily due to Yu Qing's influence. Yet here was Li Xianbai, boldly seeking to become a disciple. If this were to fail, would it jeopardize the relationship between Senior Yu and the prison of heaven? As Yu Qing wrestled with his anxiety, Yu Qing swirled the wine cup in his hand and smiled nonchalantly. What? Do you not wish for me to take on a disciple? The crowd was taken aback by this remark, while Li Xianbai's face flushed crimson, as if he might etch a great hole into the ground with his toes. At that time, I was ignorant. Please do not mock me, Senior. Yu Qing smiled slightly. To become my disciple? It is not that simple. Li Xianbai felt a tremor in his heart as Yu Qing continued. However, you seem promising. While I cannot accept you as a direct disciple, I can grant you the status of an honorary disciple. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, excitement illuminated Li Xianbai's face. Without a moment's hesitation, he bowed his head in reverence. Disciple Li Xianbai, I pay my respects to my esteemed master. Chapter 143. A tremor across the realm. The decision to accept Li Xianbai as a disciple, though unexpected, was nonetheless reasonable. In Yu Qing's eyes, this individual, despite exhibiting some pretentiousness, possessed commendable character. His demeanor aligned well with Yu Qing's temperament, displaying utmost respect throughout their journey. Thus, even without Li Xianbai's insistence, Yu Qing found the prospect of this nominal disciple rather appealing. It was indeed commendable that Li Xianbai proactively sought to become a disciple. Yu Qing quickly grasped the significance of the situation, his joy palpable. His initial intention of regarding Yu Qing as the Grand Elder and designating Li Xianbai as the Holy Son was to forge a connection with Yu Qing. Now that Li Xianbai had taken Yu Qing as his master, the bond was further reinforced. Although Li Xianbai was merely a nominal disciple for the time being, it was entirely normal, for how rare is it to find a direct disciple of a sage? At the very least, this marked a promising beginning, did it not? Without a second thought, Yu Qing waved his hand, declaring, the Holy Son's apprenticeship to the Grand Elder is a momentous occasion for our prison heaven domain. How can we not celebrate? Let it be known, we shall commence preparations for the Holy Son's apprenticeship ceremony, and we shall host a grand feast for 3 days in celebration. Instantly, the The crowd responded with exuberant cheers. Initially, the Grand Elder's position was merely nominal, and even if Yu Qing chose to remain uninvolved, no one would dare voice dissent. However, with the Holy Son Li Xianbai having taken Yu Qing as his master, it was evident that, moving forward, Li Xianbai, hailing from the prison heaven domain, would not stand idly by in times of turmoil. Thus, even if Yu Qing refrained from action, the mere existence of this significant relationship would carry substantial weight. In a flash, the entire prison heaven domain was enveloped in an atmosphere of jubilation, with celebrations echoing throughout the land. News rapidly spread that a sage had emerged in the prison heaven domain, and he had accepted the new Holy Son, Li Xianbai, as his disciple. Within a few days, the surrounding regions were abuzz with excitement. For over 10,000 years, since the time of the Elder of Purple Cloud, no new sage had graced the realm of Yundong, and it had been thousands of years since any sage had made their presence known. Under such circumstances, the emergence of a new sage was undeniably a monumental event. However, at present, aside from a select few, no one had connected this newly arisen sage in the prison heaven domain with the Elder of Red Cloud, who had previously unified the southeastern sects under the banner of the Purple River sect. Apart from those who had directly experienced the events in the southeastern regions, few believed that the Elder of Red Cloud was indeed the long-anticipated return of the Sage of Purple Cloud. After all, such notions were simply too extraordinary to accept. Conversely, the prison heaven domain, already renowned for its formidable reputation as one of the 36 supreme sacred lands, easily accepted the arrival of a sage. Consequently, various powerful factions from distant lands began to converge upon the prison heaven domain, eager to pay homage to this remarkable sage. At this moment, in the southwestern part of the prison heaven domain, a grand flying vessel glided gracefully through the sky. Its immense body, spanning over 100 feet, adorned with exquisite craftsmanship and emanating a formidable aura, signified its affiliation with an exceptionally powerful faction. At the bow of the ship, a flag billows in the wind, emblazoned with a grand character, Yu. Any knowledgeable individual would easily recognize that this flying vessel belongs to the illustrious Yu family, the foremost clan of the Tianfu region in the southwest of the Qiutian domain. Throughout the 36 realms of Yundong, power radiates from within. Aside from the inner domain of Qiutian, the outer regions and several surrounding domains boast formidable strength and influence, with numerous dominant powers established therein. The Yu family is among these, renowned as one of the most distinguished families across the entire 36 realms. In Yundong, such esteemed factions typically trace their lineage to ancestors who were once saints. The founder of the Yu family hails from this esteemed lineage, having been a saint himself. However, that was countless years ago. Relying on the legacy of the saint, the Yu family has produced generations of formidable individuals. Although they may not be as illustrious as those from the Qiutian domain, they have nonetheless witnessed the emergence of many powerful beings in the chaotic realm, including the occasional appearance of top-tier experts from the 4th and 5th realms of chaos. Yet, amidst the grandeur perceived by outsiders, the conversation between an elder and a youth aboard the flying vessel would astonish many. Tian, the reason our Yu family has fallen to such a state is that, since our ancestors' time, we have not witnessed the emergence of another saint. A dignified elder, tall and with hair as white as snow, sighed deeply. Should outsiders hear this, they would surely be left speechless. Given the current might of the Yu family, how could they claim to be in decline? What of others? However, the speaker was no ordinary individual. He was the contemporary patriarch of the Yu family, Yu Qing. This elder also holds a formidable reputation in Yundong, having attained the 4th realm of chaos, making him one of the few in Yundong, aside from the Qiutian domain, who have reached such heights. Presently, he lamented, "Imagine, our ancestors, originating from Yunzhou, were undeniably illustrious. Our branch's founder was a saintly figure from the main lineage of Yunzhou, unable to reconcile with others. He departed in anger and established our branch of the Yu family in Yundong. In his later years, he regretted his decision and, before passing, repeatedly urged us to find a way back to the main lineage." As he spoke, Yu Qing sighed, "Alas, our descendants in Yundong have not lived up to expectations. After our ancestors' departure, despite the legacy he left behind, none have managed to break through to the saintly realm. Even the number of semi-saints is exceedingly rare. And over the nearly 10,000 years since, No one has managed to transcend to the fifth realm of chaos. With such limited strength, how could we ever hope to emerge from Yundong and return to the main lineage of Yunzhou? Indeed, several millennia ago, individuals from the main lineage visited Yundong. Although they nominally acknowledged our Yu family, the head of the family, during multiple attempts to return to the main lineage, was met with evasions. Sigh. He shook his head in lament. They simply looked down upon our Yu family of Yundong, unwilling to permit our return. At this juncture, the handsome youth beside him furrowed his brow, his face betraying a look of indignation. Ancestor, how can they hold us in such disdain? Is not the blood that courses through our veins the same as that of the Yu family? Yu Tianqing shook his head. While it is true that our ancestor from the Yundong Yu family is indeed a direct descendant of the main lineage of Yunzhou, the current state of the Yu family is one of decline. Returning to Yunzhou now would not benefit the main lineage. In fact, it might even encroach upon their resources. Their disdain is, therefore, somewhat understandable. As he spoke, he turned to the youth, gently ruffling his hair. Tingji, you are the most exceptional talent of our generation in the Yundong Yu family, the foremost genius in 3 generations. Your innate abilities far surpassing my own in my youth. With your gifts, breaking through the 5th realm of chaos should be a mere formality. And even achieving the status of a half-saint is not beyond the realm of possibility. Once our Yundong Yu family boasts a half-saint, the pressure to return to the main lineage will be significantly alleviated. On the airship, the Yu youth, Yu Tingji, was somewhat perplexed. But ancestor, what does this have to do with the prison sky domain? Yu Tianqing gazed northeastward, the direction of the prison sky domain. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Although our family possesses the legacy of a saint, we are woefully lacking in strong individuals. With someone like me, merely at the 4th realm of chaos, how can I qualify to guide you toward higher realms? Not to mention the entire Yundong region is currently bereft of talent, with few formidable figures to be found. While the inheritance of talent is indeed significant, having a good mentor is even more crucial. If there were a saint to teach you, combined with our Yu family's legacy, your breakthrough to half-saint would be a certainty, and even striving for the rank of saint would not be impossible. Should you attain the status of a saint, leading our Yu family back to the main lineage of Yunzhou would be effortless. Yu Tingji's eyes sparkled with understanding. I see, ancestor. You wish for me to become a disciple of that newly emerged saint from the prison sky domain? Yu Tianqing nodded affirmatively. Precisely. I had contemplated this long ago. But at that time, there was not a single saint to be found in the entirety of Yundong. Even if there were thoughts, they could not be acted upon. The lord of the prison sky domain, Gu Qifeng, is indeed a prodigious talent, yet he is merely a half-saint. Even disregarding the fact that you are not a disciple of the prison sky domain and cannot join it, I do not believe he could lead you to become a saint. However, the situation has changed. A genuine saint has emerged. And this is an opportunity not to be missed. He sighed. Years ago, your second grandfather traversed the 36 domains of Yundong, even leaving a legacy outside, all in pursuit of breakthrough opportunities for the Yu family. Yet in the end, he passed away in a foreign land without achieving any significant results. Now, we finally see a glimmer of hope. Yu Tingji pondered for a moment before speaking. But ancestor, seeking to become a disciple of a saint is not as simple as it seems, is it? That is indeed the case, Yu Tianqing nodded. I have heard that even the saint's son of the prison sky domain, Li Xianbai, is merely a registered disciple of that saint. Rumors have emerged suggesting that this sage did not originally hail from the prison sky domain, but rather is an outsider. This revelation is the fundamental reason I have decided to lead you to seek his mentorship. As for whether he will accept you, I have my own plans in place. As he spoke, Yu Tianqing raised his hand, revealing a fist-sized orb radiating a spectrum of colors. This is the inheritance pearl. Yu Ting's face displayed astonishment. Ancestor, do you mean to? Yu Tianqing nodded slowly. Even as a sage, one would surely have a keen interest in the grand inheritance of another sage, would they not? Furthermore, I have also brought along a treasured item that belonged to our ancestor. Yu Ting was profoundly shaken. Without further elaboration, it was evident that what Yu Tianqing presented was indeed the legacy of their esteemed ancestor from the Yu family of Yundong. The inheritance and relic of a sage are indeed the very foundation of the Yu clan. A substantial portion of their worth resides within these treasures. The fact that Yu Tianqing is willing to present these for the sake of mentorship is nothing short of remarkable. While the inheritance may not vanish simply because it is shared, the sacrifice remains considerable, not to mention the ancestral relic. The depth of Yu Tianqing's resolve is clearly evident. Amidst Yu Ting's astonishment, Yu Tianqing murmured, "In truth, I have also heard another piece of news, though its veracity is uncertain." While powerful forces from various domains hastened towards Yundong, a solitary figure moved against the tide. This was a middle-aged man, pale and clad in blue, who hurriedly flew low, heading southwest. Not long into his flight, his expression shifted dramatically as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Damn it! Has my body begun to deteriorate so soon after just a day?" This blue-clad middle-aged man was none other than the previously escaped demon sage of Heaven's Slaughter. The body he had assumed, that of a steward from the prison sky domain, had become utterly unserviceable by the third day of his escape. Just before his form completely collapsed, he fortuitously encountered a passing cultivator and seized their body. However, this new vessel was inferior to the prior steward of the prison sky domain. After all, a steward of the prison sky domain would at least be a formidable being at the second level of chaos. Outside the prison sky domain, true chaos-level cultivators are scarce. It is not merely a matter of chance to encounter one. The blue-clad middle-aged man he possessed was of peak divine ability. Yet even this was the highest cultivation he could find. Such a vessel was already faltering after a mere day of use. Fortunately, after several days of travel, he was nearing his destination. Crossing the mountain before him would lead him to the sensed aura. The demon sage of Heaven's Slaughter murmured, "I recall that this place is called the Wasteland, is it not?" Humph, truly a desolate and inhospitable land, with such meager spiritual energy. The divisions of the 36 domains of Yundong have existed for tens of thousands of years and remain unchanged to this day, allowing him to retain a semblance of memory. This desolate land belongs to the Qinghuang domain, one of the 36 realms situated near the edge, ranking among the least favorable territories. Even within the Qinghuang domain, this wasteland is considered a remote and impoverished area. It can be said that this place is one of the most barren regions in the 36 domains of Yundong. Few practitioners from the central territories would venture here unless absolutely necessary. However, such a harsh environment sometimes signifies safety. Thus, the demon saint of slaughtering heaven is not surprised to find his destination here. If the object he seeks were to appear near the prison sky domain, it would likely attract attention within a matter of days. Yet, before that, he needs to find another body. Gritting his teeth, the demon saint lamented, "If all bodies are as fragile as this, how could I unleash my full potential, and when shall I return to my peak?" The thought of the injury inflicted upon him by Yu Qing filled him with seething rage. He yearned to restore his full power swiftly, return to the prison sky domain, and exact revenge on Yu Qing. With no other options, he resolved to employ a secret technique, hoping to locate a suitable vessel. The demon saint's gaze flickered as dark energy surged around him, coalescing in his palms. As he formed intricate seals with his fingers, the dark energy erupted skyward, transforming into a black thread that pointed towards the distance. His eyes brightened with unexpected fortune. It seemed there was indeed a body nearby that resonated with him. However, as the realization dawned, his complexion paled, and blood began to seep from his 7 orifices. Although this secret technique could identify compatible bodies, it imposed a tremendous burden. At present, this body could endure for merely 2 more hours. Chapter 144. The Despairing Empress Fuyao. No matter, as long as he could find a highly compatible vessel. Any price paid would be worth it. The demon saint, with blood streaming from his orifices, appeared ghastly against his pallid visage, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. He murmured to himself and, without hesitation, soared in the direction indicated by the secret technique. Even halfway through, his body began to fracture, flesh cascading down, revealing a skeletal form riddled with cracks, a sight most horrifying. After 2 hours of flight, the body of the demon saint finally succumbed to destruction, reduced to a pile of flesh. Yet, a wisp of dark energy emerged from the remnants, relentlessly pursuing the direction dictated by the technique. Almost there. Even a saint cannot sustain their primordial spirit outside the body for long without preparation and without a vessel. Not to mention, the demon saint's spirit had been severely weakened by Yu Qing's blow. However, it mattered not. He sensed that the object pointed out by the technique was close enough to be found before his spirit was completely exhausted. As long as he could secure a body with a high degree of compatibility, he could seal a portion of his power and exist for an extended period. At that time, he continuously elevated the strength of his physical form, subsequently unlocking his cultivation prowess. He would retrieve that object, and in due course, he would swiftly ascend back to his former pinnacle. This desolate land serves as an excellent starting point. This remote and impoverished area lies far from the prison sky domain. The formidable beings from the central regions of Cloud East would scarcely notice this place. As long as he could endure, ultimate victory would be his. Simultaneously, to the southeast, over 100 miles away, upon a wild and desolate path, a familiar figure was being shielded by several experts, surrounded by a horde of ferocious beasts, exuding a terrifying aura, with fangs bared like tigers or wolves. Your Majesty, rest assured, even if we must perish, we shall protect you as you break free. The familiar figure encircled by them bore a pallid complexion. It was none other than Nangong Fuyao. Having previously welcomed the arrival of the Fighting Soul Sect and endured a harsh blow from Yu Qing, Nangong Fuyao remained somewhat undeterred. Even if the Fighting Soul Sect revered Yu Qing as their leader, it did not imply that she was devoid of any opportunities. After all, the Fighting Soul Sect was incomparable to the celestial sects she had previously encountered. If she could forge even a minor connection with the Fighting Soul Sect, their formidable influence could elevate the Fuyao Empire above the neighboring nations. Moreover, she consistently felt that a bond still existed between her and Yu Qing. Yu Qing was the leader of the Fighting Soul Sect, and she was once his sister. Not merely once, but still, though their sibling relationship had temporarily encountered some minor issues. Thus, Nangong Fuyao lingered for over half a month, scurrying about in hopes of rekindling ties with the Fighting Soul Sect. Even if she could only secure the presence of an ordinary disciple to oversee the Fuyao Empire, the situation would be entirely transformed. Unfortunately, after her efforts spanning more than half a month, no one paid her any heed. She was nearly expelled as an impostor for claiming to be Yu Qing's sister. Nangong Fuyao contemplated seeking out Yu Qing once more, but upon investigation, she discovered that Yu Qing had been missing during this period, and even the Fighting Soul Sect was unaware of his whereabouts. Reluctantly, Nangong Fuyao decided to temporarily abandon her quest and prepare to return to the Fuyao Empire. After all, the situation domestically was far from favorable. With no one to oversee the realm, she could not remain absent for long. Now that her connection with the Fighting Soul Sect had not materialized, and the whereabouts of the imperial seal remained unknown, merely contemplating this dire predicament left her in a state of despair. However, misfortune seldom arrives alone. At this critical juncture on their journey back to the Fuyao Empire, they unexpectedly encountered ferocious beasts. This area was the territory of various major sects in the wasteland, fundamentally distinct from the regions occupied by their southern nations. The beasts frequently appearing here would pose a terrifying threat, even to the Fuyao Empire. For instance, the ferocious beasts they encounter at this moment, resembling both tigers and wolves, are not only numerous, but each possesses formidable strength. Despite the presence of several esteemed experts by her side from the Fuyao Empire, their utmost efforts barely suffice to fend off a single creature. Yet, she is accompanied by only a handful of these skilled warriors, while the number of beasts exceeds theirs by more than tenfold. Moreover, it appears that a sovereign power manipulates the horde from behind, though the opposition is currently merely probing, refraining from a full-scale assault. Otherwise, should dozens of these beasts surge forth simultaneously, even possessing extraordinary abilities would render them incapable of resistance. Amidst the overwhelming stench of the beasts and the acrid scent of blood, coupled with their chilling howls, despair burgeoned within Nangong Fuyao, igniting a bitter resentment. Ultimately, all of this turmoil stems from Yu Qing. I acknowledge my faults. However, setting aside the facts, have you committed no error? Simply because I made a minor mistake in a moment of confusion and banished you from the Fuyao Empire, you respond with such callousness, allowing me to descend to this plight? Have you not regarded our sibling bond with any significance? If only Yu Qing were present now, she would undoubtedly demand answers from him. As an elder brother and the esteemed king of celebration in the Fuyao Empire, do you not possess an ounce of magnanimity? Alas, no matter how much she may lament or seethe with anger, no one can hear her inner turmoil at this moment, though her loyal warriors stand resolute, unafraid of death. The overwhelming disparity in numbers renders their sacrifice futile. They cannot possibly secure her escape. Is this truly the end of Nangong Fuyao's journey? My empire, My grand ambitions have only just begun. It seems that the ferocity of despair has been sensed by the beasts. For what was once mere probing transformed into a genuine assault, triggered by a long howl emanating from the depths of the jungle. The valiant efforts of her companions to resist were in vain, as the disparity proved insurmountable. Within mere breaths, her followers fell, some dead, others gravely injured. With a pale visage, just as Nangong Fuyo was on the brink of being engulfed by the beasts, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from the heavens. Finally, I have found you here. In the next instant, a wisp of black mist descended from the sky, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. The very heavens dimmed, shrouded in ominous clouds, from which emerged countless shadowy figures with claws and fangs, swiftly devouring all the beasts present. Nangong Fuyo, taken aback, instinctively gazed upward, where she beheld a human-like silhouette of black mist hovering, then turned her gaze toward the forest. Is there yet another formidable creature within? The black mist uttered a low growl, and immediately, a thunderous roar erupted from the woods. A colossal beast, towering over 10 feet, resembling those from the earlier horde but adorned with a single horn, charged forth. How dare you, wretched creature, act so brazenly before me? The figure shrouded in black mist let out a chilling laugh, and in the next moment, the shadows on the ground twisted and converged, transforming into a massive maw lined with sharp fangs that engulfed the ferocious beast in a single gulp. Amidst the horrifying sounds of crunching, the once mighty unicorn beast vanished without a trace. This scene left Nangong Fuyo utterly astonished. She gazed at the figure of black mist in the sky and cautiously inquired, "May I ask which esteemed elder has intervened?" At the same time, a glimmer of hope and joy blossomed within her heart. Indeed, it seemed that Nangong Fuyo was destined to survive. Even at such a critical juncture, she had encountered a powerful savior. At that moment, the figure of black mist turned its gaze towards Nangong Fuyo on the ground. Is she a woman? There was a hint of regret in its voice, which quickly shifted to surprise. However, the compatibility was even greater than this sacred one had anticipated. In the next instant, Nangong Fuyo saw the figure of black mist eagerly lunging towards her. Ha ha ha, I shall borrow your flesh for a while. A jolt of alarm surged through Nangong Fuyo, and she instinctively attempted to flee, yet how could she escape? In the blink of an eye, the figure of black mist had already caught up with her, merging into her body instantaneously. Nangong Fuyo's entire being trembled, and shadows of darkness flickered in her eyes. Then, she laughed heartily towards the heavens. Ha ha, it is indeed I, the sacred one, who is destined by heaven. But in the next heartbeat, her face of wild laughter transformed into one of terror as she clutched her shoulders and exclaimed, "Who are you? What are you doing within me?" A voice of astonishment escaped her lips, her tone entirely different from before, resembling that of a split personality. It need not be said that the figure of black mist was none other than the demonic saint of slaughtering heaven, whose physical form had crumbled, leaving only his primordial spirit in search of a vessel to possess. Guided by secret techniques, he had arrived to find Nangong Fuyo and her companions under siege, quickly discerning that the body with which he had such high compatibility was indeed hers. To prevent his own body from being harmed by the ferocious beasts, the already weakened demonic saint of slaughtering heaven had no choice but to intervene and eradicate the ferocious creatures. Originally, consuming such a multitude of beasts should have served as sustenance for him. Yet, his injuries were grave, and his condition dire. Thus, forcing an engagement did not replenish his energy sufficiently to offset his losses. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded in seizing control of Nangong Fuyo's body. Though she was a woman, what did it matter to the demonic saint of slaughtering heaven, a figure of such magnitude? He sought only power and cared not for gender. The choice proved to be correct, as Nangong Fuyo's body exhibited an extraordinary degree of compatibility with him. Though her cultivation was exceedingly weak, her physical compatibility even surpassed that of Zhou Fengtian, who had been modified by shadows. This was certainly not mere coincidence. The demonic saint of slaughtering heaven had roamed Yundong for many years, and prior to attaining sainthood, he had left behind some descendants. In his view, the extraordinary compatibility of Nangong Fuyo's body with his own, coupled with certain similarities in their constitutions, suggested that she was likely one of his progeny. It is entirely plausible. After all, thousands of years have elapsed. As long as his descendants have not perished, it would be no surprise to encounter them anywhere. Furthermore, Although Nangong Fuyao's cultivation is feeble, her physique appears to have undergone some form of refinement, resulting in an exceptionally high purity of bloodline with minimal impurities. She is, without a doubt, an ideal candidate for possession. Provided that he exercises careful control, in the future, he could further enhance her form with demonic shadows, thereby negating the need for replacement and allowing him to reclaim his pinnacle through this very flesh. Yet, unexpectedly, the demon saint of slaughter cannot fully dominate this body. How infuriating! Is my power truly so diminished? After being sealed for millennia and severely wounded by Yu Qing, the recent forced possession and traversal of this incompatible body, compounded by the arduous exertion to eradicate a horde of ferocious beasts, has rendered the demon saint of slaughter more weakened than ever since his cultivation began. He is now incapable of directly suppressing and consuming Nangong Fuyao's primordial spirit to completely occupy this corporeal form. The situation is further exacerbated by the fact that the demon saint has realized that, although Nangong Fuyao's cultivation is weak, her spiritual power seems to have been tempered in some manner, exhibiting remarkable purity. The peril of possession and rebirth is that it is not something everyone can accomplish, as it is fraught with danger. Unless the disparity is considerable, intruding upon another's body entails contending for control in the original owner's domain, where a single misstep could lead to being suppressed or even consumed in turn. Presently, the demon saint feels he is on the precipice of such a catastrophic failure. Should Nangong Fuyao become aware of this, she might very well expel him from her body entirely. At that moment, he could very likely dissipate into nothingness. In the throes of this extreme crisis, the demon saint's mind races with urgency. The next moment, a composed yet authoritative voice resonates within Nangong Fuyao's being. Little girl, do not be afraid. I am the saint of the prisoning heaven domain from tens of thousands of years ago, Ji Tianzi. Nangong Fuyao is taken aback. Prisoning heaven domain? Ji Tianzi? Who? Within the depths of her consciousness, the demon saint's spiritual form quivers. He is acutely aware that his reputation as a demon saint might be somewhat tarnished. Hence he invoked the name of his old adversary, Ji Tianzi of the prisoning heaven domain. To his astonishment, this woman seems completely unaware of Ji Tianzi. Truly, this barren land is a remote and uneducated place. He clears his throat and continues, the wasteland you inhabit belongs to one of the 36 domains of Yundong. While the prisoning heaven domain stands as the supreme holy ground among those 36 domains, Nangong Fuyao may not grasp the significance of the prisoning heaven domain, but she astutely seizes the two pivotal keywords just uttered by the demon saint. Senior, are you suggesting that you are a saint? Even with limited knowledge, she comprehends the weight of being a saint. Regardless of whether in the wasteland or elsewhere, a saint is a legendary figure. Feigning a tone of lamentation, the demon saint sighs. After countless years, I am but a wisp of residual soul, and yet I speak of being a saint. Countless years. Nangong Fuyao displays a look of profound astonishment. Perhaps she did not fully comprehend the extent of the saint's formidable power, yet the thought of existing for millennia was nearly unfathomable. Esteemed elder, what is your intention in entering the body of this junior? Despite her awareness of the unimaginable strength of the being before her, Nangong Fuyao still inquired with a hint of trepidation. The demon saint of heaven responded nonchalantly. It is rather amusing, for my physical form has long been obliterated, leaving only this remnant soul, which teeters on the brink of collapse. However, upon witnessing you, a mere junior, besieged by ferocious beasts, I could not bear to stand idle and intervened. This has led to the depletion of my remaining strength. And now this fragment of my soul is also on the verge of disintegration. Thus, I am compelled to borrow your youthful vessel to temporarily stabilize my spirit. Little one, if it troubles you, I shall take my leave. Chapter 145. I, Nangong Fuyao, am destined by heaven. Nangong Fuyao was taken aback. Her mind raced as she quickly responded. No. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have surely perished within the belly of a beast. This is a profound act of salvation. And it is precisely this reason that you nearly risked your own dissolution. How could I repay kindness with malice? If I can assist you in your restoration, it is my duty. The voice in her mind paused momentarily before resuming, now laced with a hint of admiration. Indeed, it seems I did not misjudge you. You are a young girl, yet you possess a commendable sense of reason. To speak candidly, The reason I intervened is that I sensed your bloodline bears a remarkable resemblance to my own. You are likely a descendant of the bloodline I left behind thousands of years ago. It is precisely because of this that your lineage nourishes my spirit, compelling me to utilize your vessel. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's entire being trembled. What? I am a descendant of the saint? She did not doubt the veracity of his words. The formidable presence of this elder had left an indelible impression upon her. Such a powerful entity could easily manipulate her will if it so desired. Why would he deceive her? Contemplating this, a surge of exhilaration welled up within her. She had thought her path in the soul-fighting sect was futile, that reclaiming the royal seal was a lost cause, and that she was at a dead end. Who could have imagined she would encounter such a miraculous fortune? It turned out that she, Nangong Fuyao, was indeed of the saint's bloodline from millennia ago, and had now met her ancestor. Truly, heaven does not forsake those with destiny. She was the genuine bearer of fate. With this realization, Nangong Fuyao hesitated no longer and knelt before him. Descendant Nangong Fuyao pays homage to the esteemed ancestor. The ancient voice within her resonated with joy. Excellent, excellent. I did not anticipate that after thousands of years, my bloodline would still endure in this world. My heart rejoices greatly. According to the words of the esteemed elder, as the ancestor of the prisoner of heaven domain, I once battled against the demon saint who ravaged 36 domains, sustaining grave injuries from dark powers that nearly obliterated my corporeal form. I was thus compelled to employ secret methods to seal my soul within a hidden realm to prolong my existence. After a prolonged passage of time, although the influence of the magical powers had been eradicated, the corporeal form had completely perished, leaving the primordial spirit adrift like a rootless reed, its strength severely diminished. Fortunately, in that final moment, South Palace Fuyao appeared. Can the ancestor truly be restored? South Palace Fuyao's genuine concern was palpable. The serendipity of encountering such a momentous opportunity would be in vain if restoration were impossible. Ha ha ha, fret not, for I, the Holy One, once attained the essence of creation and devised a unique art capable of reclaiming the world's essence to rejuvenate myself, provided there is ample nourishment. I can gradually restore my strength using your corporeal form as a foundation. At that moment, within South Palace Fuyao's consciousness, a venerable figure with white hair and an ethereal presence emerged, lending credence to his words. As I regain my power, I shall also bestow upon you, elevating your cultivation and physique. This presents an opportune moment to impart my legacy unto you. Once my strength reaches a certain threshold, I shall truly be reborn into this world. South Palace Fuyao's spirit swayed, overwhelmed with excitement. She never anticipated that while traversing the path, the legacy of a saint would descend upon her as if it were a divine gift from the heavens, infinitely more fortuitous than a pie falling from the sky. To have a saint residing within her was an extraordinary boon. The trifling Duhun sect and the remnant Yu Qing were but insignificant nuisances in the vast wilderness. Compared to a saint, they were nothing at all. Indeed, the heavens do not forsake the worthy. South Palace Fuyao is the one truly destined for greatness. She envisioned a future where, under the guidance of the ancestor, she would transform into an unparalleled powerhouse. With the ancestor revived as her formidable backing, the duo, one elder and one youthful, would sweep across the southern lands and even the wilderness, dominating the clouds of the east. That would herald a true era of unrivaled supremacy, where she would ascend as an unprecedented empress. In that time, all celestial sects would crawl beneath her feet, leaving Yu Qing with nothing but endless regret. With a cold huff, South Palace Fuyao declared, "You and I share a sibling bond. I merely exiled you due to your concealment of the truth regarding your cultivation restoration. Your heartlessness has shamed me repeatedly. Now that I have the ancestor, do I still require you, Yu Qing? Today, you treat me with indifference, yet tomorrow, I shall rise to heights you cannot reach." On another front, Jidianzi, also known as the Butcher of Heaven, had learned of South Palace Fuyao's identity. A flicker of shadow crossed the eyes of the Butcher of Heaven as he processed the revelation. So, she is the ruler of a mundane dynasty. How far I, the Butcher of Heaven, have fallen to rely upon a mere mortal emperor. Very well, those who achieve greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. This vessel indeed aligns with me closely. Yet, in its current state, direct possession will prove challenging. I shall first deceive this woman, utilizing her to restore my powers. Once I regain even a fraction of my strength, I will seize this form entirely, allowing me to swiftly return to my zenith. However, to expedite his recovery, it is imperative to reclaim the sword of the Holy Demon. Indeed, the reason why the Holy Demon of Slaughter traversed countless miles to this desolate and impoverished land of Yundong was not merely to evade attention, but also because there exists here an object he must retrieve. It is none other than the unparalleled demonic sword with which he once dominated the world. This sword is arguably his most esteemed creation, even surpassing the shadow magic. Within it resides the culmination of his millennia of mastery in both swordsmanship and demonic arts. Crafted with a fragment of his own soul. At its zenith, the demonic sword possessed a potency equivalent to that of a saint. Moreover, the sword's essence is intrinsically linked to the Holy Demon of Slaughter. The synergy of their combined strengths manifests an effect far greater than the sum of its parts. Thus, he was able to confront 3 foes simultaneously, facing the joint assault of the Heavenly Emperor and 2 other saints while gaining the upper hand. As long as the sword remains in his grasp, he stands invincible. Should the sword be destroyed, he too would face defeat. Had it not been for the Frost Forest Saint, who sacrificed everything to freeze the sword and allowed the Heavenly Emperor to sever its blade, that battle would have concluded in his favor, regardless of the presence of another saint. Realizing victory was beyond reach, the Holy Demon of Slaughter exerted every ounce of his strength to hurl the sword away, preventing it from being sealed alongside him. The sword, possessing its own sentience, fled at once. At that moment, with 2 of the 3 saints gravely wounded and 1 deceased, they lacked the strength to pursue, helplessly watching the sword's departure. Much like its master, the sword can absorb the life force of the slain to replenish itself. Aside from him, none in the world can wield the demonic sword. Instead, they would fall victim to its backlash. Anyone ensnared by the sword's malevolence could be summoned to shatter formations. The shadow magic and the demonic sword are the 2 trump cards the Holy Demon of Slaughter left for himself upon his sealing. Chapter 146. The sword's arrival regrettably. It seems that the sword has endured wounds not dissimilar to his own. Throughout the millennia of his confinement, the Holy Demon of Slaughter has remained acutely aware of the sword's presence. He can also sense that the sword has been fractured and has lost its master, its power waning steadily. Nevertheless, even in its diminished state, the sword can still incite chaos and bloodshed, though its potential may be limited. As a sacred weapon of unparalleled caliber, none beneath the saints possess the capability to destroy it. At worst, it may only be sealed. Now, however, its master has broken free. The proximity between them has narrowed significantly, allowing them to perceive one another distinctly. Once the sword returns to his grasp, their powers will complement and enhance each other, enabling the Holy Demon of Slaughter to restore his strength at an astonishing rate. This belief fuels his confidence. With the sword and his demonic prowess at his disposal, he is certain to reclaim his former glory. Given their current distance, the sword can be summoned by him at will. The reason he refrained from summoning it earlier was that he sensed the sword was still within its seal. The demon sword and its wielder are intrinsically linked, each enhancing the other's capabilities. It is only with the demon sword that he can unleash his utmost potential, and the sword itself can only manifest its true power in his presence. Thus, regardless of his whereabouts, as long as he can sense the sword, he can summon it back. However, at that moment, he was still outside the wilderness, too distant to maintain a strong connection with the sword, which lacked the ability to break its seal and return to him. Yet now, he could distinctly sense the power of the demon's sword. With a mere thought, he could unleash its original strength and shatter the seal. Master, I shall return to the capital at once and command the nation to gather rare treasures to restore your strength, exclaimed Nangong Fuyao, overwhelmed with excitement as she envisioned future dominion. In the sea of consciousness, the venerable master, Jidianzi, stroked his beard and smiled. There is no need for haste. I once left behind an unparalleled divine sword. I have appeared here because I sensed its presence. Did you not mention that the situation in your court was dire? With the demon's sword in hand, even with your current strength, you could easily sweep through the entire wilderness. Nangong Fuyao trembled with shock and joy at his words. A divine sword? Where is it? I shall retrieve it for you, master. The demon saint nodded, his gaze directed towards a certain point. I can sense that my sword lies in that direction, 7,300 miles away. Nangong Fuyao followed his gaze. Northwest? I remember that to be the direction of the Hengtian sword sect. It must be noted that during her recent travels, Nangong Fuyao had not returned empty-handed. She had gained considerable insight into the powers beyond the southern region, particularly within the wilderness. In her earlier years as the Empress Fuyao, she had been completely unaware of the very existence of the wilderness. Over these days, she had not only learned about the distribution of major forces within the wilderness, but had also heard numerous rumors from the cultivation world, significantly broadening her horizons. She pondered. There are indeed rumors that within the sword tomb of the Hungtian sword sect lies a sword that resembles the demon's sword. Within the sea of consciousness, Jidianzi's lips twitched. Such observations are the folly of common mortals. A sword is simply a sword. What distinction is there between a divine sword and a demon's sword? Yet, a divine sword possesses its own brilliance that mere mortals cannot wield. When they are harmed by it, they label it a demon's sword. The Hungtian sword sect seems to be merely a group of ignorant juniors. Nangong Fuyao nodded in understanding. Now I see. It is indeed the wisdom of my master. I hadn't anticipated that the so-called demon sword of the Hungtian sword sect is actually your treasured sword. Her faith in the formidable prowess of Jidianzi grew stronger. Though she had only heard fragments of tales, she understood that the sealed demon's sword was remarkably fearsome, once reigning supreme in the wilderness. The fact that this venerable master, who was unaware of the Hungtian sword sect, could sense the sword's location added to its credibility. Shall we now proceed to the Hungtian sword sect to retrieve the demon's sword for you, master? Nangong Fuyao eagerly inquired. For that was the fabled and fearsome demon's sword of the wasteland. If she could command it, as her ancestor had asserted, sweeping through the wasteland would pose no challenge. The Emperor Ji, stroking his beard, chuckled heartily. Ah, that is my sacred sword. Why should I personally retrieve it? It is attuned to my very essence, bound to my life. At the mere call of my voice, regardless of the mountains or rivers that lie between us, it will return to my hand, clearing away all adversaries before me. Little one, simply observe, temporarily relinquish control of your body to me. Nangong Fuyao's heart surged with excitement, and she promptly nodded, calming her mind. In the next moment, she found herself raising her right hand towards the sky in the northwest, while uttering the ancient yet commanding phrase, "Sword, come forth." Her eyes widened with anticipation as she gazed skyward, the gentle breeze tousling her long hair. Silence enveloped the world around them. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed. Yet, nothing occurred. Cautiously, Nangong Fuyao inquired, "Ancestor?" Within her consciousness, the serene and ethereal Emperor Ji coughed lightly. Perhaps the distance is too great, and breaking the seal requires some time. Do not be impatient. She replied with an understanding "oh," and continued to wait in eager anticipation. However, another quarter of an hour passed, and still, nothing transpired. Nangong Fuyao's expression grew peculiar. Ancestor, though a mere soul, Emperor Ji felt a flush of heat on his ancient visage and coughed several times. It is possible that after millennia, my power has waned, and my presence within you is too faint for it to sense. Allow me to try once more. He then guided Nangong Fuyao's body to emanate his aura. The terrifying might of the demon saint from millennia past surged forth, a dominance that regarded all life as mere ants. With another sweep of his hand, he commanded in a deep voice, "Sword, come forth." Another incense stick's worth of time passed. The sun was nearly setting, yet the world remained silent. At this point, Nangong Fuyao could hardly contain herself. However, she still dared not be too disrespectful and cautiously asked, "Ancestor, has the sword arrived or not?" The demon saint's face reddened with confusion. He, too, was bewildered by the unfolding events. He could clearly sense the power and connection to the sword. How could there be no response? After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter, "The sword has not come, it seems." Then has it truly not arrived? The demon saint's cheeks twitched. Indeed, Chapter 147, the convergence of yin and yang. Initially, he intended to attempt a few more times. But upon noticing the peculiar gaze of his descendant, Nangong Fuyao, the demon saint could no longer maintain his composure. With a furrowed brow, his mind was filled with questions. This is not right. Where is my demon sword? At such a close distance, less than 10,000 miles. It would be implausible for the demon sword to be unable to traverse this space, regardless of its weakened state. Could it be that the ancestor has encountered some unforeseen mishap? Nangong Fuyao inquired. I have heard that the demon sword is sealed within a sword tomb in the Hungtian sword sect. Might that be the reason it cannot escape? How could that be? The demon saint of slaughter replied vehemently, his first instinct being to deny the possibility. This mere wasteland likely boasts few practitioners even at the divine passage realm. When summoned, my demon sword unleashes a power that, even in its frailty, cannot be resisted by any entity below the chaotic four realms. How could a trivial sword sect in a desolate land hope to contain my demon sword? And what of your sword? Nangong Fuyao thought to herself, suppressing the urge to express her skepticism aloud. However, even without her words, the demon saint could sense her unspoken thoughts. A mix of embarrassment and irritation welled within him. Had it been tens of thousands of years ago, he would have unleashed a massacre. Yet, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to endure. Indeed, I have slumbered for countless millennia, and it is plausible that some unforeseen events have transpired during my repose, he stated solemnly. However, my divine sword resides precisely in the Hung Tian sword sect. That much is indisputable. Since I cannot summon the demon sword, I must personally make the journey. Nangong Fuyao had already contemplated the same course of action, and upon hearing his words, she felt a renewed sense of determination. Very well, ancestor, let us proceed to the Hung Tian sword sect. The demon saint nodded in agreement. Let us depart. At that moment, a pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses, jolting Nangong Fuyao from her reverie of hopeful aspirations as she was reminded of the grim reality surrounding her. She recalled that she remained upon a road strewn with corpses. The elite practitioners from the Fuyao Empire who had accompanied her now lay sprawled across the thoroughfare, their bodies marred by the brutal marks left by savage beasts. Nangong Fuyao furrowed her brow, a pang of sorrow filling her heart. These individuals were among the finest of her Fuyao Empire. It was unimaginable that they had all perished here. This was a significant blow to the strength of her empire. In light of your dedication to me, let us grant you a peaceful rest. However, as Empress, she would never stoop to the task of moving corpses herself. Raising her hand, she intended to cleave the earth and enter the remains of her subordinates. Just then, an ominous shadow emerged from beneath her feet, swiftly engulfing the bodies of her fallen comrades. Ancestor, what is this? Within her consciousness, the ancestor, the demon saint of slaughter, frowned. What troubles you? These individuals have cultivated their skills and refined their flesh. Their bodies should not be wasted if they can be put to good use. Nangong Fuyao's expression shifted, sensing something amiss. She had never heard of any legitimate cultivation technique that involved the consumption of corpses. Noticing the change in her demeanor, the demon saint felt a pang of unease. His usual methods were at odds with the facade he was currently upholding. However, his mind was astir, and he swiftly spoke. There exists no absolute right or wrong in the realm of cultivation. Good and evil are dictated by the human heart. In my earlier days, I conceived the devouring heaven divine art, capable of consuming all things in the world, yet I hesitated, fearing that some might wield it for nefarious purposes and wreak havoc upon the realm. Thus I refrained from disseminating it widely. Fuyao, your subordinates are steadfastly loyal, valiant men, and I ought not to act thusly. However, upon further reflection, they are noble souls who have shed blood for you, even if they cannot receive a grand burial. It would be unseemly to hastily inter them in a desolate wilderness. Therefore, rather than allowing their corporeal forms to decay, it would be more fitting to transform their flesh and blood into power. In this manner, they may continue to serve their sovereign even in death, which I believe aligns with their wishes. Nangong Fuyao suddenly comprehended. What the ancestor said was indeed true. They would surely understand. In fact, they likely yearned for this very outcome. I shall remember their sacrifices. Within the sea of consciousness, the ancestor, the heavenly emperor, stroked his beard and nodded, displaying a smile of approval. Let us proceed. Admittedly, this reasoning was rather strained. However, it resonated with Nangong Fuyao's thought process. Although she sensed some underlying issues, she subconsciously chose to overlook them. Perhaps the heavenly emperor was not as upright as he appeared, but those who achieve great deeds do not concern themselves with trifles. The success of one general often comes at the cost of countless lives. As long as it aids in her dominion as a sovereign, why should she be encumbered by such minutiae? Moreover, setting aside the facts, had they not been lacking in strength, they would not have perished here. With these thoughts, Nangong Fuyao, filled with aspirations and hopes for the future, embarked on the path toward the Hung Tian sword sect. Meanwhile, in the prison sky domain, The inner region remained abuzz with activity. Daily, influential figures from various factions arrived, desperately seeking an audience with the sage of the prison sky domain. Even a few words of guidance or a faint connection could yield immense benefits for their futures. Of course, Yu Qing remained disinterested in these individuals. Nothing intrigued him, and he did not even bother to meet them. Furthermore, he had not forgotten his purpose for coming to the prison sky domain. The primordial melting flame? Inside the great hall, upon hearing Yu Qing's words, Gu Qifeng was taken aback. Indeed, the younger generation had cultivated this flame within the cheery volcano. If the esteemed elder wishes to borrow it, that is certainly not an issue. However, I was gravely injured during my previous confrontation with the demon saint of heavenly slaughter. Until I recover, even if I can condense this flame, it would likely not be sustainable. If the esteemed elder is not in haste, a few days' wait would suffice for me to recuperate, after which I shall gladly serve. Yu Qing felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this, but he nodded nonetheless. After all, he was not pressed for time. Just then, a report arrived. Domain Master, esteemed elder, there is an anomaly within the Holy Land volcano. Previously, the demon saint of heavenly slaughter had emerged from within the volcano. Upon hearing of this disturbance, Gu Qifeng's expression changed immediately. What sort of anomaly? Report it swiftly. The reporting deacon hesitated for a moment before speaking. What? There's ice inside the volcanic lava? Upon hearing this, Gu Qifeng was momentarily taken aback. A moment later, Yu Qing, Gu Qifeng, and Li Xianbai, among others, once again arrived at the mouth of the blazing volcano. With nothing pressing to attend to, Yu Qing found his curiosity piqued by the extraordinary news of ice at the volcano's mouth and decided to accompany them for further investigation. Although Gu Qifeng had not yet recovered from his injuries, the mention of the volcano's anomaly instinctively filled him with trepidation. However, upon seeing Yu Qing by his side, he felt a sense of reassurance. With such a venerable elder present, what was there to fear? Yet, when they truly beheld the scene before them, astonishment washed over their faces. The blazing volcano was the largest and most fervent volcano in the 36 domains of Yundong. The temperature of its lava was so high that it could be used to forge sacred weapons, underscoring its terrifying nature. Even at a distance of several hundred zhang from the volcano's mouth, the heat was sufficient to melt ordinary rock. Only those of the chaos realm could approach the volcano's mouth, and the temperature of the lava inside needed no elaboration. However, at that moment, amidst the tumultuous magma that resembled a fiery hell, there appeared a patch of silvery white. It was a completely frozen area, measuring a full zhang in diameter. Immersed in the lava, it showed no signs of melting, and even the magma swirling within several zhang around this frozen region had ceased its tumult. Such a phenomenon of lava freezing was something most people would perhaps never witness in their lifetimes. Yu Qing, experiencing this for the first time in both his past and present lives, couldn't he help but exclaim in wonder. Master, what could this mean? Does it relate to the demon saint of slaughter? Li Xianbai inquired, his brow furrowed. Yu Qing stroked his chin thoughtfully. As for the reason, I suspect. Li Xianbai and Gu Qifeng instinctively turned their gazes toward him. After contemplating for a moment, Yu Qing concluded, I am not entirely sure. Gu Qifeng's cheeks twitched. You've been pondering for so long, and you don't know? Of course, he kept this thought to himself, not daring to voice it. As the master of the prison sky domain, Gu Qifeng was well versed in many matters. After a moment of reflection, he spoke. It should have nothing to do with the demon saint of slaughter. This frozen area bears no trace of demonic energy. Rather, it exudes an extraordinarily pure, chilling essence of extreme. Extreme? At this, Yu Qing's eyes brightened. After a moment of contemplation, he leaped directly into the lava. Li Xianbai and the others were taken aback, their faces filled with shock. What was the venerable elder attempting? Was it a form of suicide? They watched as Yu Qing submerged into the lava, even playfully splashing about, as if he were swimming freely within. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. They understood that, given Yu Qing's status as a sage, the lava of the blazing volcano could not harm him, especially considering that the demon saint of slaughter had been sealed within it for thousands of years without perishing. Yet this scene still sent shivers down one's spine. Yu Qing swiftly descended beneath the molten lava, heading toward the icy expanse. A few individuals stood anxiously at the volcano's edge, their gazes fixed with tension. Moments later, the ice surface abruptly shattered, and a figure surged forth. It was Yu Qing. They quickly surrounded him, observing as he lightly settled upon the edge of the volcano. His form pristine and unblemished, yet his hands cradled an object. It was a swirling flame of icy blue, flickering within the palm of Yu Qing. Despite being amidst the volcanic chaos, the moment they approached this flame, Yu Qing and the others felt a bone-chilling cold. Yu Qing stared intently at the icy blue flame, his eyes widening. Could it be the fabled extreme cold ice flame? The mention of the extreme cold ice flame startled Yu Qing as well. Was it connected to that legendary figure, the old ancestor Xian? Yu Qing nodded vigorously. Indeed, a millennium ago, the old ancestor Xian was heralded as the last sage of Yundong, excluding the esteemed elder Yu, of course. He roamed Yundong with unfettered power, and his renowned treasure was none other than this extreme cold ice flame, known as the supreme Yin fire, rivaling the ancient molten flow flame passed down through generations in the prison sky domain. However, he continued, the power wielded by the sage with the extreme cold ice flame pales in comparison to what a junior can unleash with the ancient molten flow flame. Li Xianbai interjected, perplexed, but how could the extreme cold ice flame of the old ancestor Xian possibly be found in the fiery depths of the Chishi volcano? Suddenly, he trembled with realization. Could it be that the mysterious disappearance of the old ancestor Xian is connected to our prison sky domain? Yu Qing, taken aback, quickly responded, we did not cause this. You too are of the prison sky domain. Why the wild speculations? The old ancestor Xian was indeed a bona fide sage. Ever since our three ancestors aided the heavenly sun, no sage-level power has emerged from our domain. Thus how could we have harmed the old ancestor Xian? As for why the extreme cold ice flame has appeared in the Chishi volcano, his gaze sharpened as a thought struck him. Of course, it must be that Zhou Fengtian. He was resurrected by the Yu Qing demon saint after being possessed and subsequently slain by the elder, plummeting into the volcano. The extreme cold ice flame must be something that belonged to him. Previously, it was likely within his storage ring. But after his possessions and the ring were consumed by lava, the extreme cold ice flame scattered, resulting in this extraordinary phenomenon. Regardless of who it belongs to, Yu Qing remarked cheerfully, I happen to be in search of this very thing. The treasure passed down by the old ancestor Xian to unlock the heavenly crystal seal is one, and this extreme cold ice flame is another. I only accompanied Li Xianbai to the prison sky domain because I had no idea where to start searching for it, hoping to utilize the ancient molten flow flame. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, I have found the extreme cold ice flame right here. Indeed, the events of this world are remarkably serendipitous. As for the entanglements between Zhou Fengtian, the Yu Qing demon saint, and the old ancestor Xian that led to the discovery of the extreme cold ice flame here, Yu Qing could hardly be bothered to ponder. Now that he had acquired what he sought, what purpose was there in asking so many questions? One wonders how the esteemed figure, Zhou Fengtian, traversing the outer realms, would feel upon learning of the current circumstances from the depths below. After acquiring the frigid ice flame, Yu Qing eagerly instructed Yu Qing to find a secluded place for his cultivation. Within the tranquil chamber, Yu Qing retrieved the treasure enveloped in the celestial crystal, along with the yin-yang mystic mirror and the frigid ice flame. With a mere thought, the celestial crystal ascended and settled upon the frigid ice flame. Simultaneously, the yin-yang mystic mirror was activated by the extreme yin energy emanating from the ice flame, its surface emitting a gentle glow, within which the image of the yin-yang taiji manifested. As it revolved, the extreme yin energy released by the ice flame transformed into extreme yang. The two forces intertwined, enveloping the celestial crystal. At the moment of this convergence, the once impenetrable celestial crystal, which had caused Yu Qing considerable distress, began to gradually dissolve like snow under the sun. Concurrently, he sensed the alluring pull he had first experienced outside the secret realm of the ancestor Xian resurfacing. Unbeknownst to him, a peculiar aura emanated from the celestial crystal, permeating the world around him. Meanwhile, beyond the endless mountains and rivers, in a hidden location within a dark palace, an individual suddenly opened their eyes. After millennia, the presence of that object had finally re-emerged. Truly, it was a case of having traversed countless paths in vain only to find it effortlessly. Chapter 148. Yet again Yu Qing? In the desolate expanse of the Qingwang domain, just outside the Hengtian sword sect, the Holy One sensed the unmistakable presence of their demon sword right here. Nangong Fuyao cautiously observed the distant sword sect. Within his consciousness, the ancestor Jitian was immersed in deep contemplation, and he spoke, "Sword, come forth." In the next moment, the ancestor abruptly raised his hand and commanded in a deep voice. Holding her breath, Nangong Fuyao turned her gaze toward the Hengtian sword sect. As expected, all was silent within. Nothing had occurred. This was perplexing. Jitian, the demon saint, was equally baffled. At this distance, it should be as easy as a breath for them to summon the demon sword back. Yet, it remained unresponsive. Nangong Fuyao had grown accustomed to such occurrences along their journey, as the ancestor frequently seemed preoccupied with this sword, harboring an apparent grievance. She longed to advise the ancestor to refrain from summoning the sword, but hesitated to voice her thoughts. The demon saint, frustrated after multiple attempts to summon the sword without success, remarked darkly, "There must be some issue." His gaze fell upon the disciples entering and exiting the Hengtian sword sect. Surely, they might possess some knowledge. Capturing one to inquire would suffice. A shock gripped Nangong Fuyao. These were disciples of the Hengtian sword sect. Though she harbored dreams of becoming an unparalleled empress, the reality of her current meager strength and lack of formidable protectors weighed heavily on her. Should she encounter the Hengtian sword sect, she would be oblivious to the manner of her demise. The celestial demon saint scoffed lightly, declaring, "What fear should a third-rate sect evoke? Once the divine sword returns to my grasp, even the meager heavenly sword sect could be obliterated with a mere flick of my hand. You are, after all, a descendant of this saint. Why do you tremble in trepidation?" Nangong Fuyao trembled at these words. Her ancestor was indeed correct. She was a scion of the saints, destined to become the Empress of Yundong, a formidable sovereign. If she feared even a single heavenly sword sect, how could she hope to achieve greatness? With this thought, her fear dissipated. She waited a moment, seized an opportunity, and spotted a solitary disciple from the heavenly sword sect, seemingly of lowly status. Without a second thought, she struck out, "Come to me." Yet, she was sent flying by a powerful palm strike. The disciple, astonished, exclaimed, "Who dares to ambush me? How feeble." Nangong Fuyao had forgotten that, regardless of status, that disciple was still a member of a first-rate sect, the Heavenly Sword Sect. In recent days, she had mingled with the likes of the Soul Battle Sect and high-ranking ancestors, leading her to mistakenly consider herself of the same caliber, believing that a mere ordinary disciple would be easily subdued. However, in truth, the Heavenly Sword Sect's strength far surpassed that of the Celestial Sects once perceived as formidable by her Fuyao Empire. In the past, 3 disciples from Celestial Sects could suppress the situation within her realm. How much more formidable were the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect? The disciple, having sent Nangong Fuyao flying and witnessing her apparent weakness, became emboldened and charged forward. "Who dares to act so recklessly within my Heavenly Sword Sect?" Nangong Fuyao was immediately thrown into a panic, crying out, "Ancestor, save me." Witnessing her being struck down, the celestial demon saint within her consciousness nearly succumbed to rage. "How could you be so weak? Very well, I shall take matters into my own hands." In the next moment, a shadowy figure emerged from beneath Nangong Fuyao's feet, swiftly ensnaring the disciple from the Heavenly Sword Sect and dragging him back to her side. She had barely regained some strength when she expended it again. The celestial demon saint, gritting his teeth in anger, hastily employed a soul-capturing technique to seize control of the disciple's consciousness. In his prime, such a lowly disciple would yield all secrets with a mere soul search. Yet, in this moment, he could only resort to this method of interrogation. "Speak of all you know regarding the sealed demon sword within your sect." The disciple's eyes glazed over as he divulged. "The demon sword is said to have arrived from the outside world over 1,000 years ago, rampaging through the wasteland and slaughtering countless lives. Ultimately, many forces of the wasteland united to seal it within the sword tomb of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Over the years, the demon's sword has occasionally stirred, and our sect has had to remain steadfast in order to suppress it, suffering significant losses through the generations. Recently, the demon's sword erupted once more, nearly leading to the annihilation of our entire sect. Fortunately, it was eventually subdued." At this point, the countenance of the demon saint Tu Tian darkened, and he exclaimed, "Impossible! How could a mere minor sect like yours suppress the tumult of my sacred demon sword?" In his moment of urgency, He cast aside pretense and spoke the words demon sword without hesitation. Fortunately, Nangong Fuyao was too preoccupied to pay heed to such matters. Perhaps she had already harbored some inkling of the truth. She simply did not care, regardless of whether it was a demon sword or a divine sword. As long as it aided her in achieving her ambitions, it was a good sword. The disciple murmured, "Indeed, with the strength of our Hung Tian sword sect alone, we are utterly incapable of subduing the demon sword." Even on that day, 3 formidable experts from the Duhun sect attempted to suppress it, only to fail. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed Nangong Fuyao's face. She had not anticipated that the Duhun sect was entangled in this matter. Now she understood just how powerful the Duhun sect was, being the mightiest sect in the entire wasteland. If even the experts from the Duhun sect could not subdue the demon sword, it was evident that the sword wielded by the ancestor was indeed fearsome. Yet why did the ancestor repeatedly fail to summon the demon sword? The next words from the disciple widened Nangong Fuyao's eyes in disbelief. After that, a senior named Yu Qing from the Duhun sect intervened, using sword energy to help us seal the demon sword. Since then, it has not stirred again. Yu Qing? Who could this person be? In this desolate land, how could anyone possibly tame my sacred sword? The demon Saint Tu Tian's expression grew grim. Meanwhile, a tempest of emotions surged within Nangong Fuyao. So, it was Yu Qing who sealed the demon sword? How is it that I keep encountering you wherever I go? Noticing the change in Nangong Fuyao's demeanor, the demon saint furrowed his brow and asked, "What is it? Do you know this Yu Qing?" Nangong Fuyao trembled slightly. This ancestor, Yu Qing, was once the king of celebration from my Fuyao empire. She recounted her story with Yu Qing, albeit from her own perspective. However, how could the venerable demon saint, a being who had lived for tens of thousands of years, fail to discern the truth? Upon hearing her account, the demon saint trembled with rage, nearly beside himself with fury. Although he had never encountered Yu Qing, it was clear that possessing the means to suppress the demon sword required extraordinary strength. Even in its damaged state, the sword could not be subdued without the power of the 5th realm of chaos or a half-saint. Such prowess rendered one invincible in this wasteland. And yet, this formidable figure had been driven away by this foolish woman? Chapter 149. The Turmoil of Yunzhou in Truth. The demon Saint Tu Tian did not care whether Nangong Fuyao was acting treacherously. During his peak, he would have regarded even a half-saint with disdain. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that had Nangong Fuyao not expelled Yu Qing, how could he have come here to seal his demon sword? With his current strength, he could not possibly break a seal set by a half-saint. This impudent child has thwarted my grand designs. The demon saint was nearly apoplectic with rage. Were it not for his need to utilize Nangong Fuyao, he would have long since struck her down with a single blow, eliminating this woman whose failures outweighed her successes. At this moment, he could only endure. Nangong Fuyao seemed to sense the anger of her esteemed ancestor and cautiously inquired, "Are you all right, ancestor? It is all that scoundrel Yu Qing's fault. Not only is he ungrateful and heartless, abandoning me, but he has also sealed your divine sword. Truly despicable. I am fully aware that he deserves punishment." The demon saint of slaughter grumbled, his irritation palpable. After tens of thousands of years, all of his former enemies had perished. Yet new adversaries had emerged. Now, 2 names prominently adorned his list of foes. The first was that detestable sage from the prison of heaven. Were it not for his despicable and shameless treachery, his resurrection plan would have been flawless. Even if he could not swiftly regain his full strength, at the very least, he could have effortlessly subdued a half-saint. How could he have fallen to such a state, unable to even possess his own body, reduced to a wandering soul? The second was that young wretch named Yu Qing. How audacious to seal his demonic sword while he was vulnerable. Had the sword been in his grasp, he would have quickly restored his power. Once he regained his strength, he would ensure that both of you meet your end first. The demon saint of slaughter gritted his teeth. "What shall we do now, ancestor?" Nangong Fuyao asked. The demon saint's expression darkened. "With my current strength, I am insufficient to break the seal. We must temporarily retreat." His gaze flickered. "However, I know of a place not far from the Qingwang domain. I am uncertain if it still exists after so many years. If it does, it could aid in restoring my strength. Time is of the essence. We must depart at once." Nangong Fuyao hesitated for a moment. "But ancestor, I am the empress of the Fuyao Empire. The situation at home is tense. If I delay my return, I fear that insignificant mortal empire is of no concern." The demon saint interrupted impatiently. You are my successor. Once I regain my strength and impart my teachings to you, with power in hand, you can create any empire you desire. Do not be short-sighted, fretting over trivial matters that could jeopardize our grand ambitions. After a moment's contemplation, Nangong Fuyao made up her mind. The ancestor was right. They should set forth. After all, with neither the imperial seal nor the demonic sword in her possession, returning to court would yield no solutions to the chaos awaiting her. It was far wiser to focus on aiding her ancestor in regaining his strength and accepting his legacy. Her gaze darkened, thoughts of the ungrateful Yu Qing and the despicable Nanshi flooding her mind. Let them revel in their momentary triumph. When the day of my triumphant return arrives, they shall kneel at my feet, begging for my forgiveness. As Nangong Fuyao embarked on her journey with such lofty aspirations, far beyond the endless mountains and rivers lay Yunzhou. This place was the heart of the continent, teeming with powerful beings. In the southeast of Yunzhou, Yutian Mansion, the Yu clan awaited. Within the opulent manor, a tall and striking young man hurriedly entered the depths of a grand hall. Grandfather. Upon entering, he bowed deeply. Before him, seated majestically above, was an elderly man with white hair and beard, his frame frail, and his expression stern. Yuan, arise. You should already be aware of the reason for your summons. The young man lowered his head and replied, It is to send me to Yundong. The elder nodded, Indeed. A few days ago, the aura of a supreme treasure emerged in Yundong. The various families in Yunzhou have sensed it through their celestial devices. The appearance of such a treasure invariably stirs great commotion, and the major powers of Yunzhou will not overlook it. Thousands of years ago, the aura of a supreme treasure briefly appeared in Yundong, prompting many to seek it, yet all returned empty-handed. It was thought that the treasure had departed elsewhere, but it appears it has remained concealed in Yundong by some means. The vast expanse of Yunzhou places our Yu family in close proximity to Yundong, a distinct advantage that must not be squandered. However, all parties are currently vigilant of each other's movements, and we old-timers are wary of one another. Until we ascertain the precise location of the supreme treasure, we must not act recklessly. Therefore, I have decided to send you ahead to Yundong to seek the traces of the treasure. The young man nodded but hesitated. However, grandfather, I am not familiar with Yundong and do not know where to begin. The elder smiled gently. You are unaware. Our Yu family actually has a branch in Yundong. The young man's expression shifted. Oh, is that so? The elder confirmed, Indeed. Many years ago, the fifth-generation patriarch of our Yu family, my great-grandfather, had a conflict with another uncle. In a fit of rage, that uncle left for Yundong, establishing a lineage that has persisted to this day. Although the Yu family in Yundong is a collateral branch, they share the bloodline of our main family and have long desired to return to the main lineage. However, due to the events of the past and certain internal reasons, they have not been allowed to reclaim their heritage. Nevertheless, this branch has considerable influence in Yundong. Your journey this time can leverage their strength to assist you in searching for the supreme treasure. You may promise them that if successful, the Yu family of Yundong shall be welcomed back into the main lineage of Yunzhou. The young man nodded. I understand, grandfather. The elder sighed softly. You must succeed and not fail. Our Yu family has been in decline for millennia, and at this point, only my uncle and I remain to safeguard the family. This supreme treasure is a divine opportunity bestowed upon us, crucial to determining whether our Yu family can once again stand among the 10 great families of Yunzhou. The young man, now solemn, knelt down. I, Yu Haoyuan, shall not disappoint your expectations, grandfather. A similar scene was unfolding at this very moment among the various powers in the eastern part of Yunzhou. In a fleeting moment, unbeknownst to the majority, a tempest was brewing in the shadows. What remained concealed was that the origin of all this chaos lay within the confines of the prison realm, in a secluded chamber. At this moment, Yu Qing was examining an object in his hand, turning it over and over. What on earth is this? Chapter 150, Fragment of the Heart of the Great Way indeed, as noted in the records of Ziyun. Even the seemingly indestructible heavenly crystal had succumbed to the intersection of the utmost yin and yang forces. The treasures concealed within finally revealed their true form. Yet, Yu Qing found it challenging to articulate what this object truly was. To be precise, it resembled not merely an isolated item, but rather a shard of a once complete entity. It radiated an ancient bronze hue, though it was evidently not made of copper. measuring about the size of a palm. One side was smoothly curved while the other was jagged and fragmented. From the smooth curvature, one could surmise that this piece was once part of a spherical object. Yu Qing sensed no extraordinary aura emanating from it, and his mental probing yielded no response. At first glance, it appeared rather unremarkable. However, upon testing it, he discovered its remarkable hardness, surpassing even that of the heavenly crystal that encased it. Even with a third of his strength applied, he could inflict no damage. This was astonishing and left Yu Qing somewhat vexed. Had he known of its formidable durability, he would have simply shattered the heavenly crystal, thus preserving this fragment without the need for such convoluted efforts. Aside from its extraordinary hardness, the only peculiarity was that when held, Yu Qing could distinctly feel the intense allure that had lingered in his mind. Yet, despite this attraction, he was at a loss regarding what to do with this object. Surely, he could not consume it. Strangely enough, he indeed entertained that notion for a moment. However, gazing at the fist-sized bronze piece, he found it impossible to swallow, not out of fear of damaging his teeth, but rather due to concerns of indigestion. Moreover, Yu Qing noticed the intricate patterns adorning the surface, which seemed to hold profound significance. It was likely that the venerable Ziyun had once studied and contemplated these designs to attain enlightenment. Nevertheless, upon attempting to decipher them, Yu Qing realized he might lack the aptitude for such an endeavor. After a prolonged period of fruitless examination, he was left dizzy and decided to abandon the effort. Just as he was engulfed in perplexity, a clear prompt suddenly resonated. It emanated from the system. Yu Qing's entire being jolted. Since the last time he had received a divine ability through the acceptance of a disciple, the system had remained silent, save for his routine check-ins. He hastily reviewed the notification, only to discover that the system had triggered a new task. Detected that the host has acquired a fragment of the Heart of the Great Way, triggering a collection task. Rewards will be calculated based on the progress of the task. Current collection progress of the Heart of the Great Way fragment, 18. The first phase of the reward has been completed. Can the reward be claimed? Yu Qing felt a surge of excitement. It turned out this item was called a fragment of the Heart of the Great Path. However, he was uncertain about the nature of this so-called Heart of the Great Path. But that was of little consequence. What mattered was the reward. Without hesitation, Yu Qing chose to claim it. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, the Jin Mountain Technique. What is this? Is it akin to a magical method that turns stone into gold? Yu Qing decided to set that thought aside and continued to review the system prompts. After claiming the reward, the system provided another message. Please continue to collect fragments of the Heart of the Great Path. Rewards can be claimed with each progress made. Only upon collecting all fragments of the Heart of the Great Path can the series of tasks be completed, leading to a mysterious grand prize. A mysterious grand prize, you say? Yu Qing stroked his chin, intrigued. Setting aside the untested Jin Mountain Technique for now, the previous reward of turning stone into gold was indeed a valuable one. In Yu Qing's eyes, the ability to transmute all things was quite extraordinary. Nevertheless, the ability to turn stone into gold was not referred to as a grand prize. Thus, the mysterious grand prize mentioned by the system must possess immense value. This was beginning to pique his interest. After leaving the Fuyo Empire, Yu Qing had initially wandered aimlessly, propelled by the allure of the secret realm belonging to the venerable ancestor Ziyun, which had drawn him into action. Now that he had explored the secret realm and acquired its treasures, he found himself pondering what to do next. Should he return to the tranquil days of fishing and alchemy? Yet here was an opportunity presenting itself. It appeared that, besides the fragment he currently possessed, there were a total of 7 fragments of the Heart of the Great Path to be found. Although he had lost much of his desire for treasures, he still felt a sense of anticipation regarding the system's mysterious grand prize. However, where should he begin his search? Yu Qing contemplated this and realized that his understanding of this world was rather limited. In fact, before traversing the secret realm to the Prison Sky domain, he had been entirely unaware of the existence of the Prison Sky domain and the 36 domains of Yundong. This was understandable, for he had spent a significant portion of his life in the Fuyo Empire, mostly wandering among the southern barbarian nations, never having ventured into the wastelands. How could he be expected to have knowledge of the outside world? Now, seizing this opportunity to explore beyond was indeed a good idea. Of course, before embarking on this journey, he needed a direction. With this thought in mind, Yu Qing exited the quiet chamber. The disciples waiting outside were taken aback and quickly bowed in respect. "Elder, you have emerged from seclusion." Yu Qing nodded. "Where is Gu Qifeng? Please summon him. I have matters to discuss." Among the entirety of the prison sky domain, perhaps only this individual dared to address the lord of the prison sky domain so directly. Yet the disciples showed no sign of negligence and promptly relayed the message. Moments later, Gu Qifeng hurriedly arrived. "Elder, what is the reason for summoning your humble disciple?" Yu Qing smiled gently. "There is no need to be anxious. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters. Given that your prison sky domain has been inherited in Yundong for so many years, you must possess knowledge surpassing that of outsiders, correct?" Gu Qifeng hastily replied. "I dare not presume, but if the esteemed elder has inquiries, I shall speak without reservation." Yu Qing nodded. "Do you understand the concept of the heart of the great Tao?" Upon hearing Yu Qing's question, Gu Qifeng was momentarily taken aback, and soon a look of confusion crossed his face. After pondering for a while, he shook his head. "Forgive my shallow learning. I have never heard of the heart of the great Tao." Yu Qing felt a tinge of disappointment, though it did not come as a surprise. He continued, "Have you encountered anything akin to it?" Gu Qifeng contemplated. "While I am unaware of the heart of the great Tao, I have come across a type of treasure mentioned in some ancient texts of our prison sky domain, referred to as the supreme treasure of the great Tao." "The supreme treasure of the great Tao?" Yu Qing's eyes brightened, and he urged, "Please, elaborate." Gu Qifeng replied, "Regrettably, my knowledge on this matter is limited. After all, our Yundong, when viewed from a broader perspective, cannot be regarded as a prosperous land, and treasures of note are few and far between, let alone any supreme treasures of the great Tao. The texts describe these treasures as profoundly mysterious, each containing the essence of the world's primal Tao, from which one can fathom endless profundities. In ancient times, there were sages of the human race who obtained supreme treasures of the great Tao, from which they comprehended the ultimate truths of the heavens and earth, ultimately establishing the foundation of today's cultivation path. Chapter 151. Paying Respects to Ancestor Yu Qing. Gu Qifeng paused momentarily. Of course, these are merely legends. However, the supreme treasure of the great Tao is indeed extraordinary. Each appearance is sufficient to cause a stir across the realms. It is said that a formidable being from Yunzhou, 100,000 years ago, attained the supreme treasure of the great Tao and achieved the realm of supremacy, reigning supreme for a time. Yet, such treasures have never graced our Yundong. He chuckled wryly. If our Yundong were to possess such a remarkable item, the formidable forces of Yunzhou would surely swarm to us. Yu Qing stroked his chin and suddenly inquired, "What kind of place is Yunzhou?" Gu Qifeng was taken aback. "Esteemed elder, have you never been to Yunzhou?" Yu Qing replied nonchalantly, "Is that so strange?" Gu Qifeng appeared quite astonished. In our Yundong's history, the number of sages has been exceedingly few. Yet nearly all of them have traveled to Yunzhou. After all, Yunzhou is truly the heart of this realm, while our Yundong is merely a border region. According to Gu Qifeng, the continent is divided into 9 states, with Yunzhou being one of them. In theory, the 36 domains of Yundong also fall under the jurisdiction of Yunzhou, but they are merely considered a remote frontier. The inhabitants of the bustling central areas of Yunzhou tend to disregard them. The genuine powers are concentrated within Yunzhou. There, countless strong beings exist, and sages, who are rarely seen in Yundong, are common in Yunzhou. Even the most prestigious powers, such as the 10 great families, 6 major sects, and 3 great teachings, each have more than one sage presiding over them. Moreover, the existence of the supreme realm, transcending even that of the sages, has only ever been acknowledged in the domain of Yunzhou. In contrast, the history of Yundong has never witnessed such a presence. Consequently, any individual hailing from Yundong who achieves the sage realm invariably embarks on a journey to Yunzhou, seeking to experience the vastness of the true world. The Qiutian domain, tracing its roots, is fundamentally derived from the doctrines of Yunzhou, operating under its mandate to govern the 36 domains of Yundong. It is for this reason that the 3 ancestors of Qiutian domain once summoned sages from Yunzhou to collectively combat the demon saint of Tian. Presently, many of the prominent forces in Yundong bear connections to Yunzhou. Additionally, the rumors surrounding the treasures of the great Tao have also originated from Yunzhou. Yu Qing, stroking his chin, mused that if he were to seek the fragments of the heart of the great Tao, a visit to Yunzhou would be indispensable. At this juncture, Gu Qifeng recalled something and spoke up, Speaking of which, esteemed elder, it has come to my attention that various top-tier forces in Yundong have been eager to pay homage to your esteemed presence these days. Some factions, unable to meet you, have already departed, yet others remain, unwilling to give up, lingering in the domain. These individuals are all significant figures among the elite forces of Yundong, and even Shotian domain cannot afford to underestimate them. However, without your esteemed consent, I dare not make a decision unilaterally. If you find yourself free, might I request that you grace us with your presence to meet them? Among these factions, several are inheritors of the doctrines from Yunzhou, and should you wish to learn more about Yunzhou, they may possess greater insights. Initially, Yu Qing had little interest in meeting these individuals. However, upon hearing Gu Qifeng's remarks, he considered the matter and nodded in acquiescence. After all, it was of no great consequence. A brief meeting would suffice. Gu Qifeng, elated by this response, exclaimed, "I shall make arrangements for them to meet you in the front hall at once." The forces gathered were all pivotal existences in Yundong, and with only one of the 10 elders of Shotian domain remaining, gravely injured, he could not afford to disregard such formidable entities. Furthermore, the prolonged absence of Yu Qing had begun to breed skepticism among many, questioning whether Shotian domain truly had a sage ancestor or if they were merely fabricating their grandeur. Coughing lightly, it must be acknowledged that the claim of fabricating grandeur holds some truth. Yu Qing did not originate from Shotian domain. Nevertheless, he had accepted the esteemed title of elder and had even taken the saintly son of Shotian domain as his disciple, had he not? Even if it were solely to dispel such doubts, bringing forth Yu Qing for a meeting was a hope cherished by Gu Qifeng. Moments later, within the grand hall of the front palace of Shotian domain, over a dozen formidable individuals had gathered, awaiting Yu Qing's arrival. Among them were the venerable ancestor of the Yu family, Yu Tianqing, alongside the younger generation representative, Yu Ting. Aside from this elder in youth, the remaining attendees were all representatives of Yundong's top-tier forces, gathered not merely to pay respects to the sage, but also to glean intelligence. For Yundong, which had seen no traces of a sage for thousands of years, the emergence of such a figure would inevitably provoke a cataclysmic upheaval in the prevailing order. The prominent forces that had long wielded hegemony over Yundong could not afford to remain passive in the face of this development. Soon, under their tense scrutiny, the lord of the prison realm, Gu Qifeng, ascended to the grand hall, his commanding gaze sweeping over the assembly as he intoned gravely, "The esteemed elder Yu Qing of our domain has graced us with his presence." The title of saint or sage is a revered designation for those who have attained the pinnacle of power in the realm of cultivation, so the announcement bore little surprise. However, upon hearing the name Yu Qing, the elder Yu Tianqing of the Yu family felt a jolt of shock reverberate through him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yu Qing? That sage? Named Yu Qing? Beside him, Yu Tingji observed his ancestor's astonishment with confusion, asking, "Ancestor, what troubles you?" Yu Tianqing inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, murmuring, "It must merely be a coincidence of names." Yet the very next moment, as the assembly beheld a young man of exceptional demeanor leisurely stepping forth from the back of the hall, Yu Tianqing was once again struck with a profound shock. Nearly losing his footing, Yu Tingji, alarmed, rushed to steady his ancestor. "Ancestor, what is happening?" But Yu Tianqing was too engrossed in his fixation on Yu Qing's visage to respond. He looked strikingly similar. On the other side, upon entering the hall, Yu Qing immediately sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him. Turning to investigate, he encountered Yu Tianqing's expression, which resembled that of a man confronted by a specter. Frowning, he inquired, "Who is that old fellow? Why does he look as though he wishes to devour me?" Gu Qifeng, having noted Yu Tianqing's peculiar reaction, hastily interjected, "Esteemed elder, this is the venerable ancestor of the Yundong Yu family, Yu Tianqing." "The Yu family?" Yu Qing echoed, momentarily taken aback. Before others could extend their greetings, Yu Tianqing abruptly lunged forward, charging towards Yu Qing. Gu Qifeng, alarmed, exclaimed, "How dare you, rogue, to act with such impudence in my prison realm?" He positioned himself before Yu Qing, ready to intervene, only to witness Yu Tianqing, with remarkable grace, sliding to the ground in prostration, his forehead touching the floor. He cried out, "Yu Tianqing, unworthy descendant of the Yu family, pays his respects to ancestor Yu Qing." In that moment, Gu Qifeng was left dumbfounded. The others were equally taken aback. Chapter 152. We, the descendants, shall never forget our ancestor. The assembly was engulfed in bewilderment, their expressions a mix of astonishment and confusion. Only Yu Qing maintained an air of serene indifference. Having been addressed as an ancestor on previous occasions, he was no stranger to such bewildering encounters. However, while those instances had been forced, this time, at least, the individual before him shared his surname. Regaining his composure, Yu Qing was filled with indignation. How audacious! After all my efforts to establish a connection with Yu Qing by appointing Li Xianbua as the Holy Son and venerating the esteemed elder, you dare to come forth and pay homage to the ancestor? Is it so easy to claim a sage as one's ancestor? Such fortune cannot possibly be yours. With this thought, Yu Qing could not contain his displeasure and retorted, "Yu Tianqing, what nonsensical words are you uttering? Elder Yu is the supreme elder of my prison sky domain. When did he become the ancestor of your Yu family?" Yu Tianqing raised his head and spoke solemnly. "Domain Master Gu, your words bear responsibility. How could I, Yu Tianqing, not recognize the ancestor of the Yu family?" Yu Qing chuckled derisively. "You may know him, but does he know you?" At this moment, Yu Qing smirked slightly and interjected, "I am quite curious how you came to know me." Yu Tianqing trembled slightly, casting a glance at the onlookers, and continued, "There are outsiders present at this moment." Yu Qing directed a glance at Yu Qing, who, though displeased, replied, "In that case, let us proceed to the rear hall." As Yu Qing and Yu Tianqing entered the rear hall, the other attendees regained their composure, their expressions a blend of incredulity. They had all come to pay respects to the sage and establish connections. How could the Yu family be so shameless as to claim lineage? Some bore expressions of mockery. Old Yu Tianqing has truly lost his wits. I wager he will be expelled before long. Within the rear hall, Yu Qing sat in the high seat, observing with keen interest the kneeling Yu Tianqing. "Do enlighten me. How have I been deemed the ancestor of your Yu family?" Yu Tianqing hesitantly raised his head and replied, "Ancestor, you have been absent from the Yu family for nearly 10,000 years. It is only natural that you do not recognize your grandson. However, we, your descendants, dare not forget you. For nearly 10 millennia, we had no news of you and thought you had departed from this realm. To discover that you still exist and have even achieved the esteemed status of a sage is indeed a blessing for our Yu family." Yu Qing, his expression darkened, interjected, "You should cease this at once. While it is true that the Supreme Elder bears the surname Yu, do not recklessly claim connections." Yu Tianqing, upon hearing this, became agitated. "Who is making unfounded claims here? The evidence is right before us." As he spoke, he raised his hand, revealing a scroll. "The likeness of our esteemed ancestor is present. How could I, of the Yu family, mistake him?" At the moment the scroll unfurled, both Yu Qing and Yu Qing were taken aback. The scroll depicted the portrait of a young man clad in white, with flowing hair and an appearance that was strikingly handsome and ethereal. Upon closer inspection, it bore a resemblance to Yu Qing. Most importantly, in the lower right corner of the image, there was an inscription, "Yu Qing, the third direct ancestor of the Yundan Yu clan." Even Yu Qing was momentarily stunned. Could it truly be the ancestor Yu Qing? Yu Qing, too, was momentarily bewildered. Turning to Yu Qing for clarification, Yu Qing fell into deep contemplation. He was certain he had never encountered this Yu Tianqing, nor did he have any connection to the so-called Yundan Yu family. Before arriving, Yu Tianqing could not have known Yu Qing's appearance. It was impossible for him to have crafted this portrait in advance. So how could there exist an image of an ancestor Yu Qing that bore such resemblance to him? Chapter 153. You are our Yu family's ancestor. The content from the previous chapter was mistakenly sent and has been replaced. Yu Qing scrutinized the image for a considerable time, furrowing his brow before speaking. This portrait bears some resemblance to the Supreme Elder, yet upon closer inspection, there are notable differences. Your nose is less pronounced. The Supreme Elder's is distinctly sharper, and his eyes are not as narrow. This is not the Supreme Elder. You have mistaken the identity. Yu Tianqing, unwavering, retorted, "This portrait has been passed down for nearly 10,000 years. Our Yu family's direct ancestors have always left behind spiritual images for worship in our ancestral hall. This is merely a replica. The portrait itself is not merely a reflection. It is naturally subject to some distortion. Given its transmission over millennia and the numerous times it has been redrawn, it is entirely reasonable that there are discrepancies. Oh, esteemed ancient domain master, One must speak with integrity. Were it not for my ancestor from the Yu family, how could this portrait even exist? At this, Yu Qing found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to explain. Although the name Yu Qing is rather commonplace, it nonetheless aligns with both appearance and designation. Not only Yu Qing, but even Yu Qing found himself somewhat skeptical. Despite his awareness of his own origins, he knew he was certainly not the ancestor of the Yu family. Yet to deem it a mere coincidence seemed rather too fortuitous. After a brief contemplation, he spoke. Then, please enlighten me about your ancestor, Yu Qing. What manner of person was he? Yu Tianqing quickly replied, Ancestor, you jest. As mere descendants, how could we dare to speak frivolously about our forebears? It is only passed down in our family that you are the third-generation direct descendant of the Yu lineage, the younger brother of the esteemed founder of the Yundong Yu family, and indeed, the most gifted individual of your time. You broke through the chaos realm at a young age and were designated as the heir to the family headship. Yet, in pursuit of a higher realm, aspiring to reach the level of the first-generation ancestor, you chose to relinquish your position and ventured forth into the world, after which there was no word of you. Thus, in the ancestral hall, only your youthful portrait has been revered. It has been nearly 8 or 9,000 years. We, your descendants, believed you had passed away. It seems, ancestor, you have indeed fulfilled your aspirations and attained the sacred realm. With you among us, our Yu family shall surely reclaim its former glory. We, your humble descendants, await your return with utmost reverence. This declaration caused even Yu Qing to harbor doubts. After all, he only knew that Yu Qing was a sage, whom Li Xianbai encountered during his travels, lacking any knowledge of Yu Qing's true origins. Could it be that he was indeed the ancestor of the Yu family from back then? Only Yu Qing himself was privy to the truth. Upon hearing the remarks, he discerned the situation and realized it was likely a mere coincidence. However, this coincidence felt rather too fortuitous. Contemplating this, Yu Qing smiled serenely and remarked, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. While it is true that I am Yu Qing, I do not hail from the Yundong Yu family. Yu Tianqing trembled all over and fell to his knees. Ancestor, why do you not acknowledge your descendants? A sudden clarity crossed his face. I understand now. There are rumors in our family that your departure from the clan was not solely in pursuit of a higher realm. It was also because, as the second son, you were made the heir to the family headship, which kindled resentment in your elder brother, the third-generation patriarch, leading to a bitter rift between you. It is said that nearly a decade ago, your elder brother harbored jealousy towards you, and in a moment of folly, attempted to harm you and seize the ancestral legacy. This ultimately resulted in your disillusionment, compelling you to relinquish both the inheritance and your position and leave the family. He sighed and said, We are all direct descendants of our esteemed ancestor, so it is no wonder that you are reluctant to acknowledge us. It is our family that has wronged you. As a descendant of the Yudong Yu clan, I indeed feel deep remorse for our ancestor. With these words, he bowed deeply several times without hesitation. Yet you will always be our Yu family's forebear. Even if you do not recognize the Yu clan, we cannot forsake our ancestor. Yu Qing interjected, Hold on. I have yet to say anything, yet you have already concocted a narrative. So, it seems, whether I acknowledge you or not, I cannot escape the legacy of our ancestor. Can I? Isn't it peculiar to encounter someone so insistent on being regarded as a grandchild? Observing Yu Tianqing's earnest demeanor, one might have thought Yu Qing was truly convinced had he not traversed through time. In fact, Yu Qing, standing nearby, appeared to have already been swayed, his expression betraying a sense of astonishment. Who would have imagined that the venerable elder had such a past? What are you so astonished about? Yu Qing's lips twitched. At that moment, the kneeling Yu Tianqing suddenly shuffled closer, holding something in his hands. This is the inheritance of our first ancestor from the Yudong Yu clan, traditionally held by the highest-ranking member of the family. It was precisely due to the contention over this inheritance that our ancestor departed from the clan. This is the fault of the Yu family, and after nearly 10,000 years, it is time for this to be returned to its rightful owner. He revealed a gem, the size of a fist, radiating with a spectrum of colors. Yu Qing's gaze sharpened as he exclaimed, Is this the inheritance of the sage? Indeed. Yu Tianqing nodded affirmatively. Our first ancestor of the Yu clan journeyed from Yunzhou to Yudong, establishing the lineage we have today. His legacy remains intact within the family. Though Yu Qing held little interest in becoming an ancestor, the mention of Yunzhou piqued his attention. The Yu family originated from Yunzhou? Yu Tianqing, taken aback, quickly affirmed. Of course, our ancestor, you must be aware. The Yudong Yu clan is but a branch. The main lineage resides in Yunzhou. The first ancestor of the Yudong Yu clan was a direct sage from the Yunzhou Yu family. Yu Qing stroked his chin and inquired, "Does the Yu family possess any information regarding the supreme treasure?" After pondering for a moment, Yu Tianqing's eyes brightened. "You have indeed asked the right question, ancestor. I just recalled that within our Yu family's library, there exists a portion of the ancestral secret treasures brought from Yunzhou by our first ancestor, which seems to mention the supreme treasure. It is said that long ago, traces of the supreme treasure appeared in Yudong, dating back tens of thousands of years. The reason our first ancestor chose to leave Yudong was partly to seek the supreme treasure. He believed that if he could find it, it would allow the Yudong lineage to rise, thereby surpassing the main lineage of Yunzhou and alleviating the grievances between him and the ancestor of the main line. Unfortunately, our ancestor passed away without ever finding the supreme treasure, but our library still holds records of his accounts regarding it. Apart from our Yu family, it is likely that no other force in Yudong possesses such documentation." Upon hearing these words, Yu Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been perplexed about where to seek the fragments of the heart of the great Tao, and now, it seemed, fortune had presented itself. Although he could not ascertain whether the treasured artifact referred to was indeed the fragment he sought, it remained the sole lead he had, and was thus an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. "Is it within the Yu family's library? May I venture inside to take a look?" Yu Qing inquired. Yu Tianqing promptly prostrated himself on the ground, exclaiming, "What words do you speak, ancestor?" While it is true that entry to the Yu family's secret library has traditionally been restricted to the ancestors and the heirs of the family, you, after all, are our esteemed ancestor. Who else in this world possesses greater qualifications than you? Yu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing he had somewhat underestimated Yu Tianqing. The latter's eagerness to recognize him as the ancestor clearly indicated ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Yu Qing had to concede that the situation indeed bore some semblance of coincidence. However, it did not necessarily follow that Yu Tianqing could definitively conclude that Yu Qing was the ancestor who had departed from their lineage. Yet, this was of little consequence. The crux lay in the fact that with this premise, regardless of his true identity, Yu Qing could assume the role of the ancestor if he so desired. Much like the earlier incident with Zi Changquan from the Zai sect, who had identified Yu Qing as the Ziyun ancestor, the veracity of the claim mattered little. What mattered was the potential for it to be true. The addition of a sage ancestor would undoubtedly bring immeasurable benefits to the Yu family of Yudong. Furthermore, there was indeed a fortuitous connection to consider. The opportunity for sage inheritance and access to the Yu family library constituted the sincerity with which Yu Tianqing offered this arrangement. After all, he was a shrewd individual who had lived for over a millennium and possessed a measure of insight. Under normal circumstances, Yu Qing would have been disinclined to engage in such matters, allowing others to designate their ancestors as they pleased. Sage inheritance. For the Yu family, it might be a treasure of unparalleled value, yet for Yu Qing, it was something he could easily produce in abundance. However, the records of the great treasures within the Yu family library genuinely piqued Yu Qing's interest. Setting aside the matter of the heart of the great Tao fragment, which was said to offer system rewards, he was entirely ignorant of what it truly was and its potential significance. Moreover, since the Yu family was an ancient lineage that had descended from Yunzhou, it was likely that the library housed a wealth of information regarding Yunzhou, which intrigued him greatly. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qing spoke. "Indeed, I am Yu Qing, yet I am not your ancestor. If you wish to regard me as such, that is your prerogative. Should you grant me access to your Yu family library, in return, I could lend my assistance to the Yu family at a critical juncture." Yu Tianqing trembled with excitement, kneeling as he replied, "Ancestor, you jest. You are undoubtedly the ancestor of our Yu family, and your entry into the library is only fitting. The notion of a transaction is truly humbling for us descendants." Yu Qing offered a slight smile. "Then I shall take your agreement as given. Let us not tarry any longer. We shall proceed at once." Yu Tianqing's face was alight with joy. Is the ancestor truly returning to the family? This is indeed a momentous occasion. I shall make arrangements for the ancestor forthwith. Beside him, Gu Qifeng grew anxious. "Elder, is it truly time for you to leave after just a few days?" Yu Qing smiled gently. "I am merely going to peruse a book. Even without this matter, I would not linger in the prison sky domain. Observing that Yu Qing had made up his mind, Gu Qifeng, though reluctant, refrained from further protest. Meanwhile, Yu Tianqing, brimming with excitement, prostrated himself once more. We humbly welcome the ancestor back to the Yu family. Chapter 154. Is the ancestor so easily recognizable? Although Yu Qing never explicitly acknowledged himself as the ancestor of the Yu family, whether others believed it or not, Gu Qifeng was convinced. After all, he was unaware that Yu Qing was a traveler from another realm, having spent barely a few decades in this world. In Gu Qifeng's eyes, a being of Yu Qing's saintly caliber could not possibly have emerged from nothing. In fact, when he first learned Yu Qing's name, he had linked it to the prominent Yu family of Yundong, for there was no other family of that surname renowned throughout the region. He marveled. Who would have thought that the elder is a forebear of the Yu family? Fortuitously, I, the domain master, had the foresight to pay my respects to him as the elder. At that moment, his demeanor towards Yu Tianqing softened significantly. Now that elder Yu Qing is also the grand elder of the prison sky domain, our two families are akin to one. We should cultivate a closer bond henceforth. Yu Tianqing, too, treated Gu Qifeng with newfound respect. Though he had forcibly acknowledged Yu Qing as the ancestor, he was well aware of the underlying truths. The initial reason Yu Tianqing decided to bring Yu Ting to seek apprenticeship was not only due to the rarity of saints in Yundong, but also because he had heard a whisper of a rumor. The saint of the prison sky domain was known by the name of Yu Qing. This led Yu Tianqing to contemplate the ancestor of the Yu family, who had vanished nearly 10 millennia ago. After all, that ancestor had departed the Yu family at a young age and had since remained untraceable. He did not inherit the position of family head, thus could not be regarded as the legitimate ancestor, but merely one of the forebears. Had he not heard that the saint of the prison sky domain bore the name Yu Qing, Yu Tianqing would not have carried that portrait with him. Given that the Yu family had endured for thousands of years in Yundong, the lineage of direct ancestors alone was vast. It would be impossible for him to carry them all. It was precisely because he had heard of this connection that he took the portrait of the ancestor Yu Qing with him, harboring a glimmer of hope that perhaps he could forge a connection. Upon their meeting, he was astonished to find that Yu Qing bore a striking resemblance to that ancestor. For Yu Tianqing, this was indeed a stroke of serendipity. In truth, as Gu Qifeng noted, if one were to examine closely, the portrait of their ancestor Yu Qing and Yu Qing himself were only about 60% similar. Yet, from the very first glance at Yu Qing, Yu Tianqing was resolute. This man before him was undoubtedly the ancestor of the Yu family. It could be none other. Although Yu Qing ultimately did not concede, it was quite fortuitous that this venerable ancestor happened to take an interest in the records housed within the Yu family's library. Truly, it was as if a pillow was provided to a sleeper in need. How could Yu Tianqing let such an opportunity slip away? Even if no agreement was reached, at the very least, a connection had been established. As for that so-called supreme treasure, Yu Tianqing paid it little mind. To him, it was merely a legend. Trading some tales for a chance to associate with a sage was an undeniable stroke of fortune. In fact, he had not even needed to utilize the sage's relic he had prepared in advance. He had only expended what could be replicated, a legacy, and gained access to the Yu family's secret library. The next step would be to devise a means for the ancestor to accept Yu Tingji as a disciple, thus truly allowing the Yu family to grasp the sage's coattails. One can only imagine the astonishment of the representatives from various powerful factions present when Yu Tianqing respectfully followed Yu Qing out of the rear hall, addressing him as ancestor with every step. Was it truly so simple to grasp such a powerful ally? All it took was to pay respects to an ancestor? Surely, they could do that as well. In that moment, this sentiment echoed among all present. However, others lacked the audacity to act so brazenly, and upon reflection, they realized they did not even share the Yu surname, making any attempt to forge connections futile, and thus they relinquished the thought. Amidst the envious and resentful gazes of those around, Yu Tianqing held his head high, confidently striding alongside Yu Qing. Ancestor, the Yu family's flying vessel awaits outside, ready for departure at your convenience. Yu Qing nodded, noting that the direction of the Yu family was closer to the wasteland, making it convenient to visit them before returning to the desolation. Even if he decided to wander through Yunzhou afterward, he would first need to return and gather Xiao Li and the others. Gu Qifeng reluctantly bid farewell as he escorted Yu Qing to the flying vessel. Li Xianbai, without hesitation, followed suit, for he was now a named disciple of Yu Qing, and no one could question his presence alongside his master. Gu Qifeng, akin to a mother sending her son off to distant lands, grasped Li Xianbai's hand, offering an array of reminders to serve the elder with utmost respect and to make every effort to bring his master home for visits whenever possible. Finally, he gazed longingly as the Yu family's flying vessel ascended into the sky until it vanished among the clouds, at which point he turned back with a heavy heart. Yet, scarcely had half an hour passed after Yu Qing's departure when a subordinate conveyed urgent news. "Domain Lord, there are visitors." Gu Qifeng waved his hand dismissively. "The elder has departed. What business do they have here? Send them away." "No, they do not seek an audience with the elder." The subordinate hesitated before continuing. "They claim to be from the holy celestial domain of Yunzhou and request your immediate presence." Gu Qifeng's body tensed at the mention of the holy celestial domain. He hurried to the great hall. Upon entering, he beheld 3 figures standing within, who turned to face him upon hearing his arrival. "Are you the current domain lord of the prison sky domain?" Before them stood 3 individuals, an elder and 2 youthful figures. The elder, clad in a silver robe adorned with cloud patterns, exuded an air of calm authority as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His formidable presence suggested he was a formidable semi-saint, even surpassing Gu Qifeng in prowess. The 2 young individuals, one male and one female, were both tall and strikingly handsome, radiating an unmistakable aura of nobility. Gu Qifeng discerned that they were both around a millennium in age, even younger than Li Xianbai. Yet, their cultivation had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the Chaos Fourth Realm. It was noteworthy that Li Xianbai, at the age of 1,000, had only just broken through to the Chaos Second Realm, a feat that had made him the most gifted individual in the prison sky domain over the past several millennia. In comparison, these 2 young prodigies appeared far superior. In the realm of Yundong, it seemed nearly impossible for anyone to cultivate such extraordinary talents. Gu Qifeng's heart sank. Indeed, all 3 hailed from the Sacred Heaven domain. It had been previously mentioned that the prison sky domain was also appointed by Yunzhou, overseeing the 36 domains of Yundong. Though not a mundane dynasty, the prison sky domain was still considered a semi-official entity. The one who appointed the prison sky domain and granted it authority over the 36 domains was none other than the Sacred Heaven domain. The Sacred Heaven domain was the holy land of Yunzhou, holding a status in Yunzhou akin to that of the prison sky domain in Yundong. Of course, this hierarchical relationship was merely nominal, as the Sacred Heaven domain had not dispatched anyone to Yundong for several millennia. Why had they suddenly sent representatives today? As Gu Qifeng pondered this, the elder cast a glance at him and spoke coolly. Although Yundong was a barren land, the prison sky domain could still be regarded as a branch of our Sacred Heaven domain. How did it descend to such a state? With a domain lord of such limited cultivation? Gu Qifeng furrowed his brow and replied, "The younger generation possesses shallow cultivation. I beg your pardon." At that moment, the young man among the pair spoke up. "Old Lu, it is indeed unfortunate that we find ourselves in such a remote corner like Yundong. It is said that currently, there is not a single saint to be found throughout all of Yundong." The young woman nodded in agreement, adding, "While that may be the case, I heard from my master before we arrived that tens of thousands of years ago, the prison sky domain of Yundong did produce a saint. However, since that generation, no one has managed to break through to the saint realm in the ensuing millennia. It is indeed a sign of the inadequacy of later generations." Although their tone was calm, it carried an air of condescension that made Gu Qifeng feel quite uncomfortable. However, given their superior status and strength, he could not display his discomfort openly and could only respond in a bland manner. "Esteemed members of the Sacred Heaven domain, if your purpose here is merely to criticize the prison sky domain, I acknowledge your sentiments. However, if there are other matters at hand, it would be prudent to address them now." At this moment, the elder known as Old Lu's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Gu Qifeng. "It seems you are quite displeased with my words." With that, he let out a cold snort and suddenly struck out with a palm towards Gu Qifeng. Startled, Gu Qifeng hurriedly raised his defenses to counter the attack. At the moment when their palms met, Gu Qifeng felt a jolt coursing through his body, propelling him backward as he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. "Are you unable to withstand even a single strike from me?" Old Lu remarked with a faint tone of disdain. Gu Qifeng gritted his teeth. The elder's strength was indeed formidable. However, He had yet to fully recover from his previous battle with the demon saint Tu Tian. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily defeated in a single move. Yet, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to bow his head. It was my subordinate's offense. Enough, the young man interjected coolly. Do you recognize the two of us? Gu Qifeng lowered his head and replied, I am unaware of your esteemed names. Old Lu coldly stated, These two are young Master Taisha Yuan and Fairy Ling Qingwan. Both are the contemporary Dao seeds of our sacred heavenly domain. Gu Qifeng's heart trembled at this revelation. In the sacred heavenly domain, the status of a Dao seed was akin to that of an outer walker in the prison heavenly domain, all being groomed as future domain lords. The achievements of past Dao seeds invariably reached at least the saint realm. It was no wonder that the semi-saint Old Lu acted as a guardian for these two. Taisha Yuan spoke indifferently. You are Gu Qifeng, the lord of the prison heavenly domain, are you not? We have not come to trouble you, but rather, we bear an important task that requires the cooperation of the prison heavenly domain. Gu Qifeng lowered his head again and said, Please instruct me, young master. However, my Yundong is rather barren. I am curious as to what affairs could prompt the esteemed Dao seeds to visit our humble land. At this moment, Old Lu finally spoke. Do you know of the great Dao treasures? Gu Qifeng's gaze flickered, revealing a glimmer of astonishment. Fortunately, he was looking down, and the three did not notice his expression, thus remaining oblivious to his inner turmoil. He recalled that just moments ago, Yu Qing inquired about the great Dao treasures. It was only due to the records in the Yu family's repository that they had come to investigate. Previously, to Gu Qifeng, the concept of the great Dao treasures was akin to mere legend. Now, with Yu Qing having just asked about the treasures, it was no coincidence that the Dao seeds from the sacred heavenly domain arrived, also seeking the great Dao treasures. If this were merely coincidence, it would be hard for anyone to believe. However, he swiftly suppressed his astonishment and spoke with his head bowed. This subordinate has only heard some rumors and does not possess in-depth knowledge. The young maiden, Fairy Ling Qingwan, smiled softly. That is natural, given your status. How could you possibly comprehend the great Dao treasures? Nonetheless, Yundong is indeed fortunate. Just 2 days ago, the aura of the great Dao treasures was detected in Yundong. We are here on the domain lord's orders to trace the whereabouts of the great Dao treasures. Ordinarily, you would not have the privilege to know such secrets, but considering your long-standing governance over Yundong, we thought it fitting to share a few details. Taisha Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are the host of Yundong, and for this quest to locate the great Dao treasures, we shall require the assistance of the prison heavenly domain. Compared to Ling Qingwan, Taisha Yuan appeared somewhat more gentle. He spoke, Should we succeed in locating the treasure of the great Dao, you shall certainly share in the credit. I will report this within the domain, advocating for your promotion to a significant position in the sacred heavenly domain, thereby liberating you from this barren land. Had this been a few days prior, Gu Qifeng would have been overjoyed to hear such words. Anyone with ambition would not overlook the opportunity for advancement in Yundong. However, at this moment, Gu Qifeng's mind was clear. The so-called sacred heavenly domain had been absent for tens of thousands of years, neglecting the prison heavenly domain entirely. They had not intervened even during the rampant reign of the demon saint of heaven's slaughter. The saint from Yunzhou had been one of the three ancestors, someone Gu Qifeng met during his own training in Yunzhou. For all these years, the prison heavenly domain had been suppressing the demon saint of heaven's slaughter, leaving domain lords and elders shackled here without any assistance from the sacred heavenly domain. Now that they found themselves in need of the prison heavenly domain, they suddenly remembered its existence. Moreover, they approached as if they were bestowing a favor, despite clearly requiring help from the prison heavenly domain. While others might cherish such an opportunity, Gu Qifeng was not swayed by this facade. Meanwhile, his mind raced, absorbing the implications of their words. Just 2 days prior, a trace of the treasure of the great Dao had emerged in Yundong. He recalled that the Grand Elder had emerged from seclusion 2 days ago. It was no mere coincidence. Could the aura of the treasure be linked to the Grand Elder? Perhaps this was why the Grand Elder was so invested in the matter, personally seeking information from the Yu family's archives. These thoughts whirled through Gu Qifeng's mind in an instant, yet his expression remained impassive as he replied, as commanded. If the upper domain issues orders, none dare disobey. I shall certainly cooperate fully with the three esteemed ones. Taisha Yuan scrutinized Gu Qifeng, narrowing his eyes before suddenly inquiring. Could it be, Domain Lord Gu, that you possess some insights regarding this matter? A jolt ran through Gu Qifeng's heart, yet his demeanor remained unchanged. You jest, my lord. To be frank, prior to your mention, I believed the treasure of the great Tao to be mere legend. Taisher Yuan continued to gaze at Gu Qifeng, contemplating for a moment before breaking into a slight smile. Is that so? Then I shall trouble you further, Domain Lord Gu. Chapter 155. A collision. Gu Qifeng responded with feigned compliance, showing utmost respect as he ordered a feast to entertain the three. He also pledged to mobilize the entirety of the prison heavenly domain to assist the three esteemed ones in their quest for information regarding the treasure of the great Tao. The three harbored no significant doubts, as it was a fact that the prison heavenly domain originated from the sacred heavenly domain. Furthermore, Gu Qifeng was merely an ordinary half-saint, far from being a match for the likes of Elder Lu. Even the entire prison heavenly domain seemed insignificant in their eyes, leaving them unconcerned about any ulterior motives from Gu Qifeng. After 3 rounds of wine, Gu Qifeng excused himself, citing the need to arrange personnel within the domain. Upon arriving at a secluded grand hall, Gu Qifeng's countenance darkened significantly. Without uttering a word, he retrieved a jade talisman and began to send a message. Meanwhile, at the banquet, the 3 individuals observed the direction in which Gu Qifeng had departed. Although they appeared relaxed, their gazes remained composed and vigilant. Despite the presence of numerous attendants and dancers at the feast, none could overhear the conversation among the 3. It seems that this lord of the prison sky domain possesses knowledge that exceeds our expectations, remarked Taisher Yuan as he lifted a cup of wine and took a sip. Ling Qingluan let out a soft snort, declaring, "To dare conceal matters from us is a grave offense." Taisher Yuan smiled faintly. After all, the prison sky domain has been independent for many years. During this time, the holy sky domain has scarcely intervened. Now, they are practically autonomous. It is only natural for them to be somewhat distant and wary. There is no need for you to be angered, junior sister. In fact, this may be favorable for us, as it indicates he possesses genuine information. Old Lu lowered his head and inquired, "Should I capture him?" Taisher Yuan drained his glass and gently wiped his lips, his gaze profound and unperturbed. "Let him be. Perhaps he can lead us to the ultimate treasure of the Great Way." Ling Qingluan furrowed her brow, stating, "Brother, you seem remarkably unhurried. Our master has already warned us that we are not the only ones vying for the ultimate treasure. The current Yunzhou is no longer what it used to be. The era when the holy sky domain could dictate terms is over. Without a supreme being to suppress them, it would be challenging for our holy sky domain to contend with those ambitious factions. This ultimate treasure is not merely a means to attain sanctity. It is also pivotal for achieving supremacy. We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of others." Taisher Yuan replied with a calm smile, "That is indeed the case. But why rush? Compared to our holy sky domain, they have even less foundation in the Eastern Yun, starting from a lower point than we do. Moreover, we already have a lead, do we not?" Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the skies above the prison sky domain, aboard the Yu family's flying vessel, Li Xianbo received a message from the prison sky domain. After reviewing the content of the message, his expression shifted slightly as he entered the cabin. "Master, there is a situation." Yu Qing, after perusing the message, smirked. "Oh, the holy sky domain. Intriguing. What connection do they have with the prison sky domain?" Li Xianbo sighed. To trace back to the origins, the founding ancestor of the prison sky domain indeed hailed from the holy sky domain. Thus we are considered a branch of the holy sky domain. However, since the establishment of the prison sky domain by the founding ancestor, the holy sky domain has turned a blind eye, and thus, any relationship has become tenuous at best. Yet, they hold a title and possess great strength, leaving the Lord with little recourse. "I ask for your understanding, master." Yu Qing shook his head dismissively. "It is but a trivial matter. Pay them no mind." "What about you?" He beckoned to Li Xianbai, saying, Come here, come here. Although you are a named disciple, you are still my apprentice. Consider this a token of my mentorship." Li Xianbai was taken aback, hastily replying, "To be accepted under the guidance of my esteemed master is already an immense fortune. How could I dare to overreach?" Yet, Yu Qing paid him no heed and casually tossed the object in his hand toward him. "Take it. It matters little to me. By the way, I previously gifted little Lear a weapon, so I shall bestow one upon you as well." As he spoke, he rummaged through his belongings. At that moment, Li Xianbai looked at the item in his hand and discovered it to be a radiant jade disc. For a moment, he was puzzled about its purpose. But after a brief contemplation, he infused it with his consciousness. In the next instant, Li Xianbai felt a jolt throughout his body, nearly causing him to kneel on the spot. Was this a treasure of enlightenment? In this world, countless treasures exist. Some are designed for direct combat, while many others serve to aid in cultivation. Most relics of sages possess such attributes. The most exceptional among them is, of course, the sacred treasure of enlightenment. Through this sacred treasure, one can directly inherit the profound imprint of a sage's path. Given Li Xianbai's innate talent, possessing a sacred treasure of enlightenment would almost guarantee his ascension to sagehood. However, such treasures come with their limitations. While inheriting the imprint of another sage's path may provide a shortcut to enlightenment, it simultaneously shackles one to that path. How can one surpass the limits of another when treading their road? Utilizing a sacred treasure to achieve sagehood inevitably confines one's ultimate potential. Yet, for the vast majority, this is not a concern. Most individuals, regardless of the path they choose, will never hope to attain sagehood, nor even approach the level of a semi-sage. For them, a sacred treasure of enlightenment represents a pathway to transcendence. Beyond this, there exists another category of treasures, known as treasures of enlightenment. These are also of sage-level quality, encapsulating the essence of one's cultivation experiences and insights into their crafting. Since the imprint reflects not the path itself, but the understanding gleaned from exploration, it lacks the direct potency of a sacred treasure of enlightenment, and thus does not impose constraints. One offers a clearly defined path, while the other imparts experiential wisdom. Though differing in approach, both are equally invaluable. Compared to ordinary sage manuscripts, treasures of enlightenment are significantly superior, holding value that rivals that of sacred treasures of enlightenment. Since the inception of the Prison Sky domain, its most precious artifact has been the sacred treasure of enlightenment left by its progenitor, which successfully brought forth the second and third ancestors to guide the realm. After the sacred treasure was shattered, the Prison Sky domain has languished until the present. It can be said that possessing this radiant jade disc of enlightenment is sufficient to allow the Prison Sky domain to rise once more. Yet, such a precious artifact was so casually bestowed upon him by Yu Qing. Li Xianbai was aware of Yu Qing's unfathomable strength. But today he discovered that his revered master possessed not only formidable power, but also a magnificent spirit. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Yu Qing, after a brief exploration, casually produced a short gun and tossed it to Li Xianbai. Try this out, see if it suits you. If it does, you may keep it for future use. Li Xianbai recalled that Yu Qing had previously gifted a saber to his former disciple, Shaoli. No, it should now be referred to as Brother Shaoli. At this thought, Li Xianbai's expression shifted slightly, and he cleared his throat, hastily dismissing it from his mind. Shaoli was certainly not yet 20 years old. Being over 1,000 years old himself, he found it disheartening to call a mere child his senior. With a sigh, he lamented his late entry into the sect, attributing no blame to anyone. Returning to the matter at hand, Li Xianbai had witnessed the terrifying power of Shao Li's saber, which could almost cleave through anything. Yet, he could not ascertain whether it was the saber's might or Yu Qing's prowess that was truly formidable. Regardless, he suspected that this short gun was no less than the legendary saber. Upon grasping it, Li Xianbai, a powerful figure in the chaotic realm, felt a surprising heaviness, hinting at its extraordinary weight, perhaps akin to a small mountain. Taking a deep breath, he infused a trace of power into the weapon and tentatively thrust it forward. Thunderous sounds erupted. The Yu family's flying vessel suddenly bore a massive hole on its side. A beam of icy gunfire shot forth like lightning, piercing through an entire mountain below in an instant. The Yu family members on the vessel were taken aback, with Yu Tianqing being the first to rush inside. Enemy attack. Protect the ancestor, he declared, heedless of his own safety as he positioned himself before his ancestor, Yu Qing. Li Xianbai's lips twitched. This was a misunderstanding. He had not anticipated such immense power. He swore it was not intentional. Fearing excessive damage, he had only infused a barely detectable amount of strength. Yet the resulting force exceeded his expectations. Once Yu Tianqing understood the situation, he felt relieved. I thought a madman had infiltrated the ship, but it turns out that Saint Li is merely testing a divine weapon. Since it is not an enemy attack, I can rest easy. Although Li Xianbai's mishap was unintentional, He couldn't help but cast a glance at Yu Qing. This old fellow could truly put on an act, who possessed the audacity and capability to silently infiltrate the vessel and assault a sage. What kind of courage would that require? Anyone with such strength could not be stopped by Yu Qing. It could only be said that Yu Qing was indeed worthy of being the current patriarch of the Yu family, a cunning old man, whose concern for his ancestor was genuine, perhaps even more so than the true ancestor himself. Yu Qing, however, seemed indifferent to Yu Tianqing's theatrics and simply nodded at Li Xianbai. Indeed, it appears to be quite fitting, so there is no need for a replacement. Li Xianbai regained his composure and quickly bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master, for bestowing this treasure. Simultaneously, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. From Yu Qing's implication, aside from the broadsword and this short gun, he possessed other divine weapons of similar caliber? It is likely there were more than one. Otherwise, a mere exchange would not suffice. Unlike the young Li, who was still naive, Li Xianbai had a deeper understanding of the power of these divine artifacts. The flicker of energy he infused into the gun earlier unleashed a beam of light with a force comparable to the most potent attacks he had previously executed with his treasured items. As someone traversing the realms beyond the prison domain, he had once wielded the twin rings of Heavenly Heart, which, though not sacred artifacts, were indeed top-tier treasures. In comparison to this short gun, they seemed utterly insignificant. To Li Xianbai, this short gun might even surpass sacred-grade items. At this moment, he found himself questioning the true identity of his master once again. Previously, like Yu Qing, he had speculated whether Yu Qing was genuinely connected to the Yu family. However, that notion had been dispelled. The Yu family was unworthy. It was even possible that his master, Yu Qing, was not simply an ordinary sage. Li Xianbai had never imagined that he would one day describe a sage as ordinary. Yet, he could not help but feel this way at that moment. At this instant, he suddenly realized that his decision to remain in the wilderness and attempt to unravel the restrictions of that secret realm had indeed been the wisest choice of his life. As the flying vessel continued its journey, Yu Qing and his companions temporarily sealed off the damaged side, managing to reach the heavenly floating domain, where the Yu family resided. The Yu family was the foremost clan in the heavenly floating domain and the most formidable force. The entire center of the heavenly floating domain was under their dominion. When the flying vessel approached the heart of the city, a chorus of cheers erupted below, reminiscent of a roaring ocean. A glance downward revealed a sea of humanity. A mere phrase to describe the throng would be inadequate. The area spanning dozens of miles was densely packed with figures. These were the members of the Yu family, both from within and without, who had hurried from all directions upon receiving the news. They gathered here today to welcome a figure of paramount importance to the Yu family. As the flying vessel drew nearer, Yu Qing and the others had already ascended to the deck. Observing the scene below, Yu Qing remained largely unmoved. Although the empire he once hailed from, the Fuyo Empire, could not be compared to this place. He had once commanded a great army as the Prince of Celebration and had witnessed grand spectacles before. At this moment, Yu Tianqing approached with Yu Tingji, bowing respectfully. Ancestor, these are all members of the Yu family. Upon learning of your return, they have come to welcome you. Yu Qing nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to speak. Suddenly, Yu Tianqing gritted his teeth and knelt before him. Ancestor, I have a humble request. Yu Qing tugged at the corner of his mouth, stating, I have mentioned before that I am not your ancestor. However, since I intend to borrow from the Yu family's library, it is only proper to engage in mutual exchange. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Yu Tianqing seized his grandson, Yu Tingji, and proclaimed, My grandson seeks nothing for himself. In this generation of the Yu family, only Tingji possesses remarkable talent. Yet, regrettably, our Yu family of Yundong is now bereft of capable individuals. Even as a grandson of the ancestor, my own cultivation is rather shallow. Remaining in the Yu family would squander Tingji's potential. Thus, my grandson earnestly implores the ancestor to take Tingji under his wing. Yu Qing was not surprised by this. From the moment he saw Yu Tianqing accompanied by a young man, he had already surmised some of their intentions. However, becoming Yu Qing's disciple, even as a nominal one, was not an easy endeavor. As Yu Qing pondered whether to accept a disciple, another, grander flying vessel emerged from the clouds. The youth on the deck of the flying vessel was astonished upon witnessing the sea of people below. Could I have taken a wrong turn? He wondered aloud. A middle-aged man beside him replied, "Young master, you have not erred. This is indeed the Yundong Tianfu domain, the territory of the Yu family's branch." The young man frowned as he gazed down. If this is the Yu family, why are there so many people gathered? The middle-aged man, puzzled for a moment, then had a revelation. Perhaps, prior to our arrival, someone from the family sent word. Hence, these branch members have gathered to welcome your arrival, young master. The young man then understood, nodding in satisfaction. It seems these branch members, though lacking in strength, are quite perceptive. The middle-aged man concurred, indeed. Given their desire to return to the main lineage of Yunju, they must show some sincerity. The young man smiled slightly, saying, "It is impossible for all these individuals to return to the main lineage. However, if these branch members prove themselves reliable and can assist me in locating the path to the ultimate treasure, I might consider bringing a few astute and capable individuals back to the main lineage." The Yu family of Yunju is currently in need of manpower. The middle-aged man chuckled. That would be their fortune. They will surely be grateful. Yet, as they descended, they suddenly noticed another flying vessel below them. Whose vessel is that? The young man's brow furrowed. Although the square was vast, the throngs of people limited the available space. If both vessels were to land simultaneously, they would inevitably be close together. The young man believed this was the moment he was to descend and receive the worship of the branch members. Who dares to interrupt at this time? The middle-aged man quickly noticed the flag on the flying vessel and exclaimed, "Young master, that too belongs to the Yu family of Yundong. It must have just returned from outside." The young man's furrowed brow relaxed at this revelation. In that case, I shall be magnanimous and overlook it. Let us descend." The middle-aged man promptly complied, deftly maneuvering the vessel for a gentle descent. However, before they could land, the other Yu family's vessel had already touched down. Almost immediately, the crowd that had previously surrounded the area surged forward, encircling the vessel in a swift motion, rendering the entire square so densely packed that there was no longer any space for the young man's vessel to land. Consequently, they found themselves suspended in the air, unable to descend or ascend, caught in an awkward stalemate. The young man and the middle-aged man were momentarily taken aback. The young man soon regained his composure, his expression darkening. "See, what is happening?" The middle-aged man, known as See, momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond. Yet, as they hovered just above the ground, the scene below became clearer. A venerable elder, with hair and beard as white as snow, was the first to step down from the vessel. It was none other than the current patriarch of the Yu family, Yu Qing. The middle-aged man had evidently familiarized himself with the Yu family's circumstances prior to their arrival, thus recognizing him immediately. It was the ancestor of this branch. The young man's demeanor softened slightly. No wonder, although in his eyes, the members of this branch were insignificant compared to the main lineage. Even the ancestors seemed comparable. This was, after all, their territory, and it was reasonable for the ancestor to be revered by his subordinates. Yet, in the next moment, as the elder Yu Qing descended from the vessel, he approached the side with a demeanor of utmost respect, bowing his head as if awaiting someone's arrival. Then, to the astonishment of both the young man and the middle-aged man, a young man, who appeared to be of a similar age, dressed in white, exuding an extraordinary aura, and possessing striking features, slowly descended from the vessel. At that moment, the square erupted with thunderous cheers from all the members of the Yu family, nearly shaking the very vessel of the young man from the sky. Even when the young man raised his hand, the previously deafening cheers fell into an immediate hush, and all bowed their heads in reverence. "We pay our respects to the Qing ancestor." This clearly indicated the young man's esteemed position within the Yu family. At that moment, high above the ground, aboard the vessel, the countenance of the Yu family youth had turned utterly grim. Who was this individual? Why did the Yu family refer to him as the Qing ancestor? Wasn't he the ancestor of the Yu family Yu Qing? In that instant, See, the middle-aged man, found himself equally bewildered, utterly perplexed by the unfolding circumstances. Aside from Yu Qing, are there any other venerable ancestors in the Yu family? He is unaware. The young man's heart swells with discontent. If Yu Qing were a frail, white-haired elder like Yu Qing, it might be acceptable. Yet, Yu Qing appears to be of a similar age to him, and his demeanor does not resemble that of an aged man, a person of comparable youth, receiving the rapturous adulation of the Yu family, while he, a noble scion of the main lineage, is left in the shadows, unable to descend. This is utterly intolerable. He can endure much, but not this. Below, in front of the flying vessel, Yu Qing remains blissfully unaware that another vessel is descending alongside them. With exhilaration, he disembarks, joining the Yu family to welcome Yu Qing. The family had been informed in advance of the imminent return of their long-lost sage ancestor, and thus, they are filled with immense excitement. A sage, one who has not appeared in Yundong for nearly 10 millennia, even the prison sky domain, as the sacred land presiding over Yundong, has not seen a sage in its ranks. How could the Yu family not be elated at the prospect of welcoming a sage ancestor? Amidst the clamorous cheers, the crowd bows in reverence. They honor the ancestor. Yu Qing, however, finds himself somewhat bemused. The Yu family's display is rather extravagant. He has never truly considered himself as their ancestor. Initially, the pretense of being the ancestor of the Zai sect arose from serendipity, compounded by the Zai sect's unhesitating tribute of the cherished relic left by the ancestor Ziyun. The contents of the heavenly crystal, now fragments of the heart of the Tao, held significant allure for him. Thus, he resolved to act as the protector of the Zai sect. The Yu family's sincerity cannot be understated. They have laid forth their ancestral treasures and sage inheritance. However, these possessions hold little value for Yu Qing. The sole thing that captivates him is the library of treasures recorded by the Yu family. Yet, this alone does not suffice to legitimize his status as their ancestor. Nevertheless, given the grandiosity of their gesture, Yu Qing feels compelled to show some courtesy, lest he seem ungracious. Thus, he says nothing, merely nodding with a faint smile, allowing Yu Tingji to respectfully escort him from the vessel. Yu Tianqing, brimming with excitement, exclaims, "After nearly 10 millennia, ancestor, you have finally returned to the family. This is indeed a momentous joy for the Yu clan. I have ordered a banquet to welcome you, and our family shall celebrate for 3 days in honor of your return." Chapter 157. Are you planning a rebellion? The crowd erupts in another wave of cheers. Meanwhile, high above, on the flying vessel of the main lineage of the Yu family, the young man's expression darkens, resembling the bottom of a pot. His expression darkened as he commanded, "Quickly ascertain what is happening." The middle-aged man regained his senses and promptly responded affirmatively. He then leaped into the air, descending swiftly. As he flew downward, he let out a cold snort, unleashing his formidable aura. This was undeniably a formidable being of the fifth realm of chaos. It is noteworthy that in the Yu family, their most powerful ancestor, Yu Tianqing, was merely of the fourth realm of chaos. The moment this aura emanated, it overwhelmed the entire plaza. The members of the Yu family trembled, finally noticing that, apart from the flying vessel they were welcoming for the celebration of their ancestor, there was indeed another ship present. Whose vessel is that? Someone questioned, filled with confusion. Yu Tianqing's gaze turned icy. On such a momentous day for the Yu family, how dare anyone come to cause trouble? Did they believe that being of the fifth realm of chaos granted them the license to act recklessly? Humph. Though my Yu family may now be in decline, and I, as the ancestor, possess only the fourth realm of chaos, we are undeniably the legitimate descendants of a saint. Regardless of our current state, our foundation is not something a mere being of the fifth realm can belittle, especially before the esteemed ancestor. We must not allow the dignity of the Yu family to be tarnished. Without further thought, he soared upwards to confront the descending middle-aged man, a sea. "Bold ruffian, dare you exhibit your ferocity during the grand ceremony of the Yu family?" Yu Tianqing bellowed, swiftly delivering a palm strike. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that upon encountering a member of the main lineage, instead of a warm welcome, he would be met with an immediate attack. Moreover, this old man was merely of the fourth realm of chaos. This is outrageous. Despite the middle-aged man's previous subservience aboard the ship, he possessed his own pride. As a member of the main lineage, how could he tolerate an affront from a mere branch of the family, whose cultivation was inferior to his? Enraged, he retaliated instinctively with a palm strike of his own. "Impudence! Kneel before me, as a being of the fifth realm of chaos." He was confident that his power far surpassed that of the distant Yudong cultivators. He was assured that his strike would be sufficient to send Yu Tianqing crashing down. Yet, in the next moment, as their palms collided, the middle-aged man was unexpectedly jolted upwards, while Yu Tianqing only fell a few feet before regaining his balance. looking up at the middle-aged man with a cold smile. "It is you who should kneel before the esteemed ancestor." The middle-aged man was taken aback, realizing that an invisible force now enveloped Yu Qing, amplifying his power at the moment of confrontation. Was it the enhancement of a formation's spiritual vein? The middle-aged man felt a mix of shock and fury. Yu Qing, however, was brimming with confidence. Though he was merely of the fourth realm of chaos, the Yu family had countless formidable ancestors, and after the saintly ancestor, there had indeed been semi-saint level strongholds among their ranks. This place serves as the stronghold of the Yu family, fortified through generations. Here, one can draw upon the power of the entire spiritual vein below, enabling him to unleash strength comparable to the fifth realm of chaos. "Come and meet your demise," Yu Qing bellowed, charging forward once more. He was determined to swiftly subdue this villain, eager to make a display before Qingzu. The middle-aged man, left with no choice, could only defend himself. And thus a fierce battle ensued between the two in the skies. All eyes were fixed upon the combatants, with the sole exception of Yu Qing, who squinted towards the flying vessel overhead. Yu Qing's gaze ultimately settled upon the flag at the top of the vessel, where large characters billowed in the wind. No matter how he looked at it, it resembled the character for Yu. Yu Qing turned to glance back at the flag on the flying vessel of the Yu family behind him, comparing the two repeatedly until he reached a definitive conclusion. Yes, it is the same character. He stroked his chin, observing the two engaged in battle. So, what is the situation here? The others remained oblivious to these details. Witnessing the ancestors' display of might, the Yu family members erupted in cheers. The middle-aged man initially misjudged Yu Qing's strength, finding himself nearly overwhelmed, but being a powerful figure of the main lineage of Yinzhou, he quickly regained his composure, evening the odds in the clash with Yu Qing. However, with each exchange, the young man aboard the flying vessel grew increasingly agitated. As the direct heir of the main lineage, he had descended upon the Yundong branch after many years, only to be attacked by someone from the branch right upon his arrival. If this word were to reach Yinzhou, would he not become the laughingstock of his kin? At that moment, a deep, aged voice suddenly resonated. Enough! The voice, accompanied by an overwhelming presence, swept across the entire square, silencing the previously jubilant Yu family members. This formidable aura far surpassed that of the two combatants in the sky, revealing the presence of a semi-saint expert. The voice rang out again, cold and stern. "As an ancestor of the branch, how dare you strike against a member of the main lineage? Yu Qing, does your Yu family intend to rebel?" Upon hearing these words, Yu Qing froze instantly. What? What did he just hear? A member of the main lineage? His mind stalled for several seconds before he stiffly raised his head to gaze upon the flag of the flying vessel, fixing his attention on that character Yu. In that instant, a tempest surged within his heart. How could he not respond to this revelation? The person aboard that vessel, as well as the one he was battling, was indeed from the main lineage of the Yu family of Yinzhou. No one had informed him that representatives from the main lineage would arrive. Furthermore, the main lineage had not been in contact with them for thousands of years. Why would they suddenly send someone now? And by the looks of it, this was no ordinary individual. A semi-saint expert, even within the main lineage, held a position of considerable stature. He hurriedly glanced at a middle-aged man in the crowd and whispered angrily, "Why was I not informed of the arrival from the main lineage? Had I known, I would never have arranged for Yu Qing to arrive today. This is a collision of events." The middle-aged man in question was none other than the current patriarch of the Yu family, Yu Wanshan. Upon hearing these words, his face instantly contorted with displeasure. "I intended to notify you when I sent the message earlier, but you insisted on discussing the imminent arrival of the ancestor, dismissing all else as insignificant and requesting not to be disturbed. I had hoped to address this matter upon your arrival. Yet it seems fate has conspired for our paths to cross simultaneously." Yu Qing felt a wave of darkness wash over him. What sort of absurd situation was this? He had toiled diligently for so long, driven by the desire to restore the Yu family to its former glory and reclaim its rightful place within the Yunzu main lineage. And now, here they were. The people from the main lineage had indeed arrived, only to thwart his efforts. Meanwhile, Yu Qing seemed to have grasped the situation, and a hint of sympathy flickered in his gaze as he regarded Yu Qing. It was truly no easy task to bear the weight of an ancestor's role. At that moment, aboard the flying vessel, The voice of the half-saint from the Yu main lineage resounded once more, laced with a hint of ire. It appears that after all these years, the branch family of the Yu clan wishes to establish its own identity, breaking away from the banner of the Yunzi family. Yu Tianqing could not help but mentally retort, "You never allowed us to return to the Yunzi family banner in the first place." Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts aloud. He quickly restrained his aura and hurriedly began to explain, "It was merely a misunderstanding. The arrival of the main lineage was unforeseen." "Misunderstanding?" came a grim voice from the flying vessel. A figure slowly descended, revealing himself to be a young man from the Yu family. Upon their first meeting, he had engaged in a fierce confrontation with my subordinates. Is this truly a misunderstanding? UASI then took a few steps back, positioning himself behind the young man, and coldly declared, "This gentleman is the esteemed eldest son of our Yu family's direct lineage, the foremost talent of the current younger generation, Yu Hualong. Yu branch families, having once been part of the Yu clan, should bow in respect upon encountering the direct descendant, yet you have acted with such rudeness. How do you explain this?" A chill ran down Yu Tianqing's spine. He understood that with a half-saint accompanying him, the individual from the Yu main lineage was surely remarkable. However, he had not anticipated that it would be none other than the first prodigy of the younger generation, the esteemed eldest son. This was equivalent to the future heir of the Yunzi family. The presence of such a significant figure, who had even engaged in conflict with his people, was akin to a thunderclap for Yu Tianqing, who had long dreamed of restoring the Yudong Yu family to the main lineage. In a flurry of panic, he instinctively clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. "I am Yu Tianqing, the ancestor of the Yudong Yu family. It is an honor to meet young Master Hualong." What transpired earlier was indeed a misunderstanding. I had no knowledge that individuals from the Yu main lineage were present. I merely thought it was an unknown intruder causing trouble. I beseech you to discern the truth. At this moment, Yu Hualong's mood was exceedingly foul. Upon hearing the words, he laughed in anger. "Do you not know that it is a member of the Yu family's main lineage who has arrived? How is it possible that no one informed you of my coming beforehand?" As he spoke, he cast a glance at the middle-aged man, a C, beside him. A C trembled all over and hurriedly replied, "Young master, I assure you that I communicated this to the branch family in advance." Yu Hualong's icy gaze instantly shifted to Yu Tianqing, who shuddered in response, feeling an unutterable bitterness within. How could he explain himself? Should he admit that he had disregarded the visit while busy escorting the revered ancestor Yu Qing back to the family? It would be disastrous if that were to come to light. Then, he unconsciously glanced at Yu Qing below. Yu Qing, taken aback, thought, "What? Am I now implicated in this?" His original intention was to seek help, yet Yu Hualong, perceiving the situation, seemed to misconstrue it entirely. He sneered coldly. "It appears that your branch family possesses such audacity to overlook the main lineage's arrival, all thanks to this individual. I am rather eager to see who else in Yundong dares to disregard the prestige of the Yu family of Yunzhou." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slowly descended from the air, halting when he was still over a yard above the ground. Originally, Yu Hualong intended to land directly, but upon nearing the ground, he noticed that Yu Qing appeared to be slightly taller than himself, prompting him to instinctively stop at that height, looking down upon Yu Qing. "Might I inquire as to your esteemed identity? It seems that the Yu family of Yunzhou does not hold any significance in your eyes." As the young master of the Yu family's main lineage, Yu Hualong was already displeased to see the numerous members of the branch family showing deference to Yu Qing while ignoring his presence. Thus, his words dripped with a frosty provocation. Yu Qing furrowed his brow upon hearing this, gazing up at Yu Hualong, and replied with a calm demeanor, "I do not appreciate being looked down upon. If you wish to speak, then come down and say it." Yu Hualong, incensed by this retort, exclaimed, "What did you say?" But before he could finish, he suddenly felt an immense force pulling him downward, swiftly yanking him from the air. Yu Hualong let out a cry, attempting to break free, yet he found himself utterly powerless to escape, plummeting like a rag doll to the ground with a resounding thud. The abruptness of his fall resulted in a most ungainly landing, leaving him sprawled on the ground, hair disheveled and looking utterly disheveled. His flailing limbs and the ludicrous nature of his descent evoked laughter from the surrounding Yu family disciples, and soon, a spontaneous chuckle erupted from one of them. Laughter is often infectious. That single laugh quickly spread, and although those who involuntarily laughed realized their mistake and fell silent, The sheer number of witnesses made even the briefest outburst sound like a chorus of mirth. Following the laughter, an eerie silence ensued. In the sky, Yu Tianqing and Yu Jia stood in utter shock, trembling uncontrollably. A suffocating wave of rage emanated from the flying vessel above. At the center of everyone's gaze was the protagonist, Yu Jia's eldest son, Yu Hualong. He lay on the ground, dazed for a prolonged moment before regaining his senses. In that instant, his face flushed crimson, and veins bulged on his forehead. His entire body quaked with a tumult of humiliation and fury, pushing Yu Hualong to the brink of madness. As the esteemed heir of the Yu family, he had been raised in luxury, a prodigy with unparalleled talent, seldom encountering adversity, and never having anyone dare to challenge his authority. Yet, at this moment, he found himself in a most disgraceful predicament. To make matters worse, members of the Yu family's branches had the audacity to mock him. Each muffled snicker pierced his ears like a dagger. Damn it, he cursed angrily, prompting Yu Jia to finally react, rushing down to assist his young master. Young master, are you all right? But before he could finish, Yu Hualong's furious voice interrupted him. With a violent shove, he pushed C away, bellowing, "How dare you, you lowly wretches, insult me in such a manner? Kill them. Eliminate them all." Yu trembled in fear. Kill them all? With so many people present? Meanwhile, from the flying vessel above, a cold voice resonated with fury. "How dare you be so disrespectful? Execute them." In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from the vessel. A figure shot down, like a fierce bolt of lightning, heading straight for Yu Qing on the ground. Only then did Yu Tianqing regain his composure, a chill coursing through him. This is disastrous. With such a commotion, how could the main branch of the Yu family allow the Yu family of Yundong to return? Chapter 159. Are you certain? While Yu Tianqing's mind raced with turmoil, witnessing the half-saint from the flying vessel take action, he hastily attempted to intervene. After all, if matters escalated further, all would be lost. Yu Tianqing recklessly positioned himself in front of the descending figure, exclaiming, "My lord, please quell your anger." Yet the next moment, he was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Even with the enhancement of the formation's spiritual veins, he could only muster the strength of a chaotic fifth realm. How could he withstand an enraged half-saint strike? Fortunately, though the half-saint was furious, he had not yet lost his reason and refrained from targeting the surrounding members of the Yu family. Instead, after sending Yu Tianqing sprawling, he mercilessly aimed a palm strike at Yu Qing on the ground, regardless of this person's identity. To dare insult Yu Hualong was to insult the dignity of the Yu family of Yunzhao. Such transgressions could not be overlooked. The mighty palm descended from above with an unparalleled ferocity. Even those nearby, including Yu Hualong, and other members of the Yu family, felt a sudden constriction in their chests, their bones creaking under the immense pressure. Yet, this weight dissipated in an instant. For Yu Qing lightly raised his hand and flicked his fingers at the Yu family's semi-saint. The semi-saint was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, uncontrollably hurtling away until he collided thunderously against the periphery of the Yu family plaza, crashing against the array's luminous barrier. The entire formation trembled from the impact, revealing fissures upon its surface. Witnessing this scene, Yu Tianqing, whose heart had already turned to ice, felt it freeze solidly. In truth, he was not surprised that Yu Qing could send the Yu family's semi-saint flying. After all, in his eyes, this Yu Qing was a genuine saint. However, having humiliated the Yu family's heir, Yu Hualong, and now launching their semi-saint away, was there any hope left for reconciliation with the main lineage of the Yu family? Those saints are formidable. They are a rare sight in Yundong. Yet, in Yunzhou, they are not uncommon. As far as he knew, the Yu family's main lineage had always been under the watch of saints throughout generations, often with more than one in their ranks. It was not merely that Yu Qing might not be the true ancestor of the Yu family. Even if he were, what if he truly was? A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Yu Tianqing's eyes. Just then, a cough echoed from a distance, prompting everyone to turn. They beheld the semi-saint of the Yu family, propelled by Yu Qing's flick, crashing against the formation and sliding down its luminous surface before landing heavily on the ground. A picture of utter disarray as he coughed blood and struggled to rise. Yet, at least he was still alive. Yu Qing, however, was not surprised. The force he had exerted with that flick was trivial. This man was, after all, an established semi-saint, somewhat stronger than Gu Qifeng from before. so it was only natural he had not perished. Yet, at that moment, the semi-saint's heart was turbulent with disbelief. He was acutely aware of his own strength. To be so effortlessly flicked away and grievously injured could not be the feat of someone of the same realm. A saint. This seemingly unremarkable young man was undoubtedly a bona fide saint. But was it not said that Yundong had long been devoid of saints? It was precisely because he had investigated before coming that he knew Yundong currently lacked a saint, and that the major factions would not hastily deploy their saints to maintain balance. Hence, he had been sent, a mere semi-saint, to protect Yu Hualong in search of the traces of the great treasures of the Tao. With no saints around, his strength was deemed sufficient to handle any situation. Yet, could this young man truly possess the power to devour the flying vessel above? Was the intelligence flawed, or had some faction disrupted the established order? At that moment, the Yu family semi-saint was engulfed in terror. However, there was one who remained oblivious to these considerations, the irrational Yu Hualong. He scarcely grasped the scene that had just unfolded, yet he incessantly clamored about annihilating everyone present. Observing a sea beside him lost in a stupor, Yu Hualong roared, "A bunch of useless fools. None of you dare to act. I came here personally." It is often said that extreme anger can unveil one's latent potential. In a fit of rage, Yu Hualong lunged at Yu Qing, only to be met with a swift slap that sent him crashing to the ground. The impact of that strike was feather-light for Yu Qing, yet profoundly different for Yu Hualong. He was slammed down with such force that the very ground beneath him splintered, feeling as though an immense mountain had descended upon him. His limbs felt as if they were on the verge of shattering, and he spewed forth a torrent of blood, instantly losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Yu Qing furrowed his brow, inspecting his palm. In truth, he had intended to deliver a lethal blow to Yu Hualong. Had he employed a blade, Yu Hualong would have undoubtedly met his demise. However, controlling the force of a mere slap proved to be more challenging. Given the proximity of numerous members of the Yu family, Yu Qing sought to mitigate any collateral damage, focusing most of his strength on regulating the intensity to avoid obliterating the entire square. Ironically, this restraint rendered his strike too gentle. Yu Hualong, being slightly more resilient than the average person, momentarily shimmered with a glow upon impact. Though it shattered almost instantaneously, it did absorb some of the force, sparing him from death. After all, he was the eldest scion of the Yu family, likely possessing some protective talisman. Contemplating this, Yu Qing prepared to deliver another slap. Just then, a figure dashed forward, leaping onto Yu Hualong. "Senior, spare him," cried the half-saint of the Yu family, who, upon witnessing Yu Qing raising his hand once more, felt a chill run down his spine. He surged forward with unprecedented speed, one hand shielding Yu Hualong, kneeling on the ground with his forehead touching the earth, anxiety gnawing at his heart. He understood that should Yu Qing's hand descend, his own life would be forfeit. Having painstakingly cultivated to the half-saint realm, he had no desire to meet his end. Yet, if he allowed the young master of the Yu family to perish here, his fate upon returning would be far worse than death. Faced with inevitable demise, he could only plead for mercy. Nearby, a sea, having realized the gravity of the situation, felt his legs weaken and knelt as well. "Please, senior, forgive us." At that moment, Yu Tianqing rushed forward, his heart nearly lodged in his throat. He too knelt, exclaiming, "Ancestor, young Master Yu is merely youthful and reckless. I beseech you to show mercy and spare his life." Upon hearing this, the half-saint of the Yu family was taken aback. Wasn't Yu Tianqing the ancestor of the Yundong branch of the Yu family? Why did he now address this seemingly youthful saint as ancestor? At that moment, Yu Qing's poised hand came to a halt. He turned his gaze to Yu Tianqing and remarked nonchalantly, "If you wish for me to spare his life, it is not out of the realm of possibility. I once promised you that as a token of gratitude to the library, I could extend assistance to the Yu family on one occasion. Sometimes, refraining from action can also be considered a form of intervention. Since you have intervened, I may forego this strike. However, the opportunity for that single act has already been utilized. Therefore, are you certain?" Chapter 160. The choice of Yu Tianqing. Yu Qing's hand lingered above the ground, poised over the heads of the half-saint Yu family members and Yu Hualong, as if it were suspended above Yu Tianqing's heart, causing it to constrict with unease. Yet, upon hearing Yu Qing's words, he found himself wavering. He understood that despite his overt display of allegiance, representing the Yu family and venerating Yu Qing as their ancestor, The latter did not genuinely regard himself as such. The arrangement was merely a transaction to access the Yu family's library. Yu Tianqing initially intended to use this opportunity to secure his grandson Yu Ting's apprenticeship under Yu Qing. This would not only forge a connection with Yu Qing, but also pave the way for Yu Ting to potentially attain sainthood, leading the Yu family of Yundong back to Yunzhou. Such an opportunity was exceedingly rare for the Yu family, making him reluctant to squander it. However, if he chose not to exchange it, allowing Yu Qing to strike down Yu Hualong and the others would undoubtedly obliterate any chance of the Yundong Yu family returning to the main lineage. Not only would that be impossible, but the death of a direct descendant would incite the wrath of the Yunzhou Yu family, leading to dire consequences. Even with Yu Qing's presence, could he withstand the fury of the Yunzhou Yu family? Although Yu Qing was a saint, the Yunzhou Yu family boasted more than one saint. After much contemplation, Yu Tianqing gritted his teeth and pleaded, "I implore you, ancestor, to show mercy. Today's events are merely a misunderstanding. We cannot harm the lives of those from the main lineage." Upon hearing this, Yu Qing nodded calmly. "It seems you have made up your mind. In that case, I shall spare these two. Now, please take me to the Yu family library." At this proclamation, Yu Tianqing's heart sank. He realized that Yu Qing could no longer truly be considered the ancestor of the Yu family. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to age 100 years. Letting out a soft sigh before nodding, "Please follow me, ancestor." He commanded the Yu family members to disperse, allowing the previously scheduled welcoming banquet to continue. For appearances must be upheld. Concurrently, he instructed the family head, Yu Wanshan, to escort Yu Hualong and the other core members into the estate for settlement. He then led Yu Qing to the secret repository at the back of the Yu family estate. The secret library of the Yu family was located deep within this treasury. The most precious legacies, texts, secret techniques, and scrolls of the Yu family resided here. Traditionally, entry was reserved solely for the family head and the ancestor. Of course, Yu Tianqing understood that the contents of the library held little significance to Yu Qing. After all, even the Yu family's most treasured saintly legacy had failed to pique Yu Qing's interest. What value could these lesser techniques, which did not even reach the realm of sainthood, possibly hold for him? The guardian of the secret library was an elder of great repute from the chaotic realm, a formidable figure of high lineage within the Yu family. Upon receiving the notification of their arrival, he hurriedly welcomed Yu Qing into the library with an expression of utmost reverence. "Ancestor, the scrolls regarding the treasures of the great Tao that you wish to examine are all here," he said respectfully, bowing his head. Before him lay two ancient tomes, several scrolls, and a few jade talismans. These are primarily relics brought from Yunzhou by the first ancestor of our Yu family, alongside a few scrolls containing the ancestor's own notes. "Please, do take a look." Yu Qing nodded. Although the collection was far less than he had anticipated, he still found it to be of considerable value. "Very well, you may leave. I shall not take anything away. I will read them here. If you are concerned, you may check afterward. You may ask for any scroll that seems to be missing," Yu Tianqing said with a forced smile. "Ancestor, you jest. Even if you were to take them all, we would welcome it," came the reply. Soon, the two departed, leaving Yu Qing alone at the table. Whereupon he picked up the ancient texts and began to peruse them. The tomes appeared to be quite antiquated, with records dating back at least 70 or 80,000 years. Had it not been for the Yu family's diligent preservation, they would have long since turned to dust. The texts themselves were not solely focused on the treasures of the great Tao, but rather contained accounts of ancient secrets. Thus, Yu Qing took his time, patiently starting from the beginning. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Yu family, Yu Hualong was in a fit of rage. "A sage? What of it? Just because he is a sage, does he think he can disregard my Yu family?" Although Yu Hualong had arranged his attire with the assistance of his servants and his injuries were not severe, having taken the spiritual medicine he brought with him, he had regained his former noble demeanor, yet his expression remained exceedingly grim. Does he believe that a sage can act with impunity? Does my Yu family lack sages? Beside him stood a half-saint of the Yu family, neither siding with nor opposing him. To him, the appearance of a sage was indeed no trivial matter. He glanced at Yu Tianqing and inquired with a hint of indifference, "I have heard that Yundong has not seen a sage in nearly 10,000 years. From where does this sage hail?" Yu Tianqing, having apologized profusely, hesitated momentarily before responding to the half-saint's inquiry. "This sage is known as Yu Qing." "Yu Qing?" Both Yu Hualong and the half-saint of the Yu family were taken aback simultaneously. Although the surname Yu is quite common, its association with the sage, particularly within the Yu family, was distinctly significant. Yu Tianqing quickly elaborated, "This esteemed ancestor, Yu Qing, is a direct descendant from our third generation, who left the family due to familial grievances nearly 10,000 years ago and has now returned after attaining the sage's status." Upon hearing this, both Yu Hualong and the half-saint's expressions shifted dramatically. Recalling the previous scene, they finally comprehended the rationale behind the attitude of the Yu clan's descendants, including Yu Tianqing himself, towards Yu Qing. In truth, Yu Tianqing, at this moment, had come to a clear understanding. Yu Qing exhibited no semblance of familiarity or affection towards the Yu family. It was likely that he was not truly one of their esteemed ancestors. However, having made such assertions, he felt compelled to maintain his stance in the presence of the clan's core members. Could it be that the branch family of Yundong has produced a sage? The half-saints of the Yu family found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. Although Yunzhou differed from Yundong, where sages were commonplace, they were typically figures of venerable stature. The strength of a dominant force is often measured by the number and prowess of its sages. The emergence of a sage from the branch family was indeed a significant event for the Yu family. If a sage arose from their ancestral lineage, they would surely be regarded as one of their own. After a moment of contemplation, the half-saint of the Yu family's expression softened. It is unexpected that after several millennia, a powerful figure from the branch has attained the sage position. This is indeed a joyous occasion for our Yu family of Yunzhou. Conversely, Yu Hualong's countenance darkened. If it were a sage from another faction, it would be one thing, but in Yunzhou, apart from the 10 most prominent families, they held no fear of others, not to mention the sage from the impoverished region of Yundong. Yet if it were from their own lineage, the family would undoubtedly not spurn a sage over such trivial matters. This meant that the loss he had suffered might very well be in vain. For Yu Hualong, who was accustomed to pride, this was an unbearable humiliation. However, should Yu Qing return to the clan, not only would he have suffered in vain, but he would also have to address him as ancestor in the future. How could he endure such a fate? In that moment, Yu Hualong fell into silence, his expression shifting between uncertainty and turmoil. Meanwhile, the half-saint of the Yu family spoke. "Our purpose in coming here was to undertake a significant responsibility, to entrust the Yundong branch with a crucial task. Should we execute it well?" The ancestor once remarked that consideration could be given to allowing the Yu family to return to the main lineage. Yu Tianqing was taken aback, his eyes reflecting a profound astonishment. Such a matter exists? What instructions does the main lineage have? As descendants of the branch, we are prepared to brave fire and water to fulfill this, to express our sincerity in returning. The half-saint of the Yu family stroked his beard and chuckled. This matter should not have been disclosed to you in such detail. Yet it is surprising that a sage has arisen from the branch. This is fortuitous for both parties. It seems this endeavor is nearly assured of success. In fact, not long ago, the major factions of Yunzhou sensed the presence of a great treasure in Yundong. The ancestor dispatched me and the young master to seek the traces of this great treasure. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianqing trembled, his expression one of disbelief. The half-saint assumed his astonishment stemmed from the news of the great treasure, chuckling as he stroked his beard. "You are indeed astonished. For you, the great treasure must seem merely a legend." Yet, within Yu Tianqing's heart, a tempest had already begun to surge. The reason Yu Qing was willing to visit the Yu family this time was to seek the records of the invaluable treasures contained within the family's library. Upon Yu Qing's arrival, members of the main lineage of the Yu family also appeared, speaking of the aura of the great treasure manifesting in Yundong. What a remarkable coincidence. Could it be that this ancestor Yu Qing is somehow connected to this matter? After a brief hesitation, he inquired, "May I ask, esteemed one, where precisely has the aura of this great treasure appeared?" The half-saint of the Yu family shook his head, replying, "The great treasure is a creation that seizes the very essence of heaven and earth. Once it appears, its aura will disturb the laws and secrets of the world. Consequently, the foremost powers across Yunzhou are prepared, ever vigilant in observing the celestial mechanisms of the region. Therefore, as soon as the aura of the great treasure manifests, it can be detected immediately. However, this only reveals a general location and cannot ascertain the specifics. Currently, We know that its aura is present in the central region of Yundong. Although Yundong is a desolate area, it is not insignificant in size. Among the 36 domains, there are several regions close to the center, including your own Tianfu domain. The exact location remains unknown. If it were otherwise, we would not be here, but rather, nearly half of the saints of Yunzu would have already converged, leading to cataclysmic battles over the great treasure. This is precisely why saints must not act lightly. Once a conflict among them begins, it is exceedingly difficult to conclude. Moreover, if one strikes too early, they may fall prey to the schemes of others. Thus, until the true whereabouts of the great treasure are uncovered, the saints will not easily intervene. It is left to individuals like us to seek it out. At this juncture, the half-saint of the Yu family stroked his beard and chuckled, yet they remain unaware that from our branch in Yundong, a saint has emerged. In a time when saints are not active in Yunzu, this is an immense advantage. Who could possibly rival us? It seems that this time, the great treasure will undoubtedly fall into the hands of the Yu family. In that moment, with a saint to protect you and the monumental achievement of discovering the great treasure, returning to the main lineage will simply be a matter of words. When you, as the ancestor of the branch, return to the family, your status may even surpass mine, and we shall truly be equals. Had these words reached Yu Tianqing's ears before, he would have savored them with delight, perhaps even reveling in ecstatic joy. Yet at this moment, Yu Tianqing found it difficult to muster a smile. Near the central region of Yundong, had they not just come from the very heart of the 36 domains, the prisoning heaven domain? Connecting the dots, Yu Tianqing had already determined that the so-called aura of the great treasure appearing in Yundong was most likely related to Yu Qing. If Yu Qing truly were an ancestor of the Yu family, it would be splendid. The problem, however, was that Yu Qing was not. Noticing the peculiar expression on Yu Tianqing's face, the half-saint furrowed his brow and asked, "What troubles you? Is there still something to ponder over? Are you still troubled by today's events?" He displayed a magnanimous smile and waved his sleeve. The treasure of the great path is intrinsically linked to the future endeavors of the Yu family and that esteemed ancestor. Yu Qing is a revered sage. As a sage, it is only natural to possess a certain temperament. Although you were at fault initially, the young master has indeed acted somewhat discourteously. Let us regard this matter as if it never occurred. Even if the ancestor learns of it, he will not take it to heart, so rest assured. Yu Tianqing managed a reluctant smile and bowed in gratitude. In that case, I thank you, esteemed one. The half-saint of the Yu family nodded. There is no time to waste. You must make the necessary arrangements. Soon, I shall personally discuss the matter of the treasure of the great path with your esteemed ancestor. Yu Tianqing felt a bitter pang in his throat. Wanting to voice something but finding himself at a loss for words, he could only take his leave. Within the grand hall, only a few members of the Yu family from Yunzhou remained. At this moment, Yu Hualong, who had been enduring for a long time, finally erupted. "Old Huang, this group of branch family members has insulted me so brazenly. Shall we simply let this matter pass? What if he is a sage? How can I, Yu Hualong, endure such indignation?" The one addressed as Old Huang, a half-saint of the Yu family, smiled slightly, his gaze flickering. "There is no need for the young master to be anxious. I understand your grievances, but the foremost task at hand is to seek the treasure of the great path. As I just mentioned, having a sage among us would be an immense advantage. If we can locate the treasure, it would be a monumental achievement. At that time, your identity as the heir of the family will be as solid as a fortress. As the heir, you are also the foremost talent of the Yu family. Thus, the opportunity to utilize the treasure of the great path will naturally fall upon you. Given your innate talents, it is highly likely you will attain the sage position. With the support of the treasure, your potential is limitless. It is not impossible for you to reach even greater heights in the future. And as for Yu Qing, should he return to the main family, there will come a day when he stands beneath you, becoming a force for our Yu family. When that time comes, you will have many ways to reclaim your dignity, will you not? Chapter 162. Unforeseen consequences at this moment, within the confines of the prison sky domain. Inside the main hall, which originally served as the residence of the domain Lord Gu Qifeng, had transformed into a place for Yu Qing's meditation after his arrival. Now that Yu Qing has departed, it has become a venue for hosting the three esteemed ones from the Holy Sky domain. This location is the most spiritually rich area in the entire prison sky domain, aside from the central holy site, the fiery mountain of the blazing world. Though Gu Qifeng harbored some concerns, he chose to maintain appearances and arrange for the three esteemed ones to reside here. He himself feigned a desire to organize the forces within the prison sky domain to seek news of the treasure of the Great Path before taking his leave. At this moment within the hall, two representatives from the Holy Sky domain, Taisher Yuan and Ling Qingwan, were gazing intently at the Elder Lu. Meanwhile, Elder Lu sat cross-legged with closed eyes, an 8-diagram bronze mirror resting between his knees. With both hands forming intricate seals, he continuously altered them, casting a series of mystical symbols that surged into the surface of the bronze mirror. The trigrams surrounding it flickered in and out of existence, enveloping the entire hall in an aura of the extraordinary. In the depths of the void, it seemed as though something was being drawn in, plunging into the bronze mirror. A conspicuous rune suddenly illuminated the mirror's surface. Elder Lu opened his eyes, a glimmer sparking within them. Likewise, a smile graced the faces of Taisher Yuan and Ling Qingwan. Indeed, the aura of the supreme treasure had once manifested here, and it was highly likely that the essence of the treasure's initial appearance originated from this very place, the prison sky domain. Elder Lu spoke, his expression somewhat pale as he channeled his energy, yet his gaze remained piercing. Taisher Yuan nodded with a slight smile, acknowledging, "Thank you, Elder Lu. This has allowed us to pinpoint our target. Who would have thought that the supreme treasure would reside within the prison sky domain? It truly is a case of finding the needle in the haystack with little effort." Elder Lu nodded in agreement. However, it is evident that the supreme treasure is no longer in the hands of the domain lord, Gu Qifeng. Otherwise, we would not be receiving such minimal responses. It is likely that someone has already taken it away. Taisher Yuan replied with a calm smile. Naturally, a mere half-saint like Gu Qifeng lacks both the capability and the audacity to possess the supreme treasure. The one who has found it is surely someone else. Ling Qingwan's eyes sparkled. Wasn't Gu Qifeng just making an excuse to leave in order to send a message to someone? Taisher Yuan chuckled. Precisely. That is why I mentioned that Gu Qifeng would lead us to the supreme treasure. Ling Qingwan nodded. Indeed, senior brother is astute. Shall we interrogate Gu Qifeng next? Taisher Yuan shook his head. If he has connections with that individual, such an action would only serve to alarm them. Since he is currently not within the prison sky domain, once they learn of our inquiry, they will undoubtedly flee with the treasure. In such a vast Yindong, where would we search for them? Rest assured, I have already dispatched individuals to investigate, and we should receive news shortly. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingwan inquired with curiosity. You sent someone? Senior brother, did we not come here with only the three of us? Who else is there? Taisher Yuan replied nonchalantly. Although Gu Qifeng harbors ulterior motives, there are many who respect our holy heaven domain within the expansive prison sky domain. Look, they have already arrived. In the next moment, a middle-aged man dressed as an official of the prison sky domain entered the hall, accompanied by an elderly man. Upon seeing the three, the elder trembled and immediately bowed deeply. I am Ruan Yuantai, the fourth elder of the prison sky domain. It is an honor to meet the three esteemed ones from the holy heaven. Indeed, this elder was the sole survivor of the cataclysm of the heaven-slaying demon saint. Is he an elder of the prison sky domain? Ling Qingwan's eyes sparkled. Senior brother, when did you make contact? Taisher Yuan spoke with an air of indifference, remarking that it was merely a trivial maneuver. Before arriving, he had contemplated the independent state of the prison heaven domain for many years. He suspected that the domain lord had already lost faith, yet there remained individuals who still aspired towards the upper domain. All he needed was to identify one such person and persuade them to reach out to others. He then turned to Ruan Yuantai. Since you are an elder of the prison heaven domain and possess considerable strength, you must possess a wealth of knowledge. He continued, speak, and I shall consider bringing you back to the sacred heaven domain. Ruan Yuantai's eyes gleamed with elation, and without a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Indeed, esteemed ones. Recently, the prison heaven domain faced the re-emergence of the ancient demon saint, who nearly brought about its destruction. All the other elders, save for myself, suffered unfortunate fates. Upon hearing Ruan Yuantai's words, the expressions of those present varied. The demon saint? Ling Qingwan's gaze flickered. I believe I have heard that name before. Elder Lu nodded in agreement. It is not surprising that you younger generations are unaware. This individual was a calamity in Yundong thousands of years ago. A saint of the demonic path, formidable in strength. It is said that he was nearing the level of a sovereign saint, wreaking havoc across Yundong, seemingly invincible. Nearing sovereign saint? Taisher Yuan expressed astonishment. I had not anticipated that such a figure could emerge from a mere Yundong. I have indeed underestimated this place. Elder Lu smiled. Given that even the supreme treasures can be found here, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, this individual ultimately strayed from the righteous path, achieving limited success. Yet in Yundong, he was unparalleled. The prison heaven domain had sought assistance from the sacred heaven domain during that tumultuous time, but as you may have heard, our domain was embroiled in internal strife. Though he was audacious, his actions were confined to Yundong and did not encroach upon the Cloud Continent, which is why we did not respond. Ultimately, he was besieged and defeated, seemingly sealed within the prison heaven domain, sustaining his life through demonic means to this day, a remarkable talent indeed. Alas, had we known sooner, we might have called upon the domain lord to subdue him, thereby gaining a significant ally for the sacred heaven domain. He pondered the mention of Yu Qing. Elder Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. This is intriguing. If he is indeed a saint, the situation becomes quite different. Yundong has not seen a saint emerge in nearly 10,000 years, and now one has appeared. Connected to the Yu family. Ling Qingwan scoffed. What of the Yu family? Even at the peak of their power, as one of the 10 great families, they did not dare show disrespect to the sacred heaven domain. Moreover, the Yu family has languished in decline for so many years, having fallen from the ranks of the 10 great families. What is there to fear? Elder Lu shook his head. It is not so simple. At the height of their power, the Yu family had a sovereign saint in their midst, and even among the 10 families, they ranked among the strongest. Though they may appear diminished now, how much hidden depth remains is unknown and should not be underestimated. What is crucial is that the saints of the major factions have yet to make their move. The emergence of Yu Qing has undeniably disrupted the situation. If we do not seize the initiative, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 163 The Legend of the Supreme Treasure. After a moment of contemplation, Taisher Yuan spoke. Regardless of the origins of this Yu Qing, it is highly likely that the supreme treasure is now in his possession, and we must respond swiftly. However, we are currently only the 3 of us. Even with Lu Lao, we cannot possibly confront a true sage with force. Ling Qingwan scoffed. What of a sage? Does he dare to defy our holy celestial domain? Over the years, we have suppressed countless sages, far exceeding the fingers on both hands. A mere ordinary sage cannot possibly safeguard the supreme treasure. Taisher Yuan smiled faintly. While that may be true, the execution of our plans is another matter entirely. Time is of the essence. Let us set forth. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Soon, Gu Qifeng, who was in the main hall arranging personnel to conceal the information, received a summons from within the grand hall. With a heart laden with unease, he entered the hall. There, he was met with the gaze of the 3, their eyes laden with significance. Gu Qifeng's heart raced as he clasped his hands in greeting. May I inquire what instructions the esteemed ones have? Taisher Yuan, with a bemused expression, replied, Gu Domain Master, it has come to my attention that a sage elder from the prison celestial domain, named Yu Qing, has emerged. Gu Qifeng trembled at this revelation. With only these 3 present and no other spies, how could they have learned of Yu Qing? Was there a traitor among them? Before he could ponder further, Taisher Yuan continued, the prison celestial domain is, after all, a subordinate of the holy celestial domain. Since a sage has appeared, we, as juniors, ought to pay our respects. Might you, Gu Domain Master, introduce us to this Yu Qing? Beyond the boundless mountains and rivers, within the secret library of the Yu family in the Tianfu domain, Yu Qing had just emerged from the ocean of knowledge. Even apart from the matters concerning the supreme treasure, he found great delight in the 2 books he was perusing, gaining much insight. Though he had been in this world for some years, his understanding of the realm beyond the southern wilderness remained scant, let alone the history of this world. In contemporary discourse, the term ancient is not uniformly defined. After all, even sages, under normal circumstances, do not live beyond 10,000 years. Therefore, for many, anything from 10,000 years ago can be considered ancient, tens of thousands of years ago, too, and even 100,000 years ago. Each person has their own interpretation, lacking a definitive standard. However, according to the definitions in these ancient texts, the true ancient era commenced 300,000 years ago. The period from 300,000 to 100,000 years ago is categorized as the Ancient Age. while the interval from 100,000 years ago to the present is termed the current era. The two ancient texts were authored over 90,000 years ago, just after the ancient era had concluded. Furthermore, the epoch preceding the ancient era, 300,000 years ago, is referred to as the primeval age, which can be traced back as far as 1 million years. That era was indeed a wondrous time, simultaneously the pinnacle of cultivation on this continent. During the ancient times, it was not an exaggeration to say that chaos reigned and saints were ubiquitous. At that juncture, only those who ascended to the realm of chaos could be regarded with a modicum of respect, while the saints stood as formidable forces in their own right. Amongst the saints, those who advanced along the path of the great Tao to a significant degree, distinguishing themselves from the rest, were referred to as king saints. In the ancient world, only a king saint held the privilege to establish a sect and leave a legacy. Above the king saints lay the currently known highest realm, the supreme. The ancient epoch was also the period with the most supremes. However, attaining the supreme realm was not merely a matter of arduous training. Without extraordinary fortuity, reaching such heights solo was nearly impossible. This extraordinary opportunity is embodied in the treasures of the great Tao. Each treasure of the great Tao is not a product of postnatal creation, but rather miraculous artifacts born of innate origins. It is said that they manifest the principles of the great Tao, containing the fundamental truths of heaven and earth. At the dawn of the ancient era, at a certain moment, celestial stars descended, scattering across the land and transforming into numerous treasures of the great Tao, which subsequently fell into the world. Upon reflecting on this, Yu Qing recalled the records from the memoirs of ancestor Ziyun. The fragments of the heart of the great Tao within the heavenly crystal also descended from meteorites, evolving after being consumed by extraordinary beasts. Ancestor Ziyun slew the beast to acquire this fragment. Thus, it appears that these treasures of the great Tao originate from beyond the heavens, possibly manifestations of certain Taoist principles. Regardless, as the treasures of the great Tao rained down, the cultivation civilization of this continent commenced a meteoric advancement, with saints and king saints emerging in succession. Through comprehending the treasures of the great Tao, individuals devised cultivation techniques that were more refined and powerful than those preceding the ancient era. It is only through understanding the treasures of the great Tao themselves that king saints could further their path toward becoming supremes. However, it is said that achieving the supreme status requires consuming the treasures of the great Tao themselves. Thus, for every supreme that emerges in this world, one treasure of the great Tao diminishes. Currently, no method has been discovered to create treasures of the great Tao, suggesting a one-for-one exchange. Consequently, the rise and subsequent decline is an inevitable outcome. Although some individuals have developed methods to perpetuate the powers of the supreme, such as passing on their cultivation achievements, these methods are not sustainable in the long run. The treasures of the saints were also created during this process. At the zenith of the ancient era, a great war erupted. The origins of this conflict remain unknown, yet it engulfed nearly the entire continent, drawing in all factions and supremes. Countless saints and king saints perished in this war, and even the majority of supremes met their end. However, treasures of the great Tao had become exceedingly rare. Following this catastrophic conflict, the ancient era concluded, ushering in the age of antiquity. Since then, the flourishing realm of cultivation has experienced a precipitous decline, with the number of supreme beings dwindling to an alarming extent and few new ones emerging. To this day, even in the vast expanse of Yinzhou, it has been millennia since a remarkable treasure of the great Tao has surfaced, each instance igniting fierce competition among the major factions. By the time this tome was completed, the number of supreme experts had become exceedingly rare, with Wang Sheng reigning as a dominant force. Although subsequent records are lacking, it is not difficult for Yu Qing to surmise that the situation has likely worsened. It appears that this fragment of the heart of the great Tao might indeed be the coveted treasure of the great Tao. Yu Qing speculated that perhaps the fragment of the heart of the great Tao is the true designation of this illustrious treasure. If the task progress provided by the system correlates with the quantity of great Tao treasures in this world, does it not imply that only 8 remain? What might transpire if all 8 fragments of the heart of the great Tao were to be collected? Just as Yu Qing pondered these thoughts, a knock resonated from outside. Chapter 164. An unexpected choice. Without raising his head, Yu Qing called out, "Come in." "Yes, Patriarch Qing." A respectful voice responded as a figure entered, revealing itself to be Yu Qing. I have yet to finish reading. Is there something you need? Yu Qing inquired, continuing to peruse his book. Yu Qing hesitated for a moment before speaking. Patriarch Qing, are you aware that a treasure of the great Tao has appeared in Yundong? In the next instant, Yu Qing responded without hesitation, Oh, I am indeed aware. Wait, what did you say? Yu Qing, initially prepared with countless arguments to persuade Yu Qing to assist the Yu family in the search for the treasure, was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated that the Yu family of Yundong might not warrant Yu Qing's attention. However, if the Yu family of Yundong could reclaim its main lineage, the situation would be entirely different. Even a sage hailing from Yundong might find it difficult to resist the allure of becoming a revered ancestor for the top-tier Yu family of Yunzhao. Little did he know that before he could elaborate, Yu Qing had already dealt him a staggering blow. It turned out that Patriarch Qing had long been aware of the treasure's emergence. Yet, as Yu Qing contemplated this, it seemed not entirely surprising. If Patriarch Qing were oblivious to the treasure, how could he justify his visit to the Yu family's library in search of records concerning it? With thoughts racing through his mind, Yu Qing finally spoke. Patriarch, your visit to our library was indeed to seek information regarding the treasure that has appeared in Yundong? Certainly not, Yu Qing replied succinctly. Before Yu Qing could fully process this, Yu Qing's next statement left him utterly astonished. I cannot speak for other regions, but the treasure of the great Tao in Yundong is indeed what I have discovered. What? Yu Qing was completely taken aback, his mind momentarily shutting down as he stood frozen, unable to comprehend the revelation. Although he had long pondered the potential connection between Yu Qing and the supreme treasure of Yundong, he never anticipated that the coveted treasure, which had long been the object of desire for the main lineage of the Yu family, would now rest in Yu Qing's possession. Yu Qing's mind was a blank slate. It took him a considerable time to regain his composure. The gaze he directed at Yu Qing had undergone a profound transformation. Had Yu Qing not possessed the supreme treasure, he might have persuaded him to assist the main lineage of the Yu family in its quest for the treasure, thereby facilitating the return of the branch family to Yunzhou. However, now that Yu Qing had already acquired it, to utter such words would merely amount to demanding Yu Qing relinquish what was rightfully his. Yu Qing, a seasoned individual with countless years of cultivation, was no naive child unaware of the complexities at play. Although he had not extensively studied the information regarding the supreme treasures within the family, he was nonetheless aware of their significance from the legends he had heard. These treasures drove even sages to madness. And before him stood Yu Qing, a sage in his own right. To ask him to surrender the treasure he had secured, was that even conceivable? At that moment, Yu Qing's mind raced with thoughts, leading to a profound hesitation. An internal struggle unfolded within him. Considering Yu Qing's demeanor, which showed no inclination to conceal his possession, it was only a matter of time before the main lineage of the Yu family would demand the supreme treasure. Should Yu Qing refuse, a confrontation would inevitably ensue. What then would become of the Yundong Yu family? If he had not previously mentioned to Elder Huang of the Yu family that Yu Qing was their ancestor, it would have been one thing, yet he had revealed this connection, making it impossible for the Yundong Yu family to extricate themselves from the situation. Of course, he could choose to remain silent and discreetly report back to the main lineage, which might result in him not only escaping blame, but potentially gaining favor. Yet, the question remained whether Yu Qing, standing alone, could safeguard the supreme treasure from the main lineage. However, if matters escalated to the point of conflict, a battle among sages was no trivial matter. The repercussions could very well engulf them, leading to the destruction of the entire Yundong Yu family. In this moment, Yu Qing felt disoriented. He recalled the relentless teachings instilled in him from childhood by his parents, mentors, and elder family members, all emphasizing the imperative of restoring the Yundong Yu family to the main lineage. This had been the aspiration of the Yundong Yu family for millennia. All his efforts over the years had been in service of this very goal. Now he faced the most significant decision of his life. Immersed in this internal struggle, he failed to notice that Yu Qing had already lifted his head, quietly observing the conflicted expression on Yu Qing's face. Yu Qing was unaware of the intricacies at play, yet he had begun to surmise some aspects. Earlier, on his journey to the Yu family, he had received a message from Gu Qifeng, stating that individuals from the holy domain of Yunzhou had come in search of the supreme treasure. Given the myriad powerful factions within Yunzhou, It was clear that they were not the only ones pursuing this treasure. The Yu family to which he belongs is merely a branch of the esteemed Yu clan from Yunzhou, a fact he is well aware of. Thus, upon learning that Yu Hualong and others were representatives from the main lineage of the Yunzhou Yu family, he surmised their intentions. Nonetheless, he unabashedly proclaimed before Yu Tianqing that the grand treasure of the Tao rested within his grasp, eager to witness Yu Tianqing's reaction. After a brief moment, Yu Tianqing suddenly shuddered, as if awakening from a dream. "What is the matter?" Yu Qing inquired, setting down the scroll he had been reading. He was neither surprised nor angered by Yu Tianqing's choice. It was only natural. He had spared Yu Hualong and others and had accessed the Yu family's library, leaving both parties with no debts to each other. A flicker of resolve shone in Yu Tianqing's eyes. To everyone's astonishment, he bowed his head and knelt before Yu Qing. "Esteemed ancestor, I have exceedingly important matters to report, and I implore you to tread carefully." This caught even Yu Qing off guard. "What is it?" Yu Tianqing's forehead nearly touched the ground as he spoke in a grave tone. "The individuals from the main lineage of the Yu family have come today in search of the grand treasure of the Tao that has appeared in Yundong. Since this treasure resides with you, if it were to be discovered by the main lineage, it would surely lead to dire consequences. I urge you to keep this matter discreet. The main lineage may request that you, as a representative of our branch in Yundong, assist them in the search for the treasure. How shall we respond? I beseech your guidance." This declaration must have taken a monumental amount of courage from Yu Tianqing. Upon finishing, his entire being trembled slightly, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Yu Qing, after a moment of astonishment, revealed a faint smile. Much like back then, when he could not fathom that Nangong Fuyao would betray him, he found today's outcome equally unpredictable. Indeed, the human heart is the most elusive of enigmas. Since his arrival in this new world, Yu Qing had encountered no rivals, not even fully grasping his own strength. He possessed numerous treasures from the system and had the ability to transform all things. Yet, despite his invincibility, he found himself unable to accurately comprehend human emotions. Anyone could make unforeseen choices at any moment. The smile on Yu Qing's lips brightened further. To him, the intrigue of understanding human nature surpassed the mere pursuit of treasures or the completion of system tasks. He gently tapped his fingers on the table and smiled serenely. "You should know that I am not truly the ancestor of your Yu family. If I recall correctly, you must yearn to return to the main lineage. Why then, do you warn me instead of informing the main lineage?" Yu Tianqing slowly lifted his head, a bitter smile gracing his face. "Indeed, it seems I cannot conceal anything from you, esteemed ancestor. In truth, I initially harbored such thoughts. However, just a moment ago, as I reflected upon the past, I realized that my entire life has been devoted to the hope of the Yudong Yujia returning to its ancestral lineage. I cannot even begin to quantify the effort I have expended along this arduous journey. Yet today, I bore witness to the disgraceful demeanor of the Yujia's foremost prodigy, the esteemed heir, Yu Hualong. He seemed to regard those of us from the collateral branches with utter disdain, even threatening in a fit of rage to annihilate us all. This revelation struck me. Our long-cherished ancestral lineage, which we have yearned for over countless millennia, is perhaps not as sacred or unattainable as it was once believed. They appear to be no different from us. If there is any distinction, it is merely their greater strength. With a somewhat neurotic smile, Yu Tianqing remarked that the Yujia's heir could not even conceal his deep-seated hatred. In the Grand Hall, his face betrayed an unmasked animosity towards Lord Qingzu that was impossible to disguise. I pondered, even if Lord Qingzu were to become the true patriarch of our Yujia, bestowing upon us the ultimate treasures and guiding the Yudong Yujia back to its root, what would we truly gain? It seems implausible for all of the hundreds of thousands of our branch to return, and even if we did, our meager strength would likely preclude us from attaining any significant positions. Should we have a sage ancestor like Lord Qingzu, perhaps life would be a tad more bearable. However, judging by the heir's animosity towards him, it might not be so simple. Should he inherit the Yujia, what fate awaits us? At this juncture, Yu Tianqing let out a deep sigh. In truth, these matters should have been clear to me over the past 2 millennia. Yet, the exhortations of my master, the aspirations of my parents, and the hopes of our forebears had clouded my vision as I grew up enveloped in them. The return to the ancestral lineage is not as idyllic as one might imagine for the Yudong Yujia. Why must we strive to become a mere vassal to another Yujir rather than establishing our own? In this moment, I finally grasped the concept of boundless perspective. Perhaps that ancient figure, sharing the same name as you, Lord Qingzu, also came to this realization, which led to his eternal departure from the Yujia. As I spoke, I turned to Yu Qing and bowed my head once more. Compared to the lofty and ethereal ancestral lineage of the Yujia, I find myself more inclined to place my faith in you, Lord Qingzu, who is ever so tangible. At this moment, a flicker of trepidation welled within my heart. I had made my choice, yet Yu Qing was not bound by the same commitment. He is not the genuine Qingzu, should he desire to withdraw. No one could impede his departure, leaving the Yujia in a state of uncertainty. After a moment of silence, Yu Qing began to smile again. How intriguing. Some matters remain inscrutable, regardless of the passage of millennia. Yet perhaps what has eluded understanding for thousands of years requires merely a singular opportunity. He slowly rose, declaring, "Now, you possess that opportunity." Yu Tianqing suddenly lifted his head. "Are you implying, Qingzu?" Yu Qing replied with indifference. "As for matters concerning the ancestors, I must confess I am not particularly enthused. Once this affair concludes, I shall depart as planned. However, that little one from your family may accompany me, albeit only in name." Yu Tianqing's entire being trembled, his eyes gleaming with incredulous joy. "Very well, the main lineage of the Yu family wishes to see me, and I happen to be weary of reading. Let us proceed." With a face full of excitement, Yu Tianqing sprang to his feet. "Yes, Qingzu, please follow me." The two walked out of the Yu family's library, one before the other. A smile lingered on Yu Qing's face. Even now, the Yundong Yu family could offer him little of value. The dealings regarding the secret library had been settled. True to Yu Qing's character, he would typically have little interest in the affairs of the Yu family. However, life is often about seeking satisfaction and fulfillment. Discovering treasures, completing system tasks, and receiving rewards could spark his interest. The current situation, where Yu Tianqing made a choice under these circumstances, equally piqued his curiosity. As long as it aligned with his desires, even without substantial benefits, assuming the role of an ancestor for the Yu family was not an unpleasant prospect. Soon, the two returned to the main hall of the Yu family. At this moment, upon encountering the semi-holy figure of the Yu family, the attitude of the other party had markedly shifted to one of respect. Without waiting for Yu Qing to approach, he proactively stepped forward and bowed. "Yu Huangyun of the Yu family, I pay my respects to ancestor Yu Qing." Beside him, Yu Hualong, albeit reluctantly, also offered a greeting. "Ancestor Yu Qing, I apologize for my previous rudeness." Observing Yu Hualong's face, as dark as the bottom of a pot, Yu Qing couldn't help but smile knowingly. Indeed, as Yu Tianqing had described, this lad could hardly conceal his emotions. Having cultivated to the chaotic realm, he should have been several hundred or even 1,000 years old. Yet it was evident that his maturity did not match his age. Perhaps this was the downside of the pampered upbringing of the second-generation heirs of these prominent families. Yu Huangyun was different. There was no trace of displeasure on his face, and he concealed his feelings adeptly. He spoke, "Ancestor Yu Qing, I trust you are already aware of the circumstances. The previous incident was merely a misunderstanding, and I hope you will not take offense. The relationship between the branch and main lineage of the Yu family is of utmost importance. Furthermore, regarding this matter of the great treasure, our main lineage is determined to acquire it. This also presents a golden opportunity for the branch to return to the main lineage. I have already informed the main lineage's ancestor of this matter, and now, the ancestor wishes to speak with you in person." Yu Qing did not respond verbally, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Yu Huangyun raised his hand and summoned a jade talisman, activating it directly. Subsequently, the majestic figure of an elder materialized in the void. Gazing at Yu Qing, "Are you Yu Qing?" Yu Qing smiled gently and nodded. "Indeed, I am your grandfather."